The man woke up to find himself transported to a world overrun by abyssal monsters. In this world, everyone can awaken their profession once they turn 18. Awakening a combat profession allows you to rise above others, while awakening a life profession only leads to becoming an ordinary person at the bottom of society. However, the card draw is not free. Each divine stone can only be used once, and each divine stone is worth a full 10,000. Having lost his parents at a young age, Ye Lingchen could only scrape together 10 divine stones even after exhausting all his wealth. My good friend Zhang Wei got a double purple in 10 consecutive pulls, which directly gave the berserker a second chance. Rich second-generation Li Jun spent millions of divine stones to draw out the legendary golden profession, Holy Flame Mage. Class monitor Song Zi drew 20 red lights, and her brain, which had been hiding a future career path, was awakened. Everyone thought their good luck for the day had run out, until the principal called out the last name. Ye Lingchen. The young man clutched 10 divine stones that he had collected over 8 years and activated the Wheel of Destiny. The crowd burst into laughter, and Li Jun sneered. A poor wretch thinks he can turn his life around after 10 draws. At best, he'll only be able to afford a Knight's Soil Collector. Everyone else has at least 20 draws, and he's probably the only one in the entire Linhai who can only afford 10. Just as the divine stone entered the Wheel of Destiny, the system's voice suddenly rang in Ye Lingchen's mind. Host detected drawing cards. Passive skill. I'm the luckiest player. Activate. Activate. In the next moment, the white beam of light from the Wheel of Fate suddenly expanded 100-fold. The entire playground was instantly enveloped in white light, and everyone was stunned by what they saw. Centered on the Wheel of Fortune, various colored lights danced across the entire playground. In the end, only hundreds of dazzling red lights remained in midair, weaving back and forth like dragons. Principal Ning Wuhan was already speechless with astonishment. What happened next seemed to confirm Ning Wuhan's suspicions. A red light, even more exaggerated than when Song Zi awakened, descended from the sky and instantly arrived in front of Ye Lingchen. A terrifying pressure emanated from the red light, surging outwards in all directions. All the teachers and students on the playground showed expressions of fear under this oppressive force. What's going on? I suddenly feel so scared. This is the abyss. Even Ning Wuhan was stunned by this terrifying aura and looked at the red light with a solemn expression. Looking at the red light before him, Ye Lingchen smiled faintly. The system was right. He raised his hand and grabbed the card from the red light. The next moment, the card transformed into red light and merged into his body. A voice filled with malevolent energy instantly resounded throughout Linhai No. 1 High School. Hidden class, Abyss Lord. As the card merged into his body, the terrifying pressure vanished completely. On the playground, many students slumped to the ground, as if they had just experienced something terrible. Even more deeply affected than these students was Ning Wuhan on the stage. He actually witnessed the emergence of a brand new hidden profession in his lifetime. Just when everyone thought it was all over, another red light fell from the sky. The terrifying pressure from the abyss that had just vanished once again enveloped everyone. This is a destiny constellation. I've never seen a destiny constellation for a hidden class in my lifetime. Before the people below could react, 5 more red beams shot down like meteors. Together with the previous red rays, they form a 6-pointed star pattern. A terrifying aura, dozens of times stronger than before, suddenly erupted, causing many people to faint on the spot. Ning Wuhan, who was on stage, fainted on the spot upon seeing this scene, and was quickly supported by Song Zi. Quick, call an ambulance. The principal has fainted. Song Zi shouted anxiously. Ye Lingchen felt 6 red rays of light merge into his body and form a 6-pointed star pattern in his mind. This is the constellation of the Abyss Lord. 1 10-pull, and you're at max constellation. Once the life is full, the remaining divine stones will be returned tenfold, resulting in a net gain of 30 stones. With these divine stones, he can find time to go to the Adventurers Guild to draw a unique weapon. When Ye Lingchen recovered from the information in his mind, he saw that a large number of people below the stage had collapsed. After Ning Wuhan recovered, he called Ye Lingchen, Song Zi, Mu Lingxi, Li Jun, and Zhang Wei to his office. Looking at the few students in front of him who still looked so young, Ning Wuhan felt a mix of emotions. What merit or ability does he possess to have taught so many outstanding students? Ning Wuhan smiled and said, "Congratulations to you all. The college entrance examination is coming up next. What are your plans?" Upon hearing the principal's question, the group exchanged glances. Li Jun was the first to speak. He glanced furtively at Mu Lingxi beside him, then said, "My goal is to get into Tsinghua or Peking University." As soon as he spoke, the others followed suit. Mu Lingxi and Song Zi both decided to apply to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Only Zhang Wei and Ye Lingchen remained silent. Zhang Wei seemed somewhat uneasy. The people in front of him were all better than him in their respective fields, and he felt somewhat ashamed of himself. Is it possible for me to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University? Ye Lingchen patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder approvingly. Well done, I support you. Zhang Wei blushed. Little Yezi, we've already told you. What about you? What are your plans? His question immediately silenced the office, with everyone staring at Ye Lingchen, awaiting his answer. Ye Lingchen scratched his head and said, Tsinghua and Peking universities are good, but I can't even afford the tuition, so I'm afraid I can't be with you. Upon hearing this, Li Jun revealed a dismissive expression that seemed perfectly natural, while the others looked disappointed. Ning Wuhan said, Ling Chun, there's still room for maneuver in this matter. He opened the drawer of his desk, took out a few sheets of paper, and pointed to the words on them. This is the admission brochure for Tsinghua and Peking universities. If you get the top score in the country, your tuition will be waived for all 4 years. It can be like this? Ye Lingchen was somewhat surprised. He picked up the admission brochure and looked at it. Sure enough, it was just as Ning Wuhan had said. Li Jun, standing to the side, said disdainfully, Stop dreaming. There are countless geniuses here, and there might be a few who are better than you. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Shut up, Mu Lingxi shouted, pointing at Li Jun's nose. Li Jun pursed his lips, but secretly wished Ye Lingchen would just drop out of school. Why do all the beautiful girls fawn over you? Ning Wuhan continued. Before the college entrance examination, your minimum level must reach level 20. Otherwise, you won't even meet the threshold. Level 20. That's so high, Zhang Wei exclaimed. With only 2 weeks until the college entrance exam, how could anyone possibly reach level 20? Ning Wuhan took a sip of tea. There's a secret realm specifically for high school seniors to cram for their exams. If you all work hard these next 2 weeks, you have a very good chance. That's true, but public resources are limited. There are only a limited number of places to enter this secret realm, and each person needs to pay an entrance fee of 50,000. Ye Lingchen sighed softly and turned to leave. Do I really have to sell the divine stones? Just as he was lost in thought, Ning Wuhan suddenly called out to him. Ling Chun, don't rush off. I have a way for you to participate in training without spending any money. Would you like to hear about it? Hearing Ning Wuhan say this, Ye Lingchen, who had originally planned to leave, suddenly became interested. Principal, is there really such a good thing? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye Lingchen asked in confusion. Ning Wuhan shook his head helplessly. This matter is rather complicated, and I couldn't explain it in front of so many people just now. As he was speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Principal Ning, people from the military region have arrived and say they want to see you. As the teacher spoke, she secretly glanced at Song Zi, who was standing next to Ning Wuhan. Please let them in. A short while later, he led 2 men in military uniforms into the principal's office. Before he could even introduce them, Ning Wuhan stood up with a smile. Old Xiao, what brings you here? As he spoke, Ning Wuhan stepped forward and hugged one of the older soldiers. The middle-aged man, referred to as Lao Xiao, also smiled broadly. You're just asking a question you already know the answer to. The person in charge was Qiu Changtian, the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region. The young soldier next to him was his deputy, Wang Tianhua, who had already reached the rank of senior colonel at the young age of 20. Upon hearing the name Wang Tianhua, both Ye Lingchen and Song Zi were startled. Song Zi exclaimed in surprise, You are the legendary Peacock King, one of the 3 killing gods. Wang Tianhua smiled and nodded, acknowledging the lack of a word. Ye Lingchen was equally shocked. This young soldier, only 2 years older than himself, was already a well-known figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Ning Wuhan said to Song Zi, Zi, your profession is very special. These 2 people are here today specifically to take you to the army. Qiu Changtian picked up the thread. Song Zi, the special nature of your profession is of paramount importance to the entire Dragon Kingdom. The reason our Dragon Kingdom was able to recover its strength so quickly after the last Abyss War is because of the previous brain of the future. At this point, Qiu Changtian's face showed a look of reminiscence, and the atmosphere in the office became solemn and heavy. Song Zi asked, I'd like to ask, Who was the previous brain of the future? And how did he die? Ning Wuhan's smile vanished. Wang Tianhua looked even more grave, and a hint of pain flashed in Qiu Changtian's eyes. He sighed deeply, then said, "Actually, it's not a secret. You'd find out sooner or later." The previous, future AI, was named Yi Xianyuan. Upon hearing the name, Song Zi nodded thoughtfully. She didn't notice that Ye Lingchen beside her trembled almost imperceptibly. At this moment, Ye Lingchen's heart was already churning with shock. Yi Xianyuan. His deceased father was named Yi Xianyuan. Countless questions arose in Ye Lingchen's mind. He was still young when his parents passed away. The news he received was that they died in a traffic accident. In the end, he didn't even get to see his parents' remains. Not long after, the house they lived in was reclaimed, and he was forced to leave. It was from that time onward that Ye Lingchen's quality of life plummeted, and he was accompanied only by loneliness and hardship as he grew up. But now, hearing about his father again, Ye Lingchen felt that there must be some hidden story he didn't know about. There must be more to the story behind his parents' deaths. Ye Lingchen was about to ask Qiu Changtian, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A bead of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. Looking at Qiu Changtian and Peacock King Wang Tianhua opposite him, Ye Lingchen fell silent. In Ye Lingchen's memory, his parents died at the same time. But Qiu Changtian didn't mention any information about his mother. What's even more bizarre is that if his father is so important to the country, shouldn't his children receive better protection and treatment? But Ye Lingchen encountered the complete opposite. He was 100% certain that there was an unspeakable secret hidden behind this. But now, he couldn't ask anything, much less show any abnormality. Ye Lingchen dared not think any further. His only thought now is to become stronger. Once he has enough power, the truth will eventually be revealed to him. Moreover, now that Song Zi has joined the army, we might be able to get more information from her in the future. After discussing Song Zi's matter, Qiu Changtian asked Wang Tianhua to accompany Song Zi home. After the two left, Ning Wuhan spoke again. "Old Qiu, there's one more thing. It's about this kid Ye Lingchen." Ning Wuhan rubbed his hands together and said, "Didn't your military develop a new secret realm on Chongming Island? Why not let this child go in and train?" Qiu Changtian frowned. "Old Ning, it's not that I'm trying to embarrass you. That secret realm was only recently developed. I don't need to elaborate on how dangerous such an undeveloped secret realm is, do I?" Faced with Qiu Changtian's questioning, Ning Wuhan smiled helplessly and then told him about Ye Lingchen's situation. After listening, Qiu Changtian frowned, his gaze sweeping over Ye Lingchen several times before he reluctantly nodded. "All right, since you've brought this up yourself, let me make this clear. If anything goes wrong, you'll be fully responsible for the consequences." After saying that, he looked at Ye Lingchen again. "Kid, this instance has a lot of uncertainties. I advise you to think it over carefully." Ye Lingchen shook his head. "Commander, I appreciate your kindness. But since I'm aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University, I can't let any opportunity to become stronger slip by." He needs to become stronger. Only then will he have the power to uncover the truth. There are only a few days left until the college entrance examination at the beginning of next month. 3 days later, everyone gathered again in the principal's office, but this time Song Zi was missing. After Zhang Wei returned home, he told his parents what had happened. Without saying a word, his parents immediately borrowed money from relatives and friends to enroll him in the program. As for Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, there's no need to elaborate. Ning Wuhan checked the time, 7:30 a.m. "It's about time, let's go." After getting off the plane and leaving the tarmac, the group continued walking eastward for several hundred meters along a narrow dirt road. Finally, surrounded by dense forest, a huge cave appeared before them. At the entrance of the cave, a vortex emitting a faint blue light was spinning continuously. Ning Wuhan said, "This is where the secret realm is located. Next, apart from Ye Lingchen, the three of you can team up and enter the secret realm to explore." After the three of them went inside, Ning Wuhan said to Ye Lingchen, "Let's go. Your destination is still ahead." Chapter 10. Which part are you from? Within the Chongming No. 1 secret realm, small teams of 3 or 4 people are fighting and leveling up in their respective areas. This secret realm is controlled by the Linhai City Education Department and is specifically for outstanding students to use for intensive level-ups. The secret realm is roughly divided into 3 types: beginner secret realm, dungeon secret realm, and abyss secret realm. The primordial realm is naturally born from the laws of Earth. Its location is random, and its internal conditions are unknown. The dungeon realm, on the other hand, is a place that has been thoroughly explored and conquered by humans, and then transformed into a place where monsters can be repeatedly farmed through special means. Chongming number 1 is such a dungeon. After the students enter, each team will be assigned to an independent space without affecting each other. As for the Abyss realm, it is a realm corrupted by the Abyss's aura, far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons. The monsters inside are stronger and harder to kill. However, once cleared, the rewards are also far greater than those of ordinary dungeons. Both newly created dungeons and instance dungeons have the potential to become abyssal. Once this happens, countries usually involve their military or send powerful adventurers from the Adventurers Guild to conquer them, and they will only reopen the dungeons after confirming their safety. Meanwhile, in the Chongming number 1 secret realm, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi's team were dominating the standard difficulty level. The secret realm's difficulty is divided into easy, standard, hard, and nightmare. Compared to other teams that proceeded cautiously, this combination of 1 purple and 2 gold tier classes was like a wild horse, rampaging through the dungeon. Zhang Wei activated his berserk mode, transforming into a berserker. His upper body clothes were long gone. He charged into the monster horde, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, using both fists and feet, even biting with his mouth. There was no skill, no teamwork, just pure brutality. The monsters didn't even get a good look at their enemies before he tore them to shreds. On the other side, Li Jun transformed into a holy flame mage, his feet dangling from the ground, floating in midair, wielding a brown staff, his eyes burning with golden flames. Beams of holy flame descended from the sky, smashing the monsters below to their knees. Standing behind the two, Mu Lingxi's face was filled with utter despair. "I'm really fed up with you too," she said, rubbing her forehead, her expression one of utter helplessness. Since entering the dungeon, Zhang Wei and Li Jun have been like 2 bulls locked in a fierce battle. At first, they managed to maintain their formation, one tanking the monsters and the other dealing damage. But later they simply stopped pretending and split up to see who could kill more. "Zhang Wei, you idiot. Don't you even look at your health bar?" Mu Lingxi cursed as she cast a healing spell, instantly restoring Zhang Wei's health to full. But she had just finished healing Zhang Wei when she turned around and almost flew into a rage. Li Jun had also charged into the monster horde, his entire body enveloped in golden holy flames, like a moving fireball. "Li Jun, you're a mage. What are you doing charging into this monster horde?" Mu Lingxi cursed angrily, quickly casting a shield on Li Jun. This wasn't a team. It was clearly 2 crazy DPS players with a doting, overprotective babysitter. However, precisely because the 2 were grinding like crazy, golden light flashed around all 3 of them as they leveled up. After 3 to 5 hours, their levels had already reached level 6. Meanwhile, most of the other teams were still in the early stages of the dungeon, or had just reached the middle stage, with the highest level being only level 3. While Zhang Wei and his 2 companions were frantically leveling up, Ye Lingchen also entered the Chongming number 4 dungeon where he was located. The 4th secret realm is a newly created secret realm and was quickly taken over by the military after its discovery. However, due to limited manpower, it has not been fully explored yet, and only a portion of its dungeon creation has been completed. However, according to the military's assessment, this is only a low-level secret realm, and the difficulty is not particularly high. This is one of the reasons why Ning Wuhan dared to let Ye Lingchen come here to level up. Since it hasn't been fully instanced yet, the difficulty level for dungeon number 4 cannot be selected. Gazing at the enormous, dark blue vortex before him, Ning Wuhan felt a faint sense of anticipation. He had never seen a class with a full lifespan hidden before, let alone a name as domineering as Abyss Lord. He was eager to know what kind of surprise Ye Lingchen could bring him. After entering secret realm number 4, Ye Lingchen appeared in a dense mountain forest. Ancient trees reach for the sky, birds sing and flowers bloom, sunlight filters through the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and mist hangs in the air, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. Ye Lingchen couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he walked forward. This place was almost identical to the dungeons in his previous life's games. Soon, he remembered his purpose for coming here. Now that he was in the secret realm, he might as well try his skills out first. Ye Lingchen struck what he considered a very imposing pose and shouted, "Get out here, all of you." This was the name of his combat skill, which summoned abyssal combat units. However, all around remained quiet. The leaves rustled, the birds chirped as usual, and a hare peeked out from behind a tree, staring blankly at him. Immediately afterward, a crow flew overhead and landed a warm dollop on his head. Other than that, Nothing happened. There was no abyssal summoning creature. It was a complete waste of time. Only then did Ye Lingchen remember to carefully examine the combat skill descriptions. He slapped his forehead, only to find it landed right on that warm lump of material, instantly getting his hand covered in it. Damn it, I didn't read the instructions carefully before coming. It turns out this skill doesn't summon creatures out of thin air. Only monsters that Ye Lingchen has personally seen can be summoned. Just then, a monster squad suddenly appeared 20 meters ahead. There were 2 level 1 abyssal wolves, 2 level 2 orc warriors, 2 level 2 orc archers, and 4 level 5 orc mages. This is a fully equipped 10-person monster squad. If ordinary students encountered them, they would probably be wiped out in no time. Even if Zhang Wei and his 2 companions met them, they could only temporarily avoid their attacks. This team has dire wolves for scouting and harassment, melee warriors for tanking, and ranged archers and mages, a fairly balanced composition. Unless you have a significant level advantage, you'll likely face a tough battle. The monster squad was patrolling the forest when they suddenly spotted Ye Lingchen not far away. The orc warrior at the front roared excitedly. As if they had discovered a delicious human, they immediately charged towards Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen saw them too, but instead of being afraid, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy. It's like a pillow being delivered just when I'm sleepy. Here it is. He then roared again. Get out here. After a loud bang, 1,000 abyssal summons suddenly appeared around Ye Lingchen, densely packed, almost filling the entire forest. The monster squad that was charging towards him was instantly surrounded by these summons. Seeing thousands of comrades suddenly appear around them, the monster squad was so frightened their legs went weak. One of the orc warriors cried out, "Gugujiye? Which division are you from?" Chapter 11. The Big Boss in the Small Secret Realm. No one answered the orc warrior's question, but Ye Lingchen understood the other's language. He was secretly pleased. It even had a built-in translation effect. Through these summoned creatures, he could understand what the monsters were saying. The next second, Ye Lingchen raised his hand and pointed to the orc warrior at the front. The summoned creature immediately stood up and saluted, then turned to the enemy orcs and shouted, "Enough with the nonsense. Which division are you from?" The other side quickly responded that they were a patrol squad under King Yatada. Using summoned creatures to relay messages, Ye Lingchen quickly grasped the general situation of this secret realm. It turned out that most of the monsters here had already been cleared out by military explorers. This current team had escaped from an unexplored area. Ye Lingchen opened the map on his bracelet and discovered large areas marked in red deep within the secret realm. These were unexplored areas, occupying roughly 2/3 of the entire secret realm. The King Yatada they were talking about was the leader of this area. Having finished asking about the situation, Ye Lingchen didn't bother wasting any more time and simply waved his hand. Attack. The two sides, who had been chatting peacefully just moments before, instantly turned into a chaotic melee. The next moment, the patrol squad was completely overwhelmed by even more orc warriors. Ye Lingchen didn't even see the damage numbers appearing above their heads before the opponents were gone. With a boom, 2 golden lights rose from Ye Lingchen's body in succession, instantly leveling him up to level 3. Before he could even check his attribute panel, golden lights began to illuminate the surrounding area. In a short instant, the entire mountain forest seemed to transform into a golden ocean. As Ye Lingchen leveled up, all the combat units he summoned also reached level 3, and his mental strength increased to 1,300. This meant that he could summon an additional 300 soldiers. Ye Lingchen was so happy he could hardly contain his grin. He waved his hand and shouted, "Get out here." Another 300 combat units appeared out of thin air. Using the previous patrol as a reference, he simply rearranged his own troops into formation. At the forefront were 200 abyssal wolves, followed by 500 orc warriors, then 300 archers, and finally 300 mages. Looking at this massive army, Ye Lingchen was filled with immense pride. Keep in mind, these aren't ordinary summons, but a full 1,300 elite units. The base stats of an elite unit are 10 times that of a regular monster. A single elite unit can easily defeat several ordinary units, let alone an entire organized army. In this secret realm, Ye Lingchen can completely dominate. Before Lord Yi, there is only utter crushing defeat. My minions, let's go. With that, Ye Lingchen leaped onto the back of an abyssal wolf. The thousands of summoned troops surged forward, sweeping into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, whether they encountered lone monsters or hordes of enemy troops, they were all trampled into mincemeat with a single encounter. Ye Lingchen, sitting on the wolf's back, exclaimed, "This is awesome. This is what an abyss lord should be like." Berserkers, holy flame mages, sword immortals, blade masters, they're all insignificant in the face of sheer numbers. What good is individual combat prowess if he has 1,300 elite soldiers? Even if they fight to the death, they can wear the enemy down. Moreover, with the blessing of the destiny seat, Ye Lingchen's summoning of combat units consumes no mental energy at all, making him a perpetual motion machine. He can kill as many as he wants, eventually wearing down the enemy. However, after enjoying the fight for a while, Ye Lingchen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. This fighting style was invincible, but it got a bit boring after a while. Next time he entered the secret realm, he should prepare some snacks and fruit beforehand, and sit in the back to eat and watch. That would be much more enjoyable. And so, relying on his countless elite monster armies, Ye Lingchen plundered the entire explored area of Secret Realm Number 4 in less than an hour. He initially collected the materials and equipment that dropped along the way. But later on, there were just too many items, and their quality was unacceptable, so he simply stopped picking them up and left them all lying there. Soon, the main force reached the boundary of the explored area. Beyond that lay the unknown area marked in red on the map. Before entering, Ning Wuhan had repeatedly warned him not to take unnecessary risks. But now the monsters on the map had been almost completely cleared, and Ye Lingchen had leveled up to level 8. He reached level 8 in just 1 hour, and that was only after he deliberately controlled his speed. After all, it's his first time in a dungeon, so being too reckless doesn't seem like a good idea. Not good. What a joke. Ye Lingchen is bursting with confidence right now. With his current level and abilities, he can be as reckless as he wants. Even rolling around in the sand wouldn't be a problem. He closed the map, no longer hesitating, and waved his hand domineeringly. "My minions, follow me and charge in." A series of wild horns echoed throughout the secret realm. The massive army of summoned creatures finally charged towards the unexplored area. Meanwhile, deep within the fourth secret realm, in a massive wooden city-state, King Yatada, sporting a giant boar's head, stood meekly beside his throne like a child who had made a mistake. And on his throne, where he once sat a person. The figure had 2 black horns on its head, and its skin was frighteningly pale, as if it had been drained of all its life force. Its dark blue eyes contained pupils that resembled 2 terrifying skulls. It was none other than the level 70 Abyss Archmage, Gades. If the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom's military or the Adventurers Guild were here, they would be speechless with shock. A mighty Abyss Archmage had actually appeared in a low-level secret realm deep within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Once this news gets out, it will inevitably cause immense panic and may even attract countless powerful figures to attack. Gades looked at King Yatada and asked, "Has the anchor point for opening the portal been set up?" King Yatada hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Gades nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Await my message and prepare to open the portal." King Yatada respectfully responded, "Yes, Your Majesty, the Great Archmage." As the two were talking, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. A royal guard scrambled in, knelt on the ground, and cried out in panic, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." King Yatada immediately rebuked, "You fool! How dare you behave so disrespectfully in front of the Archmage?" Gades waved his hand, indicating that it was all right, and let him speak. The guard lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift his head. "Your Excellency, Your Majesty, someone is attacking the city-state." King Yatada was taken aback. "Someone?" The guard hurriedly replied, "That's right, it's humans, and he's leading a large army." Upon hearing this, King Yatada and Gades exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. The appearance of humans in the secret realm wasn't unusual. After all, this place was originally part of the human world. In the past, when they encountered explorers, they simply sent their men to wipe them out. Moreover, a level 70 Abyss Archmage is right here. Whoever comes will only face certain death. The problem is, the guards claim the other side has a force. While the secret realm does allow teams, only a maximum of 5 people can enter at a time, a restriction imposed by the rules of the universe. But judging from the guards' demeanor, they didn't seem to be lying. King Yatada, eager to impress Gades, spat out 2 gusts of air from his giant boar's nostrils and pleaded in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, Archmage, please leave this matter to me." Gades nodded slightly, saying nothing more. In his eyes, whoever the human opposite him was, he was nothing more than an ant. Even if he were a fellow level 70 human powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single round against him. Such a trivial matter was not worthy of his personal attention. Seeing that Gades agreed, King Utada grabbed a huge, 3-meter-long, 1,000-kilogram battle axe from the side and stormed out of the palace, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. He needed to earn merit and take the initiative, catching the enemy off guard before they could react. Only in this way could he prove his worth to Gades. Chapter 12, Archmage Gades. Within Secret Realm 4, Ye Lingchen, who had already reached level 10, hummed a little tune as he swept through the unexplored area with his abyss summons. After entering the unexplored zone, the number of monsters increased significantly, and even small village settlements appeared. Before the abyss army, monsters and buildings alike were almost instantly razed to the ground. Ye Lingchen's idea was simple. Since he was leveling up by running dungeons, he would follow this scorched earth approach. And if he could conquer this secret realm, he could also get rewards from the military. The first person to conquer the secret realm always receives a generous reward. For Ye Lingchen, who was currently penniless, any reward was a fortune. Thinking of this, he became even more motivated and accelerated his progress once more. While the other students were still cautiously exploring Secret Realm number 1, Ye Lingchen was already wreaking havoc in Secret Realm number 4. 2 hours later, the Yi clan's army finally reached the deepest part of the Secret Realm, the capital of King Utada. Just then, a grunt like that of a wild boar echoed through the massive city-state. Immediately afterward, a giant boar, easily 5 meters tall, carrying a massive battle axe, charged out of the city gate. King Utada, who had been all high and mighty, ready to show the lowly humans his might, froze on the spot when he saw a vast, dark mass opposite him, the Abyss army covering the entire mountainside. What's going on? Has his army defected? But he doesn't have that many organized troops under his command. Even more absurdly, why would these monsters obey a human's orders? Countless questions flooded his mind. Even with the intelligence of a level 30 wild boar like King Utada, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Ye Lingchen looked at King Utada opposite him, somewhat surprised as well. A level 30 boss was hidden in a low-level dungeon? The monsters he had previously overrun were only level 15 at most, and elite monsters at that. But his surprise only lasted a moment. So what if it was a level 30 boss? He'd still die? Now Ye Lingchen was level 10, and all 2,000 of his summoned creatures were also level 10, and every single one of them was an elite. Even the strongest wild boar can't withstand being ganged up on by 2,000 elites. Ye Lingchen snorted coldly, without uttering a single word. Go. In an instant, wind blades, arrows, various spells, and screaming orc warriors appeared. Like a tidal wave, they surged towards King Utada and his city-state guard. King Utada was stunned. How could this human have no martial ethics whatsoever? Shouldn't two armies exchange threats before actually fighting? Why did he go for the kill right from the start? Although he was a physically powerful boss, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when facing 2,000 elite monsters. The city-state's personal guard and city defense army combined numbered only 1,000, and before he could even give the order, nearly 300 of them were wiped out in a single encounter. King Utada roared in fury, ordering his men to hold the line. But he couldn't retreat, nor dared he. Behind him lay the city-state, and within it stood the Archmage. If he fled now, he would be nothing but utter worthlessness in the Archmage's eyes. So even if it kills me, I have no choice but to fight. With that thought, Utada swung his giant axe and charged into the Yi clan's army. With one swing, more than a dozen orc warriors were sent flying. But the next second, even more warriors pounced on him. Utada also unleashed his ferocity, his massive pig-like nostrils spewing out gusts of air, each axe blow claiming a dozen lives. But the more he killed, the more desperate he became. The enemies before him seemed endless. Looking up, the dark, swarming army had barely diminished. On the contrary, his own army dwindled to only about 10 men in the blink of an eye. Then, those 10 were gone too. Faced with death, King Utada finally abandoned all pretense of dignity and screamed at the top of his lungs, "My lord, help, help me." He was pleading for help from Gades. At that moment, Gades, within the city-state, was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing Utada's cry for help, he frowned, a look of disgust appearing on his face. Gades slowly rose, dusted himself off, and smoothed the wrinkles in his black mage robe before leisurely taking to the air. But when he arrived above the city-state, he saw King Utada's enormous boar body crash to the ground. Despair, fear, and resentment towards Gades still lingered in Utada's enormous, bulbous eyes. "You damned bastard, what are you putting on airs for? Would it kill you to arrive a minute earlier? A golden light flashed around Ye Lingchen, his level rising to 12, and his army leveled up again. Reward: Yutada's Whirlwind Battle Axe. Rare. Attack power 500. Inflicts bleed and splash damage equal to 10% of attack damage. Minimum equipment level: 30. Strength requirement: 2000. A giant battle axe gleaming with purple light appeared before Ye Lingchen. This was equipment dropped by the king of Yutada, and it was a rare purple quality weapon. The battle axe had a rugged design, with a ferocious wild boar carved on its blade, depicting the king of Yutada. A crimson light flowed along the long handle, and when wielded, it seemed as if a demon from the abyss had possessed him, exuding immense power. Ye Lingchen's eyes lit up at the sight, but he shook his head helplessly. What a fine weapon, but unfortunately, I have no use for it. The weapon is indeed quite good, but it's clearly a melee weapon. With his current stats, he could probably swing it, but how could a dignified Abyss Lord possibly engage in hand-to-hand combat with an axe? Of course, the equipment can't be wasted. Once we get out, we can sell it at the Adventurers Guild. It should fetch a good amount of money. While Ye Lingchen was still admiring his battle axe, Gades' face opposite him was so dark it was almost dripping with gloom. You lowly human insect. How dare you? Gades' roar echoed across the battlefield. He couldn't understand why these monsters, who were clearly a group of level 12 abyssal monsters and a level 12 human, would obey the human's commands. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it anymore. In his eyes, they were all just ants. Gades slowly descended from the sky, the skull in his pupils opening its gaping maw to spew out eerie blue flames. He raised his black staff, his voice ice. Insects. Die. Curse of Wither. As soon as the words fell, a putrid, pungent stench quickly spread through the air. Countless purple-black rays of light burst forth from the staff, piercing into the bodies of the Yi clan's army. The once menacing abyssal monsters suddenly erupted in shrill screams. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies rapidly drying and rotting, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 13. Come on, let's hurt each other. The Wither Curse is the most terrifying of the Abyss Curse spells. Once it hits, the life force of both humans and other races will rapidly drain away. Archmage Gades was the most famous curse mage in the Abyss. Death and Decay was his signature move. While other mages needed a casting animation before casting their spells, for him, this move could be cast instantly. As Ye Lingchen was examining the giant battle axe in his hand, Gades had already raised his hand and unleashed Death Decree. In an instant, the legion he had summoned was engulfed by the curse and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Huh? What's this? Ye Lingchen suddenly looked up, feeling a decaying and icy power of death enter his body. But that was all. After that power entered, it vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The summoned legion was instantly wiped out, and Ye Lingchen finally became serious. He stared at Gades not far away, his gaze becoming more solemn, and then used a detection spell on him. Gades, unique. Abyss Mage Curse. The detection spell failed. Ye Lingchen then realized that the horned, human-like creature before him was far beyond his own level. The detection spell could only detect enemies no higher than 50 levels above him, and he was only level 12. Gades, however, was level 70, so his stats were full of question marks. What caught Ye Lingchen's attention even more was the unique next to the other's name. Monsters in dungeons should be able to respawn, but this indicator only meant one thing. Gades wasn't a dungeon monster, but a true demon from the abyss. Ye Lingchen's doubts deepened. This was the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the opponent was powerful, it was no easy feat for them to arrive in Linhai City silently. Thinking this, Ye Lingchen fully focused. He understood that a fierce battle was likely inevitable. In contrast to Ye Lingchen's seriousness, Gades on the opposite side was utterly astonished. The annihilation of the summoned legion was within his expectations. But that lowly human was completely unharmed, which was beyond his comprehension. How is this possible? He was hit by my withering curse, and he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was standing there perfectly fine. Unconvinced, Gades raised his staff again, pointing it at Ye Lingchen from afar. Curse of Pain. Human. Experience a fate worse than death. Dark green light erupted from the staff, instantly entering Ye Lingchen's body. Ye Lingchen didn't dodge, because with his limited agility and the opponent's overwhelming level advantage, he simply couldn't dodge. But the result was still the same. Gades' spells were completely ineffective against Ye Lingchen. Because of his inherent talent, he is immune to all negative effects of the abyss, including curses, bleeding, control, and fatal blows. With this talent, Ye Lingchen is almost naturally invincible against Gades. Get out here. Ye Lingchen summoned the Legion again. Death Decay, the Legion appeared, only to be wiped out in an instant. The army of several thousand came and went, repeating this process more than 10 times. By the end, Ye Lingchen was getting annoyed. He looked at Gades opposite him and couldn't help but say, "Hey, you over there, don't you have any new tricks up your sleeve? Is this fun?" Gades was so angry, he almost spat out blood. On the surface, he could annihilate the entire Legion in an instant every time, but inwardly, a storm was brewing. This was because Ye Lingchen's speed in summoning the Legion was as instantaneous as his spellcasting. Even more terrifying was that after all this time, the opponent's mental energy hadn't been exhausted yet. How could a level 12 human insectoid endlessly summon so many troops? On the other hand, Gades' Death and Decay is no ordinary spell, especially such a large-scale spell. Each use consumes a considerable amount of resources. In a short time, nearly half of his mental energy had been depleted. "You lowly insect, let's see how long you can remain so arrogant." Gades was completely enraged. He was a genius mage in the art of abyssal curses, and he had never been so looked down upon by a lowly human. Curses transformed into multicolored rays of light, erupting one after another in the air and crashing down on Ye Lingchen. Yet Ye Lingchen remained completely unharmed, instead walking step by step towards Gades. "Hey, besides these, do you know anything else?" Gades was taken aback by the question, because he really didn't know anything else. Was that something to be ashamed of? For mages, specializing in one type of magic was the key to going further and becoming stronger. Those who practiced various elemental spells often knew a little about everything, but weren't truly proficient in anything. But when he faced this human, his pride and joy in specializing in curses became a weakness. Gades finally realized that his curse magic was completely useless against Ye Lingchen. Conversely, Ye Lingchen was also helpless against Gades. His level was too low. His own immunity to spells didn't mean his summoned creatures were immune. Under such a significant level disadvantage, the Legion was utterly ineffective. At this point, Gades was already considering retreating. His true purpose in coming here was to open a portal to the heart of the Dragon Kingdom and stabilize it, not to fight Ye Lingchen to the death. No, the most important thing right now is to open the portal. Gades calculated in his mind. Once the portal opened, abyssal monsters would pour in endlessly. At that time, this strange human would also meet a gruesome end. Thinking this, Gades revealed a sinister smile. "You lowly insect, you should be glad that I, Gades, am in a good mood today and have decided to spare your life. Get out of here." Ye Lingchen raised an eyebrow, looking at him strangely. "Spare my life? I see you can't do anything to me. You're just good at talking nonsense, right? If you've got the guts, then come at me. Let's hurt each other." Gades' face darkened, as if a sore spot had been touched. He snorted coldly and took to the air, flying towards the interior of the city-state. He had calculated that Ye Lingchen wouldn't pursue him. Neither side could gain the upper hand at this point. Rather than continuing this mutually destructive struggle, it's better to withdraw while we're ahead. Even if Ye Lingchen goes out to fetch reinforcements, by the time they arrive, it will be too late. At that time, the portal will be fully open. Chapter 14. He wasn't holding back anymore. Just as Gades had guessed, Ye Lingchen didn't intend to waste any more time with him. The map showed that all areas of the secret realm had been explored, and the King Yatada, whom he had previously defeated, should be the final boss here. As for Gades, whose level is marked with a question mark, he is clearly not a product of the secret realm itself. Ye Lingchen's best course of action now is to leave immediately, inform Principal Ning Wuhan of the anomaly, and then have him notify the military. Ye Lingchen had a vague premonition that Gades' appearance here was definitely not for anything good. If he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen turned to leave. But just then, for jet-black beams of light suddenly a black light pierced the sky, unleashing a dense abyssal aura that instantly enveloped the surroundings with a sense of evil, bloodlust, chilling cold, and rage. Even though Ye Lingchen was completely immune to these negative effects, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. His expression darkened, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. In the center of the city-state, Gades floated atop the king's palace, his wand hovering before him. His eyes were closed, and he chanted obscure incantations. Strands of black silk emerged from his body, connecting to 4 pillars of black light. Beneath his feet, A massive magic circle was rapidly taking shape. At its center, a deep vortex slowly rotated. At the other end of the vortex, countless eyes seemed to be fixed intently on this place. Those were abyssal demons, waiting for the portal to fully open. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Ning Wuhan, who was resting with his eyes closed in his tent, suddenly sat up. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately rushed out of the tent and to the entrance of the secret realm. The originally dark blue vortex now had a terrifying skull appearing, its color turning as black as ink, and it was continuing to spread. Ning Wuhan's expression changed drastically. This is bad. The secret realm has turned into an abyss. Something's happened. He didn't know what had happened inside, but there was only one possibility. A real abyssal demon had appeared in the secret realm, or it had been corrupted by the abyssal aura. Ning Wuhan was extremely anxious and was about to rush into the secret realm when he was stopped by a soldier. The soldier said in a deep voice, "The secret realm has been turned into an abyss. You can't go in." Ning Wuhan said angrily, "My student is still inside. I have to go and save him." Ning Wuhan stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. This secret realm was discovered by the military and naturally fell under their jurisdiction. If he forced his way in, it would be a blatant violation of military regulations. But Ye Lingchen was still inside. That child had only just awakened his profession. What if something happened to him? Inside the secret realm, Ye Lingchen, who had originally planned to leave, changed his mind. He had to go in and see what Gades was up to. Whatever Gades intended to do, he had to stop him, or at least make things difficult for him. With a deafening boom, a terrifying summoning power erupted. Now at level 12, his mental strength had reached a staggering 2,200 points. This time, he summoned no ordinary abyssal monsters, but a full 2,200 Yatada kings. Although their level was only 12th, any one of them could rival the previous king Yatada. In an instant, the violent aura transformed into a storm, tearing apart the city-state's wooden outer walls. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was so overwhelming that it was impossible to look directly at him. The legion parted to create a path in front of him, and Ye Lingchen stepped into the city-state. Upon entering the city-state, Ye Lingchen saw Gades atop the palace. He couldn't understand what this human summoning magic was, that it could summon such a lineup. However, despite his surprise, he didn't pay much attention. He was currently maintaining the interdimensional portal and couldn't spare any attention. Besides, in his eyes, Ye Lingchen's level was too low to cause any trouble. The magic circle is now activated, and the teleportation portal has been established. The mission is complete once the passage opens. Even if those foolish humans tremble, the abyss portal is about to open. You didn't leave when I told you to, but it's too late now. When the army arrives, you will be torn to shreds. A maniacal laugh echoed across the city-state, Ye Lingchen's face turning ashen. Just as Ye Lingchen was racking his brains for a solution, several armed helicopters sped in from the sky outside the secret realm. Before the helicopters even landed, the cabin doors opened, and figures leaped down from tens of meters in the air, landing around Ning Wuhan. The leaders were Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua. Ning Wuhan saw an old acquaintance and, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly shouted, "Old Qiu, you've finally arrived. Quickly make them move aside. I need to go in and rescue people." Seeing that he didn't speak, Ning Wuhan became even more anxious. "Old Qiu, say something." Qiu Changtian then turned his head and exchanged a glance with Wang Tianhua. Wang Tianhua nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Ning Wuhan cried out urgently, "My student is still inside. I have to go save him." Seeing that he had lost his composure, Qiu Changtian suddenly roared, "Are you crazy? This secret realm has been completely corrupted." This roar left Ning Wuhan speechless. Chapter 15. For the Lord. Old Qiu, Lingchen is still inside. He's a rare talent in Ninghai, one in decades. He can't die in there. Ning Wuhan stared at Qiu Changtian with despair. Qiu Changtian sighed heavily. "Old Ning, I told you long ago, this secret realm is definitely dangerous." "Dangerous my ass. Even if it's dangerous, it shouldn't have turned out like this." This secret realm was far more than just an ordinary abyss. The aura within it even made him feel uneasy. Ning Wuhan also sensed it, but he refused to admit it. That terrifying aura. Ning Wuhan was only level 50, Qiu Changtian was level 60, and only Wang Tianhua had reached level 70. While the transformation of secret realms into abysses was rare in the past, it wasn't entirely unprecedented. However, the appearance of a terrifying aura far exceeding the level of a secret realm within an abyss-transformed secret realm was entirely different. Yes, Wang Tianhua immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing this, Ning Wuhan's heart sank completely. Qiu Changtian stood aside, shaking his head repeatedly. He knew all too well how important the unique hidden class was. But fate is cruel. A newly risen star, before it could truly shine, might be extinguished here. Regret aside, the most pressing matter is dealing with this out-of-control secret realm. According to Qiu Changtian's assessment, it won't be long before abyssal demons burst forth. Meanwhile, outside the Chongming No. 1 secret realm, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi had successfully emerged. For others, this journey through the secret realm might have been somewhat challenging, but for the three of them, it was practically a vacation. After the trip, all three had leveled up to level 8. Along the way, Zhang Wei and Li Jun were locked in a fierce battle, each more reckless than the other, easily clearing the dungeon. Mu Lingxi, aside from healing and buffing, barely lifted a finger, essentially leveling up effortlessly. Even after they emerged, the two still couldn't stand each other. Li Jun crossed his arms and sneered. 200? Too few. I killed 300. Don't forget, I'm a gold legendary. What makes you a purple? He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly remembered that Mu Lingxi beside him was also a golden legend. So he quickly changed his words. I wasn't talking about you. Mu Lingxi rolled her eyes at him. Too lazy to pay attention. Li Jun retorted. Fine, let's compete. All right, take a 15-minute break. Then choose nightmare difficulty for the next run and do it again. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? I'll play along to the end. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, a roar suddenly came from overhead. Several helicopters roared past and flew away into the distance. Immediately afterwards, hurried footsteps came from the direction of Chongming's secret realm No. 2 and No. 3. Zhang Wei was stunned. The top students who had already come out around him also began to whisper among themselves. What's going on? Those people seem to be from the Adventurers Association, right? Why are they in such a hurry? What are they going to do? She dared not think any further. Meanwhile, inside secret realm No. 4, the massive rudimentary form of a portal was gradually emerging. It was also a vortex, but dozens of times larger than the entrance to the secret realm. Ye Lingchen's scalp tingled. He was anxious but couldn't think of a solution. That translates to 2.2 million damage. Add to that the inherent talent that guarantees a critical hit and increases critical hit damage by 200%, and the final damage reaches a terrifying 4.4 million. The 2200 Utada Kings he summoned each possessed a 10% splash damage bonus, enough to cover the entire city-state. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen's eyes grew brighter. Geddes suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This kid, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like he's more like an abyss monster than I am? But he quickly dismissed the thought. The 2200 Utada Kings immediately understood his meaning and quickly dispersed in all directions, evenly distributed throughout the city-state. Geddes, atop the palace, frowned, completely bewildered by his intentions. The next second, all 2,200 kings of Utada simultaneously revealed fanatical expressions, frantically pounding their chests with their hands. Chapter 16, Generous Rewards. 2,200 Utada kings exploded simultaneously. The next second, a deafening explosion swept across the entire secret realm. Centered on the capital of the Utada kingdom, a destructive sphere of light suddenly expanded, engulfing everything in its path with shockwaves. A mushroom cloud, thousands of meters high, rose into the sky. In that instant, the capital of the kingdom of Utada vanished completely. No, two are still alive. In the very Geddes coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, nearly falling from the sky. His robes had long since turned to ash in the explosion, revealing his pale, emaciated body. Impossible. How did he do that? The explosion just now was too terrifying. Geddes had been calmly watching the show, but when all 2,200 Utada kings simultaneously showed abnormalities, he sensed something was wrong. This attack directly depleted 2/3 of his health. Even more terrifying was that it was true damage, ignoring defense, and even his physical body suffered indescribable grievous wounds. But what devastated Geddes even more than the injury was that the abyss portal he had been preparing for a whole month, which was almost complete, was also completely destroyed in this explosion. Rearranging the area would require not only materials, but also finding a suitable new location, which was impossible in a short time. As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his tongue, but he dared not gamble. Ye Lingchen's summoning of the Legion was instantaneous. Who knew if this self-destructive ultimate move could also be instantaneous? If it happened again, he might really die here. Ye Lingchen waited for a good 10 seconds, only letting out a sigh of relief after confirming that Gades had truly left. Not quite satisfied yet, Ye Lingchen casually waved his hand, summoning his legion once more. Thousands of Utada kings appeared out of thin air, kneeling before him in unison. At that moment, he truly felt like a lord of the abyss, receiving the worship of 1,000 men. Just then, a system notification sounded. Cleared the Abyss Transformation Realm. Rewards are calculated below. Completion rewards: 20 Divine Stones, 4 Abyss Crystals. Defeat the Abyss World Boss, Abyss Curse Mage Gades, to obtain the Curse Staff, Curse Robe, and Curse Belt. The Cursed Robe also increases Spirit by 1,000 and applies a protective curse, which allows the user to withstand a fatal attack by sacrificing their life force. It also activates the Floating Curse, allowing flight at the cost of 1 point of mental energy per second. Immediately afterward, the Hidden Quest reward appeared. Hidden Quest: destroy the Abyss Portal, completed. At the same time, golden light burst forth from his body again, and his level instantly rose to level 15. Then, for Black Crystals, shrouded after leaving the Secret Realm, he could find an opportunity to ask the headmaster or check with the Adventurers Guild. He felt it would be a waste to save the equipment until level 70. At his current growth rate, even he couldn't imagine how powerful he would be by level 70. He didn't even know how he would pay for his future university tuition. Now that this set of equipment had dropped in the dungeon, it was just what he needed. I wonder how much this set will sell for, Ye Lingchen thought to himself, looking up at the last reward. Chapter 17. Uncle, please save him. Before Ye Lingchen, a clump of something resembling black soil floated silently. The soil also contained some bluish-gray substances, which occasionally flashed with a bluish light, like stars in the night. Artifact breakthrough material? Can I even use this now? I don't even have an artifact. Ye Lingchen studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. He could only put the eternal soil into his pocket for now, planning to figure it out slowly after leaving the Secret Realm. As he tallied the rewards, the situation outside the entrance to the Secret Realm had become incredibly tense. With reinforcements arriving from all sides, nearly 100 people had gathered near the entrance. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. The lowest level was 50, and the highest was 80. An elderly man with white hair and beard stood before the entrance to the 4th Secret Realm. Qin Tai possesses the legendary Golden Class, Spacewalker, a level 80 human powerhouse, renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom for his mastery of spatial magic. Since his debut, he has never been defeated, whether in internal human duels or battles against abyssal demons. The title Silver Fox comes from both his full head of white hair and eyebrows, and his unpredictable spatial magic. Even Wang Tianhua, the renowned Peacock King of the military, behaved with the respect due to a junior before Qin Tai. Qiu Chantian, with a solemn expression, said, "Elder Qin, it's best if you take charge of the arrangements from here on out." Chongming Island currently has 4 secret realms. The first one is managed by the Linhai Education Department, the second and third by the Adventurers Association, and the fourth, a new secret realm, belongs to the military. Logically, Qin Tai shouldn't have interfered here. However, this incident came too suddenly, and its severity far exceeded expectations, leaving Qiu Chantian with no choice but to ask Qin Tai to step in and save the day. Even though he was the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region, he was still a junior in Qin Tai's eyes. Entrusting this operation against the secret realm to Qin Tai was far more prudent than commanding it himself. However, Qin Tai simply stared silently at the vortex, remaining silent as if still sensing the situation within. Ning Wuhan, standing beside him, was extremely anxious. He had almost given up on rescuing Ye Lingchen, but unexpectedly, Qin Tai had personally come from the Adventurers Association. This rekindled the hope that had been extinguished in his heart. Ning Wuhan rushed to Qin Tai, pleading anxiously, "Little Ning begs you, even if you don't care about me, please save Ye Lingchen for the sake of him being such a promising talent, Uncle." Uncle? The moment those two words were uttered, everyone present, except Qiu Chantian, was stunned. No one had expected that Qin Tai was actually Ning Wuhan's uncle. Although Ning Wuhan was also level 50, he was the lowest level among the many powerful individuals present, and being a support class, his combat strength was not outstanding. As the principal of Ninghai No. 1 Middle School, he had a reputation within the education system, but in front of the military and the Adventurers Association, he was no match. Earlier, he had been so anxious, begging for help from everyone he met, which had already annoyed many people. But now, hearing him call Qin Tai uncle, The expressions of those who had been dissatisfied earlier immediately became complicated. Some even secretly regretted not having known Ning Wuhan had this connection. If they had been more proactive and courteous earlier, they could have left a good impression. If they could get close to a big shot like Qin Tai threw him in the future, it would definitely be a sure win. Unfortunately, this guy was too good at hiding it. If he hadn't been in such a hurry to save someone today, he probably wouldn't have revealed this relationship in public. However, no matter how much Ning Wuhan pleaded, Qin Tai didn't respond. It wasn't until Ning Wuhan was on the verge of collapse that Qin Tai slowly turned his head and sighed. You're already so old. Why are you still so impulsive? Ning Wuhan immediately looked like a child who had made a mistake. Qin Tai said in a deep voice, I have a general sense of the situation inside the secret realm. There is indeed a powerful aura inside, and it carries the power of a curse. I guess that some abyssal demon may have entered the secret realm using some method we don't know and is lurking inside. They must be plotting something. Xiao Changtian's expression changed instantly, as if he had realized something, and he hurriedly asked, Elder Qin, what do you mean? Qin Tai nodded, his expression also turning grim. I sensed a strong abyssal aura. Someone is constructing a teleportation portal inside. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped. If the abyss portal really opens here, it's like tearing a hole in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing the enemy to raid our base. Xiao Changtian immediately asked, Elder Qin, what should we do now? Qin Tai waved his hand, don't panic. The worst-case scenario is that I personally destroy this secret realm and throw it into the spatial turbulence. What? Uncle, doesn't that mean? Ning Wuhan didn't finish his sentence. With Qin Tai's spatial magic, it was indeed possible to forcibly move the entire secret realm away and throw it into the spatial turbulence. It sounded simple, but the actual consumption was enormous, yet it was the safest method at the moment. However, if they really did that, Ye Lingchen would never be able to return. Seeing Ning Wuhan's distraught appearance, Qin Tai patted him on the shoulder. I know you're worried about that, student. But when it comes to national security, we have no other choice. Ning Wuhan understood this, of course. Xiao Changtian stepped forward and solemnly said, In that case, as the military region representative for this operation, I implore Elder Qin to intervene and do as you say. Qin Tai looked at him. Have you thought it through? Xiao Changtian replied in a deep voice, I have. I will take responsibility for any accidents that occur. Good. Qin Tai said no more, turned to face the entrance of the secret realm, and slowly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. A silver orb the size of a human head appeared. Everyone, step back. I am about to cast a spell. Everyone retreated. Qin Tai raised his hand, about to send the silver orb into the vortex. But just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the pitch-black vortex of the secret realm. The next moment, the giant skull in the vortex let out a shrill scream and vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, the color of the vortex visibly changed from pitch black to a deep blue. Qin Tai, who was casting the spell, froze, and everyone present stared blankly at the scene. Only Ning Wuhan, gazing at the entrance to the secret realm gradually regaining its color, wept with joy. Great! The abyss transformation of the secret realm has stopped. No, it hasn't stopped. It's been completely reversed. Someone has successfully conquered the secret realm. Chapter 18, Triumphant Return. Ning Wuhan's words almost expressed the sentiments of everyone present. They were all experienced warriors and adventurers, intimately familiar with the changes in secret realms. A change in the color of the entrance to a secret realm often signified a fundamental shift in its internal state. Based on past experience, the current situation meant that the abyss-like secret realm had already been conquered. More importantly, the source of pollution has been completely eradicated. In other words, from now on, Chongming No. 4 Secret Realm has returned to normal and become a standard dungeon instance open to the public. Elder Qin withdrew his spell, frowning as he stared at the now calm entrance, equally puzzled. The situation had clearly deteriorated to the point where his intervention was necessary. How had it suddenly reversed? Moreover, everyone knew that apart from the student named Ye Lingchen, no one else had entered the secret realm. So, who exactly resolved the secret realm? And who had the ability to repel a level 70 abyssal demon? A series of questions weighed on everyone's minds, and even Elder Qin couldn't provide an answer for the moment. Xiao Changtian immediately ordered, Quickly, get the equipment up and running. Check the status of the secret realm. The engineers quickly stepped forward and reported the results. Reporting, Sir, the test is complete. The secret realm is normal, including all 4 difficulty levels. The secret realm had indeed been restored. However, just to be on the safe side, someone still needed to be sent in to confirm. Xiao Changtian looked at Wang Tianhua beside him and said, Tianhua, could you please go in? Wang Tianhua nodded in acceptance. After all, no one could guarantee whether the level 70 abyssal demon was still hiding inside. Having Elder Qin scout ahead personally was a bit much. It was most appropriate for him to go in. But just then, someone was faster than him. Ning Wuhan flashed past Wang Tianhua, rushing to the entrance of the secret realm, and was about to step inside. Seeing this, Xiao Changtian felt helpless and was about to call out to him. But before he could finish speaking, Ning Wuhan had already reached the vortex. However, just as he took a step, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly flashed with light. Ning Wuhan was startled and subconsciously stopped. Someone's coming out. Everyone instantly held their breath, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Everyone knew that the one who would save the secret realm was about to appear. The next second, a leg stepped out of the vortex, followed by a body and a head. Finally out. Ye Lingchen walked out of the secret realm, looked up at the clear sky, breathed in the fresh air, and stretched comfortably. But the next moment, he froze. Directly opposite him, Ning Wuhan was almost right in front of him. Behind Ning Wuhan, a group of terrifying figures stood in a row, among whom an old man's aura was so strong that it made Ye Lingchen's heart tighten just by looking at him. What made his scalp tingle even more was that all of the more than 100 people present were staring straight at him, without even blinking. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Even the bird song in the forest seemed to have been drowned out. Ye Lingchen cautiously spoke. Principal Ning, what's going on? He had a feeling something was amiss, as if something major had happened. Ning Wuhan was snapped out of her reverie by the call, looking at him with a shocked expression. Lingchen, it's you. Ye Lingchen looked puzzled. If it wasn't me, then who could it be? The guards had said when they arrived that he was the only one who went into the secret realm. There was no one else there. Ning Wuhan realized he had misspoke and quickly corrected himself. No, I meant, how did you manage to come out alive? Ye Lingchen was immediately speechless. Principal Ning, were you hoping I'd die in there? Ning Wuhan coughed awkwardly a few times, then stepped forward and hugged Ye Lingchen tightly. Ye Lingchen was completely stunned. Principal, let go. I can't breathe. He really couldn't understand why the principal was suddenly putting on such a show of teacher-student affection when he had just come out. After the excitement subsided, Ning Wuhan quickly let go of him. Little Yi, let me introduce you. This is Elder Qin. Ye Lingchen was introduced to the assembled bigwigs with a completely bewildered expression. Aside from nodding and bowing, repeatedly calling them seniors, he seemed clueless about everything else. Apart from Qin Tai and Xiao Changtian and Wang Tianhua whom he had met before, he didn't remember anyone else. After the pleasantries, the group surrounded Ye Lingchen. The sight of them made him feel quite uneasy. He asked cautiously, Principal Ning, what are you doing? Ning Wuhan quickly reassured him. Little Yi, don't be nervous, it's like this. Then, Ning Wuhan briefly explained the situation outside. The secret realm had become abyssal, and a level 70 abyssal monster was suspected to have appeared. Elder Qin was even preparing to take action personally, and everyone thought that Ye Lingchen was in grave danger. After hearing this, Ye Lingchen finally understood. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, Principal Ning, seniors, things aren't as you think. Then, he recounted his experiences in the secret realm. When he described meeting Gades and single-handedly destroying the portal and defeating Gades, everyone's expression changed. Even Elder Qin showed disbelief for the first time. He stared at Ye Lingchen and asked, You're saying you destroyed the teleportation portal? And you also repelled Gades? Ye Lingchen nodded. Yes, that guy was all bark and no bite. He was obviously just staying up all night watching short videos. Everyone fell silent instantly. Everyone present knew the name Gades. He had inflicted heavy losses on the Dragon Kingdom's army on the Abyss battlefield, and was even known as one of the most troublesome enemy leaders. Yet, in Ye Lingchen's words, he had become a man with kidney deficiency. To prove he wasn't lying, Ye Lingchen took out 4 Abyss crystals and handed them over. Here, these are the things he used to set up the teleportation portal. Elder Qin took the crystal and examined it carefully. His initial doubts vanished almost entirely. It really is an Abyss crystal. Only Ye Lingchen looked completely bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, Senior, what exactly is this thing used for? Elder Qin sighed and said in a complicated tone, Little Yi, do you know how much you've done this time? Ye Lingchen was stunned. I have no idea. Chapter 19, The New Lord of the Abyss. In the northwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, A massive black hole spanning tens of thousands of kilometers can be seen on satellite maps. That is the entrance to the abyss. More accurately, it is the passage connecting the abyss to Earth. 800 years ago, the abyss first descended upon the human world, unleashing countless demons that swept across the globe. Their appearance was almost identical to the demons of hell from ancient mythology. That war devastated the world. Just as civilization was on the verge of destruction, the rules of heaven and earth suddenly changed, and some people awakened their professions, gaining power beyond that of ordinary people. Under the leadership of these awakened ones, more and more people acquired professions and engaged in a life-or-death struggle against the abyssal monsters. This war is recorded in history as the First Abyss War. The books say that humanity ultimately triumphed, but the entrance to the abyss could no longer be closed. The largest main entrance is located in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Besides this, smaller fissures appear from time to time around the world, but the monsters that emerge from them are usually not very powerful. 8 years ago, the abyss, dormant for centuries, launched another attack, triggering the Second Abyss War. The main battlefield remained the abyss's main entrance in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Over the centuries, humanity perfected its cultivation system, giving rise to various powerful and mysterious professions, and its overall strength increased rapidly. However, along with this growth in power, internal strife intensified. Taking advantage of humanity's internal strife, the abyss launched a sudden, full-scale attack. The Dragon Kingdom bore the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom was now one of the world's most powerful nations. In that battle, the Dragon Kingdom almost single-handedly repelled the abyss's demons. But behind this glorious victory lay an unimaginable price. The Second Abyss War severely weakened the Dragon Kingdom. While it appears strong on the surface, it may not be able to withstand another major war if the abyss were to erupt again. In recent years, although large-scale wars have ceased, small-scale local battles have never stopped. As a result, a massive, blood-bone Great Wall has been built in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. It's called that because the Great Wall is soaked in the blood and remains of countless ancestors and awakened beings. The once pitch-black Great Wall has long since turned dark red from the blood. At this moment, beyond the Great Wall of flesh and blood, in the outer region of the abyss, a place almost inaccessible to humans, a disheveled figure is desperately flying towards the abyss's entrance. That man was none other than Gades. After being defeated by Ye Lingchen, he used a life-saving technique to forcibly escape from the Dragon Kingdom. However, the long-distance teleportation severely damaged his already weakened body. To make matters worse, he ran into several human scout teams during his escape. After a series of struggles, Gades nearly lost his life. As he flew, he gritted his teeth and cursed wildly in his mind. "Damn Ye Lingchen. You just wait." Before he finished speaking, he plunged into the enormous black hole, his figure disappearing instantly. At the same time, within the abyss, in that area that humans had never truly set foot in, what appeared was not simply darkness, but a vast and awe-inspiring world. Countless abyssal monsters inhabit this land, some with forms so bizarre they defy human comprehension. Across this vast expanse, numerous kingdoms of varying sizes stand, ruled by mysterious and powerful abyssal lords. But for the past 2 days, a shocking message has been circulating throughout the abyss. The abyss's Gaju, a concept encompassing both structure and structure, that had remained unchanged for over 1,000 years was suddenly stirred. A new abyss lord had been born. Strangely, no one had ever seen this new lord, nor did anyone know what he looked like, let alone his name. The news spread because the world god Steel, dormant for over 1,000 years within the demon god altar at the deepest part of the abyss, suddenly lit up. The Boundary God Monument records the names of all the Abyss Lords throughout history. Each time a new Abyss Lord is born, their name appears on the monument. But this time, after the Boundary God Monument lit up, only a single spot of light appeared at the bottom. The spot occupied the space, but no text was displayed. This unprecedented phenomenon left all the Abyss Lords puzzled. Thus began a search operation that swept across the entire abyss. Meanwhile, above Linhai City in the Dragon Kingdom, a giant military helicopter was flying, carrying Qin Tai, Xiu Changtian, Wang Tianhua, and Ye Lingchen. Although the incident in the secret realm was perilous, it ultimately ended without serious harm. Ye Lingchen turned the tide, and his demonstrated strength earned the recognition of Qin Tai and other powerful figures. At Elder Qin's invitation, Ye Lingchen took a military helicopter back to Linhai City. Principal Ning Wuhan remained behind to handle matters related to the number 1 secret realm. On the helicopter, Elder Qin stroked his beard, smiling as he looked at Ye Lingchen. The young man before him was handsome, yet a chillingly domineering aura emanated from his brows. Such an aura emanating from an 18-year-old was truly unbelievable. The more Elder Qin looked, the more satisfied he became. Suddenly, he asked, "Lingchen, are you interested in joining the Adventurers Guild?" Ye Lingchen was taken aback, then replied somewhat awkwardly, "Senior, please don't joke around. I'm still in university. How could I possibly start working now?" Upon hearing this, the people in the cabin burst into laughter. Wang Tianhua patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiaoyi, do you have some misunderstanding about the Adventurers Association?" Ye Lingchen looked blank. "Misunderstanding?" Wang Tianhua smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, everyone here, except for you, even the pilot, is a member of the Adventurers Association." Ye Lingchen was immediately taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Wang Tianhua explained on behalf of Elder Qin. The Adventurers Guild was not an organization that restricted freedom, but rather a very open platform. Elder Qin meant that he hoped Ye Lingchen would register with the guild and become a formal adventurer. With this status, he could accept commissions issued by the guild and, with the guild's endorsement, cooperate with various forces. This identity is highly valuable. If he teams up with others in the wild, the Adventurers Guild certification will make it easier for them to trust him. Just as Ye Lingchen was about to speak, Wang Tianhua, anticipating his concerns, continued, "Becoming an adventurer won't prevent you from doing other things. The vast majority of awakened individuals in the military are also adventurers. When they're not on missions, they go to the guild to accept commissions. You're already an adult. Although the association's minimum requirement is level 20, with Elder Qin's personal invitation, are you worried about failing to register?" After hearing the explanation, Ye Lingchen finally understood. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Isn't this similar to the games I played in my previous life? The Abyss, the Adventurers Association. This is really interesting." But then he thought again, and Ye Lingchen found it absurd. Chapter 20, Making a Killing. Although Ye Lingchen is only level 15 and seems pitifully weak, he has already become a hot commodity in the eyes of several big shots. With Qin Lao's endorsement, plus the favor of Qiu Chantian and Wang Tianhua, 2 big shots in the military region, his future path can almost be described as smooth sailing. Seeing Ye Lingchen nod in agreement, old Qin flipped his hand and, as if by magic, produced a palm-sized disc. Old Qin smiled and said, "Lingchen, consider this a small gift. It's also a thank you for your contributions to this operation. On behalf of all the adventurers in Linhai City, I thank you for your efforts." Ye Lingchen exchanged a few polite words, then took the disc and examined it closely for a long time, but couldn't recognize what it was. However, the faint aura emanating from the disc was somewhat similar to the Wheel of Fate he had used when drawing cards. At this moment, Wang Tianhua naturally acted as the guide. He told Ye Lingchen that this thing was a portable version of the Wheel of Fate. Elder Qin's meaning was clear. Ye Lingchen, as a hidden class, had once again demonstrated astonishing potential and was destined to become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. To protect these hidden class members, the Adventurers Guild specially developed a portable version of the Wheel of Fate, allowing them to draw cards anytime, anywhere, without having to go to a fixed location each time. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen was overjoyed. He had originally planned to use his remaining 3 card drawing chances this month after returning to Linhai City to see if he could draw a unique weapon. However, his card drawing spree was too noisy, and using it in public would inevitably attract unnecessary attention. Now, old Qin had practically delivered a pillow to his doorstep. With this portable version of the Wheel of Fortune, he could find a secluded spot and peacefully enjoy the thrill of drawing cards. Wang Tianhua added, "Don't underestimate it. This thing is worth at least 500,000. That's just the official price. Because of its complex manufacturing process and limited production, it's often impossible to buy even if you have the money." Ye Lingchen was taken aback, not expecting Elder Qin to offer such a generous gift so readily. He quickly thanked him again. Since Elder Qin had given something, Qiu Chantian, as the person in charge of this operation, naturally couldn't be left out. The number 4 secret realm was under the jurisdiction of the military region, and Ye Lingchen had done such a great favor. The military region had to show its appreciation. Qiu Chantian took a small bag from the shelf behind him and handed it to Ye Lingchen. "Little Yi, there are 50 divine stones inside. It's not a lot, but consider it my personal token of gratitude for your help this time. As for the military region, I will recommend you for commendation when we get back, and there will be an official reward later. 50 Divine Stones. Ye Lingchen was once again shaken. He had almost gone bankrupt trying to collect enough divine stones to draw cards, struggling to even gather 10. But this person casually gave him a full 50. That's worth $500,000. Of course, while both are worth $500,000, these 50 divine stones aren't as rare as the portable Wheel of Fortune, but Ye Lingchen was already very satisfied. Adding the 30 stones returned earlier, he now suddenly had 80 divine stones. This was practically instant wealth. Thinking about how much money he could get if he sold them all, Ye Lingchen suddenly remembered something else. He opened his backpack and took out several pieces of equipment. Elder Qin, commanders, actually, I was planning to go to the Adventurers Association this time to sell this set of equipment. As he spoke, he gave a general overview of the equipment's attributes. Wang Tianhua's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze fixed on the cursed equipment. He couldn't help but ask, "You mean this is equipment dropped by Gades?" Ye Lingchen nodded. "Yes, the attributes look decent, but the level is too high. I can't use it right now." Wang Tianhua's lips twitched. "Just passable? You're already talking about Versailles? This stuff is clearly top tier." Qiu Changtian, next to him, nodded in agreement. He could tell that although this set of equipment had some side effects, these problems would be negligible after level 70. Then, Qiu Changtian suddenly looked at Wang Tianhua with a teasing expression and laughed. "Little Wang, have you taken a fancy to this set of equipment? Are you planning to buy it for your little wife?" Wang Tianhua's face turned red instantly, and he quickly explained, "Boss Qiu, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoya is just my girlfriend. We haven't gone that far yet." Qiu Changtian laughed heartily. "Isn't this a matter of course? This set of equipment is more than enough as a dowry. I don't believe those old guys from the Zhou family won't agree after they see it." Old Qin also looked at Wang Tianhua with a smile, making Wang Tianhua feel embarrassed. However, he wasn't one to stand on ceremony. "Little Yi, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Old Qin is here too. Let him help appraise the price and be a witness. How about selling this set of equipment to me?" Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen immediately waved his hand. "Brother Wang, you're being too polite. If you really like it, why not give it to you for free?" Wang Tianhua immediately waved his hand. "This thing is too valuable. I can't accept something for nothing. Besides, it's your spoils of war. I'll feel at ease buying it." Old Qin also spoke up from the side. "Lingchen, you don't need to be so polite. We're all family here, but we still need to follow the rules. I've estimated that if this set of equipment were put up for auction by the Adventurers Guild, the starting price would be around 5 million. Ye Lingchen was stunned. "This thing can sell for so much money?" Seeing this, Wang Tianhua simply said, "Little Yi, Elder Qin, and Political Commissar Qiu have both expressed their interest, so I'll add my own. A flat price of 10 million. I'll take this set of equipment. What do you think?" 10 million. Ye Lingchen's mind went blank for a moment. How many zeros are there after that? Chapter 21 Exclusive Weapon. Come out here. And so, when Ye Lingchen arrived at the Adventurers Guild, he was already a tycoon, with millions in his pocket. However, after talking with Elder Qin and the others, he understood that as his level increased, there would be more and more ways to make money. At Elder Qin's level, money wasn't so important. What truly determined an awakener's potential was often their destiny constellation and equipment. Even a level 50 awakened might not be guaranteed a win against a level 40 awakened with top-tier gear. Gear generally comes from 3 sources: drops from dungeons and secret realms, purchase from official sources, or the black market, or crafting. The first 2 are relatively common, but crafting is different. It's a method typically used by high-level awakened players above level 60, as the cost is extremely high and unaffordable for ordinary people. However, the cost is high, but the improvement is substantial. Forged equipment is usually stronger than equipment dropped in dungeons. Of course, Ye Lingchen's situation, where he can obtain powerful equipment from abyss monsters, is a complete exception. Abyss monsters like Gades, with their unique attribute, are rare to begin with, and each one is enough to bring enormous disaster to humanity. Obtaining equipment from such beings requires not only strength, but also luck. Those who can defeat them may not be able to kill them, and those who can kill them may not even encounter them. Therefore, while this sum of tens of millions is indeed a considerable amount for Ye Lingchen now, as his level continues to increase, he will likely soon find that the money is simply not enough. With Elder Qin's intervention, the Adventurers Association gave him a green light, and the procedures were completed exceptionally smoothly. The deacon in charge of registration was also very understanding, granting Ye Lingchen the status of a silver medal adventurer. The deacon knew that someone personally selected by Elder Qin for registration could not be ordinary. Establishing a good relationship now might come in handy later. After a quick registration, Ye Lingchen hurriedly left. His immediate thought was to find a secluded spot and use up his last 3 draws of the month. This trip to the secret realm had been incredibly lucrative. Aside from the 4 demon crystals he handed over to the military, all his other gains were his. As for the purpose of those 4 crystals, he had specifically asked Qiu Changtian and the others about it. The other party was very cautious and didn't answer directly. Ye Lingchen guessed that it might involve military secrets, so he didn't press further. After all, he was just a student, not a member of the military. Mentioning the military reminded him of Song Zi, so he casually asked about her. As soon as that name was mentioned, Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua fell silent, and even Elder Qin didn't offer any explanation. This made Ye Lingchen's heart sink. Was there any need to be so nervous? What was so special about Song Zi's brain of the future? After leaving the association, Ye Lingchen didn't go home, but instead rushed to a desolate mountain on the outskirts of Linhai City. This area was on the city's outskirts, free of monsters, and rarely visited by anyone. He randomly found an open space, stopped, and whispered, "This will do. Let's hurry up and draw the cards." What Ye Lingchen was most looking forward to was, of course, his exclusive weapon. Although he had obtained the portable version of the Journey of Destiny, it couldn't distinguish between constellations and weapons/items. Essentially, it was a mixed pool. Fortunately, his constellations were already full. Otherwise, it would have been even harder to say what he would have drawn. Even so, he couldn't guarantee that these 3 draws would definitely yield a unique weapon. During this journey through the secret realm, he seemed invincible, but some weaknesses were exposed. Especially during his fight with Geddes, his final ultimate attack was indeed astonishing, yet it still failed to capture Geddes. It wasn't that Ye Lingchen didn't want to kill him, but rather that his ultimate attack had a cooldown. 300 seconds isn't a long time, but it's not short either. Geddes fled mainly because he was terrified, believing his ultimate move could be cast instantly like a combat skill. And a class's unique weapon can often compensate for the class's inherent weaknesses. Ye Lingchen was eager to know what kind of enhancement the Abyss Lord's unique weapon would bring. He exhaled heavily and tossed 3 divine stones into the Wheel of Destiny. The palm-sized Wheel of Destiny swallowed the stones and immediately burst forth with dazzling light. Compared to the enormous Wheel of Destiny at his coming-of-age ceremony, this was much less dramatic, but Ye Lingchen was quite satisfied. It was low-key and safe. Various colored lights shot into the sky, swirling and dancing above his head. Soon, the luck talent was triggered again, and the other colors quickly faded away, leaving only a blinding red light dominating the entire field of vision. Ye Lingchen's breathing gradually quickened, his eyes fixed on the Wheel of Destiny, with only one thought in his mind. Exclusive weapon, come out. Finally, a red light flew out from the Journey of Destiny, expanding continuously, and slowly stopped in front of Ye Lingchen. The next second, a soul-shaking aura erupted from the red light. Ye Lingchen was enveloped by that aura and felt so comfortable that he almost groaned. It felt like returning to the safest place, being warmly wrapped, and even made him feel drowsy. But just as he was immersed in it, an extremely cold and evil power suddenly rushed out, mixed with the previous aura, and poured into his body. Ye Lingchen instantly snapped back to reality, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. This is the aura of the Abyss, he thought with a chill. Although he was immune to the Abyss's negative effects, this power seemed even more peculiar, devoid of any negative buffs, merely pure and intense abyssal energy. The red light gradually faded, and a strangely shaped object appeared before him. It resembled an egg, with a base attached, the two seamlessly integrated. However, this egg wasn't smooth. Its surface was covered with countless tiny holes, and vein-like threads crawled across its shell. Inside, a black liquid flowed slowly, making it utterly eerie. What shocked Ye Lingchen even more was that this thing seemed to be alive. It beat in sync with his heartbeat. This eerie object, exuding the aura of the deepest abyss, also emanated a call that Ye Lingchen instinctively longed for, like a mother's embrace. At the same time, a complex stream of information flooded his mind. Hidden class, Abyss Lord, unique, exclusive weapon, Mother Nest, refined to Tier 1. Summoning quantity increased 10 times, Soul's Home. When defeating a boss enemy no higher than 100 levels above the caster, the summoner's soul can be harvested, corrupted into an abyss monster, and nurtured in the Mother Nest. Return to mother's embrace. The summoner will not die after receiving a fatal blow. If their health is reduced to 1, they will be resurrected through nurturing in the mother nest. Sanctuary from the abyss, mother nest domain. Within the mother nest domain, summoned creatures' critical hit rate is increased by 100%, and critical hit damage is increased by 200%. Boundless maternal love. After unleashing an ultimate skill, its cooldown is reduced by 20%. Chapter 22, Legendary Weapon Quest. Holy shit, Ye Lingchen repeated to himself 10 times in a row. For someone who has been a terrible student in both his past and present lives, the vocabulary he can use to express shock is extremely limited. Various tones of holy crap represent the limit of his current linguistic ability. When Ye Lingchen first saw the hive, his scalp tingled. Its terrifying and bizarre appearance immediately reminded him of the Zerg hive in a real-time strategy game from his previous life. This thing in front of him wasn't just similar, it looked like a direct copy. It really is a special weapon, huh? It's convenient for me to mass-produce troops. But after Ye Lingchen finished reading the detailed explanation, he couldn't help but pound his chest in frustration. He immediately thought of Geddes, whom he had encountered before. If he had obtained the exclusive weapon earlier, could he have recruited that guy to his side? Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen gasped. A newbie in their mid-teens, accompanied by a level 70 underling. Leaving aside whether they can actually swagger around, their sheer presence is impressive. Strength aside, looking cool is a man's eternal pursuit. Aside from the exaggerated base stat bonuses, every single attribute of the mother nest is ridiculously strong. The number of summoned creatures skyrockets, and the ultimate skill cooldown is reduced. These are all genuine ways to boost combat power. What Ye Lingchen cared about most was the entry about avoiding certain death. Return to mother's embrace. The summoner will not die after taking a fatal blow, but will be resurrected through the mother's nest when their health is reduced to 1. To put it simply, as long as the mother nest is present, even against enemies whose levels far surpass his, they cannot truly kill him. Forced health lock is already overpowered enough, but the mother nest takes it a step further. If Ye Lingchen suffers a fatal attack, his body will return to the mother nest and reappear fully healed upon resurrection. Even if he encounters a skill that can destroy his physical body, it can directly compensate for the weakness of being forced to lock his health. The key point is that this ability has no cooldown. You die, go home, resurrect, and then stand in front of the enemy again, full of energy, to continue to annoy them. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. This gacha pull was incredibly profitable. The remaining 2 red lights were also exclusive weapons, allowing Mother Nest to be refined to Tier 3. Hidden class, Abyss Lord unique. Exclusive weapon, Mother Nest. Refined to Tier 3, 3/5. Strength plus 3,000. Agility plus 3,000. Spirit plus 6,000. Constitution plus 3,000. Number of summoned creatures increased by 30 times. Soul's Lair. When defeating a boss enemy no more than 100 levels higher than yourself, you can harvest their soul, corrupt it into an abyssal monster, and nurture it in the mother nest. Such summoned creatures must possess a unique attribute. Return to mother's embrace. The summoner will not die after taking a fatal blow, but will be resurrected through the mother's nest when their health is reduced to 1. Sanctuary from the abyss, the mother nest domain. Within the mother nest domain, summoned creatures' critical hit rate is increased by 300%, and their critical hit damage is increased by 600%. Boundless motherly love. After unleashing the ultimate skill, the cooldown time is reduced by 60%. After equipping his exclusive weapon, Ye Lingchen's mental attribute soared to 8,500. In other words, he can now summon 8,500 Utada Kings simultaneously, and with a 30-fold increase, the total number is 255,000. This is no longer a simple summoned creature, but a truly massive army of abyssal demons. Ye Lingchen even suspected that if he were to enter the secret realm again, it might not be able to contain his entire legion. Even more outrageous is that his ultimate skill dealt 68 million damage. I wonder if 68 million is enough to take down Geddes in one move. Ye Lingchen fell into deep thought, his mind already contemplating how to defeat monsters of a higher level. If Geddes heard this, he'd probably be furious. Others are considered geniuses for defeating monsters 4 or 5 levels higher, and even 10 levels higher is something to brag about for a lifetime. But Ye Lingchen, he's already talking about defeating monsters 45 levels higher. The dignified Geddes was almost used as a training dummy by him. However, Before Ye Lingchen could carefully calculate his current strength, a few lines of text appeared in his mind. Accept the legendary weapon quest. Note: the full form of the weapon can only be unlocked after completing the legendary quest. What the heck? A legendary weapon quest? Ye Lingchen was taken aback, but then agreed without hesitation. Legend of the Mother Nest quest. Collect the following items to reveal the complete form of the Mother Nest. 10,000 souls of abyssal monsters, 0/10,000. Artifact upgrade material, eternal soil from the bottom of the abyss, January 1st. Successfully contained an abyssal monster with the unique attribute 0/1. Upon seeing the mission description, Ye Lingchen was somewhat surprised. The eternal soil at the bottom of the abyss that had been revealed earlier turned out to be one of the materials for the Mother Nest mission. So, the Mother Nest is a divine artifact. The thought flashed through Ye Lingchen's mind. However, before the mission was completed, the Mother Nest was not yet in its complete form, and he could not confirm it for the time being. However, he quickly regained his composure. So what if the task was a bit troublesome? The more troublesome it was, the greater the reward often was. He understood the principle that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Based on his experience playing games in his previous life, artifact quests usually involve collecting fragments, traversing maps, finding materials, and seeking out NPCs for repair and forging, a lengthy and dangerous process. In comparison, the legendary quest, Mother Nest, is already considered baby-level difficulty. Ye Lingchen stood up, let out a long breath, and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Since transmigrating, he's become increasingly unstoppable on his path of cheating. Even before leaving the starting village, he's already planning to solo world bosses. God has never lied to me. After a quick packing, Ye Lingchen returned to the city. Although he wasn't physically exhausted after a whole day of running around, the continuous stream of amazing surprises had left him mentally drained. It's tiring to keep running too many programs. Let's go home and get some sleep. Back in the city, he grabbed a bite at a random restaurant and went straight home to rest. Once home, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept for a whole day until he was woken up by a phone call the next morning. Who is it? Can't a person rest on the weekend? Ye Lingchen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, picked up his phone in a daze, and realized that the caller was Principal Ning Wuhan. Hello, Principal Ning. Need to go to the school? Sure, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Ye Lingchen quickly washed up and headed to school. Today is the weekend, and there are no classes at school. For high school seniors like them who have already completed their coming-of-age ceremony, there's no need for extra classes. Their careers are already decided. The next step is simply to research university options, improve their skills, and prepare for the college entrance examination next month. Without exchanging a word, Ye Lingchen quickly arrived at the school and headed straight for the principal's office. When he pushed open the door, he realized that he was the last one to arrive. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi had already arrived before him. Besides Principal Ning Wuhan, there were two strangers, a man and a woman, sitting in the office. The moment Ye Lingchen entered, the two men looked over at the same time, their eyes filled with obvious scrutiny. Chapter 23 Joint Exercise. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat awkward. As soon as Ye Lingchen walked in, no one in the room spoke. He quickly sensed something was wrong, his gaze falling on the two strangers, and he clearly saw the disdain in their eyes. He scoffed inwardly, but didn't react immediately. This was, after all, the principal's office, and since these two were sitting here, they were probably connected to Ning Wuhan. There was no need to fall out over such an attitude. However, Ye Lingchen couldn't help but think to himself, just because he's been around for a few more years, does he dare to be so arrogant? He doesn't seem like a very capable person. After all, his current benchmark is a big boss like Geddes. Even a big shot like Qiu Changtian treats him with great respect. These two complete strangers putting on airs right from the start is something he really looks down on. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Ning Wuhan also noticed the way the two looked at him like he was a beggar. His expression darkened slightly, and he sneered inwardly. You two idiots, keep being arrogant. He immediately put on a smile and greeted, Lingchen, you're here. Come over here and let me introduce you. He first pointed to the man on the left, who was about 40 years old. This is Principal Song Ku of Linen No. 1 Middle School. Ye Lingchen nodded politely. Hello, Principal Song. But Song Ku didn't respond at all, completely ignoring him. Ning Wuhan then pointed to another woman in her 30s with a mature demeanor and said, This is Principal Qiu Qiu of Suyuan City, No. 1 Middle School. Ye Lingchen almost couldn't help but laugh. Ning Wuhan's words, when strung together, sounded exactly like Chiao Chiao Chiao, which was strangely funny. Principal Chiao was dignified and mature, but she exuded arrogance. Her gaze towards Ye Lingchen was condescending, as if she were standing on a cloud looking down on all living beings, which Ye Lingchen found extremely repulsive. She ignored Ye Lingchen as well, and turned to Ning Wuhan, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Ning Wuhan, is this the top student you were talking about? We've already wasted a lot of time waiting for him. You'd better get to the point. Chiao Chiao spoke without any politeness, like a superior reprimanding a subordinate. Ning Wuhan was not angry. He just smiled and said to Ye Lingchen and the other students, I called you here today because there is an important matter. After he finished speaking, he tapped his bracelet, and a map appeared in front of everyone. Ning Wuhan continued, you should all have gained a lot from this training in the secret realm. It just so happens that students from Linan No. 1 Middle School and Siyuan No. 1 Middle School also participated in the secret realm trial. The two principals heard that you performed well and proposed that students from the same cohort of the three cities conduct a joint exercise. Joint exercises? Everyone was a little confused. This sounded like a military game. At this moment, Song Ku from Linan No. 1 Middle School snorted coldly. Ning Wuhan, stop flattering yourself. Isn't it because you think our students are excellent and want to give your students a chance to improve? You've been shamelessly insisting on exchanging ideas with us. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Ye Lingchen and the others, his disdain undisguised, especially emphasizing the word exchange. Faced with this blatant mockery, Ning Wuhan not only didn't get angry, but nodded repeatedly. Principal Song is right. I do think there are a lot of promising students this year. Our three schools are the only key schools in our respective cities. Exchanging ideas before the college entrance exam can help them improve even faster. Songka glanced at him dismissively and said nothing more. Ye Lingchen and the others understood from the conversation. Ning Wuhan wanted to bring together the top graduating students from the three key high schools for a friendly competition, euphemistically called a joint exercise. However, it was clear that the other two principals were unwilling and even looked down on Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Ning Wuhan coughed and continued. To make a long story short, we've decided to hold this joint exercise here. He raised his hand and tapped on the map. Everyone stared intently, and apart from Ye Lingchen, the expressions of the others instantly changed. Mu Lingxi frowned slightly, her tone tense. This is Tianyuan? Principal Ning, you're not joking with us, are you? Zhang Wei and Li Jun were also shocked, their eyes even showing a hint of fear. Only Ye Lingchen glanced at Ning Wuhan, then looked at Song Ku and Chiao Chiao, who had calm expressions and seemed to be deep in thought. Ning Wuhan laughed loudly. You didn't see wrong. It's Tianyuan. This is the training location that the three of us finally decided on after discussion. Mu Lingxi wanted to say something, but Ning Wuhan interrupted her directly. He looked at Ye Lingchen and the others and explained with a smile. With your current strength, ordinary secret realms will not improve you much. This three-school exercise is all about strength. You will represent Linhai No. 1 Middle School in the competition, and of course, if you win, the rewards will be very generous. Ning Wuhan then briefly introduced the exercise rules and rewards. The so-called exercise is essentially a competition, and a speed competition at that. Each school sends a team to conquer the Tianyuan dungeon, challenging it in the order of easy, standard, hard, and nightmare. The team that completes all dungeons the fastest wins and receives the unique reward. Team rewards include divine stones, various equipment, and scrolls, all of which are at least purple rare quality. Any items dropped in the dungeon also belong to the participants. In addition, there is also an individual ladder climbing competition, which is a rare opportunity for every participant. Initially, upon hearing the words Tianyuan, several of them were hesitant. However, after Ning Wuhan explained the rewards, Zhang Wei and Li Jun were clearly tempted. Zhang Wei, in particular, stared wide-eyed and his breathing became rapid. He came from an ordinary working-class family and couldn't afford high-quality equipment at all, so he could only rely on farming dungeons to get it. But the drop rate for high-quality equipment was already low, and the dungeons were quite difficult, making it extremely hard to collect the equipment on his own. If he wins this competition, he will get powerful equipment, which will greatly improve his chances of taking the college entrance examination. Li Jun was the same. Although his family was wealthy, they weren't as rich as Mu Lingxi's. He might not be interested in purple equipment, but gold equipment was extremely attractive to him. He certainly wouldn't refuse to get good things without spending money. Besides, after this secret realm trial, his confidence was soaring that he felt invincible. In his view, the final winner of this joint exercise would inevitably be Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Moreover, it would be Li Jun leading 3 others to sweep through the competition. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had the destiny of a god, and even his previous fear of Tianyuan was thrown to the back of his mind. Finally, he even glanced sideways at Ye Lingchen beside him, sneering inwardly. Judging from this kid's appearance, he was probably terrified when he heard about Tianyuan. Chapter 24 Ning Wuhan's Little Secret. After a brief discussion about the joint exercise, Song Ku and Xiao Qiu left the office without lingering. As representatives of Linhai No. 1 Middle School in this competition, Zhang Wei and Li Jun were already excited and eager to try, wishing they could go on stage immediately. Only Mu Lingxi was still a little hesitant, as if she wanted to ask something. But she saw that Ye Lingchen remained calm from beginning to end, as if the matter was not worth getting nervous about at all, so she didn't say anything more and turned to leave. As she reached the door, Mu Lingxi couldn't help but turn back and ask softly, "Little Yezi, are you confident?" Ye Lingchen remained calm, his eyes clear. He simply nodded slightly to her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've got everything covered." Those few simple words carried an undeniable confidence. The last trace of worry in Mu Lingxi's heart vanished instantly. She didn't know why she trusted him so much, but she simply believed him. Even if Tianyuan is dangerous, as long as Ye Lingchen is there, it seems there won't be any problems. Mu Lingxi smiled and then left the office. Soon, only Ning Wuhan and Ye Lingchen remained in the room. Ning Wuhan glanced at him, coughed lightly, and asked casually, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ye Lingchen's expression was somewhat strange, and he looked at him with a half-smile. "Principal Ning, now that there are no outsiders, shouldn't you tell the truth?" Ning Wuhan's eyes flickered. "What truth?" Ye Lingchen bluntly pointed out. "Isn't it a bit unfair of you to be so blatantly ripping off the other 2 prestigious universities?" Ning Wuhan coughed violently and quickly picked up his teacup to drink large gulps of water, trying to cover up his guilty conscience. But Ye Lingchen wasn't buying it at all and continued to stare at him intently. In the end, Ning Wuhan was defeated and waved his hand helplessly. All right. You really can't stand to suffer even the slightest loss." After he finished speaking, he walked to the door, closed the office door tightly, listened to the sounds outside, and only spoke in a low voice after confirming that no one was eavesdropping. "It was wrong of me not to ask for your consent beforehand, but it concerns the reputation of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, so I had no choice but to do it." After listening to Ning Wuhan's explanation, Ye Lingchen finally understood that there was a past issue behind this joint exercise. The story dates back 8 years. After the Second Abyss War, everything was in ruins and needed rebuilding. In order to improve the overall strength of students, many schools began to exchange ideas frequently. Among them, Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Linan No. 1 Middle School, and Suyuan No. 1 Middle School, due to their proximity to Tianyuan and their advantageous geographical location, jointly held a competition called Joint Exercise. In the first few years, the competition among the 3 schools was fierce, producing many talented students, and the exercises were very successful. However, starting from the 3rd year, the strength of the participating students from Linhai No. 1 Middle School suddenly declined precipitously. By the 5th year, let alone competing for a ranking, even completing the competition had become a luxury. The weakness of Linhai No. 1 Middle School also made the other 2 schools gradually have other ideas. They felt that Linhai No. 1 Middle School was no longer worthy of being on equal footing with them, so they simply stopped bringing Linhai No. 1 Middle School to participate. This incident has always been a disgrace to Linhai No. 1 High School, and it's a thorn in Ning Wuhan's side. If he can't recover by the time he retires, this stain will probably follow him to his grave. But this year, Linhai No. 1 High School produced a prodigy like Ye Lingchen. The matter of the 4th secret realm was completely unknown to the outside world, except for those who were present at the time. Elder Qin immediately issued a stern warning. Anyone who dared to leak the secret would suffer a fate worse than death. Qiu Chantian, in his military capacity, reiterated the importance of information control. Thus, Ye Lingchen's achievements in saving Linhai City and utterly defeating Gades were strictly suppressed. When Ning Wuhan returned to Secret Realm No. 1, he happened to meet Song Ku and Xiao Qiu, who had come to pick up their students. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he immediately began to make plans. "Didn't you always look down on Linhai No. 1 Middle School? Didn't you refuse to play with us? This time, we'll make sure you lose everything, down to your last penny." After some discussion, Song Ku and Xiao Qiu finally agreed to restart the 3-school exercise. During the years that Linhai No. 1 Middle School was absent, The rewards were prepared by the other two schools. Although they agreed to let Linhai No. 1 Middle School participate this time, they did not ask Linhai No. 1 Middle School for any prizes. It wasn't that they were generous, but that they simply didn't take Linhai No. 1 Middle School seriously. In their view, Linhai No. 1 Middle School was just there to make up the numbers. Ning Wuhan had already spoken in a humble manner, so it wouldn't hurt to give him face. Little did they expect that this year's Linhai No. 1 High School would produce such a freak as Ye Lingchen. Ning Wuhan's plan was extremely shrewd. With Ye Lingchen's strength, even if the geniuses from the other two schools were stronger, they would be no match for him. After all, how many so-called geniuses can cross dozens of levels and single-handedly defeat a level 70 boss? No matter how dangerous Tianyuan is, can it be more dangerous than Gades? From the moment he conceived this idea, Linhai No. 1 Middle School was already in an invincible position. Moreover, this time it wasn't just Ye Lingchen. There were also 2 gold-level professionals and 1 purple-level professional, whose strength was equally formidable. This graduating class is unprecedented in the history of Linhai No. 1 High School. In this competition, the 4 participants will gain tremendous opportunities, level up, and receive generous rewards. Linhai No. 1 Middle School can also use this opportunity to turn things around and regain its reputation, and Ning Wuhan will naturally be able to win back his pride. It's a win-win-win situation, so why not do it? After listening, Ye Lingchen remained silent for a long time, only one sentence popping into his mind. Old foxes are the best. This old fox is really cunning. However, he wasn't angry about being used by Ning Wuhan. Emotionally, Ning Wuhan had indeed helped him by offering him free access to the secret realm, and he had benefited greatly from it. He had to repay this kindness. Logically, as a student of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, it was his duty to bring honor to his alma mater. Seeing that Ye Lingchen remained silent, Ning Wuhan felt somewhat uneasy. If Ye Lingchen himself did not wish to participate, there was no way he could force him. Then his expression became serious. Lingchen, this matter is very important to Linhai No. 1 High School, but it is equally important to you. Ye Lingchen raised his eyes. To me? Ning Wuhan nodded, his tone much more serious than before. That's right. It's related to the profession you awakened. He continued. You can't force me to reveal your specific professional abilities unless you tell me. But the words Abyss Lord are too sensitive. Your performance has already attracted the attention of the Adventurers Guild and the military, and it won't be long before the news reaches higher levels. For humans, the title, Abyss Lord, carries too much weight. The higher-ups will definitely conduct necessary surveillance and investigations on you. Ning Wuhan looked at Ye Lingchen, his voice steady and powerful. I facilitated this exercise to make everyone understand that you are human, not a monster from the abyss. You are the hope of humanity. I hope you stand beneath the remains of the Abyss Lord, appearing invincible, silencing all those who dare to doubt you. These words, one after another, struck Ye Lingchen like a resounding bell. Looking into Ning Wuhan's sincere eyes, his fists slowly clenched. Chapter 25 The Origin of Tianyuan. After the Second Abyss War, the Dragon Kingdom's national strength was severely damaged, but looking at the world, no country dared to take advantage of the situation with malicious intent. The reason is simple. In the present-day Dragon Kingdom, there are 3 pure ones, 4 pillars, and 1 carefree immortal suppressing the nation's destiny. The 3 pure ones are Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. The 4 pillars are the 4 pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, and the carefree immortal is the president of the Global Adventurers Association, the number 1 person in the world today, the carefree immortal. These 8 individuals possessed strength far beyond ordinary imagination, rumored to be almost godlike. Especially the immortal Xiaoyao, whose name was practically inextricably linked to the war 8 years prior. 8 years ago, the Abyss Lord Arigius led a massive army to invade the human world. Faced with the boundless abyssal monsters, the human alliance suffered repeated defeats, while the Dragon Kingdom, as the main battlefield, bore more than 80% of the pressure. In this critical moment, the most powerful figures hidden in the Dragon Kingdom revealed themselves. It was at that time that the 3 pure ones, the 4 pillars, and Xiaoyao truly came into the public eye. The most breathtaking battle was the final showdown between Xiaoyao Xian and Arigius. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights, from the entrance to the abyss in the north of the Dragon Kingdom all the way to the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, with the final battlefield settling on Sky Mountain. As a true lord of the abyss, Arigius was despair-inducingly powerful. With a single punch, he cleaved the towering Sky Mountain in half from top to bottom, creating a terrifying, bottomless abyss beneath it. That attack tore open a spatial rift, connecting the abyss with Blue Star. Countless demons poured out of the rift and began to wreak havoc in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as the situation was about to collapse, the Immortal of Freedom broke through the enemy lines, turning the tide of battle with unparalleled skill. He ultimately slew Erisius with a single sword strike and sealed the rift in Sky Mountain with his great divine power. Influenced by the rules of heaven and earth, the area was transformed into a dungeon realm. From then on, this place was known to the world as Tianyuan. Tian refers to Tianshan Mountain. Yuan refers to the dungeon instance known as Little Abyss. After that battle, Erisius died, and his body was nailed to the summit of Sky Mountain by the immortal Xiaoyao, where it remains to this day. The Abyss army, leaderless, was utterly defeated by the counterattack of the human warriors and ultimately retreated back into the abyss. From then on, Tianyuan became a pilgrimage site for the Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world. It is not only a tourist destination for ordinary people, but also a testing ground that awakened beings dream of. After becoming famous in one battle, the Immortal of Freedom carved a ladder to heaven on the remaining half of Sky Mountain, leaving a message for future generations. There is a great opportunity left by him at the top of the mountain, and whoever can climb to the top will obtain it. Even if one cannot climb to the top, as long as one can step onto the ladder to heaven, one will receive great benefits. This is why countless awakened individuals come to Tianyuan to try their luck. Everyone feels that they might be the one destined to reach the top and obtain the opportunity left behind by the Immortal of Freedom. 8 years have passed, and no one has yet succeeded in reaching the summit. Tianyuan's reputation has not waned. On the contrary, it has only grown stronger. Almost everyone who has awakened a profession and is under 30 years old comes here to give it a try. Some people even choose to live in Tianyuan permanently, honing their skills in the small abyss while constantly challenging the heavenly ladder. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Ye Lingchen naturally knew the history of Tianyuan and was also aware of how dangerous the Little Abyss secret realm was. This is currently the only dungeon that has been completely degraded since its appearance. The monsters inside are incredibly diverse, some of which are not even recorded in the textbooks. What's even more unique is that it's not a fixed-level dungeon. Instead, the difficulty automatically increases based on the highest level of the player entering. The dungeon is divided into 4 modes: easy, standard, hard, and nightmare. In easy mode, the monster level will be 10 levels higher than the player's highest level. In standard mode, it will be 20 levels higher. In hard mode, it will be 30 levels higher, and in nightmare mode, it will be 40 levels higher. In other words, easy mode is full of elite monsters, standard mode is full of mini-bosses, hard mode is full of big bosses, and nightmare mode, even ordinary monsters are equivalent to world bosses. For example, if a level 20 adventurer enters nightmare mode, they will face world boss level monsters of level 60 or higher. If a level 60 person enters, they will face terrifying beings of level 100 or higher. This dynamic difficulty, seemingly fair, is actually extremely challenging. To date, the vast majority of players have stopped at the easy mode, and fewer than 100 people worldwide have completed the standard mode. As for the hard mode, even a young powerhouse like Wang Tianhua has been unable to complete it. As for nightmare mode, many people even doubt whether anyone can actually beat it. Compared to the insane difficulty of the lesser abyss, the heavenly ladder is actually more popular. This is because, over the years, quite a few people have indeed found opportunities on the heavenly ladder, resulting in a dramatic increase in their strength. As Tianyuan's reputation grew, a saying began to circulate among the awakened. Only those who cleared the nightmare mode of the lesser abyss were qualified to climb the heavenly ladder. More and more people believe that the Immortal of Leisure placed the heavenly ladder and the lesser abyss together, not casually. The exaggerated difficulty of the lesser abyss was precisely to filter out those who were truly qualified to reach the top. The rumors grew increasingly fantastical, but the Immortal of Freedom neither confirmed nor denied them. After leaving behind the opportunity, he never appeared again. This silence, ironically, only strengthened people's belief that the rumors were true. It was with this longing for the rumor that the teams from the 3 schools participating in the joint exercise gathered at the foot of Sky Mountain on the last day of the month. This is Sky Mountain. Looking at the massive mountain that was now only half intact, Zhang Wei's voice began to tremble. The entire Sky Mountain looked like a block of tofu that had been split in 2, and beneath the cut surface was a huge crater with a diameter of 10 kilometers. On the surface of the deep pit, black vortexes swirl slowly, as if leading to another world. That is the entrance to the little abyss. Li Jun couldn't help but mutter. If the Abyss Lord is this strong, just how strong must the immortal Xiaoyao who killed him be? Even though he usually thought highly of himself, the shock and fear in his heart overwhelmed his reason when faced with such a wonder of nature. Not only the four of them, but the teams from Linen No. 1 Middle School and Suyuan No. 1 Middle School all wore similar expressions. At 18 years old, this was their first time here. The awe of the strong and the yearning for power deeply shocked everyone present. At the same time, they also saw adventurers constantly entering and leaving the secret realm at the edge of the abyss. Just then, a young man completely covered in armor, armed to the teeth, suddenly roared. I, Long Outyin, am putting this out there today. If I don't beat the easy mode today, I'll eat shit live on stream. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the black vortex. The students from all three schools were drawn by this bold statement and looked over in unison. But just 15 seconds later, Long Outyin, covered in blood and with tattered armor, was sent flying out of the vortex and crashed hard onto the edge of the secret realm, making a face-first gesture. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. A scream rang out, and the crowd, who had just been stunned by Tianyuan, were once again dumbfounded. Several guards rushed forward, hurriedly calling him, young master, and injecting him with a recovery potion. The three participating teams watched this scene silently, a deep fear rising in their hearts, and some even began to have second thoughts. A few minutes later, Long Outyin finally recovered and was about to get up. Someone in the participating teams said something weakly. No, wasn't it supposed to be about eating shit on live stream? The sound wasn't loud, but it was extremely insulting. Upon hearing these words, Long Outyin coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed back down. Chapter 26 onwards. Live streaming was out of the question, and eating shit live was even more out of the question. Long Outyin cleverly chose to faint, thus temporarily escaping disaster. Of course, this was just a minor incident outside Tianyuan. At this time, there were many others like Long Outyin entering the secret realm for trials around Tianyuan, almost in an endless stream. But the vast majority of people who went in soon escaped covered in wounds. A portion of them went in and never returned. Everyone knew that they all essentially met the same fate, death. Faced with such a terrifying little abyss, it was impossible for these students, who had just turned 18, not to be afraid. But some of them, instead of backing down, looked on with anticipation. Among them, the most eye-catching are Lu Li, the top student of this year's class from Linen No. 1 Middle School, and Shin Kursen, the most outstanding student from Suyuan No. 1 Middle School. Both are unparalleled geniuses, and both have awakened hidden professions. Lu Li's profession is Shadow Master, while Shin Kursen's profession is Nine-Tailed Fox. Both of these professions are recorded in history, and their former owners were all renowned and powerful figures. This is why the principals of both schools completely disregarded Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In their view, Linhai No. 1 Middle School's graduating class only had 2 gold medals and 1 purple medal. Objectively speaking, this is already a very strong lineup, but who can blame them when Linen No. 1 Middle School and Suyuan No. 1 Middle School won the grand prize this year? Compared to a historically documented, extremely powerful hidden profession, 2 gold and 1 purple titles are simply insignificant. As for Ye Lingchen, they couldn't be bothered to investigate an ordinary student. The 3 teams had been in Tianyuan for a while, but the 3 team leaders, who were also the principals of the 3 schools, did not immediately announce the start of the exercise. They deliberately let the students experience the oppressive atmosphere of the abyss up close. To put it bluntly, this was the first step in the exercise, to toughen them up mentally. If you can't even get past this hurdle, you're destined to never be a strong person in the future. Lu Li turned to look at his 3 teammates behind him, his brows furrowing slightly. He could clearly see that these 3 were already afraid. Their fear was written all over their eyes, and couldn't be hidden at all. He immediately shouted in a cold voice, "Everyone, perk up." The 3 men jumped in fright. Lu Li continued, "Scared before you even go in? If you're scared, get out now. I, Lu Li, am ashamed to be associated with you." The 3 men immediately lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. After a moment, one of the boys clenched his fist, looked up, and gritted his teeth, saying, "I won't quit. Lu Li, we may not be as skilled as you, but we're not cowards. If you're not afraid, neither are we." The other 2 also looked up, their emotions clearly stirred. Lu Li sneered, said nothing more, and simply turned his back on them. His provocation worked. He didn't care how long the 3 of them could hold out, as long as they didn't become a hindrance once they entered the secret realm. On the other side, Chun Kerson's team was in a similar situation. However, unlike Lu Li, she smiled charmingly, gave her 3 teammates a gentle smile, and encouraged them in a sickeningly sweet voice. The 3 teammates immediately blushed, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and wished they could fight for her on the spot. Ye Lingchen noticed all of this. He couldn't help but glance at Chun Kerson a few more times. She didn't use provocation, but rather her own ability. Using charm on a teammate is indeed an outrageous move. However, from another perspective, using a skill in this way can be considered an innovation. Ye Lingchen thought to himself, these 2 are definitely not incompetent. He took them a little seriously, but only a little. So what if he's a hidden class? He's at max constellation. Compared to a max constellation Abyss Lord, everyone else is just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There had been no movement from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Song Ku and Xiao glanced at it a few times, but quickly looked away. In their view, most of the students from Linhai No. 1 Middle School were already terrified. Even if they didn't give up now, they would inevitably end up looking disheveled and becoming the first losers once they entered the secret realm. Song Ke glanced at the time and spoke first. It's getting late. Let's get ready to begin. Neither Xiao nor Ning Wuhan had any objections. Song Ke then turned to the participants from the 3 schools and announced in a deep voice, this joint exercise is about to officially begin. I am Song Ku, the principal of Linen No. 1 Middle School. I want to reiterate that this is just an exercise. You must ensure your safety and not act rashly. If you encounter any danger, use the teleportation scrolls that have been issued to you immediately. Of course, your goal is to last as long as you can, or even try to complete the exercise. Xiao continued. The 3 of us will wait outside and keep track of the time. The team that lasts the longest in this secret realm will win first place and be the first to enter the heavenly ladder. Ning Wuhan opened his mouth, but found that they had already said everything he needed to say. In the end, he could only look at Ye Lingchen and the other 3, giving them an encouraging look. Good luck, and remember to keep a low profile. Ye Lingchen smiled and nodded after listening. Zhang Wei and the other 2, however, stared wide-eyed. Keep a low profile? Has the principal gone mad? Mu Lingxi glanced at Ning Wuhan with a puzzled look, then subconsciously looked at Ye Lingchen, without saying a word. Of the 4, Li Jun was the most excited. Looking at Ning Wuhan's encouraging eyes, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. He felt he understood. The principal must have said that to him, meaning he shouldn't be too aggressive and steal the limelight from others. Thinking of this, Li Jun straightened his back a bit, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Zhang Wei and Ye Lingchen with an arrogant expression, his contempt undisguised. After the precautions have been read out, the exercise officially begins. Lu Li led his team and was the first to jump into the vortex, followed closely by Chun Kerson's team. Neither team glanced at Linhai No. 1 Middle School once, as if they were invisible. Just as Ye Lingchen was about to take a step, he heard Li Jun's arrogant voice from the side. Let's go. All of you stay close to me. Once inside, follow my instructions and be careful. I can't guarantee I can protect you all. After saying that, he didn't wait for the other 3 to respond before entering the instance. Just as the 3-school exercise officially began, on the other side, at the Central Military Region base. Looking at the massive experimental base hidden 500 meters underground, Song Zi was still awestruck. She had been here for several days, and in addition to adapting to life at the base, she had also begun to participate in various tasks. Today is especially important to her. As this year's Brain of the Future, she is about to access information fragments left by the previous Brain of the Future from the Dragon Kingdom's top-secret archives. Zi, come here. Xiao Changtian stood in front of a slightly old-fashioned laptop and waved to Song Zi. Song Zi looked at the computer on the table with a puzzled expression. The computer was an old model, seemingly from more than 10 years ago, and in the entire room, apart from the table in the center and this computer, there was nothing else. Xiao Changtian said solemnly, you will operate it yourself later and receive the information left by the previous Brain of the Future. Only the person who possesses the Brain of the Future can open this computer, and only you can understand its contents. Song Zi sensed the seriousness and expectation in his words and nodded earnestly. Okay. Xiao Changtian didn't say anything more, turned around, and quickly left the room. Soon, only Song Zi was left in the large space. She took a deep breath, sat down in the chair, raised her slender fingers, and gently pressed the power button. Chapter 27, Waste Time. The old computer screen glowed faintly, the mechanical hard drive groaned, and the machine struggled to boot up. The screen remained frozen for a full 5 minutes, showing no signs of continuing. Song Zi frowned, wondering if the computer had crashed. She couldn't understand how such a dilapidated computer from over a decade ago could contain information left behind by the previous brain of the future. Now she also possesses the brain of the future. As she becomes more familiar with the profession these days, she understands its significance more clearly and why the military and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom value her so much. But she could only bury these things deep in her heart. Just as Song Zi was about to get up and call for help, the screen finally responded. There was no system desktop, only the blurry silhouette of a man in a white coat. The man never turned around, only saying in a somewhat mocking tone, "Oh, the machine has been turned on. It seems a new brain of the future has appeared. I hope it won't disappoint me." Listening to his voice, Song Zi sensed a deep weariness and even a hint of deeply hidden resolve. The next second, before she could even determine the other party's identity, the screen suddenly erupted with a blinding light, and a terrifying torrent of data transformed into a beam of light, instantly striking her between the eyebrows. Song Zi froze on the spot, unable to move as if she were rooted to the spot. A vast amount of information poured into her brain in an extremely brutal way, and the intense pain made her feel as if her head was about to split open. She couldn't resist and could only let the data continue to flood in. Fortunately, as the brain of the future, she quickly adapted to the speed of the data infusion and began to both endure and browse its contents. The entire process lasted 4 hours. When the computer screen went out again, Song Zi was already soaked in sweat and slumped in her chair, her mind still replaying everything she had just received. The old laptop in front of us shattered into pieces the moment it was turned off, turning into a pile of scrap metal. How is that possible? Song Zi murmured softly. What the other party had sent her included not only the results of a lifetime of research, but also many ideas that were nearing completion or even still in their infancy. These were undoubtedly invaluable treasures. What truly unsettled her was not the knowledge itself, but the last message left behind by that departing figure. Little Leaf. Song Zi clenched her fingers tightly, forcing herself to calm down. The message was so shocking that her first thought was to contact Ye Lingchen. But she knew very well that if anyone other than her and Ye Lingchen found out about this secret, the consequences would be unimaginable. She suppressed her impulse and made a decision in her heart. Little Leaf, you must keep going. I won't let anything happen to you. On the other side, Ye Lingchen and his group of 4 were stunned by the scene before them as soon as they stepped into the small abyss. A blood-red sky loomed overhead, and the gray earth stretched as far as the eye could see, covered with a sticky, dark red, foul-smelling, unidentified substance. Mu Lingxi stepped on it, and the sole of her shoe was immediately covered in that disgusting stuff, making her face turn ugly instantly. Even more terrifying, an extremely negative aura from the abyss rushed towards them, and apart from Ye Lingchen, the other 3 couldn't help but shiver. Mu Lingxi frowned and warned, "This is the aura of the abyss. If we stay here too long, we might lose our minds." Li Jun, who had been so arrogant before, had toned down considerably. However, he still forced himself to walk to the front and assume the posture of a leader. Danger is danger, but this is the path of the strong. From now on, you'd better follow my instructions and not act on your own, or I'll have a hard time protecting you. He spoke passionately, but no one responded for a long time. Li Jun turned around and nearly fainted with anger. Ye Lingchen, Zhang Wei, and Mu Lingxi were huddled together whispering, completely ignoring him. Ye Lingchen asked, "What are your plans next?" Zhang Wei immediately said, "Xiao Yezi, I'll listen to you." Mu Lingxi smiled and said, "Me too. After all, I'm just a support." Ye Lingchen glanced at them. "Really not going up there to practice?" Zhang Wei chuckled. No need. We already agreed on this before we came." It turned out that the 3 of them had already reached a private agreement on the way here. Ye Lingchen would be in charge of this dungeon run. Only Li Jun was still kept in the dark. Li Jun finally couldn't hold back and yelled, "Hey, are any of you 3 even listening to me?" Ye Lingchen glanced at him and said calmly, "You'd better shout louder and attract all the monsters." Li Jun was so frightened that he shuddered and immediately shut his mouth, but he still glared fiercely at Ye Lingchen. "Fine, you're arrogant. I'll see what you're capable of. All of you, ignore him and let him do it himself." Ye Lingchen chuckled. "As you wish, keep your eyes wide open and watch." After saying that, he walked ahead first. Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi immediately followed, while Li Jun sneered and trailed behind. The 4 of them had been walking for less than 10 minutes when they encountered their first group of enemies. It was a squad of 5 abyssal monsters. One was a strange bird with only a skeleton, one was a giant centipede with hundreds of legs, and the other 3 were humanoid monsters. One of them was 5 meters tall, wielding a huge stone hammer like a small giant. Another wore a robe and was shrouded in black mist, clearly a magician. The last one was only half a person tall, holding 2 daggers, and was a goblin assassin. Seeing this lineup, Zhang Wei and his companions felt a chill in their hearts. Of the 4 of them, Ye Lingchen was level 15, while the others were only level 10. According to the easy mode rules, all the monsters on the other side were level 25. If it were just a single monster, they could gang up on it and slowly wear it down. But in front of them was an entire squad, with melee, ranged, assassination, defense, and mobility all included. Is such a configuration really something they can handle? Li Jun was the first to back down, his voice trembling slightly. I think we should run away as soon as possible. We can't fight them head-on. But after he finished speaking, he realized that the other 3 had no intention of escaping at all. Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi were equally nervous, but they chose to trust Ye Lingchen. The moment Ye Lingchen saw the enemy clearly, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was completely relieved. You made it sound so scary, and this is what it turns out to be? He raised his right hand and waved it casually. Get out here, all of you. In an instant, centered on the 4 people, countless King Utada appeared all over the mountains and plains as if they had materialized out of thin air. A terrifying aura instantly swept over the surroundings, and Zhang Wei and the others standing in the center were almost scared to death. Li Jun's face turned deathly pale, and he cried out in terror, "What? What's going on? We're surrounded by monsters." Although Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi weren't as exaggerated as him, they were still quite frightened by the scene, and both looked at Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen calmly replied, "Don't be afraid, they are all friendly forces." As he spoke, he pointed ahead. "Now it's garbage time. Go slaughter this place." Chapter 28 Bullying. On the edge of the abyss, 3 school principals sat chatting by the entrance to the secret realm. Song Ku, smoking a cigarette, asked with a smile, "Who do you think can last the longest this time?" He asked the question aloud, but he already had the answer in his heart. With Lu Li leading the way this year, Linen No. 1 High School was definitely the strongest team among the 3 schools. Maintaining 5 hours on easy mode wasn't difficult. In good form, they could even last 12 hours. As for clearing the level, Song Ke hadn't even considered it. The Shadow Master was indeed strong, but he was ultimately an assassin, excelling at one-on-one combat, but struggling against hordes of monsters. Moreover, Lu Li was only level 15, while facing level 25 monsters. The level disadvantage was obvious. Even with teammates cooperating, it's impossible to actually pass the level. This exercise was originally just to broaden the students' horizons. Anyway, they're still young. They'll have plenty of opportunities to hone their skills here before they turn 30. Qiu Qiu seemed to see through Song Ke's thoughts, rolled her eyes at him, and didn't reply. She didn't think her school's team was any worse than Linen No. 1 middle school's. She knew the abilities of the nine-tailed fox class all too well. Her charm alone was enough to make Chen Kursen invincible. However, this secret realm was too special, with severe level suppression, and she wasn't sure how effective her charm would be. However, if used properly, Chen Kursen may not be unable to create a miracle, and may even have a slight chance of passing the easy mode. As for Linhai No. 1 middle school, Qiu Qiu didn't take it seriously at all. Ning Wuhan was too lazy to argue with these 2 people who were bursting with superiority. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started eating them. He also opened a can of beer and looked very relaxed. An hour has passed since the 3 teams entered the secret realm. Although Ning Wuhan remained calm, he was also filled with anticipation, eager to see what surprises Ye Lingchen would bring him. As if the heavens had heard his thoughts, a ripple suddenly appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. The next second, 4 figures flashed out from within, landing right in front of the 3 principals. "Lingchen, you guys are out." When Ning Wuhan saw Ye Lingchen and his group of 4, his eyes narrowed and a hint of disappointment flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He thought Linhai No. 1 middle school had lost again. After all, Ye Lingchen and his team only lasted for an hour, while the teams from the other 2 schools were still fighting inside. Ning Wuhan composed himself, stepped forward, patted the group on the shoulder, and comforted them. "It's okay, you've done very well. There will be other opportunities in the future." Seeing the 4 of them come out so quickly, Qiu Qiu curled her lip and sneered. "Ning Wuhan, I told you long ago that this place is not for just anyone. You just wouldn't listen and insisted on bringing people here to embarrass yourself. You can't blame anyone else for this. Song Ku chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, Lao Ning, it's okay to fail this time. Keep trying. Maybe in another 100 or 200 years, your Linhai #1 middle school will catch up. But by then, you probably won't be around to see it. Ning Wuhan's face immediately fell, and he turned around to retort. But just then, a hand grabbed him. Ning Wuhan turned around and saw that it was Ye Lingchen. Lingchen, don't stop me. These two are so infuriating. I'm going to argue with them. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Lingchen interrupted. Principal Ning, I know you're angry, but please don't be. I'd like to ask if there's a time limit for this exercise. Ning Wuhan was taken aback. What did you say? Ye Lingchen asked again. Is there a time limit for the competition? Ning Wuhan hesitated and said, No, we don't. What? Do you want to go in again? Ye Lingchen nodded, and Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi behind him also nodded. Ning Wuhan looked over suspiciously, only to see that Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi's eyes were full of excitement, while Li Jun looked like he had lost all will to live, as if his soul had been taken away. Ning Wuhan assumed they were unwilling to accept defeat, so he advised them, I know you're not convinced, but there's no point in going in now. Come back when you've improved your strength. This is just a training exercise, so don't worry too much about the results. Before Ye Lingchen could speak, Mu Lingxi said, Principal, does he mean that we can continue with the standard mode? Ning Wuhan nodded subconsciously. Oh, you mean this? Wait a minute. What did you just say? Mu Lingxi said seriously, we've already cleared the easy mode, and we want to continue playing the standard mode. What? You're saying you beat the game? Ning Wuhan suddenly raised his voice, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Song Ku and Xiao Qiu, who were standing nearby, also looked over at the same time. Song Ku frowned, his tone unfriendly. Little girl, lying at such a young age is not a good habit. He now dislikes the students of Linhai #1 high school even more. Not only are they incompetent, but they also dare to boast about clearing the game. Xiao Qiu made no attempt to hide the disgust on her face. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi's face instantly darkened, and her gaze towards Song Ku turned icy. She is a student, that's true, but she's also the daughter of the Mu family in this generation. When did it become a school principal's place to lecture the Mu family? She said coldly. Who are you calling a liar? Say what you just said again if you dare. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint murderous aura emanated from her. Mu Lingxi was truly enraged. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. She could tolerate being told she lacked ability, knowing there were always people more capable. But to say she had character flaws was a blatant personal attack. This matter will not be easily forgotten. Song Ku realized he had misspoke, and was about to explain when Xiao Qiu stepped forward first. Others may fear the Mu family, but Xiao Qiu is not. So what if the Mu family is powerful? Her brother is the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region. It's ridiculous that a little girl like her dares to get angry in front of them. Xiao Qiu walked forward with a cold face, looking down at Mu Lingxi and the others, her disgust undisguised. What? Did I hit a nerve? Beating the game on easy mode? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? There's a right time to brag. Do you even have the ability to do that? She spoke louder and louder, and her hand was already raised, clearly preparing to teach Mu Lingxi a lesson. At that very moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Go ahead and do it if you dare. If you slap me like that, I guarantee you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Xiao Qiu turned her head and saw that Ye Lingchen had already stood in front of Mu Lingxi, his deep eyes staring intently at her. In that instant, she saw a murderous intent in Ye Lingchen's eyes that made even her heart tremble. That aura was cold, violent, and bloodthirsty, like a terrifying being that had crawled out from the deepest abyss. The next second, more than 200,000 abyssal demons suddenly appeared around everyone. Flying in the sky and running on the ground, they were all different shapes and sizes, densely packed, almost completely filling the surrounding area. As soon as these monsters appeared, they all turned their heads and stared intently at Xiao Qiu with their bloodthirsty eyes that glowed with a scarlet light, without blinking. Chapter 29 The Top-Tier Mouth Double. At the edge of the abyss. At this moment, a terrifying abyssal aura soared into the sky. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal monsters of various shapes and sizes either flew in the air or roamed the ground, occupying almost half of the area along the edge of the abyss. The awakened ones who came to train were instantly terrified. Some cried out in alarm at the sight of so many abyssal monsters. Others shouted that the abyssal army was attacking, and still others cried out that they were just there for training and didn't want to die. Panic exploded like a flood, quickly sweeping across the entire area. Since the Second Abyss War, even on the front lines of the blood and flesh wall, battles involving legions of 100,000 or more have become rare. But now, in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, in the Abyss, such a colossal abyssal monster has suddenly appeared. Any normal person facing this scene would be filled with nothing but despair. Some tried to escape, only to find themselves surrounded by monsters, a dense, endless array. Others tried to resist, but the corrosive aura of the abyss rendered them unable to move. At the very center of the abyss monsters, Ye Lingchen's clothes fluttered without wind. An extremely dense abyssal aura erupted from his body, spreading wildly in all directions. Across from him, Qiu, Song Ku, and even Ning Wuhan were all stunned. Qiu, in particular, were almost 90% of Ye Lingchen's killing intent. Her face was deathly pale, and her voice trembled. What? What did you do? Where did these abyssal monsters come from? Qiu never imagined that a newbie at level 10 could summon hundreds of thousands of abyss troops with a wave of his hand. Even though these monsters weren't high level, their pure abyss aura and terrifying oppressive feelings still shattered her mind. She was just a school principal. Even during that epic battle 8 years ago, she hadn't actually been on the battlefield. Despite being level 60 and a support class desperately needed on the battlefield, she relied on her brother Qiu Chantian to find excuses to avoid it. In the past, she had only seen the abyss battlefield and its endless monsters on television and in videos. Only now, experiencing it firsthand, did she truly understand what despair, hell, and the abyss meant. Ye Lingchen's eyes grew colder and colder, his killing intent fully erupting. His words just now were definitely not a joke. If Qiu dares to slap him, he'll kill her even if he's wanted nationwide. So what if he's the principal? So what if he's in the 60s? He even beat up Geddes in the 70s. What is Qiu anyway? Unlike the three principals' shock, the three people behind Ye Lingchen remained much calmer. Zhang Wei suppressed the urge to shout, his face full of excitement and his eyes brimming with admiration. Mu Lingxi covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Ye Lingchen's abyss army had already been displayed once before in the secret realm. They went from being afraid at first, to being shocked, and then to being numb. Now, seeing this scene again, they were no longer as flustered. Mu Lingxi never expected that Ye Lingchen would stand up for her, even at the cost of his own future. Her heart skipped a beat, and an unprecedented sense of security washed over her. She stared blankly at Ye Lingchen's tall, straight back, her mind filled with all sorts of domineering CO scenarios, her heart already in turmoil. As for Li Jun, he still stood blankly to one side, his face full of despair. Inside the secret realm, his pride had long since shattered. When Ye Lingchen summoned the abyss army to sweep across the entire realm, Li Jun's mind was practically fried. He simply couldn't understand how Ye Lingchen had done it. A hidden class? Max Fate? But what Max Fate user could command hundreds of thousands of abyss monsters? This was clearly cheating. But his resentment and roar went unheard by the heavens. Even as he muttered these curses to himself, every single monster in the entire secret realm had been wiped out. The ground was as clean as if it had been plowed, and the equipment and materials dropped by monsters were piled up like small mountains. But Ye Lingchen didn't even bother to look at them. At first, Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi wanted to collect some loot, but they later realized that they couldn't keep up with Ye Lingchen's speed in clearing the map, so they simply gave up. Ye Lingchen also told them that the easy mode was just an appetizer, and that he would take them to try a higher difficulty level later, where the equipment would drop better. Even Li Jun felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Although he didn't say it aloud, he had completely given up any thought of competing with Ye Lingchen. What a joke. Trying to outdo this kind of freakish cheater is like asking if you're living too comfortably. If Ye Lingchen hadn't wasted some time at the beginning exploring the terrain of the secret realm and the distribution of enemies, they probably would have come out long ago. The four of them had come out happily, ready to tackle even higher difficulties, but they didn't expect that as soon as they left the secret realm, they would be targeted by the principals of the other two schools. Qiu started with personal attacks, which even Li Jun couldn't hold back anymore. It was one thing for her to insult Mu Lingxi, but she even went so far as to badmouth Linhai No. 1 middle school. Who could tolerate that? A nameless rage surged within Li Jun, his anger instantly reaching his head. He suddenly roared, Ye Lingchen, kill her. Kill this bitch. Don't worry, I'll stand by you no matter what. This shout startled Ye Lingchen and the others. Zhang Wei looked over in surprise. No, Li Jun, you. Li Jun retorted directly. What are you looking at? Are you chickening out? Is she cursing Mu Lingxi? She's cursing our Linhai number 1 middle school. This is intolerable. Zhang Wei, don't make me look down on you. If a fight really breaks out and you don't help, you're a coward. Zhang Wei was speechless after being bombarded with this speech. Mu Lingxi wiped her eyes, looking at Li Jun with a wry smile. Even Ye Lingchen had a strange expression, but he couldn't help but laugh inside. This kid may have a foul mouth, but he has very sound values and is easy to get along with. Hearing Li Jun's words, Chiao on the other side trembled with rage. You've rebelled. You've rebelled. You want to hit me? Li Jun retorted without any politeness. So what if I hit you? Didn't you hear what Xiao Yezi just said? If you dare to lay a hand on me, he'll kill you. Ye Lingchen was speechless. Where did this guy learn his skill of using someone else's name to intimidate others? However, it must be said that Li Jun is simply his perfect verbal double. The verbal attacks may not be that destructive, but the insults are absolutely top-notch. With someone criticizing him on his behalf, Ye Lingchen was happy to have some peace and quiet. Seeing the tension between the two sides escalating, Ning Wuhan finally snapped out of his daze and quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. Say less. Lingchen, quickly stop your supernatural powers. Chapter 30. A trip every 5 minutes. Since Ning Wuhan had spoken, Ye Lingchen naturally had to give him face. He glanced coldly at Chiao, as if looking at a pile of trash, then casually waved his hand. The abyssal monsters that had roamed the mountains and fields a moment ago vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Those awakened individuals who had scattered in terror were all stunned in place. Some doubted they were dreaming, some guessed it was a powerful figure's intervention, and others believed it was just an illusion created by Tianyuan. The scene was filled with chaotic discussion, and some people had even recorded the incident and posted it online. At this rate, it won't be long before the internet explodes. Ning Wuhan looked at Ye Lingchen helplessly and sighed. Lingchen, you're too impulsive. Ye Lingchen smiled and said, Principal, they've gone too far in bullying us. You can tolerate it, but I can't. Ning Wuhan shook his head. That wasn't what he was worried about. Ye Lingchen immediately realized, slapped his forehead, and a look of annoyance flashed across his face. I forgot, sorry. He certainly showed some coolness by acting out of anger for a woman, but he also completely exposed his true colors to the public. With so many people present, there's no way this matter can be suppressed. What's more troublesome is that he summoned only abyssal monsters. People who don't know the truth could easily misunderstand, and if someone with ulterior motives uses this to their advantage, the consequences will only be more complicated. Song Ku, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. Summoning an army of abyssal beings? Was this really something a student could do? Only at this moment did he realize he had said the wrong thing. These students from Linhai number 1 high school truly possessed the ability to clear the lesser abyss. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have agreed to Ning Wuhan's request. Unlike Song Ku's shock, Chiao's expression darkened further when she saw Ye Lingchen withdraw his supernatural power. She stared intently at Ye Lingchen, her tone icy. I don't know how you did it, but you think you can scare me with this? Dream on. You have the aura of the abyss about you. I have reason to suspect you're connected to it. Even Song Ku was stunned by these words. Ning Wuhan's face darkened. Principal Chiao, that's just Ye Lingchen's professional skill. He awakened the Abyss Lord, so it's normal for his skills to be related to the Abyss. To say that he's colluding with the Abyss is going too far. Chiao sneered. Excessive? Ning Wuhan, are you blind? Was that abyssal aura just now fake? I will report this matter, and you can wait to be investigated. After saying that, she looked at Ye Lingchen again, her tone even harsher. I suspect you colluded with the Abyss, creating panic here, and even tried to kill me, the principal. Kid, you're finished. Forget about taking the college entrance exam. Just wait for the higher-ups to come and have tea with you. These words were no longer just a threat. They were a genuine attempt to destroy Ye Lingchen. Song Ku frowned, wanting to offer some advice, but considering Chiao's background, he ultimately held back. Faced with this threat, Ye Lingchen laughed instead. He retorted without hesitation. You can't win, so you resort to talking? Do you think I'm easily intimidated? With such a powerful mouth, why don't you go to the front lines and verbally attack the Abyss Army? If you can actually kill them all, I'll change my surname to yours. Chiao was so angry, she almost fainted. Pointing at Ning Wuhan, she roared. Ning Wuhan, aren't you going to do anything about your students? Is this the kind of quality students at Linhai number 1 high school have? Ning Wuhan spread his hands. Sorry, Principal Chiao, they are all 18 years old. Adults, I can't control them. Ning Wuhan secretly rejoiced at Ye Lingchen's outburst. If it weren't for his position as principal, he would have already done so. As for Qiuqiu's threat, he found it utterly ridiculous. Ye Lingchen's strength and potential had long been recognized by many influential figures. For Qiuqiu to try and disqualify him from the college entrance examination was simply taking herself far too seriously. Ning Wuhan was too lazy to argue any further and turned to Ye Lingchen and the others, saying, "All right, Lingchen, aren't you guys going to continue grinding? Hurry up and go, don't waste time here." Qiuqiu immediately shrieked, "Ning Wuhan, who are you calling boring?" Ye Lingchen glanced at her, but didn't bother to pay her any more attention. This woman was clearly just being unreasonable, but with Ning Wuhan around, he wasn't worried about the principal getting the short end of the stick. So he nodded. "Principal, thank you for your help here. Let's continue with our practice." After saying that, he called to the other three. "Come on, let's hurry up, we should be able to finish before lunch." As soon as they finished speaking, the four of them jumped back into the vortex of the secret realm. Ning Wuhan almost spat out the sunflower seeds in his mouth. Finished brushing his teeth before lunch? Can't this kid be a little more discreet? This is the little abyss, not a vacation. He and Song Ku were trying to calm the enraged Qiuqiu when, less than 5 minutes later, the vortex behind them suddenly trembled, and Ye Lingchen and the other three reappeared. Ning Wuhan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Why did you come out so soon after you went in? Was the standard mode too difficult?" "It's okay. You've already won this competition since you were able to clear the easy mode. Come and rest first." Li Jun spoke first, his tone incredibly excited. "Principal, let's not rest. We've finished the standard mode, let's continue." Since becoming Ye Lingchen's mouth double, he was even more excited than Ye Lingchen himself. But after he finished speaking, he realized that the other three had already turned around and entered the vortex again, so he quickly chased after them. Ning Wuhan was left standing there, bewildered in the wind. He looked at Song Ku, his tone trembling. "Old Song, did I hear you wrong? He said he cleared the game in standard mode." Song Ku also looked stunned. "You heard me right. That's what I heard too." Ning Wuhan then looked at Qiuqiu. "Principal Qiu, you heard that too, didn't you?" Qiuqiu snorted coldly and did not answer. 5 minutes later, the four emerged from the secret realm once more. Ning Wuhan's eyelids twitched. Surely they couldn't have finished it again this time? This was a mini-abyss, and the difficulty mode level was increased by 30 levels. But Ye Lingchen and his three companions didn't even say hello. After coming out, they turned around on the spot and jumped into the vortex again. Ning Wuhan stared in the direction they disappeared, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Old Song, I feel like I'm getting old. These young people are too good at having fun, I can't keep up with them." Song Ku also looked utterly dejected. "Who says otherwise? Why don't we just retire early?" Only Qiuqiu remained silent. Her venomous eyes were fixed on the direction where Ye Lingchen and the others had disappeared, her mind seemingly preoccupied with something. Chapter 31, The Final Challenge. Small Abyss, Secret Realm, Easy Mode. Lu Li transformed into a dark shadow, his golden legendary dagger slicing across the enemy's neck, finally eliminating his last opponent. Phew, finally solved. Time to rest. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down on the ground. The female classmates in the group immediately cast healing spells on him. Lu Li glanced down at his tattered shirt. A gruesome gash stretched from his right chest to his left rib. If it hadn't been for his professional agility, trading injury for injury at the crucial moment, he would probably be the one lying on the ground now. The other two boys in the team are tanks, responsible for drawing aggro and absorbing damage for Lu Li. Lu Li's Shadow Master is an assassin class, with high burst damage and speed, but he struggles significantly when facing multiple enemies. Coupled with the level suppression from the Lesser Abyss, their journey into the secret realm was exceptionally difficult from the moment they entered. Fortunately, as they ventured deeper, their three initially fearful teammates gradually showed their fighting spirit, and their teamwork became much more refined than at the beginning. The nanny asked softly, "Lu Li, should we continue going in?" In the battle just now, they encountered a three-man squad, a dire rhinoceros, a necromancer, and a troll assassin. The horned rhinoceros is enormous, with high health and defense. Its death charge is incredibly terrifying. Those two tanky characters are simply in a league of their own compared to it. The necromancer was even more troublesome, summoning a horde of skeleton warriors at the start of the battle. These skeletons weren't strong offensively and moved slowly, but their sheer numbers made them a force to be reckoned with, effectively protecting the necromancer in the center. As for the troll assassin, it was the enemy that Lu Li managed to kill at the cost of injury. This three-person team almost wiped them out. The four of them had already obtained return scrolls several times, and in the end, they only managed to win by a narrow margin thanks to Lu Li's powerful burst of energy. After this battle, all four of them reached level 15. Lu Li checked the time. 2 hours had passed since they entered the secret realm. He had originally expected to last at least 6 to 8 hours, and even 12 hours if he pushed hard. But now it seemed he had underestimated the difficulty of the small abyss. If even he was struggling so much, the other two teams probably weren't doing much better. As for Linhai No. 1 Middle School, he just sneered inwardly. Lu Li quickly made a decision. Rest for 10 minutes, then continue. We still have enough medicine. We've come all this way, we can't just leave like this unless absolutely necessary. The nanny nodded, stopped trying to persuade her, and took out a potion to begin restoring her mental strength. On the other side, Chun Kursin was leading 3 teammates under the blood-red sky. Around them, 20 abyssal monsters of various shapes and sizes protected the group. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these monsters were not attacking them, but rather serving as their bodyguards. All their battles along the way were uneventful. Thanks to Chun Kursin's charm skills, their advance was even faster than Lu Li's. Stop and rest for 5 minutes, Chun Kursin suddenly said. Just now, she received information from the bewitched demon that there was a large group of no less than 100 people a kilometer ahead, and she only had 20 demon bodyguards with her. Taking down this 100-man squad isn't entirely impossible, but Chun Kursin must constantly use her charm. Once a bodyguard dies, she must immediately control a new enemy, and her current charm cap is only 20. Upon hearing the order, the other 3 immediately sat down to rest, and someone even brought Chun Kursin a potion to restore her mental strength. Actually, their team is somewhat similar to Ye Lingchen's, both consisting of a strong player leading 3 ordinary teammates. The difference is that Ye Lingchen is a true king, while Chun Kursin's status as a king is somewhat questionable. Even so, their performance was already quite remarkable. The 3 teammates barely had any opportunities to attack, except for providing buffs. Towards the end, they practically became cheerleaders, constantly praising Chun Kursin and offering her emotional support. Since there's no need to fight monsters, or even heal, she can only be sweet-talking. Chun Kursin doesn't mind. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? 5 minutes later, the team set off again. Chun Kursin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. What's next is going to be a tough battle." Meanwhile, in the nightmare mode of the Lesser Abyss, as soon as Ye Lingchen and his companions entered the instance, they clearly felt their bodies sink. It was as if an invisible pressure was pressing down on them, even affecting their speed of movement. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this nightmare mode? The dungeon comes with powerful debuffs. If the abyssal aura only affected the mind in the previous modes, then in nightmare mode, this omnipresent pressure has begun to completely weaken the trial participant's strength. Add to that the level 40 disadvantage, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone to clear the game." Even though they had already taken 3 rides on the baby bus, Zhang Wei and his companions were still feeling a bit uneasy. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Ye Lingchen, but rather that nightmare mode seemed far more difficult than hard mode. At this point, Zhang Wei and the other 2 had all reached level 20, meeting the minimum passing score for competing for Tsinghua and Peking universities. Ye Lingchen, on the other hand, had reached level 23. The improvement may not seem significant because after level 20, the experience required to level up increases dramatically, but the corresponding improvement in basic attributes becomes more noticeable. Ye Lingchen's mental strength had reached an astonishing 9,900 points, and the number of abyssal monsters he could summon had reached 297,000. His ultimate attack's damage had also soared to a terrifying 79,200,000. Looking at this number, Ye Lingchen finally felt more confident. In nightmare mode, at his current level, simply overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers is no longer feasible. A level 40 advantage cannot be overcome by sheer numbers. The enemies here are not only higher level, but their intelligence has also been greatly enhanced. Monsters no longer act alone, and rarely appear in small groups. They are organized into groups of at least 100 people, with exquisite coordination between different classes, making them almost like a true abyss army. The only saving grace is that the abyssal monsters in the dungeon have no leader to command them, and their overall strength is still much weaker than the abyssal army on a real battlefield. At this point, the safest approach is to use your ultimate move to end the battle. Ye Lingchen rubbed his throbbing temples and took the lead. "Let's go, this is the last level. Let's finish it quickly so we can get some rest." Running the same dungeon repeatedly was getting a bit boring for him. Right now, all he wanted was to finish it as soon as possible and then get a good night's sleep. Chapter 32: The Big Explosion. Small Abyss, Nightmare Mode. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal troops are rushing at high speed through the secret realm. This time, Ye Lingchen did not use the clumsy method of concentrating forces to push forward. Instead, he changed his tactics in advance, scattering all the monsters throughout the secret realm, almost covering the entire map. The reason is simple. The monsters in Nightmare Mode have a level advantage of over 40, meaning they are almost all enemies of the same caliber as Gettys. Although they are not the real Gettys, they are still not enemies that the current Abyss Legion can defeat head-on. In this situation, the only way to break the deadlock is to use the ultimate skill, for the Lord. However, even with the blessing of Mother Nest, this skill still has a 120-second cooldown. If they can't wipe them out in one wave, they'll have no choice but to leave the secret realm. Once he quits, it's considered a failure, and he'll have to start all over again if he comes back. Ye Lingchen has no time to waste, so he must lure all the enemies together and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. This plan would be almost impossible for others, but it was not difficult for Ye Lingchen. He could summon and maintain a large-scale army without consuming mental energy. He only needed to send out flying units to monitor the overall situation and constantly adjust his forces to lure monsters, harass them, and draw their aggro. Thus, after losing nearly a third of his combat units, he finally lured all the enemies in the entire secret realm to the same place. That is the deepest part of the secret realm, a black volcano tens of thousands of meters high. Based on the experience of the previous modes, this is the habitat of the secret realm boss, the volcanic dragon. Ye Lingchen and the others rode on the back of a giant flying monster, looking down at the battlefield. Ahead were the army of summoned creatures fleeing in panic, and behind them were countless abyssal behemoths, their auras terrifying. The number of summoned creatures was decreasing at a visible rate. When all the monsters in the secret realm had gathered at the foot of the volcano, the boss, the volcanic dragon, finally appeared. Its intelligence was almost indistinguishable from that of humans. Seeing the chaos in its territory, it was first stunned, then quickly realized something was wrong. Someone was deliberately manipulating the battle, but it still couldn't figure out what the other party was trying to do. The volcanic dragon's massive body emerged from the crater, but instead of flying down immediately, it perched atop the mountain, its crimson eyes fixed on the ground below, as if assessing the situation. Soon, Ye Lingchen's summoned army was completely engulfed. The lured monsters filled every inch of land beneath the volcano, their roars soaring into the sky. These monsters lacked the rationality of a boss. Enraged by their relentless attacks, they grew even more frenzied, searching everywhere for any survivors. In the end, some races, already sworn enemies, began fighting amongst themselves before Ye Lingchen could even make a move. High above, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and the others felt their scalps tingle. Their previous experiences, where they had swept through the ground, were nothing compared to the sheer awe they felt this time. Looking down from this angle, they truly realized just how terrifying the Lesser Abyss dungeon was. It turned out that so many monsters were hidden within the secret realm, and in the previous modes, Ye Lingchen had wiped them all out like vegetables. At this moment, they once again deeply felt just how outrageous Ye Lingchen's fully-fledged hidden class was. Ye Lingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground below. He was waiting for an opportunity. Now everything was ready. All that was missing was for the volcanic dragon to move. As expected, the volcanic dragon was enraged to see its territory turned into a battlefield by a bunch of minions, its eyes practically spitting fire. In the next instant, its massive body soared into the air and slammed down into the battle below. This is its territory, and it will not allow any creature to cause trouble here. The volcanic dragon plummeted from the sky like a giant meteorite, crashing heavily into the center of the battlefield. Countless monsters were instantly pulverized, and a massive crater over 1,000 meters in diameter was blasted into the ground. The massive body of the volcanic dragon was slowly rising from the deep pit. At that moment, Ye Lingchen's eyes narrowed. Now, he immediately ordered the flying monsters to swoop down, pointing his hand towards the giant crater. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of volcanic dragons appeared in the sky above the battlefield. These volcanic dragons were almost identical in size to the boss, the only difference being that they were much lower level. They blotted out the sky, turning the entire sky black and instantly casting shadows on the ground. Ye Lingchen remained calm and simply said, "Go." The next second, hundreds of thousands of volcanic dragons transformed into a dense mass of fireballs, swooping down from the sky towards the ground. The monsters that were fighting all stopped and looked up at the sky. They were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. How could so many powerful bosses suddenly appear in the sky? Upon closer inspection, they discovered that these big bosses were of very low level. Could they be the offspring of the volcanic dragon? Even the volcanic dragon itself was stunned. It couldn't understand where these creatures, which looked exactly like it, had come from. There were no other female dragons here besides itself. It was instantly enraged, feeling that its dignity had been trampled on, and that it had to tear these impostors apart with its own hands. But before it could even make a move, hundreds of thousands of dragon sons were already crashing to the ground like a meteor shower. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud roars erupted from their mouths simultaneously. For the Lord! Boom! 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 297,000 explosions erupted simultaneously, sending massive mushroom clouds soaring into the sky. The entire secret realm shook violently at that moment, the earth tearing apart inch by inch, and dark clouds churning in the sky. All the monsters were reduced to dust in the explosion. The boss, the volcanic dragon, didn't even have time to react before it was sent to meet the great healer. Even more terrifying, the splash effect of Constellation 3 triggered a chain reaction, and the explosion nearly turned the entire secret realm upside down. Cracks were torn open in the secret realm's space, making it seem as if it could collapse at any moment. Before Ye Lingchen and his group could even rejoice, the top-tier equipment and items that had been dropped were directly sucked away by the spatial rift and swept into the turbulent currents. Oh no, the secret realm is about to collapse. We have to retreat immediately. Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had really messed up this time. The four of them didn't dare delay, simultaneously crushing the return scrolls and disappearing from the secret realm in an instant. However, the devastating explosion did not stop after they left. The destruction continues unabated. At the edge of the abyss, the black vortex at the entrance to the secret realm begins to churn violently. The earth trembled continuously, and even the nearby sky mountain shook violently, with countless boulders tumbling down and crashing into the dark opening of the heavenly abyss below. Chapter 33. Trouble ensued. What's going on? Why did the secret realm suddenly? Ning Wuhan and the other two suddenly stood up, their faces solemn as they stared at the constantly twisting vortex. In all the years since the heavenly abyss was formed, such a strange phenomenon had never occurred. All the trial participants who were about to enter the secret realm stopped in their tracks, staring at the entrance in horror, and no one dared to take another step closer. Today is truly bizarre. First, hundreds of thousands of abyssal demons suddenly appeared beside the heavenly abyss, then mysteriously vanished. Now even the lesser abyss secret realm is beginning to stir. Everyone felt uneasy, speculating whether this was some kind of ominous sign. Inside the secret realm, Lu Li, Chen Kursin, and their team, who were battling the demons, quickly sensed something was wrong. The abyssal demons were twisting and contorting before their eyes, then vanishing one by one into thin air. What happened? Lu Li, what do we do now? His teammate asked anxiously. Lu Li was equally bewildered. He was just about to slit the neck of a demon when it vanished. The next moment, the earth trembled violently, dark clouds churned in the blood-red sky above, and a massive vortex slowly emerged. At this moment, all the trial participants inside the secret realm saw the outside world through the vortex. The towering sky mountain and the remains of the demon lord nailed to its summit were so clear they sent chills down their spines. The secret realm opened up on its own. They could see the outside world. Everyone was stunned. Some stood frozen, unsure what to do, while others reacted immediately. Whatever the reason, staying in the secret realm was definitely not safe. One by one, the trial participants activated their return scrolls and fled. Lu Li and Chen Kursin naturally wouldn't try to hold on. The competition could no longer continue, and survival was the most important thing. A white light shone, and everyone's figures disappeared one after another. When Lu Li and the others opened their eyes again, they were back at the edge of the heavenly abyss. They then noticed that the three principals were gazing solemnly towards the abyss. Before them, Ye Lingchen and his three companions had already emerged, but they were hiding in the farthest corners, silent as if they had just committed a crime. Lu Li and the others didn't think much of it. In their view, it was perfectly normal for the Linhai No. 1 middle school team to come out early. They were probably too weak to conquer the secret realm and were just out here to coast along. Even Ning Wuhan and the other two would never have imagined that the source of this strange change was actually one of their own students. By this time, a considerable number of trial participants had gathered around, all pointing and whispering among themselves as they stared at the entrance to the secret realm. Ye Lingchen and his companions quietly shrank into a corner, trying to minimize their presence. Zhang Wei glanced around cautiously and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yezi, it seems we've gotten into trouble." Ye Lingchen coughed lightly, trying to appear calm. "It's all right, let's wait and see." He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. He was just running a dungeon. Who could have imagined this thing would be so fragile, collapsing after just a tiny explosion? What's with the little abyss name? Is that all? Ye Lingchen mentally ranted, but he had absolutely no confidence. He had a feeling this was going to escalate. Fortunately, the secret realm had long been dungeon-like. Each team entered an independent environment, with countless dungeons running simultaneously. Who knew which one had malfunctioned? Unless the administrator comes in person. The administrator? That legendary carefree immortal? Surely not. At the same time that Tian Yuan had his accident, in a back alley within the second ring road of the capital, there was a street full of restaurants frequented by nearby white-collar workers. The shops here are crowded, and the atmosphere is incredibly lively. Shaxian snacks, malatang, skewers, roast meat shops, dumpling restaurants, and steamed bun shops fill the entire street, with a long queue already forming in front of one of the shops. The queue stretched for at least 100 meters. For a small shop that only sells steamed buns, wontons, and millet porridge, this was quite an impressive sight. This shop is Fei Wan's Steamed Bun Shop, a well-known internet celebrity shop in Beijing. At the shop entrance, a massive 10-story steamer was billowing white steam, the aroma of steamed bun fillings filling the entire street. Almost everyone passing by couldn't help but glance at it a few more times, some even unconsciously swallowing hard. Inside the steamed bun shop, a beautiful and well-proportioned young woman was extremely busy. "Here are 3 meat buns for you. 5 leeks. The leeks will have to wait a bit, they'll be ready soon. Hey beautiful lady over there, don't cut in line. Tell me what you want, scan the code first, it's all based on honesty." She packed buns, greeted customers, and maintained order. In the kitchen, only a middle-aged man was busy at work. The man was short and somewhat thin, and looked quite young, yet he sported a thick, snow-white beard. Upon closer inspection, even his hair and eyebrows were white, a clean and pure white without a single stray hair. He was wearing an apron, humming a little tune, and kneading bread and buns. A curtain hung in the back kitchen, so people outside couldn't see inside. If someone actually saw him, their jaw would probably drop. Even though he was the only one working, all the tasks were being done simultaneously. The vegetables picked themselves and jumped into the basin. The tap turned on automatically, and the vegetables washed themselves. On the cutting board, 5 cleavers simultaneously chopped the filling. The chopped filling seemed to be tossed into a bowl by an invisible hand, automatically stirring. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar also seemed to have eyes, flying over and pouring into the bowl on their own. On the other side, a huge white dough ball rolled and tumbled in the air in front of the man, kneading itself. The entire kitchen operated like a fully automated assembly line, running in an orderly fashion. Even when making steamed buns, the dough and filling are combined by themselves. In less than a breath, a bun is formed and then neatly lined up in the steamer. The young woman in front kept coming in and moving the steamer to the pot outside. Just then, the thin man suddenly stopped, and the little tune he was singing also stopped. He raised his silvery white eyebrows slightly, turned his head to the south, and his gaze seemed to travel through time and space, looking towards a distant place. Huh? How could that place have been raided? The man muttered to himself, his eyes darting around, and with a casual wave of his hand, everything in the kitchen that was operating automatically stopped instantly. The cleaver returned to its place, the dough went back into its bag, and the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar all went back to their respective places. He called out through the curtain, "Hey home, we're closing up shop once we've sold these buns. I have to go out for a bit." The young woman frowned. "What time is it? Trying to sneak out for drinks again?" No, this time it's different. It seems like our house was burgled. I have to go check it out." Upon hearing this, the young woman immediately suppressed her displeasure. "Then why don't you hurry up and go? Why are you telling me about something so important?" The man chuckled and said, "Isn't that what I should do? Shouldn't I inform my wife where I'm going?" The next second, his figure vanished into thin air in the kitchen. Chapter 34 Ranking. On the edge of the abyss, more and more trial participants escaped from the secret realm and gathered near the entrance to watch. Since the disturbance occurred in the secret realm, the entire Tianyuan region has been uneasy. In particular, the nearby Sky Mountain has been rumbling incessantly, with boulders tumbling down one after another. From a distance, the enormous skeleton of the Abyss Lord on the mountaintop looks as if it might come to life at any moment. The three schools' teams found a quiet, secluded corner to temporarily set up camp. The competition wasn't completely over, so they couldn't leave immediately. But no one knew how long this unusual activity would last, so after discussing it, the three principals decided to stay and observe. Perhaps because they had caused trouble, Ye Lingchen and the other three did not tell Ning Wuhan what they had done in the nightmare mode. Unlike regular dungeons, information in these secret realms cannot be directly accessed. In other words, whether Ye Lingchen and his group have cleared the dungeon cannot be verified by instruments or systems. This is precisely why the other two principals didn't believe them when they claimed to have cleared the easy mode. If Ye Lingchen hadn't displayed such outrageous strength, the other two schools would probably have already joined forces to disqualify them from the competition. However, the competition evaluation wasn't entirely without evidence. The trial participants' level increases, the equipment and materials dropped, and the recordings from the bracelets could all serve as supporting evidence. Therefore, while waiting for the secret realm to reopen, the three schools began evaluating the results of the first half of the competition. Song Ku's deep voice rang out. Now, let's announce the results of the first half of the competition. All the participating students looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. Lu Li's team and Chun Kursen's team emerged almost simultaneously. Due to unforeseen circumstances in the secret realm, their performance could only be judged based on their level, loot, and video recordings. Lu Li glanced expressionlessly at Chun Kursen not far away, and his heart sank. His team's overall level was 2 or 3 levels lower than the opponents. Lu Li was only level 18, while Chun Kursen was already level 20. His team member's highest level was 17, while the opponent's team member's highest level was 19. Judging from levels alone, Lina No. 1 Middle School was clearly lagging behind. Looking at the equipment and materials, the gap was even wider. Chun Kursen's skill effects were like a low-powered version of Ye Lingchen, making her very efficient at killing monsters and naturally yielding a lot of rewards. Being inferior in both aspects, Lu Li became increasingly frustrated. He cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to admit defeat. Rather than letting the result affect his mood, he decided to close his eyes and rest, preparing for the climb to the heavenly ladder later. But the next moment, Song Ku's words silenced the entire room. The team that won the first half of this competition is Linhai No. 1 Middle School. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck the students of the three schools like a thunderclap. There was a full 5-second silence before Chun Kursen abruptly stood up, her sharp voice filled with anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake. Our team is number 1. Her teammates also questioned. We killed so many monsters, and our captain is already level 20. Didn't Linhai No. 1 Middle School already finish? How can they win? Everyone looked at Xiao Qiu, the principal of Siyuan No. 1 Middle School. But Xiao Qiu's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word when faced with the students' pleas for help, simply turning his head away. Song Ku coughed twice and said somewhat helplessly, "Don't make a fuss. This is the result of the comprehensive evaluation by the three principals." That's already being very polite. A comprehensive assessment? In reality, when they saw the video of Ye Lingchen's team, they were completely stunned. Li Jun, Ye Lingchen's top-notch mouth double, also served as the recorder this time. The footage captured by his bracelet was comparable to professional videography. Ye Lingchen's summoned Abyss Legion swept everything in its path, and its overwhelming momentum was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle just by watching the video. As for why they didn't take out any equipment, the reason is simple: disdain. Ye Lingchen had said long ago that the best items were all in nightmare mode, and the equipment dropped in other difficulties wasn't very valuable. Li Jun and the others naturally listened to him, since this baby bus ride was free, and they could ride however the driver wanted. As it turned out, something unexpected happened. The equipment did indeed explode, but it was all swallowed up by the spatial rift. They couldn't say it outright, so they could only blame it on the anomaly in the secret realm, saying that the situation was too dangerous and they were in a hurry to escape, so they didn't have time to pick up the equipment. This reason had many flaws, but the three principals were so stunned by the video content that they had no intention of investigating it further. Even more impressively, after leaving the secret realm, Ye Lingchen's level had reached level 28, and the other three had all reached level 25. At such levels, They would definitely be competitive even in the race for places at Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, the other two teams of students were unaware of these circumstances. Chen Kursin glanced coldly at Ning Wuhan, Ye Lingchen, and the others, her voice icy. I don't accept this result. Lu Li also walked over. He was equally dissatisfied. He could accept losing to Chen Kursin, but if Linhai No. 1 Middle School was to win in the end, then he had to give an explanation. He said in a deep voice, Principal Song, I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. Originally, only Linen No. 1 Middle School and Suyuan No. 1 Middle School participated. It was unreasonable for Linhai No. 1 Middle School to join in the middle of the competition. Now you're saying they won? I don't believe it if there's no shady dealing involved. Yes, it's all a cover-up. A cover-up. A cover-up. Seeing their captain take the lead, Lu Li's teammates also joined in the commotion. Song Ku's face darkened with anger, and he said in a deep voice, What shady dealings are you talking about? This is the result that the three of us principals have reached together, and you have no right to question it. Chen Kursin stepped forward and said loudly, Lu Li is right. When we came out, the people from Linhai No. 1 Middle School were already outside. Judging by the time, they clearly came out first. It's such an obvious situation, yet you say they won? Isn't that a joke? Her words immediately garnered support from students at both schools. Song Ku rubbed his temples and sighed. Whatever you guys are like, I hope what I'm about to say won't hurt your pride. Someone immediately shouted, Principal Song, please speak freely. If anyone has used underhanded tactics to coerce you, we can all testify. That's right. Did they do something shady to force you and Principal Chiu to make a decision? Song Ku was both amused and exasperated, and interrupted him directly. Nonsense. This is getting more and more outrageous. Fine, then I'll tell you. They did come out earlier than you, but Linhai No. 1 Middle School had already completed the easy mode, so they came out first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Li, Chen Kursin, and the others were all stunned. A moment later, a cold smile appeared on Lu Li's face. Principal Song, you still say there's no behind-the-scenes manipulation? Listen to this yourself. Does anyone believe that? Clear the easy mode? With just a few of them? I'm telling you right now, if they really can clear the secret realm, I'll eat shit live on stream. Chapter 35, An Unfinished Mission. The moment Lu Li uttered those words, the scene fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Song Ku coughed, his tone somewhat embarrassed. Lu Li, you can't just say things like that. But Lu Li didn't give him a chance to finish speaking, interrupting him directly. Principal Song, a man's word is his bond, and I mean what I say, but if the result is not as you say, I demand that they be disqualified from the competition. Chen Kursin immediately chimed in. Yes, I support Lu Li. If they really manage to pass the level, Lu Li should eat shit live on air, and I'll definitely keep an eye on him. Lu Li fell silent on the spot. Everyone fell silent. Song Ku's expression was strange, and he cursed Lu Li inwardly for being too impulsive. This kid was probably going to suffer a great loss today. He had no choice but to continue. I haven't finished speaking yet. The team from Linhai No. 1 Middle School not only cleared the easy mode, but also the standard and hard modes. If it weren't for the problem with the secret realm, they might have cleared the nightmare mode as well. As soon as he said that, Lu Li burst out laughing. Principal Song, your joke isn't funny at all. The expressions of the surrounding students also became very strange. If saying that Linhai No. 1 Middle School had an easy mode was barely a joke, then what he said now sounded like complete nonsense. The Heavenly Abyss secret realm has existed for 8 years, and this year marks its 9th. Over these 8 years, countless geniuses have ventured into this secret realm, but no one has ever been heard of clearing the standard mode, let alone the hard mode. Even Wang Tianhua, the Peacock King, who was known as the leader of the 3 killing gods in the army, had never accomplished such a feat. So now Song Ku is telling them that the 4 people on the other side actually did it? Lu Li admitted that there was indeed a very handsome boy on the other side, and the girl was also very pretty. But what did being good-looking have to do with clearing a dungeon? Could one really beat a dungeon just by looking good? Lu Li isn't stupid. Increasingly angry, Lu Li went even further, saying, Principal Song, since you've come this far, I'll say it here too. If they really do clear the standard and hard modes, I'll not only eat shit live on air, but I'll also have diarrhea in public and give it to Chen Kursin to use as a face mask. Chen Kursin fell silent again. Everyone fell silent again. After Lu Li finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Kursin smugly. He had let her stir things up earlier, but now he had finally gotten his revenge. While they were arguing noisily, no one from Linhai No. 1 Middle School spoke up. Ye Lingchen and the other three hid at a distance, watching their argument as if it were a circus performance. As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, Zhang Wei and Li Jun could barely suppress their laughter, and even Mu Lingxi's face turned red as she tried to hold it in, afraid that she would burst out laughing. Only Ye Lingchen sat there like an outsider, his brows slightly furrowed. He wasn't paying attention to what was going on over there. He was thinking about something else entirely. I've killed so many monsters, but my artifact quest hasn't changed at all. Ye Lingchen was puzzled. The artifact quest for the mother nest required him to harvest the souls of 10,000 abyssal monsters. Logically, this trial should have yielded that number long ago. But when he checked the quest progress, the number was still 0. Don't the monsters in the secret realm count? Ye Lingchen quickly guessed the reason. If the mission data was correct, then there was only one possibility. The monsters in the secret realm didn't count. Or rather, in these dungeons that have been replicated, the monsters inside don't have any real souls. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Each team will generate a separate instance after entering the secret realm. It's impossible to create countless real souls out of thin air for others to harvest. Unless it's a newly created, unexplored secret realm, the monsters inside can be considered true abyssal monsters. Once the secret realm is explored and turned into a dungeon, it only serves the purpose of leveling up, obtaining equipment, and completing trials. In other words, if he really wants to harvest the souls of the abyss monsters, he will most likely have to go to the abyss. Ye Lingchen rejected the idea of going to the abyss without even thinking about it. He wasn't stupid. He might seem strong now, but no one could really say how dangerous the abyss truly was. He didn't believe he was strong enough to sweep through the abyss or destroy the world. That was a war between two races. Even the 3 pure ones, for pillars, and 1 carefree spirit wouldn't dare claim they could completely defeat the abyss. So, this nobody's going there wouldn't make a ripple. However, Ye Lingchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It doesn't necessarily have to be the abyss. The front lines are fine too. As long as he doesn't venture deep into the core area of the battlefield and instead seeks opportunities to harvest abyssal monsters on the periphery, with his current Legion-level combat strength, he might be able to complete this mission. Thinking about this, Ye Lingchen felt his mind was clear. Once the soul harvesting is complete, the only remaining task is the most difficult one, successfully containing an abyssal monster with the unique attribute. I wish I could run into Geddes again. I miss him a little. Ye Lingchen muttered to himself. Meanwhile, far away in the abyss, Geddes was holding a meeting when he suddenly felt a strange pang of fear and couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have this feeling that someone is watching me? Who could it be? Geddes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a chill running down his spine. For Ye Lingchen, the artifact quest was all about luck. If he could complete it, great. But if not, he could only leave it for later. However, today is the last day of the month. After today, it will be a new month. The college entrance exam is at the beginning of the month, and he can also start a new round of card draws. This is what Ye Lingchen is most looking forward to right now. Mother Nest is still 2 levels away from being fully refined. With the added luck of his gacha pulls, he has no idea what else he might get next. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just as he was secretly looking forward to it, Li Jun next to him suddenly nudged him. Brother Yi, no, Master Yi. Principal Ning wants us to come over. Ye Lingchen was taken aback before standing up and walking to the front with the others. He didn't hear a single word of the heated argument over there. He looked at Ning Wuhan. Principal Ning, what's wrong? Weren't the competition results just announced? Is it over? Ning Wuhan winked at him and then gestured with his lips towards the opposite side. The result has been announced, but the other side is not satisfied. They even said that we used underhanded methods to influence the outcome of the match. Ye Lingchen was completely dumbfounded. There are really such shameless people? Let me see who it is. After saying that, he walked past Ning Wuhan and went directly to the front of the crowd. Who's questioning the result? Come out here and let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to him. When Lu Li saw the most handsome boy in the Linhai No. 1 middle school line walk out, his face darkened, and he sneered. Oh, you cowardly coward. You dare to come out and challenge me. I'm the one who said it, so what? What's wrong? Ye Lingchen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and swung a powerful punch directly at the target. There was a crisp snap sound. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Li's body spun several times in midair like a light sparrow before crashing heavily to the ground a short distance away. Oh no, they've started fighting. Chapter 36 Little Leaf is angry. To be fair, Ye Lingchen's slap was crisp and loud. Lu Li was slapped to the ground, and a bright red handprint quickly appeared on his left cheek. So red it was almost purple and extremely conspicuous. Ye Lingchen made his move suddenly, catching everyone off guard. The scene was so quiet that only the sound of Lu Li landing could be heard. Everyone stood frozen in place. You dare hit me. Lu Li got up from the ground, his face burning with pain, but he couldn't bear it as much as his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been a top student in school. After awakening his professional skills, he became an outstanding figure among the younger generation in Linen City. He was always the one bullying others. When had he ever been slapped like that? That slap was worse than death to him. You surnamed Yi Dai. Blinded by rage, Lu Li activated the Shadow Stream Master's ability, transforming his body into a black shadow. With a flash of cold light, the dagger in his hand pierced straight for Ye Lingchen's heart. If that blow had landed, it would have been clearly aimed at taking a life. Ye Lingchen's expression also turned cold. He hadn't used much force in that slap. He just wanted to teach Lu Li a lesson. He hadn't expected that the other party would actually have murderous intent after being hit. Since that's the case, then don't blame him for showing no mercy. Ye Lingchen has always been perceived as someone who relies on summoning legions to gang up on enemies. Whether it's Mu Lingxi and the others or the onlookers, everyone assumes he's a magic-based character. But nobody knew that he wasn't useless in close combat. He just never had the chance to fight himself. Ye Lingchen, now at level 28, boasts a strength of 3,600 and a physique of 7,200. Even with agility as his weakness, he is still far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not to mention, he also benefits from the bonus of the exclusive weapons Mother Nest. The Abyss Lord is a powerful ruler of the Abyss. Although he mostly stays in the rear, his survivability is never lacking. For him, if the enemy is already at his doorstep, there's no need to hide. He'll just fight them head on. With high HP and great strength, as long as you don't die, the right thing to do is to punch back. Therefore, Ye Lingchen had no intention of dodging Lu Li's attack. The dagger plunged into his heart with a soft thud, spurting out blood that splattered all over Lu Li's face. Lu Li, however, became even more excited, his eyes turning bloodshot. He used his strength to try and pierce his heart, intending to kill him instantly. But the next second, his expression froze. No matter how much force he applied, the dagger couldn't be pushed forward even half an inch. Not only could it not pierce through, but he couldn't even pull it out. It was as if it were welded to Ye Lingchen's chest. Before Lu Li could react, Ye Lingchen grabbed his wrist with his left hand and punched out with his right fist. In Lu Li's eyes, the fist, wreathed in the abyss's aura, grew larger and larger. Before the fist even landed, the fierce wind from the punch had already left fine, bloody streaks on his face. If that punch were to actually land, Lu Li's head would probably explode on the spot. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed between the two. Stop! With a roar, Song Ku threw a punch at Ye Lingchen, while simultaneously grabbing Lu Li by the collar and throwing him away violently. With a deafening roar, a terrifying shockwave spread out from the point of their clash, catching those around them off guard and forcing them to retreat. Ye Lingchen staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Song Ku's punch had indeed injured him. In contrast, Song Ku simply took a step back to regain his balance. But no one noticed that his right hand, which had thrown the punch, was trembling slightly and had almost lost all feeling. Seeing Lu Li being rescued, Ye Lingchen was truly enraged this time. Principal Song, what do you mean? Song Ku said with a stern face. What do you mean? Ye Lingchen, do you know that if you had thrown that punch, Lu Li would have been dead? How can you be so bloodthirsty at such a young age? I'm bloodthirsty? Ye Lingchen laughed in anger, pointing to the wound on his chest and retorting. Are you blind? He stabbed me to death. Were you just supposed to stand there and let him cut me without fighting back? At this point, his voice grew even colder. Old man, you've gone too far by taking sides. Song Ku was speechless for a moment after being confronted. He knew, of course, that Lu Li had struck first, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his students die here. So he could only force himself to say, no matter what, you started it. You have to apologize. Ha ha ha. Ye Lingchen laughed angrily. I attacked first. Why don't you ask him what he said? The aura of the abyss emanating from him grew stronger, and his tone turned completely cold. What? You're jealous that Linhai No. 1 high school got first place, so you're planning to deny it. First Qiu insulted Mu Lingxi, and now Lu Li is doing the same thing. Do these people really think Ye Lingchen is easy to bully? A bunch of useless trash. You can't even clear the dungeon yourself, so you sit in your well and think everyone else is no good either. Idiots like you will just get crushed on the battlefield and only embarrass yourselves. Ye Lingchen went all out, and this time he didn't even need Li Jun, the gold medal verbal substitute, to berate the other party until their face turned ashen. Before Lu Li could speak, Ye Lingchen raised his hand and gestured behind him. Li Jun, release the video you recorded. Let these sewer worms see what it means to be outmatched and to be in a world of difference. Okay. Li Jun immediately ran forward excitedly, feeling incredibly happy, his smile practically reaching the sky. He turned on his bracelet and tapped it, and a video was projected in front of everyone. You scum, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Everyone on Lu Li and Chun Kursen's side was staring intently at the screen. The video was showing Ye Lingchen wreaking havoc in the secret realm. Song Ke stood to the side, his face alternating between red and white. He had seen this video before, but seeing it again still shocked him. Even more shocked than him were Lu Li, Chun Kursen, and the others. How is this possible? Chun Kursen exclaimed, covering her mouth. Everyone else gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They had just been questioning Linhai No. 1 middle school's results, but with the video right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. After one video finished playing, Ye Lingchen coldly shouted, again. Li Jun immediately played the standard mode video as well. Again. The video in hard mode continues to play. Ye Lingchen was about to continue when he suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately changed his mind. Never mind, don't play the rest. If they really see that I've blown up the secret realm, they probably won't be able to leave easily today. After the video finished playing, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Lu Li's face turned deathly pale, and Chun Kursen was so shocked she couldn't speak. All doubts seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of irrefutable evidence. The atmosphere had been set in motion, and it was time to close the net. Ye Lingchen gave Li Jun a wink, and Li Jun immediately understood, taking a step forward and laughing arrogantly. You all saw it, right? The video can't be faked, can it? We don't have the time for that. Now what do you have to say? A moment of silence fell over everyone. Li Jun chuckled, looked at Lu Li and Chun Kursen opposite him, and revealed a set of white teeth. Since no one has any objections, you two should keep your promise. Chapter 37 Strange Movements in Tianyuan. Li Jun's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm pond, instantly causing a huge uproar. In an instant, all eyes fell on Lu Li and Chun Kursen. Only then did the two remember their earlier bet, and their faces immediately turned extremely ugly. Li Jun immediately retorted, you just said that if you lost, you'd eat shit live on camera. And you? What about putting on a face mask while having diarrhea? In front of so many people, are you trying to back out? Lu Li's face turned pale and then red, wanting to deny it, but unable to speak. After all, he was the one who made the boast, and if he went back on his word now, he would truly lose face. But if he were to actually livestream himself eating shit, it would be better to just kill him. So he simply shut up and played dead. Chun Kursen panicked and immediately shouted, get this straight. I never agreed to anything about applying a face mask while having diarrhea. That was Lu Li's own idea. It has nothing to do with me. At the crucial moment, she didn't hesitate to distance herself from the situation. She's a girl. How could she possibly do something so disgusting? Before anyone could react, Chun Kursen turned and glared at Lu Li, saying fiercely, Lu, are you even a man? You should keep your word, and I already said I would keep an eye on you. Lu Li fell silent on the spot. The onlookers all fell silent. Seeing that Lu Li remained silent, Li Jun immediately perked up. The power of the top-notch mouth double was unleashed at this moment. He yelled at the top of his lungs, don't miss out. Trial participants from the Dragon Kingdom, look here. There's some punk here who lost a bet and had to eat shit live on camera. But now he's going back on his word and trying to cheat. Everyone, be the judge, shouldn't this kind of person be exposed? His name is Lu. Before he could finish speaking, a voice filled with suppressed anger suddenly rang out. Enough. Haven't you all made enough of a scene? Qiu, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. Her face was gloomy. She walked up to Ye Lingchen and Li Jun, her eyes filled with intense resentment, staring intently at Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen, that's enough. First you insulted the teacher, and now you're assaulting a classmate. So what if you cleared the secret realm? As the referee for this competition, I hereby declare that, given your egregious behavior, your competition results are invalidated. and you will not receive any rewards." Upon hearing this, Lu Li and Chen Kursen were overjoyed. Song Ku, standing beside them, also nodded secretly. In their eyes, so what if Ye Lingchen passed the test? As long as he was labeled as insulting teachers and beating classmates, he was not qualified to receive the reward. Qiu Qiu's words sounded high-sounding, but he completely ignored the cause and effect of the matter and only relied on his status as a teacher and referee to forcefully suppress people. Zhang Wei and Li Jun were instantly furious upon hearing this. No rewards? They'd been grinding their way through and gotten almost nothing. They finally made it into nightmare mode. But because of Ye Lingchen's actions, all the equipment they got was swallowed up by the spatial rift. They watched helplessly as the purple and golden equipment vanished, their hearts bleeding. But so be it. After all, it was their own bad luck. But now Qiu Qiu wants to withhold all the rewards for completing the level, which is extremely unethical. Zhang Wei and Li Jun, enraged, rushed forward, ready to unleash their tirade. So what if it's the principal? So what if it's the referee? They can't just blatantly cheat the whistle. But just as the two were about to speak, Ye Lingchen stopped them. "You two step back." Those few words, chilling as if they came from the depths of an abyss, sent a shiver down Zhang Wei and Li Jun's spines. They immediately realized that Ye Lingchen was truly enraged this time. At this moment, he was like a colossal beast from the abyss about to awaken, standing on the verge of exploding. Ye Lingchen stared at Qiu Qiu expressionlessly, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. "You old hag, I let you go before because Principal Ning stopped you. Now you're causing trouble again. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Qiu Qiu flew into a rage. "Who are you calling an old hag?" Ye Lingchen sneered. "Who else could it be? Aren't you the only old woman here?" A sinister smile appeared on his face. He had no intention of holding back any longer. 18-year-old Ye Lingchen, even including his previous life, was only 28, a time when he was full of vigor and vitality. Faced with Qiu Qiu's repeated provocations, he would never back down indefinitely. He slowly raised his hand, his voice chilling. "Get out of here. The next second, he will summon the army of the abyss. This woman will never escape the abyss." But just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. Ye Lingchen's hand froze in midair, and he only said half of what he had said. Everyone was startled by the commotion and turned to look. A beam of dark light shot into the sky from the entrance to the heavenly abyss secret realm. The original entrance to the secret realm has vanished. Instead, a terrifying black beam of light, almost as thick as a giant black hole, appeared. The next second, dark clouds rolled in the sky, shrouding the entire abyss in darkness. On Sky Mountain, the remains of the Abyss Lord appeared even more ferocious and terrifying against the backdrop of the black sky. Strange activity has occurred in the heavens. All the trial participants were terrified. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd retreated frantically like a tidal wave. The three school teams were no exception. The three principals' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately shouted for everyone to run away. That black pillar of light was filled with the negative energy of the abyss. Once one was tainted by it, one might lose their mind and become a demon. "Run! Run now!" Ning Wuhan roared at the top of his lungs. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi disregarded everything else and turned to flee desperately. But she hadn't run far when Mu Lingxi suddenly remembered something and turned around sharply. Ye Lingchen remained standing quietly in the same spot, motionless. "Little Leaf, run!" Mu Lingxi shouted anxiously. But Ye Lingchen seemed not to hear anything, leaving her only with a lonely silhouette. The black pillar of light grew larger and larger, beginning to spread beyond the heavenly abyss. Mu Lingxi was frantic, wanting to rush back to save him, but the terrifying aura that came her way sent her flying. "No, little Ye Lingchen." Mu Lingxi's eyes were bloodshot as she watched in despair as Ye Lingchen's figure was gradually enveloped by the black pillar of light, eventually being completely swallowed up and disappearing. In less than a minute, no living person could be seen on the edge of the abyss. The black beam of light finally stopped after spreading to a certain area, but it still did not dissipate. The dark clouds in the sky were churned by the beam of light, forming a huge vortex, as if the end of the world had arrived, filling people with despair. At this moment, Ye Lingchen, who was engulfed by the black beam of light, was not dead. On the contrary, the rich abyssal aura within the pillar of light made him feel exceptionally comfortable. The mother nest flew out of his body uncontrollably and hovered silently in front of him. Ye Lingchen could even feel a joyful and pleasant emotion emanating from the mother nest. This was a familiar scent to her, a scent she loved, and the scent of the place where she had once lived. As early as when the anomaly in Tianyuan occurred, Ye Lingchen felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. He was as if he were being targeted by some terrifying being, his body completely immobilized. Now, engulfed by the pillar of light, he seemed to be suspended in midair, yet still unable to move, only able to stare blankly at his surroundings. There seemed to be no concept of time or space here. Ye Lingchen didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like 1,000 years had gone by, yet also like only a moment. That eerie, tearing sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, a voice filled with anger and a hint of mockery rang out in the dark space. So it was you who tore my house down, wasn't it? Chapter 38, The Carefree Immortal. Holy crap! Who is it? Startled by the sudden sound beside him, Ye Lingchen jumped to the side almost instinctively, looking to his right with a look of terror on his face. A middle-aged man with a white coat, an apron, and silver hair and beard was staring at him with a wicked grin. The man's appearance was completely unexpected. Ye Lingchen hadn't noticed anything amiss. He immediately cast a detection spell, only to be completely dumbfounded. The information above the other party's head was all question marks. Name, gender, occupation, and level were all unreadable. Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. The fact that his detection technique could completely fail meant that the opponent's level was far superior to his own, and they were definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking back to that cryptic remark the other person had just made, the hairs on his body stood on end. Could it be? Could this person really be that person? Ye Lingchen quickly clasped his hands in greeting and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Immortal Xiaoyao." The middle-aged man opposite him raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Oh, I only said one sentence and you guessed who I am? Interesting." As he spoke, he swaggered over to Ye Lingchen with an air of nonchalance. Upon closer inspection, this uncle was actually quite handsome, with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows, exuding a somewhat frivolous and otherworldly aura. Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. He had almost reacted instinctively, preparing to summon the Abyss Army to unleash a powerful attack at point-blank range. Now, thinking back, he was thankful he hadn't. As the number one person on the Immortal Blue Star, he would probably be eliminated before his ultimate move even touched the opponent. Ye Lingchen was sizing up Xiaoyao Xian, and Xiaoyao Xian was also sizing him up. In fact, Xiaoyao Xian had arrived long ago, but he had been in the secret realm, using flashbacks to pinpoint the culprit who had turned the Tianyuan secret realm upside down. When he saw Ye Lingchen summon the Abyss Army and sweep across the secret realm like flattening ruins, his originally calm eyes instantly lit up. He kept replaying those scenes, becoming increasingly alarmed and more certain that his guess was correct. So he launched that earth-shattering anomaly, directly locking onto Ye Lingchen and pulling him into this place. Of course, that black beam of light wasn't just there to find someone. It was also repairing the damaged secret realm. Xiaoyao Xian stared at Ye Lingchen and deliberately gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, if you're going to the secret realm, just go. Why bother me? That's not a good habit." Ye Lingchen was immediately embarrassed. He knew that the other party had definitely seen everything he had done. He quickly explained, "Senior, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. As you can see, my level is too low. Without some special methods, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the level at all." "Not on purpose? I think you did it on purpose," Xiaoyao Xian retorted, then asked, "What's your name?" "Junior Ye Lingchen." "Ye Lingchen? You also have the surname Ye." Xiaoyao Xian was taken aback and muttered to himself, "Same surname as that guy, and looks quite a bit like him. Doesn't that kid not have any children? Could he be an illegitimate child?" Ye Lingchen was completely confused and asked cautiously, "Senior, what did you say?" Immortal Xiaoyao immediately adopted the demeanor of a reclusive sage, putting his hands behind his back and saying, "It's nothing." Unfortunately, his chef's attire made him look less like a sage and more like a comical figure. The carefree immortal quickly got to the point. "Ye Lingchen, right? What class have you awakened?" It wasn't that he didn't want to see for himself, but when he probed Ye Lingchen earlier, even the profession field showed a question mark. Hidden professions do have this characteristic, but with such a huge level difference between the two, the fact that he still couldn't see it only made him more curious. Ye Lingchen answered truthfully. This junior recently awakened a hidden class, Abyss Lord. The eyes of Abyss Lord Xiaoyao Xian flickered slightly. No wonder, such a profession actually exists. Ye Lingchen added, "Well, This junior accidentally drew a full set of lives. The carefree immortal fell silent. Nobody asked that, okay? Why is this kid acting like he's at Versailles? These few words further confirmed Xiao Yaoxian's suspicions. He circled Ye Lingchen several times, his gaze meaningful, making Ye Lingchen feel uneasy. Finally, the carefree immortal's gaze fell upon the mother nest. This is a nice item. Is it your weapon? Ye Lingchen nodded. It's my signature weapon, but it's not at its maximum level yet. The carefree immortal was speechless again. Who asked if you'd reached the maximum level? Why are you showing off again? He said simply, very good. With this, I can save a lot of effort in repairing the secret realm. Lend me the exclusive weapon. Before Ye Lingchen could even reply, Xiao Yaoxian raised his hand and grabbed the mother nest. The mother nest offered no resistance. The rich abyssal aura surrounding it made it extremely comfortable, and it had long been immersed in it. The carefree immortal brought his 2 fingers together, gently tapped the mother nest, and then pulled it back, from which he extracted a thread shimmering with black light. Go. The next moment, he flicked the thread downwards. The thread snapped with a snap, and the remaining piece floated into the endless darkness, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All right, now it's time for some reflection. After doing all this, the carefree immortal seemed to shudder, then magically lit a cigarette and stood to the side, leisurely smoking it. Meanwhile, all the trial participants outside stared in terror at the black pillar of light. The terrifying abyssal aura pressed down on them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. Some were even so frightened that they fainted on the spot. After a while, the black pillar of light slowly shrank to everyone's astonishment, and the speed increased rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, the pillar of light disappeared completely, and the huge vortex that had once been the entrance to the secret realm reappeared above the black pit. The anomaly has disappeared. Someone shouted, and everyone snapped out of their daze. Some of the bolder ones immediately ran towards Tianyuan, and the others followed suit. When they arrived at the secret realm, they were pleasantly surprised to find that it had indeed been restored to its original state. The secret realm has returned to normal. Thank goodness, that really scared me to death. Some big shot must have made a move. But who is it? Could it be that senior immortal Xiaoyao has come in person? Exclamations of surprise rang out, and the crowd discussed the situation as if they had survived a close call. However, the students from Linhai No. 1 Middle School showed no sign of joy, because they discovered in despair that after the black pillar of light disappeared, Ye Lingchen was also gone. Mu Lingxi covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Little Yezi. He's not dead, is he? Her eyes were already brimming with tears. Zhang Wei and Li Jun were also filled with grief, but Ning Wuhan was the most heartbroken. His eyes were red as he stared at the empty entrance to the secret realm, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed with an awl. The next second, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 39 Taking Action. Principal Ning. Upon seeing Ning Wuhan suddenly vomit blood and faint, Zhang Wei and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Mu Lingxi didn't hesitate for a moment. A flash of light appeared on her body, and she immediately cast a healing spell on Ning Wuhan. Li Jun also hurriedly pulled out a potion and injected it into him. Zhang Wei wasn't a healer and didn't have any high-level potions, so he could only kneel down and support Ning Wuhan in his arms. Song Ku, who was standing nearby, also quickly stepped forward to check on her, while Chiu snorted coldly, a mocking smile on her lips. Serves him right for getting his comeuppance so quickly. The voice wasn't loud, but it pierced the 3 people's ears like needles. Despite their disagreements, making sarcastic remarks at a time like this was truly malicious. Li Jun couldn't contain his anger any longer and rushed up to Chiu, roaring, "Say that again if you dare." Chiu scoffed dismissively. If Ye Lingchen were here, she might be a little more wary, but she didn't take a student like Li Jun seriously at all. She sneered, "It's the same no matter how many times I say it. What does those who do many evil deeds will surely perish mean? Your pride and joy, Ye Lingchen, is dead just like that. Isn't that the will of heaven?" Li Jun's eyes instantly reddened, but he was speechless for a moment. If Ye Lingchen hadn't died after that terrifying black light fell, where would he be? This thought made him feel a tightness in his chest. During his trip to Tianyuan, he had already been completely impressed by Ye Lingchen's strength. In his heart, Ye Lingchen was no longer just an ordinary classmate, but Brother Yi, or God Yi. Yet, to see such a person, who had just gotten into trouble, being mocked by Chiu like this was simply unbearable for him. "You old hag, I'll fight you to the death." Li Jun roared, and holy flames erupted from his body, directly blasting towards Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu's eyes turned cold, and she raised her hand to push forward. You still dare to lay a hand on me? The students of Linhai No. 1 Middle School are all ill-mannered dogs. A flash of green light, and Li Jun was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily next to Ning Wuan. He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost consciousness. Li Jun, Zhang Wei shouted anxiously, but he couldn't leave while holding Ning Wuhan, and could only watch helplessly as Li Jun was beaten down. Mu Lingxi was also startled. She hadn't expected Li Jun to be so impulsive, and she certainly hadn't expected him to dare to attack despite the huge difference in their levels. She quickly went to Li Jun's side and raised her hand to cast a healing spell. However, after the spell was cast, Li Jun still did not react, and his condition did not improve at all. Mu Lingxi frowned and placed her hand on Li Jun's chest to examine him. After a moment, her expression turned completely grim. Without the slightest hesitation, she took out a vial of scarlet medicine from her bag and plunged it into Li Jun's neck. Upon seeing the vial of medicine, Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, "This is an S-grade recovery potion." That's right, it's an S-grade recovery potion worth 5 million per vial. When Mu Lingxi examined him just now, she discovered that Li Jun's injuries were not ordinary. A powerful curse had been injected into his body, which was frantically corroding his internal organs and devouring his life force. This power was too strong. Her level 20+ healing spells simply couldn't neutralize it. To save Li Jun's life, she had no choice but to use this precious potion. 5 million is nothing to the Mu family, but the true value of S-grade potions lies not in their price, but in their scarcity. These strategic resources have extremely low annual production, and various factions scramble to acquire them. Even 50 million might not be enough to buy one. So Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw Mu Lingxi use it on Li Jun without hesitation. With the injection, Li Jun's condition finally improved visibly. The cursed power within him quickly dissipated, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Mu Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Zhang Wei, saying, "Take good care of Principal Ning and Li Jun." Mu Lingxi, what are you doing?" Zhang Wei's heart sank. Mu Lingxi's expression was calm at this moment, but the calmer she was, the more unsettling it seemed. She took a step and walked towards Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu raised an eyebrow when she saw her approaching. This young girl was far too beautiful, completely overshadowing her, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. She asked coldly, "You want to stand up for him?" A cold glint flashed in Mu Lingxi's eyes, and her voice was icy. "Qiu Qiu, I really don't know how you became the principal." Qiu Qiu's expression changed. "What did you say?" Mu Lingxi stared at her and said, word by word, "You actually tried to kill a student. If I hadn't used the S-grade potion, Li Jun would be dead. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qiu Qiu was exposed on the spot. A hint of panic flashed across her face, and she immediately tried to defend herself. Mu Lingxi sneered. "Still trying to argue? You think you've done something clever? Sorry, my profession just happens to be able to detect curse spells." Her voice wasn't low, and Chen Kursin, Lu Li, and others nearby all heard it. Chen Kursin covered her mouth in shock. Principal Qiu actually cursed that guy? Although she didn't like Li Jun's mouth either, she would at most teach him a lesson, but would never take his life. Lu Li frowned as well. If it were a fight between people of the same level, using heavy blows could be attributed to a lack of strength, but Qiu Qiu was dozens of levels higher than Li Jun. This was no longer a fight, but pure bullying. The surrounding trial participants all looked over, and murmurs gradually arose. Qiu Qiu finally panicked. She thought she had done everything perfectly, but Mu Lingxi saw through her act in the blink of an eye. If this got out, she wouldn't just lose her position as principal, she might even go to jail. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Although she's a support class, the level advantage is undeniable. As long as the witnesses are dealt with now, no one can prove what she did. For some unknown reason, Qiu Qiu actually attacked Mu Lingxi on the spot. A faint black light gathered in her palm, and she raised her hand to slap Mu Lingxi across the face. To outsiders, it might seem like just a slap from an elder to discipline a junior in anger. But in reality, the more insidious curse would seep into Mu Lingxi's body through the palm, instantly devouring her life force. A few seconds later, even if Mu Lingxi didn't die, she would be completely crippled and unable to speak anymore. Mu Lingxi hadn't expected Qiu Qiu to launch a sneak attack. The slap was already landing, and she had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, an old figure appeared between the two like a ghost. A withered hand slowly rose, but gripped Chiu Chiu's wrist tightly like an iron hook. Immediately afterwards, a voice that seemed to come from hell entered Chiu Chiu's ears. You think you can touch the Mu family? Chapter 42 Paths. Chiu Chiu's wrist was tightly gripped by an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a suit. A sharp pain shot up her arm. Her face turned pale instantly, and she couldn't help but scream, desperately trying to pull her hand back. The old man snorted coldly and casually released his grip. Chiu Chiu staggered backward and fell to the ground, looking extremely disheveled. When Mu Lingxi saw the person who had arrived, she was both surprised and delighted, and exclaimed, "Second grandfather, what are you doing here?" The old man ignored Chiu Chiu and turned around. His originally cold face instantly turned kind, and he said with a smile, "Xiaoxi, your second grandfather is out traveling and just happened to wander over here." Mu Lingxi's expression was strange. Clearly she didn't believe a word of it. This second grandfather held an extremely high position in the Mu family, second only to the head of the Mu family, who was also Mu Lingxi's great-grandfather. Normally, they wouldn't even see each other often, let alone during the Lunar New Year when they returned home. Her deepest impression of her second grandfather is still from when she was a child. Back then, her second grandfather would always secretly take her out to eat delicious food and often buy her candied hawthorns. But Mu Lingxi didn't know that this old man had actually been her protector all along. During the years she had been away from home for school, her second grandfather had always secretly kept watch nearby, but had never shown his face. He wouldn't have shown himself if the situation hadn't been so critical today. He had just seen through Chiu Chiu's malicious intentions, which is why he acted in time. The second grandfather looked coldly at Chiu Chiu, who was slumped on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "For Chiu Changtian's sake, I will not kill you. But if you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being merciless." Chiu Chiu felt that terrifying aura and was too scared to say a word. She usually acts arrogantly, relying on her brother Chiu Changtian's reputation, but when she encounters a truly powerful person, she is just as afraid. After all, no matter how much face you have, it can't stop someone from killing you on the spot. Even if Chiu Changtian comes knocking on our door afterward, what good will it do? The man will already be dead. Thinking of this, Chiu Chiu lowered her head, outwardly not daring to utter a sound. But no one saw a fleeting glint of madness across her gloomy face. Meanwhile, Ye Lingchen, who was still in the dark space, suddenly saw a blur before his eyes. The next second, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. An endless sea of clouds surged beneath his feet, and all around him was a vast expanse of white. A cold wind blew in his face, making Ye Lingchen shiver involuntarily. "It's so cold." He looked closely and realized that he was standing on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. The summit was higher than the clouds, and all he could see was snow. Ye Lingchen asked instinctively, "Where is this?" The voice of the carefree immortal then rang out, "The summit of Sky Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly appeared before Ye Lingchen like an immortal. Then, with a wave of his hand, the mother nest flew back to Ye Lingchen's side. "I've finished using it, here you go." Without the abyssal energy to devour, the mother nest seemed somewhat unsatisfied, and then burrowed back into Ye Lingchen's body. Ye Lingchen looked at Xiao Xian and asked, "Senior, why did you bring me here?" The carefree immortal didn't answer directly, but instead asked him, "Boy, you haven't climbed the heavenly ladder yet, have you?" Ye Lingchen nodded, "Not yet." The carefree immortal smiled and said, "That's perfect. I'll give you 2 paths to choose from now on. Would you like to hear them?" Ye Lingchen was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. He was told he had 2 paths to choose from, but he was powerless to resist and had to do whatever they said. Besides, he had previously destroyed the Heavenly Abyss secret realm, so he was genuinely uneasy and could only nod. The carefree immortal said with satisfaction, "Good attitude." As he spoke, he held up one finger. "The first path, you blew up the Heavenly Abyss secret realm. Although I have already repaired it with the things I borrowed from you, you still have to compensate me for the mental distress, right? In addition, there are the travel expenses, lost wages, and so on from my journey from the capital. I won't ask for more than that. Let's just say you have 500 billion. Ye Lingchen fell silent on the spot. 500 billion? This isn't just about losing money, it's about risking your life. Even if you beat him to death, he still wouldn't be able to pay. His lips twitched, and he could only awkwardly ask, "Senior, what about the second path?" The carefree immortal chuckled and held up his second finger. "The second path is also simple. Ascend the heavenly ladder." Ascending the heavenly ladder? Ye Lingchen was somewhat puzzled. He had originally planned to ascend the heavenly ladder. Could there be another explanation behind it? Seeing his confusion, the carefree immortal didn't keep him in suspense any longer. You must be thinking, not only do you not have to lose money to climb the heavenly ladder, but you can also gain opportunities. Where in the world can you find such a good thing, right? Ye Lingchen subconsciously replied, yes. The carefree immortal laughed. What a coincidence. There really is such a good thing in the world. However, at this point, he raised his hand and waved it in the air. The next moment, the surrounding sea of clouds began to churn violently, as if a colossal beast was moving through the clouds. Soon, the sea of clouds parted to the sides, and a huge skeleton appeared before Ye Lingchen's eyes. Ye Lingchen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't noticed it before because of the sea of clouds. Now, he could see the skeleton on the mountainside, not far below. A giant spear was driven into the skeleton's forehead, piercing through the skull and embedding itself deep into the sky mountain. From Ye Lingchen's position, all he could see was the head, but the head alone was as large as a football field. Compared to it, Ye Lingchen was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the skeleton, along with an extremely dense abyssal aura. Seemingly sensing Ye Lingchen's gaze, the oppressive aura seemed to come alive, sweeping over him relentlessly. Just then, Ye Lingchen's clothes moved without wind, and the mother nest inside his body flew out on its own. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and a terrifying pressure no weaker than that of bones surged into the sky, rudely meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The two oppressive forces collided violently, creating a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding area, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Xiao Xian stood quietly to the side, and when he saw Ye Lingchen suddenly unleash such a powerful aura, his eyes narrowed slightly. The collision, though seemingly spectacular, actually lasted less than a second. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes, and he snorted heavily towards the skeleton. Go back. With just 3 words, the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide before a mouse seeing a cat. Ye Lingchen already had a guess in his mind, and couldn't help but ask, Senior, could this be? Xiao Xian nodded. That's right, Abyss Lord, Erisius. Ye Lingchen's expression changed. He's not dead. The carefree immortal thought for a moment and said, well, he's dead, but not completely dead. Ye Lingchen pressed further. Why did he attack me just now? The carefree immortal countered. What do you think? Ye Lingchen pondered for a moment. Could it be related to my profession? The carefree immortal chuckled. This child is teachable. Ye Lingchen then remembered the main point. Senior, haven't you gone off topic? What does this have to do with the second path? Xiao Xian glared at him. Nonsense, of course it's related. After saying that, he raised his right hand again. This time, instead of waving it around, he held the sky up with one palm and slammed it down heavily. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky. Ye Lingchen suddenly looked up. What happened next left him frozen in place, his heart churning with turmoil. Chapter 41 Reversed Sky Mountain. At this moment, above the sky and sea of clouds, in a place unseen by the world, a huge black shadow, like a jade pillar supporting the sky, pierced straight into the clouds, hovering directly above Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, What is this? The oppressive feeling was like Mount Tai pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to move an inch. He looked up and saw a snow-covered platform less than 100 meters above him, so close it seemed he could reach out and touch it. But the more he looked at the platform, the more familiar it seemed, just like the mountaintop beneath his feet. The Immortal of Leisure's voice rang out at the right moment. Does it look familiar? Ye Lingchen nodded subconsciously. The Immortal of Leisure said calmly, This is the sky mountain beneath your feet. Ye Lingchen was stunned. He finally understood why the platform above his head looked so familiar. It was exactly the same as the sky mountain beneath his feet. As if his shock wasn't enough, the Immortal of Freedom extended a finger and touched his brow. In an instant, Ye Lingchen's perspective suddenly widened, and the inverted sky mountain above his head was fully revealed. It was also a mountain that had been cut in half, with a deep, inky abyss on its side. The only difference was that there was no mountain-sized skeleton of Erisius there. Ye Lingchen felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help but exclaim, It's so spectacular. This scene reminded him of the Dracula castle he had played in his previous life. After running through the entire castle, he discovered that there was an identical inverted castle above him. The impact of the game was far less than the immersive experience of being there in person. Ye Lingchen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked, Senior, what exactly is that place? The carefree immortal calmly said, What's above your head is the real sky mountain and the heavenly abyss. Ye Lingchen was stunned again, feeling as if he had heard a shocking secret. Xiao Xian also looked up at the inverted mountain, his eyes filled with a touch of melancholy. 8 years have passed. Now that I've come back, my old friends who fought side by side with me have long since turned into dust and merged into this sky mountain. Ye Lingchen was affected by his emotions, and his heart also became complicated. After the abyss descended, Blue Star was devastated. For hundreds of years, countless human pioneers stood on the front line to buy civilization a chance to breathe. Those people were predecessors, martyrs, and heroes. It is because of their selfless sacrifice that humanity has not been completely overwhelmed. The carefree immortal slowly floated up, and with a casual wave of his hand, Ye Lingchen also rose into the air, flying towards the real sky mountain above. He said in a deep voice, "I wasn't alone in the battle against Arigius. I was no match for him then, and when I broke through at the crucial moment, they stood in front of me and bought me the opportunity. Without them, I could not have killed the Abyss Lord." After that battle, their bodies had long since turned to ashes, leaving not even bones behind. But even in death, their souls did not dissipate, but voluntarily remained here to suppress the demons. Ye Lingchen asked in confusion, "Suppress demons?" Xiao Xian nodded and pointed to the sky mountain below. "The mountain you were standing on before was created out of thin air by me. The skeleton on it is the body of Arigius. That mountain was suppressing his body, while the heavenly abyss secret realm below was formed by drawing abyssal power from the skeleton and using the rules of heaven and earth." Ye Lingchen looked up again. "What about this one?" At this moment, the two of them had already landed on the inverted mountain. When he looked up again, the original upright mountain had become an upside-down mountain, giving him a strong sense of unreality. The carefree immortal did not answer immediately, but pointed to the dark abyss beneath his feet. "You see that deep pit, right?" Ye Lingchen nodded. Standing on the mountaintop, the entrance to Tianyuan Cave didn't seem exaggerated, but he knew that it was the same as the Tianyuan secret realm he had seen before, a mark left by Arigius's punch. The carefree immortal slowly said, "Back then, Arigius's punch almost pierced through the earth's surface, creating a deep abyss rift beneath the heavens. In our haste to kill him, we had no time to deal with the rift, resulting in countless demons surging out and causing massive casualties. When I defeated Arigius, I discovered that the rift was too large to close." As he said this, pain appeared on Xiao Xian's face, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He whispered, "Finally, I extracted Arigius's soul and filled it directly into that crack. After my old friends died, their souls all merged into Sky Mountain, forming a seal to suppress it, which resolved the crisis. To prevent anyone from breaking the seal, I sealed the real Sky Mountain and Sky Abyss into this space, and then built an identical artificial mountain in the same spot. This is the Sky Mountain that people see today." Ye Lingchen listened as if he were witnessing that epic battle firsthand, and a series of tragic scenes flashed through his mind. He murmured, "So, the two Sky Mountains, one to suppress Arigius's body, and the other to suppress his soul." Xiao Xian nodded. "That's right, you can understand it that way." Ye Lingchen suddenly became serious. "Senior, after telling this story for so long, what does it have to do with the second path you mentioned?" The previously heavy atmosphere instantly collapsed. Xiao Xian froze, then slapped Ye Lingchen on the back of the head. "Do you even know how to talk to someone?" Ye Lingchen rubbed the back of his head, looking aggrieved. "I was just asking a question. Please continue." The carefree immortal coughed and said irritably, "Continue my ass. Get to the point. There are actually two ways to ascend the heavenly ladder. One is the main mountain, which you climb from bottom to top. The other is this inverted mountain you see here, which you climb from top to bottom, the heavenly ladder in reverse." Ye Lingchen blurted out, "Holy crap." This time he was truly stunned. The carefree immortal said, "The second path is to ascend the heavenly ladder in reverse. As long as you agree to walk all the way from here to the foot of the mountain and then enter the real heavenly abyss, you will have completed the mission. The matter of you blowing up my house before will also be forgiven." Ye Lingchen blinked. "That's it." Xiao Xian nodded. "That's it." Ye Lingchen immediately pressed, "What are the benefits of ascending the heavenly ladder in reverse?" Xiao Xian replied decisively, "How would I know? Won't it be life-threatening? You'll find out when you get there." Ye Lingchen turned and left. "Farewell." Xiao Xian grabbed him by the back of his collar. "Hey, don't go. What's wrong with you, kid? You just leave like that." Ye Lingchen said resolutely, "Senior, I choose the first path, working to pay off the debt. I'll write an IOU right now, and I'll sell myself to you for the rest of my life. Immortal Xiaoyao immediately became anxious. Bullshit. What work are you talking about? What money are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Today, you have to climb this heavenly ladder whether you like it or not. Chapter 42, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. 10 minutes later, Ye Lingchen lay on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, utterly despondent. The carefree immortal looked down at him with a kind smile on his face. Little Yi, you're a sensible child. You'll definitely climb this heavenly ladder, right? Go. You must go. You old geezer. Ye Lingchen gritted his teeth and agreed. The last part of the sentence almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiaoyao Xian raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Ye Lingchen immediately changed his tune. I said I'm overjoyed that you've bestowed upon me such a tremendous opportunity. The carefree immortal nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Go ahead and rest assured. If anything really happens to you, I'll take care of your affairs. Your parents are my parents, and your sister is my sister. Ye Lingchen nearly came back to life from anger. I have no sister. I have no parents. I'm an orphan. Xiaoyao Xian was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Well, then I wish you good luck. After saying that, he squatted down and slapped his palm on the snow-covered, reversed sky mountaintop. With a deafening roar, the entire mountain shook violently. Even lying on the ground, Ye Lingchen could feel his body swaying uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, a staircase emitting a soft white light slowly emerged beneath him. The staircase passed through the mountaintop, spiraled down the steep mountainside, and finally disappeared into a bottomless, dark abyss. The carefree immortal clapped his hands, his expression returning to its indifferent state. All right, take a break, step onto this staircase, and the ascent to heaven will officially begin. Ye Lingchen sat up, wiped away the still wet blood from his nose, and nodded seriously. He wasn't one to be coy. He couldn't win a fight, nor could he run away, and besides, he was indeed in the wrong. Since the immortal Xiaoyao insisted that he ascend the heavenly ladder, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. As for what it was, Ye Lingchen didn't ask, nor did he dare to. With a thought, he summoned the mother nest, then resolutely stepped onto the dazzling staircase. The next second, his figure vanished into thin air. On the reverse sky atop the mountain, only the carefree immortal remained. After a long silence, he sighed softly and whispered in a voice only he could hear, I've done as you instructed. I hope what you said is true. After saying that, he glanced at the time and his expression suddenly changed. If we go back now, we can still make it to lunch. A moment later, the reverse sky mountain was deserted. On the edge of the abyss, after a farce, the teams from the three schools finally returned to calm. Ning Wuhan and Li Jun also woke up from their coma one after the other. Upon learning that he had almost been killed by Qiu Qiu, Li Jun's eyes were practically spitting fire as he stared intently at Qiu Qiu not far away. If looks could kill, Qiu Qiu would have been killed hundreds of times over. Li Jun gritted his teeth. I must kill that old woman. Mu Lingxi raised her hand to stop him. Calm down, you can't kill her. I just found out she's Qiu Changtian's sister. Li Jun's expression changed. Qiu Changtian, political commissar of the Central Military Region? Mu Lingxi nodded. That's right. So killing her is unrealistic. But don't worry, with my second grandfather around, she won't be able to cause any trouble. I will report this matter truthfully when we get back, and she will receive the punishment she deserves. Although Li Jun was unwilling, he understood that this was the truth and could only suppress his anger. At this moment, Song Ku spoke up, reminding everyone, it's getting late. Each team should prepare to ascend the heavenly ladder. Principal Ning, what about you over here? Ning Wuhan's face remained pale. Ye Lingchen's death was a great blow to him, but as the head of the school, he had to hold on. He glanced at Song Ku, then looked at the three students behind him, and said in a deep voice, I'm fine. The exercise continues. Linhai No. 1 Middle School will not withdraw. Song Ku nodded with a complicated expression. The two were old acquaintances, and he knew all too well how Ning Wuhan felt at this moment. Linhai No. 1 High School had finally produced a top talent, and now he was gone so inexplicably. Unfortunately, this is Tianyuan, and there's nowhere to seek redress. As for seeking compensation from the immortal Xiaoyao, that's a pipe dream. That kind of being is elusive, and probably no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom even knows where he is. With Mu Lingxi's second grandfather in charge, the other two schools, no matter how unwilling they were, dared not say anything. Ultimately, the order of entry into the heavenly ladder was determined according to the results of the previous secret realm competition. The first team to enter was Linhai No. 1 Middle School, followed 2 hours later by Chun Kursen's team from Suyuan No. 1 Middle School, and then 2 hours after that, it was Lu Li's team from Linan No. 1 Middle School. After the ascent of the heavenly ladder concludes, this joint exercise between the three schools will officially come to an end. As for the rewards from the Secret Realm competition, they will be delivered to the winning team's schools afterward. After all, those items are too valuable to carry around. The group soon arrived at the foot of Sky Mountain. The place was now packed with people, with trial participants constantly entering the heavenly ladder and others being teleported out. The three teams entered in stages because those who ascended the heavenly ladder earlier had an advantage and could obtain more opportunities. As time passed, after sunset, the abyssal aura within the heavenly abyss secret realm would spread from below, gradually engulfing the heavenly ladder. Once midnight arrives, the entire Sky Mountain will be shrouded in the abyss. At that time, the resistance on the heavenly ladder will reach its peak, making it almost impossible to stay any longer. At the entrance to the heavenly ladder, Mu Lingxi, Li Jun, and Zhang Wei were already ready. Mu Lingxi looked at her second grandfather and Ning Wuhan. Second grandfather, Principal Ning, let's go in. Grandpa waved his hand with a smile. Go on, good luck. As he spoke, he playfully swung his fist, making Mu Lingxi so embarrassed that she just wanted to leave immediately. Ning Wuhan didn't speak, but nodded emphatically to the three of them, his eyes full of encouragement. Without another word, the three turned and stepped onto the first step of the heavenly ladder. The next instant, their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. The scene flashed, and when Zhang Wei saw his surroundings again, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. The original Sky Mountain is gone, replaced by a huge staircase that seems to have no end. The staircase is at least 100 meters wide, enough to accommodate countless people climbing at the same time. The steps in the distance pierce the clouds and disappear into layers of clouds, with no end in sight. At this moment, countless figures were struggling to climb the steps around Zhang Wei. The furthest one had become just a blurry black dot. What truly shocked Zhang Wei was not the spectacular scene, but the fact that all these climbers were berserkers. Some had a much stronger aura than him, while others were even weaker. But everyone wore a resolute expression, and some even activated berserk mode, stripping to their waists and charging wildly towards higher ground. Zhang Wei was speechless with astonishment. My goodness, is this the ladder to heaven? Just then, a burly man who was at least 2.5 meters tall slapped him on the shoulder. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get up there. Stop dawdling like a girl. Are you even a berserker? Provoked by the giant-like man, Zhang Wei immediately lost face. He simply let go of his mind and body, and a berserk aura unique to berserkers erupted from his body. Zhang Wei glared at the other person. You're the woman. If you're so capable, let's have a contest. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his feet and rushed upwards like lightning, leaping over more than a dozen steps in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the burly man grinned and said, Compete with me? Very well, don't cry if you lose. The next moment, a roar came from beneath his feet, and his burly body shot out like a cannonball, chasing after Zhang Wei. Chapter 43 The Trial for Everyone. A blinding white light flashed, and Li Jun struggled to open his eyes. The sight before him left him frozen in place. A city almost half the size of Linhai City was floating high in the sky, and he was standing on the edge of the huge platform at the very top of this city. He looked up and saw pale flames burning in the sky, interspersed with golden light. Looking down, he saw a vast expanse of land below the floating city. There should have been mountains, rivers, villages, plains, and deserts there, but now the mountains have collapsed, the rivers have dried up, the villages have become ruins, the plains have become wastelands, and even the desert has been dyed pure black, as if it had been soaked in ink. On the ravaged land, countless monsters run and roar. Some search for survivors, fight for prey, and tear each other apart. Others set their sights on the giant city in the sky, letting out defiant roars at the heavens. The city was surrounded by a dense swarm of flying monsters. Each monster had a wingspan of over 20 meters, with ferocious fangs and constantly spewing green flames from its mouth. Where is this? Li Jun was so shocked he could barely speak. He felt as if he were witnessing the end of the world. Apart from the millions of survivors in the floating city, the entire land was devoid of life. Just then, in the center of the square, a long-bearded old man dressed in a pure white mage's robe spoke. His voice was amplified by magic, instantly spreading throughout the entire city. Fellow human comrades of Fran, We have nowhere to retreat. In this battle to come, it is either we who perish or the enemy who is annihilated. This battle concerns the survival of humanity. We are the only spark, the only hope. The old man's words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Li Jun was also infected, and a strong fighting spirit suddenly surged in his chest. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded by a full 10,000 mages. And these people, like him, were all holy flame mages. Some of the mages were even younger than him, their faces bearing the marks of youth, fear of war, and a deep-seated hatred for demons. The old man continued, I am Guard Lion, the chief archmage of Fran. Today, I will lead the holy flame mages of Fran to restore humanity's glory. As soon as he finished speaking, Gadrian raised his dazzling staff and pointed it sharply at the sky. The next second, the massive magical defensive barrier enveloping the city of Fran suddenly opened. The terrifying aura of the demons outside instantly pressed in, and Li Jun's face paled as a thought involuntarily popped into his mind. Have I traveled through time? Before he could figure it out, Gadrian had already taken to the air, transforming into a beam of white light that connected with the pale holy flames in the sky. My beloved holy flame mages, follow me into battle. 10,000 mages roared in unison. War! Li Jun also uncontrollably shouted along. Immediately afterwards, all the holy flame mages unleashed their power simultaneously. Boundless pale flames surged violently in the sky, and enormous meteorites burning with holy fire rained down, carpet-bombing the monsters in the air and on the ground. With each meteorite that fell, swarms of monsters turned to ashes. As the floating city continued to move, the monster horde on the ground was forcibly cleared, creating a vacuum zone. After a volley of fire, more mages took to the air and charged into the monster horde. Li Jun stared blankly at everything, utterly shaken. As a fellow holy flame mage, this was the first time he had witnessed the true power of this profession. He had never seen or learned those spells before, but as soon as he glanced at them, the basic form would naturally appear in his mind. Is this the opportunity to ascend the heavenly ladder? That's incredible. Although Li Jun's vocabulary was limited, it didn't stop him from frantically absorbing these spells. He was initially unfamiliar with them, but after a couple of tries, he gradually mastered the techniques and eventually joined the battle, charging headlong into the monsters below. Meanwhile, in another vast primeval forest, each towering tree is hundreds of meters tall. Their dense foliage blocks out the sun, allowing only a few rays to penetrate and cast dappled shadows across the green earth. In the very center of the forest, a giant tree, 1,000 meters tall, has stood for countless years. This is Teldrassil, the sacred tree and home of the elves. The elves are not a legend, but a real race. In the history of Earth, the elves once fought alongside humans against the abyss. However, in recent years, the abyss has ravaged the land, destroying vast swathes of territory, causing the elves to gradually decline and retreat to the vicinity of their ancestral lands, almost never to reappear in the world. At this moment, a grand ceremony is being held in the plaza at the top of Teldrassil. 10 beautiful and pure-looking young women stood in a circle, facing the statue of the elf queen in the center of the square. Mu Lingxi was among them. Unlike Li Jun and Zhang Wei, Mu Lingxi quickly got into the swing of things upon arriving. She knew that this was the trial the heavenly ladder had given her, and also her opportunity. She and 9 other girls were the candidates for this year's Elven Saintess. Every 1,000 years, the Elven race elects a new Saintess. Although Mu Lingxi didn't know much about the history and traditions of the elf race, she understood one thing. The selection of the Holy Maiden would inevitably involve competition. She had to stand out from the other 9. After awakening her class, Mu Lingxi had already thoroughly studied the Elven Saintess. Although this class wasn't as rare as the only hidden class, it was one of the strongest and most well-rounded support classes in the Golden Legend. The Elf Saintess can not only heal teammates, but also see through and remove various negative status effects, providing numerous buffs. More importantly, the Saintess herself is also quite powerful. After inheriting the Elven physique, Mu Lingxi's agility increased significantly, creating a stark contrast with Ye Lingchen. One has high attack power, high health, but slow speed. The other is agile and versatile, even possessing terrifying speed approaching that of an assassin. With a command from the Elven Elder, the vast Teldrassil opened completely to the 10 girls. They were sent to different areas, but all headed towards the same goal. Mu Lingxi seized the opportunity to quickly learn knowledge and skills she had never encountered before during the trials and confrontations with other candidates. Thus, the first 3 people to enter the heavenly ladder began their respective trials. Ye Lingchen, who was also a teammate, seemed a little bored at the moment. Since stepping onto the heavenly ladder, he had been descending the steps. The heavenly ladder seemed endless, and a dense abyssal aura constantly eroded him from all sides. However, these auras had no effect on Ye Lingchen and ultimately turned into snacks for the mother nest. There were no illusions, no trials, no opportunities, and not even a single enemy could be seen. On this staircase, Ye Lingchen was the only one, as if trapped in a long and lonely journey, constantly moving towards the unknown abyss. Even the carefree immortal hadn't anticipated this situation. Originally, the plan was for the abyssal aura to erode Ye Lingchen, pulling him into an illusion and officially commencing the trial. Who would have thought that this guy would become completely immune? That's awkward. For Ye Lingchen, this lonely journey, which belonged only to him, seemed to be more torturous than any trial. Chapter 44, A Blessing in Disguise. Time flies, and 2 hours later, Chun Kersen from Suyuan No. 1 Middle School led her team into the heavenly ladder. 2 hours later, Lu Li's team also successfully entered. At this time, only the principals of the 3 schools and Mu Lingxi's second grandfather, Mu Haiyang, remained at the foot of Sky Mountain. The 4 stood in 4 corners, silent among themselves. Only Ning Wuhan remained pale. Even though he had recovered with the healing potion, his injury was not physical, but emotional. Ye Lingchen was swallowed up by the strange phenomenon in Tianyuan, and now he has vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Ning Wuhan knew in his heart that Ye Lingchen was most likely dead or in grave danger. Having experienced the events of the 4th secret realm and now the heavenly abyss secret realm, Ning Wuhan was completely impressed by Ye Lingchen's talent. He believed that given time, Ye Lingchen would undoubtedly become a true powerhouse among humans. Even in Ning Wuhan's heart, Ye Lingchen's future was far more than just being comparable to the 3 killing gods in the army. He had once fantasized that one day Ye Lingchen could become the strongest human, leading Blue Star to completely repel the Abyss army. But all of this vanished in today's Tianyuan anomaly. If it weren't for his pride insisting on participating in this joint exercise, Ye Lingchen wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Thinking of this, Ning Wuhan was filled with deep self-reproach. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, he didn't even know there was such a student in the graduating class of senior high school. Later, he learned from his homeroom teacher that Ye Lingchen was an orphan who lost both his parents when he was 10 years old. He struggled to survive on his own for 8 years, which led to his calm, indifferent, and even somewhat worldly personality. 8 years ago, during the Second Abyss War, the world was in turmoil, and for a child, the loss of their parents was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Ning Wuhan even admired Ye Lingchen for being able to endure those years alone. But in the end, he was just an 18-year-old boy. Ning Wuhan secretly made up his mind that he must have a serious talk with his uncle when he got back. Even if it meant going bankrupt, he had to see Xiaoyao Xian and ask him to help find Ye Lingchen's whereabouts. He needed to see him alive or dead. Ning Wuhan was unaware that Ye Lingchen was currently experiencing the most dangerous crisis since his transmigration. It was even more perilous than when he first encountered Gades. This ladder to heaven was so long that the distant black abyss seemed to hang forever on the horizon. Ye Lingchen had been walking for 6 hours, yet he couldn't feel himself moving forward. It was as if he had been standing still the whole time. Apart from the steps and the colossal crater in the distance, resembling a black pupil, there was nothing else. Sky Mountain had vanished, and the white steps hung in midair like a lonely ribbon. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There was no living creature, no wind, and not even the sound of footsteps on the steps could be heard. At first, Ye Lingchen walked very fast. Because he was ascending the heavenly ladder in reverse, while others went up, he was going down. After a few breaths, when he looked back, the summit of the reverse heavenly mountain was no longer visible. But as he continued downwards, the road seemed to have no end. Ye Lingchen's emotions gradually became irritable, and he even began to show signs of rejection towards this body. Although he was a transmigrator and his soul and memories had merged, he had never allowed himself to fall into such a lonely and helpless situation in his previous life as an ordinary member of society. Before, when he was in a bad mood, he could still call up his friends for drinks and barbecue. But now, he feels like he's locked in an endless prison, unable to see the road ahead or find his way home, and can only drift like duckweed towards the end of his life. Gradually, a dark glint flashed in Ye Lingchen's eyes. The aura of the Abyss Lord erupted, and his humanity began to waver, transforming him into a true Abyss Lord. In terms of cultivation, Ye Lingchen is currently plagued by inner demons and is on the verge of going astray. Just then, the mother nest, which had been silent until now, suddenly reacted. An even more concentrated abyssal aura erupted from it, a product of its repeated refinement after absorbing abyssal energy. This aura was even purer and more extreme, instantly surging into Ye Lingchen's body, beginning to occupy his body, and thoroughly transforming his body and soul into something abyssal. The mother nest doesn't need a mad, insane lord. What it needs is a powerful, cold-blooded, and brutal abyss lord, yet wise enough to be so. Historically, there have been instances of abyss lords going mad. Whenever this happens, it's a catastrophe for all beings in the abyss. When one lord loses control, it affects all his subjects within his territory, making bloody war almost inevitable. Moreover, such wars often have no objective, affecting all surrounding nations and lords. If an abyss lord who controls the mother nest loses his mind, he will usually be directly devoured by the mother nest and turned into nourishment. Unfortunately, Ye Lingchen was human, not an abyssal race, so the mother nest couldn't swallow him at all. The situation suddenly became awkward. In desperation, the mother nest had no choice but to take matters into its own hands. And so, Ye Lingchen was gradually transformed, inside and out, under its meticulous care. Although his four-dimensional attributes did not improve after the modification, he will become the first special fusion body to possess both human and abyssal monster bloodlines. To put it simply, he essentially acquired a dual identity, being both a human and a member of the Abyss faction. This modification gradually brought Ye Lingchen's nearly out-of-control consciousness back to normal. When he realized that the mother nest had tampered with him, he felt more joy than surprise. He never expected that his near madness would turn into a situation where he forced the mother nest to unleash its ultimate attack. This exclusive weapon pull was absolutely worth it. After regaining his senses, Ye Lingchen simply relaxed and stopped worrying about where the road ahead lay. He strolled leisurely up the steps, even humming a little tune. I'll walk you to the edge of the village. There's something I need to tell you. Don't pick the wildflowers by the roadside. Hey, why not pick them if you want to? He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Ye Lingchen's body and soul were completely transformed by the mother nest, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually completed the entire journey. At this moment, he stood before that terrifying, abyssal crater. The steps of the ladder to heaven abruptly ended here. To be precise, the steps that followed extended into the interior of the crater. Thick black fog filled the surroundings, obscuring everything ahead. The giant black crater resembled the maw of a monstrous beast. One side was heaven, the other hell. Ye Lingchen's heart stirred. The old man had said that as long as he stepped into the abyss, the mission would be complete. In other words, he was now 99% complete. He glanced at his bracelet and was immediately startled. The time was already 11:59 p.m. In 1 minute, it would be midnight. But the next second, Ye Lingchen's face suddenly lit up with wild joy, because a new month was just around the corner. He can draw cards again. Chapter 45, another card draw. Ye Lingchen lifted his foot and stepped into the bottomless abyss. He couldn't wait to draw cards. Once he got inside, the mission would be complete. He could hand it in, and then find a secluded spot where no one would find him to secretly start drawing. However, despite his good idea, the situation was completely different from what he had expected once he actually got inside. The scenery before him suddenly changed, and Ye Lingchen found himself in an unfamiliar place. This place was somewhat similar to the previous secret realm, with the same blood-red sky and gray earth, but it was even more desolate and lifeless. He immediately summoned his abyssal army, sending them out to scout in all directions. But the results that quickly returned surprised him. This place was a desolate, empty world, devoid of humans and abyssal monsters. Skeletons were scattered everywhere, testament to a fierce battle that had once taken place here, and these skeletons were all left behind by abyssal monsters. Ye Lingchen was only surprised for a moment before losing interest. To him, what had happened here before was none of his business. He glanced at the time. It was already 12:10 a.m. Do I consider this a completed mission? Ye Lingchen considered his options and decided against venturing any deeper. The place was desolate, without a single monster, which didn't pique his interest in exploring. Even a few monsters would be nice. At least he could gain some experience. But when he turned around to find the way he came, he found that the entrance had disappeared. The ladder to heaven seemed to break off completely at the edge of the abyss pit, leaving only a blood-red sky and gray earth behind him, with no sign of the pit's entrance. "Senior, I'm in now. Have I completed the mission, Senior?" Ye Lingchen called out for a long time, but there was no response from the surroundings. His face immediately darkened. At this point, even the most oblivious person would realize that he had been fooled by the Immortal of Freedom. In other words, the Immortal of Freedom's true purpose was to find a way to send him into this desolate world. As for the reason, Ye Lingchen couldn't figure it out at the moment. Damn it, this old man, the number one person on Earth, actually resorts to this kind of contemptuous act. Utterly despicable. Ye Lingchen cursed inwardly, almost wanting to curse even the ancestor of the carefree immortal. However, since he's already trapped here and can't get out anytime soon, he can only explore it first. This place is vast. Even if he could summon over 300,000 troops, he still couldn't cover the entire world. He simply recalled the Legion to his side and summoned a volcanic dragon, preparing to ride it to scout ahead. But just as he was about to jump onto the dragon's back, his movements suddenly stopped. Wait, since there's no one else here, can I draw a card first? Ye Lingchen thought about it more, and it seemed more and more reliable. The gacha game was quite a big deal, and even if he had a portable version of the Wheel of Fortune, he couldn't guarantee that no one would be around even if he hid deep in the mountains. But this place is different. There's not a soul in sight. Even if he pulls out something outrageous, no one will notice. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, summoning the Legion to surround and protect him. Then, Ye Lingchen took out the Wheel of Destiny, solemnly placed it on the ground, and then took out 10 divine stones, weighed them in his hand, and threw them all into it without hesitation. Boom. The Wheel of Fortune once again burst forth with dazzling light. Host detected drawing cards. Passive skill. I'm the lucky one LV1. Card draw luck value is full, 10 draws remaining this month. Activate. Launch. The familiar prompts, the familiar actions. The next second, the light of the Wheel of Fortune suddenly expanded tenfold, enveloping Ye Lingchen entirely. The abyssal aura that permeated the surroundings was instantly dispelled by the light, and the summoned creatures that were closer even vanished. Ye Lingchen ignored all of that, his eyes fixed on the Wheel of Fate. On the roulette wheel, various colored lights flashed rapidly, constantly changing just like during the last gacha pull. Once the mixed colors faded away, only a dazzling red remained in the gacha pool. That's what you call a true European champion. Ye Lingchen was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what he had drawn, just by looking at the color, it was definitely not an ordinary item. The next moment, 2 beams of red light shot out first, ruthlessly rushing into the floating Mother Nest. Mother Nest, refined, 5/5. Max level. Ye Lingchen was shocked. Although the result was expected, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he actually saw the weapon fully refined. He immediately looked at the Mother Nest, and its max level attributes appeared in his mind. Mother Nest. Refined to tier 5. Strength plus 5,000. Agility plus 5,000. Spirit plus 10,000. Constitution plus 5,000. Number of summoned creatures increased by 50 times. Soul's Lair. When defeating a boss enemy no more than 300 levels higher than yourself, you can harvest their soul, corrupt it into an abyssal monster, and nurture it in the Mother Nest. Such summoned creatures must possess a unique attribute. Return to Mother's Embrace. The summoner will not die after taking a fatal blow, but will be resurrected through the Mother's Nest when their health is reduced to 1. Sanctuary from the Abyss, the Mother Nest domain. Within the Mother Nest domain, summoned creatures' critical hit rate is increased by 500%, and their critical hit damage is increased by 1000%. Boundless Motherly Love. After unleashing the ultimate skill, the cooldown time is reduced by 100%. Hiss. Ye Lingchen gasped, almost choking on his own breath. The attributes of a fully refined, exclusive weapon are indeed terrifying. Although he had already refined it to the 3rd tier, and the overall improvement was within his expectations, the last effect still made him tremble with excitement. His ultimate ability now has no cooldown. In other words, from then on, he could summon hundreds of thousands of Abyss troops, and before the enemy could react, the army would explode. After the explosion, he could summon more, and after that, the explosion would continue, in an endless cycle. This is truly an extraordinary feat that breaks through the heavens. From this moment on, Ye Lingchen completely disregarded the likes of Gades. He was confident he could blow them up so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. He even finds himself inexplicably missing Gades now. Little Goo, come back quickly. For Ye Lingchen, Gades is now not only a source of experience points, but also the best target to complete the legendary weapon quest. The real difficulty of this mission lies in the fact that the target of containment must be an abyssal monster and must also possess the attribute of being unique. Otherwise, with Ye Lingchen's current strength, he could easily find a hidden professional with a unique attribute in the human world, kill them, and complete the mission. However, the mother nest originated from the abyss, and its evolution naturally requires abyssal creatures. This limitation directly increases the difficulty of the mission many times over. After all, an abyssal monster possessing the unique attribute is at least a major boss. While low-level rare hidden bosses may also have this attribute, they are almost never seen in the human world or the abyssal battlefield. They only appear in the true abyssal world. And those big bosses, even world boss level abyssal monsters, are even less likely to show themselves casually. Their appearance would signify a complete breakdown in relations, and war would be imminent. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to complete the task in a short time. He could only leave it to fate. He quickly composed himself, looked back at the Wheel of Fortune, and waited for the remaining card draw results. Immediately afterwards, 6 red beams of light shot out from the Wheel of Destiny. This time, the situation was completely different from when they drew their unique weapon and class before. After the 6 red lights burst out of the Wheel of Fate, they went straight to the sky, as if trying to break free from the shackles of the Wheel of Fate. A tremendous roar echoed through the desolate world, and the 6 red lights struggled desperately, making Ye Lingchen's eyelids twitch wildly. What terrifying thing tried to run away after being pulled out? Are these 6 things alive? Ye Lingchen was unaware that the instant the 6 red lights appeared, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of this world. The entire desolate world trembled violently because of the appearance of these 6 red rays. Chapter 46: The Fanatical Gettys. The entrance to the abyss in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom is merely a bridge connecting the abyss to Blue Star, belonging to the outermost area. Further inward lies the true abyss. This is a realm never before set foot in by humankind, and it is not as desolate and barren as humans imagined. On the contrary, it is more vibrant with life than Earth. The abyss is a complex landscape, teeming with vegetation and teeming with magical beasts. Scattered across its vast land are hundreds of kingdoms of varying sizes, each ruled by a powerful abyss lord. 5,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the abyss lies a desolate desert. The environment here is harsh, and even abyssal monsters rarely linger. It is a truly demon-scarce place. At this moment, 500 meters underground in the depths of the desert, in a huge hollow, 2 humanoid demons silently floated in mid-air, emanating a chilling aura. One of them wore a black mage's robe, which was covered with patterns depicting the painful struggles of humans and demons. His exposed skin was deathly pale, and his face looked cold and weak, much like a sickly man in the human world who had indulged in excessive sexual activity. The other person was also dressed in a mage's robe, but the images on his robe kept changing, sometimes showing high mountains and plains, sometimes urban landscapes, and even a vast starry sky. He was thin and shorter, but his pair of ice blue eyes shone brightly in the darkness, making anyone who looked into them feel as if they were drawn into them. If Ye Lingchen were here, he would definitely recognize that pale man as none other than Gades, the #1 curse mage of the abyss whom he had always been thinking about. The man standing next to Gades is named Kratos, who is also a powerful mage, but he specializes in mental magic and can directly attack the enemy's consciousness and soul. Kratos was as renowned as Gades, both having served as powerful figures under the Abyss Lord Arigius, and were known as the youngest, most promising, and strongest twin-star mages in the Abyss's history. Aside from the Abyss Lords of the various kingdoms, these two are easily among the top 20 in the Abyss Mage Circle. If you don't count those old monsters who have been famous for many years, they're the most dazzling existence among the younger generation. After all, the lifespan of abyssal monsters is usually 800 to 1,000 years. At over 100 years old, they can only be considered young people in the abyss. At this moment, the 2 powerful mages, who had the air of artistic youths, were staring solemnly at a huge crack in the center of the void. The crack was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, lying across the darkness like a bottomless wound. Kratos looked at the crack and asked hesitantly, "Gades, are you sure you want to make your move here?" Gades nodded emphatically, a fervent glint in his eyes. This time, victory is assured. I have received the Lord's decree. The great Lord Arigius will return from here. Kratos frowned. Are you sure? Why didn't the Lord issue me a royal decree? Geddes gave him a cold look. Because you're not loyal enough. Kratos immediately retorted angrily. Bullshit. You're loyal enough? When you went to the human world, you couldn't even set up a proper portal. Has your loyalty been eaten by a dog? Geddes' face darkened, and he said sternly, Shut up. I've said it many times, it was an accident. Do you know how much risk I took when I infiltrated the heart of the Dragon Kingdom alone? It was so close to where the Lord perished, and there were countless powerful figures there. Kratos, not wanting to hear any more of his explanation, simply warned, This is now Lord Theseus's territory. If we make too much noise, it might cause trouble. Geddes scoffed. Are you scared? If you are, then go back. I, Geddes, will take on the responsibility of welcoming the Lord's return today. When the Lord returns, I will report your attitude to him truthfully. Kratos' face darkened with anger. Trying to take all the credit? No way. He said coldly. If you're not afraid, then I, Kratos, am even less afraid. Tell me, when are we going to make our move? Geddes suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, No rush. The decree made it very clear that we should wait until the crack shows signs of loosening before we make our move. At that time, the Lord will exert his strength on the other side simultaneously to break the seal together. Kratos said nothing more, only nodded slightly. Although both were key men under Arigeus, Kratos was not as fanatical as Geddes. He was certainly loyal, but he also valued his own life. Kratos' previous trip to the human world to set up a teleportation portal in the Dragon Kingdom was intended to draw the attention of powerful humans when Arigeus escaped. He would never volunteer for such a high-risk mission. Later, Geddes returned to the Abyss, severely wounded, proving his premonition correct. As powerful mages, they possess an innate, keen intuition for danger, an instinct born of their strong mental power. But Geddes was too fanatical. His loyalty overwhelmed his instincts. He gave Arigeus almost everything, even his life. Kratos admitted that he could not do this. When Geddes asked him to join the secret mission, Kratos' intuition told him that the trip was extremely dangerous and could even cost him his life. But when Geddes produced the divine message condensed by the Lord's powerful spiritual energy, he had no choice but to come. As Geddes said, if he backed down this time and Arigeus returned, Geddes' position would inevitably surpass his. This was the last thing Kratos wanted to see, and he would never allow it to happen. Moreover, no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out where the danger came from. Arigeus, known as the Immortal God, is one of the 10 strongest lords in the history of the Abyss. Even though he was defeated by the strongest human, the immortal Xiaoyao, his soul could not be completely erased, but only sealed to plug the rift before him. Therefore, the danger could not have come from Arigeus' side. As for the other side, this area now belongs to the Abyss Lord Theseus. If there is too much commotion, it may indeed attract the attention of powerful figures, or even Theseus himself. But Theseus has been trying to recruit the two of them all these years, so even if things get out of hand, he probably wouldn't be willing to kill them. Of course, Kratos couldn't guarantee whether Geddes, that fanatic, would die. But if he himself were truly in danger, he would undoubtedly surrender on the spot without hesitation. Just as Kratos was considering his escape route, a deafening roar suddenly came from the giant spatial rift in front of him. Damn human! I'm going to kill you. Ayayowa! A terrifying roar exploded in the underground cavern, shaking the entire space. Caught off guard, Geddes and Kratos were so shocked that they coughed up blood on the spot. After a brief moment of panic, an overwhelming joy immediately appeared on Geddes' face. He shouted excitedly, It's the Lord! The Lord is about to escape. But Kratos, standing beside him, frowned. That voice was indeed Arigeus's. But why is the Lord so angry? It didn't sound like they were about to escape their predicament. Chapter 47, The Undying God Set. Reversed, beneath the sky mountain, lies a deep, abyss-like pit. Ye Lingchen was stunned as he watched the 6 red rays fly out again. He had been looking forward to this gacha pull for several days. He had already obtained a class, constellation, an exclusive weapon, and he was wondering what else he could get next. As it turned out, poverty truly limited his imagination. This time, what appeared was actually top-tier exclusive equipment belonging to the Abyss Lord. As the red light dissipated, 6 strangely shaped items floated before him, each exuding a chilling aura. There were 2 menacing eyeballs flashing red light, a pair of enormous fleshy wings with a wingspan of over 100 meters, a head with sharp horns, an unnamed body exuding an eerie aura, and a still-beating scarlet heart. Each beat made Ye Lingchen's blood surge. Immediately afterwards, a series of messages flooded into his mind. Erisius's gaze. Mental strength plus 1000. Critical hit rate plus 100%. Critical hit damage plus 200%. All equipment ignores level restrictions. Erisius's curse. Mental power plus 1000. Summoned creatures randomly inflict abyss curse when attacking. The effect cannot be dispelled. Erisius's wings. Agility plus 1000. Grants flight ability when equipped. Allows for instantaneous teleportation of 500 meters, and provides one absolute dodge, with a 30-day cooldown. Erisius's head. Spirit plus 1000. 1% chance to trigger an instant death effect on targets no higher than level 50 when attacking. Erisius's body. Constitution plus 2000. Automatically generates a shield when attacking, with a strength 5,000 times that of mental power. Heart of Erisius. Strength plus 1000. Gain passive lifesteal. When attacked, you can steal 1% of the enemy's health. These 6 pieces of equipment, when combined, form a set called the Undying God. The 2-piece set bonus grants plus 10,000 base stats and the passive effect, Erisius's Contempt, making the user immune to all mind control spells. The 6-piece set bonus is even more outrageous. It increases the base level of summoned creatures by 1 and grants the passive effect, Undying, Immortal Soul. The note also states that, according to legend, if you can gather all of Erisius's body parts, you can resurrect the ancient demon god. Seeing this, Ye Lingchen was completely stunned. This set of equipment is not only named after Erisius, but it even looks like it was taken directly from Erisius's body. Left eye, right eye, wings, head, body, heart, it's all there. He stared at the 6 pieces of so-called equipment in front of him, his mouth practically running holy crap. Even the most oblivious person could tell that these things were very likely parts of the demon lord's original body, which had been defeated by the carefree immortal and suppressed beneath Sky Mountain. Ye Lingchen was filled with doubt and couldn't help but wonder, could the result of the card draw really be related to the location? In their past lives playing games, players like to indulge in superstitions. If they wanted to get a certain character, they would go to the corresponding country or a place where that character frequently appeared. Although the official sources have never acknowledged it, most ordinary players believed it to some extent. Unexpectedly, he personally verified this metaphysical theory today. This place was originally where Erisius was suppressed, so it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable that he drew a set named after Erisius here. With a thought, Ye Lingchen instantly merged the 6 pieces of equipment into his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, the pressure almost materializing, spreading outwards like a shockwave. Wherever it passed, even a layer of the ground was scraped away. Feeling the surge of power within his body, Ye Lingchen finally came to his senses and carefully examined the enhancements brought by the set. A single piece of equipment increases his spirit by 3,000, constitution by 2,000, and strength and agility by 1,000 each. The 2-piece set effect is even more exaggerated, directly increasing each of his 4 attributes by 10,000. His interface had completely changed by this point. Name, Ye Lingchen. Class, Abyss Lord Unique. Level, 28. Strength, 14,600 plus 5,000. Agility, 11,360 plus 5,000. Spirit, 17,600 plus 10,000. Constitution, 19,200 plus 5,000. The values in parentheses are still the bonuses from the exclusive weapon, Mother Nest. Looking at those base stats exceeding 10,000, Ye Lingchen felt his blood almost freeze. Keep in mind, he was only level 28. What level 28 awakened could have such stats? These attributes already surpass those of the vast majority of level 60 awakened individuals. Furthermore, considering the bonus from a fully mastered weapon, aside from agility, his spirit and constitution have directly broken the 20,000 mark. What does this mean? An invincible mage with the health of a tank. He could easily unleash his attacks from a distance, and when enemies finally managed to rush in, they'd find his health bar stretched endlessly. This kind of scene would be enough to instantly break the defenses of any squishy mage. Even without using combat techniques, Ye Lingchen could easily defeat 10,000 Zhang Weiss with his own strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Ye Lingchen suddenly realized that he had been too narrow-minded before. He could be bolder in the future. He had underestimated the monstrous nature of this card-drawing talent. If you call it a cheat, it actually follows the gacha system perfectly, without giving players astronomical stats or administrator privileges. But if you say it's not a cheat, what normal player can just leave the beginner's area and immediately go straight for the final boss? The key point is, this feeling is just so amazing. Spending the money of someone with bad luck, yet enjoying the treatment of someone with good luck. After his base attributes skyrocketed, the effects of his combat skills and ultimate moves also underwent terrifying changes. Now, the total number of his summoned creatures has reached an astonishing 1.38 million. The ultimate skill's damage, after the critical hit damage was further increased, soared to 386.4 million. Ye Lingchen counted 3 times before he was sure he hadn't misread it. 380 million. This time, he really did hurt a tiny bit. If a squishy mage like Gades dared to show up again, Ye Lingchen was confident he could one-shot him with a single ultimate. Even against classes known for their tankiness and high HP, he could still make them suffer. Couldn't it kill him in one blast? Then let's do it a few more times. Anyway, his ultimate skill has no cooldown. Don't ask anything, just say play around. Chapter 48. Abnormal Set Attributes. If the base stats of a set are already impressive enough, then the unique attributes of each piece of equipment are truly outrageous and mind-boggling. The first item, Erisius's Gaze, besides directly increasing critical hit rate and critical damage, has the most crucial effect of ignoring level restrictions on all equipment. In other words, as long as Ye Lingchen wears it, he can use any equipment he acquires in the future. Even if someone were to give him a god-level piece of equipment right now, he could still wear it without having to worry about the level requirement. The second item, Erisius's Curse, almost encapsulates the core power of this Abyss Lord. Erisius is known as the Immortal God, and his most fearsome ability is precisely his curse. From now on, whenever Ye Lingchen's summoned army attacks, whether in melee or ranged combat, it will inflict a random curse on the enemy. While the type is uncontrollable, the key point is that it cannot be dispelled. Let's not even talk about death, decay, weakness, slowness, and sleep. Even just randomly getting the simplest diarrhea curse, in the middle of a fierce battle, if the enemy gets touched and immediately has diarrhea, that scene is disgusting enough. The third piece of equipment has the most straightforward description, and it's exactly what Ye Lingchen needs right now. His agility wasn't particularly high to begin with, but with these wings, he's practically a tiger with wings. If you encounter a truly overpowered enemy, you can always run away if you can't beat them. Keep in mind that awakened players usually only unlock flight skills after level 60, and some special classes may not even be able to fly until level 70. With the ability to fly, Ye Lingchen's mobility was maximized, making both combat and daily life extremely convenient. In particular, absolute evasion, although with a cooldown of up to a month, could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Ye Lingchen is indeed powerful and has high health now, but no one can guarantee that he won't encounter monsters that specifically counter him in the future. Abyssal monsters are incredibly diverse, and humans have only seen less than 1/10 of them. Naturally, the more trump cards you have, the better. The fourth piece of equipment's guaranteed death effect, at first glance, only has a 1% trigger chance, which seems rather useless. But don't forget, Ye Lingchen never charges into battle alone. He relies on millions of summoned creatures. When the real battle begins, it's an overwhelming mob brawl. You slash, I bite, the number of attacks is terrifying. A 1% probability is not difficult to trigger at this frequency. The fifth piece of equipment is simple and straightforward. Just cast a shield on yourself as soon as you enter combat, focusing on stability. Even if the enemy is more agile and can hit you from a distance, you still have to break through this shell first. If we multiply Ye Lingchen's current mental strength by 5,000, his shield strength would directly exceed 100 million, which is equivalent to having 2 Gades in front of him to take the damage for him. The last piece of equipment has the truly overpowered affix. It possesses the lifesteal effect that all hardcore players dream of, commonly known as the star-sucking technique. The key is that this is a passive skill, requiring no action from Ye Lingchen himself. As long as enemies attack him, he will lose health, and the loss is a percentage. This effect applies not only to his summoned army, but also to Ye Lingchen himself. He already had high HP, and now not only does he not lose HP easily, he can also suck the enemy's blood, which is infuriating. Looking at the set bonus, the 2-piece set effect grants immunity to all mind control spells. This is like adding another layer of protection to Ye Lingchen's already immune immunity to the negative effects of the Abyss. Even if he was incredibly strong before, he could still be put on the defensive if he encountered a powerful mental mage and was pulled into an illusion. Now, With this effect, he no longer needs to worry about such attacks. Finally, there's the 6-piece set effect. It increases the base level of summoned creatures by 1, and combined with the 1-level boost from Constellation 5, Ye Lingchen's summoned creature army's average level has now risen from elite to mini-boss level. In a match of the same level and class, a mini-boss's attack power and health are 100 times that of a regular monster. It's like a boxing match. A regular monster is only lightweight, while a mini-boss is already heavyweight. One punch from it could knock the opponent to their knees on the spot. As for the last entry, the passive skill, Undying, it comes from Arigius's title of Undying God, who dominated the Abyss. An immortal soul is practically indestructible. In the great battle 8 years ago, the immortal Xiaoyao broke through his own limits during the battle and ultimately suppressed Arigius. Even so, he could only defeat his opponent, not kill him completely, and could only choose to seal him away. As long as the soul remains, even if the physical body is destroyed, one cannot truly die. This ability has already reached the level of gods. This is why, although Arigius wasn't the strongest among the Abyss Lords, his ranking on the World God Monument was quite high. 8 years have passed, and he has been sealed away by humans. Yet the Abyss territory has still not been completely annexed. Although its territory is now less than a third of its former glory, the surrounding Abyss Lords still fear it, lest Arigius escape and return to settle scores with them. This is one of the reasons why Gades, Kratos, and others remained active and were not incorporated into the ranks of other lords. As Ye Lingchen read through the lines of information, a surge of pride welled up within him. At this moment, he even felt that he could single-handedly charge into the Abyss and end this war that had lasted for hundreds of years. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, the last 2 items from this gacha draw flew out of the Wheel of Fortune. Those weren't equipment, nor were they class constellations. They were 2 gleaming golden scrolls. The scrolls landed in my hand, feeling heavy. Before Ye Lingchen could check the specific effects, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. Immediately afterwards, the entire crimson world trembled violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, black clouds swirled back, and countless fissures appeared in the ground from which magma spewed forth, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ye Lingchen was startled by the roar. What kind of monster could cause the entire world to almost collapse with just a roar? His heart sank suddenly, and a vague sense of foreboding arose within him. Could I have guessed right? Before the roar had even subsided, Ye Lingchen's eyes narrowed. He saw a blood-red line appear on the distant horizon, approaching at an alarming speed. In just over 10 seconds, the line of blood had advanced halfway. Ye Lingchen finally saw its true form, the souls of countless abyssal demons. It blotted out the sky and the sun, boundless and limitless. Chapter 49, The Uncontrolled Weapon. The souls of the abyssal monsters take on various forms, each retaining the appearance it had in life. However, they have long since lost their physical bodies, leaving only crimson souls churning in the air, their eye sockets burning with soul fire, filled with madness and resentment. Seeing the overwhelming tide of souls pressing in, Ye Lingchen felt his hair stand on end. Even though he could now command a 1,000,000-strong army and unleash a powerful attack that dealt over 100 million damage, he still had no confidence whatsoever against this boundless torrent of souls. Summoning legions and casting skills both require a gap, but the soul tidal wave can arrive in an instant. What's more troublesome is that soul attacks ignore physical defense, and his newly acquired set of shields is completely ineffective against these crazed souls. What puzzled Ye Lingchen was that, despite being an Abyss Lord, he felt a distinct fear emanating from these souls. It wasn't ordinary fear, but an instinctive tremor stemming from the suppression of his rank. As if to confirm his guess, behind the tide of souls, at the boundary between heaven and earth, a colossal figure, towering as a mountain, slowly emerged. Its body was as tall as a mountain, engulfed in crimson flames, with magma flowing down its body, resembling a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. The surging tide of souls ahead seemed to be driven by this terrifying being, rushing madly towards Ye Lingchen. The moment Ye Lingchen saw the figure clearly, he instantly understood its identity. That was none other than the Abyss Lord, the ancient demon god Arigius. To be precise, it was the soul of Arigius. At this moment, Arigius was clearly in a terrible state. His soul was ethereal and unstable, his eyes had disappeared, leaving only 2 burning soul flames. The outline of his enormous head was blurred, his wings on his back were so faint as to be almost invisible, and even his body looked as if it might dissipate at any moment. Even more bizarrely, the enormous, beating heart within its soul had become blurred, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Seeing this, Ye Lingchen's expression immediately turned strange. He finally realized that the equipment he had drawn was probably more than just Erisius's physical body. Judging from the opponent's current state of weakness, that draw might have even extracted most of its soul essence. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If he did it a few more times, this old man might really kick the bucket on the spot. But the current situation gave him no time to be smug. From a great distance, Erisius locked his gaze on Ye Lingchen and sensed his own primal aura emanating from him. At this moment, Erisius was consumed by rage, his teeth practically grinding to powder. He roared, "You lowly ant! How dare you steal my very essence? I will make you pay the price." It turns out that Erisius's soul had been sealed here to suppress the massive spatial rift. Over the years, it hadn't been idle. Instead, it had secretly contacted Gades, asking for his assistance in escaping. With the combined efforts of both inside and outside forces, the seal could be broken, and it could return to the abyss world through the rift. The plan was originally progressing smoothly. Even though Gades had failed before, it had only slowed things down a bit. This time, Erisius didn't want to wait any longer and decided to take a gamble, sending Gades to the other side of the rift to help it break free. But just as everything was going smoothly, an uninvited guest intruded into this space. At first, Erisius didn't take Ye Lingchen seriously at all. In its eyes, a human was nothing more than an ant that could be easily destroyed. But in the next instant, a power that even it felt despair about suddenly enveloped its entire body. A tearing pain caused Erisius to scream in agony. It discovered in horror that most of its soul essence had been forcibly stripped away. For the first time, this near-immortal demon truly felt the threat of death. When it discovered that all of this originated from that insignificant human ant, its suppressed rage erupted completely. It had to reclaim its origin and could not allow its escape plan to fail. No, it didn't even want to kill Ye Lingchen immediately. It wanted to extract this human soul, make it into a soul lamp, take it back to the abyss, place it beside the throne, and let him suffer torment every day until his soul was completely annihilated. The only thing that angered Erisius was that its body was firmly locked near the crack, unable to move or take action itself. But this space happened to be the place where the souls of countless abyssal monsters were sealed. These souls were all abyssal demons that emerged from the rift during the battle 8 years ago. They were killed by the Immortal of Freedom and other powerful humans, and then sealed here. The carefree Immortal used these souls to create the Heavenly Abyss secret realm, allowing the younger generation of the human race to enter and train. In other words, these souls are the fuel that keeps the secret realm running, supporting the continuous spawning of monsters in each instance. Now, all the souls were commanded by Erisius and rushed towards Ye Lingchen. Dealing with a human wouldn't normally require such a large-scale operation, but Erisius was enraged and ordered all the souls in the space to swarm forward. By the time it calmed down a bit, it was too late to stop. It could only let out a cold snort and gaze in the direction of the soul tide, as if it could already see Ye Lingchen being blasted into pieces. Not only did Erisius think this way, but Ye Lingchen himself did too. This tide of souls was simply beyond his current ability to confront head-on. Perhaps only someone at the level of a carefree immortal would be qualified to ignore such an attack. The most urgent thing, of course, was to escape. But Ye Lingchen soon realized with despair that he had nowhere to run. Since entering this place, he had not seen any way out. He cursed the carefree immortal countless times in his heart, but sitting idly by and waiting for death was never in his nature. Running was definitely the way to go. As for whether he could actually escape, that was something he had to do first. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen raised his hand to summon the Legion. His plan was simple: retreat while using combat skills and ultimate moves to slow down the soul tide, holding out for as long as possible. But just as he had this thought, the mother nest, floating in front of him, suddenly broke free of control and flew sharply towards the direction of the soul tide. Ye Lingchen's expression changed instantly, and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! You bastard! Are you going to your death?" He knew that the mother nest seemed to have its own consciousness, but this was the first time he had seen it so completely out of control, actively rushing towards the soul tide to its death. Ye Lingchen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The mother nest had completely escaped his control and was flying towards the boundless tide of souls. During its flight, its form began to change rapidly. The mother nest, which was originally only the size of a human head, expanded wildly in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a colossal structure comparable to Eurystheus' soul. As its size increased dramatically, all the small holes on its surface turned into bottomless, enormous voids. Immediately afterwards, a profound aura emanated from the gigantic mother nest, directly enveloping the surging soul tide. That aura was indescribable, possessing both the extreme cold of the deepest abyss and the warmth of a mother's call. Ye Lingchen, the owner of the exclusive weapon, also stopped his escape. He stood there, staring blankly at everything that was happening before his eyes, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 50, 3.86 billion. Compared to the gigantic mother nest, Ye Lingchen was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But the shock he felt at that moment, if it could be quantified, would probably be countless times greater than the mother nest before him. The classic "holy crap" was no longer enough to express his feelings. He could only stare blankly at the absurd spectacle unfolding before him, mouth agape. Although the mother nest was acting autonomously, Ye Lingchen could still feel the close connection between himself and it. At the same time, he also sensed an extremely strong desire emanating from the mother nest. Almost instantly, he understood the true purpose behind the mother nest's unusual behavior. Ye Lingchen cursed inwardly, realizing he'd completely forgotten about the legendary quest for the exclusive weapon. Weren't the souls of these abyssal monsters the perfect materials for completing the quest? But then he thought again and felt something was wrong. The legendary quest only required 10,000 abyssal monster souls, but the soul tide before him contained far more than 100 million. It probably won't even take a second to complete the mission. But what happens after that? And is it really necessary for the mother nest to become so exaggerated with just 10,000 souls? The master is almost invisible. Ye Lingchen was prepared to forcibly reclaim the mother nest and continue his escape once the mission was accomplished. If the mother nest disobeyed, he wouldn't tolerate it. He would simply part ways with it. Anyway, he's invincible at drawing cards, and even without this piece of equipment, there are still stronger ones to come. Just as he was calculating, the gigantic mother nest finally began its performance. Suddenly, streams of white gas shot out from all the dense holes on its body. A deafening roar erupted from within the hive, like a colossal beast awakening from a long slumber. The already enormous hive, like a balloon inflating, expanded tenfold in size once more. This time, it truly possessed an imposing and awe-inspiring presence. At the same time, the seemingly endless tide of souls had approached to within 100 meters of the mother nest. Only at such close range did Ye Lingchen truly feel the terror of the soul tide. He was like a small fish standing in front of a towering wave. Even if he tilted his head back, so high it almost broke, he still couldn't see how high the wave really was. For a moment, the terrifying soul tide, the enormous mother nest, and Ye Lingchen, who was as insignificant as dust, seemed to form an epic scene. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. After the mother nest expanded to its maximum size, a tremendous suction force suddenly emanated from within it. Countless holes instantly transformed into black holes that devoured everything. In an instant, the soul tide spiraled out of control, converging entirely towards the mother nest. The madness, resentment, and fear in the eyes of those abyssal demons vanished, replaced by longing and satisfaction, even emitting joyful shrieks. Countless souls were sucked into the nest through the holes in its body. A huge vortex instantly formed around the nest. That terrifying suction force abruptly halted the advance of the soul tide, and then pulled them all toward the mother nest. Ye Lingchen, who was behind the mother nest, had already retreated 1,000 meters away and was staring at this scene in disbelief. 1,100,000? Holy crap! Ye Lingchen's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. In just 1 second, the required number of souls for the legendary quest had been achieved. Absorption has not stopped. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. The numbers continued to rise wildly. Ye Lingchen swallowed hard, at a loss for words to describe the scene before him. The mother nest was like a perpetually hungry child, frantically devouring souls. The immense, despair-inducing tide of souls was being absorbed into its body at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Ye Lingchen could clearly sense that the number of souls inside the mother nest was increasing at an alarming rate. What shocked him even more was that his vision extended beyond the distance, allowing him to see the interior of the mother nest. The souls that were sucked in were no longer as mad and violent as before. They fell down one by one, some sitting, some lying down, some hanging on the inner wall, their faces peaceful, their eyes closed as they fell into a deep sleep. But that wasn't all. Ye Lingchen was utterly astonished to discover that these souls seemed to be growing. That's right, it's growth. Physical bodies began to slowly grow from their souls. Although the process was extremely slow, Ye Lingchen could see it clearly. Because he was the owner of the mother nest, the two were already bound together. As souls continued to pour in, the color of the mother nest itself deepened. Its inner walls began to open up chambers, and huge blood vessels, thicker than centuries-old trees, densely covered the inner walls. It has begun to evolve. Its aura became deeper, as if it were transforming in some more primitive and ancient direction. Ye Lingchen could even clearly sense a joyful emotion emanating from the mother nest. No, it didn't feel like pleasure, it felt more like happiness. He couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating, and why he was feeling this strange emotion from the mother nest. At the same time, Erisius, far away in the sky, also witnessed this spectacular scene. He clearly sensed that the power of the soul tide was constantly weakening. A power that even it desperately craved was frantically devouring the soul tide. But the enormous vortex concealed everything, and it couldn't see what was happening inside at all. Erisius panicked. Whether that human ant was dead or not was no longer its concern. If the soul tide were allowed to continue weakening, or even disappear completely, its plan to escape would be utterly thwarted. These souls are not only its nourishment, but also the foundation upon which it rises again after returning to the abyss. As long as it returns to the abyss, it can restore these dead souls to physical bodies, making them its subjects and army once more. But now, everything is being taken away. Damn it! Damn it! What on earth is that? Erisius roared in fury. Even Geddis and Krithos on the other side of the rift could clearly feel its rage. Krithos' eyes darted around, and he tentatively asked, Geddis, things don't seem good. Why is the Lord so angry? Geddis frowned. He tried to contact Erisius, but received no response. The last reply he received was an angry get out. Geddis could only guess. It seems that the Lord has encountered some minor trouble. Krithos, however, was unconvinced. What trivial trouble could make an adult so angry? I don't think it's that simple. Geddis immediately retorted angrily, Shut up, you jinx. The Lord is omnipotent. How could there be any trouble? We'll just wait patiently. Krithos glanced at him, inwardly cursing him as an idiot, and then said nothing more. In truth, he did not want Erisius to escape. They were living a comfortable life now, but once the Lord returned, they would have to follow him on his campaigns again, and their carefree days would be over. During the short time they were talking, the soul tide on the other side of the rift continued to decrease, and at an increasingly faster pace. You've already reached 100 million, and you're still not full? Ye Lingchen stared blankly at the rapidly increasing numbers in his mind. The mother nest was like a series of mythical beasts that swallowed everything but never emerged. Once a soul was engulfed, it never came out again. Its massive body remained firmly standing, showing no signs of being unable to withstand the strain. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Finally, the absorption lasted a full hour. Only when the last wisp of soul was sucked into the mother nest did the soul tide finally come to an end. Looking at the terrifying number in front of him, Ye Lingchen was so shocked that his hands were trembling. 3.86 billion. Chapter 51 The Shocked Erisius. Legend of the Mother Nest Quest. Collect the following items to reveal the complete form of the mother nest. 10,000 souls of abyssal monsters. 386, 317, 5960/10. 000. Artifact upgrade material. Eternal soil from the bottom of the abyss, January 1st. Successfully contained an abyssal monster with the unique attribute 0/1. Looking at the long string of numbers on the panel, Ye Lingchen fell into deep thought. Just now, the mother nest devoured the last wisp of soul. The soul tide that had left Ye Lingchen feeling powerless and desperate was resolved so easily. He not only resolved a life or death crisis, but also exceeded expectations. Before Ye Lingchen could even breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered that the mother nest had undergone a change that he could not understand. At this time, the mother nest still maintained its enormous, despair-inducing size. Its huge holes rhythmically opened and closed, constantly exhaling extremely pure abyssal energy. If any abyssal monsters were to appear here, they would be astonished to find that this aura is 10,000 times stronger than the aura of the abyss world in which they live. Under such an aura, even ordinary abyssal monsters cannot survive. Each breath of the mother nest was accompanied by a loud, muffled thump-thump sound, resembling the sound of a human heartbeat. Ye Lingchen shook his head violently, wondering if he was hallucinating. Because, just now, he vaguely heard a song coming from the mother nest. The voice was ethereal and elusive, like someone murmuring, yet filled with a sense of tranquility, making Ye Lingchen feel incredibly at ease, and even giving him the urge to fall asleep right then and there. In an instant, an extremely profound sense of weight was transmitted from the mother nest into Ye Lingchen's consciousness. With a hum, the mother nest returned to its previous small size, resembling the size of an infant, and floated quietly in front of Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen subconsciously reached out and gently supported it. He could feel the terrifying weight of the mother nest at this moment, as heavy as a star, yet it felt as light as a feather when held in his hand. This extreme sense of incongruity made him very uncomfortable. Is this evolution? Ye Lingchen looked at the information panel again. Having absorbed so many souls, it seems reasonable for it to be heavier. Now there's only one last condition left to complete. He pondered this to himself, then looked up at the enormous Erisius on the horizon. Their gazes met in the air, separated by billions of miles. The two flames of soul fire within Erisius's dark eye sockets flickered violently. Anyone could see that it was enraged, utterly insane. In its final moments before the soul tide vanished, it finally saw the culprit that had caused its rapid disappearance. The moment it saw the mother nest, even someone as powerful as it was momentarily lost in thought. Erisius, who has lived for countless years, is different from other abyss lords. It is hailed as an ancient demon god, and is an absolute elder in the abyss. There are no more than 100 beings of the same generation or older than it. Those abyss lords that rose to power later weren't even worthy of carrying its shoes. Even such a powerful being with a long lifespan was instantly overwhelmed upon seeing the mother nest. How is this possible? Erisius was filled with shock and disbelief. It recognized the mother nest. The faint yet irresistible call it had sensed earlier came from the mother nest. Why is the mother nest here? This is impossible. Wasn't it already dead? Erisius was completely agitated. It doesn't understand the current situation. For it, the mother nest is the foundation of the entire abyss. If the world god monument is the inscription of the powerful beings in the abyss world, then the mother nest is the origin of all living beings in the entire abyss. It was born on the eternal land at the bottom of the abyss, and no one knows its origin or when it was born. Just like human creation myths, the abyss world also has its own legends. The emergence of the mother nest not only opened up the abyss world, but also gave birth to the first abyss monster, namely the primal abyss lord. After that, countless abyssal monsters were born from the mother nest, thus forming the abyssal world we know today. But the mother nest disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. No one knows why it disappeared, not even the primal abyss lord. When the mother nest disappeared, all living beings in the abyss world felt it. At that moment, all the abyssal monsters felt as if something had been lost, a sudden emptiness that lasted for a second, followed by a faint sadness. Although this feeling was fleeting, they all received a message that penetrated their souls. The mother nest had vanished. This is why Erisius was completely overwhelmed when he saw the mother nest was so close to him. Ye Lingchen gazed at the enormous phantom on the horizon. When he was certain that the other party could only stand there in a helpless rage and had no way to deal with him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. TCH. Looks intimidating, but he's actually a total coward. Ye Lingchen instantly felt like he was back in action. He gave Erisius the middle finger in a domineering manner and then hooked his finger at him. Come here. Hey, you can't come over, can you? You're not too scared to come over, are you? Erius? I think Erius the coward would be a better name. Ye Lingchen leaped and bounded on the spot, unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks on Erisius. He wasn't sure if the other could hear him, but there was no harm in venting his anger. Erisius actually heard it. You ant. I'm going to kill you. Come at me if you dare. I'm not going over there. Come on over if you dare. You're so big, you come here first. The two struggled there for a long time, and Erisius was so angry that his soul almost shattered on the spot. His roar caused the entire space to shake violently, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth was splitting, but he couldn't do anything to Ye Lingchen. 10 minutes later, Ye Lingchen had had his fill of witty banter. He decided to leave. Although the other party can't do anything to me, who knows what might happen over time. The most urgent task is to find a way out as soon as possible. With that in mind, Ye Lingchen prepared to set off in the opposite direction from where Erisius was. He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and looked back with a puzzled expression. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but that the mother nest hadn't moved. You little rascal, you've devoured so many souls, you can't walk anymore. Ye Lingchen scolded the mother nest with a displeased expression. If you don't behave, I'm not going to want you anymore, he said, reaching out to grab the mother nest, intending to forcibly take it away. As a result, the attempt to grab something turned out to be empty. The mother nest gently moved to the side, avoiding the danger. Damn it, you little brat, you've really gone too far. Ye Lingchen raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab it again. I'll teach you to hide. I'll teach you to hide. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch the mother nest. After a chase, the mother nest sent a message, and then with a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the horizon. Ye Lingchen almost died on the spot. No, what do you mean by what are you going to do? He stared in the direction the mother nest had gone, his face turning green. This isn't some little rascal. It's practically trying to kill me. Ye Lingchen cursed under his breath, but his feet didn't stop moving. He raised his hand and summoned a volcanic dragon, then flipped over and jumped onto it. Hey, wait for me. Shouting, Ye Lingchen chased after the mother nest, and that direction was exactly where Erisius was. Chapter 52 Old Deng is back again. Midnight, under the sky and mountains. Countless people gathered here, their faces showing excitement. The reason is simple. None of the trial participants who entered the heavenly ladder during the day came out. As is customary, once it gets dark, until night falls, all the trial participants inside the heavenly ladder will emerge. It wasn't that they didn't want to persevere, but rather that under the cover of darkness, the dense abyssal aura of the heavenly abyss secret realm would gradually erode Sky Mountain. At that time, climbing the ladder to heaven will bring unprecedented pressure, and the difficulties involved will be unbearable even for geniuses, let alone ordinary people. But today, for some unknown reason, the abyssal aura that should have already enveloped the entire Sky Mountain has vanished without warning. Those who had quit the ascending ladder early were completely bewildered. Some even tried to re-enter after dark, but never came out again. There was no danger to life inside the heavenly ladder, so the trial participants realized that the heavenly ladder had changed today. Get out of the way, all of you. A roar came from the crowd, and a young man exuding domineering aura pushed through the crowd, walking with an air of indifference toward the ladder to heaven. Behind him, several attendants looked worried and kept trying to dissuade him. Young Master Long, please heed this old servant's advice. Shall we not go in? Yes, young Master Long. We don't know what the situation is like inside the heavenly ladder right now. You've just recovered, so I think it's best to be cautious. Everyone turned to look, only to discover that this person was none other than Long Outyin, who had previously boasted of daring to venture into the heavenly abyss secret realm and then instantly retreated. Shut up, all of you. With my unparalleled talent, what danger could I possibly face? Long Outyin waved his hand and said to his followers behind him. At the same time, his eyes swept over the surrounding trial participants, revealing a hint of disdain. Today, I'll show you all what a peerless genius is. I'm going to reach the top of Sky Mountain. Having said that, he ignored his attendants' repeated dissuasion and resolutely stepped onto the passage to ascend to heaven. A flash of white light, and Long Outyin's figure disappeared at the foot of Sky Mountain. 2 seconds later, another flash of white light appeared. Long Outyin's figure appeared in the same spot, unchanged, even maintaining the same posture he had when he entered. Long Outyin was somewhat bewildered. He turned around and saw that not far away were the onlookers of the trial, with his own followers at the front. What happened? Didn't I go in? Why am I out again? Long Outyin scratched his head and took another step forward. A flash of white light, and his figure vanished. 2 seconds later, he came out again. What's going on? Why can't I get in? Long Outyin was furious. He stepped forward again, but the result remained the same. Behind him, the crowd watched as an idiot repeatedly performed the same action. He went inside. He came out. He went back in. He came out again. After trying dozens of times, Long Outyin finally realized that he couldn't get into the heavenly ladder at all. Why? Which son of a bitch is messing with me? What kind of bullshit heavenly ladder is this? How dare they play tricks on me? Believe me or not, I'll have them smashed up. In a fit of rage, Long Outyin snapped. He could only vent his anger, because just as he finished speaking, a detached voice suddenly rang out from above. I heard you're going to smash up my house. Who? Who's speaking? Get out here. Long Outyin was startled and quickly retreated while looking up at the sky. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it. Everyone looked up and saw a well-proportioned middle-aged man floating quietly in the air, looking down at Long Outyin with a mocking expression. This man had white hair, eyebrows, and beard. On the edge of the pitch-black abyss, he emanated a faint silver light, like a dazzling star. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Most of the people present were young, and almost no one recognized the man's identity. Long Outyin was one of them. Seeing the man flying in the air, he knew that the other party was not low level, at least a level 60 or above. But what kind of identity did he, young Master Long, have? The eldest son of the Long family, the only heir, how could he be intimidated by a level 60 old man? Just as Long Outyin was about to say something to reprimand the other party, he heard a thud behind him. The old servant who had served him for many years immediately knelt down. He wasn't kneeling to himself, but to the one in heaven. The old servant trembled, his face filled with reverence and fear, as he repeatedly kowtowed to the figure in the sky, saying, "This old man. Ah no. This junior greets the immortal Xiaoyao. My young master is still a child and doesn't know any better. I hope you won't hold it against him. This junior apologizes to you here." As he spoke, he kowtowed repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. The old man's words were like a bomb dropped into a calm pond. The immortal of leisure. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After everyone recovered from their shock, they all looked at the man in the sky again in astonishment. Suddenly, someone knelt down, just like the old man. More and more people knelt down and called out "Senior" to the man in the sky. Long Outyin was completely numb. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. Even though he was usually fearless and his parents would take care of him if something happened, he was completely scared when facing the strongest human being, Xiaoyao Xian. Long Outyin's legs went weak, and he knelt down as well. Say Senior, Ajai was wrong. Long Outyin was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Although the others did not lose their composure as he did, they all showed reverence in the face of the immortal Xiaoyao. This is the strongest human being, the supreme being who killed the Abyss Lord Arigius in one fell swoop. It's worth kowtowing to him. The three principals of the three schools also knelt down during the exercise. Respect and awe for the strong are the most basic courtesy. However, these three were not the other trial participants. The moment they saw Xiaoyao Xian appear, they knew that something must have happened to Tianyuan. Recalling the unusual events and the terrifying black pillar of light that had occurred in the heavenly abyss secret realm during the day, the three of them turned pale and began to worry about their students on the heavenly ladder. With a wave of his hand, the carefree immortal sent a gentle force covering the entire crowd, lifting all those who were kneeling up to their feet. You are all pillars of our dragon kingdom. There is no need for such formalities. After the initial excitement subsided, someone else realized the problem and cautiously asked, "Senior, you've come in person, so has something happened to Tianyuan?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Xiaoyao Xian's face, but he quickly replied calmly, "It's nothing, just a minor issue. There's no need to worry about it." But in his heart, he had already cursed Ye Lingchen 180 times. At that moment, he was leisurely watching a football game on his sofa at home, drinking cold beer, when he discovered that the billions of souls beneath the reversed abyss that he had sealed away had suddenly disappeared. Holy crap, what's that little brat up to now? Xiaoyao Xian downed his beer in one gulp before rushing towards Tianyuan. When he arrived here, his already unpleasant complexion turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 53 The Little Brat Isn't Dead. Looking at the now desolate Tianyuan secret realm and the heavenly ladder whose energy was gradually dissipating, Xiaoyao Xian felt like dying. "You little brat, I told you to solve problems, not create them for me." While cursing under his breath, Xiaoyao Xian suppressed the urge to beat Ye Lingchen up. The immediate priority was to solve the problem of the heavenly ladder. There was no one in the heavenly abyss secret realm at night, and no one would notice that Ye Lingchen had absorbed all the souls that kept the dungeon running, causing it to come to a standstill and all the monsters inside to disappear. It is precisely because of the disappearance of these souls that the abyss atmosphere is no longer so strong, and the resistance and difficulties on the ladder to heaven are greatly reduced. According to the original design of the Immortal of Freedom, the heavenly ladder was to be shut down for maintenance every night. After all, such a large equipment would consume a lot of energy to operate, and even with the Immortal of Freedom's wealth, he couldn't afford to squander it like that. As a result of this incident today, it looks like the sky ladder is about to crash. The carefree immortal couldn't tell the trial participants the truth. He's the strongest person in the world. Doesn't he have any pride? Fortunately, before he could even speak, some of the trial participants automatically filled in the blanks in their minds, conjuring up a scenario of anomaly in the heavenly abyss. This gave the carefree immortal an opportunity to back down gracefully. He turned his head to look in the direction of Sky Mountain, raised his right hand, and slapped the air towards the ladder to heaven. Then there was a muffled boom, and the entire Sky Mountain shook 3 times. Then, a series of crackling sounds were heard, and the trial participants who had entered the heavenly ladder were kicked out one by one, stumbling and falling. Some people glared angrily, while others looked terrified. Everyone was still in the posture and expression of being tested inside when they were suddenly kicked out. Before they could even process what was happening, they looked around at the others with blank expressions. At this moment, Li Jun stood quietly in place, his eyes closed, his lips pursed forward, and he kept muttering to himself, "My dearest Anna, I will love you for all eternity." He kissed her passionately, only to suddenly feel a strong, foul, bloody smell wafting towards him. What's going on? Does this pretty girl not brush her teeth normally? Li Jun wondered. He opened his eyes suspiciously and saw Zhang Wei's bloodshot face staring at him in terror. Zhang Wei was breathing heavily with his mouth open, and the bad breath was coming from Zhang Wei's mouth. Holy crap! Zhang Wei, are you fucking crazy? Li Jun scared his younger brother so much that he immediately went limp, took a step back, and glared angrily at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei wiped the blood from his face and retorted, "You're really the one who's accusing me first. The moment I came out, I saw your pig mouth almost shoveling into my face. It's so disgusting." Upon hearing this, Li Jun was taken aback, then looked around. He realized that he had already emerged from the heavenly ladder and was now standing at the foot of Sky Mountain, at the entrance of the heavenly ladder. There were people all around him, not only Zhang Wei, but also Mu Lingxi standing next to him, rubbing her temples, still somewhat disoriented. Seeing this, Li Jun let out a silent lament. Just now, he was experiencing his first kiss inside. In battles large and small, Li Jun fought valiantly, not only learning many spells from the Holy Flame Mage, but also making a name for himself. He won the heart of Anna, the Archmage's daughter, and the two secretly met in a deserted area of the Mage Tower. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment, just as he was about to kiss those soft, warm lips, he would be kicked out? Li Jun was filled with hatred. "I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you do to me." Zhang Wei, who was standing to the side, was also feeling bad. He was going through a life-or-death battle against another berserker, the same burly man who had fought him when he first ascended the steps. The two were both teacher and friend, and Zhang Wei learned a lot of berserker fighting techniques from him. Today is the day he completes his training. If he defeats this strong man, he will become one of the best berserkers. Just now, he had seized upon his opponent's weakness and unleashed a punch, intending to deliver a fatal blow, but this is like punching cotton, or more accurately, punching the air. This made Zhang Wei very uncomfortable, as he always felt that things weren't quite perfect. Not only him, but Mu Lingxi also had a similar experience. The others had different situations, but they were all pretty much the same. Just then, Xiaoyao Xian said to the crowd below, "Everyone, please disperse. Tianyuan will be temporarily closed to the public for the next few days. We will announce when it will reopen." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Some people immediately recalled the events of the day and fell silent. It seems that Tianyuan is really in trouble. This is what most people are thinking right now. Li Jun looked up at the man in the sky, but he didn't recognize the immortal Xiaoyao. Being interrupted at such a crucial moment made him furious, and he was about to launch into a tirade. As a result, before he could even open his mouth and utter a sound, a large hand tightly covered his mouth and pulled him aside. Ning Wuhan's stern voice came from behind. "Li Jun, I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag others down with you. That person above you is Xiaoyao Xian." Li Jun was about to struggle a bit more, but upon hearing this, he shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap! I almost cursed the immortal of freedom. Thinking back, he felt a wave of fear. If Ning Wuhan hadn't stopped him at the crucial moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The other two principals also came forward and quickly explained the situation to their respective students. Everyone looked up in astonishment at the man in the air. Now that the immortal of freedom had spoken, the many trial participants thanked him from the sky and left one after another. The three-school exercise has officially come to an end, and Song Ku and Xiuqiu are preparing to leave with their students. Only Ning Wuhan's expression kept changing as he looked at the carefree immortal in the air, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. Finally, he mustered his courage and shouted loudly into the air, "Senior, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you will save my student for the sake of my uncle, Qin Tai." Following the sound, Xiao Yaoxian instantly teleported to Ning Wuhan's side. "Is Qin Tai your uncle?" Yes," Ning Wuhan replied hastily, caught off guard and startled. "Tell me, what happened to your student?" Xiao Yaoxian pondered for a moment before finally asking. Ning Wuhan was overjoyed and quickly recounted Ye Lingchen's story. As he listened to Ning Wuhan's account, Xiao Yaoxian's expression gradually became strange, and the corner of his mouth even twitched slightly. "That's how it is, please save him. As his teacher, I need to see him alive or dead," Ning Wuhan pleaded, his eyes red. He even wanted to kneel down before the other party. Xiao Yaoxian coughed and replied, "Don't worry. That little brat, Ye Lingchen, isn't dead at all. Just wait here a little longer. He should be out soon." What? Ning Wuhan could hardly believe his ears. But the other party is a carefree immortal, so naturally he wouldn't lie to me so easily. However, he sensed a slight displeasure in the other person's tone, as if they were speaking through gritted teeth. Chapter 54: The Complete Mother Nest. Upon hearing Xiao Yaoxian's words, the teachers and students from the other two schools, who were originally planning to leave, also stopped in their tracks. After all, it was a joint exercise involving 3 schools, and leaving like that would indeed be somewhat disrespectful to Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Plus, now that Ye Lingchen's whereabouts were known, they were naturally curious about where he had gone. Song Ku and Ning Wuhan were old acquaintances. Although they were competitors at work, they got along quite well in private. Upon hearing the news that Ye Lingchen was still alive, he was happy for Ning Wuhan and quickly came over to offer a few words of comfort. Qiu, however, remained silent upon hearing the news, a fleeting look of resentment flashing in her eyes. As Xiao Yaoxian was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Damn it, you're going to do it again." After saying that, his body vanished from the spot in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Li Jun looked around to make sure the immortal Xiao Yao had left before whispering to Zhang Wei beside him. "Zhang Wei, I have a question for you. I've been wondering why the strongest human being speaks with such poor manners. He just keeps spouting, 'I'm so damned.'" Zhang Wei shuddered in fright and glared at him fiercely. "Shut up. He's a senior. That's called being down to earth. Don't you understand?" "Is that so?" Li Jun nodded, lost in thought. While everyone was leaving, Ye Lingchen was also busy. The mother nest flew toward Arigius's enormous soul form, and Ye Lingchen risked his life to accompany him, following closely behind. After running for a while, he tragically discovered that the mother nest was flying faster and faster, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and he was being left further and further behind on his volcanic dragon. "You good for nothing. Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" But the mother hive didn't listen to him at all and went even faster. Just then, Ye Lingchen suddenly slapped his thigh. "Look at my memory. I just got this treasure and I don't even know how to use it." With that, he raised his hand and waved it, and the abyssal dragon beneath his feet vanished instantly. A huge, ferocious wing spread out behind Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen, enveloped in black energy, transformed into a black meteor and chased after the mother nest ahead. As he chased after them, Ye Lingchen exclaimed, "Awesome! Flying in the sky feels so amazing." As he spoke, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared 500 meters ahead in the next second. Teleportation. This is much faster than simply flying. And so, flying and teleporting at the same time, Ye Lingchen finally caught up with the mother nest after gradually getting used to the wings. Each person, wielding their unique weapon, moved with incredible speed, rushing towards the colossal, towering soul on the horizon. Even so, it took them 10 minutes to get close to Arigius. Arigius, who was originally in a state of impotent rage after his soul was drained, saw that the mother nest and the human ant had not fled, but instead were flying towards him. Arigius was overjoyed. "You ignorant and arrogant insect, how dare you come here? I will make you regret ever being born." While uttering harsh words, it patiently waited for the other party to arrive. To Arigius, Ye Lingchen was just an insignificant little karami. What it truly cared about was the mother nest. As an ancient demon god, it is a powerful life form born from the mother nest, and the mother nest's attraction to it is almost fatal. It didn't know why the mother nest was here, or why it was keeping company with a human ant, but as it drew closer to the mother nest, the call from its very soul grew stronger. It even wanted to return to the embrace of the mother nest immediately. It even excitedly fantasized that if it controlled the mother nest, all its former rivals would submit to it once it returned to the abyss. It could even unify the abyss. Thinking of this, even something as powerful as it couldn't suppress its excitement. The smile that curled up at the corner of its mouth was harder to control than an AK. Closer, closer, closer and closer. As the mother nest drew ever closer, Erisius finally made his move. This time, it spared no effort to expend its own primordial power, raising its massive, sky-covering hand to grab at the mother nest. Got him. As expected, Erisius's large hand gripped the mother nest tightly. Ha ha ha. From this day forward, I, Erisius, am the Lord of the Abyss. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the rift, Geddes and Krytos also heard Erisius's wild laughter. Geddes was overjoyed. Krytos, did you hear that? The Lord is about to break free. He seems to be in a good mood, and his strength even seems to have increased. I heard you. Stop yelling. Krytos rubbed his ears. He wasn't as excited as Geddes. But less than a second later, an even more deafening scream of terror came from the other side of the crack. No, this can't be. Ugh, no. Geddes was completely stunned. His previous joyful expression froze on his face, and he looked at Krytos in astonishment. The latter shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't know what happened either. Judging from the sound, is the Lord constipated? On the other side of the rift, Erisius was no longer the ecstatic and composed man he had been. His face was filled with despair and terror. The moment its hand touched the mother nest, an immense suction force emanated from it. Erisius felt his enormous soul uncontrollably burrowing into the mother nest. It simply couldn't resist this suction force. Even expending its own source power wouldn't help. As the suction force increased, its soul gradually became blurred and its size decreased. Ye Lingchen, who was standing at a distance eating melon seeds, pulled out a handful from somewhere and kept making tisk-tisk-teske sounds while cracking them open. Ugh, little nest's eating manners are awful. Doesn't it know what it means to eat slowly and deliberately? But it really didn't lie to me. It actually managed to eat this big oaf. Does that mean the legendary quest can be completed easily? And so, accompanied by Erisius's horrific screams, in less than a minute, its entire soul was completely sucked into the mother nest. The next second, a message appeared in Ye Lingchen's mind. Mother Nest Legend Quest completed. Collect the following items to reveal the complete form of the mother nest. 10,000 souls of abyssal monsters, 386, 317, 5960/10,000. Artifact upgrade material, eternal soil from the bottom of the abyss, January 1st. Successfully contained an abyssal monster with the unique attribute 1/1. The mother nest evolves into its complete form, artifact, Mother Nest Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing this message, Ye Lingchen's hair stood on end, and the sunflower seeds in his hands suddenly lost their appeal. What the hell? A divine kingdom? Good heavens. Ye Lingchen quickly contacted the mother nest, only to witness a scene that shocked him. Then, another change occurred inside the mother's nest. Erisius's soul fragmented into countless stars, spreading throughout the mother nest. Soon after, it rained in the mother nest. That was rain formed from the primordial power of Erisius. The interior of the mother nest, which was originally as complex as a honeycomb maze, has undergone tremendous changes. A vast continent appeared, with mountains, rivers, deserts, and seas arranged in a harmonious pattern. Above was a gray sky, with a blood-red sun hanging high in the sky. The souls of those 3.8 billion abyssal demons grew physical bodies under the nourishment of the primal power. They ran and flew merrily across this vast land, and some abyssal monsters even began to build cities. This vibrant scene kept appearing in Ye Lingchen's vision, and information about the Mother Nest Divine Kingdom resurfaced in his mind. Holy crap, this is a special weapon? What kind of monster did I just pull out? Chapter 55. You even brought your boyfriend. Mother Nest Divine Kingdom. Amazing tool. Strength plus 10,000. Agility plus 10,000. Spirit plus 20,000. Constitution plus 10,000. Number of summoned creatures increased by 100%. Soul's Lair. When defeating a boss enemy no more than 500 levels higher than yourself, you can harvest their soul, corrupt it into an abyssal monster, and nurture it in the mother nest. Such summoned creatures must possess a unique attribute. Return to Mother's Embrace. The summoner will not die after taking a fatal blow, but will be resurrected through the mother's nest when their health is reduced to 1. Sanctuary from the Abyss, the Mother Nest Domain. Within the Mother Nest Domain, summoned creatures' critical hit rate is increased by 500%, and their critical hit damage is increased by 1000%. Boundless Motherly Love. After unleashing the ultimate skill, the cooldown time is reduced by 100%. Divine Kingdom. Abyssal life can be nurtured within the Mother Nest. Upon death, the soul of such life can return to the Mother Nest and be resurrected. Suppression. Possesses powerful suppressive power against beings with strong primal energy and immortal souls. Can imprison them within the Mother Nest, continuously consuming and absorbing their primal energy until they die completely. Homestead. In the Abyss world, you can reach any location you've visited via the Mother Nest. You can use the random teleportation function. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Note: child, this is your home. Looking at the string of information in his mind, Ye Lingchen felt a mix of emotions. He had been eagerly anticipating what the Mother Nest would evolve into after completing the legendary quest. Is it really a divine artifact? Ye Lingchen sighed inwardly. He guessed this, but not entirely correctly. Because the description of this artifact was completely different from what he had imagined, and even somewhat unbelievable. In addition to the basic attribute bonuses mentioned above, there are also summoned creature bonuses. The Soul's Descent option allows you to harvest the souls of enemies who are no more than 500 levels higher than yourself. He really didn't understand what the purpose of this rule was. Before evolution, it was level 300, and now it's level 500. What's the point of this? What kind of beings are those who are 300 levels above him? Ye Lingchen guessed that Orphaned, who had just been drained by the Mother Nest, was a boss of this level. This has transcended the realm of world bosses, reaching a height that he cannot yet attain. Forget about level 500, he can't even beat someone at level 300. In Ye Lingchen's opinion, this point was completely useless. The successful absorption of Orphaned this time was a spontaneous action by the Mother Nest. Ye Lingchen guessed that it was probably because the Mother Nest absorbed the more than 3.8 billion souls that it gained the ability to devour Orphaned. Otherwise, when he entered this space, the Mother Nest would have already been able to act independently. Moreover, judging from the feedback he received from the Mother Nest, such a good thing is unlikely to happen again in the future. To complete the legendary quest, Mother Nest went all out, but the result was good. It absorbed an Abyss Lord, thus exceeding the quest's objective. Ye Lingchen guessed that if it had absorbed some random cat or dog instead of Orphaned, such as Gades, even if the legendary mission had been completed, the Mother Nest would not have been able to evolve into its current state. Putting all that aside, the exclusive weapon that has been upgraded to a divine artifact has gained 3 more attributes. The suppression function is easy to understand. When encountering an enemy that is immortal and indestructible, the Mother Nest can imprison the enemy first and then slowly whittle them down. The Homestead skill is easy to understand. It's basically teleportation. But when Ye Lingchen saw the explanation for this term, he felt somewhat disgusted. This skill is comparable to having countless map teleportation points, making it an excellent helper for traveling. The problem is, it can only be used in the Abyss world. Why did you give me this skill? The Abyss is a godforsaken place. Let whoever wants to go. I'm not going. Ye Lingchen had already complained 1,000 times in his mind. As for the last one, the Divine Kingdom, it was the one Ye Lingchen valued the most. The Mother Nest has now formed a real small world. He just explored it carefully, and the abyssal monsters inside are indeed alive. In other words, all 3.8 billion souls were successfully resurrected. There are 2 reasons why this ability is the most incredible to Ye Lingchen. One point is that the abyssal monsters summoned by his own combat skills are essentially puppets, lacking their own thoughts and souls. This means they can only perform simple actions according to Ye Lingchen's commands, and cannot perform anything slightly more complex. For a simple example, if you tell an abyss summon, "Help me copy my homework," it will faithfully complete the task for you. But if you tell it, "Can you do my homework for me today?" that's really a bit unfair. But now, things are different when these abyssal monsters have souls. They have gained the ability to act independently. If you let it do your homework for you, it will fully utilize its initiative. Can't write it? No problem. I'll just beat up the class monitor, snatch his homework, and copy it. As for the second point, in Ye Lingchen's previous life, he had read many fantasy novels. The ability to possess a small world was basically something that only powerful cultivators who had reached the Heavenly Emperor level could possess. At their level, battles are fought on the scale of their small worlds. And weapons that can give birth to a world are even rarer. This has already transcended the category of divine artifacts. Ye Lingchen simply couldn't understand how the mother nest, as an ordinary divine artifact, could possess such heaven-defying abilities. But is the mother nest really ordinary? At least Ye Lingchen has no way of knowing right now. Ye Lingchen let out a heavy sigh, suppressing the surging emotions within him. He looked up and gazed ahead. After Erisius disappeared, a huge spatial rift appeared where it had stood. According to Ye Lingchen's estimation, the crack was large enough for airplanes, cannons, and aircraft carriers to pass through freely. Is this the spatial rift created by that big oaf's punchback then? Ye Lingchen looked at the enormous crack and sighed inwardly. He longed for such powerful strength. But then he thought of a serious problem that made his scalp tingle. Erisius is dead, so what will happen to this rift? Holy crap, I think I've messed up again. If the previous destruction of the Heavenly Abyss secret realm was just a drop in the ocean, then this time the mess has gone way too far. Just then, two figures stepped across from the other end of the crack and suddenly appeared in front of Ye Lingchen. Caught off guard, Ye Lingchen was startled. When he saw the two figures in front of him clearly, his mouth opened into an O shape, and then his expression became quite interesting. At the same time, the two figures were also staring blankly at Ye Lingchen. The three people's eyes met in front of the crack, their gazes as affectionate as those of the cowherd and the weaver girl reuniting on the Magpie Bridge. Oh, isn't this little Gadaisai? We meet again. Ye Lingchen greeted cheerfully, then looked at the person next to Gadaisai and said with a teasing expression, "What? You brought your boyfriend with you this time?" Geddes, who was initially somewhat bewildered by Ye Lingchen, immediately turned red upon hearing his words. "I'll take your grandma." "Xiaogu, you need to improve your manners. Why are you swearing right away?" "Fuck you." Geddes seemed to be enraged. He suddenly took a step back and shouted at Krytos beside him. "Krytos, get him. Kill this scum." Krytos. Chapter 56. Geddes also has a constellation. "Geddes, you're yelling so loudly, why don't you go up?" Krytos demanded. "And what the hell are you doing, hiding behind me?" Seemingly having his intentions exposed, a blush crept onto Geddes' pale face, and he stammered. Well, I can't beat this kid." "What? What did you say?" "You, Geddes, can't beat him." Krytos thought he had misheard. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? You're level 70, and the human on the other side is only level 28. Unexpectedly, Geddes suddenly became calm. "That's right, I just can't beat him. This kid is very strange, he's immune to all my cursed spells." Hearing Geddes' explanation, Krytos raised an eyebrow. Immunity to cursed spells? Is that how it works? He knew Geddes' temperament all too well. This guy is arrogant and easily angered. Krytos was very pleased to see an enemy who could make him suffer. He waved his hand at Geddes. "All right, you can't even handle an ant. Go cool off somewhere else." After saying that, he turned his head, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Ye Lingchen with a disdainful expression. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll kill yourself, and I'll treat you with some dignity. Otherwise, or else, you'll be my second uncle." "Hey, no, why are you swearing? Your manners are terrible," Krytos said, frowning. "You must be Geddes' boyfriend." "I don't. No need to explain, I can see it. You're standing up for your lover. Bring it on." Ye Lingchen sneered, and without waiting for the other party to explain, he raised his hand and summoned an army of creatures around him. "Now you are surrounded." Holy crap, seeing millions of abyssal monsters suddenly appear around him. Krytos thought he was hallucinating. This scene is so unrealistic. The illusion is so lifelike. I am the master of illusions, okay? How dare you show off your limited skills in front of me? Just as he was about to make his move, he heard shouts of killing coming from behind him. Then Geddes used all his strength and charged frantically toward the edge of the encirclement. "Geddes, why are you running?" "Nonsense. If we don't run, are we just waiting to die? You hold them off for a bit, and I'll come help you after I break through." Krytos scoffed dismissively, cursing the other man as a coward, and then paid him no further attention. At this moment, he put away his smile and stared at Ye Lingchen, saying, "Kid, your level isn't high, but your illusion techniques are quite good. Even I couldn't see through the illusion. I must say you've got some skills." "An illusion?" Ye Lingchen gave him a strange look, then pointed at Krytos and shouted, "Go! Destroy him!" At his command, the Abyss Legion surged toward Krytos like a tidal wave, and for a moment, even the fleeing Geddes felt the pressure lessen considerably. Krytos stood still, neither dodging nor flinching. Suddenly, the crystal ball he was holding in his right hand floated up. He gently touched it with his left hand, and a beam of light with 7 colors was pulled out of the crystal ball and tossed into the sky. In an instant, the seven-colored light burst forth like a blooming flower. The next second, millions of Abyss Legion soldiers froze in place, whether flying in the sky or running on the ground. All of them were in a daze. Seeing this, Kratos nodded in satisfaction. Excuse me, but you're still too green to try and teach me. Everyone knows I, Kratos, am a master of mental magic in the Abyss. Now, let's see what you've got up your sleeve. At this moment, Ye Lingchen on the other side was also somewhat surprised. Mental magic? It's mainly about control, so it's not easy to deal with. But Ye Lingchen only thought about it for 0.5 seconds before giving up. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a flourish. Snap. Boom. The crisp sound of the snap was instantly drowned out by the earth-shattering explosion. Kratos' confident expression instantly turned to astonishment. Before he could react, the Abyss Legion exploded. The terrifying destructive power instantly engulfed Kratos' body, blasting him to smithereens. In the distance, Geddes, who was frantically fleeing, looked back and was terrified. This kid is even stronger than last time. With that explosive power, he could kill Kratos in an instant, and he could definitely kill me in an instant too. After thinking it over, he sped up again and rushed towards the crack like a madman. But just as he was about to reach the crevice, his vision blurred. Countless abyssal monsters completely blocked the road ahead. Geddes was utterly desperate. He forgot that Ye Lingchen's summoning of abyssal monsters had no cooldown time. Although these abyssal monsters weren't high level, he didn't dare to attack them. Without Kratos to restrain him, he now had to face everything alone, and one wrong move, and he'd be blown to smithereens. Thinking of this, Geddes seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted loudly to his surroundings. My lord, help! Your servant Geddes is about to be killed by a human ant. Help! His voice was full of genuine emotion. If Arigius were still alive, he would have saved him without hesitation. Pity. Seemingly unable to bear seeing him suffer any longer, Ye Lingchen said considerately, Little girl, stop shouting. Your lord has just been killed by me. What did you say? Geddes could hardly believe his ears. He stared intently at Ye Lingchen and roared, Impossible. That's the Abyss Lord, an ancient demon god. How could you possibly kill such a great being? What? You don't believe me? Ye Lingchen smiled, and he had the mother nest release a trace of Arigius' soul aura. This left Geddes completely dumbfounded. He couldn't possibly mistake Arigius' soul aura. But this aura was emanating from the opponent's weapon, and the weapon looked somewhat familiar. Before he could figure it out, Ye Lingchen made his move again. To him now, Geddes was just like a mini Karami. He didn't take him seriously at all. The most important thing right now is to deal with the current cracks. It's best to get rid of these small fries as soon as possible. If Geddes knew what Ye Lingchen was thinking, he'd probably be furious on the spot without Geddes even lifting a finger. When did he, the mighty Archmage Geddes, become a mere fish in the eyes of a human ant? The next second, before Geddes could even scream, he vanished into thin air amidst a violent explosion. A wisp of a broken soul drifted out from the aftershocks and was sucked into the mother nest. A piece of information immediately flashed into Ye Lingchen's mind. Curse Mage, Geddes, unique. Level, 70. Sexagenary sign, 0. Note: as one of the most outstanding young talents in the Abyss, Geddes is proficient in almost all curse spells. He is skilled at using the negative effects of the Abyss to erode the minds and life force of his enemies, making him a highly lethal presence on the battlefield. Upon seeing this explanation, Ye Lingchen nodded sincerely. The description was quite accurate. When Geddes cast a spell, his entire Abyss Legion was affected. If he hadn't been immune to those negative effects, Ye Lingchen might have been killed the first time the two met. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on his side. No, it's the cheat program on his side. Therefore, it was Geddes who died, not Ye Lingchen. However, to Ye Lingchen's surprise, Geddes also had a destiny constellation. Chapter 57, I Am Legion. Destiny. Ye Lingchen was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Curse Mage is also a profession. That makes sense. However, in the Abyss, there are countless Curse Mages, but there is only one Geddes, and he is the most powerful one among them. At level 70, Geddes is at least a world boss. If this happened in the Dragon Kingdom, they would have to form a group to kill them. Ye Lingchen wanted to find out more about Geddes' specific destiny, but found that the system did not provide any information. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom system doesn't have any data on this level of abyssal monsters. Looking at Geddes, who had been reborn in the mother nest, Ye Lingchen had a thought. With a whoosh, Geddes reappeared in front of him. Greetings, Your Excellency the Great Abyss Lord. Geddes, still dressed in his elegant mage robes, floated in the air and bowed deeply to Ye Lingchen. What did you call me? You are the Lord of the Abyss. Geddes said respectfully, his eyes burning with fervor once more. Just now, I was reborn in the embrace of the Great Mother, and I know everything. Thank you, Lord, for your grace of rebirth. Geddes swears to serve you to the death. Ye Lingchen was speechless for a moment. Geddes did die just now, but his soul was reshaped by the mother nest. Although his memories were preserved, his soul was imprinted with Ye Lingchen's information, making it impossible for him to betray her in this lifetime. Moreover, given Geddes's die-hard fan status, he now idolizes Ye Lingchen to the point of near fanaticism. All right, you can go back and rest now. We'll call you when we need you. With a wave of his hand, Ye Lingchen sent Geddes back to the mother nest as a streak of light. At the same time, he gave the other party a task, to lead the beings in the divine kingdom to establish their own city. This is a complex and lengthy process, and Ye Lingchen certainly doesn't have time to pay attention to it. It's perfect to leave it to Geddes. If the opportunity arises, try to complete Geddes's destiny constellation. He might just become another formidable general. Ye Lingchen thought to himself. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Wait, if Geddes has a fate constellation, then does that mental mage named Kratos also have a fate constellation? Ye Lingchen suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Wait a minute, where are the Kratos? He then realized that when he killed Kratos, there was no notification or message from the mother nest, indicating that he had successfully absorbed the soul. Could he not be dead? That's impossible. Ye Lingchen shook his head. He knew the explosive power of his ultimate move. After the mother nest was upgraded to a divine artifact, it had reached a terrifying value of over 500 million. Squishy mages like Kratos and Geddes have a maximum of 100 million HP, even with equipment. That explosion would be enough to kill Kratos 5 times over. Suddenly, Ye Lingchen sensed something and abruptly looked up towards the crack. In the underground space opposite the crack, a 7-colored light slowly emerged. In the blink of an eye, the eerie light transformed into the form of Kratos and reappeared in Ye Lingchen's sight. He then realized that the guy had actually managed to escape. That's really cunning. Kratos must have some kind of life-saving equipment or skill. He escaped into the rift while I was fighting Geddes. Ye Lingchen really wanted to kill his opponent, but in the end, he didn't take that step. He dared not cross the crack. The world opposite him was the abyss, and everything about it was unknown to him. If something happens to the rift after he gets there, he might never be able to come back. He wasn't so arrogant as to think he could roam freely in the abyss. Seeing Ye Lingchen hesitate, Kratos secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then put on a sinister look and began to mock Ye Lingchen. Humanats, you're still too green to kill your grandpa. Didn't expect that, did you? I pulled off a clever escape, a secret maneuver. All right, you're not human. Stop showing off your pathetic knowledge of idioms. Ye Lingchen waved his hand to interrupt him. You're just going to run away like that? Don't you want to avenge your boyfriend? I fucking swear. Kratos nearly choked on his words. He's not my boyfriend. Oh, is that your girlfriend? You bastard. Hey, you humanat, do you dare leave your name? You killed Lord Arigius and my dear friend Geddes. The Abyss will not let you get away with this. Oh, that tone. Anyone who didn't know better would think you graduated from a theatrical troupe. Ye Lingchen scoffed, striking a pose of domineering arrogance. You think I'm easily intimidated? Listen up. I am none other than Li Jun, the world's #1 genius, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 handsome man, the Abyss Terminator, a national model worker, and a kind-hearted citizen who helps others. Tremble, you ants of the Abyss. One day, I, Li Jun, will lead humanity to flatten the Abyss. His words, brimming with domineering arrogance, left Kratos completely stunned. Very well. Li Jun, is it? I'll remember you. In less than a day, your name will be known throughout the entire Abyss. Prepare for the Abyss's revenge. Having said that, Kratos transformed into a streak of 7-colored light and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the edge of the Abyss. Achoo! 12. Li Jun sneezed 12 times in a row. Zhang Wei, who was standing nearby, asked with concern, Have you caught a cold? It's quite cold here in Tianyuan at night. Even I, a berserker, can't stand it, let alone you. Li Jun shook his head violently. Could it be that Anna misses me? He subconsciously raised his palm, and a ball of golden holy flame illuminated the surroundings and dispelled the cold. Li Jun shivered, then felt a warmth spread through him, and continued to immerse himself in his longing for Anna. Standing before the spatial rift, Ye Lingchen watched Kratos depart, staring blankly at the enormous rift before him, his brow furrowed in worry. What should we do? I can't just stay here and watch over the cracks forever. Ye Lingchen knew very well that even if he stayed here, it would be of no use. With such a large rift, if a powerful abyssal monster were to appear on the other side, he wouldn't be able to stop it from crossing over. Don't be fooled by the fact that he just killed Erigius. That was because Erigius had lost his physical body, his soul was shattered, and his strength was reduced to less than 1/10. It was only by the mother nest, personally taking action, that he succeeded, essentially by exploiting a bug. If another Abyss Lord were to appear, he would have no choice but to flee for his life. Just then, a dangerous message suddenly came from the mother nest. A powerful being is gazing down from the abyss. The broodstock has started moving uncontrollably again. It arrived above the spatial rift, and its body once again became enormous. Extremely pure abyssal energy spewed out from the holes in the mother nest and permeated the cracks. Ye Lingchen's body jolted violently, and his vision suddenly shifted rapidly. Through the mother nest, he actually saw the true appearance of the abyss world on the other side of the rift. Chapter 58. This is the abyss. With his gaze piercing through the thick yellow sand hundreds of meters deep, Ye Lingchen now seemed to have a godlike perspective. He seemed to be high above the heavens, looking down upon the entire abyss world. This was a vast world that deeply shocked him. Beyond the endless desert in front of me, a magnificent city appeared on the horizon. Beyond the city lies a vast plain, crisscrossed by rivers and lush with vegetation, where countless abyssal monsters of all shapes and sizes live. Right in the very center of this plain, a black city, larger than 10 coastal cities, stands silently. Even from a distance, Ye Lingchen could feel the weight and grandeur of this city. Just as his gaze fell upon the city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a colossal, towering phantom emerged from a tall tower in the center of the city. The phantom was indistinct in appearance, except for its two eyes that shone with an eerie purple light. The phantom seemed to sense that a powerful being was spying on it, so it deliberately released its aura. Its gaze turned towards Ye Lingchen, and an overwhelming pressure swept out. In an instant, all the abyssal monsters in the city trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. Who is so arrogant as to dare to intrude on my territory? A deep, hoarse voice echoed from within the city, reverberating throughout the surrounding area. However, Ye Lingchen, who was in a distant place, could not hear it. This is an incomparably powerful Abyss Lord, whose majesty cannot be violated. After a while, the Abyss Lord did not receive a response, as if the other party was just passing by. The Abyss Lord withdrew its oppressive aura, and the enormous phantom vanished. The creatures of the city, as if granted a pardon, returned to their usual bustling activity. Ye Lingchen's gaze did not linger there for long. His gaze rose again, looking deeper into the abyss. With the blessing of the mother nest, Ye Lingchen truly seemed to have gained the ability to see 1,000 miles, and he could freely admire this strange world that had never been set foot in by humans. Beyond the plains lay towering mountains, endless black mountain ranges covered in dark red snow, each several times higher than the highest peak on Earth. Beyond the mountains, more terrain unfolds: plains, swamps, forests, deserts, the sea, and even enormous pits shrouded in mysterious mist, completely undetectable. Ye Lingchen's mind was already completely shocked by the abyss world. As his gaze continued to penetrate deeper, he realized that this vast world was many times larger than Blue Star, and the number of abyss monsters far exceeded his imagination. One kingdom after another, large and small, were ruled by powerful abyss lords. Some of them were even more powerful than the Erigius he had ever seen. The passage connecting the abyss and the Blue Star world is located on the edge of the abyss world and is insignificant compared to the entire abyss. What is that? Suddenly, Ye Lingchen's gaze turned to the deepest part of the abyss. There was a huge altar there, and on the altar stood a massive stone tablet that exuded an aura of antiquity. The monument is densely engraved with countless characters. Around the stone tablet, for powerful auras, far surpassing those of the previous abyss lords, lurked. The moment Ye Lingchen's gaze fell upon this place, the 4 auras instantly awakened, condensing into 4 enormous phantoms that surrounded the altar. That's not all. Immediately after these 4 phantoms appeared, hundreds of powerful auras, second only to them, soared into the sky from the deepest part of the abyss, surrounding the 4 phantoms. A terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the void to tremble and shudder at the sight of these hundreds of terrifying figures. Huge void rifts appeared one after another, and the deepest part of the abyss world shook violently. The blood-red sky was stained black with lightning and thunder, as if it were the end of the world. The gazes of these hundreds of figures collided with Ye Lingchen's. Ye Lingchen felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and a tearing pain came from his soul. After a dizzying spin, everything went black before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself still standing in front of the spatial rift. Puff! Ye Lingchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and he staggered, almost falling over. What were those things just now? He clutched his head, his face filled with terror. Those hundreds of auras were all beyond his current ability to perceive. The aura emanating from them was far stronger than that of the abyss lords he had seen in the other kingdoms before. Especially the four enormous phantoms standing at the very front. They were so powerful that even a single glance from them could tear his soul apart. Moreover, these hundreds of figures all possessed an aura similar to that of Arigius. Ancient times, ancient and weathered. It seems to have existed for countless millennia. Just now, if the Mother Hive hadn't protected him at the critical moment, he probably would have had his soul shattered by those hundreds of gazes and died on the spot. This is terrifying. Is this the true power of the abyss? Ye Lingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. At that moment, he even felt a sense of despair. The war between humanity and the abyss appears to be grand, with humanity even managing to withstand the attacks of the abyssal monsters. Little did they know that this seemingly proud achievement was nothing compared to what Ye Lingchen saw. If this is the full power of the abyss, then humanity has no chance of winning. Just as Ye Lingchen was in a state of mental turmoil, he suddenly sensed that the hundreds of powerful and terrifying auras on the other side of the rift seemed to have discovered him and were chasing after him. Not good. Ye Lingchen was terrified, but found himself frozen in place, unable to even run away. At the critical moment, the mother nest expanded again, its enormous body blocking the entire crack. Boom! A deafening roar came from above the crack, and the mother nest used its body to block the hundreds of malicious gazes. A stream of pure and exquisite abyssal energy emanated from the mother nest, transforming into wisps that covered the cracks. Ye Lingchen was astonished to discover that the enormous spatial rift was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths, the huge crack was completely repaired. For a moment, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. All the terrifying abyssal aura and powerful abyssal monsters vanished, isolated in another world. The mother nest saved Ye Lingchen once again. Just then, the mother nest's enormous body trembled, and like a deflated balloon, it shrank instantly, returning to the size of an infant's head in the blink of an eye, flying back to hover quietly in front of Ye Lingchen. A message came from the mother nest, and Ye Lingchen then learned that the mother nest had been injured in order to block the gaze of those hundreds of terrifying beings. The body that was once pulsating became much weaker, and a great natural disaster also occurred in the divine kingdom within the mother nest. Mountains crumbled, rivers dried up, and nascent cities were reduced to ruins. Countless abyssal demons from the divine kingdoms perished on the spot, while many more were wounded and lay on the ground wailing in agony. Even the mighty Gettys was terrified, his already pale face turned completely bloodless. Just now, out of more than 3.8 billion abyssal monsters, 400 million died instantly. Ye Lingchen was filled with deep regret. Curiosity killed the cat. He now understands this saying all too well. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Ye Lingchen gently stroked the injured mother nest. Don't worry. I will definitely find a way to help you recover. It's just a soul. Ye Lingchen had already made up his mind. He would kill more abyssal demons, and the mother nest would soon be restored to its original state. Just as he made up his mind, a figure filled with anger suddenly appeared not far ahead. It was none other than the carefree immortal who had left Ye Lingchen here to fend for himself. You brat, look what you've done. But before he could finish speaking, his expression turned quite interesting. Huh? Where's little heir? And what happened to that spatial rift? Chapter 59, The Carefree Immortal's Little Scheme. Seeing old Deng's hindsight-seeking attitude, Ye Lingchen had already started his internal tu chow, a form of online criticism/roasting mode. Little heir? Why don't you call out to little AI? Try calling her and see if she answers. Of course, he only thought these words in his heart. He dared not say them to Xiao Yaoxian's face and had to put on a respectful appearance. Senior, you've come at the perfect time. I accidentally killed little Erytheus. The spatial rift was also completely destroyed in the aftermath of my earth-shattering battle with Erytheus. The corner of Xiaoyao Xian's mouth twitched violently. Good grief, you were just waiting for me here. At such a young age, his ability to show off is even better than mine. That's what he thought, but in reality, Xiaoyao Xian was extremely shocked. He had already thoroughly investigated the place as soon as he arrived, and he had checked it again carefully when Ye Lingchen was showing off. Erytheus's soul has indeed disappeared, and the spatial rift no longer exists. How did he do that? Xiaoyao Xian was filled with endless doubts. He couldn't help but recall what that annoying guy had said to him back then. That guy was right, Xiaoyao Xian thought, and the image of a handsome man in a white coat with a lewd smile appeared in his mind. Then, he stared at Ye Lingchen's face, his expression gradually becoming strange. This kid looks just like that guy? Is he really not his son? Wait, I remember he didn't even have a girlfriend back then. Thinking of this, Xiaoyao Xian asked directly, "Boy, what's your father's name?" Huh. Ye Lingchen was putting on a show of seriousness. He's probably the only person in the whole world who can put on a show in front of the strongest human being. But the other party suddenly asked this question, catching Ye Lingchen off guard. My dad's name is Yi Xinyuan. He regretted saying it as soon as the words left his mouth. He still remembered the time he met with Qiu Changtian and Wang Tianhua. The death of his own father was definitely not that simple. But the words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. Ye Lingchen was filled with trepidation, and his gaze darted away from Xiaoyao Xian. However, the carefree immortal did not seem to react much. Instead, he frowned. What did you say? Say it again. Yi Xinyuan. Did you skip dinner last year? Can you speak louder? Yi Xinyuan. Xiaoyao Xian glared at Ye Lingchen with some anger. Is this kid messing with me? I asked 3 times in a row, and the other person just said, "Gugaga," every time. The carefree immortal was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. So you little brat were trying to amuse me in a foreign language. He understands the Abyss language. Gugaga means father in the Abyss language. He looked at Ye Lingchen, who had an innocent expression on his face, and sighed silently. If he doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. We can find out by having someone investigate his background later. Besides, we probably don't even need to investigate this ourselves. With this kid's talent and the powerful strength he's shown, those old guys have probably already started their background check. Xiaoyao Xian coughed, not dwelling on the matter any further, and instead said with a serious expression, Boy, do you know how much trouble you've caused? You've caused trouble? Ye Lingchen was taken aback. This whole thing doesn't seem right. I killed Erytheus and repaired the spatial rift. Isn't that a great achievement? You don't reward me with anything, and you even say I caused trouble? Ye Lingchen's eyes darted around, and he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Is this an attempt to suppress me and take all the credit for myself? That kind of leadership demeanor is truly admirable. The key issue is that Ye Lingchen didn't dare to say anything, and since he couldn't beat Ye Lingchen in a fight, he could only suffer in silence. The carefree immortal had no idea that the other party had conjured up so many nonsensical thoughts in an instant, and stared at him, saying, Why are you looking at me like that? Haven't you realized your mistake yet? As he spoke, he pointed to the empty space. The souls that originally existed here were the basic energy that kept the heavenly abyss secret realm and the heavenly ladder running. Now they're all gone, and the heavenly abyss secret realm can't function. Do you know how great the loss is? Ye Lingchen was taken aback. He had already guessed some of the truth from seeing those souls before, and now Xiaoyao Xian had confirmed his guess once again. The other party had no idea that all 3.8 billion souls had ended up in their own pockets. No, this absolutely cannot be told. I'd rather die than tell. Ye Lingchen felt a little guilty, and his eyes darted away. It has to be said that he got a huge advantage on this ladder to heaven trip. I got some insane gear, my signature weapon was upgraded to a divine artifact, and I even gained a powerful follower like Gades. It's a win-win situation, no matter how you look at it. But for countless trial participants in the Dragon Kingdom, the closure of the Heavenly Abyss secret realm is definitely a huge loss. From this perspective, Ye Lingchen really did make a big mistake. Seeing the other party's guilty look, Xiaoyao Xian was secretly overjoyed. Erytheus's soul and this spatial rift have always been a hidden danger, like a thorn stuck in his heart. He wouldn't care even if it meant blowing up the Heavenly Abyss secret realm, as long as he could solve this problem. This kid is still too green. He'll shut up after a little intimidation. The carefree immortal found it amusing. The other party's contribution was so great that he couldn't think of any reward to give. If you can't think of anything, then don't give it to me. Not only that, I also have to make this kid work for me to make up for these lost souls. The carefree immortal was calculating and shrewd. He was utterly impressed with his own unparalleled intelligence. With a flick of his wrist, a small, transparent bead appeared in his hand, and Xiao Yaoxian put on a look of disappointment. All right, this can't be entirely blamed on you. After all, you solved a major threat to the Dragon Kingdom. As a young person, we can't be too harsh on you. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiao Yaoxian with hopeful eyes. Thank you. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yaoxian threw the transparent bead in his hand at him. You may be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You caused this trouble, and you'll have to make amends yourself. Here's a soul-absorbing pearl. Keep it safe. It will automatically absorb souls when you kill abyssal demons. Give it to me when you've collected enough, and that will be considered making amends. Ye Lingchen's expression stiffened, and he secretly clenched his fist on the soul-capturing pearl. Wow, that's really something. I thought that old Dang had a change of heart and wouldn't hold it against me anymore. And here's what awaited me. You think you can escape the death penalty? Forget about it. After all this trouble, you just want me to work for you for free? If you want something for free, just say so. Why go through all this pretense of gloom and then acknowledgement? Ye Lingchen mentally launched into a frenzy of tu chao, a form of online commentary/criticism. He had no choice but to agree. After all, it would be a bit unethical to take such a big benefit and then just walk away without doing anything. Forget it. It's just a soul. The mother nest needs to heal anyway. We can just kill more monsters later. It's not a big deal. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen asked, Senior, collecting so many souls is quite difficult. Do you know of any other secret realms like Tianyuan? The carefree immortal chuckled, looking as if his wicked scheme had succeeded. A secret realm? Where in the world could there be a secret realm that could hold so many monsters? Of course, we'll go to the battlefield. Battlefield. Chapter 60 The Low-Key Emperor Yi. Yes, the battlefield. Ye Lingchen slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what was going on. How could he not have thought of that? If you're looking for a place to harvest the souls of abyssal monsters, look no further than the frontline battlefield. That's not right. Ye Lingchen frowned, as if he had thought of something, and asked in confusion. Senior, is it possible for me to enter the front lines? He was just a student, not a soldier. There's no need for anyone to explain to him how dangerous the front lines are. Although there is no large-scale war now, there are still small-scale local battles and skirmishes every day. It's fair to say that people are dying every single moment. Such a dangerous place, let alone him. Even adventurers registered with the Adventurers Guild are not allowed to enter. The only ones who can enter the battlefield are soldiers. Unexpectedly, the carefree immortal waved his hand dismissively and said, You don't need to worry about that. Go back and rest, get ready. You'll be able to enter the battlefield in a few days. Huh? In a few days? Ye Lingchen was dumbfounded. Senior, I have my college entrance exam in a few days. It's all right. These are all minor matters. Just wait for our notification. Xiao Yaoxian waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to say more. Ye Lingchen didn't dare to ask any further questions. He's the strongest human being. If he wanted me to go to the battlefield, it would probably only take a word. Just don't let it interfere with my college entrance exam. All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and go out. There are people waiting for you outside. As he spoke, Xiao Yaoxian raised his hand and made a slash in front of him, creating a spatial rift. Before Ye Lingchen could react, he kicked the other man into it. Holy crap, this old man is so violent. Ye Lingchen was kicked into the spatial rift, cursing inwardly. After a dizzying spin, the scene before my eyes changed. He had just steadied himself when he heard a surprised voice from the side. Principal, look, Xiao Yezi is back. Mu Lingxi shouted excitedly, rushed forward, and hugged Ye Lingchen tightly, throwing herself into his arms. Little Leaf, you scared me to death. We thought you were all ready. Wah! As she spoke, Mu Lingxi broke down in tears. Upon seeing this, Ye Lingchen immediately understood, and a hint of apology flashed in his eyes. He was engulfed by the black beam of light, and was unable to transmit any information. Anyone in that situation would have thought they were definitely dead. He patted Mu Lingxi's head and said softly, It's all right, don't cry. I'm perfectly fine. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Ning Wuhan also stepped forward excitedly. Little Leaf, you're alive. That's wonderful. Nonsense. How could my Yishan die like that? You're questioning Yishan's strength. Bullshit. Li Jun, you idiot. Who was the one shouting the loudest about avenging Xiao Yezi? Like they wanted to challenge Senior Xiao Yaoxian to a duel. It's getting late. Yi Xin must be tired. Let's hurry back. Lingchen, you finally come out. If Senior Immortal Xiaoyao hadn't told me you were still alive, we would all have thought you were already. Yes, little Yezi. You have no idea. The principal was so worried he almost vomited blood. The crowd gathered around Yi Lingchen, chattering amongst themselves. Yi Lingchen then learned what had happened after he went missing and felt a surge of emotion. When he heard that Li Jun almost fell out with Chiu for his sake, he looked at the other party with some surprise. This foul-mouthed guy is surprisingly loyal. All the unpleasantness from before vanished completely at this moment. At this time, people from the other two schools also came over to offer their condolences. Yi Lingchen, welcome back. Chen Kursen waved and greeted him from the side. The fact that you managed to come back alive means you're not a piece of trash. Work hard, and I'll be waiting to fight you again. Lu Li said domineeringly, arms crossed. Yi Lingchen gave him a strange look. This kid wasn't scared out of his wits when he saw his Abyss Legion. I beat him up before, and it seems this guy doesn't learn his lesson. Seeing the other person's cold and stern expression, Yi Lingchen's lips twitched slightly. Do you assassins have to be so arrogant? Are you always showing off? Compared to them, my own pretentiousness definitely needs improvement. Everyone chatted amongst themselves. After all, they were all young people, and the three-school exercise was just a friendly competition. There was no deep-seated hatred between them. Now that the exercise is over, they've quickly become acquainted with each other after just a few words. Some of them even added each other on WeChat and made plans to go out and experience things together after the college entrance examination. Of all the people, only Chiu stood coldly in the distance, her resentful eyes fixed on Yi Lingchen in the center of the crowd, lost in thought. The group gathered together again to discuss the details of the exercise, thus bringing it to a close. Linhai No. 1 Middle School deservedly won first place in this exercise, and no one has any objections. The related rewards will be delivered to Ning Wuhan by the two schools in the coming days, and he will then pass them on to Yi Lingchen and the others. Having obtained divine equipment and artifacts, Yi Lingchen had no interest in the golden items. In the end, he only kept the divine stones and gave his share to the other three. This made Zhang Wei and Li Jun so excited they almost flew to heaven. As for Mu Lingxi, she didn't react much. Her family was wealthy and powerful, so she didn't care much about such things. Second grandfather had already left when Yi Lingchen returned. Finally, the teachers and students of the three schools bid farewell to each other and embarked on their respective journeys home. On the way back, in the blink of an eye, I dodged the opponent's earth-shattering attack and shattered Arigius's physical body with a single punch. Seeing that things were going badly, it frantically tried to escape. I didn't let it get away with it. I shattered the void with a palm strike, stepped into the river of time, and pulled out its past, future, and present selves, crushing them all in one swift motion. Thus, the overlord who once plagued the world was completely dead, and its path to destruction was extinguished. On the bus, Yi Lingchen transformed into a storyteller, vividly recounting his experiences in that space. He didn't want to talk about it, but Zhang Wei and the others were curious and urged him to tell them what happened. After all, the appearance of the carefree immortal means something big must have happened inside. But to their surprise, it turned out to be something this big. At this moment, Mu Lingxi's mouth was agape in an O shape, her face filled with shock. She loved listening to stories, and Yi Lingchen was telling them with such enthusiasm that she had unconsciously become engrossed in them. Li Jun became a devoted fanboy, his eyes shining, as if he wanted to kneel down before Yi Lingchen on the spot. Only Zhang Wei's lips twitched. Hearing this, he looked at Yi Lingchen with a strange expression and said, "Is the next thing you going to say that you single-handedly ruled over all ages, protecting the destiny of the human race? Throughout the universe, from ancient times to the present, all beings who dared to covet this world will be suppressed by you, Emperor Yi." Hearing this, Li Jun's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "Emperor Yi, huh? That sounds even more imposing than God Yi. Ahem, keep it down, keep it down. Okay, I'll reluctantly accept it if you call me that in private. But please don't call me that in front of outsiders." Zhang Wei's lips twitched violently. Go to hell. Chapter 61 Catching That Kid. Zhang Wei looked at Mu Lingxi, who was completely absorbed in the moment, and Li Jun, whose eyes were sparkling with admiration, feeling like his IQ was being dragged down by these two. Hey Xiao Yezi, have you been reading too many web novels? Yi Tiandi, you swear. Zhang Wei shook his head helplessly. I admit you're strong, but if you say you can take down Arigius with one punch, I'd never believe it. One punch isn't enough? Then two punches? I misremembered. It seems to be two punches. Brother, Stop messing around, okay? Do I need to tell you how many levels you two are apart? This level of existence can't be won by sheer numbers, Zhang Wei said confidently. Ye Lingchen didn't tell them that it was actually the mother nest that killed Arigius. Instead, he took all the blame. He didn't want to expose the mother nest's secrets. Zhang Wei, it seems you have a big misunderstanding about my strength. You think it's not me, but Li Jun. Ye Lingchen said with a teasing smile. That's right. It's him. Kratos's voice echoed in the deep hall. Lord Theseus, I swear on my soul that this human ant named Li Jun is extremely dangerous. Lord Arigius and my sworn brother Geddes both fell victim to his wickedness. If it weren't for my means of survival, I'm afraid I wouldn't be back. Above the main hall, on a massive throne 30 meters high, the Abyss Lord Theseus sat motionless, his eyes slightly narrowed, listening expressionlessly as he listened to Kratos recount the events. You mean Arigius is dead? Theseus's booming voice echoed through the hall, making the entire hall reverberate. Kratos's words were full of holes, and he didn't believe a word of them. What is Arigius? An ancient demon god, whose title is immortal. It cannot be killed. Even a powerful being like the Immortal of Leisure among humans cannot kill Arigius, let alone a mere level 28 human ant. Unless. Theseus felt a sudden chill. It remembered that not long ago, a domineering gaze had swept across its territory. At that time, it had manifested a phantom image and confronted the other party from a distance. But that being seemed unwilling to linger and quickly disappeared. Could it have been done by that unknown being? Theseus wondered to himself. Although it is claimed to be immortal, Theseus knew very well that nothing in the world is truly immortal. The so-called immortality only means that the other party's soul essence is exceptionally vast, and ordinary people simply cannot shake it. The way to kill such a being is quite simple. Obliterate its very essence. But this is easier said than done. Searching the entire Abyss world, there is not a single person who can do this. No, to be precise, there is only one. It is the great mother nest of the Abyss world, which has been missing for countless years. That was the cradle that nurtured all life in the Abyss, including hundreds of powerful first-generation Abyss lords such as Arigius, who were conceived by the mother nest. Besides, it couldn't think of anyone else who could kill Arigius, except perhaps a god. But this possibility was quickly dismissed. The gods had not appeared in the world for a long time, seemingly vanishing completely with the disappearance of the mother nest. These powerful Abyss lords now rule the Abyss world. But compared to those powerful first-generation lords, Theseus, a young upstart, was utterly insignificant. That's why its territory is so remote. As for Arigius's territory, which was even more remote and bordered the human world directly, it couldn't understand that either. Before it became the Lord of the Abyss, Arigius's divine kingdom had guarded the frontier of the Abyss world, a position that had remained unchanged for countless years. Even after Arigius was defeated and sealed away by humans, it did not dare to completely devour their divine kingdom. Over the years, it has only secretly eaten away a third of it. It dared not offend the other party. If one day Arigius escaped and returned to find his divine kingdom occupied by Theseus, he would certainly not let it go. Theseus was no match for Arigius, even if the other party was not at his peak. Just as it was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang in its ear. Theseus abruptly stood up from his throne, his expression instantly changing. What? Theseus's face was filled with astonishment and anger, but then its expression instantly turned playful. Ha ha ha, this is truly heaven's help. Ha ha ha. Theseus suddenly burst into wild laughter, the enormous sound causing Kratos below to stagger backward, his face turning pale. After laughing for a while, Theseus looked down at the trembling Kratos below and gave him a seemingly friendly smile. Kratos, would you like to follow me? Huh. Kratos was taken aback, puzzled. Did this guy eat something unclean today? I talked to him so much, and he didn't react at all. Then he suddenly started laughing maniacally, and after laughing, he brought up the very thing I didn't want to talk about. Although he was inwardly complaining, Kratos did not show it. He actually understood things very well. Geddes was dead, and Arigius was gone too, this time truly gone. Previously, thanks to Arigius's prestige, he could still be a free man. But now, circumstances are against him, and if he doesn't know his place, he'll likely face a terrible end. Moreover, he escaped from the crevice and rushed to Theseus without stopping, intending to seek refuge with him and find a patron. Although he was a little puzzled by the other party's sudden question, he quickly realized what was going on. Kratos placed one hand on his chest, lifted his seven-colored robe, and knelt on one knee. Great Lord Theseus, Kratos will follow you for all eternity. Ha ha ha. Good, very good, excellent. Theseus laughed again upon seeing this. In that case, I hereby appoint you as commander-in-chief and allocate you with 1 billion troops to prepare for war against humanity. War? Kratos thought he had misheard. He pointed to his own nose. I'm the commander-in-chief. That's right. It's you. Didn't you pledge your allegiance to me? Now's your time to make a name for yourself. This mission is to capture that kid you mentioned named Li Jun. Oh, and the mother nest he has. What the hell? Kratos exclaimed, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his awkward smile more like a grimace. He suddenly felt like he'd dug himself a hole. On the way back in the van, Ye Lingchen suddenly sneezed several times in a row. A chill ran through him, and he couldn't help but shiver violently. He looked around suspiciously, muttering to himself, strange, who's eyeing me? There seemed to be quite a few people. Chapter 62, Uncontrolled Public Opinion. They traveled in silence, and as dawn broke, Ye Lingchen and his group finally returned to Linhai City. Ning Wuhan told them to go home and rest first. If all goes well, the reward will be delivered the next day, and he will call them to come to the school to pick it up. The college entrance examination is just a few days away, and Ning Wuhan suggested that the group rest at home and adjust their mindset to prepare for the exam. Ye Lingchen didn't care. He gained a lot from this trip to Tianyuan. On the reverse sky mountain, although he collected so many souls and killed Arigius, those were all souls and not monsters he killed. Therefore, his level remained at 28. Even so, it has already far exceeded the minimum requirement of 20 years of academic achievement that Ning Wuhan had mentioned for applying to Tsinghua and Peking universities. In the days leading up to the college entrance exam, he decided not to continue leveling up. Whether he gains or loses a level, it won't make much of an improvement for him. He might as well take a good rest. Now that his pockets were full, he planned to try all the delicious food he had never eaten before and visit all the places he had never been before. The farthest he had ever traveled in his life was this trip to Tianyuan. He had never even left Linhai City. He had never even been to any entertainment venues or tourist attractions in or around Linhai City. Now that I have some free time, I might as well relax completely. As for Mu Lingxi, her household registration is in the capital, so she needs to return to her hometown for the college entrance examination. She will have to set off in the next few days. As for Zhang Wei and Li Jun, although they verbally agreed, Ye Lingchen could tell from their eyes that they definitely wouldn't listen to Ning Wuhan. Zhang Wei, in particular, is the most insecure of the four and will definitely look for opportunities to grind and level up in the next few days. Of course, these are people's freedom, and Ye Lingchen couldn't be bothered to interfere. The car arrived at the entrance of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, and everyone got out to say goodbye. This trip to Tianyuan brought the four of them much closer together. As Mu Lingxi left, she gave the three boys a thumbs up, and especially gave Ye Lingchen a deep look. You three, good luck. I'll be waiting for you at Tsinghua and Peking University. Bye-bye. After saying that, she got into the Mu family's car, which was already waiting nearby, and sped away. Ye Lingchen parted ways with the others and returned home, where he lay comfortably on his bed and fell asleep as soon as his head was covered. This trip was so exciting. Only when I finally had some free time did I realize how tense I had been, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. He slept for a whole day. Just as he was having a wonderful dream, the entire internet in China was ignited by several explosive news stories. The news that the Heavenly Abyss Secret Realm and the Heavenly Ladder were temporarily closed spread like wildfire. This is an official announcement, so no one will question it. The reopening date is to be determined. Everyone was speculating about what had happened to Tianyuan. As a result, news of Xiao Yaoxian personally appearing in Tianyuan was leaked. Some people even uploaded photos and videos. In an instant, countless eyes were drawn to this strongest human being. Most people in the Dragon Kingdom had never seen the Immortal of Freedom before, and some of them were immediately unsettled upon seeing his true appearance. His unique charm as a middle-aged man, his handsome face, his otherworldly figure, and especially his silver hair and beard, have captivated countless young women. My God, is this the strongest human being? He looks so young. Young? You should call him uncle. You don't know anything. Is it wrong for me to like older men? I originally thought the carefree immortal was an old man. Hey, want Senior Xiao Yaoxian's phone number and address? 10,000 renminbi. No bargaining. Guaranteed authentic. Payment first, delivery later. Some people are obsessed with following celebrities, while others are worried about the temporary closure of the Tianyuan secret realm. Given the news of the immortal Xiao Yao's personal appearance, some people felt that something big must have happened inside. As a result, just as everyone was speculating, several more explosive pieces of news came one after another, completely igniting the emotions of those who were already somewhat anxious. I don't know who released this terrifying photo. The photo shows hundreds of thousands of abyssal monsters swarming along the edge of the abyss. The accompanying text reads, "Hundreds of thousands of abyssal monsters have rioted, intending to attack human cities." The photo immediately attracted the interest of countless people upon its release. Some people say this picture is clearly photoshopped, too fake. How could there be so many abyssal monsters active in Tianyuan? If it's real, how did the photographer survive? Unexpectedly, more and more people came forward to confirm the authenticity of the photo, the vast majority of whom were participants in the trial that day. Among them is Long Outyin, who instantly exits the dungeon. Although he's not very skilled, he's quite famous online. With his endorsement, many people believed it. A sense of panic instantly spread across the internet. Some say the Abyss is about to launch a counterattack, a harbinger of war. Others say it's a conspiracy by the Abyss, an attempt to unleash a bloody massacre from within the Dragon Kingdom. Still others praise the Immortal of Leisure, saying that without his personal intervention, this crisis would have been difficult to resolve. In short, there were all sorts of opinions. But without exception, they all expressed pessimism and panic. Then, someone released a video that was only a dozen seconds long, which further confirmed the authenticity of the incident. Just as the atmosphere reached its climax, an even more explosive piece of news was released. Multiple anonymous users have revealed that an 18-year-old human boy named Ye Lingchen has awakened a previously unseen hidden class, Abyss Lord. These hundreds of thousands of abyssal monsters are what he summoned. At that moment, Ye Lingchen lost control of his emotions and almost went berserk. Fortunately, he was brought under control by the teachers and students who were with him, thus averting a life-or-death crisis. The news immediately caused an uproar online. Some people were amazed that there was such an overpowered combat profession. Because his name was revealed, many busybodies began to dox the mysterious young man named Ye Lingchen. Within a few hours, Ye Lingchen's information was published online. Even the video of the card drawing at the school's coming-of-age ceremony that day was released. At this moment, some people expressed their concerns. Is this person human or a monster from the Abyss? I've never heard of a human awakening an Abyss class before. There must be something wrong here. Is he even human? Won't he betray us? What if he develops a hatred for society? If he goes berserk, who knows how many people will die? Exactly. It's so dangerous. This kind of profession shouldn't exist. Can't the authorities say something about this? I suggest executing him on the spot. If that seems too cruel, leaving him in a vegetative state is also acceptable. In short, this time bomb that threatens human society should not exist. Gradually, Ye Lingchen became an orphan at the age of 10, suffering hardships from a young age, and his experience of working part-time while studying was also exposed. Instead of sympathizing with him, many people worried that he must have a dark heart after enduring so much suffering, and that he must have subconsciously hated society, which was why he had awakened such a bizarre profession. Public opinion exploded within just a few hours, with the entire internet debating Ye Lingchen. Some even formed an anti-Ye alliance, creating a hashtag on a major social media platform and calling on the entire nation to boycott him and petition the authorities to deal with this scourge. In an instant, Ye Lingchen became a rat that everyone wanted to beat. It seemed as if an invisible hand was pulling the strings behind the scenes, intending to kill him. Chapter 63 Heresy. The next morning at 7 o'clock, the phone buzzed on the table, sending an unsettling low resonance through the entire table. The sound lasted for a full half-minute before abruptly stopping. But less than 2 seconds later, the annoying sound rang out again. Ugh, so annoying. Who is it, disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning? Ye Lingchen cursed and reached out to press a button on the phone on the table, and then the sound stopped. But after a while, the phone rang again, like a death knell, causing Ye Lingchen's anger to surge to 80%. Is this never going to end? Ye Lingchen sat up abruptly, picked up his phone, and saw that it was Principal Ning Wuhan calling. Seriously, at her age, doesn't she sleep at all? Does she really need to be so diligent? Ye Lingchen rubbed his still-closed eyes while complaining and answered the phone. Wei Ning School. Ye Lingchen, why haven't you answered your phone? Where did you go all day yesterday? Ning Wuhan's angry and anxious roar came from the other end of the phone, instantly waking Ye Lingchen from his sleepiness. I didn't go anywhere. I just slept at home all day. I was planning to keep sleeping if you hadn't called. Sleep? You're still sleeping. Come to school right now. Something's happened. Something happened? What happened? Are you in a hurry? If you're not in a hurry, I'll take a shower and have some breakfast before I go over. Of course I'm anxious. If you don't come soon, the sky will fall. Hurry up and come over. Ning Wuhan's tone became increasingly urgent. Okay, I'll get ready and head over right away, Ye Lingchen quickly replied. He got out of bed and stretched. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Did the sky fall? Let me see if the sky has fallen or not. As he spoke, he pulled open the bedroom curtains. Just then, a dark shadow appeared outside the window with a whoosh. Ye Lingchen was blinded by the glaring sunlight outside the window. He saw something flying towards him, but before he could figure out what it was, he heard a loud crash as the window pane shattered. Holy crap! What the hell? Ye Lingchen was startled and instinctively moved aside, only then noticing that a brick was lying quietly on the ground where he had just been standing. This is the thing that just broke the glass. Ye Lingchen's eyebrows furrowed the moment he saw the brick. His anger was already almost at its limit due to his morning grumpiness, and now it just exploded. Damn it! Who the hell dares to smash my window? They're asking for it. He jumped onto the table, ignoring the shards of glass flying everywhere, and peered downstairs. This sight left him completely stunned. I saw that dozens of people had gathered downstairs in my old, dilapidated apartment. Men and women of all kinds. The only thing they had in common was that none of them lived in this neighborhood, and he didn't know any of them. Meanwhile, the elderly people who should have been strolling around the neighborhood in the morning, enjoying the sunshine, were hiding further away, looking on with worry and pointing and gesturing, seemingly saying something unintelligible. Upon seeing Ye Lingchen peek out, a young man in his early 20s who had thrown the stone earlier pointed upstairs and shouted, "Look, heretic Ye Lingchen has appeared. Everyone in the Anti-Yi Alliance, throw him with me." At his command, dozens of people threw bricks, eggs, stones, and even trash they had taken from nearby bins at Ye Lingchen. Holy crap, these guys are insane. Ye Lingchen shrank back in fright and quickly retreated into the house. Although his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, he had never seen such a scene before and was somewhat at a loss for what to do. Seeing the various objects flying in, Ye Lingchen retreated to the living room. He instinctively picked up his phone and saw hundreds of missed calls and over 999 plus glaring red dots on WeChat. What happened? He picked up his phone and looked at it carefully, only to find that the calls were from Zhang Wei, Li Jun, Mu Lingxi, and Ning Wuhan. In addition, there were calls from several other classmates from class 3 with whom he had a good relationship. When he opened WeChat again, his phone almost crashed due to the barrage of messages. Countless unread messages flashed before his eyes. Ye Lingchen quickly scrolled through them, his brows furrowing more and more, and his expression growing increasingly grim. Not long after, he quickly opened several news and social media apps and discovered that so much had happened during the day he had been sound asleep. Just one day, he was a rising star with a bright future, having obtained a fully fledged hidden profession, and was favored by the military leaders and senior figures of the Adventurers Association. One day later, this rising star fell to earth, transforming from a seraph into a fallen angel and becoming a heretic, hated by everyone. Heretical. Upon seeing this glaring word, Ye Lingchen's eyes twitched violently, and an invisible killing intent emanated from his body. Boom. In an instant, an extreme abyssal aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping an area of 100 meters in radius. The group from the Anti-Yi Alliance downstairs were also in this area. They were so frightened by the sudden appearance of this cold aura that they trembled. Several young women even fainted. The young man in the lead was grinding his teeth together, but he still stubbornly persisted. He shouted at the people behind him. "Did you see that? The aura of the abyss. He really is a heretic. He's going to kill us all. Call the police. Call the police to arrest him." In an instant, everyone seemed to have been injected with a stimulant. Their trembling legs stopped shaking, and they all frowned, widened their eyes, and pulled out their phones to dial the police. "Hello? Is this 110? I need to call the police. There's a heretic here who's trying to kill me. Is this 110? Come quick. Murder. Dozens of people. They'll all die if you don't come soon. I'm calling the police. There's an abyssal monster in this residential area. Please come quickly." Suddenly, all sorts of exaggerated and nonsensical alarm calls rang out. Ye Lingchen, at the center of the storm, sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, constantly scrolling through his phone. He could hear every single voice outside very clearly. Looking at the glaring words Anti-Yi Alliance on the big neck platform, Ye Lingchen's originally gloomy face actually showed an unusual smile. He slowly stood up and walked towards the restroom. Xiao AI, play the news. Okay, here's the morning news. Yesterday, explosive news spread throughout the country following the sudden closure of the Heavenly Abyss secret realm. A high school student named Ye Lingchen, having awakened a rare combat profession and the ability to summon abyssal monsters, was labeled a heretic by the panicked public. Silently listening to the news broadcast, Ye Lingchen picked up the toothbrush cup. Get water, dip your finger in water, squeeze toothpaste, brush your teeth, rinse your mouth. I wet my austere face with water, applied facial cleanser, and carefully cleaned my face. The entire process was meticulously followed. He straightened up, quietly looking at his handsome face in the mirror, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. Heretical? Heh, that sounds even more appealing than Emperor Yi. Chapter 64 Hello, police officer. After quickly tidying his clothes, Ye Lingchen put his phone away and leisurely went out the door. His home is on the 3rd floor, but it took him a full 2 minutes to walk up the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. Thump, thump, thump. A series of muffled thuds echoed from the stairwell, and the members of the Anti-Yi Alliance, who had been gathered at the entrance of the building, all looked towards the dark entrance. Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued, as if some terrifying monster was about to emerge from the dark door. Some people were sweating, not from the heat, but from fear. No one spoke. Everyone stared intently at the unit door, as if it were a place of deadly attraction. As the final loud bang subsided, a slender figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. However, the moment Ye Lingchen stepped out of the unit, the members of the Anti-Yi Alliance did not feel relieved. Instead, they all looked terrified and retreated. Ye Lingchen took a step forward, and they took a step back. And so, one person slowly walked to the entrance of the community while holding up a group of people 10 meters away. The neighbors in the surrounding community all watched this scene in astonishment. Their gazes toward Ye Lingchen were filled with complex emotions, mostly doubt and pity. Ye Lingchen has lived here for many years. While not everyone likes him, anyone who has had contact with him knows he's a decent person. He always readily lends a helping hand to anyone in need. Ye Lingchen would often help families with only elderly members repair their water pipes and appliances and carry heavy objects upstairs. But who would have thought that such a good child would become a heretic that everyone hates in a single day? Faced with those dozens of enthusiastic young people, the elderly residents of the community dared not stop them and could only stand silently by, watching helplessly. As he approached the entrance of the residential area, Ye Lingchen raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. I am Ye Lingchen, and I stand before you today. Come, all of you, let me see who calls me a heretic. As he spoke, the smile on his lips grew wider and wider, but to the dozens of people opposite him, it looked like a demonic grin. No one dared to step forward. Even the leader of the group turned pale with fright and kept backing away. Is nobody here? Weren't you all yelling so loudly just now? You even smashed my window. Now what? Why are you all chickening out? Say something. Ye Lingchen suddenly raised his voice and shouted out the last 3 words. Boom. These words struck the hearts of the dozens of people opposite them like a heavy hammer. The members of the Anti-Yi Alliance clutched their chests, their faces pale, and collapsed to the ground. Several of them were soaked with sweat, apparently having wet themselves in fear. Ye Lingchen slowly walked up to the young man at the head of the group. Wearing a school uniform, he showed no signs of student immaturity. Instead, he resembled a god looking down upon the man slumped on the ground. The man was terrified. When he saw Ye Lingchen walking over, he kept kicking his legs to try to get away from him, but he was too scared to do anything but watch Ye Lingchen come up to him. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. It was a woman's voice. Please, please don't kill me. Wah! The woman cried, her body trembling violently with fear. Once there's a first one, there's bound to be a second. Soon, more people were trembling and begging for mercy. Please, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Please, please. For a time, cries for mercy rose and fell. However, Ye Lingchen's face remained expressionless. Just then, the man in the lead, emboldened by some unknown source, roared menacingly at Ye Lingchen. Heretic, don't be so smug. We've already called the police. Even if you kill us, you won't escape their pursuit. You're going to hell. Seeing the other person's face gradually contort and deform, Ye Lingchen laughed, laughing so hard, he almost fell over. He was watching a group of clowns perform, happily enjoying the moment. Kill you? Are you kidding me? I'm a law-abiding citizen, okay. Ye Lingchen blinked and said with a mocking expression, "But, you calling the police did me a favor." He pointed behind him towards his house and said, "According to the Public Security Administration punishment regulations, you have committed the crime of provoking trouble. You broke my window, which is damaging private property. You also instigated a disturbance without permission, seriously disrupting public order. You'd better explain what you've done to the police officers later." With that, he snapped his fingers, and 20 hideous orc warriors, each standing at least 2.5 meters tall, suddenly appeared around them. "Aya, abyssal monster! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The help burp startled some people so much that they fainted. For a time, there was crying and wailing, and the scene was quite spectacular. Ye Lingchen sighed helplessly. "I thought they were some passionate young men, heroes of the world, but they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings." He said to the 20 orc warriors, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them get away. Also, make them pay for the money they broke my windows. Oh, and my house is full of their trash. Make them pay for a cleaning service to clean it up today and replace the windows." Kusiaca. Kukusiaca. An orc warrior said in a bird language with an embarrassed look on his face. Ye Lingchen's smile froze instantly, and then he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I forgot you can't speak human language. Wait for me a moment." After saying that, Ye Lingchen's body disappeared from the spot in an instant and reappeared a few minutes later. He handed the orc warrior a piece of cardboard with densely written words on it. "When the police arrive, just hold up this cardboard sign for them." Gujie. "Yes, sir." After finishing these tasks, Ye Lingchen put his hands in his pockets, didn't even look at the people in front of him, and slowly walked out of the community. Then, he disappeared in a flash. About 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. 7 or 8 police cars sped toward the residential area. The phones of the people in the Anti-Ye Alliance suddenly rang. "Hello? Was it you who called the police just now?" Yes, hee. "Hello? Where are you?" "I'm giggling in the neighborhood. District, gate, entrance, giggling." Such conversations continued, and the terrified members of the Anti-Ye Alliance gritted their teeth as they tried to recover intermittently. When dozens of police officers arrived at the scene, they were shocked to find a group of orc warriors, who looked like small giants, standing at attention and surrounding dozens of young men and women. One of the orc warriors, upon seeing the police arrive, gave a forced, almost comical smile. "Kyocha Shuki Hiroshi. Hello, police officer." 20. This was the greeting Ye Lingchen forced them to learn before he left. The police officers were completely dumbfounded. "Oldly, am I dreaming? I think I heard those abyssal monsters saying hello, police officer." Chapter 65 Reporting on Work. The capital city, Shishan Military Base. This is the headquarters of the Northern Theater Command, and also the highest military command base in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, inside the base, inside a mountain, there is a huge metal door that is 5 meters high. Xiao Changtian, deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region, stood straight at the door in his military uniform, waiting quietly. But if you get closer, you'll see that Xiao Changtian's eyes are filled with anger and anxiety, and his fists are clenched involuntarily. Ring ring. The piercing ringing of the bell suddenly shattered the deathly silence around them. Xiao Changtian took out his phone and answered the call. "Hello? It's me. What did you say? You still haven't found out." A flash of anger crossed Xiao Changtian's face. "What are you all good for? You can't even handle something this simple. Keep investigating. You must find out who's behind this." After a few hesitant words on the other end of the phone, the call was abruptly ended. Xiao Changtian exhaled a breath of stale air, his face clouded with gloom. Social issues had nothing to do with him. He, as a military region commander, was not in charge of media and public opinion matters. But when his colleagues started paying attention and talking about it, he realized something was wrong. Only after inquiring did they learn that Ye Lingchen had been in trouble. Xiao Changtian was shocked. You should know that he had just met this child a few days ago, and he met him together with Qin Tai, a senior member of the Adventurers Association. Everyone has a very high opinion of Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen made a great contribution by resolving a major security threat in Secret Realm No. 4. Although the other party was not a soldier, he still helped Ye Lingchen apply for a reward. Before the process was even finished, Ye Lingchen suddenly became a heretic overnight. Xiao Changtian could hardly believe his eyes. Looking at the chaotic comments on social media, he felt a surge of murderous intent for the first time. Not only him, but Wang Tianhua also saw the news and rushed to his door, asking him to help Ye Lingchen seek justice. Even a seasoned soldier like him, who had faced countless battles and life-or-death situations, was genuinely angered this time. There must be a traitor behind this. Heresy? Huh. These heretics are now turning around and smearing a rising star of humanity as a heretic. How could they even think of that? Qiu Changtian absolutely did not believe that no one was behind this. Under these circumstances, he gave an order to begin investigating the ins and outs of the matter. However, time was too short. A single day was simply not enough to uncover the truth. Furthermore, the mastermind behind the scenes mobilized a large number of online trolls to fuel the flames, while remaining remarkably well hidden. Eventually, the matter spiraled completely out of control. Even without the online trolls fanning the flames, public panic spread rapidly, reaching an uncontrollable level. Qiu Changtian was getting restless. He had high hopes for Ye Lingchen. He had even planned to poach the other party from the military after this college entrance examination. It seems that Ye Lingchen might not even be able to take the college entrance exam now. He had already submitted a report to the general headquarters regarding the events at Secret Realm No. 4, including a detailed account of Ye Lingchen's situation. I'm sure headquarters will take this seriously and conduct a thorough background check. After all, it's a hidden class, with full life points, and that terrifying combat power is astonishing. There's no reason not to nurture it properly. However, public opinion was too overwhelming, and even he couldn't suppress the matter. Faced with public scrutiny, the authorities would certainly have to provide an explanation. But the more Qiu Changtian thought about it, the heavier his heart became. He absolutely refused to believe that headquarters would eliminate Ye Lingchen based on baseless accusations. But what if, in order to quell public anger, some measures are taken that would wrong Ye Lingchen? Qiu Changtian dared not think any further. He didn't dare to gamble, so he decided to make a trip to the capital himself, intending to meet with high-ranking officials directly and explain the matter clearly. With his endorsement, I believe the higher-ups will not easily take action against Ye Lingchen. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud rumbling sound came from the massive metal door. The door opened. Inside the door was a huge domed space, about 100 meters in diameter. The room is circular in shape, with rows of tiered seats extending downwards towards the center, much like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. On the other side of the main gate, there are 4 silver chairs on a small platform. One of the chairs is at the highest point, overlooking the entire room, while the other 3 are a step lower than the first chair and are arranged directly in front. At this moment, 4 elderly men are sitting in the 4 chairs. A deep, resonant voice came from the old man sitting in the highest seat. Come in. Qiu Changtian took a deep breath. Even he felt a little nervous seeing these 4 people. He strode confidently into the huge venue, descended the steps, and arrived at the circular open space in the very center of the venue. There was also a chair and a small table there. From above, it looks like the defendant's dock in a courtroom. Qiu Changtian straightened his military uniform, first saluted the 4 elderly men above him, and then sat down. However, the 4 old men did not seem to care much about Qiu Changtian's actions. The highest seat at the head of the table sat an elderly man with blonde hair. He appeared to be in his 80s or 90s. His hair, however, was like golden flames, a blend of gold and white, and in this vast, windless space, it moved as if burning with real fire. The old man's eyes were also golden, making it difficult to look directly at him. Even though he had toned down his aura, his unparalleled presence still inspired a desire to worship him. However, this powerful figure was currently holding a set of jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, in his hand, chewing it heartily while looking at Qiu Changtian. He kept muttering to himself as he ate. Old Wang's pancakes have been getting worse and worse lately. How much water did they add to the mung bean flour? And the crispy crackers aren't crispy anymore. I just added an egg, and it cost me 10 yuan. I'm definitely going to report him to the Industry and Commerce Bureau for operating without a license. The old man seemed to be muttering, but his voice was very loud and could be heard clearly throughout the entire venue, with even an echo. Qiu Changtian, sitting in the central chair, twitched his lips violently, but dared not utter a single word. The remaining 3 chairs belonged to an elderly man. The one on the left had silver hair and was about the same age as Xiao Yaoxian. He was currently playing with a pair of walnuts in his hands, resting with his eyes closed. The middle-aged man, with a thick head of black hair, appeared to be the youngest and most energetic of the 4. Yet, on his table sat a large birdcage, inside which a black myna hopped about, and the old man occasionally teased it. Myna bird, your mother is dead. The old man glared at him. You beast! How dare you start cursing like that? Did you learn that from that little brat again? Mina bird. Invoice. Invoice. Old man. Getting excited, huh? Mina, your study materials are located in the Human Evolution and Primitive Instincts subdirectory under the Natural Sciences directory on Drive D. The old man coughed violently and snapped his fingers. The Mina bird was immediately silenced. Xiao Changtian listened to the conversation between the man and the bird, sighed helplessly, and looked at the old man on the far right chair. I should have looked away, because once I did, I was so angry I almost lost my temper. The elderly man on the far right chair was rather thin, with a receding hairline, and his whole body was curled up in the large chair. He had been fast asleep for a long time. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Seeing these four clowns, Xiao Changtian felt a pang of sorrow. I must have taken the wrong medicine to come all this way to report to these four senior fellow villagers from my hometown. Chapter 66. Your face isn't enough. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, few people know that these four seemingly unreliable old men are actually the four pillars of the three pure ones and four pillars of the carefree immortals who support the fate of the entire nation. Any one of them could be picked out and possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a nation. It is precisely because of such a powerful being guarding the Dragon Kingdom that the abyssal demons have always been unable to cross the line. Xiao Changtian was quite helpless about the inattentive attitude of the four old men in front of him. There's nothing I can do. I can't beat them in a fight, and I don't dare to openly complain, so I can only endure it. Although one should be patient, things that need to be said still need to be said. Xiao Changtian coughed and said, For pillars of the nation, I've come specifically for Ye Lingchen. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a shrill voice. Suddenly, the mute Mina bird started speaking again. Shut up, you made a special trip all this way for such a small thing, and now we can't even get a good night's sleep. Xiao Changtian's old face immediately turned red, and he clenched both fists, trying hard to suppress his anger. Family, can anyone understand? I got scolded by a Mina bird. I'm so frustrated I could cry. Xiao Changtian calmed himself down and patiently said again, Elder Yuan, it really is necessary to report this matter to you. Shut up. How dare you swear? I'm a handsome Mina bird, not this stinky old man next to me, the Mina bird chirped. This time, not only Xiao Changtian's face darkened, but even Yuan Guozhu, who was standing next to the birdcage, couldn't hold his tongue. He snapped his fingers again, silencing the Mina bird once more. Ahem, Xiao, it's just a beast, don't bother with it, Yuan Guozhu said with a smile. If it's for that kid named Ye Lingchen, I think you don't need to bother. What do you mean no need to bother? Elder Yuan, four pillars of the state. This Ye Lingchen is not like what's said online at all. Xiao Changtian was getting anxious. He tried to speak several times but failed to get his thoughts out, which resulted in him turning back home. Then, all my trip would have been for nothing. Unexpectedly, Yuan Guozhu waved his hand lightly. Xiao, we old guys all know what you want to say. You don't need to worry about this. We won't wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a bad person go free. Just go back and wait for news. This. Xiao Changtian's face was extremely ugly. He was directly shut down by the other party's rather official statement. At this moment, the silver-haired old man on the left, who had been playing with walnuts, suddenly spoke up. All right, let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, you should go back quickly. It's already quite generous of you that the political commissar of a military region didn't pursue your mistake by leaving his jurisdiction without a transfer order. Xiao Changtian's face flushed red and then paled. Although he was a high-ranking military and political official, he was clearly a junior in front of these four pillars of the state. As a soldier, obeying orders was the most basic principle. He couldn't go against the other party, but he was really unwilling to leave like this. After thinking it over, Xiao Changtian stood up and gave the other party a standard military salute once again. His eyes shone brightly, and his expression was unusually serious as he said, For pillars of the nation, I, Xiao Changtian, will dedicate myself to the country until my dying breath. He patted his chest. These medals are enough to prove my loyalty to the country. I hope that you will consider my past achievements and not punish Ye Lingchen. He is truly the hope of our Dragon Kingdom and even all mankind. Xiao Changtian's words resonated powerfully and lingered throughout the venue for a long time. The four pillars of the state watched him silently, and even the Mediterranean old man who had been dozing off slowly opened his eyes. No one spoke. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Xiao Changtian didn't move. He stood there stubbornly, as if he wanted to use his back to support Ye Lingchen. After a long while, the blond old man at the top put down the pancake in his hand and clapped his hands gently. Xiao, We understand how you feel, but you're a soldier and can't let your emotions get the better of you. In high EQ terms, we appreciate your good intentions. In low EQ terms, your pride isn't enough for you. Xiao Changtian looked up in astonishment, staring intently into the blonde, old man's eyes. The other party remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Xiao Changtian's thoughts. The atmosphere became awkward again. At this moment, the elderly Mediterranean man who had remained silent finally spoke. He yawned widely. All right, old Mo. How old are you? Stop teasing the younger generation. As he spoke, he smiled and looked at Xiao Changtian. Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense about high EQ and low EQ. This old man has been watching too much Douyin lately and has learned some rubbish. But what he said isn't wrong. Your influence is indeed insufficient. But someone with more influence than you has stepped in. So you don't need to worry about this matter. That's all I can say. Huh. Xiao Changtian was stunned upon hearing this, and then his mouth dropped open. Is he more influential than him? Could it be the military region commander, or someone of even higher rank? His mind raced, and he thought rapidly. After going through all the people involved, I still can't figure out who came forward. Finally, Xiao Changtian could only sigh, salute again, and walk towards the door. This trip to the capital city seemed like I did something, yet it also seemed like I did nothing at all. But from the other party's words, Xiao Changtian could tell that Ye Lingchen should be fine. Just as he reached the entrance of the venue, the mynah bird suddenly called out to him. Xiao, don't go yet. Xiao Changtian's lips twitched violently, cursing inwardly. If he had the chance, he would definitely try the taste of barbecued mynah. However, he still turned around and looked at the high platform opposite. The black-haired old man next to the mynah bird said, There's something else. We were originally planning to send an official document to each of your military regions. But since you're here today, we're telling you in advance so you can go back and prepare. Yuan Guozhu, what exactly is the matter? That's how it is. After Yuan Guozhu finished speaking, Xiao Changtian's expression changed again. What? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Do I look like someone who likes to joke around? Picture. Yuan Guozhu's face darkened. Get lost. You've learned to talk back, haven't you? Get out of here and go back to prepare as soon as possible. Yes. Xiao Changtian suppressed his doubts and astonishment, took his leave, and left the capital without stopping. On the flight back, Xiao Changtian's brow remained furrowed. Why would the higher-ups make such a decision? Isn't this too frivolous? Could it be related to Ye Lingchen's matter? Amidst endless doubts, Xiao Changtian returned to the central military region. Chapter 67 Nothing tastes better than dumplings. After Xiao Changtian left, only 4 Guozhu remained in the huge venue. A moment later, Mu Guozhu, with his blonde hair, smiled. Young Xiao is still so full of vigor. I really envy him. Yang Guozhu, who was playing with walnuts, nodded. We watched him grow up. He was willing to risk being punished to come to us for the sake of a child. We didn't misjudge him. Chao Guozhu, with his Mediterranean hairstyle, interjected. Unexpectedly, Yi Xuanyuan's words have all come true. Our dragon kingdom has actually produced a Ye Lingchen. No wonder that scoundrel Xiaoyao personally came forward to discuss this matter. Bullshit. Yuan Guozhu, with his black hair, curled his lip. Is he doing this for that young man? It's clearly because there aren't enough souls in the Tianyuan secret realm, and he's just making up an excuse to make up for the losses. You guys joined in his fuss and actually agreed. Old Yuan, aren't you being narrow-minded? This is a great thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it's a triple win. Tell me then, how did you manage to carve 3 birds? First of all, the soul of the heavenly abyss secret realm has been taken care of. Even if it can't be repaired, it can at least continue to operate and maintain basic functions. Otherwise, do you expect us old guys to work for it? Said the blonde Mu Guozhu. You're right. Yuan Guozhu nodded. What about the other 2 eagles? Let me explain. Yang Guozhu said leisurely, fiddling with walnuts and shaking his head. Secondly, this matter has just solved the problem of the Ye Lingchen incident. I believe that after this college entrance examination, any differing opinions will not be able to cause any trouble. That's true. I didn't expect that Xiaoyao would actually use his brain to plot against the 3rd eagle this time. The 3rd one. Mu Guozhu finished the last piece of pancake in 1 bite, and said with a lewd smile, Xiaoyao has spoken. If this matter is handled well, he'll have his wife cook dumplings for us brothers herself. Chao Guozhu, who had been dozing off, suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes flashing with a blinding golden light, and white breath puffing out of his nostrils. Are you telling the truth? Nonsense, would I lie to you about something like this? He told me it himself on the phone, and my sister-in-law was with him at the time. Ha! This is truly amazing. Chao Guozhu laughed excitedly. As the saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than. Cough cough, you scoundrel Chao. I've recorded that. I'll send it to Xiao Yao and his sister-in-law later. Holy crap. Yuan Xiangyi, you shameless old man. If you dare to send this, I'll send all the study materials on your hard drive to every female soldier in the base. While Qiu Chantian was running around trying to help Ye Lingchen, Ye Lingchen was standing in the principal's office at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Besides Ning Wuhan, Qin Tai, the president of the Linhai Adventurers Association, was also present. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi were also present. When Ye Lingchen strode into the principal's office, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He immediately understood their purpose and smiled. Hello, Elder Qin. Hello, Principal Ning. You two called me here specifically for the matter online, right? Ning Wuhan glared at him, annoyed. You're still having a good laugh. You're completely oblivious to what's going on around you. The whole Dragon Kingdom is in an uproar because of you. Yes. Mu Lingxi said with a worried look. Little Yi, do you know that those keyboard warriors have even formed some kind of anti-Yi alliance, and said they want to execute you on the spot? That's right. My simple-minded cousin even called me and asked me to send him your home address. He's going to organize a group of people to go and denounce you. Zhang Wei said. Yi Tian God Yi, we're definitely on your side in this matter. Just tell us what to do. Give the order, and I'll fight my way out with you. We'll defect from Dragon Kingdom, find a small island in international waters, and establish ourselves as kings. From then on, you, God Yi, will be the number one in the world, and I, Li Jun, will be a founding father. Everyone, do you want to hear what you're saying? Is this what a brainless fan is like? Idol worship is truly terrifying. In less than 2 sentences, you've declared yourself king of the mountain. Ye Lingchen hadn't expected Li Jun, who was usually a bully who preyed on the weak, to be so ruthless about this. His lips twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. Li Jun, calm down. Gentlemen, when I came out just now, I already encountered people from the anti-Yi alliance. Ye Lingchen briefly recounted what had just happened. Ning Wuhan frowned, saying with some worry, Lingchen, what you're doing is probably doing you more harm than good. This is a sensitive time, and you've even summoned an abyssal demon. What if the media catches you doing this? Qin Tai, who had been silent all along, glared fiercely at Ning Wuhan. Look at you, so cowardly. I think you did the right thing. Young people should be more assertive. Lingchen, go for it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. My dear uncle, are you trying to make things even more chaotic than they already are? Ning Wuhan rubbed his temples. Because of Ye Lingchen's matter, he hadn't slept for a day and a night, constantly making phone calls to his superiors to get information. In his view, Ye Lingchen is so controversial now that he will probably be disqualified from the college entrance examination and be summoned to the capital for investigation. The information he gathered seemed to confirm his suspicions to some extent. The Ministry of Education's Examination Authority is currently holding a meeting to discuss this matter. According to his friends in the capital, the vast majority of people believe that given the current situation, Ye Lingchen should not be allowed to take the college entrance examination. Left with no other choice, he had to swallow his pride and invite his own uncle, Qin Tai, over again. They had already discussed it before Ye Lingchen arrived. But Qin Tai was powerless to do anything about it. He is quite famous and powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't control matters related to education. Moreover, this matter has caused a national sensation. Just as he said, he may not be able to do other things, but as Qin Tai, protecting Ye Lingchen from death is no exaggeration. Seeing Qin Tai's calm demeanor and the concerned looks from the others, Ye Lingchen felt a warmth in his heart and his nose tingled. Since his parents died when he was 10 years old, he has rarely felt this kind of care. Unlike his usual warm greetings, Ye Lingchen is now seen as a heretic whom everyone hates. It takes immense courage for someone to stand by your side at this time. Ye Lingchen rubbed his nose and bowed deeply to Qin Tai, Ning Wuhan, and Zhang Wei. Thank you all for your concern and great help. I, Ye Lingchen, will remember this kindness. As long as I live, I will definitely repay this favor. Chapter 68, I have a plan. Lingchen, what are you doing? Ning Wuhan quickly reached out to help him up. That's right, Xiao Yezi. We're brothers. We could never abandon you. Li Jun, don't you agree? Even if the whole world betrays you, Yi Shun, I, Li Jun, will stand by your side. If you want to kill you, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Everyone, shut up, you brainless fan. Li Jun, you're making it sound so handsome. I don't even know what to say. Mu Lingxi pouted and complained irritably. Everyone burst into laughter, and the somewhat tense atmosphere immediately lightened. Lingchen, don't worry too much. You need to know that the college entrance exam isn't the only way out. If they really make things difficult for you, just come to the Adventurers Association. And Xiao Chantian, I heard that kid took a plane to the capital overnight to see the 4 pillars of the nation about your matter. Qingtai said. What? Ye Lingchen was shocked upon hearing this. Zhang Wei and the others were also speechless with astonishment. Only Mu Lingxi, upon hearing Qingtai's words, had her bright eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. This time, Ye Lingchen was truly moved by Chief Qiu. He and Xiao Chantian had only met a few times. As an elder, it was understandable for him to show concern for a younger generation. But he actually went to see the 4 pillars for his own sake. This is a huge favor to owe. Just because he has great potential? Just because he's a hidden class with full lifespan? Ye Lingchen wasn't so arrogant as to think he had that much influence. Regardless of the circumstances, he silently kept this kindness in his heart. No matter the outcome, he would repay them. Lingchen, don't think about anything these next few days. I'll let you know as soon as there's any news from above. If it doesn't work out, you could go out and relax with the others. What do you say? Ye Lingchen nodded noncommittally, his eyes flickering, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After chatting for a few more minutes, the group decided to leave. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, Ye Lingchen suddenly stopped. Little Yezi, why aren't you leaving? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Do you believe me or not? Ye Lingchen suddenly asked this question out of the blue. What do you mean? Of course we believe you. All right. A wicked smile crept across Ye Lingchen's lips. He pulled the 3 of them aside and whispered, I have a plan. 10 minutes later. Holy crap. Little Yezi, you're practically the sleeping dragon of the internet world. Zhang Wei exclaimed sincerely. Li Jun revealed a lewd smile. What a coincidence. Master Yi, one of my family's businesses is a second-hand trading platform. It's just 100,000 phones. Don't worry, I'll get them for you today, right here at this venue. I'll handle this, Mu Lingxi interjected. My Mu family has never dealt with second-hand equipment, but the site you need isn't a big deal. The warehouses at the port are all mine. Hey, you guys are all so amazing. I can't help you at all, Zhang Wei said anxiously. Who said that? Ye Lingchen patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. I remember your keyboard warrior level was off the charts. Zhang Wei blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. You know what kind of people my subordinates are, so I'll leave the copywriting to you. Then teach them how to use it flawlessly. You're the commander-in-chief. Am I the commander-in-chief? Zhang Wei pointed to his own nose. The other 3 all nodded emphatically. Ha. Little Yezi, don't worry. I promise I'll handle this perfectly for you. All right, we're all brothers. It's settled then. Let's not delay, let's get started now. By the way, Xiao Yezi, you'll probably get recognized if you walk down the street now. Why don't you stay at my place for a while instead of going home? Mu Lingxi said. No need. Cici, I know you mean well, but you absolutely cannot go to your house. Ye Lingchen shook his head seriously. Don't be angry. I've thought this through very carefully. I can't leave any evidence against me. The Mu family is powerful, but if people find out that they've provided me with protection, public opinion can be devastating. Okay then. Okay, Zhang Wei and I will go to Li Jun's place first. There happens to be a spare room at his house. We can also work out the copywriting. All right. Mu Lingxi looked at Ye Lingchen with some heartache. In that case, I'll head back first. I'll give you an answer about the venue by noon at the earliest. After saying that, she jogged to the Mu family's car parked at the school gate and sped away. Hey, Xiao Yezi, I feel like Mu Lingxi is acting a bit strange, Zhang Wei said, frowning as he watched the car drive away. Strange? What's strange about it? I also find it a bit strange, Li Jun agreed. She seemed to have something urgent to attend to. She left in such a hurry. The venue issue should be a simple phone call for her. There's no need for her to be in such a rush. Is that so? On the Mu family's private car. Seeing that she had already left the school to some distance, Mu Lingxi took out her phone, opened her contacts, and silently stared at a string of numbers. After a full 5 minutes, she seemed to have made up her mind and pressed the dial button. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was finally answered. A kind voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh my, isn't this our little Cici? Why did you suddenly decide to call Grandpa? Are you having a hard time over there? Did someone bully you? Tell Grandpa who it is, and I'll send someone to teach them a lesson. Mu Lingxi shook her head helplessly. Grandpa? Who dares to bully a member of the Mu family? Oh, you weren't bullied? Then what do you want to see Grandpa about? You don't call even once a year, you definitely don't come unless you need something. Seemingly having her intentions seen through, Mu Lingxi blushed and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, if you keep doing this, I'm hanging up. I just missed you. Can't I just call to say hello?" Ha. When did our little Cece become so sweet talking? You're just like your dad. I know you too well. So, what do you want to see Grandpa about? Yes, The other person was so direct that Mu Lingxi hesitated. For a moment, both sides fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Cece, are you in a relationship? Mu Lingxi was organizing her thoughts when she was suddenly startled by the other person's words. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm only a senior in high school. What are you talking about dating? Mu Lingxi's face turned bright red. Little girl, you think you can hide your little schemes from me? Tell me, is it because of that brat Ye Lingchen? This. Mu Lingxi's mouth gaped open. After a moment, she sighed weakly. As expected of you. Grandpa is truly wise and powerful. Chapter 69, 100,000 Naval Forces. Having her intentions exposed, Mu Lingxi stopped pretending. She elegantly crossed her long, slender, and fair legs over her other leg, exuding the unmistakable air of a young lady from the Mu family. Grandpa, let me be frank. Please don't believe those rumors online. Ye Lingchen is not that kind of person at all. The old man chuckled upon hearing this, but immediately turned around with a fierce look and shouted at the roadside stall. Hey, don't forget to add chopped green onions and plenty of sauce. Would you like some chili peppers? Come on. Mu Lingxi, Grandpa, are you even listening to me? I'm listening. What did you just say? Mu Lingxi tightened her grip on the phone, causing it to creak and groan. Hey, beautiful. Go and cause trouble for that old man. Don't take it out on me. I'm just a poor little cell phone, okay? Mu Lingxi tried to calm herself down. Grandpa, Ye Lingchen isn't a bad person. What's being said online isn't true. You can't punish him based on some unfounded rumors. Is that so? The old man said calmly as he took the hot pancake. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango, and flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Are you sure he's completely without fault? Grandpa, this is what happened. Mu Lingxi recounted what had happened at the edge of the abyss as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, the old man narrowed his golden eyes slightly, and even his chewing speed slowed down a beat. Grandpa, are you listening to me? Why aren't you saying anything, Grandpa? Seeing the silence on the other end of the phone, Mu Lingxi became anxious. Grandpa, if you're going to frame Xiao Yezi, don't blame me. Cece, you've learned to talk tough now? What are you trying to do? If you've wronged him, I'll drag little Yezi with me and we'll betray the Dragon Kingdom, find a small island in international waters, and become mountain bandits. He'll be the Mountain King, and I'll be his wife. Cough. The old man spat out a mouthful of pancake and coughed violently. Where did you learn all this from? Threatening this old man like you. Daughters really are a handful once they grow up. Isn't it because Grandpa listened to one side and disappointed his granddaughter? Although she pretended to be sullen, she was secretly overjoyed. Mu Lingxi was very satisfied with what she had just learned from Li Jun. The old man wiped his mouth somewhat awkwardly. Cece, you must believe your grandfather. We will not wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a bad person go unpunished. We will definitely give that boy and the people justice. Really? Mu Lingxi's eyes lit up. Although the old man's words were very official, she, being as clever as she was, immediately understood the implied meaning. When has Grandpa ever lied to you? Grandpa is the best. Mwah. Mu Lingxi flattered him in a sweet, coquettish voice. The two exchanged a few more words, and then hung up the phone. Uncle Su, let's not go home yet. Let's go to the port. Mu Lingxi was in a great mood and instructed the driver. The Mu family's luxury car then sped off towards the port. After hanging up the phone, Mu Guozhu shook his head, both amused and exasperated. This kid is quite interesting. Not only does that old man Xiaoyao have his back, but he's also drugged Cece. We'll find out in a few days. I'll have to keep a close eye on Cece then. If she wants to be the son-in-law of the Mu family, she'll have to show some real skills. As he spoke, he held a pancake in one hand and walked away with measured steps into the distance. I had only taken 2 steps when an angry shout came from behind me. Hey, I haven't paid for the pancakes yet. The incident involving Ye Lingchen is escalating online. The video of him disciplining the group of members of the Anti-Yi Alliance that morning has also been posted online. Seeing those 20 ferocious-looking orc warriors, countless people were stunned. This caused a complete uproar online. No one cared about the details of the incident. Instead, the exaggerated complaints and framing by a few members became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ye Lingchen has begun using his abilities to threaten ordinary people. This claim has now been completely confirmed after the video was released. A barrage of insults and doubts followed. Countless people petitioned on the official account, demanding that the heretic Ye Lingchen be dealt with seriously. Just as things were spiraling out of control, Xiao Changtian's phone rang. Picking up his phone, Xiao Changtian saw the message personally sent by Mu Guozhu, and his pupils instantly shrank to a single point. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles cracking with extreme anger. A moment later, he picked up the landline on the table. Hey, it's me. I have a lead on Ye Lingchen's matter, and the information has been sent to your phone. Go check it out right away. The person who answered the phone was taken aback, and after looking at the phone, their expression changed immediately. Sir, you're not kidding me, are you? Bullshit. Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? But there are no buts. Go ahead and investigate. If it's all a misunderstanding, that's fine, but if not. Xiao Changtian didn't continue speaking. His eyes were extremely cold, and the entire office was shrouded in a terrifying killing intent. Snap! The teacup on the table shattered with a crash, and Xiao Changtian was truly enraged. 8 p.m., in the port-bonded area of Linhai City. Ye Lingchen and Zhang Wei stood in front of a huge warehouse, speechless with astonishment. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. It's so good to be rich. Ye Lingchen then gave Mu Lingxi a big thumbs up. Cici, your efficiency is unbeatable. Mu Lingxi blushed when Ye Lingchen praised her like that, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Little Yezi, this is the first time you've ever praised me since we were little. Huh? Yes, really. Snort. Ahem, when is Li Jun arriving? I just called him. He should be here soon. As the three were talking, a large container truck drove in from outside the factory area. Master Yi, I'm here. Li Jun jumped down from the passenger seat of the truck, scratching his head sheepishly. I'm really sorry. I was a bit too optimistic before. In the end, I had to beg my dad to get all 100,000 phones. There's nothing to apologize for. I was the one who asked you for help in the first place. Thank you. Ye Lingchen patted Li Jun on the shoulder. All right, the venue and everything are ready. Cici, clear the area and ask all irrelevant people to leave. Don't worry, it's already taken care of. 10 minutes later, only Ye Lingchen and his three companions, along with a total of 100,000 humanoid abyssal monsters, remained in the factory area. Each monster was holding a mobile phone, already connected to Wi-Fi. Anyone here would have been terrified by the scene. An overwhelming abyssal aura enveloped the entire area. Thankfully, these monsters were all in the warehouse. Otherwise, such a dense abyssal aura would have been detected long ago. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. Now, follow Zhang Wei's instructions. Everyone, obey orders strictly. Understand. Ye Lingchen conveyed the message to the 100,000 demons with a single thought. Guga. Understood. 100,000. Zhang Wei, the rest is up to you. Let's begin. No problem. Chapter 70 The War Without Gunfire. Who would have thought that a full 100,000 abyssal monsters would gather here at night in the port-bonded zone of Linhai City? These monsters were all humanoid monsters carefully selected by Ye Lingchen, and they possessed a high level of intelligence. These 100,000 troops alone could have wiped out the entire Linhai City overnight, but now they are all seriously engrossed in their phones, becoming loyal keyboard warriors under Zhang Wei's leadership. 100,000 online trolls. This was Ye Lingchen's counterattack plan. Murder? Absolutely impossible. Even if he wanted to kill, he couldn't possibly expose all those keyboard warriors online. But given Ye Lingchen's personality, how could he possibly sit idly by and wait for his death? The wicked must be dealt with by the wicked. Since you're resorting to underhanded tactics, I'll fight fire with fire. Even if I can't kill you, I'll disgust you to death. He and Zhang Wei spent the entire day locked in Li Jun's apartment, preparing their counterattack strategy. Of course, Zhang Wei was still in charge of this matter. If Li Jun is a master of verbal sparring in real life, then Zhang Wei is the Li Jun on the internet. Although he is usually clumsy with words, his hands are no joke. If keyboard warriors were ranked, Zhang Wei would definitely be a keyboard immortal level master, never losing a match against anyone. Anyone who has ever argued with him will end up with the same fate, being verbally abused, deleting their account, and running away. According to Zhang Wei, he could even directly destroy the opponent's Dao heart. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to, he could make the person he was arguing with jump off a building the next day. Of course, Zhang Wei isn't some kind of demon king. He's not that ruthless. Moreover, he always stands on the side of justice. When he strikes, it's with overwhelming force, a single, decisive blow. For example, In today's incident, as soon as Ye Lingchen proposed the plan, Zhang Wei instantly had a complete plan in his mind. If Ye Lingchen is the crouching dragon of the internet, then Zhang Wei is the true phoenix chick. Zhang Wei, the commander-in-chief of the 100,000-strong online army of keyboard warriors, is about to wreak havoc on the entire internet of China and launch a cleanup operation. Considering that these 100,000 online trolls are all abyssal monsters, even if they possess intelligence comparable to humans, they do not understand human language. Learning on the spot was too late, so Zhang Wei adapted to the situation and translated all the copy into codes on a 9-key numeric keypad, and then categorized them. When to attack, when to defend, and all sorts of tactics such as feigning weakness to lure the enemy into a trap, deceiving the enemy to cross the sea, relieving the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao, besieging a point to attack reinforcements, secretly crossing the Qinsong Pass, using counter-espionage, self-inflicted injury, and using a beauty trap are included, forming a complete set of SOP tactics. With this system, he didn't believe they couldn't win this battle. At 9:30 p.m., after nearly an hour and a half of brief training, the battle finally began. Everyone, listen to my command. First column, attack target 1. Second column, conduct preliminary harassment of targets 2 through 6. Zhang Wei's voice echoed throughout the warehouse. He had used the Berserker's ability, ensuring that all the monsters could hear him clearly. Of course, the monsters couldn't understand what he was saying, but that wasn't the point. With Ye Lingchen helping to translate, all they needed to do was think. They only needed to look at each number Zhang Wei pointed to on the giant wall. Each number represents a set of plans, and these plans are encoded into numbers and sent to each monster. No one expected that a war sweeping across the entire internet would quietly begin. Inside a room in an old residential building in Chongning District, Linhai City. This place has been converted into a shared rental apartment. In one of the cramped rooms, less than 3 square meters, which was converted from a balcony, a young man is holding a mobile phone and typing rapidly with great enthusiasm. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he was completely unaware of the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he felt as if he had reached orgasm while masturbating, and he was enjoying unparalleled pleasure. If Ye Lingchen were here, he would definitely recognize him as the man in his 20s who led the Anti-Yi Alliance to cause trouble at his doorstep during the day. In reality, he's not even as good as the Sanhe gods, a derogatory term for people from Sanhe District, Beijing. He makes a living by using various online scams and fraudulent techniques. But this time, it seemed as if God had opened a window for him. After the Ye Lingchen incident broke out, he immediately transformed into a champion of justice and quickly formed the Anti-Yi Alliance, with several like-minded individuals scattered across the country. Things went even more smoothly than he had imagined. After the Anti-Yi Alliance was established, it grew to a point that even he was somewhat afraid of in less than a day. This gave him a taste of success. In real life, he was timid and submissive, but he became a KOL on the internet, leading the alliance members to launch an attack on Ye Lingchen. He even started charging membership fees under the pretext of testing the other party's loyalty. Only those who pay a 10 yuan membership fee can become true members of the alliance. Some of the people he valued wanted to be promoted to cadres, but they had to pay even more money. Thus, he quickly organized an offline campaign, hoping to gain fame and establish himself as the leader through a live broadcast. As a result, Ye Lingchen directly humiliated him during the day, and in the end, he not only had to pay for the broken glass, but was also invited to the police station by the police to be properly educated. Originally, they should have been detained for their behavior, but the incident had such a great impact that the police focused on criticism and education and dared not go too far. In addition, Ye Lingchen, the person involved, did not show up, so these people were able to get away unscathed. For some reason, the number of new members in the alliance suddenly increased at an alarming rate tonight, and he was so busy that he couldn't keep up with the number of new applications to join the QQ group. Just as he was busy devising a new plan to solicit Yi and trick people into paying membership fees, he suddenly discovered that some different voices had emerged on the social media super topic. Some people are going against them. Even at this point, there are still people trying to whitewash heresy. A disdainful sneer appeared on the man's lips. But only half an hour later, things started to go wrong. These dissenters started arguing with members of the Anti-Yi Alliance. Intense online battles were about to erupt, completely exploding on various social media platforms and even in their members' QQ groups. Not only on his side, but the same situation also occurred in the areas under the jurisdiction of the other founding members of the Anti-Yi Alliance. What shocked the man the most was that these people had clear opinions and sharp words. They did not mention whitewashing Ye Lingchen at all, but their words were full of support for Ye Lingchen. The writing was so ornate and the technique so superb that it left the man and countless members of the Anti-Ye Alliance speechless. Where did these bastards come from? Get them! Shout them all back! Enraged, the man frantically mobilized all his strength to retaliate. A war without gunfire has begun. Chapter 71: The Short-Lived Anti-Ye Alliance. The Anti-Ye Alliance was caught off guard, and after a period of chaos, they quickly organized a fierce counterattack. The alliance members are men, women, young and old, and all sorts of people. There are elderly women, some as old as 80, who rely on their age to sell their products, claiming they have a terminal illness and won't live much longer. A seemingly naive little girl who, as young as 13, has mastered the skill of opening boxes like an amateur. For a time, the two sides fought back and forth, with each side winning and losing. Inside the bonded warehouse, Ye Lingchen, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi each held their phones, scrolling through online news with worried expressions. This epic war of words was so intense that even Ye Lingchen, facing an abyss lord like Erisius, never felt this tense and exciting. Right now, his heart was racing, his blood pressure was soaring, and he was seething with hatred as he looked at those extremely aggressive words. Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, who were standing nearby, weren't in much better shape. Although Mu Lingxi was the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she had never seen anything like this before. Some of the messages were so offensive that even she turned pale with anger, her fists clenched so tightly she wanted to crush her phone. As for Li Jun, he was so angry that he almost suffered a brain hemorrhage on the spot. No, I think my mouth is powerful enough, but compared to this group of people, I'm just a little brother. No, I'm a complete idiot. Li Jun was so angry that his lips trembled. What's this? You haven't seen anything worse. I once saw a keyboard warrior who spread rumors about a female college student, fabricating a whole elaborate story in her life story. His writing skills were so good that he was wasting his talent if he didn't write novels. As a result, within 3 days, the female college student was driven to jump off a building by him. Such a thing is true. Li Jun was extremely surprised upon hearing Zhang Wei's words. Then, a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. I wonder if any of you share the same thought as me. Why not just let the Abyss demons wipe out the Dragon Kingdom? These people are rotten to the core, they're all parasites. They're even more beastly than those Abyss demons. Zhang Wei glanced at the real-time battle situation, then issued new orders to several columns, saying calmly, Xiao Jun, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're always so quick to start fighting. Your mentality is still too poor. If you ask me, we should take these guys to the battlefield. They're so skilled, they could fight their way through the abyss even with just a keyboard. Ye Lingchen, who had been silent the whole time, felt a little uncertain as he listened to the two of them bickering back and forth. Zhang Wei, I see their counterattack is quite fierce. Can we hold them off? Look at what you're saying. Little Yezi, you have to trust me. I'm a professional. Zhang Wei patted his chest and said confidently, this is a battle, not a brawl between a few people. To command such a large-scale war, we can't just relentlessly pursue them. We need to control the overall situation and manage the pace. They seem to have turned the tide now, but it's all part of my plan. The more smug they are now, the more they'll cry later. I didn't realize you were so awesome. Ye Lingchen looked at Zhang Wei with some surprise and silently gave him a thumbs up. Sure enough, just when the Anti-Ye Alliance thought they had the situation under control and were about to turn the tide, Zhang Wei made a new move. Various provocation tactics were employed, causing the undisciplined members of the Anti-Ye Alliance to become thoroughly corrupted. Some people started hurling insults without restraint, using the most vulgar and offensive language imaginable. They no longer care about right or wrong, and have directly transformed into shrewish women who hurl insults in the street. Seeing the other party go berserk, Zhang Wei smiled with a hint of complete control. You little punk, trying to outsmart me? You fell for my trap. As expected, Zhang Wei quickly adjusted his strategy, transforming himself into a victim and staging a self-inflicted injury. The more this happened, the fiercer the Anti-Ye Alliance became, wishing the other side would die. The war of words had finally reached a point where it was out of control. The departments responsible for monitoring public opinion on major social media platforms have become uneasy. The platform was flooded with profanity, which was a disaster for them. If we don't strictly control this, not only will users disagree, but even those in higher positions will hold us accountable afterward. In response, the platform administrators acted swiftly, banning the accounts of those members of the Anti-Yi Alliance who had posted offensive language. Some of those who used particularly harsh language were permanently banned. This series of actions resulted in heavy losses for the Anti-Yi Alliance, severely damaging its strength. One of the founders, a young man, was so angry he nearly flew to the sky. The situation finally tilted in Ye Lingchen's favor. The young man couldn't sit still any longer, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. The other founders also responded to the call and stepped forward. This was exactly what Zhang Wei wanted. "You bastards, you've finally shown yourselves? We're going to beat you up." Time had passed, and it was already 1:30 a.m., and the battle had been going on for a full 4 hours. The members of the Anti-Yi Alliance were routed, suffering severe blows both mentally and physically. On the other hand, the abyssal monsters that Ye Lingchen summoned were far superior to those of ordinary people. They could easily hold out for another whole day. The final counterattack has begun. Zhang Wei personally took to the field against the younger man. This time, he transformed into a loyal member of the Anti-Yi Alliance and questioned the young man's abilities. "Why didn't you just storm into the heretic's house back then? Why don't you just burn down the heretic's stronghold? Why don't you grab a gun from the police and shoot the heretic? Why don't you risk your life and fight those monsters? Why did you willingly let the police take you away instead of leading our people to fight your way out? Why did you let the heretics leave? Are you scared? Or did you do this on purpose? I know. You're the heretic spy planted in the Alliance. What a master traitor. I think the leader of the Anti-Yi Alliance should be someone more capable. You are not qualified." Each probing question was like a dagger, piercing the young man's heart. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Zhang Wei's series of questions brought many members to their senses. They responded to the call, demanding that the incompetent founders of the Anti-Yi Alliance relinquish their power. A war between two sides with opposing stances quickly turned into a civil war within the Anti-Yi Alliance. In this way, Zhang Weibing seized power in the Anti-Yi Alliance without bloodshed and was elected by countless members as the new sole leader. Ye Lingchen and the others were all dumbfounded. "Zhang Wei, I think awakening the combat class was a mistake. If you had awakened the order class, it would probably have been the end of the story. Yi Shen is right. Someone like you shouldn't be on the front lines shouting and fighting. You should be a commander. Zhang Wei, my Mu family is exactly lacking someone like you. Would you be interested in working for the Mu family?" The curve of Zhang Wei's lips was so exaggerated that it was harder to control than an AK. He struck a pose of utter superiority, presenting what he considered his invincible 45-degree profile to them, and said nonchalantly, "This is nothing. Don't worry, the real show is yet to come." He smiled slightly and tapped the phone screen with his finger. The next moment, the hashtag for the Anti-Yi Alliance was disbanded. Chapter 72, The Mastermind. The moment the super topic was disbanded, the sky fell on the sky of the Anti-Yi Alliance. Countless members stared in disbelief, their thumbs frozen in front of their phone screens, at a loss for what to do. Those users who had already been banned were even more at a loss, not knowing what had happened. If you think that's the end of it, you're being incredibly naive. After the super topic was disbanded, all the major QQ groups were also disbanded one after another. The entire system of the Anti-Yi Alliance has completely collapsed. Before Ye Lingchen and the others could react, Zhang Wei's next killing move, though late, arrived. He appeared as the new leader of the Anti-Yi Alliance, revealing the true faces of the previous founders on social media platforms. The document listed their various crimes, especially the alleged fraud involving several individuals who collected membership fees under the guise of recruiting members. The accusation was tearful, incisive, gripping, and thought-provoking. Many members finally realized, after Zhang Wei's accusations, that they seemed to have been deceived. Being used as a pawn and still helping someone count the money? No. It's like giving money away voluntarily. The members were truly enraged this time, and a larger-scale attack on the founders officially began. Just then, it was discovered that one of the founders, a young man from Linhai City, had gone missing. Immediately, rumors of him taking the money and running away or fleeing to avoid punishment spread like wildfire. Some people have already reported it to the police, and many more are urging the authorities online to bring these fraudsters to justice. In fact, the young man did go missing, but not to escape punishment. He was taken to the hospital by ambulance. He was still unconscious at that time. Fortunately, he is currently unconscious. Otherwise, upon seeing these comments, he might have died on the spot. It was noon the next day. After nearly 15 hours of fighting, the battle ended with the collapse of the Anti-Yi Alliance. Ye Lingchen's side won. It was an incredibly satisfying victory. A few young humans lead 100,000 Abyss online trolls to utterly defeat internet keyboard warriors. Even a wish-fulfillment novel wouldn't dare write something like this. Now, nobody online cares whether Ye Lingchen is a heretic. Everyone is indignantly denouncing the founders. Some even allege that several of them used their positions to arrange meetings with female members. Although they failed due to time constraints, this despicable behavior enraged many righteous people. Ye Lingchen had already taken those 100,000 abyssal demons back to their mother nest and instructed Gades to give them extra chicken legs. Just then, Li Jun raised his phone in surprise. Holy crap! Look! Someone has created the Demand Ye Alliance. This is outrageous. A challenge to the Ye Alliance. Everyone looked at him strangely. What a ridiculous name. Zhang Wei, standing to the side, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I initiated this. Everyone. Seriously? You're this brutal? This is ruthless. Seeing their confusion, Zhang Wei waved his hand. I'm not trying to kill them all. These people have broken the law. Bringing them to justice is my duty as a citizen of China. Li Jun's lips twitched slightly. Your righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor leaves me speechless. Putting his phone away again, Ye Lingchen let out a heavy sigh. He looked at Zhang Wei and the others with a solemn expression. Thank you all so much this time. Damn it. Stop getting all sentimental. Little Yezi, I should be thanking you. This time you really gave me a good time. I should be thanking you. Master Yi, this is what we should do. Little Yezi, if you feel you owe us, why don't you each give us a kiss? Mu Lingxi blinked and said with a mischievous smile. Ye Lingchen blushed. Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to give up my first kiss. Zhang Wei, you come here. You're the biggest contributor, so the first kiss has to be yours. Screw you. Mu Lingxi, if you want Xiao Yezi to kiss you, just say so. Don't drag us into this. Don't run, come here right now. Help. Master Yi, how about I reluctantly eat a crab? Ugh, get out of my way. Peach Blossom Garden Community by Jinji Lake, Suzhou City. This is one of the top luxury residences in Suyuan City. At this moment, inside Villa Number 8, Qiu sat in the spacious living room, sipping fragrant tea while carefully arranging flowers. As the principal of Suyuan Number 1 Middle School, although her income is not low, such a high-end mansion is not something she can afford. But this villa really is hers. Qiu loves flower arranging and often spends her free time carefully arranging these beautiful and vibrant flowers in the living room or yard. She liked this feeling, the feeling of having beautiful things in her hands and being able to manipulate them at will. Just like what she did to Ye Lingchen online before. After the 3-school exercise ended, Qiu didn't even have time to rest before starting a series of plans targeting Ye Lingchen. These plans had already taken shape in her mind while she was still on the edge of the abyss, and were quickly refined on the way back. Qiu has a wide network of connections, which is largely due to her profession. But none of the people who associated with her knew that such a beautiful and successful woman was actually a computer expert. In front of outsiders, she is the principal and an awakened individual with a powerful support combat profession, but in private, she is more of a cyber warrior. When it came time to draw a profession, everyone else longed for a combat profession, but she was the only one who prayed that she would draw a life profession called hacker. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and she eventually awakened the combat profession that countless people envied. This outcome did not stop her. The power she wielded online gave her a thrill she could never experience in her daily life. The feeling of secretly manipulating the fate of strangers made her lose herself. One of her most brilliant achievements was that she single-handedly crafted a meticulously detailed story that drove a female college student majoring in education to suicide. This female college student graduated from Suyuan No. 1 High School. She was targeted by Qiu because she said online that Suyuan No. 1 High School was the last place she wanted to go after graduation because it was too competitive and she couldn't stand it. No one knew that Qiu was behind this. She was well versed in the rules of the internet and protected her identity very well. Even if someone finds out, so what? Her brother, Qiu Chantian, is the deputy commander and political commissar of the Central Military Region. Because of that position, no one dares to do anything to her. And that was indeed the case. Thanks to this connection, she rose through the ranks, not only avoiding military service, but also smoothly becoming the principal of Suyuan No. 1 Middle School. This time, her plan against Ye Lingchen was just a simple act. She planted a seed, then let the online army irrigate and ferment it, ultimately creating this earth-shattering force that shook the entire Dragon Kingdom. After doing all that, Qiu stopped paying attention. She remained focused on her hobby of flower arranging, waiting to hear the results of Ye Lingchen's disqualification from the college entrance examination and the investigation. In her eyes, how could a child like Ye Lingchen, who had no background and was an orphan, possibly compete with her? So what if you have a hidden class? So what if you're at max constellation? You're still just a lowly, worthless creature. If you dare mess with me, I'll make you die a horrible death, so bad you won't even know how you died. Moreover, she received support from another person in doing this. This person wasn't in China, but he was her best online friend. Although they had never met, they shared similar interests. This person also handled all the online troll matters for her, giving her even less to worry about. This time, she only exchanged a few words with that person, and the two hit it off immediately. Moreover, that person was more proactive than ever in helping Chiao implement this plan. Normally, the two would communicate via voice every few hours to exchange information and report on progress. However, a whole day had passed, and the person seemed to have vanished into thin air. This made Chiao's heart tighten for no reason. Her scissors trembled, and she accidentally cut off a blooming flower, turning a perfect flower arrangement into a failure in an instant. Frustrated, Chiao angrily smashed the flower arrangement and vase to the ground, shattering them into pieces. A bad feeling welled up in my heart, like weeds. Chapter 73, Arrest of Chiao. Ding dong. Just as Chiao smashed the vase, the doorbell rang. Looking at the shards of glass and broken flower branches scattered on the ground, Chiao felt a sudden surge of irritation for no reason. Who is it? She hissed irritably, then got up and sat down on the sofa. A short while later, the nanny rushed in, looking somewhat flustered. Principal Chiao that. Hey, why are you hesitating today? Chiao frowned slightly, her already irritable mood becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. 7 or 8 cars have arrived outside. They say they're from the military region and they need you to come over, the nanny said cautiously. Military region? Chiao was taken aback, a hint of doubt in his mind. Could something have happened to my brother? He would call me if he needed something. There's no need for someone to come to my door. Thinking of this, Chiao picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Changtian's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The magnetic female voice familiar to people all over the country rang out on the phone. Can't get through? Chiao frowned. This situation rarely occurs unless Xiao Changtian is in a meeting or on a mission, such as entering a secret realm. However, if he enters a secret location, he usually hands over his cell phone to the secretariat or his bodyguard for safekeeping. After a moment's hesitation, Chiao got up and went to the door. Upon opening the door, I saw 20 soldiers in uniform standing neatly at the entrance, looking at me with serious expressions. The leader was Sun Lin, the director of the Central Military Region's Intelligence Department, whom Chiao knew and had met several times. Minister Sun, what brings you here? Chiao asked politely. Principal Chiao, I'm here on Chief Chiao's orders. There's an incident that requires your cooperation in the investigation. Cooperate with the investigation? Chiao was taken aback. What is it? It's not convenient to talk about this here. Please come with us. Sun Lin's ambiguous words left Chiao unsure of his intentions. But judging from her confident demeanor, she didn't seem to be lying. Besides, he wouldn't dare to deceive her using his brother's name. Thinking of this, Chiao nodded. Okay, let me pack up and then I'll go with you. Sun Lin smiled, seemingly relieved. Chiao returned to the villa, instructed the housekeeper to clean up the broken items in the living room, and then went upstairs to change her clothes. Just as she picked up her usual suit and held it up in front of the mirror, she suddenly froze on the spot. She stared intently at herself in the mirror, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. Something's not right. Ask me to cooperate with the investigation? Isn't that a phrase that the police, prosecutors, and judges usually use? Moreover, the other party belongs to the military and has neither the right nor the obligation to arrest people directly. Could it be? Chiao's mind went blank. She finally realized something was wrong. They're not asking me to cooperate with the investigation. They're trying to arrest me. Damn it. Damn it. How could this happen? Who leaked the information? Chiao's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face became extremely ferocious. No, I can't let them catch me. Run. Run now? She threw away her formal attire, quickly pulled out a tracksuit, turned around, opened the bedroom window, and jumped out. The bedroom window faces the backyard, a lush green landscape that borders directly to the mountains and forests outside the community. Although she had never been on the battlefield, Chiao was still a combat professional, and her physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. In a few flashes, she arrived at the foot of the mountain forest. One more step forward, and she would be out of the residential area after crossing the not-so-high iron fence, giving her plenty of time to hide herself. Just then, Sun Lin's voice rang out from behind. Principal Chiu, going through the back door is a bit of a roundabout way. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen soldiers emerged from behind the iron fence in front of him, while Sun Lin and the others had already surrounded Chiu from behind. Chiu's heart sank. She turned to look at Sun Lin, her face grim, and asked, "So you really came here to arrest me?" Sun Lin raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "It wasn't originally like that, but since you're trying to escape, it means this matter is probably related to you." What? Chiu was stunned upon hearing this. It turned out that the other party had only suspected it at first, and had no solid evidence at all. "I left too early." "No, that's not right. If she doesn't run now, she'll be trapped once she gets to the military region." Just as she hesitated, Sun Lin waved his hand. "Go, grab her. Now we can't care about her being the leader's sister. As the person Xiu Changtian specifically named to arrest, she is now a criminal." All the soldiers present were awakened once. Upon receiving the order, they charged directly at Chiu without saying a word. They didn't care who the other side was. As soldiers, they had to obey orders. Even if the other side was the emperor himself, they still had to charge forward. Although Chiu is a support class, she is level 60. These soldiers are not as high level as her. Relying on their numbers and good teamwork, they fought Chiu to a draw. However, the order was to capture them alive, not to kill them. Even if they had the ability, they dared not kill their opponents, so they were somewhat stretched thin in the battle. Seeing that she was being held back by the other side, Chiu became increasingly anxious. She hardened her heart and said, "Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too." With that, she suddenly leaped into the air, spinning 3 times like a top. A wisp of dark green mist emanated from her body, instantly enveloping the soldiers who were attacking her. Sun Lin, who was observing from a distance, was shocked upon seeing this. "Not good. Retreat quickly." Unfortunately, it was too late to say that. 15 soldiers were enveloped in the mist, and a deadly poison instantly covered their bodies. Before they could even utter a sound, they collapsed and died instantly. Poison. Extreme poison. Sun Lin's eyes turned red when he saw this. He never expected that the other party would actually dare to kill someone. The poison Chiu used this time was far more potent than the one she used against Li Jun. Last time it was a sneak attack, this time it was a direct kill. Seeing that the encirclement had been broken, Chiu's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he flashed away towards the outside of the iron fence. Enraged by this, Sun Lin roared, "Dare to hurt my men, you'd better die." He, who had originally looked somewhat refined, instantly transformed into a demon from hell. His military uniform was ripped apart by his rapidly expanding body, and an explosive aura emanated from Sun Lin. His height skyrocketed to 2.5 meters, making him look like a little giant. With his scarlet eyes fixed on the fleeing Chiu, Sun Lin bent his knees slightly and leaned forward. The next second, a deafening explosion was heard, and Sun Lin's body vanished from the spot, leaving behind a large crater covered with spiderweb-like cracks where he had stood. At that moment, Sun Lin's body broke the sound barrier, transforming into a supersonic humanoid fighter jet. In less than a second, he appeared behind Chiu. Chiu, who was on the run, didn't even have time to look back before he felt a piercing pain coming from his right arm. A crisp cracking sound was accompanied by a splatter of blood. Chiu's right arm shattered instantly, along with a large fracture of her right sternum. Her body flew sideways like a cannonball, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before finally rolling to the ground unconscious. Where she had just stood, Sun Lin's imposing, massive body remained silently. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal size. Only his eyes were still bloodshot. Slowly walking up to the unconscious Chiu, Sun Lin's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as he coldly said, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill a soldier of my dragon kingdom, you should be prepared to accept punishment." After saying that, he picked up Chiu's leg with one hand and dragged him back the way he came, like a dead dog. Chapter 74. Good News and Bad News. Inside Xiu Changtian's office at the Central Military Region headquarters, Sun Lin, still wearing his almost torn military uniform, stood opposite Xiu Changtian with a gloomy expression. "That's how it happened, sir. I'm sorry, please dismiss me. It was wrong of me to seriously injure your sister. I lost my temper at the time. She killed 15 of my brothers." Xiu Changtian's face was terribly grim. He interrupted Sun Lin directly. Little son, you did nothing wrong. Xiao is my sister. That's true, but she killed so many soldiers. Her crimes are heinous. I am her brother. That's true, but first and foremost, I am a soldier. Don't worry. Xiao Changtian, will definitely avenge them. I promise you. At this point, Xiao Changtian paused. But she can't die now. We need to find evidence. Evidence to frame Ye Lingchen. Sun Lin felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, sir. I understand. My subordinates already reported this to me before I came in. Xiao's computer does indeed have some things related to this incident. But what? At this point, is there anything you can't say? Xiao Changtian questioned. But we also discovered something else. There is evidence that foreign forces were involved in this matter. Your sister has been in close contact with someone overseas for years, especially in the last 2 days since the Ye Lingchen incident broke out. Their contact has been very frequent, averaging once every 2 hours. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xiao Changtian stood up abruptly from his chair and slammed his fist on the table, creating a large hole. Seemingly wanting more to make things even more explosive, Sun Lin took a deep breath and continued. Sir, now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to offend you. Your sister has probably been colluding with them for a long time. Although we can't get the content of the call, our people have tracked down the location of the other party's IP address. It's in Japan. An island nation? You mean? That's right. It's that damn island nation. Your sister has probably been used as a pawn. Sun Lin nodded heavily. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changtian closed his eyes in anguish, looking up at the sky. Anger, helplessness, heartache, and confusion converged within him, plunging this dignified deputy commander of the military region into an extremely complex emotional state. Sun Lin stood quietly opposite him, not saying a word, just silently watching him. He knew that Xiao Changtian was now in even greater pain. On one side were the 15 fallen soldiers, and on the other was his own younger sister. Moreover, this matter involved foreign forces and could no longer be treated as an ordinary case. Moreover, their military personnel overstepped their authority by arresting people, and Xiao Changtian will definitely face pressure from the public security, procuratorate, and judicial departments. Although he, as the deputy commander of the military region, won't face any major consequences, at a higher level, someone will certainly use this incident to their advantage. Even the Dragon Kingdom, facing the threat of the abyss, is not a monolithic entity. Wherever there are people, there is a social hierarchy. Those in high positions are even more cautious, and Xiao Changtian is no exception. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This extremely oppressive atmosphere lasted for a full 5 minutes before Xiao Changtian suddenly broke the silence. He regained his usual sternness and said earnestly to Sun Lin, Little son, now that things have come to this, we must see the outcome. No matter what the result, we must give Ye Lingchen and the higher-ups an explanation. Since Mu Guozhu personally sent me the message, it proves he doesn't oppose what we're doing. Go ahead and investigate boldly. Find those bastards from the island nation, and don't worry about the rest. I'll handle everything. As for those 15 brothers. At this point, a resolute glint flashed in Xiao Changtian's eyes. Don't worry, once the truth comes out, I will give you, and all the soldiers an explanation. Yes, sir. Sun Lin stood at attention, gave Xiao Changtian a solemn military salute, and turned to leave the office with red eyes. Xiao Changtian was left alone in the room. He slumped back into his chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Having weathered so many storms and remained unmoved even when faced with a collapsing mountain, he was truly heartbroken this time. After all, she was his own sister. Yet she had done something so outrageous that it angered both heaven and man. She framed Ye Lingchen, causing a huge uproar across the country, killed 15 Chinese soldiers, and what's worse, she colluded with foreign forces. That's treason. Xiao Changtian rubbed his aching temples, the pain in his eyes fading, replaced by extreme coldness. Xiao, it's all my fault as your older brother. I've spoiled you all these years. I also bear some responsibility for this, so let's share the burden as siblings. The arrest of Xiao was carried out in secret, and no one knew that she was the mastermind behind it all. The online community is still fiercely attacking the founders of the Anti-Yi Alliance. Police have launched an operation to arrest them. And so, things seem to be developing in a direction that was gradually in Ye Lingchen's favor. At the same time, Ye Lingchen suddenly received a call from Principal Ning Wuhan. Lingchen, I really didn't expect the online public opinion to change so quickly. I guess the higher-ups intervened. Ning Wuhan was in a great mood as he chatted with Ye Lingchen on the phone. Ye Lingchen suppressed a laugh. He dared not tell the other party the truth, for fear that Ning Wuhan would have a heart attack. Good people are always blessed, haha. Principal Ning, I bet there's some good news. You silly child, nothing gets hidden from you. Do you want to hear good news or bad news first? Huh? There's bad news too. Ye Lingchen was taken aback. Of course, I'll hear the good news first. I don't want to hear the bad news. Ning Wuhan was both amused and exasperated. You have to listen, whether you want to or not. First, the good news. You can take the college entrance exam as normal. Oh, that's it. Aren't you happy at all? It's nothing special, really. You brat. Ning Wuhan gritted his teeth and continued. The bad news is... I won't listen to this bastard's chanting. Shut up. The bad news is that the format of this year's college entrance exam is changed, and you're all going to the battlefield. Ning Wuhan blurted out the news at top speed. Silence followed on the other end of the phone. Hello? Lingchen, are you listening? Yes, Principal Ning, you're not kidding me, are you? Nonsense. Would I joke about something this big? Not only that, but when I say everyone, I mean all graduates across the country. Huh? What do you mean? All graduates? Don't tell me that those students who awaken their life careers also have to go. You guessed right. How about that? Were you shocked? Don't even mention you. When I received the news, I also thought I had misheard, Ning Wuhan said with a sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lingchen's surprised retort came from the other end of the phone. Holy crap. What idiot came up with this? Did they get their brains caught in a door? Chapter 75 The Last Chance. The college entrance examination in China is completely different from that in Ye Lingchen's previous life. Candidates who awaken to life professions will take a unified skills test, while candidates who awaken to combat professions will be assessed more directly through combat. In the past, the college entrance examination was nothing more than a few forms, either a secret realm race or a team PK. Ye Lingchen had done some research and had some understanding of previous college entrance examinations. Of course, for him now, the secret realm speed race was a piece of cake, and team PK was just like two noobs fighting each other, with absolutely no difficulty. This year's college entrance examination took a different approach, which surprised him quite a bit. Upon hearing Ye Lingchen's complaint, Principal Ning revealed a mischievous smile. Idiot? Ye Lingchen, Principal, I respect you as a man. I've recorded that line. I'll send it to Xiao Xian later. So this terrible idea was actually suggested by that old man, Xiao Xian. I should have thought of that sooner. Ye Lingchen's lips twitched slightly. Principal Ning, I'm guessing this time they'll give each combat class a soul-capturing bead, and then determine the final ranking based on the number of souls they collect? Wow, you've even learned to answer before others. How did you know that? This time it was Ning Wuhan's turn to be surprised. How did you know? Haha, that old dang is such a tightwad. He's planning to make all the test takers work for him. Ye Lingchen inwardly grumbled. It's true that you have to save every penny or two until you get married, and every cent or two until you're furious. Ye Lingchen had seen people who were frugal and meticulous in managing their lives, but he had never seen such a carefree immortal who knew how to live so well. With his abilities, harvesting souls is as easy as harvesting leeks with a flick of his wrist, but he deliberately avoided taking action himself, preferring to be approachable. Even a fool could guess that the old man was just using the excuse of training young people. He's uttered all the grand principles by himself, and you can't even refute them. The Abyss battlefield is no longer as fierce as it was during the war, so sending these students to the battlefield is, to be honest, a pretty bad idea. While ensuring their personal safety to the greatest extent possible, it also tempered their fighting spirit, exposing them to the harshest realities early on, allowing these young people to mature quickly. The act of collecting souls, ironically, became the least important aspect. How many souls can these test takers collect? Compared to the total of 3.8 billion, it's just a drop in the ocean. So it seems that the Immortal of Freedom really did this to train them? Thinking about it this way, Ye Lingchen realized that he had been judging others by his own petty standards. Although on the surface, this year's college entrance examination is mainly a race, the battlefield and the secret realm are two different concepts. In the past, the racing dungeons were all arranged by the Dragon Kingdom Examination Institute. While not absolutely safe, they were certainly foolproof. But the battlefield is different. Although the authorities will definitely take certain security measures this time, such as sending people to protect you secretly, the situation on the battlefield can change in an instant. If there is any oversight, the result could really be that everything is over. Therefore, even the National Education Examinations Authority of the Ministry of Education questioned this matter when it received the instruction. But once they learned that the one delivering the order was the carefree immortal himself, No one dared to raise any objections, and even if they had thoughts in their hearts, they could only keep them to themselves. Faced with the doubts, Xiao Yaoxian's answer was simple. Either go for it or get out. That's why he's called the strongest human being. Even his answer has a touch of poetry, making one's blood pressure soar. Upon learning this news, Ye Lingchen suddenly realized that when he inquired about the method to enter the battlefield in Tianyuan, it turned out that Xiao Yaoxian had already planned it back then. Everyone has to assemble at school the day before the exam, and then the military will send a special plane to take you to the battlefield. Don't be late. Ning Wuhan gave a few more instructions and then hung up the phone. On this very day, countless graduating high school seniors across the country received this news. The news program that evening announced it to the entire nation. The public was in an uproar. Some were excited, some questioned, and many more were worried or even fearful. Faced with the choice of either go or get out, some people actually chose to give up the college entrance examination. After all, not everyone dares to go to the battlefield. Young people who awaken to combat professions have multiple paths to choose from in the future. They could easily register as members of the Adventurers Guild and make a living by taking on quests using their abilities. While there would be some danger involved, it would be far better than going to war. That kind of life, where you have to risk your life, is not something everyone can endure. It was precisely because of the popularity of this incident that it completely overshadowed the previous Ye Lingchen heresy incident and became the new hot topic. This year's college entrance examination will be broadcast live nationwide. With such an unprecedented event, who cares about the life or death of a heretic? Ye Lingchen was naturally happy to have some free time. Unlike Zhang Wei and the others, he didn't continue grinding for levels. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. He cleaned his house thoroughly, and it was spotless. Of course, as the Lord of the Abyss, how could he possibly do it himself? He would summon a bunch of underlings to do the work. He had a premonition that after this college entrance examination, he probably wouldn't be back for a long time. Inside a prison under the jurisdiction of the Central Military Region, in a cell that appeared relatively clean and tidy, Xiao Qiu's hands and feet were tightly bound by special shackles. These shackles are specially made, one of the high-tech achievements developed under the leadership of the previous future brain of the Dragon Kingdom. They can directly imprison the professional abilities of awakened individuals, making them no different from ordinary people. At this moment, Xiao Qiu was wearing prison clothes, his hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. She gripped the iron railing tightly with both hands and screamed hysterically at the middle-aged man opposite her. "Qiu Changtian, you beast! I'm your own sister. How could you treat me like this? If Mom and Dad could see you like this in heaven, they would be furious." Such insults and accusations had been going on for a full 10 minutes since Qiu Changtian entered the cell. He remained silent throughout, simply watching Qiu Qiu perform behind bars. From the initial feigned profundity to the later sob stories and tears, and now to hysteria, Qiu Changtian couldn't even tell which one was the real Qiu Qiu. The pity in his eyes had vanished, replaced by deep disappointment. "Hey Qiu, shut up. You're not worthy to call me that. I spoiled you, and that's what made you who you are today. I bear a lot of responsibility for that." Qiu Changtian, don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy. I can't stand your arrogant attitude. Who do you think you are? I, Qiu Qiu, am no worse than you. Qiu Qiu sneered. She released her hands, leaned back, and sat on the cold, hard bed like a proud queen. I, Qiu Qiu, am where I am today because of my own hard work. Don't flatter yourself. Without you, I might be doing even better. Qiu Changtian sighed. Qiu, no matter what, as a teacher and the head of a school, it's really wrong of you to frame a student like this. What a joke. That lowly bastard, and that Ning fellow. If it weren't for their interference, our Siyuan No. 1 middle school would definitely have come in first place in this 3-school exercise. Because of him, that little beast, he ruined everything. He still dares to disobey me? I just gave him the punishment he deserved. Just him? Then you poisoned the other student. He deserves to die too. Anyone who dares to disobey me or disrespect me deserves to die. Deserves to die. Qiu Qiu replied coldly. Her eyes held only cold, killing intent and resentment, showing no remorse whatsoever. Qiu Changtian was deeply shocked by Qiu Qiu's behavior. If he hadn't repeatedly confirmed that she was indeed Qiu Qiu and not brainwashed or possessed by someone, he probably would have sent her to a mental hospital long ago. Qiu Changtian's heart turned cold, and his voice became completely cold as well. Qiu Qiu, you framed the innocent, colluded with foreign enemies, and most heinously, you killed 15 Dragon Kingdom warriors. Your crimes are countless. Xiao Changtian paused here, then said, word by word, as your brother, I'm giving you one last chance to redeem yourself. If you successfully complete this mission, I guarantee your life. Chapter 76 The Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. The Dragon Kingdom is at the forefront of the Abyss War on the entire Blue Star. During the Second Abyss War, if the Dragon Kingdom hadn't turned the tide at the last moment, Blue Star might have completely fallen and become the Second Abyss World. Unfortunately, 8 years have passed since the war, and the Dragon Kingdom has not yet fully recovered from it. It's true that the country has suffered a blow, but it remains assertive in its external relations, which is a helpless move. That's just how the human species is. When war comes, we unite against external forces, but once the war is over, we start scheming and fighting among ourselves. It's as if this is something etched into human genes, something that can never be erased. The current situation in China can be described as one of internal and external troubles. Besides facing the abyss, other countries are also eyeing it covetously. Although they haven't made any big moves on the surface, they've never stopped using underhanded tactics behind the scenes. This time, Qiu colluded with foreign forces in the island nation to carry out a borrowed knife to kill operation against the promising young generation of China. Other countries want China to stay on the front lines and draw their fire, but they also don't want China to become too powerful. I have this feeling of being afraid that my brother will suffer, but also afraid that he'll drive a Land Rover. From the perspective of foreign forces, people like Qiu from China are simply tools. The Dragon Kingdom is not a monolithic entity. There are quite a few people who can be exploited and infiltrated. This is why the Ye Lingchen incident caused such a big stir. Qiu only sowed a seed. Those online trolls who followed were, in a strict sense, accomplices. Inside the office, Qiu Changtian stared at the report on the table in front of him, his face terribly grim. The intelligence department went all out this time, working around the clock for 72 hours straight, and finally managed to catch some clues. The island nation that colluded with Qiu was actually the Chosen Ones. This is an official agency of the island nation, the most powerful awakened organization in the island nation, responsible for all matters related to the abyss. Even a cleaner in it is an awakened person with a combat profession. However, as the war has become more stable in recent years, the Chosen Ones have gradually moved behind the scenes and rarely appear in public except for dealing with some issues related to the secret realm. Damn island nation dwarfs. Qiu Changtian cursed angrily, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and the materials in front of him burst into flames, instantly turning to ashes. You bastards. I didn't even bother you, yet you provoke me. Playing dirty tricks behind my back, huh? Fine, an eye for an eye. You just wait. Qiu Changtian picked up the landline phone on the table and pressed the number 3 button. Doo-doo. After a few rings, a somewhat hoarse male voice came from the other side. Old Qiu, you actually called me? What happened? Old Zheng, I need your coastal military region's cooperation on something. On the morning of the 6th, all the students taking the college entrance examination in Linhai City gathered at the Central Military Region's dedicated airport. Next, they will fly to the front lines on a military plane. This scene is playing out all over the country. From this moment on, the college entrance examination has actually begun. The war zones in the Dragon Kingdom are different from those in Ye Lingchen's previous life on Blue Star. They are divided into 4 main parts. The Central Command Garrison Area, referred to as the Command, the Northern War Zone, the Central War Zone, and the Coastal War Zone. The headquarters is where Qiu Changtian went to report on his work. It brings together the highest level experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and is also the highest military and administrative body facing the abyss. The Northern Theater Command is currently the most important theater command in the Dragon Kingdom, and the front line is located here. The Central Theater Command has the widest coverage, responsible for all matters related to the abyss across the entire Dragon Kingdom. As for the Coastal Theater, it mainly targets the vast territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. This division is also targeted. For example, in coastal war zones, soldiers have awakened water-related combat professions. Their combat effectiveness may be average on land, but it skyrockets in rivers, lakes, and seas. The front line of this year's college entrance examination is located at the Wall of Sighs in the Northern Theater Command. The name has 2 meanings. For the abyssal monsters, this frontline fortress is utterly impregnable, leaving them only to sigh in despair. The other meaning is that if this front line were ever breached, humanity would be left with nothing but lamentation. Of course, the Wailing Wall also has a more widely known name, the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. It got its name because the entire outer wall of the fortress was covered with the flesh and blood of abyssal monsters, forming a thick, hard shell of flesh and blood. Humans did not eliminate it, but left it there to demonstrate their resolve and deter the abyssal monsters. When the plane landed at the frontline military airfield, not only Ye Lingchen, but all the candidates present were speechless with shock at the magnificent sight before them. Just a few hundred meters ahead of them, a massive black city wall, 100 meters high and stretching endlessly to the left and right, stood silently under the blazing sun. An immense sense of oppression washed over them, making all the test takers feel their blood and energy stagnate. At that moment, they felt as if they were facing a giant dragon. Before it, humanity was as insignificant as a grain of sand in the Ganges. This is the great wall of flesh and blood. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. This is 10,000 times more magnificent than the mobile fortress Dalaran that I saw in the ladder to heaven. Li Jun exclaimed sincerely. Ye Lingchen was also deeply shocked. In his previous life, he had climbed the Great Wall, but compared to this great wall of flesh and blood in front of him, it was child's play. At the same time, he also thought of a serious problem. The larger the fortress was, the more terrifying the power of the abyss. He couldn't help but think of the scene he had seen through the spatial rift before. Is the abyss truly something we can contend with? Ye Lingchen felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He never mentioned what he had seen to anyone, not even the immortal Xiaoyao. He feared that revealing the truth would cause panic and despair, and even someone as powerful as the immortal Xiaoyao would likely have his Dao heart affected. In that case, Ye Lingchen would truly be a sinner. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom know the truth, but they have never mentioned it to the public? Ye Lingchen wondered. Perhaps they share the same thought. Once revealed, it would be a devastating blow to the human world. This single piece of news could instantly extinguish the will to live for the vast majority of people. At that point, the human world will collapse internally without the abyss even needing to attack. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Ye Lingchen chuckled to himself. Just then, a piercing air raid siren suddenly sounded, startling the hundreds of thousands of examinees present. Holy crap! What happened? Has the abyss attacked? No way. Can I really be this unlucky? I'm thinking of quitting. A bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of? What's there to be afraid of when the abyss comes? Let's fucking get them. Who is Abyss's mother? The alarm came very suddenly. The candidates who had awakened combat professions were alright, since most of them had gone to the secret realm to train after their coming-of-age ceremony and had some experience in combat. But those candidates who had awakened life professions were a bit overwhelmed. Already intimidated by the imposing presence of the great wall of flesh and blood, people were now terrified by the sirens, causing some to collapse to the ground. I don't want to go to the battlefield. I quit. Wah! Cries and pleas rose and fell, starting with only a few scattered individuals, but quickly spreading to more people. The scene became extremely chaotic, and even the combat-oriented examinees frowned, making the atmosphere tense and heavy. Chapter 77, The Dragon General Who Protects the Nation. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above the airport. He wore a crisp military uniform, without a hat, his black and white hair standing on end like steel needles. On his sharply defined face, a chilling light emanated from his right eye, while his left eye was covered by a deep scar. The scar ran from the brow bone to the corner of the mouth, making the already cold and stern face even more ferocious and terrifying. Looking down at the hundreds of thousands of agitated test takers, the man let out a cold laugh. Oh, the sound seemed to transcend time and space, enveloping the entire airport. In an instant, the students who were still crying and wailing stopped crying. A chilling killing intent hung over hundreds of thousands of people, as if a gigantic hand was pressing down on them. The immense pressure caused all the examinees to look up, and they saw the man. Who is that person? Damn it, I can't stand up anymore. I'm so scared. I'm going to die. He's going to kill us all. Mommy, I want my mommy. I want to go home. Even the previous alarms were not as terrifying as the murderous intent brought by this man. Some candidates could not withstand it and fainted. But some reacted quickly. Those candidates who had awakened their combat professions unleashed their abilities, gritting their teeth and staring at the man in the sky with bloodshot eyes, confronting his killing intent. Even more extreme, some actively used their own strength to protect the surrounding students preparing for professional or vocational exams. In just over 10 seconds, The man transformed the disorganized group of test takers from a group of headless flies into one that was on high alert. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? I'll fight him to the death. Zhang Wei roared, and his school uniform ripped apart. His explosively muscular physique was on full display, and his body instantly grew nearly twice as tall, like a small giant. Wisps of white steam rose from his body, and his muscles turned a deep red, as if they had been roasted by high temperatures. Ah! A roar erupted from Zhang Wei's mouth, and an invisible shockwave blasted towards the man above him. Right next to him, Li Jun also revealed a ruthless look in his eyes. He unzipped his school uniform, pulled out a black staff about the length of a forearm, and pointed it at the man in the sky. Thud! A deafening explosion echoed through the void, and Li Jun's eyes suddenly burst forth with golden flames. His hair was instantly ignited, and his entire body was enveloped in gold and white, rising slowly amidst an overwhelming killing intent. Zhang Wei, count me in. This old bastard has no sportsmanship. He openly harmed the examinee. Let's get him. Mu Lingxi, standing to the side, also had icy eyes. She drew a mysterious rune in the air with her right hand and slapped it against the backs of Zhang Wei and Li Jun. Go. 10 times attack power boost. 30 seconds. Let's finish this quickly. A cold voice rang in Zhang Wei and Li Jun's ears, and the two of them no longer hesitated and attacked the man in the air. At the same time, more candidates realized what was happening and began their own resistance under the shadow of murderous intent. Some attacked the man in the sky alone, while others attacked in groups. They knew that if they didn't resist now, in a few seconds, everyone present would be directly injured by this terrifying killing intent. Being injured before the college entrance exam even begins, regardless of whether it damages one's abilities, will certainly cause a huge setback to one's morale. The man in the air, seeing someone retaliate, was not angry at all. Instead, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Boom, 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 boom. Countless attacks shot into the sky, colorful and quite spectacular. This is a united counterattack by all the test takers. In an instant, the light raged and engulfed the figure. Ye Lingchen stood quietly beside Zhang Wei and the other two, his expression calm. He didn't make a move, and didn't even summon a single abyssal monster. The killing intent had no effect on him at all, like a gentle breeze. Having experienced the terrifying aura of top-tier beings like the immortal of freedom and Orphaned, the killing intent of the man above him was like a tickle to him. On the other hand, he also didn't want to expose himself. After all, just a few days ago, he was still considered a heretic by humankind. Summoning countless abyssal monsters at once would definitely not be a good thing. He didn't want to be in the spotlight before the exam even started. Actually, Ye Lingchen was also a little itchy inside. What interesting things would happen if you summoned 100 or 200,000 volcanic dragons to explode around that man? He looked up at the sky above, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The man, who had been standing in the air like an emperor, suddenly shuddered for no reason. Hiss! Some treacherous subjects are trying to harm me. The man felt a chill run down his spine as he caught a glimpse of a hidden, murderous gaze directed at him. Following that gaze, the man was taken aback. It's that kid. A second later, he was overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. The attack lasted for a full 5 minutes, with a constant roar echoing throughout the airport, drowning out the piercing alarm. Before long, the examinees suddenly felt that the despairing killing intent had disappeared. Countless people felt as if they had been granted a pardon, like drowning people suddenly being pulled out of the water. They were covered in sweat, and some were so exhausted that they collapsed to the ground. Did we win? That person is dead? No way, he looks like a big shot. How could he die at our hands? Everyone looked up at the sky. As the smoke and dust cleared, the man's figure gradually came into view. He was still wearing that military uniform, and still had that poker face that looked incredibly irritating. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. The man's body slowly descended, eventually hovering 10 meters above everyone's heads. He looked down at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "A bunch of rabble. However, under my killing intent, some of them were still able to fight back, so they are not too useless." Seeing the resentful and frustrated expressions on the faces of countless people, the man smiled coldly. "I am Long Yang, the deputy commander and political commissar of the Northern Military Region, and the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination." As soon as he finished speaking, someone below exclaimed in surprise. "It's the Dragon General who protects the nation." That's right. No wonder it looked so familiar. Yes, I've seen him on TV, he looks just like that. I never imagined he would be our proctor. Long Yang, the chief commander of the Northern Military Region, is a powerful figure known as the National Guardian Dragon Marshal by the people of Manhwa. Under his leadership, the Northern Military District stood at the forefront of the abyss. In 8 years, the Wall of Size was never breached. Because his surname is Long, he was given the honorable title of National Guardian Dragon General by the people. Ignoring the gasps and whispers below, Long Yang remained indifferent. Next, this airport will be cleared out. You will all sleep here tonight. Basic food and water will be provided. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, everyone assemble on the city wall. Anyone late will be disqualified from the exam. Any questions? Long Yang's words reached the ears of the candidates below, and everyone present was stunned. Chapter 78. You can get out of here. Did I hear that right? He said we should sleep here tonight? That seems to be the idea. What's the difference between this and sleeping on the streets? There's not even a tent. Are you crazy? We're test takers, not soldiers. I'm going to report him for abuse. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, but no one dared to openly question it. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out in the crowd, completely out of place. I have a problem. Long Yang slightly opened his narrowed eyes and looked towards the back of the crowd. There, a tall, beautiful girl with light makeup was frowning and looking at Long Yang with anger. Her name is Jiang Yutong, a test taker from Licheng City, and her awakened career path is that of a singer. Unlike other candidates, she didn't want to awaken any combat profession. She dreamed of becoming an idol singer, debuting in a group with others based on her outstanding appearance, and eventually entering the entertainment industry. With divine favor, after countless days of prayer, Jiang Yutong finally realized her dream of becoming a singer. Originally, she had already planned her future life. After finishing the college entrance examination, she signed a contract with an entertainment company and started as a trainee, thus beginning her dazzling life. Originally, students in the vocational and professional categories only needed to take a skills test specific to their profession at a test center in their own city, and with their academic scores, they could graduate smoothly as long as they didn't fall too far behind. For Jiang Yutong, grades were unimportant. The entertainment company had already extended an offer, promising that she could start working there as soon as she finished her college entrance exams. But no one expected that the college entrance examination would change its format this year. Despite her reluctance, she eventually followed the group to this godforsaken place. Fortunately, a support class examinee protected them from the overwhelming killing intent just now, and the dozen or so people around them were not greatly affected. However, Jiang Yutong's dissatisfaction had already reached its peak because of this incident. She was a pampered young lady at home, never lifting a finger to do anything for herself. No one in her family, from her grandparents to her parents, dared to go against her wishes. She would boss her family around at the slightest provocation. Although they weren't from a wealthy family, she had every bit of the airs of a rich heiress. In addition, her outstanding appearance made her extremely popular with countless boys at school. The number of rich second-generation suitors pursuing her could form a reinforced company. For a girl who is so pampered, leaving her to sleep at the airport is worse than taking her life. What's the difference between this and sleeping on the streets? I'm not a beggar. Jiang Yutong grew angrier the more she thought about it, her venomous eyes fixed on Long Yang in the air. What kind of national commander is he? In front of her, they are nothing but groveling men. Thinking of this, she could no longer bear it, and her anger finally erupted, which is why she spoke first. I have a problem. Explain. Why should we sleep at the airport? We're test takers, not beggars. Even so, why weren't you notified us in advance so we could prepare our camping gear? Isn't this incredibly irresponsible of you? Okay, continue. Anything else? Long Yang replied casually. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Jiang Yutong finally snapped. She pointed at Long Yang and shouted angrily. Your name is Long Yang, right? I'm going to file a complaint against you. You're abusing the flowers of our motherland. I awakened a life profession. Why should I have to take the exam in this godforsaken place? We can't go to the battlefield. Do you expect us to be cannon fodder here? How did someone like you become a commander? You don't deserve to be a soldier at all. The entire airport was silent. Jiang Yutong used her singer skill, making her voice resound like a megaphone to everyone's ears. In front of so many people, she actually dared to confront a big shot like Long Yang, which shocked many people. However, many candidates in various professions also nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her words. Since the emergence of professional gacha games, there has never been such a precedent. This is the key reason why countless test takers and parents have expressed their doubts. Long Yang remained silent, listening quietly to Jiang Yutong's roar. His gaze swept over the examinees, and he saw resentment and incomprehension in many of their eyes. After venting her anger with her words, Jiang Yutong's impressive breasts heaved, and she was slightly out of breath from the excitement and the use of her skills. Even so, she still glared at Long Yang without backing down. She dared to do this entirely because of the special nature of her profession. Singer is able to sense the emotions of those around them. When Jiang Yutong said those words, she clearly sensed that at least 100,000 people were secretly supporting and agreeing with her. And this number was constantly rising. The vast majority of them were in livelihood professions, with a very small number being combat professions. She has become the spokesperson and opinion leader for these test takers. Even if the other party wanted to cause trouble for me, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me in front of so many people. Are you done talking? Long Yang asked calmly when Jiang Yutong stopped talking. That's all. Jiang Yutong answered proudly, but before she could finish her sentence, Long Yang in the air suddenly disappeared. The next second, Long Yang appeared in front of Jiang Yutong, his tall figure looking down at her. She hadn't felt the killing intent before because someone was protecting her, but now that the other party was in front of her, she could even feel the hot breath coming out of his nostrils. The oppressive feeling was so real that Jiang Yutong felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Before she could react, she heard a snap. Jiang Yutong felt a tearing pain in her left cheek. The next moment, her body flew into the air, flying more than 10 meters behind her before crashing heavily into the crowd. If someone hadn't instinctively caught her, she might have been killed by the fall. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth, and Jiang Yutong's left cheek visibly swelled up, with several broken teeth falling out. She stared at Long Yang not far away in utter shock, her mind almost completely blank. Not only her, but everyone present gasped in shock. Jiang Yutong was stunned, and then a surge of anger, even stronger than before, welled up within her. You dare to hit a woman. Are you even a man? I'm calling the police. I'm exposing you, Jiang Yutong shouted, her words slurred as she covered her face. However, Long Yang merely glanced at her and said indifferently, "From this moment on, your exam qualification is revoked. Pack your things and get out of here." "What did you say? What gives you the right?" "I'll give you 1 minute. If I still see you in this airport after 1 minute, I'll kill you," Long Yang said calmly, his one eye coldly fixed on Jiang Yutong. Jiang Yutong wanted to say something, but was so frightened by that dangerous gaze that she swallowed her words. She glared at Long Yang with resentment, picked up her backpack from the ground, and hurriedly ran out of the airport. She had no doubt that the other party was lying to her. Long Yang didn't treat her like a human being at all, slapping her in front of hundreds of thousands of people. That terrifying look in his eyes just now. He really wanted to kill me. Jiang Yutong ran frantically towards the airport exit, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of examinees who were all silent, staring in terror at the towering figure in the crowd, speechless for a long time. Chapter 79. Only a tiny bit of a billion. In the vast airport, hundreds of thousands of people were intimidated by the aura of one person. Even when Long Yang unleashed his killing intent against these examinees, they didn't feel anything. It wasn't until he slapped Jiang Yutong away that everyone realized this guy was really daring. Long Yang glanced at the examinees. "Does anyone else have a question?" No one answered. "Very good. Remember, this is just polite talk, not a formality to ask you questions." Long Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Go to hell with you. What a load of rubbish. Countless people are internally ranting and raving about it. I know many of you are resentful and have grievances in your hearts." Long Yang's tall and upright figure slowly paced through the crowd. "Do you think I shouldn't hit a woman?" With each step he took, the crowd in front of him parted to both sides like startled birds. "I'm telling you, here, in my eyes, there are no men or women. Here, there are only soldiers." Long Yang's voice struck everyone's hearts, and everyone was shocked. "Your wonderful lives, the reason you can stand here today, are all thanks to the countless soldiers on the front lines who risked their lives." Long Yang continued, "You have no right to complain, much less to make any demands. I know that most of you here are awakened professionals, and you must be wondering why I'm dragging you into this battlefield too. It's very simple. In the Dragon Kingdom, all awakened ones are warriors. If one day this great wall of flesh and blood is breached, and those beasts rush into your homes and slaughter your parents, brothers, and sisters, I want to ask you, can you tolerate it?" Long Yang's words echoed in the room, but everyone else remained silent. "Answer me, can you tolerate this?" "No. Suddenly, a roar came from the crowd. That was Zhang Wei in his berserker form. His eyes were bloodshot, and Long Yang's words felt like a needle piercing his heart. The berserker's rage bar was almost full in an instant. I won't watch my parents be killed by abyssal monsters. I'll kill every single abyssal monster. If they dare to come, they won't be able to leave alive. Zhang Wei's words seemed to have a magical power. In an instant, shouts from candidates came from different directions on the field. Cannot. Absolutely unacceptable. I can't stand it either. The sounds grew louder and louder, eventually coalescing into a deafening roar that infected countless people, igniting their passion. A glint of light flashed in Long Yang's eyes, and a fleeting smile crossed his lips. Very good. This shows that you still have courage. As long as you are an awakened one, whether you are a combat profession or a life profession, you are all warriors. Because behind you are countless ordinary people of the Dragon Kingdom, your loved ones and friends whom you care about. If one day all combat professions die out, will you stop fighting? Stop resisting? Believe me, by then, you'll be even more ruthless than me, wishing you could tear those beasts apart alive. Now, does anyone still question my decision? No one spoke, but from their eyes, Long Yang saw determination, saw something called protection. If no one speaks, I'll take that as your agreement. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree, I don't care. That concludes today's pre-exam pep talk. Go find a place to rest later. Oh, by the way, the alarm just now was just something I did on a whim, just to scare you a little, don't take it to heart. With that, he waved to the crowd with his back to them and walked out of the airport. Everyone fell silent. This guy is asking for it. He just went and sounded the alarm to scare people? Is the military commander that bored? After a brief silence, the airport became noisy again. Candidates from various places gathered in groups of 3 or 2, each finding a place to sit on the ground. Before long, hundreds of military trucks arrived, and people began distributing food and water. The food consisted of 10 compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water per person. At Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Ye Lingchen, Zhang Wei, and 2 others sat on the ground. Zhang Wei looked rather grim as he carefully took a shirt out of his bag and put it on. The berserker is great in every way, except he wears out clothes quickly. I only have 2 left, so I have to wear them sparingly, or my mom will kill me when I get back. Li Jun, standing to the side, looked at the compressed biscuits in his hand with some disdain, muttering in dissatisfaction. Not even a proper meal? This is all we get. Luckily, I prepared in advance. As he spoke, he rubbed a ring on the middle finger of his left hand a few times, and the next second, a large pile of food appeared in front of the 4 people. Bread, ham sausage, cola, Sprite, pickled chicken feet, little raccoon instant noodles, spicy strips, konjac noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice. Come on, don't be shy, eat up. I have plenty left, enough for everyone. Li Jun enthusiastically invited. Wait, why are you all staring at me like that? It's kinda scary. Come on, eat with us. Did you come here to take an exam, or for a vacation? Ye Lingchen was somewhat amused and exasperated, and casually grabbed a bag of spicy strips to eat. Li Jun has a peculiar habit in class. He's always either criticizing others or snacking. He never seems to stop. Unexpectedly, his problem came in handy here. Zhang Wei, munching on a chicken foot, stared at Li Jun's fingers with shining eyes. Wow, that's a spatial ring. Junyi, you're so rich. This isn't cheap. Seeing Zhang Wei's envious expression, Li Jun could barely contain his smugness. Oh no, not really. My dad was worried I wouldn't have enough to eat out, so he insisted on giving me this. Actually, it's not expensive, only 5 million. Li Jun, can't you stop showing off? Zhang Wei almost choked on a bone when he heard the number 5 million. Unexpectedly, Li Jun shook his head seriously. This thing is really nothing. This ring only has 3 cubic meters of space. Compared to Lingxi's, mine is nothing. As he spoke, he gestured towards Mu Lingxi next to him. Only then did everyone notice that Mu Lingxi was also wearing a delicate ring on the little finger of her left hand. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed by being stared at, Mu Lingxi quickly covered her hands and said angrily, Don't drag me into your bragging. I do have a spatial ring, but who can store so much food like you? You glutton. Watching the 2 rich kids bickering, Ye Lingchen silently put away the 10 compressed biscuits and water. His little action was noticed by the sharp-eyed Mu Lingxi. Little Yezi, where's your food? I've put it away. I think I might need it in the next few days, so it's best to use it sparingly. Huh? Where did you put them? Do you have a spatial ring too? Zhang Wei looked over suspiciously, scanning around in front of and behind him, but not seeing the bottles of water. Ye Lingchen didn't even bring his school bag. It was understandable that he put a few cookies in his pocket, but where could he put the 3 bottles of water? Ye Lingchen scratched his head sheepishly. I guess so. My weapon has a storage function. Wow. Is it really that amazing? Little Yezi, you're really hiding your talent. Zhang Wei said with envy. Of the 4, Li Jun and Mu Lingxi are from wealthy families. Zhang Wei comes from a working-class family and naturally can't afford a spatial ring, let alone Ye Lingchen, who is even less well-off than him. As a result, he now has no space to store the props, which naturally makes him a little jealous. Li Jun's ring has 3 cubic meters, and Ling Xi's has 100 cubic meters. Little Yezi, how big is your special weapon space? It must be bigger than Li Jun's, right? Zhang Wei asked, still somewhat unwilling to give up. That one isn't very big either. How big is not big? Is it even bigger than Ling Xi's? Zhang Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. Yes, it's a tiny bit bigger than Ci's. How big? Mu Lingxi was also a little curious this time. She didn't expect Ye Lingchen's storage space to be even more powerful than hers. Actually, it's not very big, only about the size of Earth. Everyone. Chapter 80 Exam Preparation. As big as a blue planet. Upon hearing Ye Lingchen's answer, Zhang Wei burst into laughter and anger. Okay, little Yezi. You're really something. You think you can show off without limits, huh? Ye Lingchen shrugged helplessly. See? I knew it would turn out like this. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. The group teased him a bit, taking it as a joke. Ye Lingchen didn't insist. Even if he told others about the divine kingdom inside the mother nest, no one would believe him. Why bother creating unnecessary trouble for himself? Time ticked by, and endless speculation about this year's college entrance examination became a hot topic. It wasn't until late at night that everyone finally fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the change in environment or the discomfort of sleeping outdoors, but many people woke up just as dawn was breaking, tossing and turning. Today is the actual day of the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, a globally watched event broadcast live across the entire country. The moment the camera panned across the country, viewers and parents of test takers were astonished to see their beloved sons and daughters lying haphazardly on the hard cement floor, their school bags as pillows. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Is this the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao? This is worse than a prison concentration camp. Countless angry parents made calls to various complaint hotlines, reporting official mistreatment of students. A barrage of questions and condemnations has also emerged on social media platforms. But all of this was completely unknown to the hundreds of thousands of students who were directly involved in the college entrance examination. As early as yesterday, the moment they arrived at the Northern Theater Command, their most important communication device, the high-tech bracelet, had its communication function restricted. Besides being able to access the internet to view data and record college entrance examination scores, all of the wristband's communication functions are restricted to a dedicated local area network set up by the Northern Theater Command. The noise from the outside world has little to do with these students. Their most important task now is to complete this college entrance examination. Ugh! The piercing alarm sounded again without warning. Having learned from their previous experience, the candidates were no longer flustered. They stood up and, led by the military, went to the top of the magnificent city wall. When they actually stood here, they realized that their previous impression of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood was still one-sided. The city wall is wide and 500 meters thick, and standing on it is like walking on flat ground. The city wall was not empty. Various large military facilities were lined up one after another. Among them, the 358 annihilation guns are the most conspicuous. Each annihilation cannon has a barrel diameter of 20 meters and a length of nearly 100 meters, with its base deeply embedded in the city wall. This is a powerful weapon for humans to deal with abyssal monsters. Each annihilation cannon is enough to kill a boss-level abyssal monster. The reason for the 358 guns is that 358 soldiers who operated the annihilation guns bravely sacrificed their lives in the last war. After the war, to commemorate these heroes, the military added some more, eventually bringing the total to 358. After all the candidates had stood on the city wall, Long Yang, who had been waiting there for a long time, floated in the air above everyone's heads. The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, is about to begin. Now I will explain the rules of the NCE. As they spoke, the soldiers maintaining order below guided the group of examinees toward the outer city wall. All candidates of combat professions, step forward. Please carefully check that the soul-capturing beads distributed to each of you when you came up are intact. For the next 3 days, you will cross this city wall and enter the battlefield ahead to hunt abyssal monsters. For each abyssal monster you hunt, its soul will be extracted by the soul-capturing beads in your hands. Hunting monsters of levels 1 to 30 earns 1 point per soul. Levels 31 to 40 earn 5 points per monster soul. Levels 41 to 50 earn 20 points per monster soul. Levels 51 to 60 earn 100 points per monster soul. Monsters above level 60 are excluded. You won't encounter monsters of that level. Killing elite monsters earns 10 points. Killing mini-boss monsters earns 100 points. Killing large boss monsters earns 10,000 points. All points will be automatically recorded on your bracelet after the soul-absorbing orb successfully absorbs a soul. During the exam, each candidate can check their score and ranking in real time through their wristband. It must be emphasized that malicious competition among candidates is strictly prohibited. Anyone found stealing another candidate's monster will be immediately disqualified from the exam. Fighting among candidates is strictly forbidden during the exam. If any candidate assaults another candidate, causing injury or death, they will be immediately disqualified and executed on the spot. When he said the last sentence, Long Yang's tone was extremely cold, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Everyone shuddered in fright. Those candidates who wanted to cheat and steal the fruits of others' victory immediately abandoned their thoughts. These are the rules. Any questions? The scene was completely silent. Are you kidding me? Trying to trap us again? Anyone who has a problem at this moment is truly out of their mind. Seeing that no one dared to speak up, a hint of disappointment flashed in Long Yang's eyes. How boring. I scared them yesterday, and they're all behaving themselves today? I haven't had enough fun yet. All right. There are 15 minutes left before the exam officially starts. Long Yang glanced at his bracelet and said in a deep voice, the time between now and the start of the exam is your preparation time. You can form teams freely. Once the exam begins, the team information will be officially linked to your bracelet and cannot be changed, so please choose your teammates carefully. After saying all this, Long Yang was about to leave when one of the candidates finally couldn't help but speak up. Reporting, sir. A burly candidate suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Speak. Long Yang glanced at him and stopped. Commander, you were just talking about candidates in combat professions. What about us in life professions? Are we also going to the battlefield? This statement represents almost all candidates in various professions, since more than 80% of these hundreds of thousands of people are in such professions. They stared longingly at Long Yang above them, their innocent little eyes almost making Long Yang burst out laughing. However, this time he did not assert his authority again, but instead nodded slightly. That's a very good question. The exams for life professions will only begin after the combat professions leave the city walls. Someone will arrange it for you later. After saying that, without waiting for the examinee to continue speaking, he flew to the barrel of an annihilation cannon, sat there casually, and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone could only look at each other with puzzled expressions. It's just the college entrance exam. Why make it all so mysterious? However, the scene soon became lively. Candidates specializing in combat began teaming up with people they knew. Most of the candidates, if they had the opportunity, had already practiced in the secret realm before coming here. They all had familiar teammates and quickly formed teams. Some confident candidates decided to go it alone, their eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement and tension. After all, this is a battlefield, not a secret realm. With such a large area, even with official protection, it's impossible to cover everything. What follows is a true test of life and death. As for the candidates who were not currently employed, since they had nothing to do, they came to the candidates they knew to cheer them on and make plans to drink, eat barbecue, and go shopping together after the exam. Ye Lingchen and his team naturally grouped together since they had teamed up during their previous trip to Tianyuan. Ye Lingchen said with a smile, this college entrance exam is essentially no different from the heavenly abyss secret realm. It's all a game of chance. Don't worry, with me here, the four of us getting into Tsinghua and Peking University is absolutely a sure thing. However, after he finished speaking, the other three looked at him with strange expressions. No, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you believe in my abilities? After a moment, Mu Lingxi sighed and said, Little Yezi, this time, we don't plan to team up with you. Zhang Wei and Li Jun nodded in agreement. Huh? You're not teaming up with me? The three of you are going to go to the battlefield by yourselves. Ye Lingchen was somewhat surprised. That's right, Xiao Yezi, we've discussed it, and this time we still plan to rely on our own abilities to take the college entrance exam. Zhang Wei said earnestly, Little Leaf, your abilities are a bit abnormal. If we follow you, we will never grow. After all, the road ahead is long. and you can't guarantee that you will always be by our side. Yes, Yishun, we just want to try our best to catch up with you. Seeing the three of them so confident, Ye Lingchen sighed. Alright, since that's the case, I won't insist. Anyway, the bracelet can keep me in touch anytime. If you encounter any danger, notify me as soon as possible, and I'll be there immediately. Chapter 81 Playing Big. 15 minutes passed quickly. Most of the people had already formed teams and stood by the city wall, gazing at the endless barren plains beyond. The inside and outside of the city walls seemed like two different worlds. The sky outside the wall was blood red. At the farthest point in sight, a plume of black smoke shot straight into the sky. There, clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In the distance, one could vaguely see a massive, mountain-like black shadow flashing past within the smoke. That is the entrance to the abyss, a supermassive black hole with a diameter of 500 kilometers. To be precise, it is a massive spatial rift that connects the abyss world and Earth. When war breaks out, countless abyssal monsters will swarm out of the cave and sweep across the human world. Seeing the towering black smoke, every examinee subconsciously swallowed. This was the first time they had ever been so close to the abyss. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. But having come this far, no one is willing to back down now. Perhaps it was Long Yang's words yesterday that ignited the passion of these teenagers. Even if they faced the unknown and death, they were determined to take the plunge today. Attention everyone. Long Yang stood up from the annihilation cannon, his back to the city wall, facing the abyss, and shouted, "The college entrance examination has officially begun." At his command, countless candidates, either in groups of 3 or 5 or alone, leaped off the city wall. Someone skimmed across the city wall like a dragonfly skimming the water, landing on the ground in a few leaps. Someone began chanting a spell, leading their teammates as they quickly floated downwards. At this moment, everyone held nothing back, unleashing their most hidden abilities as they charged toward the dangerous battlefield. In less than 5 minutes, all the candidates with combat professions disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, across the country, countless people watched the live broadcast of the college entrance examination on television or online. The government uses drones, satellites, and even professionals to film and present every moment of the college entrance examination to the public. At the Central Military Region headquarters, Xiao Changtian sat in a huge conference room. In front of him, on a giant screen 10 times larger than a movie theater screen, hundreds of images were simultaneously broadcasting live footage of the college entrance examination. There was also a flat map with countless red dots densely packed on it. That's the real-time location information of all the test takers. Strangely, in the northern region of this huge map, far from the main group of examinees, 30 green dots were moving rapidly toward the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. Looking at the 30 points of light, a complex emotion flashed in Xiao Changtian's eyes. He sighed inwardly and muttered to himself in a voice no one could hear. Xiao, I'm sorry. This is what you owe these soldiers, and you will repay it with your life. For hours before the start of the college entrance examination, it is 1,000 kilometers away in the far north from the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. We're very close to the entrance to the abyss. 30 humans wearing blue collars around their necks jumped from the plane and arrived deep in this battlefield, a place almost impossible for humans to tread. These people all possessed powerful combat skills, but their faces were filled with ruthlessness and bloodlust, and their eyes were filled with savagery and madness. These 30 people are all death row inmates from various prisons throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Each person carries the burden of dozens or even hundreds of lives. They use their awakened professional abilities to commit widespread arson, murder, and looting, and were eventually captured and prepared to be executed. But just as they were desperately waiting for the end of their lives, someone took them all to the Northern Theater Command. Each person had a specially designed electronic collar fitted around their neck. The military assigned these 30 men a secret mission. For this year's college entrance examination, they set off early, venturing deep into the battlefield to lure the abyssal monsters from the periphery towards the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. No matter what method they use, as long as they can successfully lure the monster out, they will be considered successful. If they can return to the Wall of Flesh and Blood alive, the military will spare their lives and grant them their freedom. This undoubtedly gives these death row inmates a chance to be reborn, and no one would refuse such a condition. The military is not worried about them deserting. The collars have real-time positioning, and if anyone is found to have deviated from the route, the collar will be detonated to kill them. Using both coercion and enticement, The 30 death row inmates embarked on this perilous journey. Chiu was among these 30 people. She stood at the very end of the crowd, her eyes filled with resentment and gloom. She cursed Chiu Chantian in her heart, wishing he would die. But just as Chiu Chantian had promised her, this mission was her chance to survive. Even if Chiu was unwilling, she had to bite the bullet and go through with it. After all, who doesn't want to live? She looked at the 29 criminals in front of her, her disgust undisguised. A bunch of damned filthy men. Why do I have to work with these filthy parasites? She cursed inwardly, but her steps never faltered. None of the 30 people were easy to deal with. Even the lowest level among them was level 60. Each of these people is capable of handling things independently. Even though this is a battlefield, they are not afraid at all. Killing abyssal monsters is essentially no different from killing people. Moreover, they don't need to carry out a large-scale massacre this time. They only need to lure the enemy out. After some discussion, the 30 people were divided into 10 groups and sped off in different directions. Chiu and 2 other criminals were grouped together and sped off in the northwest direction. Although she could act alone, anyone with half a brain would see that acting in a team would be much safer. Why not sell out your teammates at crucial moments? Everyone tacitly agreed to form a team by leveraging their unfounded trust in each other and set off towards their goal. After traveling for less than half an hour, a kilometer ahead, a dense abyssal aura permeated the undulating hilly area. Chiu knew they had arrived at their destination. That was a stronghold of abyssal monsters. In the absence of large-scale wars, abyssal monsters almost always reside near the entrance to the abyss. Chiu and the other groups arrived at the outermost perimeter where the abyssal monsters were stationed. The monsters here are not high level, generally below level 30, and the highest level is no more than level 40. These monsters posed no threat to these 30 people. If they cause a ruckus here, these idiots with almost no intelligence will not hesitate to hunt them down and lure them out. That completes their mission. The other 2 criminals smiled with delight at the thought of how easily they could complete the task. Let's go, let's finish this quickly, let's go in and cause a ruckus, let's teach these beasts a lesson. One of the criminals, a tall, thin man with triangular eyes, said impatiently. But just as he was about to leave, Chiu stopped him. Huh? What are you going to do? The tall, thin man said with displeasure. The woman had been wearing a sour face the whole way and hadn't spoken to them. Now that their mission was almost complete, she was causing trouble again. If it weren't for the collar around his neck, the man would have already killed her. Chiu revealed a sinister smile and said to the tall, thin man and the other short, fat criminal, "Since you're already here, are you interested in playing for the big score?" Chapter 82, A Big Scene. Big. The 2 criminals were taken aback and looked at Chiu with suspicion. You bitch, what are you trying to do? Hehe. Let me finish what I have to say. Surprisingly, Chiu wasn't annoyed by the other party's disrespect. Instead, she leisurely said, You are all criminals who have been imprisoned in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. You've suffered countless hardships inside. Don't you hate those bastards? Huh. The tall, thin man was taken aback, then chuckled. Isn't that obvious? Of course I hate him. But what can I do? I can't beat him in a fight. Now that I've finally gotten out, am I supposed to go back with a knife and kill my way out? I didn't tell you to go back and kill them. But, Chiu's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Don't you want to cause them some trouble? Trouble? What do you mean? The short, stout man asked, frowning. Hehe. It's simple. Since we're here, let's go big. Go a little further in. The monsters there are all level 50 or higher, some even over 60. Why don't we? Upon hearing Chiu's plan, the 2 prisoners' eyes widened instantly, and the short, fat man shouted angrily with a look of terror on his face. You bitch. Are you trying to kill us? Aren't you afraid they'll find out about your plan? We won't even know how we died. Chiu glanced at him disdainfully, her face revealing undisguised contempt. Idiot. I've already said everything. Do you see any reaction from the collar? You? Who are you calling an idiot? The short, fat man roared in anger. What? You want to lay a hand on me? The short, fat man's face changed color, but he ultimately held back. Before they arrived, the person who assigned them the task made it clear that if they discovered any infighting, the collars would detonate immediately. He dared not risk his life. The tall, thin man next to him frowned. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. That's right. You've explained the plan in such detail that if we were being monitored, we'd all be dead by now. Heh, you're smart. Chiu sneered. Regardless of whether there was eavesdropping or not, the fact that the collar didn't explode proves one thing. No matter how much trouble we cause, It's all with their permission. That's right. Now that you mention it, I remember. Before we set off, that officer said the more the better. The short, stout man was also puzzled. That's right. The more the better. And there's an unspoken implication that there are no level restrictions. Aren't they afraid of the test takers? You're such an idiot. At a time like this, someone who's killed dozens of people is worrying about others, Qiuqiu sneered. The reason they staged this is to train these newbies. Besides, in such a large battlefield, it's inevitable that a few people will die. Isn't that normal? The two men, one tall and thin and the other short and stout, looked at each other, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. This beautiful woman is even more ruthless than the two of them. Beautiful lady, who exactly are you? How do you know so much about these things? Hehe, I used to be a teacher, so I can't hide their thoughts from me at all. Alright, since that's the case, let's do it your way. I've never been on a battlefield before, so I'll have some fun this time. The tall, thin man chuckled, his eyes radiating an undisguised ferocity. The three of them finalized their plan, then took to the air, flying over the area of low-level monsters below and towards the endless army of monsters behind them. In the following half-hour, countless earth-shattering explosions echoed through the monster army's camp. Three figures were wreaking havoc without restraint. After the initial panic, the abyssal monsters quickly realized that humans had broken in, and that these humans were of a considerable level. The monster army immediately erupted into chaos. Countless demons began to hunt down the three, but these three were too unpredictable in their movements. They would strike once and run away, never revealing whether they had killed any demons. This action is not very lethal, but it is extremely insulting. Soon, as the low-level monsters rioted, the high-level monsters also joined the operation to capture the three. After dodging a massive pillar of fire, the tall, thin man's figure appeared in the air. That's enough. Can we leave now? Retreat. But not to the south. Qiuqiu had just spread a large amount of poisonous fog when she came to the side of the tall, thin man. Let's head east and give the other groups a boost. Damn, you woman, you're a real gem. The tall, thin man laughed loudly, and together with the short, stout man and Qiuqiu, the three of them transformed into three streaks of light, flying close to the ground of the underground palace, rushing towards the other 9 groups in the east. 2 hours later, the area surrounding the abyss camp was like a pot of boiling water, with countless abyss monsters howling angrily. They are hunting down 30 high-level humans. Those 30 guys are infuriating. They said they were coming to launch a sneak attack, but they didn't. They just came to the camp, farted to annoy you, and then left. If you chase after them, they run away. If you come back, they'll keep bothering you. After this happened repeatedly, even a sage couldn't hold back his anger. Qiuqiu's plan quickly gained the unanimous support of the other criminals. These men were all desperate criminals who had lost all hope of survival in prison, and their minds were completely warped. The more thrilling the situation, the more willing they were to do it, and they quickly reached a consensus. After all that commotion, the abyss camp was turned upside down by these people. Even powerful monsters above level 80 were disturbed and turned their gazes in this direction. That's about enough. Time to head back. I can sense something powerful moving this way, said the highest-ranking man among the 30. At level 78, he was naturally the first to feel the dangerous gaze from the depths of the battlefield. Withdraw. With that order, the 30 criminals fled south. Even during their retreat, they did not gather together, but remained divided into 10 groups to distract the enemy as much as possible. Once they see the enemy showing any sign of stopping, they turn around and start a rampage. This provocative act thoroughly enraged the group of abyssal monsters. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Kill these 30 humans. The abyss army mutinied, starting with the low-level monsters and recklessly marching south. Next came those of relatively higher rank. Seeing the army set off, they also entered the fray. The army's commander was not here. Their orders were to be flexible and act according to circumstances. Thus, without a commander, the outermost legions of the abyss army began to advance southward. Behind this large army, 3 powerful level 80 abyssal monsters also began to move. They came from the abyss to stay here, and they are so bored that they can only sleep here every day. Unexpectedly, humans came to launch a sneak attack today. Having been inactive for a long time, they seem to have found something amusing and hung at the very back of the army, heading towards the great wall of flesh and blood together. Chapter 83, A Bad Premonition. The capital city, the headquarters of the military region, is still that familiar, huge domed space. 4 national pillars sat in chairs, and in the air directly in front of them, A giant screen was also playing the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Unlike elsewhere, each of them wore a pair of headphones. The voice recordings that Xiao and the others had previously made clearly reached the ears of the four old men. Women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. Women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. The mynah bird kept chattering away. Shut up. You single idiot, what do you know? Yuan Guozhu snapped his fingers and silenced the mynah bird. Yang Guozhu, who was playing with walnuts, said with some emotion, "Is this girl Xiao's sister?" "Yeah." Mu Guozhu, with blonde hair, swallowed a steaming hot Zilongbao in one gulp, muttering, "I even held this girl when she was little. Who would have thought?" "What does Xiao think?" Yuan Guozhu asked. He sent his own sister to the front lines. What was he thinking? Mu Guozhu shook his head helplessly. "We have no doubt about Xiao's character. I believe he's also feeling terrible," said Xiao Guozhu, who has a receding hairline. "There's nothing we can do about it. Xiao not only killed 15 soldiers, but she also committed treason. It's impossible for Xiao to forgive her. To come up with such a plan, if used for good, would make him an absolute strategist." Mu Guozhu sighed. What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, the four old men fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere in the large hall became somewhat somber. Seemingly sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yuan Guozhu took the initiative to start a conversation after a while. This year's prospective students are stronger than those of previous years. Who says otherwise? Old Mu, another holy flame mage has emerged this time. Looks like you have a successor in the future. Yang Guozhu pointed to one of the screens and said, "Your CC is his classmate, so your Mu family has the advantage of proximity again." "Ha. What are you saying? This is a talent from our Dragon Kingdom. What does he have to do with my Mu family? If he is truly a promising talent, I wouldn't mind nurturing him properly." "TCH, you old fox, you've got a good plan. If you don't give them benefits now, do you think they'll still listen to you once they've grown stronger?" Xiao Guozhu sneered. "And don't you guys find it strange that 3 hidden professions appeared all at once this time?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 old men straightened their backs, and the smiles on their faces gradually faded. It is indeed a bit unusual. Yuan Guozhu tapped a few times on the table in front of him, and 3 screens were enlarged and displayed in front of the 4 people. The image shows 3 things, or rather, 1 person and 2 strange objects. The leftmost image shows Ye Lingchen. The middle image is empty, except for a dark shadow moving forward at incredible speed. On the rightmost screen, there's no shadow at all. Only a hazy mist fills the entire screen, and nothing else can be seen. The 3 hidden classes, Abyss Lord, Shadow Master, and Uncertain Mist, are all related to the Abyss, and one of them is even at max constellation. Yuan Guozhu said solemnly, then seemed to realize something. Could it be? Yang Guozhu, who was standing to the side, turned around and looked over. "Old Yuan, you thought of that too?" Yuan Guozhu nodded noncommittally. "I hope my guess isn't true." "In my opinion, it's highly likely to be true," said Mu Guozhu at the top. "The Shadow Master reminds me of that person." "You mean the King of Assassins?" The remaining 3 pillars of the state exclaimed in unison. The 3 looked at each other, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. "And this Uncertain Mist, like the Lord of Shadows, is recorded in our database. Both appeared during the First Abyss War. Only this Abyss Lord." Mu Guozhu frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on Ye Lingchen on the screen. After a moment, he shook his head weakly. "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it. Could it be true, as Ye Xianyuan said, that they are coming back?" Xiao Guozhu's words exploded like a bomb in the silent meeting room. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely oppressive. All 4 old men frowned and remained silent, losing all interest in watching the live stream. "In any case, we must prepare in advance." "Yes. So far, everything Ye Xianyuan said has come true. We cannot let him down." "That's right. Even if we're not in a hurry, those guys in the Abyss are probably more anxious than we are. Notify those 3 old men as soon as possible and have them come back to discuss this together. Speaking of which, don't you guys think it would be very suitable to have those 3 Taoist priests as Ye Lingchen's teachers?" "Hey, you know what? That makes sense. However, should we go to my sister-in-law's and eat dumplings first before calling them? Otherwise, there definitely won't be enough dumplings." "Chow traitor. Stop thinking about it. I know you too well. You're not after the dumplings. You're after your sister-in-law. Yuan Dazue, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll block your VPN access. Let's see where you'll watch the latest anime then. Let's talk this out." I have the latest anime series by Ayaka-sensei and Ishikawa-sensei here. Do you want it? Oomph. You're smart to know what's good for you. Send me the seed. In a back alley of the second ring road in Beijing, a large crowd had gathered in front of Fei Wan's steamed bun shop. Boss lady, why are you closed today? Exactly. You didn't even tell me beforehand. I can't sleep a day without eating your steamed buns. Boss lady, when will you finally close? Many people gathered in front of the steamed bun shop, asking all sorts of questions. The stunningly beautiful young woman, referred to as the boss, tidied up the tables and chairs while smiling apologetically at the crowd, saying, I'm so sorry. We'll be closed for 3 days, and we'll reopen as soon as the college entrance exams are over. Someone almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Oh ho, boss lady, has your steamed bun shop also been shut down by the city management? Are you worried it will affect your exams? Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. They've all gone to the front lines for this year's college entrance exams, so even if they're disturbing the peace, they won't be able to cause any disturbances there, someone said with a laugh. Who can argue with that? Apparently, this is being broadcast live nationwide for 72 hours straight. The crowd started chattering, each person offering their own opinion. The stunningly beautiful young woman smiled and responded a few times before turning and returning to the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Xian intently watching the live stream on his phone, she glared at him with annoyance. He's doing nothing all day, watching which female streamer dances again. Normally, Xiao Xian would have joked around with his wife, but today there wasn't a hint of a smile on his face. I'm watching the college entrance exam live. Huh? When did you start caring about this? The young woman asked suspiciously. Well, you came up with this terrible idea, so it's good to care, so you won't be in trouble if something goes wrong. Xiao Xian shook his head without speaking. His screen displayed a picture of Ye Lingchen. The young woman was a little surprised to see that he didn't speak. She took the initiative to walk over and sit on Xiao Xian's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Let me see. Hey, isn't this the young man you mentioned who was stealing our house last time? Xiao Xian nodded, his brows furrowing even more deeply. It's him. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Chapter 84 on the road. A bad feeling? The beautiful young woman frowned slightly, then slapped Xiao Xian on the back of the head. I had a bad feeling, and you're still fooling around here. Huh. Slap. Another slap landed. You still have the mind to watch the live stream here. Huh. Snap. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. You mean you're really planning to close for 3 days? You mean you're really going to be shut down here for 3 days? Huh. Snap. Wife, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Then why don't you hurry up and get to the front lines? Snap. I'm going right now. I'm going right now. Xiao Xian clutched his head, scrambled out of the kitchen, and vanished in a flash. After seeing the carefree immortal off, the stunningly beautiful young woman glanced at the departing crowd outside the steamed bun shop and sighed softly. Can't people just have a couple more days of peace? The front lines, beyond the great wall of flesh and blood. All candidates specializing in combat have entered the battlefield. Very few people here fight alone like Ye Lingchen. The vast majority advance in teams. After all, the warrior mage priest, golden triangle combination has always been the optimal solution for ensuring survival. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi are heading deeper into the north. They have already traveled nearly 100 kilometers. They rarely saw any abyssal monsters along the way. Even when they did, there were only a handful, which Li Jun easily dealt with a single spell. The situation was similar for the others. The group had initially proceeded cautiously and step by step, but now they were picking up speed and going all out. Through communication via the local area network bracelets, the test takers realized that the real abyssal monsters were in an area 100 kilometers away. The 100 kilometers closest to the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood is known as the safe zone, where most of the monsters have been eliminated. When fighting is less frequent, this area also serves as a buffer zone, giving the troops in the Northern Theater Command ample time to prepare. On a barren wasteland, 3 warhorses are galloping freely. The 3 warhorses were radiating golden light, with their manes and tails burning with golden white flames, making them look extremely impressive. They were vehicles summoned by Li Jun. Zhang Wei, riding on the Holy Flame warhorse, clutched his stomach, his face somewhat pale. He turned to look at Li Jun and Mu Lingxi beside him. They both looked normal, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Wei sighed in frustration. Hey Jun, can't you find a different mode of transportation? Don't you know I get motion sickness? I've already thrown up 3 times in this short time. Li Jun glared at him with a dark face. You can't change it. And you're still being picky. How come Lingxi and I are fine? How can that be the same? I've never ridden a horse in my entire life. Let's make a deal. How about you get me a Holy Flame sports car? Or if that's not possible, how about a Holy Flame airplane? We can just fly there. How cool would that be? Damn it. Li Jun's lips twitched violently as he mentally cursed. Do you think I don't want to? It's a pity you can't learn it in the heavenly ladder. Those old guys only know how to summon warhorses and birds. Of course, dragons do exist, but unfortunately I can't summon one right now. Thinking of this, Li Jun felt a pang of nostalgia for the volcanic dragon summoned by Ye Lingchen in the heavenly abyss secret realm. That thing is way more impressive than their 3 warhorses. It's definitely a great way to show off. Perhaps the heavens heard his heart's desire. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a tremendous roar coming from the distant horizon. A gigantic black dragon rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The dragon's wingspan was a full 100 meters, and its dense, black scales shone with a metallic luster, while scorching magma flowed continuously from its eyes, nostrils, and ferocious maw. Countless people were awestruck by this extraordinary sight. Look, what's that? Holy crap, a dragon. A giant dragon. I've seen it in the game. That's fucking awesome. Wait a minute, isn't that an abyss monster? This is terrifying. Run. We can't possibly win. Some were surprised, some were envious, and some were afraid. The moment the volcanic dragon appeared, the already scattered ranks of examinees were thrown into turmoil. Only Li Jun and his 2 companions appeared somewhat excited. It's Yishun. He's finally summoned the volcanic dragon. Ugh, he's managed to show off so well again. And he's traveling so fast too. Zhang Wei glanced at the volcanic dragon in the distance, then looked down at the warhorse beneath him, his face full of disdain. Hey, what's with that face? Why don't you just stop riding and walk instead? No, I was wrong, Master Jun. Let's keep going. Hearing the 2 bickering, Mu Lingxi smiled slightly. She also gazed at the enormous dragon shadow in the distance and murmured, is he impatient and planning to end the college entrance exam early? It's time to wrap this up early. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back and rest. Ye Lingchen yawned and stretched on the back of the dragon. After descending the city wall, he, like the other examinees, continued on foot. His basic attributes already far surpass those of others. Although agility is still a weakness, it is still beyond the reach of ordinary candidates. After a while, Ye Lingchen had already overtaken the main group and reached the front. Even so, he still felt the speed was too slow. That's why he summoned the volcanic dragon to speed things up. Some might ask, doesn't he have the Undying God set? Doesn't he have the ability to teleport? Young man, you're too naive. Compared to teleportation, the dragon is definitely cooler. Speed is essential, and so is the act of showing off. Since we're already here, there's no need to keep a low profile anymore. I'm just leading my own gang to collect protection money. I'm not bothering anyone else, so I don't care what you guys think. With the dragon as his mode of transport, Ye Lingchen's speed soared once again, and he quickly broke through the buffer zone and entered the real battle zone. Along the way, he encountered some abyssal monsters, but he had no desire to fight them. There are only a few kittens, not even enough to fill his teeth. Ye Lingchen's idea was simple. Find the army of abyssal demons, slaughter them indiscriminately, and then call it a day and leave. Of course, he only takes care of the cawing. The rampage is left to the summoned legion. That's just how carefree the Abyss Lord is. His main focus is companionship. What's the point of having subordinates if the leader doesn't personally get involved in the work? Ye Lingchen has now fully grasped the appeal of the Abyss Lord class and has begun to enjoy his retirement. As long as he doesn't encounter a world boss level monster, he doesn't need to take things seriously at all. There were others who rushed to the front just like him. A dark shadow moved forward at high speed, skimming along the ground. Before long, the shadow suddenly stopped and transformed into a young figure. Looking at the imposing volcanic dragon not far away, Lu Li curled his lip. That Ye Lingchen. So what if he has a dragon? He has no idea how exhilarating it is to measure the land with his own feet. He cursed under his breath, glanced back at the direction of the main force, and then vanished into the wasteland as a shadow. On the other side, a thick, gray-black fog, filled with the aura of the deepest abyss, drifted silently across the wasteland like a dark cloud on the horizon. The fog moved with astonishing speed. Along its path, it would simply envelop any scattered monsters it encountered. In less than a breath, when the fog passed, the monsters were reduced to bare skeletons, their flesh and blood seemingly devoured by some terrifying monster. As Ye Lingchen's demonic dragon soared into the sky, the black mist paused slightly. A clear, Childlike male voice murmured in the mist. So cool. I need to learn transformation when I get back. I want to become a dragon too. I want to become a Millennium Falcon. The black mist continued its advance deeper into the battlefield, muttering to itself. Behind the three of them, hundreds of teams in the second echelon roared out of the buffer zone and entered the depths of the battlefield. Chapter 85. On the verge of eruption. Inside the Northern Theater Command Center, countless screens covered an entire wall opposite. Long Yang sat in front of the command console, watching the live broadcast on the screen, without saying a word. The voices from the command center kept coming from nearby. The first observation team is in position. The scout team is in position. Medical team in position. Reporting, sir, the suicide squad has completed its mission and is returning. They are expected to make direct contact with the first echelons Ye Lingchen, Lu Li, and Shun Erniu, cough, in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Please give further instructions. A dispatcher came to Long Yang to report. Long Yang looked at the 30 green dots on the huge map. They moved at a leisurely pace toward the main group of examinees to the south. Wait a little longer. Long Yang replied with 3 words indifferently. The dispatcher had no questions, nodded in agreement, and returned to the dispatch console next to him. Attention, all departments, conceal your positions. Await further instructions. On the battlefield, Ye Lingchen rode a demonic dragon and flew high in the sky. He has the best vision of everyone. Although others can summon flying units, none of them are as fast as him. He ate the spicy snacks he got from Li Jun while gazing into the distance. The towering black column of energy resembled a long black rod piercing the sky. Ye Lingchen stared at it blankly, a feeling he couldn't quite put into words. Since arriving in the war zone, he had a longing, or rather an impulse, to rush to the deepest part of the battlefield and into the entrance to that abyss, regardless of everything. The thought startled even himself. But upon reflection, he realized he'd had this feeling ever since the mother nest was upgraded to a divine artifact and he'd seen that boundless abyss. Now, the feeling was even stronger. But he quickly suppressed that impulse. Rushing into the abyss was tantamount to suicide, and he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. Ye Lingchen simply assumed it was a side effect of the mother nest's advancement. After all, there was a divine kingdom inside the mother nest, which Ye Lingchen even affectionately named Little Abyss. There were Lane Temple and Shao Lane Temple in ancient times, and there are now Xinyuan and Shao Xinyuan. Just as he was gazing absently at the horizon, something moving suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Huh? What's that? Ye Lingchen sat up straight and eventually stood on the back of the demonic dragon, looking into the distance. That is, as the distance closed, Ye Lingchen gradually saw that it was a sandstorm that had spread from the horizon to the nearby area. No, it's not a natural phenomenon. Ye Lingchen shook his head, sensing a familiar abyssal aura amidst the billowing dust. Why are there still people here? The next second, he opened his mouth in astonishment. Right at the very front of the sandstorm, he saw some figures moving at high speed. These people are all at a high level, with the lowest being level 60, and each of them exudes a powerful aura. What puzzled Ye Lingchen the most was that these people were not moving very fast, and they maintained a constant distance from the sandstorm behind them. Sometimes, they would even stop and turn back. Just as those people rushed back into the sandstorm, Ye Lingchen finally saw it clearly. It wasn't a sandstorm at all. It was an army of abyssal beings. From high above, countless abyssal monsters appeared like an army of ants, stretching out in swarms and clumps, covering the sky and stretching to the horizon. That huge cloud of smoke was the sand and dust kicked up by these abyssal monsters. Holy crap, are these people insane? Ye Lingchen felt that his understanding had been completely overturned. He had never seen anyone idly walking a dog. No, I mean walking an abyssal monster. In the blink of an eye, the army of the abyss rushed in front of them. But the massive army showed no sign of stopping, roaring past under Ye Lingchen's astonished gaze. He could see clearly that these abyssal monsters were not high level, and most of them were not flying units, so even if he saw them, he couldn't hit them. Some flying monsters did see Ye Lingchen, but upon seeing the terrifying volcanic dragon beneath him, they instinctively circled around him. This is a natural suppression based on the bloodline of the species, and has nothing to do with hierarchy. There are many more such abyssal monsters, but the vast majority of them are low-level monsters. After a brief moment of shock, Ye Lingchen blinked, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It's like a pillow coming right out of my sleep. I didn't even have to look for it. It just came to my door. Thinking of this, He became excited and didn't even glance at the low-level monsters below. He rode the demonic dragon and continued flying towards the rear of the army. His intuition told him there was a big shipment coming. In another direction, Luli was on his way when he suddenly felt the earth shake violently. He stared in shock at the massive cloud of smoke ahead, his hair standing on end. This is an army of the abyss. There are so many of them. Luli quickly reverted to his shadow form and moved close to the ground. He also saw the low-level monsters, but did not attack them. In fact, his efforts were futile. He couldn't kill them all. Given his fragile assassin attributes, he might even suffer an unexpected defeat. As the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant. Luli transformed into a shadow, and abyssal demons constantly swept over him as he continued to advance deeper into the abyss. He understood very well that he was a single combat unit and couldn't compare to a monster like Ye Lingchen. To get good results, you need to find a high-level monster and kill it in one hit. Assassins don't need to compete with abnormal classes like Ye Lingchen or mages who have AoE abilities. They have their own advantages. His idea coincided with Ye Lingchen's. They were both aiming for large shipments. But some people think differently from them. The Black Mist also saw the army of the abyss, and instead of being afraid, it chuckled excitedly. Wow, so many cuties. Come and run into Uncle's arms for a hug. Boom. The abyss army charged directly into the floating black mist. They didn't know what the strange fog was, and simply assumed it was a normal weather phenomenon on the battlefield. But the next second, screams came one after another from the mist. The black mist surged toward the abyss army, leaving only stark white bones in its wake. From the air, this scene looks like a dazzling white line drawn across a vast tide. At this moment, the battle between the abyssal monsters and the examinees officially began. The black mist that Chun Erniu transformed into had a limited range, occupying only a small portion of the battlefield. The majority of the demons charged directly towards the second wave behind them. The distance is getting closer and closer. Just then, in the command room, Long Yang snapped his fingers. Let's get started. Yes, sir, the dispatcher replied immediately, then shouted into the microphone. Attention, all departments. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Phase 2 of the operation is now officially underway. As he spoke, he slammed his right hand down on a huge red button on the platform. Chapter 86, Tell Me Your Dream. On the battlefield, 30 criminals known as the Suicide Squad moved rapidly toward the examinees. They had just seen the demonic dragon in the sky, but hadn't paid much attention to it. The main group of test takers was not far behind them, and the 30 of them all had joy on their faces, as if they could see freedom beckoning to them. So, we've completed our mission, right? One of the criminals asked excitedly, licking his lips. Almost there. We'll be all set once we see the main group of test takers. Hee. This task is too easy. I can finally be free. Yeah. When we get back, I'm going to the best club in the capital and find 100 or so girls to have some fun with. You're just bragging. Look at how weak you are. You can't even handle one. Damn. You dare to bet with me? 5. No. 10. I can definitely beat 10. Chong was at the forefront, gradually moving away from the other criminals. She didn't want to listen to those guys' lewd words at all. She didn't want to stay in this filthy place, filled with the stench and the putrid smell of the abyss, for even a second longer. She had already thought it through long before the mission began. Once she regained her freedom, she fled overseas to an island nation to find the person who had been secretly supporting her all along. She will never set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again in her life. Not only that, she wants revenge. Although she's not in China, her familiar battlefield is online, and she'll use all sorts of methods to carry out her retribution. Ye Lingchen, Qiu Changtian, and that damn Dragon Kingdom. You all must die. As Qiu thought about it, a sinister smile gradually crept onto his lips. Just then, the 3 criminals running at the back suddenly froze. The collars around their necks emitted a powerful electric current without warning. In an instant, the 3 of them convulsed as if they had been electrocuted, their eyes rolled back, and they stopped breathing completely. The deaths of these 3 people went unnoticed by others, given that the groups were not far apart. 2 seconds after they died, another trio fell silently. And so, one team after another perished under the powerful electric current that was enough to kill even high-level awakened ones. Until Qiu's group. Qiu felt a sudden tightness in her chest for no reason, and she subconsciously turned around to look. What about the people in the other groups? Although they were quite far away, they could still see it with their eyesight. In just a short while, all of them were gone. Hey, have you 2 seen anyone else? Chiu asked the tall, thin man and the short, stout man in her group. I didn't see it. The short, stout man was about to answer when suddenly an extremely strong electric current surged through his neck and throughout his body. He didn't even have a chance to react before he died instantly. Oh no, there's something wrong with this ring. The tall, thin man realized something was wrong the moment the short, fat man died. He strained to reach out and grab the collar, trying to tear it off. But before he could exert any force, another electric current struck him. The tall, thin man rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing the two dead, Chiu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A sense of impending death instantly enveloped her. Chiu suddenly turned around, staring intently at the towering great wall of flesh and blood on the horizon. She leaped into the air and desperately reached out to grab at what lay ahead. The next second, a tingling sensation came from the collar. Chiu's eyes were bloodshot, and even such a powerful electric current could not kill her immediately. Her hands were flailing frantically forward, as if she were grabbing at something, and her body fell uncontrollably from the air. The next moment, a sharp pain spread throughout her body, and Chiu gradually lost consciousness. In her final moments before death, Chiu's eyes remained fixed on the direction of life. She saw it. She saw a beam of light. In the light, there was a lush green meadow, with a towering tree standing in the distance. She was wearing a floral dress and had two cute little braids. She was only 7 or 8 years old when she laughed and ran happily. Her hand was being held by a large, thick hand. The owner of that hand slowly turned around, and a young, handsome face smiled at her. Elder brother. Chiu died with his eyes wide open in death. In the Central Theater Command, Chiu Changtian sat in a large office chair, his eyes fixed on the map on the screen. 30 seconds ago, when he saw the first green dot disappear, his eye twitched almost imperceptibly. With each disappearance of a dot of light, his fist clenched tighter, until the last glimmer of light went out completely. Chiu Changtian's hands had turned white from clenching his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, and blood seeped from his hands, staining the hem of his military uniform red down to his knees. But he couldn't feel any pain at all, because what hurt him more than his hands was his heart. Chiu, I'm sorry. Chiu Changtian slowly closed his eyes, a scalding tear rolling down his cheek and disappearing into the glaring blood. Northern Theater Command. Long Yang slowly stood up and glanced at the large screen opposite him. The battle has officially begun, and he is about to move on to the next step. There are hundreds of thousands of job seekers waiting for him on the city wall. Waiting is agonizing. The more unknown something is, the more frightening it becomes. Those candidates preparing for life-related jobs gradually went from being nervous to anxious, and now they are filled with fear. The combat-oriented candidates have been gone for a long time, but they are still left idle on the city wall. No one knew what would happen next, and a sense of oppression and panic spread through the crowd. Just as the atmosphere was about to reach its peak, Long Yang reappeared. The candidates looked at him as if he were a lifeline. It's Commander Long. He's finally here. I'm so tired. When are our exams finally starting? The crowd whispered among themselves, but they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Long Yang. His appearance proves that the next step is about to begin, which is better than just sitting here doing nothing and waiting it out. Long Yang had already taken in the expressions of the examinees. He smiled faintly. What? Can't wait to start the exam. No one answered, but the expectation in their eyes was unmistakable. Long Yang didn't respond to them. Instead, he asked slowly, can anyone tell me what the meaning of a profession is? All the candidates were stunned. What is this? The meaning of a profession in life? I'll tell you what you're talking about. You're playing the role of a life coach here. Is the next sentence, tell us your dream. The atmosphere suddenly became strange, and everyone looked at Long Yang as if he were an idiot. Long Yang, however, was not intimidated at all. What? Nobody's answering? Well, I'll call on someone then. He glanced down and addressed a short, somewhat thin boy. You. Yes, you. What's your name? The boy was inconspicuous in the crowd and had no presence to begin with. Suddenly, when Long Yang called his name, the eyes of hundreds of thousands of candidates fell on him instantly. That voice felt like hundreds of thousands of steel needles piercing his body. Holy crap. So the saying in novels that a look can kill is true. The boy felt a pang of despair. He felt as if his entire body was being pierced by those gazes, and he could barely stand. But above him, Long Yang was still waiting for his reply. The boy gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, and answered, My name is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? Very good. What profession have you awakened? I've awakened to the truth. Zhang Yuan's face flushed red. A sense of inferiority welled up within him as he thought about his profession, deliverer man. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Long Yang raised an eyebrow, a rare occurrence. Oh, you're a deliverer man? He nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Then, Zhang Yuan, tell me your dream. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people fell silent, all staring in astonishment at Long Yang. Holy crap, you actually came. Chapter 87 Takeout Across Half of Earth. Me, my dream. Zhang Yuan was stunned by Long Yang's question. Not only him, but hundreds of thousands of other test takers around him were stunned. You're really going to pull this life coach act on me? What does this have to do with the college entrance exam? However, Long Yang's expression was very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. In front of so many people, and under the oppressive aura emanating from Long Yang, Zhang Yuan swallowed hard and cautiously said, I don't have any particular dreams. I just want to find a job as a courier after graduation. Thinking of this, he suddenly paused. Then his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Oh, no wait. If we're talking about dreams, I do have one. I want to join the Jingxi group and become brothers with Brother Dong. Long Yang. Candidates. Zhang Yuan seemed to have found his place in life, his eyes shining. At this moment, he ignored the strange looks from others and excitedly talked to himself. Just look it up online. The company's delivery men are all brothers. That's a phrase Dongji always says. The delivery men at Jingxi Group have good benefits, including 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. I heard that if you work here long enough, you can retire here. Dongji never cheats his brothers. Hundreds of thousands of examinees stood silently on the entire city wall. Everyone's face had a strange look on it. Long Yang felt that the guy he randomly picked seemed a bit unreliable. He coughed, directly interrupting Zhang Yuan's long-winded speech. All right. You're right, but don't say that again. He glanced at the group of examinees and said to Zhang Yuan again, do you think a deliverer man's life is just delivering packages? Oh right. What else can a deliverer man do besides delivering packages? Zhang Yuan said this aloud, but inwardly he was thinking, this Commander Long doesn't seem to be very bright. Why is he asking such a stupid question? Yes, when he awakened the courier profession, his agility attribute among his basic attributes was greatly improved. But the other 3 skills are utterly weak. Are we really going to send him to the battlefield like this? With his tiny, chicken-like frame, 1/ wouldn't kill the monster. He'd be injured by the shockwave first. To Zhang Yuan's surprise, Long Yang revealed a playful smile. Today, I'll show you and everyone here what a deliverer man can really do. As he spoke, he took a phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. Hey, it's me. You, come to the city wall right now. I'm hanging up. A short sentence, I don't know who I'm calling. Long Yang put away his phone and said to everyone, now, let's count down to 10 together. 10, 9, 8. The candidates, puzzled, started counting along with Long Yang, who looked mysterious. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Before Long Yang appeared a young man in yellow work clothes with a cute little yellow duck on his helmet. He was carrying an iron box with wisps of steam rising from it. Reporting, sir. Wu Jiang reporting for duty. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. Sir, what's the rush? Look at the order I just received. Mu Guozhu asked me to go to Great Britain to bring him a bowl of old London noodles. I just picked up the noodles when I got your call. The noodles are going to get soggy, and Mu Guozhu will be furious. Long Yang's face darkened, and he glared at him fiercely. Shut up. Look where you are. So many people are watching. Wu Jiang was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously turned around to look, only to see hundreds of thousands of men and women staring at him with strange expressions. Wow, there are so many people. All right, stand to the side and wait. Don't speak without my orders. It's this side. Shut up. I'll talk to Mu Guozhu about it later. Oh. Long Yang suppressed the urge to beat Wu Jiang up, cleared his throat, and continued. This comrade is Wu Jiang, the leader of the Northern Theater Command's reconnaissance team. As he spoke, he pointed to Wu Jiang standing to the side, who immediately stood up straight and gave a standard military salute. Major Wu Jiang reporting for duty. Wu Jiang's sudden appearance in front of everyone was already quite abrupt, and now, upon hearing Long Yang say that he was actually a soldier, all the candidates showed expressions of surprise. He's a soldier? He doesn't look like one at all. Yeah, isn't that outfit for food delivery people? It smells so good. I can smell the fried sauce. That box looks like it contains noodles with fried sauce. For a moment, whispers arose among the crowd. Long Yang did not interrupt the conversation between the examinees. He waited for a while before saying, "Are you wondering why I called him over? It's very simple. Because Wu Zhang's profession is courier, a full-time courier." Hiss. As soon as Long Yang finished speaking, a gasp of surprise erupted among the examinees, and countless people gasped in shock. Is this guy a deliverman? Are you kidding me? But that makes sense, since he was wearing a food delivery uniform. But he's clearly a soldier, a major, the leader of the scout team. Zhang Yuan was the most shocked of them all. His mouth was agape, his eyes fixed on Wu Jiang, unable to utter a single word. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Long Yang whispered something to Wu Jiang. "These are all students taking this year's college entrance exam. I'm giving you a chance. It's your turn to show off." Wu Jiang was taken aback upon hearing this. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He placed the metal box on the ground, took a step forward, and tried to adopt the posture of someone who had been through it all. "Yes, although I am a soldier, when the war is not very urgent, I will also take on some orders from the military to run errands for my colleagues and comrades, such as delivering packages or takeout." As he spoke, he pointed to the metal box on the ground. "Look, this is the order Mu Guizhu placed half an hour ago, asking me to go to that famous old London noodles restaurant in Britain to bring back a bowl of noodles with soybean paste." After receiving Commander Long's call, I rushed back without stopping, and it took me 10 seconds to get here. Sigh. As people get older, their legs aren't as nimble as they used to be, so please forgive me for taking so long to get here. Upon hearing this, Long Yang nearly vomited up his dinner from the night before. "You little brat, you really don't hold back, do you? You've already shown off enough. How am I supposed to show off now?" The group of test takers below were completely dumbfounded. This guy is speaking human language. I received the order half an hour ago. I traveled all the way from China to Britain just to order takeout. I got back in 10 seconds after answering the call. Do you want to hear what you're saying? How could a human possibly do something like this? Even a rocket wouldn't be that fast, let alone an airplane. Everyone was stunned by Wu Zhang's words. They couldn't believe it, but it was Commander Long on the other side. He couldn't possibly be lying, could he? Soon, someone remembered what Commander Long had just said. Wu Jiang is a full-time deliverman. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was the first to realize something. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light, staring at Wu Jiang as if he were looking at a stunningly beautiful woman who had just emerged from a bath. Chapter 88: The Amazing Porter. Seeing the unprecedented success of his Versailles project, Wu Jiang was so happy he was practically snotting from his nose. As clever as he was, he quickly understood why Long Yang had summoned him. He smiled and said to the candidates, "Aren't you all wondering why someone with a casual job can become a soldier? It's actually very simple, because I can run." At this point, Wu Jiang's body suddenly twisted, but in the blink of an eye, he was still standing in the same spot. "In that last 0.1 seconds, I ran around all of you once." The candidates looked at each other in bewilderment. They had no idea what had happened. They had only felt that Wu Jiang seemed to have moved slightly. This is far beyond their comprehension. As the leader of the scout team, my usual missions involve venturing deep into the front lines to gather intelligence on the Abyss Army's movements. And let me tell you, every member of the scout team is a deliverman. Wu Jiang's every word resonated like a resounding bell in the ears of the test takers. Especially for Zhang Yuan, Wu Jiang's words seemed to have opened a door for him. Zhang Yuan's breathing became rapid. He excitedly pushed through the crowd and took a few steps to stand in front of Wu Jiang. "Wu, I'm not much older than you. Just call me Brother Wu." "Brother Anchor, are you really a deliverman?" "Absolutely genuine. Would you like me to show you my stats panel?" No need. I believe you. Is the full-life courier really that amazing?" Zhang Yuan asked excitedly. "That's right. Its speed is comparable to a somersault cloud, covering 108,000 li in a single somersault." "He's so handsome." Zhang Yuan's eyes were full of stars. In an instant, he became Wu Jiang's little fanboy, unable to extricate himself. But then, as if he had just thought of something, his face fell. "But I'm just a zero life." Wu Jiang chuckled and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. "Kid, don't be discouraged. I'm the only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom with a full set of fates, courier. Most of the other brothers in our scout group, except for 1 or 2 with fates, are like you with 0 fates." "Really? Would I lie to you?" Long Yang, who was standing nearby, also spoke up at the right moment. "I guarantee with my own identity that not a single word Wu Jiang said is false." Upon hearing their words, Zhang Yuan was struck as if by lightning. He stood there dumbfounded, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes flashing with a strange light. At that moment, he seemed to awaken. His body, which was originally thin and somewhat hunchbacked, suddenly straightened up and looked intently at Long Yang. "Commander, can I become someone like Angkor?" Long Yang smiled slightly. "Of course." Upon receiving a positive reply, Zhang Yuan was extremely excited. "I will definitely work hard." Long Yang nodded, signaling him to return to the team. He turned to Wu Jiang and said, "All right, there's nothing for you here, go do your thing." Wu Jiang gave a military salute, picked up the iron box, and vanished from the spot in an instant, just as he had appeared out of nowhere. Long Yang glanced at the group of examinees who were still in a daze. "So, now you know how powerful the courier is." Everyone nodded subconsciously, without saying a word. Seemingly feeling that the effect wasn't exciting enough, Long Yang raised his hand again and pointed into the crowd. He called over a tall, burly, and very robust boy. This person had asked a question once before, and Long Yang had a slight impression of him. "You step forward." The burly young man quickly stepped out of the crowd. "Name?" "Shi Zhuangzhuang." "Profession?" "Porter." "Very good. Are you also curious about what makes the porter so special?" Unlike Zhang Yuan, Shi Zhuangzhuang was not timid and nodded. "Yes, I have some strength. After awakening this profession, I felt that I should be able to become a construction worker." "Indeed, it suits you well." Long Yang nodded, then looked up at the seemingly endless wall of flesh and blood. "Do you know how this wall of size was built?" Shi Zhuangzhuang shook his head. "It was built by 10,000 porters in just 1 month. What? Shi Zhuangzhuang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could such a massive wall of flesh and blood be built in just 1 month using only 10,000 porters? Who would believe that? It's utterly unbelievable. However, given the previous example in Wujiang, the crowd quickly calmed down after their initial surprise. The porters are quite capable. They can move various stones, timbers, and even people and animals from a distance. The vast majority of porters are highly skilled construction workers. The walls of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood are built from massive stones weighing over 100 tons each, and then reinforced and enhanced by other professions with various effects to finally take shape. Among them, porters are the absolute main force. Seeing that the crowd's reaction was not as intense as before, Long Yang smiled slightly. "Do you think it's all right, but not particularly impressive?" Shi Zhuangzhuang paused for a moment, then nodded silently. Long Yang's words struck a chord with him. Even if the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood was built by porters, they are still just construction workers. It seems there's a significant gap between them and those combat-oriented professions. Long Yang snapped his fingers. Before long, several people came up the steps. Leading the group was a tall, burly soldier, behind whom were 4 soldiers carrying a cage containing an orc warrior wearing handcuffs and shackles. "Reporting, sir." Liang Meng reporting for duty. The tall, imposing soldier at the head of the group said, saluting. Long Yang nodded, then introduced Liang Meng to everyone. "Major, member of the Overseas Intelligence Group, Special Operations Division of the Northern Theater Command, professional porter." What is that? Intelligence team member? A porter? Long Yang's words were so informative and explosive that many people didn't even have time to process them. How did this big, burly guy become a member of the intelligence team? Many of the candidates present had some understanding of the intelligence group. The intelligence units of the Dragon Kingdom are renowned, frequently carrying out overseas espionage and assassination missions. It can be said that every member of the intelligence unit is a warrior with exceptional individual combat capabilities. But no one expected that the members of the intelligence team would be porters. The atmosphere was perfectly set again, and Long Yang gave Liang Meng a look. The latter immediately understood. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone, pay close attention. Inside the cage is an abyssal monster, an orc warrior. I'm sure you've all seen it in books and on TV. Now, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you." After saying that, Liang Meng leaped up and stood directly on top of the cage, remaining unmoved no matter how the orc warriors inside roared. Liang Meng stood with his legs shoulder-width apart and his hands hanging slightly at his sides. A sinister smile flashed across his lips as he slowly raised his left hand to his chest. "Now, everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." With a shout, the next second, a bloody thing suddenly appeared on his previously empty left hand. When the candidates came to their senses, they all stared intently and realized that what was flowing with blood in Liang Meng's left hand was actually a huge liver. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the cage beneath his feet, belonging to the orc warrior. Liang Ming ripped out his liver. Chapter 89: A life and career that shocks your worldview. Next up is the intestines. Liang Ming shouted again before anyone could react. The next second, he raised his right hand, holding a steaming intestine in his hand. Kidney. Liang Ming threw away the liver in his left hand, and a kidney reappeared in his left hand. Eye. A huge, dark green eyeball appeared on his right hand. Tongue. Teeth. Lung lobes. Thigh bone. Spine. Voices echoed on the city wall, and everyone stared blankly as Liang Ming raised and lowered his hands repeatedly. The screams of the orc warriors in the cage beneath his feet never ceased. As Liang Ming produced one human tissue after another, the orc warrior's body gradually gave way, and he soon collapsed in the cage. All right, now for the last one. Liang Ming shook the blood off his hands and said calmly, the heart. The next second, a heart the size of a baby's head appeared in his hand. Liang Ming held the still slightly beating heart in his hands, looked down at the examinees, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. To the other examinees, Liang Ming, covered in blood, looked like a deranged killer. His seemingly benevolent smile was like a deadly scythe, sending chills down their spines and causing them to instinctively lower their heads. The orc warrior whose heart he had ripped out died before he could even scream. The scene was deathly silent. Some candidates were so terrified by the bloody scene that their legs went weak. They were all students in vocational fields, had never been to a secret realm, had never killed any monsters, and had never seen such a bloody scene. Liang Ming casually wiped his hands with a tissue and said indifferently, my profession is transporter, currently at level 4. I can directly extract anything from any enclosed environment remotely. For example, human organs as you see, parts and sealed equipment, etc. Of course, these are not without conditions. First, there are distance limitations, and second, one's mental strength and physical strength must meet the standards. At this point, Liang Ming paused, a fiery glint in his eyes. The transporter, at its full potential, can even directly absorb souls. It's said that at that unattainable level, it can even pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon, and absorb the laws of heaven. Liang Ming's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding directly in the crowd. At this moment, all the candidates present were petrified on the spot. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank, and they were speechless for a long time. Shi Zhuangzhuang, who was at the very front of the crowd, was so surprised that he almost flew to heaven on the spot. This is a porter? This is a porter, for crying out loud. Who the hell told me that a porter can only be a construction worker? According to Liang Ming, these are hardly construction workers anymore. A high-level transporter is practically a celestial being. No, to be able to absorb the laws of heaven, that requires the level of a heavenly emperor. Shi Zhuangzhuang could hardly believe his ears. Liang Ming's words completely shattered his worldview. The peerless powerhouses from those fantasy novels kept flashing before his eyes, and Shi Zhuangzhuang felt as if he possessed infinite power. He stood tens of thousands of feet tall, alone in the void, shattering stars with a wave of his hand, and crushing the heavenly Tao with a flick of his palm. It seemed as if he had the entire universe and all things in the heavens and earth in his hands. Wake up, student! Wake up! Just as Shi Zhuangzhuang was lost in thought, an untimely voice rang in his ears. He rubbed his eyes and found himself still standing on the city wall, facing Liang Ming's concerned gaze. Liang Ming patted Shi Zhuangzhuang on the shoulder. Young man, work hard. Maybe you can be as strong as me someday. The bloodstains left on the other person's hand smeared on Shi Zhuangzhuang's shoulder, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, he nodded heavily and watched Liang Ming walk down the city wall. All right, now, let's continue the performance. Long Yang's voice rang out again, and it seemed that this breathtaking large-scale reality show had just begun. Next, Long Yang called some more people up. There were chefs wearing tall hats, flipping woks on the spot. Some test takers who ate the dishes he made received a permanent +10 to all 4 attributes on the spot. There is a singer who is wearing a long dress and has a sweet appearance. Without using any equipment, she sang a song on the spot, and all the candidates were so excited that their 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed. Once the singing stopped, the surge in attributes returned to normal, leaving one feeling completely drained. Long Yang even brought in several young people from idol boy and girl groups. As soon as they started dancing, the candidates joined in, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of people were like puppets, singing, dancing, and rapping together. A variety of professions come and go. This made the test takers completely infatuated, to the point of ecstasy. 2 hours later, when all the performances had ended. Less than 10% of the candidates are still able to stand intact. The vast majority of people were slumped on the ground, completely mesmerized by the flashy skills of those professionals. They experienced both pain and pleasure. Their bodies were exhausted, but their spirits were exceptionally high. Although the exam hasn't started yet, this pre-exam pep talk has overturned everything they've learned over the past decade. Life professions are no worse than combat professions. At this moment, everyone had this thought in their minds. Only now did the test takers truly understand what Long Yang had said to them at the airport. One day, once the great wall of flesh and blood is breached, these people who make a living will also be able to shoulder the responsibility of protecting their families and defending their country. Long Yang looked at the examinees before him and nodded to himself. He saw a light in their eyes, and he saw something called belief. This is also the purpose of his going to such great lengths to arrange this reality show. Looking at the time, Long Yang clapped his hands and shouted, "You've all watched the show, so let's get back to the main topic and talk about the exam." At the same time, a group of soldiers ran up from the city wall, each holding a sign with the name of a different profession written on it. You have 5 minutes to find your profession's name tag and line up. For the next 3 days, you will undergo grueling training and tests. The training and assessment content will differ for each profession, and you will be scored based on the time you spend and your performance. There will be dedicated instructors in charge of your training and assessments. Therefore, I hereby declare the examination for life skills officially open. At Long Yang's command, hundreds of thousands of examinees sprang into action instantly. Soon, everyone found the sign for their profession and lined up. Some candidates remained on the city wall, while many others, led by their instructors, descended the wall and entered a special area to take their exams. Seeing the candidates leave one after another, Long Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return to the command room to continue watching the situation on the front line. Just then, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the empty city wall. A bespectacled boy stood alone, looking blankly at the empty space around him, at a loss. Chapter 90 Wei Yuanding Spring. What are you still doing standing here? Long Yang's voice came from behind him, and the boy, who had been looking around blankly, was startled and quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Long Yang, he became even more embarrassed. "Commander, it's me. What's wrong with you? The college entrance exam has already started. Do you want to give up?" No. I didn't. I just can't find my team." "Huh." Long Yang was taken aback, his expression somewhat strange. So many people were divided into teams according to their professions just now, and this kid actually said he couldn't find his team? How is that possible? Thinking of this, Long Yang's tone softened. "What's your name?" Reporting to the commander, "My name is Wei Yuanding." "Gardner Wei. This name is a bit unusual," Long Yang muttered to himself. "What profession did you awaken?" Upon hearing Long Yang's question, Wei Yuanding blushed, then sighed dejectedly. "My awakened profession is gardener, just like my name." "What did you say? Say it again." Long Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and his expression became interesting. Wei Yuanding was startled by the other party's sudden change of attitude. "Huh? I awakened the gardener class." Holy shit. Long Yang was sure he hadn't misheard and immediately cursed. "Sir, what did you say?" "Cough, cough. It's nothing," Long Yang said, his face flushing slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "Since you came to take the college entrance examination, didn't you register beforehand?" "I registered. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here." "That's true." Long Yang pondered for a moment. "How about this? Wait a moment." As he spoke, Long Yang tapped his bracelet, and a screen appeared. He quickly operated it for a while, then frowned. Seeing Long Yang's expression, Wei Yuanding, who was standing to the side, began to wonder if he had made a mistake. "Am I being targeted? But my profession." "Never mind." Wei Yuanding sighed inwardly, having already given up hope. He was born in a small county town called Guangning in the south, and his family was not wealthy. Tracing back 3 generations, they were all farmers. Wei Yuanding is the only son in his family and the hope of the Wei family. Because he was a good student and very smart, his family spared no expense to support his education. When Wei Yuanding saw his awakened profession during his coming-of-age ceremony, he felt like the sky had fallen. His ancestors were farmers, and now he's transformed into someone who tends to flowers and plants. It seems there's no difference. The large-scale reality show just now did ignite the fighting spirit of many test takers, but none of this had anything to do with Wei Yuanding. He couldn't see his future at all. As if to verify his idea, he couldn't even find his own nameplate in the group assignments. For a moment, Wei Yuanding felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure hurriedly ran up from under the city wall. "Commander!" A soldier stood panting in front of Long Yang. The latter looked at him with a stern face and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, where were you when you were raising the sign just now?" "Huh?" The young soldier was taken aback, scratching his head. "I was just here, but standing on the very edge. I stood there for a while and didn't see anyone coming, so I went down with the others." Upon hearing this, Long Yang suddenly realized what was going on. There were so many people at the time. The scene was chaotic, and among the hundreds of thousands of candidates, there was only one person named Wei Yuanding with the profession of gardener. The person in charge of this job is the young soldier in front of you, but he is standing on the very edge of everyone else's position. After all, this profession can only be done by one person, so when arranging a team, it's impossible to place them in the most conspicuous position. As a result, the soldier waited for a long time, but no one came. He assumed that no one had signed up and eventually left. In addition, due to the chaotic environment, Wei Yuanding didn't look at the outermost area at all and missed it by chance. After learning what had happened, Long Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to say something when he hesitated for a moment and said to the soldier, "All right, you also bear some responsibility for this. Don't let it happen again. You can leave now. I'll handle Wei Yuanding's matter personally." The soldier, his face flushed red with shame, walked away. Only Long Yang and Wei Yuanding remained standing on the vast city wall. In the distance, some professional training and assessments had already begun, with noise, shouts, and exclamations filling the air. Only the two of them were unusually quiet, as if in another world. After looking around and finding no one, Long Yang's usually intimidating face suddenly broke into a warm smile. He stepped forward, grabbed Wei Yuanding's hands, and said in what he thought was a very friendly tone, "Wei Yuanding, cough cough, I'll call you Little Wei then. Are you interested in joining our Northern Theater Command?" "Huh?" Wei Yuanding was dumbfounded. He looked at Long Yang's face with its hideous scars, and heard his strange laughter, and shuddered in fright. The other person looked at him as if he were a naked beauty, and Wei Yuanding immediately got goosebumps. Although he was just a high school student, he had been exposed to many strange things in his daily life, and some exciting images immediately came to mind. Thinking of this, Wei Yuanding became even more frightened. He tried with all his might to pull his hand out of the other person's large palm, but to his dismay, he found that the other person was gripping it even tighter. Chief, I'm still a child, you can't do this." Wei Yuanding was almost in tears. Who would have thought that the mighty dragon general who protects the country would have such a peculiar taste, taking a fancy to this fair-skinned young boy? Just thinking about the scenes in those strange stories made Wei Yuanding feel terrible. Child? What about the child? Long Yang had no idea that Wei Yuanding had misunderstood and continued to say to himself, "As long as you agree to this, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Here's the deal. You agree first, and I'll immediately build you a villa in the war zone's family quarters. In addition, you'll receive a monthly salary of 100,000, and all travel, communication, and other miscellaneous expenses will be reimbursed. I'll also arrange for 100 or 80 beautiful women to live there, serving you every need, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What do you say?" Wei, the gardener, was speechless, his mouth agape. After the other person's long conversation, he had no idea how to respond. "No, while I may be fair-skinned, I'm not handsome. Is Long Shui really going to such lengths to keep me as his mistress? But that doesn't make sense either. Why would he provide me with beautiful women?" Wei Yuanding couldn't understand it at all. Finally, he mustered up his courage and said, "Sir, I'm really not that kind of person. I would never be kept by you. I'm sorry." A sugar daddy/sugar baby? This time it was Long Yang's turn to be surprised. He gave the other person a strange look, and immediately realized that his enthusiastic attitude had caused a misunderstanding. Quickly withdrawing his large hand, Long Yang said seriously, "Gardener Wei, what are you thinking? I don't have that kind of hobby. The only reason I'm telling you this is because of your profession." "My profession? Aren't I just a gardener?" Do you know how rare this profession is in the entire Dragon Kingdom?" "I don't know anything about chickens." "Wei Yuanding, is this guy going to have a big job coming up?" "Yeah, you guessed right." Chapter 91. Who is Chun Erniu? 10 minutes later, after listening to Long Yang's patient explanation, Wei Yuanding finally understood. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He hadn't even realized how bizarre his profession was. "Commander, is what you're saying true?" "Nonsense. Why would I lie to you? Do you know that among the potions produced in our Dragon Kingdom, the extremely potent and rare ones cannot be synthesized at all? They all require precious medicinal herbs to be formulated. And many rare treasures only grow wild and cannot be mass-produced. Only the gardener can cultivate these medicinal herbs in our own experimental fields and greenhouses on a large scale. And the one who oversees the cultivation and planting of these rare treasures is none other than Yang Guozhu, one of the 4 pillars of our dragon kingdom. His profession is gardener. What the hell? Wei, the gardener, shook his head violently, even wondering if he had misheard. The 3 pure ones, the 4 pillars, and the carefree one. Who doesn't know that the 4 pillars of the nation are the pillars of the dragon kingdom, one of the cornerstones supporting its enduring existence? He originally thought that the 4 pillars of the nation were all powerful combat professions. But who would have thought that one of them was actually a crafting profession, and one that he thought had no hope at all? The gardener. At that moment, Wei Yuanding felt as if his ancestors were smiling at him. The idea of bringing honor to his family now seemed like a distant and unattainable dream. The reason Long Yang offered such generous terms to keep him was mainly because the Northern Theater Command, as the front line against the Abyss, had a huge demand for various medicines. After all, not every team can be equipped with a powerful healing support class. Each soldier carries basic medicines to improve their survival rate. However, the state has quotas for the allocation of medicines, and even though Long Yang is the deputy commander of the Northern Theater Command, he cannot secure more quotas for his region. If Wei Yuanding can join, with a little training, it won't be long before the Northern Theater Command can establish its own pharmaceutical production plant. Not only will it be self-sufficient, but it will also greatly reduce the pressure on the country. On the other hand, Long Yang and Yang Guozhu have a good personal relationship, and given that the profession of gardener is so rare, Yang Guozhu will definitely teach them everything he knows. Long Yang had already seen a rising star about to emerge. At this moment, he even felt that the burden on his shoulders had lightened considerably. Xiao Wei, your profession is too rare. There is simply no way to assess you here. But don't worry, I will personally report your case to Yang Guozhu and handle it as a special case. All the conditions I promised you before will still stand, but because you are not yet a soldier and do not have a rank, you cannot enjoy some of the benefits in the military for the time being. Wei Yuanding nodded vigorously. Yes. Commander, you've been very good to me. I promise you, I'll join the Northern Theater Command after the college entrance exam, and I'll follow your arrangements. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Long Yang nodded in satisfaction and asked someone to take Wei Yuanding down to rest. As he walked toward the command center, he pondered how to report the matter to Yang Guozhu. Unlike the fervent enthusiasm of the students pursuing life skills outside the city walls and on the battlefield, the students pursuing combat skills were already facing off against the army of abyssal monsters. A giant dragon with flowing lava in the sky, a deadly fog on the ground, and a dark shadow that no one could see. In this college entrance examination, the 3 most outstanding human candidates have already ventured deep into the Abyss army. A level 53 Abyss mage was moving rapidly forward, following the army of monsters. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and then he felt his field of vision getting higher and higher. Why can I see my own but? Oh, I'm dead. That's all right then. Thud. The Abyss mage was decapitated, his body falling to the ground and being trampled underfoot by the Abyss army behind him. The change happened so fast that the surrounding abyssal monsters were unaware of what was happening, causing a commotion. No one noticed that right beneath their feet, a dark figure had already left the scene. In the shadows, in a very small space, Lu Li wiped away his sweat. This is a special skill of the Shadow Master class, capable of creating a shadow space that can only accommodate one person. The shadow space exists only in the shadows, and unless one is also an assassin-type class or a space-type class, or possesses overwhelming destructive power to break through magic with brute force, no one can harm Lu Li. However, this space has limitations. Each opening only lasts for a short 5 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown period. It's completely empty, only allowing Lu Li to rest briefly, and has no other functions. This is the 103rd one already. Inside the shadow space, Lu Li wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up at the ranking on his bracelet. Among hundreds of thousands of test takers, Lu Li is currently ranked 2nd with a score of 1,030,000. Along the way, he didn't kill a single low-level monster, but instead targeted level 50 monsters, all of which were mini-bosses. According to the previously announced rules, monsters between levels 51 and 60 are worth 100 points each, and mini-bosses receive a 100x bonus. That means killing one monster will earn you 10,000 points. Lu Li did this after careful consideration. His level is now approaching 35. Leveling up quickly is simply unrealistic. After all, he doesn't have Ye Lingchen's AoE attack style. However, the Shadow Master, known as the King of Assassins clone, also has his own advantages, namely his powerful attack capabilities against single targets. With Lu Li's current level, he can kill even tank-type monsters of level 50-something with a single hit. Not only that, but after reaping the lives of his enemies, he can also leave silently. Silent and elusive, a demon lurking in the shadows. This is the true description of the Master of Shadows. At this pace, it would be a piece of cake for Lu Li to get a high ranking in the exam. As for higher-level monsters, it's not that he can't kill them, but the risk is too great and the cost-effectiveness isn't high. It's true that Lu Li has awakened a powerful hidden class, but he's not stupid. After being taught a lesson by Ye Lingchen, Lu Li's pride subsided. He understood the saying that there are always people more capable than him, and after some self-reflection, he decided to fully utilize his professional expertise and not compare himself to the freak. This is why, not long after the start of the war, he was able to cut down so many enemies with ease. His calm mind and strong individual combat skills were the key to his victory. However, his face was now filled with confusion. On the real-time updated leaderboard on the bracelet, Lu Li was only ranked second. He originally thought that Ye Lingchen should be ahead of him in line. Anyone who has witnessed Ye Lingchen's actions should have this thought. Once the Abyss army appears, the enemy is wiped out. Logically speaking, Ye Lingchen should be the undisputed number one. However, Lu Li didn't see Ye Lingchen's name in the top 100 at all, and the person ranked ahead of him was a guy named Chen Erniu. Chen Erniu? Who's that? Lu Li looked confused. The other person's name is a bit rustic, but their score is absolutely amazing. Lu Li currently has 1,030,000 points, leading Chen Kursen, who is in third place, by about 5,000 points. But the first place winner, Chen Erniu, had a score of 2 million. Lu Li even suspected that the bracelet statistics might be wrong. Did Ye Lingchen change his name at the last minute? Looking at the ranking data on the screen, Lu Li fell into deep thought. Chapter 92, The Loyal Kratos. Not only Lu Li found it strange, but everyone else who had previously had contact with Ye Lingchen was also full of doubts. At the forefront of the second echelon, a beautiful figure was protected by several team members. Various colorful buffs were piled up on her body as if they were free, and Chen Kursen stood in the center of the crowd with her sexy and charming figure. After entering the battlefield, she took off her school uniform and changed into a very sexy, sheer dress. Her already stunning figure was accentuated by the subtly revealing clothing, making her appear even more alluring. Pink light swirled around her, and Chen Kursen's eyes had turned into two hearts. Her enchanting, heavenly whispers emanated from her sensual lips, echoing across the battlefield. Surrounding their group were hundreds of abyssal monsters of varying levels and shapes. These are all demons bewitched by Chen Kursen, who have now defected and become her bodyguards. Facing an army of abyss soldiers 10 times her size, Chen Kursen seemed to handle the situation with ease, and her teammates were all classmates who had participated in joint exercises together before. Having practiced together beforehand, their teamwork was excellent. In their view, after being tempered by the heavenly abyss secret realm, the demon army before them didn't seem so troublesome. In such a short time, not a single monster was able to breach their fortress. After the bewitched monsters outside died, fresh blood quickly filled the void. Moreover, Chen Kursen didn't just blindly attack. Her bodyguards on the outside also cooperated. The tanks are on the outside, while archers, mages, and others are inside. From the air, Chen Kursen's team looked like a constantly spinning disc, slowly moving forward in the ocean of the Abyss army. And thanks to her abnormal abilities, her ranking had surged to third, and she was rapidly closing in on Lu Li. At this moment, Chen Kursen was constantly observing the battlefield situation while also looking at the rankings on her bracelet. Strange, what is Ye Lingchen doing? How come he only has less than 10,000 points? And who is this Chen Erniu who is in first place? She also glanced at the top 100 of the list, but didn't see Ye Lingchen. Finally, she searched for him and was surprised to find that Ye Lingchen was ranked at the bottom. It's important to understand that those students scoring around 10,000 points are typically slow and fall into the bottom third tier. At this point, they might have just encountered the massive army of students from the Abyss, and their scores haven't yet improved. But didn't Ye Lingchen already ride the dragon to the front? A startling thought suddenly popped into Chen Kursen's mind. Could this guy have died? On the other side, at a battlefield of the second echelon. Zhang Wei let out a lion's roar, and the monsters in front of him were sent flying like dominoes. Some of the fragile ones were instantly killed by the roar. Enveloped in golden flames, Li Jun appeared like a god descending to earth. He never dismounted from his warhorse, holding his staff high, and unleashing terrifying area of effect spells that relentlessly reaped the lives of the surrounding monsters. Behind him was Mu Lingxi, who seemed even more relaxed and at ease. Apart from Zhang Wei, that hothead who was recklessly charging around, she and Li Jun were protected by a green light shield. This is a protective magic unique to the elf saintess, which she learned while ascending the heavenly ladder. While casting a healing aura on Zhang Wei outside, Mu Lingxi manipulated countless terrifying-looking plants to devour the monster's body. The battlefield was barren, and it was unclear where these plants came from. The monsters devoured by the plants instantly became their nutrients, while new plants continued to sprout from the corpses of the monsters killed by Zhang Wei. Although there were only 3 people, this squad was more terrifying in combat than those squads of 5 or even 10. But it seems that the 3 of them are not in a hurry to go deep into the battlefield. According to Li Jun, he enjoys the feeling of crushing the weak. Without Ye Lingchen, he would be the absolute main force in this team. With Goddess Cece watching from the sidelines, when else would Li Jun not show off? Another huge fireball was thrown out, and a group of monsters were blown to smithereens, creating a brief vacuum in front of the team. Li Jun slowly rose from his warhorse and floated into the air. He looked down at the monster in front of him, an aura of dominance emanating from his face. Perhaps because his attack was too fierce, the abyssal monsters in front of him were somewhat afraid and dared not step forward for a moment. In this situation, Li Jun could barely suppress the smile on his face. He pointed imposingly ahead and shouted, "Hey, you barbarians! Your grandpa Li Jun is here. Who dares to come up and fight me for 800 rounds? Me? I'll do it." Kratos's voice echoed in the hall. "Kratos, didn't you take the day off because you had diarrhea? Great Lord Theseus, I am the commander-in-chief of the army, appointed by you personally. There's a saying among humans, a minor injury doesn't keep one from the front lines. My little ailment is nothing compared to your great cause of dominating the abyss," Kratos said with piercing eyes and a loyal expression. Theseus blinked his enormous eyes, which were blazing with purple flames, and looked at Kratos with some surprise. Ever since he sent Kratos to lead an army to attack the human world, this guy has been sick since he returned. Food poisoning, fever, colds. They just stay in bed, looking like they're about to die. Theseus couldn't do anything about him either. The purpose of this pre-war meeting was to select someone else to lead the troops to scout ahead and find out the specific situation on the human side. The army now stationed at the entrance to the abyss is the former army of Arigius, which has been incorporated into Theseus's forces. Arigius's territory has also been formally incorporated into Theseus's jurisdiction. Just one day ago, the temporary commander of the frontline army personally rushed back to the abyss, bringing with him important intelligence. The annual college entrance examination in the human dragon kingdom is about to begin, and the examination venue has been chosen to be the abyss battlefield. This information was relayed by his spy planted in the dragon kingdom, and its authenticity is guaranteed. Upon hearing this news, Theseus immediately became interested. Hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million, of test takers. These are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know which idiot came up with the idea of sending them to the battlefield for testing. This was absolutely fantastic news for Theseus. If he had managed to wipe out all these young talents by surprise, it would have been a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. There might have been some among them who could grow into powerful figures posing a significant threat in the future. Stifling new talent, and incidentally probing the attitudes of the Dragon Kingdom and even humanity, will be crucial to his future plans. Theseus didn't say it, but he was actually very anxious. Ever since the mobilization order was issued by that being from the deepest part of the abyss, the entire abyss has been stirred. The news that the mother nest had appeared in the human world was already known to all the existing abyss lords. After Theseus absorbed Arigius's forces, he now has a unique advantage as the lord of the abyss closest to the entrance to the human world. This war must and can only be started by him. Several powerful lords around him were already getting restless, but out of consideration for their reputation and their intention to send Theseus to scout ahead, they held back for the time being. But if Theseus fails to achieve anything, he has no doubt that other lords will bypass him and launch direct attacks on the human world. When other lords' armies pass through his territory, he not only cannot stop them, but must also provide assistance. If some lucky fellow manages to gain the upper hand again, and even takes the mother hive back to the abyss, Theseus might not even be able to protect his own territory. Therefore, this military expedition was imminent. He was even prepared to lead the troops himself. To his surprise, while everyone else remained silent and hesitant, Kratos suddenly stood up. Chapter 93 Gu Li Jun Jie? He's good for nothing but slacking off. This phrase perfectly describes Kratos. Of course, as the most outstanding young mage of the abyss, on par with Gades, Kratos himself was not weak. But this guy is incredibly cunning and shrewd, far surpassing that idiot Gades. This is why, when facing Ye Lingchen, Gades died while Kratos was able to escape unscathed. Once war begins, its devastation is unimaginable. In wars between two races, the concept of prisoners simply doesn't exist. The hatred between humanity and the abyss has reached an irreconcilable point. Any encounter between them is a fight to the death. When Theseus appointed him commander, Kratos knew things were going to go wrong. What a joke. Even Eurystheus was no match for those humans. So who am I, Kratos? So he resorted to his usual trick of feigning illness and staying home. He learned this trick from the history books he had seized from humans. Whoever wants to be commander can be commander. I'm not going to be one. However, although he was feigning illness and staying at home, Kratos still kept a close eye on the developments in the court. With his exceptional social skills, half of Theseus's top lieutenants became his closest friends. When Kratos heard that the mission was simply to eliminate the college entrance examination candidates in the Dragon Kingdom, he immediately recovered. How could he be left out of something that only brings credit and no risk? Of course, Theseus was fully aware of Kratos's ulterior motives, but he didn't expose him. It doesn't matter who goes. It's better to send someone who has just submitted to you to explore the way than to send your own trusted confidant. In case of an accident, the death of one Kratos would not be a big deal. One actively sought to win him over, another went along with it, while the others fawned over him to the skies, practically praising Kratos as the greatest man in the abyss throughout history. Under the relentless onslaught of flattery, Kratos got a little cocky. Flattery never fails. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? Thus, the command of this mission naturally fell to Kratos. At the meeting, it was unanimously approved. Kratos didn't even have time to go home and prepare before Theseus forcibly sent him to the front lines. Furthermore, he instructed Kratos that if he encountered any news of Li Jun or the mother nest, he must report it immediately. He even instructed them to bring the mother nest back, even at the cost of their entire army, if conditions permitted. While the 30-man suicide squad was causing chaos among the Abyss army, Kratos had already been at the front lines for some time. It seems that the Abyss army has been enraged by the suicide squad and has lost its mind to launch a counterattack. In fact, all of this was under Kratos' control. Didn't you want to train the newbies? No problem. I'll just turn the tables on you. But this time I'm adding some juicy details. Hehehe. Unbeknownst to the Dragon Kingdom, the suicide squad's arrangement was entirely unnecessary. Even without anyone actively drawing the Abyss army, Kratos would have sent troops to harass them. To Li Jun's surprise, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence immediately after he uttered that domineering and provocative word. Centered on him, all the abyssal monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer instantly stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Li Jun. Suddenly being stared at by tens of thousands of abyssal demons, Li Jun felt a jolt, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi also realized that something was wrong, so they retreated to Li Jun's side and looked at the other side with a look of alarm. Just then, an abyss mage slowly floated out from the army and stopped when he was about 20 meters away from Li Jun. His deep green eyes were fixed on Li Jun, as if he were looking at a perfect work of art. Gu Li Jun Jie? Your name is Li Jun? Li Jun. He looked at Zhang Wei beside him, completely bewildered. Am I hallucinating? I think I heard these bastards calling my name. Zhang Wei nodded seriously. No, you heard right. They really called your name. Mu Lingxi translated directly. He's asking if your name is Li Jun. Holy crap. Li Jun raised an eyebrow, then blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. My reputation has even reached those beasts in the abyss. The abyss mage asked again. Seeing this, Li Jun put his hands behind his back, pouted, and replied in what he thought was an incredibly cool pose. Hey Li Jun, that's she, did I pronounce it correctly? Mu Lingxi's lips twitched slightly. Very good, the pronunciation is very standard. As soon as he finished speaking, the abyss mage opposite him started trembling with excitement, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Gu Li Jun Jie. Dong Bula Shibula, Ga Gu Jie. That's Li Jun. Brothers, it's time to make a name for yourselves. Charge. In an instant, tens of thousands of abyssal demons roared to the sky at the same time, each one like a bull in heat, with red eyes and sticking out its tongue, charging towards Li Jun like madmen. The Abyss Mage took the lead, launching a huge green fireball directly at the mage's face. Li Jun was still basking in the joy of his widespread fame when he saw a fireball slam into his squad's protective shield with a loud bang, making his ears ring. What's going on? Why did these beasts suddenly riot? Li Jun was startled and had no idea what had happened. In previous battles, although the Abyss army had also attacked them, they had never fought as recklessly and fearlessly as they were now, as if they were on drugs. Upon seeing the abyssal monsters riot, Mu Lingxi immediately realized something was wrong. Li Jun, have you offended them? Oh, no. It's our first time meeting. Is it really necessary to be so enthusiastic? You still have the mind to joke. Run. Mu Lingxi glared at him, pulled on the reins, and turned to run. Zhang Wei stepped in front of Li Jun and shouted, I'll cover the rear. You guys get out of here. As he spoke, he looked at the only clothes he had left with a pained expression, gritted his teeth, and transformed back into the shape of a little giant. He raised his fists high above his head, and then slammed them into the ground with all his might. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and the ground around Zhang Wei cracked inch by inch, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. All the abyssal demons within a 500-meter radius were thrown off balance by the attack, their bodies sent flying into the air. Even the abyssal mages already floating in the air were stunned, their spells instantly interrupted. Zhang Wei's face paled. This attack, Thunderous Fury, was a skill he had learned from other berserkers on the heavenly ladder, and he hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. However, even he was finding it difficult to withstand just one strike. Just then, a green vine suddenly appeared behind him, wrapped around Zhang Wei's body, and pulled him backward. Zhang Wei's body tumbled in the air, and when he landed, a new Holy Flame warhorse was already waiting there. He mounted his warhorse and followed closely behind Mu Lingxi and Li Jun, retreating towards the rear. It must be said that the three coordinated perfectly. Their operation, from luring the enemy into a trap to retreating, was executed flawlessly. After a brief period of chaos, the Abyss army recovered and, baring its fangs and claws, relentlessly pursued the direction in which Li Jun and his companions had fled. Not only that, they roared incessantly, sending messages to the other abyssal monsters. Soon, news of Li Jun's appearance on the battlefield spread rapidly among the Abyss army like a virus. The abyssal monsters that had been fighting fiercely with the other examinee teams broke away from the battle and all chased after Li Jun and his two companions. Chapter 94. A chance to raise a score. On the battlefield, the candidates are in the third echelon. A small team of 5 people rushed forward, panting heavily. Leading the group was a tall, muscular boy carrying a giant shield. Behind him followed a boy with a wooden bow, twin girls dressed in black and white mage robes, and at the very back was a petite girl wearing glasses who looked quite cute. All 5 of them came from a small town on the border of Yunnan and Guizhou provinces. They were the only 5 candidates from that town to awaken a combat profession in this year's college entrance examination. In terms of level, equipment, and individual strength, this team was at the bottom of the entire examination group. As the exam began and candidates set off one after another, their small team, due to its slow pace, gradually fell behind the main group. Even within the third echelon, they were at the very bottom. At that moment, a light flashed in the hand of the cute girl with glasses who was running at the back, and 5 cyan halos appeared beneath the feet of the group, increasing their speed once again. But ahead of them, the main group had already vanished into the distance. Not a single person could be seen. The girl wiped the sweat from her brow and, panting, said to the tall boy at the front, "Captain, could you slow down a bit? I've already used up half my mental energy. If I use it all on the journey, I won't have time to recover when the battle starts." The captain, holding up his giant shield, shook his head firmly. "Xiao, hang in there. We're already the slowest team. If we don't hurry, we might not even see the shadow of the abyss monsters." The girl with glasses pursed her lips bitterly after hearing this, and said nothing more. The girl in the black robe among the twins said timidly, "Isn't it a good thing that we can't see any abyssal monsters? Actually, we could just find some lone monsters to kill. If we encounter a horde of monsters, we simply can't fight them." Her words were affirmed by the girl in the white robe and the boy who was also an archer. The tall boy's face darkened upon hearing this, and he angrily retorted, "You have to fight even if you can't win. Do you really want to be at the bottom? If you're scared, then why did you even take the college entrance exam? You might as well just give up." Seeing that the other person was angry, the girl in the black robe pouted and clicked her tongue, then fell silent. The others also blushed, seemingly embarrassed. The tall boy, as the strongest student in his high school, always wanted to bring honor to the school and strive for good grades so he could get into a better university. The others, however, didn't share his lofty dreams. They just wanted to get by, hoping to pass the college entrance exam and attend any school they could find. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I can't go to university. At worst, I can register as an adventurer and follow others to do quests and explore secret realms. I'll still have enough to eat and wear." Just as the five of them were each lost in their own thoughts, Captain Gao, who was running at the front, suddenly stopped. "Captain, why did you suddenly stop? Can you feel the ground shaking? Vibration? Huh, it really seems to be." The archer boy quickly noticed it too. "It looks like something terrifying is coming," Captain Gao said with a solemn expression. The other team members turned pale instantly, each one extremely nervous. Just then, the archer boy with the best eyesight suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, You guys look over there. What's that?" Far ahead of them, a massive plume of smoke blotted out the sky, almost covering the entire horizon, and was moving toward them at an incredible speed. When they finally saw it clearly, they were astonished to discover that it was dust kicked up by an army of countless abyssal demons. So many monsters. "Run, run." The archer boy was instantly terrified. Ignoring everyone else, he turned and ran frantically back the way he came. The others followed suit, keeping pace with him. Even the tall boy carrying the giant shield looked extremely ugly, and in the end, he could only retreat unwillingly. There were so many monsters that their disorganized team simply couldn't withstand them. However, things went far beyond their expectations. The Abyss army was too fast. It caught up with them in no time. "It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Help me." The archer boy was terrified and ran away while crying and screaming for his parents. The other three girls were also terrified, wishing they could use every ounce of their strength to escape. Seeing this, Captain Gao's eyes flashed with determination. He shouted, "You all run. I'll cover your retreat. As many as you can escape. That's what matters." As he spoke, he stopped and prepared to fight. The other four didn't say a word, or even glance at him, and continued to flee for their lives. Captain Gao sighed helplessly. He didn't blame the men. Not everyone has the same unwavering resolve when facing life and death. Although he knew he was likely to die a horrible death, he felt that if the other team members could survive, his death would be worthwhile. Thinking of this, the tall boy slammed the giant shield into the ground. "You beasts, come on. If you've got the guts, step over my dead body." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of him. 3 warhorses, their bodies ablaze with golden flames, galloped toward him, carrying 3 people. "Yeah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Run." "Shut up. Even running for your life can't stop your foul mouth. Li Jun, I'm not done with you. You Jinx, did you sleep with the ancestors of these abyssal demons? Why are they chasing us like this?" The 3 on horseback argued as they sped past the tall boy, occasionally throwing spells into the monster army behind them, causing the abyssal monsters to fall over in disarray. Even so, their attacks were utterly ineffective against these crazed monsters. The magical attacks only fueled their excitement. The monsters were now absolutely certain that this guy was the one Lord Kratos was looking for. If you capture him and obtain the mother nest from him, you will have performed a great service and will live a life of luxury. You may even gain the favor of the Lord and move to the capital. And so, without even glancing at the tall boy, they swept past him as if he were air and continued chasing after Li Jun and his 2 companions. The tall young man was prepared to die, but things didn't turn out quite as he expected. Countless abyssal monsters ran past him, while a group of 3rd-tier examinees, their eyes glowing green, followed closely behind in pursuit. They didn't know what was happening, but the monsters completely ignored them. Some people tried to launch an attack and killed some monsters, but the situation remained the same. Soon, these test takers felt like they had discovered a treasure. Although they didn't know what the monster army was chasing, they had to admit that this was a perfect opportunity to rack up points. Even the tall boy quickly realized this. Were those 3 people also test takers? "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let's give it a shot. Maybe I can get into Tsinghua or Peking University this time." After thinking it over, the tall boy picked up the giant shield from the ground and joined the ranks of those chasing the monster army. Chapter 95: The Disobedient Specialized Martial Arts. Northern Theater Command. Inside the command center, Long Yang put down the phone, let out a heavy sigh, and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Just now, he called Xiao Changtian and went to great lengths to persuade him to send Wei Yuanding over for special training. For this, he even gave away a bottle of his treasured wine. He had kept this bottle for 20 years, reluctant to drink it, and now, for a gardener named Wei, he was truly reluctant to part with it. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Long Yang lit a cigarette, but hadn't even taken a puff when he heard the dispatcher's hurried footsteps. "Commander, what's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Take a breath before you speak." Although he was a soldier, the dispatcher was just an administrative staff member. Only after being reprimanded by Long Yang did he realize that he had lost his composure. But the events unfolding before him made him disregard all formalities and rush to report. "Sir, there's been a problem on the battlefield." "Problem? What problem?" "The Suicide Squad's ability to lure monsters is a bit too effective. A rough estimate suggests at least 2 million monsters are moving towards us. The low-level monsters on the front lines are already engaged in direct combat with the examinees. What do you think?" Long Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I don't see it as a big deal. It's fine. I actually feel a little less pressure. This is small. There are so many enemies. Although most of them are low-level monsters, these examinees are inexperienced and are all novices." Hehe. "So what if they're newbies?" "Although it's called the college entrance exam, it's really just a small battle. The goal is to put enough pressure on them so that they can unleash their potential in a life-or-death situation." Long Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, which filled the air in front of him, making the image on the big screen appear somewhat blurry. "These children are all hothouse flowers. Immortal Xiaoyao's idea is correct. If we train them hard now, far fewer people will die in the same situation in the future. This calculation is correct." Seeing this, the dispatcher didn't dare to say anything more. He understood the reasoning, but it still felt a bit cruel. Going down there, he could only instruct the support team to keep a close eye on things and prevent any major casualties. Just then, a young dispatcher on the control panel suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? Has the abyssal monster gone mad?" Long Yang and the chief dispatcher were both stunned. They looked at the big screen and then saw a scene that left them speechless. A 3-person squad was fleeing frantically, occasionally throwing fireballs at the monsters behind them. Behind them was the main force of the army, whose levels were generally low, but whose numbers were astonishing. Almost 2/3 of the monsters on the battlefield were moving in this direction. Meanwhile, on the flanks of the main force, other examinees were relentlessly pursuing and harvesting the souls of the monsters. The monsters, however, seemed possessed, completely ignoring the examinees on the flanks and blindly chasing after the 3-person team. What should have been a close-quarters battle turned into a farce. Many test takers took the opportunity to boost their scores, causing their scores to rise rapidly. At the very back of the Abyss army, high-level monsters of level 70 and above, and even the 3 level 80 monsters, began to move in this direction. "Zoom in on the 3 people in front," Long Yang ordered. When the close-up footage from the drone appeared before him, Long Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Of the 3, he recognized Mu Lingxi. This is Mu Guozhu's granddaughter, the Mu family's daughter. He had met Mu Lingxi a few times before at the Mu family home. The girl was very polite, and Long Yang had a good impression of her. He turned to the chief dispatcher. "What's going on? Why are the monsters chasing those 3? Could it be because of the Mu family girl?" As soon as he asked the question, Long Yang immediately rejected his own idea. Mu Lingxi's status was indeed noble, but these abyssal demons had no reason to relentlessly pursue her. Among these examinees, there were quite a few more valuable than Mu Lingxi. At the very least, those 3 freaks who had awakened abyssal-type professions were enough to attract their attention. The chief dispatcher shook his head and pointed at Li Jun on the screen, saying, "News just came back from the front lines. The Abyss Army's target is this student." "What?" Long Yang was stunned. "Why is that?" According to the transmitted footage, the student named Li Jun identified himself, and then the other side began to hunt him down. The specific reason is still unclear. Upon hearing this, Long Yang frowned and said, "Retrieve Li Jun's file." A detailed file about Li Jun quickly appeared on the screen. Long Yang squinted and observed carefully. He discovered that Li Jun was Mu Lingxi and Ye Lingchen's classmate, and they had previously participated in the 3-school joint exercise in Tianyuan's secret realm together. His family itself has no problems and belongs to the relatively wealthy class in Linhai City. The awakened class is Holy Flame Mage, which has great potential. Apart from that, there's nothing particularly special about it. Strange, Long Yang thought, completely baffled. The chief dispatcher asked, "Sir, what do we do now? If this continues, the other candidates will be getting a huge advantage." Trying to cheat for points. Long Yang sneered. Pass down the order to all examinees. Within 30 minutes, they must reach the escape route of those 3 students and confront them head-on. Anyone who dares to cheat for points nearby will be immediately disqualified from the exam. The chief dispatcher took his orders and left, and the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically once again. And right behind the army, high in the sky, amidst the dark clouds, Ye Lingchen sat cross-legged on the back of the volcanic dragon, engaging in a great debate with the mother nest. "Little nest, that's not fair of you. You take 90% and leave me 10%. That's too greedy." "What? You dare talk back? I'm not talking about the distribution. I'm talking about attitude. I won't stop you if you want to eat, but at least tell me beforehand. I am your master after all. Don't you feel guilty?" "What did you say? Instead of wasting time talking nonsense, why don't you kill some more monsters?" "I honestly can't argue with that." Ye Lingchen helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly powerless. He had previously sent down a batch of summoned creatures as a test, intending to explore the area. Although they were quickly overwhelmed by the army, they still managed to kill quite a few monsters. This batch should earn him at least 1,000,000 points. He estimated that if he did another 100 or so, his top spot in the college entrance exam would be a sure thing. Who would have thought that when Ye Lingchen saw the pitifully few souls in the soul-capturing pearl and the mere 10,000 points recorded on the bracelet, his face turned black. He killed a lot of monsters, but in the end, 90% of their souls were swallowed by the mother nest. This made Ye Lingchen very unhappy. Although he came here hoping to kill more monsters to replenish the losses of the mother nest, doing so voluntarily and having the other party steal from him are 2 completely different things, and their natures are entirely different. He didn't know if other people's special weapons were like this, but since his own was so disobedient, he had to discipline it properly. So while others were bravely fighting the enemy, he sat alone high in the sky, earnestly educating the mother nest. But the mother nest is like a willful child, showing him no respect at all. After a while, the 2 started arguing. Enraged, Ye Lingchen decided to teach the mother nest a lesson. After all, he was the master, and he couldn't allow his weapon to act on its own. If this continued unchecked, it would eventually become a nuisance. Chapter 96, Xiao Ji's boyfriend is here. "Little nest, you'll have to be taught a lesson this time." Ye Lingchen looked serious. He had absolute control over the special weapon and planned to suppress the mother nest directly within his body, preventing it from absorbing even a single soul. Seeing that Ye Lingchen was serious, the mother nest seemed to realize that it had gone too far and quickly sent a message. "You realize you were wrong. Why didn't you do that earlier?" Ye Lingchen felt a pang of sympathy for mother nest's pitiful and aggrieved expression, and his heart softened again. Seeing that things were looking promising, the mother nest sent another message, immediately making Ye Lingchen forget about the whole thing. "What did you say? Xiao Ji's boyfriend is here too? Right at the entrance to the abyss." Ye Lingchen's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take him in. How can I separate this loving couple? I must let them live happily ever after in the divine kingdom." After saying that, he patted the volcanic dragon beneath him, which flapped its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it rushed toward the deepest part of the battlefield. At this moment, Kratos sat atop a magnificent, 7-colored throne. This is the front line. The abyssal monsters don't bother with setting up camp or anything like that. Kratos used magic to build himself a huge platform on the flat ground, and on the platform was the 7-colored throne he had created for himself. This is a battlefield, far from the reach of the Emperor. Kratos is the ruler here, able to stand or lie down as he pleases. At this moment, 5 or 6 beautiful female succubi surrounded him. Some massaged his shoulders and legs, some fed him fruit, and several danced gracefully in front of the throne, performing for him. After eating a cherry, Kratos settled into a relaxed, reclining position. "You know what? The fruits in the human world taste really good. It's a pity that we can't grow such delicious things in the abyss." Just as he uttered that remark, an adjutant ran up from below and whispered a few words in his ear. "What did you say? Li Jun has appeared? Are you sure?" Kratos jumped up from his throne and waved his hand to drive away the succubi. "Reporting to you, sir, I am absolutely certain. The other party gave their name, and the troops at the front have already given chase." How many teams are in total pursuing them? Around 2.5 million. 3 war fortresses also went along. Not enough. Far from enough, Kratos said decisively, his eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement. That Li Jun is extremely despicable, treacherous, ugly, and of bad character. He especially likes to use underhanded methods. Go down now and send another 5 million troops over there, and send out all the remaining 7 war fortresses. The adjutant hesitated upon hearing this. Sir, the army is fine, but if all the fortified positions are deployed to the front lines, the rear will be somewhat vulnerable. I'm worried about what might happen. There's no what if. Kratos interrupted him. Do you know how important this is? Even if the entire army here is wiped out, as long as we can capture that beastly June, it's all worth it. Besides, this is the entrance to the abyss. Do you think those humans would dare to attack? If they wanted to, they would have come long ago. Why would they have waited until now? The adjutant wanted to say something more, but seeing Kratos's murderous gaze, he swallowed back all his words. The new commander is a complete idiot. He has absolutely no idea how to lead troops. But what can you do? He's the boss, and once he issues an order, you have to obey. Moreover, the entire frontline army, from top to bottom, knew about the capture of Li Jun and the return of the mother lair. This was the highest priority, and everything else had to give way to it. As an adjutant, he couldn't say anything about it. At a single command, the army set off. Kratos sat on his throne, watching as more than half of his army was wiped out in an instant. 7 massive, level 80 war fortresses, each as large as a mountain, began to move toward the front lines, and the 5 million-strong army followed suit. The deployment of such a large number of troops is rare in the past few years on the Abyss battlefield. Although it cannot compare to the epic war 8 years ago, the total number of troops was nearly 8 million, plus the participation of 10 war fortresses, which was equivalent to a small-scale battle. This number seems like a lot, but it's nothing to the Abyss. Inside the Abyss entrance right behind Kratos, at least hundreds of millions of troops were still fully prepared, but not all of them had come out. Meanwhile, his camp still has at least 2 million troops stationed there, but there are no high-end combatants above level 80 for the time being. At this moment, Kratos was extremely restless, constantly standing up and sitting down, pacing back and forth around the throne. Upon hearing the news of Li Jun's appearance, he couldn't contain himself and even wanted to personally apprehend him. But when he thought about what he had experienced in the spatial rift, Kratos forced himself to calm down. The horrific explosion left him with indelible psychological trauma, and he still feels a chill when he thinks about it now. If it weren't for his exceptional survival skills, he would have followed in Getty's footsteps long ago. He can summon an army of abysses and unleash powerful attacks. This time, I'm giving you millions of troops and 10 war fortresses. Let's see if you can handle them. I don't believe he can just unleash those explosions so easily. As for summoning magic, in the face of sheer numbers and overwhelming level, it's all just fluff. Thinking of this, Kratos sneered. He seemed to already see victory, and the scene of Li Jun being captured alive by the war fortress and kneeling in front of him begging for mercy. Just then, Kratos felt a jolt, and a sense of crisis suddenly welled up in his heart. He looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. But the sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, refusing to dissipate. Am I seeing things? Kratos rubbed his eyes and looked down at the camp beneath the throne. He suddenly noticed that the previously somewhat empty camp had become quite full. Strange, weren't all the main forces dispatched? How come there are suddenly so many low-ranking soldiers? What's the adjutant doing? Just as he was filled with doubt, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar coming from above his head. Little Kiki, come and reunite with Gades. Kratos was startled. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He instinctively looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank to a single point. Above him, Ye Lingchen's figure leaped down from the volcanic dragon like a cannonball and hurtled towards him. You are Li Jun. Kratos screamed, terrified out of his wits. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen, who was flying in the air, was stunned for a moment, a strange look appearing on his face, before he shook his head with a faint smile. Sorry, I used a pseudonym last time. Listen carefully, my name is Ye Lingchen. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded beneath the throne. The millions of summoned creatures transformed into a terrifying shockwave that instantly engulfed the troops remaining in the camp. The terrifying explosion damage, combined with the splash damage from the constellation, meant that even level 60 monsters could not escape the blast. In a single moment, the entire Abyss camp was wiped out. The high platform and the seven-colored throne that supported Kratos were also blown into the sky in the explosion. At the critical moment, Kratos transformed into a streak of seven-colored light and soared into the sky, dodging the aftershocks of the explosion. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his body trembling with fear. That damn explosion again. Luckily he dodged in time. Otherwise he would have been half dead, if not killed. But then, Kratos seemed to realize something, and he suddenly looked around. Li Jun, something's wrong. Ye Lingchen has disappeared. Chapter 97 adds another member. An extreme sense of crisis, originating from the soul, spread throughout my body. Kratos felt as if he were being stared at by a giant beast, and his whole body was stinging with needles. Just then, Ye Lingchen's figure teleported out from behind Kratos. Kratos had been on guard against the opponent. When he saw Ye Lingchen sneak attack, he was about to dodge when he was horrified to find that he could not move. Right above his head, the mother nest rotated slowly and silently, and strands of pure abyssal energy transformed into countless threads, falling like the Milky Way from the heavens to all sides of Kratos. Kratos felt as if a mountain, no? To be precise, he felt as if a continent was pressing down on his head. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone escape. His eyes, wide open in terror, were now too powerful to close. Suppression. This is the ability that the mother nest awakened after it was promoted to an artifact. Originally, this move was intended for powerful beings like Eurystheus, whose souls were immortal. Suppression can imprison it within the mother nest, gradually depleting its source power over the years, thus breaking its immortal property. However, using suppress to deal with a world boss of the caliber of Kratos would be an absolute waste of its potential. The only drawback is that this move requires a short setup time of about 1 second, during which the opponent needs to be within the casting range of the mother nest. This requirement seems easy to meet, but in reality, for powerful beings at higher levels, it only takes a single thought to break free from their control. For Kratos, a sneak attack was completely ineffective. Ye Lingchen had already anticipated this. His teleportation behind Kratos wasn't for a sneak attack, but entirely to buy time for the mother nest. As expected, the suppression was completed the moment Kratos noticed Ye Lingchen and prepared to dodge. The suppressed Kratos was unable to utter a single word. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. A mere human ant, not even level 30, managed to trap a powerful level 70 mage like himself. What terrified him most was that the hive was actually in this guy's hands. But the army he sent out all chased the wrong target. Ugh, I hate it. Kratos was filled with remorse. His eyes were bloodshot, and 7-colored flames filled his pupils. The overwhelming hatred almost burst his body, but under the suppression of the mother nest, he was powerless. We actually succeeded. Ye Lingchen's face lit up with joy when he saw that Kratos was not moving. With a thought, he summoned Gades. Great Lord, you were looking for me? Oh, Kratos. As soon as Gades came out, he saw Kratos standing blankly in front of him like a wax figure. Shao Gu, are you happy to see your boyfriend? I'll take him in to reunite with you in a bit. Ye Lingchen chuckled, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. You go stand over and keep watch for me. I'll be done soon. Ye Lingchen summoned Gades not to annoy Kratos. There was no need for that. The main reason was that he needed time to subdue him. Although his ultimate attack was powerful, a few survivors still managed to escape. Summoning Gades was to deal with these survivors and prevent them from escaping and reporting back. Gades bowed respectfully. Rest assured, my lord, leave it to me. With that, he flashed towards the battlefield below. All right, time is of the essence. It might hurt a little now, but bear with it, it'll be over soon, Ye Lingchen said with a smile. Kratos was completely immobilized, nearly escaping from the shock of those words. Damn it, I'd rather die than be humiliated. I'm not that idiot Gades' boyfriend. I only like female succubi, not males. Human males no exception. Kratos roared inwardly, but he couldn't utter a single word and could only stare blankly. Just as he thought Ye Lingchen was about to do something strange to him, a huge fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Bang! Ye Lingchen's fist slammed hard into Kratos' cheek. Holy crap, that hurts. As it turned out, Kratos was fine, but Ye Lingchen grimaced and shook his hand. Ye Lingchen's face darkened when he saw the health bar above the other person's head. You have dealt negligible damage to the enemy. Health -1. It's true that he suppressed Kratos, but the level difference between the two was too great, with one being level 28 and the other level 70. His ultimate move could kill his opponent instantly, but his goal now was to subdue Kratos, not kill him. Besides, He knew Krytos had ways to save himself, and if he escaped again, it would be difficult to catch him again. Although his basic four-dimensional attributes are far superior to those of his peers, don't forget that Krytos isn't naked. Given the level difference and the opponent's equipment, Ye Lingchen could only inflict minimal damage. Call. It's not much, but as long as it reduces my health, it's fine. Ye Lingchen was not discouraged. Instead, he swung his fist and launched a barrage of attacks on Krytos. Dog model, here you go. Note. This is an abyss language, so I won't translate it. Those who know, know. At that moment, he was like Luffy in Gear 2, firing wildly. That wasn't all. He summoned several abyssal monsters with countless tentacles, which surrounded Krytos and attacked together. Thump 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 thump. Fists, tentacles, claws, tails, all kinds of attacks landed squarely on Krytos' body. The people of Krytos were stunned. What is this guy doing? Is he giving me a spa treatment? You know what? It felt really good. But soon, he stopped laughing. The damage from these attacks was negligible, but as time went on, Krytos suddenly sensed something was wrong. His soul was horrified to discover that he was cursed. In no time at all, he was afflicted with hundreds of curses. It can cause drowsiness, weakness, pain, and even strange effects such as upset stomach and unbearably itchy sores. Unbeknownst to him, this was an effect of Ye Lingchen's Undying God set. The summoned creature's attacks were imbued with random, undispellable curses. Some curses directly affect life force, and Krytos' health bar began to decrease at a slow rate. However, these were not Ye Lingchen's ultimate goals. Faster. Faster. Why hasn't it triggered yet? Ye Lingchen gritted his teeth and increased his attack speed. His fists were almost numb. He's gambling. Gambling on the effect of the Undying God set triggering. There is a 1% chance that an attack will instantly kill a target that is no more than 50 levels above the user's level. This special effect is incredibly powerful, but the trigger rate is so low that he has no choice but to summon a bunch of minions to gang up on him. With so many attacks, surely one of them will trigger this effect? Finally, after attacking for a full 5 minutes, Ye Lingchen punched Krytos in the stomach. The next second, a piece of information flashed through my mind. It's done. The 7 colored flames in Krytos' eyes suddenly contracted and then went out instantly. He's dead. At the same time, a powerful suction force came from above the nest, and Krytos' figure was pulled into the nest and disappeared. Before Ye Lingchen could even blink, Krytos reappeared in front of him. Great Lord, your most loyal servant, the Abyss Mage Krytos, is at your service. Ye Lingchen rubbed his still slightly swollen fist and nodded with a smile. Chapter 98 Ye Lingchen is dead. Seeing Krytos, who had been baptized by the soul of the mother nest, Ye Lingchen felt that this trip to the battlefield was worthwhile. He raised his hand and beckoned, and Geddes instantly appeared in front of him. Xiao Ge, now you two can finally be reunited. Geddes glanced at Krytos and smiled. Krytos, welcome home. TCH. Geddes, you idiot. You only arrived 2 days earlier than me. I am the Lord's most loyal servant. You get out of my way. Krytos retorted elegantly. Geddes' face darkened. Krytos, haven't seen you for days. Are you itching for a beating? Want to test your skills? Fine. Who's afraid of who? Let's go. Let's go. After undergoing a spiritual baptism, although they retained all their previous memories, they had all become Ye Lingchen's most loyal subordinates, but their temperaments and personalities remained unchanged. Geddes and Krytos were always bickering and undermining each other, neither willing to concede to the other. Now that she's with Ye Lingchen, she naturally wants to compete for his favor even more. Seeing the two of them rolling up their sleeves and ready to get to work, Ye Lingchen sighed helplessly. You two idiots, that's enough. The Divine Kingdom is currently undergoing massive infrastructure construction. Instead of arguing here, you should get to work. With a thought, he directly took the two of them into the Mother Nest Divine Kingdom. To prevent the two from undermining each other inside, Ye Lingchen put in some extra effort and divided the space between them into separate areas. This only spurred them on. The two of them started arguing, determined to see who could build infrastructure faster. Ye Lingchen's head was throbbing from the noise, so he quickly left the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the battlefield before him, which looked like it had been licked by a dog, Ye Lingchen returned to the back of the volcanic dragon. The sneak attack just now wiped out more than 2 million of the enemy's forces. Although the mother nest swallowed 90%, the remaining 10% is enough for Ye Lingchen to firmly hold the top spot in the college entrance examination. Sure enough, when he opened the bracelet, Ye Lingchen was far ahead on the leaderboard. Looking at the rankings, the second-place student was a whole order of magnitude behind him. With only 3 days left until the college entrance exam, surpassing him would be incredibly difficult unless a miracle occurred. Huh? Who is this Qin Erniu? Ye Lingchen found it strange. Lu Li, whom he knew, was only ranked third. Chen Kursin was fourth. He knew these two's abilities very well. The fact that he could surpass them in scores showed that Qin Erniu was quite skilled. Ye Lingchen didn't think much of it. With so many test takers, it's normal to have 1 or 2 freaks. The battle just now was like giving the mother nest a special boost, and Ye Lingchen also jumped from level 28 to level 50, a full 22 levels higher. It seems exaggerated, but don't forget, he killed more than 2 million monsters in one go. If it were someone else, they would probably have rushed to level 70. However, Ye Lingchen discovered that the low-level monsters were no longer providing any experience points. This is entirely due to the excessively high base level of his summoned creatures. Ye Lingchen's summoned creatures base level upgraded from ordinary to elite, and later to mini-boss. This means that unless the 2 million monsters he kills are all mini-bosses, the experience points from ordinary monsters are almost zero, and even elite monsters now offer very little experience. In other words, he will have to kill monsters of mini-boss level or higher to gain effective experience in the future. It seems that using this cheat too aggressively isn't all good, Ye Lingchen said with some distress. The battle here is over, and Ye Lingchen sits on the back of the demonic dragon, lost in thought. My college entrance exam score is definitely high enough. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University is a sure thing. So what's next? He had 2 paths before him. Alternatively, you could head home and wait until the college entrance exam is over. This is the safest option. Alternatively, they can continue deeper, kill more monsters, and continue replenishing the mother nest with nutrients. But further ahead lies the entrance to the abyss. Ye Lingchen frowned, staring at the enormous, dark cave entrance, somewhat hesitant. The second option is too risky. But this opportunity won't come again. If we don't kill more monsters on this trip, it will be a long time before we can make up for the 400 million souls lost in the mother nest when we get back. Just as Ye Lingchen was deep in thought, suddenly, an extremely strong sense of crisis surged into my heart in an instant. Ye Lingchen suddenly stood up from the back of the demonic dragon, his pupils shrinking to a single point. Someone is trying to kill me. By the time he realized this, it was too late. A black shadow, moving at almost the speed of light, instantly appeared in front of Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen's eyes were almost bloodshot, but he still couldn't see the trajectory of the shadow. The opponent was too fast. A finger-thick spike suddenly shot out from the shadowy figure, followed by a soft, pop sound. Ye Lingchen's shield, which had over 100 million health points, shattered instantly. The spikes paused for only a moment before returning to Ye Lingchen, aiming directly for his brow. Dodge. There's no way to dodge it. That move is terrifying. By the time Ye Lingchen realized it, his shield had already shattered. His thoughts couldn't keep up with such speed, and he didn't even have time to teleport. At that moment, his mouth was agape, and he stared helplessly as the sharp thorn plunged into his forehead. The next second, Ye Lingchen's body disappeared from the spot, leaving only an afterimage that was pierced by the black thorn. Huh. A surprised voice came from the shadows. At the same time, Ye Lingchen's body appeared 100 meters away. That just now triggered the passive effect of the Undying God set, absolute evasion. Ye Lingchen escaped unscathed. He also heard a voice from the shadows. It was a woman's voice. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? Ye Lingchen was terrified. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Before this, he did not feel any danger. It was only when the other party was in front of him that he could feel the chilling, killing intent. This shadowy figure is terrifying. It's something he can't possibly match right now. He had only ever felt a trace of that same power from the carefree immortal. Ye Lingchen even felt that this shadowy figure was more terrifying than the immortal Xiaoyao. And it turned out just as he had thought. The shadowy figure gave him no chance to escape. A mere 100 meters is but a fleeting moment. The next moment, a black thorn pierced Ye Lingchen's brow. Immediately afterwards, countless black threads appeared on the shadowy figure, slicing Ye Lingchen's body into fragments finer than dust in less than 0.1 seconds. Ye Lingchen is dead. The shadowy figure appeared in a flash at the spot where Ye Lingchen had died. At that moment, the mother nest was floating there quietly, with wisps of abyssal energy constantly spewing out from the holes in its body. The dark shadow writhed, gradually revealing the graceful figure of a woman. She clearly had a human appearance, but she was surrounded by a terrifying abyssal aura. the intensity of which was no less than that of the mother nest. On the dark figure's face, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and a flash of lightning streaked across them. She looked at the mother nest in front of her, her eyes seemingly filled with a complex mix of emotions, including a touch of longing. The shadowy figure raised its hand and waved, and a black curtain rose up to envelop the mother nest, disappearing in an instant into the dark entrance to the abyss. Chapter 99, arriving a step too late. Just as the mysterious black figure that attacked Ye Lingchen appeared, having just defeated a major boss, Lu Li, covered in wounds, hid in his shadow space to recover his strength. He wiped the blood from his face, his expression grim. Damn it, how did so many more suddenly appear? At this rate, all the candidates outside might be wiped out. Lu Li took out a vial of recovery potion and injected himself with it. The bleeding from his wounds stopped quickly, thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of his shadow power. His injuries, which initially appeared severe, were almost completely healed within a few breaths. Looking at the empty syringe in his hand, Lu Li showed a pained expression. Unlike Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, who came from wealthy families, he only brought 5 potions with him to the college entrance exam, 3 of which were recovery potions. The one he just used was the last one. Originally, according to Lu Li's plan, these potions wouldn't be needed at all. In the worst-case scenario, they would only be used on the 3rd day of the college entrance examination when his physical and mental strength reached their limits. Unexpectedly, on the very first day, all 3 doses of recovery medicine were used up. He didn't know why, but the demon army suddenly rioted, and regardless of their level, they all rushed south like madmen. Lu Li took advantage of the chaos to kill a few, only to find that no monsters paid him any attention. Not long after, he received a group message on his bracelet, instructing all the test takers to go to the front lines to face the enemy. Lu Li curled his lip and scoffed. I'm an assassin, and you want me to go to the front lines and fight monsters head-on? Are you out of your mind? Watching the massive demon army march away, Lu Li did not return. His eyes gleamed, and after some deliberation, he continued to advance deeper into the battlefield. In Lu Li's mind, with so many demons heading south, the main camp must be quite empty. Maybe he could snag a bargain. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, so Lu Li decided to take the risk and gamble. If he succeeds, he'll get a young model at the club. If he fails, with his abilities, it won't be difficult for him to run away. But after he had gone some distance, he was shocked to find that the Abyss army had appeared again ahead of him. This time, the Abyss army came with great force, several times larger than before. What terrified Lu Li the most were the 7 enormous, mountain-like demonic creatures that exuded a terrifying aura. He had never seen such abyssal monsters before. The first wave of the army that had just passed only had 3 war fortresses following them, and they were far apart from each other, so Lu Li didn't encounter them at all. This time there were 7 in total. It would be difficult to avoid them. Could this be the legendary war fortress? Lu Li was shocked. He recalled the monster encyclopedia he had learned about in a book, which mentioned this terrifying monster. Even if he reached level 80, he wouldn't be able to kill one on his own. The creature was too enormous, and its defense was astonishing, with a health pool 1,000 times larger than that of a normal level 80 monster. It takes at least 10 human powerhouses of level 80 to hold back a war fortress. This is merely restraint, not killing. To kill them, either a higher level expert can directly crush them, or you have to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Of course, there is another method, which is the annihilation cannon on the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. But neither of them is something Lu Li can achieve at his current level. In desperation, he could only turn himself into a shadow, waiting for an opportunity to strike within the army. The second batch of troops were generally of high rank, making it difficult for him to take action. Several times, the situation was extremely dangerous, so they had no choice but to use up all the recovery potions. This won't do. I have to get back quickly. Also, I need to report the situation here to my superiors immediately. How can we examinees possibly withstand so many abyssal monsters? Thinking of this, Lu Li opened his bracelet and prepared to send a message. Just then, he suddenly froze on the spot, and even the shadow space where he had temporarily hidden was showing signs of instability and was about to collapse. What is that? Lu Li broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stabilized the shadow space. He peered through the shadow space into the depths of the battlefield. Just a moment ago, he sensed a terrifying aura. That was an aura that only he, a fellow assassin, could detect. An assassin. A powerful assassin. The aura only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing. In those few seconds, Luli felt an urge to submit to the other party. That's an assassin even more terrifying than the Shadow Master. He gritted his teeth and managed to keep himself from kneeling down on the spot. Fortunately, the breath came on quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In just a few seconds, Luli was completely soaked. He realized that a powerful figure had just appeared, a powerful figure who was also an assassin. The aura of that powerful figure was different from that of the carefree immortals he had seen before. The aura of the carefree immortal was magnificent and ethereal, while the aura of that powerful figure was extremely cold and chilling, with an intensely terrifying killing intent. There was nothing else to it. Is it a powerful human? Luli wondered. No, that aura clearly carries a strong abyssal energy. Could it be that a powerful being from the abyss has appeared? No, I have to get back quickly. With that thought in mind, Luli quickly entered the information into his bracelet. Then, he even confiscated his shadow space in a flash, transforming into a black shadow that passed through the army and sped back the way he came. Shortly after he left, the figure of the carefree immortal appeared near the entrance to the abyss. Strange, he was just here a moment ago. Xiao Xian looked around, but couldn't find Ye Lingchen after searching for a long time. After being kicked out by his wife, he headed towards the battlefield. On the way, that bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Xiao Xian took a step forward and arrived directly on the battlefield. For the strong, that intuition for crisis is absolutely impossible to ignore. As soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, he felt intense energy fluctuations coming from a distant location, which was the aftershock of Ye Lingchen's ultimate move. Found him. That kid's up to his old tricks again. Although he knew where Ye Lingchen had gone, Xiao Xian was not relieved at all. Instead, his bad premonition became even stronger, to the point that he had to take it seriously. No, something bad is going to happen. We have to get that kid back right away. With that thought in mind, he took another step into the void, his body traversing endless distances to reach the vicinity of the abyss entrance. But at this moment, apart from the devastated battlefield ravaged by the massive explosion, not a single ghost could be seen. The carefree immortal brought his right index and middle fingers together, gently touched his brow, and then pulled them outwards. A thread shimmering with a pale white light was pulled out from between the eyebrows. He raised his hand and waved it in front of him. The silk thread stretched infinitely, transforming into a huge circle that encircled his body and spread outwards. A few breaths later, Xiao Xian's expression suddenly changed. For the first time, Xiao Xian's face showed a solemn expression. He flew to the entrance of the huge abyss, staring intently at the bottomless, dark abyss, his expression changing repeatedly. Damn it! If only I had come sooner. At least I could have saved his life. Sigh. He sighed with a complicated expression. Never mind. I have to hurry back. I need to discuss this with those 4 old guys. Oh, and those 3 Taoist priests. I need to call them back too. After glancing once more at the abyss beneath his feet, the carefree immortal vanished from the spot. Chapter 100. All members mobilized. Northern Theater Command. Inside the command center. Commander, an urgent battle report has come from the front lines. The Abyss Army has been detected making unusual movements. The chief dispatcher rushed to Long Yang in a panic once again. He had lost count of how many times he had done this today. But this situation was extremely urgent, and he couldn't care less about being scolded by Long Yang. As he listened to the chief dispatcher's report, Long Yang's brows furrowed even more deeply. What did you say? There are 5 million more troops behind us. Yes, sir. The key is that there are still 7 more fortresses. In addition, the satellite images just transmitted show that there was a huge explosion of unknown cause at the entrance to the abyss. Currently, it seems that there are no monsters guarding the entrance to the abyss, and all the troops are rushing to the front line. Long Yang was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Looks like they're after Li Jun again. Commander, please give instructions. A battle of this scale? I'm afraid these examinees. You're right, I didn't expect this to happen. Pass down the order. Long Yang was about to give the order when he suddenly froze. Commander? Commander, please give instructions. The chief dispatcher cautiously reminded Long Yang when he saw him standing there speechless. As the person in charge of the Northern Theater Command, Long Yang had never encountered such a situation before, which puzzled the chief dispatcher. Huh? Long Yang seemed to wake up from a dream, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, but he didn't seem to explain his strange behavior just now. Pass down the order. Have the candidates in the life skills group prepare. All will enter the battlefield in 1 hour. The chief dispatcher was dumbfounded. Was the leader's movement just now a precursor to a cerebral hemorrhage? Or did he suddenly develop Alzheimer's disease? Are you sending students with only a livelihood to the battlefield? What are they supposed to do there? Are they just going to get themselves killed? But judging from Long Yang's expression, he didn't think he was joking. The matter was of great importance, and although the chief dispatcher dared not disobey orders, he still gritted his teeth and asked a question. Sir, isn't this too risky? After all, there are a total of 10 war fortresses on the battlefield. If it weren't for them, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, Long Yang waved his hand with a smile, saying confidently, "It's all right. You don't need to worry about that. Those 10 beasts will be dealt with naturally. Have the proctors divide them into groups as soon as possible. The task of the life professions is to provide battlefield support, participating in the battle as support groups." Oh, I see. I'll go arrange it right away. Although the chief dispatcher was puzzled, he still accepted the order and hurried off. But he was still somewhat uneasy and had people constantly monitor the movements of the war fortress. War fortresses are actually a general term for a type of abyssal monster. They vary in form and do not belong to the same race, but their biggest commonality is that they are extremely large, like mountains, and their lowest level is 80. A total of 10 war fortresses were deployed from the abyss this time, the highest level of which was level 90. They are called war fortresses by humans not only because they are huge, have high health, high defense, and high level, but also because they provide a terrifying boost to the army. With war fortresses present, the Abyss Legion receives a significant boost to all 4 stats. Even when injured, their recovery ability is greatly enhanced. This is why Lu Li faced numerous dangers when he entered the second wave of the Legion's sneak attack. Unlike the first wave of legions, these war fortresses set off at the same time and moved with the main army. The 7 war fortresses provided an astonishingly large boost to the army. Let alone these test takers, even a well-trained army would be in a tough fight if it encountered such a massive army. Fortunately, someone stepped into cover for them. Just now, Long Yang received a telepathic message from Xiao Yaoxian. He had just been talking to Xiao Yaoxian. Xiao Yaoxian agreed to help resolve these war fortresses, while Long Yang conceived an even bolder idea. He plans to send all the candidates in their daily professions to the battlefield. Without the boost from the war fortress, although the Abyss army of 7 million looks intimidating, it won't cause too much trouble under the protection of their support teams. If this plan succeeds, these vocational school graduates will experience significant growth. At a single command, the entire war zone, like a massive war machine, immediately began to operate. When the vocational training candidates, who were undergoing special training, heard that they would also be going to the battlefield, many showed surprise, but few felt fear. Although they were still somewhat uneasy, these young people who had just come of age seemed to have matured overnight compared to when they first entered the war zone. The reality show that Long Yang had deliberately arranged before, as well as the subsequent grueling training, had greatly changed the candidates' mindset. Listen up, everyone. Strictly follow my instructions. Once groups are formed, no one may leave the group without permission. Anyone found doing so will be immediately disqualified from the exam. The deliverman profession consists of 10 people in a team, and each team is led by a scout group member. Singers are divided into teams of 20, with one member from each team acting as the team leader. The chef profession consists of 5 people per team, with one member of the cooking squad leading each team. Attention! Chef candidates are not allowed to participate in combat without permission. They are to collect battlefield materials according to the leader's orders. The porter profession consists of 10 people per team, with each team led by a rescue team member. They will fully cooperate with the logistics support troops to rescue injured and immobile examinees. Doctors and nurses will be grouped into teams at a ratio of 2 to 6, with each team led by a member of the medical or nursing staff. As orders were issued, hundreds of thousands of vocational exam takers immediately sprang into action. So we're finally going to the battlefield? I thought this was just a test at the base. Yes, I'm so excited. I can't wait. The candidates chatted excitedly as they headed to the battlefield, led by one professional officer after another. On the other side, outside the battlefield, high in the sky, looking at the rapidly moving army below, Xiao Yaoxian felt a surge of resentment. Because he arrived too late and failed to save Ye Lingchen, Xiao Yaoxian felt a nameless anger rising in his heart. Seeing these beasts now, he just wants to vent his anger. But he also knew that these monsters were used to train the examinees, and he couldn't go too far. With his status and strength, this entire army wouldn't be enough for him to handle with a single slap. Fine, let's do as Long Yang says, and take care of those big guys. After thinking it over, Xiao Xian no longer hesitated and instantly teleported to the top of a war fortress. This is a gigantic abyssal monster that looks like a wild boar and a rhinoceros. 6 enormous feet stomped on the ground with a series of booming sounds. The war fortress spewed red mist from its nostrils as it moved, occasionally letting out a deafening roar. These are all his built-in amplification methods. Suddenly, the massive war fortress, which had been advancing, stopped abruptly, standing motionless in place. The horde of monsters surrounding him stopped in their tracks, casting puzzled glances at him. The next second, something shocking happened. Suddenly, the massive war fortress shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. Every piece of flesh floated in the air, and the scene looked as if a pixelated creature in Minecraft had been dismantled, which was extremely bizarre. Next, crunching sounds filled the air. The flesh and blood seemed to be eaten by something unseen, disappearing bit by bit under the terrified gazes of countless abyssal demons. A war fortress vanished without a trace. The sudden turn of events caused commotion among the Abyss army. What they didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Chapter 101 Growing Young People. When the carefree immortal took action, the effect was outstanding. He took only 20 seconds to take down all 10 war fortresses. This also caused complete chaos among the Abyss army. In a sense, it's similar to the effect of a human army's commander being killed. The millions of abyssal troops were thrown into chaos, with many low-level monsters charging around and letting out frustrated roars. Even more tragically, the adjutant in charge of remotely commanding this army was killed in an explosion when Ye Lingchen captured Kratos. The Abyss army is now leaderless, like millions of headless flies running around aimlessly. Many low-level monsters have been accidentally injured and killed in the chaos. Looking down at the chaotic Abyss army, Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was just about to leave when his eyes narrowed. He looked down, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. And there are hidden rats. Heh, if they hadn't run into me, they might have actually gotten themselves killed. After saying that, he raised his right hand and tapped his index finger in the air. Beams of terrifying energy shot out, precisely striking the ranks of the Abyss army. In an instant, dozens of dark figures were instantly killed by the Immortal of Freedom before they even had a chance to scream. These are shadow-type monsters hidden within the army, also level 80. This was a contingency plan arranged by the adjutant before his departure. It must be said that this adjutant had far more experience in leading troops than Kratos. Unfortunately, under the discerning eyes of the carefree immortal, these demons had nowhere to hide. Having resolved the potential threat, Xiao Xian left immediately. His mind was now focused on the powerful aura he had previously sensed. He needed to return to the capital quickly to speak with those old men. After he left, only the examinees and the monster army remained on the battlefield. Without the support of the war fortress, the monster's strength has greatly decreased. After a brief period of chaos, hundreds of thousands of test takers have gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battlefield. Except for a very few teams that are truly incapable, the vast majority of test takers are able to fight the monsters to a standstill. With hundreds of thousands of candidates holding off the first wave of 2 million abyssal monsters, it must be said that this year's candidates have indeed shown great potential and ability to grow. Among them, the team that bears the greatest pressure is undoubtedly the trio of Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi. After receiving the order from headquarters, the pressure on the three of them was greatly reduced. A large portion of the enemy had been taken care of by the other examinees. But this place remains the enemy's core target. Under immense pressure, the three who had undergone the baptism of the heavenly ladder demonstrated strength far exceeding that of the other candidates. At this moment, Zhang Wei had completely let himself go. The only clothes he was wearing had been torn into strips, leaving him only in his underwear to barely maintain his dignity. His entire body shone with a scorching red light, like a god of death rampaging through the demon army. Each strike reaped the lives of dozens of demons. Behind him, Li Jun was equally determined. Unlike Ye Lingchen's style of relying on a single trick, Li Jun learned countless dazzling and powerful spells on the heavenly ladder. In this situation, the mage's destructive power is absolutely unmatched by any other class. Even a casually thrown spell could cause a violent explosion, melting enemies like snowflakes in the blast. Logically speaking, Zhang Wei and Li Jun's reckless output, completely disregarding costs, couldn't last long, even if they carried enough potions. The reason for this lies with Mu Lingxi in the end. Zhang Wei and Li Jun had no idea that their seemingly inexhaustible energy all came from the beautiful young woman behind them. Mu Lingxi learned a lot of magic and skills from the elf saintess while climbing the heavenly ladder, but these were not enough to support her in such high-intensity battles. No one noticed that at this moment, Mu Lingxi looked like a goddess descending from the heavens. Enveloped in green nature magic, golden light was hidden inside her clothes, clinging tightly to her body. Deep within her captivating eyes, like black gemstones, glittered specks of gold like stars. If someone were to look into her eyes at that moment, they would be astonished to discover that those deep eyes seemed to contain an endless sea of stars. Supported by this mysterious power, Mu Lingxi didn't even need to use the medicine she carried with her, single-handedly sustaining the entire team's energy expenditure. While continuously replenishing Zhang Wei and Li Jun's supplies, she also kept an eye on enemies in other directions. Centered on the three of them, a circular vacuum zone with a diameter of almost 50 meters appeared. From high above, the scene resembled a roguelike game where countless monsters relentlessly rushed to their deaths, while the three-person team in the center remained unscathed. As time passed, the sun began to set in the west, and night gradually fell. The battle is far from over. For the abyssal monsters, completing their objective is their mission. Moreover, these monsters are generally of low level and their intelligence is questionable. Their only goal was to charge, kill, and capture Li Jun. Therefore, the monsters' attacks never stopped. As for the examinees, they had not received orders to retreat, so naturally no one dared to leave the group without permission. Before setting off, Long Yang had clearly stated that desertion would result in immediate disqualification from the exam. After a full day of fighting, they had all shown their fighting spirit. The teamwork between the squads gradually improved. They went from recklessly pushing themselves to strategically conserving their strength, with teammates working together seamlessly, supporting each other, and taking turns to recover their physical and mental energy. Those candidates who were truly in danger were rescued by the support team that was lying in ambush at the critical moment. Just then, all the test takers received another group message on their wristbands. A second wave of over 5 million Abyss troops is on its way, with the expected head-on confrontation taking place in 3 hours. Meanwhile, the war zone has deployed all its life skills examinees to the battlefield for support. This news left all the candidates present stunned. They haven't even finished killing these 2 million-strong army yet. Some of the high-level monsters require several small teams to unite and hold them off. As the number of low-level monsters dwindles, the difficulty of the battles is increasing rather than decreasing. If another few million troops come, how could they possibly resist? What's even more ridiculous is that the command actually sent those life skills candidates who couldn't even kill a chicken to the battlefield. Are they crazy? Almost all the test takers felt this way, but they had no time to think. The battle was far from over, and the slightest misstep could mean certain death. They could only grit their teeth and persevere, filled with doubt. Finally, after darkness had completely fallen, the roars of countless demons echoed from the darkness on the horizon. The second wave of the Abyss army has arrived. So many. How can we possibly win against that? I'm completely exhausted, and this is only the first day. Commander Long really doesn't treat us like human beings. Just as the examinees were filled with despair, they heard a deafening roar coming from behind them, and a loud shout echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Brothers on the battlefield, don't worry, reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 102 Their Glorious Moment. As the roar resounded, a melodious song that filled the entire battlefield instantly reached the ears of all the examinees. That was a massive chorus of tens of thousands of people. The stirring singing seemed to possess boundless magic, washing over every examinee as if cleansed by a pure spring. Their fatigue, and even minor injuries, gradually vanished with the sound of the song. Everyone felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable, and the physical comfort even made them groan. In an instant, the test takers were fully recharged. That wasn't all. Another loud shout rang out. Musicians, Group 1, 10 o'clock, Group 2, 2 o'clock, all other groups, 12 o'clock. Begin. In an instant, before the person behind the examinee arrived, the sound of musical instruments had already reached them. Strangely, the sounds of these instruments playing and the singing did not conflict with each other, and in fact, the vast majority of test takers could not hear them at all. The true target of the musical instruments' sounds was the abyssal monsters ahead. In an instant, the Abyss army was plunged into a quagmire. Their mobility, casting time, and even their thinking became sluggish. Their four-dimensional attributes were also greatly weakened. The test takers immediately felt the pressure ease and showed expressions of ecstasy. They could never have imagined that the seemingly worthless profession they were in could possess such surprising abilities. Scout team reporting. There's a high-level monster, level 70 or above, at the 1 o'clock position. Requesting support from the logistics team. Scout Team 2 reports. A single mage legion at the 3 o'clock position has broken away from the main force and is advancing at high speed. Estimated arrival time, 300 seconds. The porters are ready to begin constructing the civil defense fortifications. The mechanics team will work in coordination with the movers team. Legal team, quickly find a severely wounded but not dead monster to form a contract with. Medical team, you have 60 seconds to treat the wounded. Orders were issued one after another like machine gun fire. The massive number of candidates for life and career programs is like a huge war machine at work. The combat-oriented candidates were stunned, even forgetting that they were still fighting monsters, and stared in disbelief at the life-oriented candidates busy at work. What surprised them even more was that some of the candidates had even come back from the far front lines, seemingly from some kind of scout group. Not far behind them, towering walls rose from the ground, and various weapons of war were rapidly manufactured and assembled on them. Although they couldn't compare to the annihilation cannons on the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, this spectacle of skyscrapers rising from the ground was enough to shock everyone. What unsettled them even more was that those guys who called themselves the lawyers were squatting on the ground, holding the severely injured monsters lying on the ground with their hands like kind old men. The next moment, the monsters, seemingly having repented, struggled to their feet and kowtowed to these strange creatures. Then, dragging their heavily wounded bodies, they roared and charged into the ranks of the Abyss army, instantly self-destructing. All combat-oriented candidates, listen to my command. Do everything in your power to hold off the enemy's main force, and buy time for the candidates building fortifications. In 600 seconds, all will retreat into the air raid shelters and await orders. As the officer gave the order, the candidates snapped out of their daze and, one by one, fought back with renewed vigor, eventually retreating into the massive civil defense fortification that was 5 kilometers in diameter. As the last examinee retreated into the fortifications, the college entrance examination battle against the army of the Abyss finally reached its climax. The massive air raid shelter was teeming with people. Under the command of the officers, colorful magical shields gradually combined and converged, covering the sky and the ground above the shelter. A series of buffs, each carrying surging energy, were continuously reinforced on the fortifications, city walls, and weapons. The spells of the various magic-based classes converged in an orderly fashion and were unleashed towards the outside of the city. The sniper, wielding powerful explosives created by the mechanic, continuously launched them at the center of the monster army. The test takers were pleasantly surprised to find that, under orderly command, their attacks unleashed a terrifying power greater than the sum of its parts, 1 + 1 greater than 2. Even those high-level monsters at level 70 were overwhelmed and defeated by this terrifying offensive. Ha! Awesome. So awesome. This is way more fun than playing video games. Wow, my magic is this powerful. How come I didn't notice it before? I understand. It's a battle formation. This is a battle formation. This is the legendary military formation. Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd of test takers. Only then did they truly realize that their previous battles had been nothing more than a chaotic, disorganized scramble. The real war is now being waged in the defensive counterattack within civil defense fortifications. At this moment, every candidate put away their arrogance, listened carefully to the officer's instructions, and did their own job well. It was as if a magical door had been opened before them. The perfect synergy between combat and crafting professions unleashes unparalleled power. Everyone has gained a deeper understanding of their own profession and other professions. From this moment on, these candidates completed their own transformation. They not only came of age, but also became soldiers. Although they had no military rank or enlistment, the pride and sense of mission that belonged to all Chinese people filled the candidates with passion. Something called fighting spirit rose and coalesced among the crowd, converging into a towering dragon of fighting spirit that roared and traversed the sky. No one can see this dragon, but it exists in the heart of every examinee. The high morale once again elevated the candidates' abilities to a new level. At this moment, everyone is comparable to a mini-boss. The powerful army composed of nearly 1 million examinees can easily crush any high-level monster. Multicolored lights flashed continuously around the fortification. Every second that passes, countless lives of abyssal monsters are mercilessly harvested. 5 million troops surrounded the fortifications, but they couldn't break through this fortress that was like a tortoise shell. Without the support of the war fortress and the remote command of the lieutenant, the Abyss army was thrown into chaos. Some of the more intelligent monsters, seeing that the situation was not good, simply turned tail and ran away. Once there's a first one, there's a second and a third. More and more monsters, unable to break through the defenses, began to consider retreating. At this moment, the balance of power on the battlefield quietly tilted towards the human side. This battle lasted from night until day, and then from day back to night. By dawn on the third day, the monster army had been completely routed. The army, which originally numbered over 7 million, was reduced to less than 1 million and fled towards the entrance to the abyss. Most of them are high-level monsters with high intelligence. Unable to obtain orders from their superiors, they decisively chose to flee. The monsters weren't stupid. They realized something must have happened back home. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been left without someone to command the battle. On the human side, as the Abyss army began its complete rout, the officer in charge of the battlefield finally issued the final order for this crucial test. All troops attack. Chapter 103 Welcome to the Abyss. The college entrance examination is over. The exam, which lasted for 2.5 days, ended with a resounding victory for the human candidates. People throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even other countries witnessed this grand event through live streaming. The candidates went from initial resistance and skepticism to later hard work and perseverance. Their growth inspired every viewer in China. The outstanding performance of students from vocational schools in this year's college entrance examination has made countless people realize that each of the professions bestowed upon them by God has its own unique charm. The entire country was in an uproar, and a wave of enthusiasm for joining the army swept across the internet. Many of those who had been working and living their lives for years resolutely gave up their jobs and enlisted in the army. The official websites of all major war zones were overwhelmed by traffic. Even a week after the college entrance examination ended, this spectacle continued to unfold and showed no signs of stopping. Videos of the college entrance examination were edited into various clips and posted online by countless bloggers. There are sections showcasing the exceptional abilities of certain candidates, as well as reviews and analyses of the final defensive counterattack battle. Some have even suggested that the college entrance examination should be conducted in this way every year from now on. The old exam-oriented education system has been abandoned by the times, and China urgently needs a thorough reform of its education system. The advocates and initiators of this wave of reforms were not officials, but countless ordinary people. This is unprecedented in any country, or even in the world. The final rankings for this year's college entrance examination were published online the day after the exam ended. The person who ranked first in this year's college entrance examination was an unknown guy named Chen Erniu. No one knew his background, and even his classmates didn't know much about him. He transferred to the graduating class at the last minute before the college entrance examination and was not familiar with the other students at all. This has sparked the gossip-loving interest of countless netizens. Including him, the top 100 students on the college entrance examination list have become the subject of heated public discussion and have also become the key targets of competition among major universities. But no one knew that the college entrance examination was announced to have 0 deaths. But only a very small number of people know that the real result is 1 death. And the one who died was actually Ye Lingchen, the true number 1 on the college entrance examination list. When the results were finally announced, his name was deliberately omitted for some reason. Even candidates like Zhang Wei, who had interacted with Ye Lingchen, were called in for a special talk and told not to talk about it. While the entire population was celebrating, inside the upscale residential complex in the city center of Linhai, where Ye Lingchen once lived, Mu Lingxi, Zhang Wei, and Li Jun sat silently on the sofa in the living room, the air filled with a sorrowful and somber atmosphere. This is Mu Lingxi's home in Linhai City. She has lived here since she was a child, far away from the capital. It was here that she met Ye Lingchen. The two were childhood sweethearts, inseparable since they were little. Until that year, a sudden change occurred, and Ye Lingchen lost his family and home overnight, leaving this place behind. In this college entrance examination, all 3 students achieved outstanding results, ranking among the top 100. It's safe to say that getting into Tsinghua or Peking University is a done deal. But none of the 3 of them were happy at all. The reason is none other than Ye Lingchen. After the college entrance examination, they were immediately summoned by Long Yang for a personal talk. From the information provided, they learned that Ye Lingchen had disappeared. This matter was of great importance, even rising to the level of a military secret. They were required to keep it confidential. At first, all three of them were worried about Ye Lingchen and hoped that he would return soon. But when the college entrance examination results were announced, and when they saw that Ye Lingchen's name, who was originally ranked first, had been directly erased, all three of them sensed that something was wrong. However, no one explained anything to them. The matter was deliberately covered up, and Ye Lingchen, who had been a hot topic before the exam, seemed to have disappeared from the world without even making a ripple. Even online, all topics, information, and materials about him have disappeared. You can't even find any information about him in the candidate database. The three even went to see Principal Ning Wuhan, but the latter remained tight-lipped about the matter. By this point, even a fool would realize that Ye Lingchen must be in trouble. Picking up the now-cold coffee from the table, Zhang Wei said with a serious expression, "Do you think they're hiding something from us?" "Nonsense. Isn't it obvious?" Li Jun frowned. "I have a bad feeling. Could it be that Yi Shun has already?" He couldn't continue. He could feel the murderous gaze emanating from Mu Lingxi. "No, Xiao Yezi will definitely be fine. His abilities are so abnormal. Who could kill him?" Mu Lingxi said firmly. "Is there really no one who can kill him?" When she said those words, all three of them knew the answer in their hearts. Ye Lingchen is indeed a monster, but to say that no one can kill him is just ridiculous. He is at best a rising star among mankind, far from being a true powerhouse. But if a rising star doesn't develop, he's nothing. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses like Ye Lingchen, many of whom died young and were buried in the torrent of history. The three of them were busy fighting at the time and didn't pay much attention to Ye Lingchen. They only knew that his ranking suddenly jumped to first place, a precipitous lead over second place. But after that, his score stagnated and never increased by a single point. This situation continued until the end of the college entrance examination. The three of them were certain of one thing. Ye Lingchen had not returned from the battlefield. Just then, Zhang Wei suddenly sat up straight and said in a mysterious low voice, "I have a bold guess. Do you think Xiao Yezi might have fallen into the abyss?" "That's right, this is the abyss. Great Lord, welcome back." Within the Mother Nest Kingdom, in the center of a vast city, a colossal black throne stands atop a towering platform reaching into the clouds. At this moment, on the throne, a slightly thin figure slowly emerged from the illusion like a dream bubble and finally solidified. Ye Lingchen has been resurrected inside the Mother Nest. It took him 3 full days from being killed by that terrifying black shadow to his resurrection. Looking at Gades and Kratos standing below the throne, Ye Lingchen shook his somewhat dazed head, his eyes gradually regaining focus. He recalled what had happened before, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He really died once. The power of that dark figure filled him with despair. He didn't even feel the slightest pain before his consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. If it weren't for the Mother Nest's exclusive skill saving his life, he would have really died. Return to Mother's embrace. The summoner will not die after taking a fatal blow, but will be resurrected through the Mother's Nest when their health is reduced to 1. Ye Lingchen's current health is 1, and it is slowly recovering. By the way, where is this? My lord, this is the abyss, Gades replied again. The abyss? Are you sure? Ye Lingchen was somewhat doubtful. With a thought, he established a connection with the Mother Nest and saw the scene outside the Mother Nest. Upon seeing this, Ye Lingchen's heart sank. Holy crap, how did I end up in the abyss? Chapter 10 for the land of immortality and the home of the gods. It took Ye Lingchen a full 5 minutes to gradually accept this fact. He is now in the abyss. After being resurrected, he recovered his health while recalling his previous experiences one by one. At this moment, he also discovered with despair that the Mother Nest he was in was being swept away by that extremely powerful black shadow, racing wildly through the sky above the abyss world. No one knew who this shadowy figure was. She walked by unnoticed. Even the powerful abyss lords were unaware of her presence. Even a shadow as fast as light cannot traverse the entire abyss world in one go. Without stopping, the shadowy figure entered through the abyss entrance and ventured deeper, taking a full 4 days to finally reach its destination. That was the deepest part of the abyss, an area even deeper than the demon god altar and the world god monument. There is no trace of any abyssal monsters here, only desolation and barrenness. At the end of this place is an abyss within an abyss. The world of the abyss seems to have been cut off here. Directly in front of you is an invincible abyss that stretches endlessly to both sides. On the other side of the abyss lies an endless darkness, pitch black and deathly silent. But if you pay close attention, you can sense something moving within this darkness, like the strange feeling of thick ink being stirred. The dark figure arrived above the abyss but did not linger, plunging headfirst into the abyss below. Beneath the abyss lay only deep darkness, where nothing could be seen. At least Ye Lingchen, who observes the outside world through the mother nest's perspective, cannot see anything. This feeling is no different from being completely blind, which is extremely distressing. After an unknown amount of time, the dark figure finally stopped, for she had reached the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, the shadowy figure finally revealed its true form. It was a human woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. She was shrouded in a black dress that resembled the night sky, and her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, blending perfectly into the surrounding darkness. Black eyebrows, black eyelashes, and black pupils that are deeper than darkness itself. Apart from her exposed skin, which was yellowish white, the rest of her body was shrouded in darkness, like a rootless ghost drifting in the darkness. The woman's feet landed on the ground, leaving 2 not-so-shallow footprints. The gray earth beneath my feet didn't seem hard. Instead, it was soft and even had a hint of warmth, making it seem out of place in this dark and cold abyss. The woman looked at the mother nest in her hand, carefully dug a shallow pit in the ground, and put the mother nest in. After doing all this, the woman knelt down next to the mother nest and fell into a deep sleep on the ground. Everything she did was seen clearly by Ye Lingchen in the mother nest. What is she doing? Why did she bring me to this place? Where's this place? A barrage of questions flooded Ye Lingchen's mind, making him feel like his brain was about to explode. The woman was right outside, and he didn't dare go out at all. He could only hide in the mother nest, trembling with fear. Judging from his journey over the past few days, he felt that he had reached the deepest part of the abyss world, and was more than 108,000 miles away from the entrance that connected to the blue planet. From any perspective, he was trapped. Although he could be resurrected, the mother nest had become his prison. Even without the shadowy woman by his side, he still dared not go out. Ye Lingchen wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could cross the abyss and return to the human world on his own. Anyone else would have been in despair by now, but Ye Lingchen showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he calmly rested on the throne and even had the mind to follow Gades and the other to inspect the infrastructure work in the divine kingdom. He showed no awareness whatsoever of being a trapped person. Just then, a message suddenly came from the mother nest, which made Ye Lingchen's body tremble. His gaze turned outwards again, landing on the soft, gray earth. At this moment, the mother nest, half buried in the soil, is filled with joy and comfort. The entire divine kingdom underwent a miraculous transformation. Deep beneath the mother nest, countless clumps of soft, gray soil were being devoured and scattered throughout the kingdom of God. The already vibrant divine kingdom became even more alive. Trees and vegetation became thicker and denser, mountains became higher, and rivers became more turbulent, and even the billions of creatures in the divine kingdom were bathed in amniotic fluid, as if in the womb. They curled up on the ground, falling into a comfortable slumber and endless sweet dreams. Even Gades and Credos were not spared, falling asleep on either side of the throne. Suddenly, the entire divine kingdom became unusually quiet. Apart from the rustling of the wind through the trees and the rushing of the great rivers, there were no other sounds. Ye Lingchen stared blankly at this scene, his heart filled with unparalleled shock. From the mother nest, he also learned that this grayish-black soil had a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The immortal soil at the bottom of the abyss. When I first met Gades, one of the rewards he received for clearing the secret realm was this item, which is also a necessary item for the mother nest to upgrade to an artifact. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just considering it an ordinary prop. But he only realized its significance when he arrived at this place today. This is the deepest part of the abyss, and the land beneath our feet is all the land of eternal life. He now realizes how lucky he was to have obtained that crucial item. If he had to collect it himself, he probably would never have been able to get even a small fraction of it in his entire life. He never expected that the mother nest would have such a fondness for this kind of soil. The land of immortality has stabilized the divine kingdom once again, and it even shows a tendency to continue evolving. The divine kingdom gradually transformed from a seemingly vast small world into a great world comparable to the abyss. Its vitality was no less than that of the abyss and the blue star world outside. The only difference between it and those great worlds was probably the single factor of time. Eat up, eat more. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ye Lingchen said softly to the mother nest. He had already devised a plan to escape, but the unexpected turn of events forced him to postpone his plans. While waiting for the mother nest to absorb the soil of immortality, Ye Lingchen also learned some information about this place. This land beneath the abyss is the cradle of abyssal life, and long ago, it was also the habitat of the mother nest. This also explains why Geddis dropped the immortal soil, because Geddis, Kratos, and other abyssal monsters with the unique mark are actually offspring conceived by the mother nest using the immortal soil. There are countless cursed mages in the abyss, but why is it that only Geddis possesses the unique attribute? This is somewhat similar to, yet vastly different from, the only hidden profession that humans have awakened. The uniqueness of the abyss seems to apply to abyssal beings rather than professions. This also applies to the first abyss lords. The Geldith marked with the unique designation is one of a kind, born from the mother nest. Throughout the countless ages of the abyss's existence, there has only been one Geldith. Like Erisius, Geddis also possesses the attribute of immortality. He just doesn't know it himself. Erisius was the first abyss lord, possessing immense primal power. Therefore, even though he was reduced to a soul, he still retained his sanity and a portion of his power. Cogdis, this inferior and unique being, has experienced countless reincarnations throughout the long history of the abyss. Whenever a Geddis dies, his mind is also destroyed, only his soul remains, and he enters the cycle of reincarnation. This is a unique characteristic of all beings that are conceived by the mother nest. This also made Ye Lingchen understand why Geddis and Kratos' levels did not decrease after being subdued by the mother nest, and why their strength and souls remained intact. It was because of this rare uniqueness. Ye Lingchen probably never dreamed that one day he would be able to come to the deepest part of the abyss world, especially at such a low level. Not only that, another message from the mother nest directly caused him to freeze up. On the other side of the abyss, that dark, all-encompassing curtain that seemed to have something writhing inside had a name that shocked Ye Lingchen immensely. Land of the Gods. Chapter 105 Their Firm Belief. The Land of the Gods. Upon hearing this message from the mother nest, Ye Lingchen sat motionless on the throne for a very long time. As a time traveler, even though he was once a staunch materialist, his worldview has been shattered. Not to mention gods and ghosts. Ye Lingchen firmly believes that there are gods in this world. Otherwise, how can this bizarre gacha world be explained? Gacha pulls for jobs, constellations, and equipment. It all sounds so unreal, like being in a game. Ye Lingchen once made a bold conjecture. Everything here was probably just a scheme orchestrated by some god or group of gods who were bored and had nothing better to do than watch a group of humans and abyssal demons fight each other to pass the endless time brought by their endless lifespans. However, this is merely speculation. After arriving in this world, Ye Lingchen searched through various materials but found no evidence of the existence of gods. All indications suggest that some facts may have been deliberately concealed. Ye Lingchen refused to believe that the Dragon Kingdom possessed such a powerful being as the Immortal of Freedom. How could humanity, so powerful, not have gods? Now, he has obtained the answer he sought from the mother nest, but it is only one answer. As for what lies behind that black curtain, and what gods are behind it, the mother nest did not say. Perhaps she didn't want to say it, or perhaps she didn't even know. The mother nest disappeared for countless years, and now it has reappeared as a human's exclusive weapon, which is somewhat illogical. What exactly happened, and what she experienced during her absence, seems to have been lost to time. Seeing that he couldn't get more information, Ye Lingchen didn't press further. Although the mother nest had been upgraded to a divine artifact, it didn't seem to possess a particularly advanced level of intelligence, only capable of simple communication. Perhaps this trip to the abyss will be a blessing rather than a curse for the mother nest. Absorbing so much immortal soil might help it recover some of its strength. While pondering this in his mind, Ye Lingchen stopped dwelling on the matter. Even if the land behind the veil is the land of the gods, those are the gods of the abyss. What does that have to do with the human world? He's a typical junior player now, and these high-level games are beyond his reach. For example, he couldn't defeat that dark figure outside the mother nest. Wait a minute. A shadowy figure. Ye Lingchen suddenly paused, and subconsciously sat up straight. Using the mother nest as a vantage point, he suddenly realized that the dark figure sleeping next to the mother nest had disappeared at some point. The other party's sudden appearance and abrupt departure left Ye Lingchen somewhat uncertain about what to do. What did she go to do? Or did she complete her mission and leave? Or perhaps she discovered I wasn't dead and used a feigned retreat tactic to lure me out and trap me like a turtle in a jar. Ye Lingchen immediately conjured up the 36 stratagems in his mind, but then he thought about it again and it seemed wrong. Given the shadowy figure's strength, once it discovers it's not dead, it probably won't need to resort to any schemes or tricks, unless the shadowy figure can't do anything to it, or rather, can't target itself in the mother nest. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen dared not make any rash moves. Since the mother nest was still absorbing the soil of immortality, he decided to stay here and not move. Such days were rather boring. All the creatures in the divine kingdom were asleep, and he was the only one awake, which made him somewhat bored. This went on for 2 whole months. Meanwhile, in China, universities across the country welcomed the start of the new semester. In Beijing, on the welcome field of Tsinghua and Peking universities, hundreds of freshmen looked around excitedly and curiously. They are absolute geniuses who ranked among the top in this year's college entrance examination and naturally became the candidates for admission to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi were among those listed. In addition, Lu Li, Chen Kursin, and the legendary Chen Erniu were also present. Look, that's Chen Erniu, this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Oh my god, she's so cute in person. Her skin is so soft and supple, I really want to pinch it. I like this type of guy, who has his authority. Get lost. Stop gushing over him. Do you think the top scorer in the college entrance exam would even look at you? Whispers and pointing fingers rippled through the crowd as people looked at Chen Erniu. Chen Erniu, on the other hand, appeared dazed and innocent, offering a friendly smile to anyone who glanced his way, eliciting gasps from the girls. What top scorer in the college entrance examination? He's all talk and no action. Zhang Wei, standing some distance away, said with his arms crossed and a look of disdain on his face. Absolutely. It's only because my Yi Shen isn't here that he has the chance to show off. Li Jun said, equally displeased. He glanced at Mu Lingxi, who had been silent the whole time, and asked, Cici, what are you daydreaming about? Mu Lingxi looked at Chen Erniu from afar and gently shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just thinking that school has already started, and Xiao Yezi still hasn't shown up. Given his personality, he wouldn't miss something so important. Hey, you can tell. Xiao Yezi must have run into some trouble and can't get away. It's been 2 months and there's still no news. Compared to something as trivial as starting school, Yi Shun is definitely doing something more important, like saving the world. Alright, you don't need to say these things to comfort me. Mu Lingxi shook her head and smiled. She knew that Zhang Wei and the other man were only saying these things because they were afraid of hurting her feelings. But for Mu Lingxi, even if the whole world thought he was dead, she firmly believed that Ye Lingchen was definitely not dead. Looking across the entire planet Earth, she is probably the only one with such absolute certainty. No, there's another one. Inside the Central Theater Command Research Base, Song Zi, wearing a white lab coat, walked out of the laboratory looking somewhat tired. Although she has only been out of school for 2 months, she looks much more mature than her peers. This is thanks to the unique nature of her future brain and the vast amount of knowledge and information she inherited from previous future brains. Song Zi is equally concerned about the college entrance examination. As the only brain of the future in the Dragon Kingdom and even on Earth, she possesses abilities far beyond what ordinary people can imagine and can directly communicate with the Dragon Kingdom's super artificial intelligence, Tian Shu. For her, there was no such thing as a secret. Whether it was from the public or the military, she could see it any time she wanted. Therefore, her understanding of the world is far deeper than that of the average person. She learned of Ye Lingchen's disappearance immediately, but Song Zi was not worried at all. Because only she knew that everything about Ye Lingchen seemed to have been arranged. Even his disappearance was a predetermined fact. Perhaps, it was simply an opportunity arranged for Ye Lingchen by that very person. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to a predetermined destiny. Just as I stepped out of the laboratory building, 2 people walked towards me. The person in the lead was Qiu Changtian, and behind him was a young man who looked like a student and seemed a bit reserved. Little Song, come here. Let me introduce you. Qiu Changtian greeted Song Zi with a smile as she came out. Song Zi remained calm, gave Qiu Changtian a military salute, then looked at the young man behind him and said indifferently, "No need for introductions, Commander. This must be Wei Yuanding, who is here for special training. Chapter 106 Special Training, lasting 1 second. At that moment, Wei Yuanding felt like she was in love. Looking at Song Zi in front of him, his mind went blank. Before he came, Commander Long specifically instructed him that the person training him in the Central Theater Command was a very important and special figure named Song Zi, who held a very important and special position in China. Wei Yuanding was greatly encouraged by this, and even planned to become an apprentice as soon as he arrived. For Coach Long to emphasize this so much, Song Zi must be a person of high moral standing and prestige. Unexpectedly, when he traveled all the way to the Central Theater Command and met Song Zi in person, it was completely different from what he had imagined. This is no respectable elder statesman at all. She's clearly just a girl around my age. Wei Yuanding had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her pure and innocent aura was palpable, yet she wore a white lab coat, a common practice in research institutes, which only added to her intellectual beauty. On that fair, round face, a pair of intelligent, bright eyes hid behind glasses, calmly watching him. Being looked at like that by Song Zi, Wei Yuanding felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He had the feeling that she had seen right through him, that his entire life from childhood to adulthood. She's Song Zi? Wei Yuanding's heart suddenly raced, and her blood seemed to be flowing faster. Her voice is so beautiful, and she's so pretty. It's absolutely amazing. It has to be said that Wei Yuanding's Chinese language skills are just as worrying as Ye Lingchen's. If Song Zi heard this, she would probably give him a good beating on the spot. At that moment, a picture had already appeared in Wei Yuanding's mind. For the next 6 months, he would be inseparable from this goddess during intensive training. The two met through work and gradually developed feelings for each other. Upon completing their training, they bid each other a reluctant farewell, promising to meet again. Since it's special training, she's my teacher. Dating my teacher. Holy crap. Just thinking about it is exciting. It's a bit like Yang Guo and Zai Longnu. Wei Yuanding's thoughts had already drifted off to somewhere else. He looked at Song Zi with a silly grin, and drool was almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hello, I am Song Zi. Song Zi reached out her hand, but the other person stood there grinning like an idiot and ignored her for a long time, which made her a little confused. She frowned and raised her voice again. Gardner Wei? Can you hear me? Huh? Oh, hello. Wei Yuanding's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to reality. He quickly grasped Song Zi's hands and answered somewhat awkwardly. Just then, his whole body stiffened, and he stood frozen in place like a statue. His silly grin turned into a dazed look, and his eyes stared unblinkingly at Song Zi in front of him. But if you looked closely, you would find that his eyes had no focus at all. At this moment, Wei Yuanding's mind was in turmoil. Countless torrents of information washed over his fragile brain like a tsunami. A sharp pain shot through him, and Wei the gardener tried to scream, but he found himself completely paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as a torrent of information, brimming with boundless knowledge, poured into his brain. Sweat beaded on his forehead and body, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. My original thoughts were completely overwhelmed by the flood of information, and I fell into a state of unconscious blankness. Just a second later, consciousness returned. Wei Yuanding was still leaning forward with her hands outstretched, but Song Zi's hands had already disappeared. Commander, the special training is over. He can go back now. Song Zi ignored the bewildered Wei Yuanding and turned to Qiu Chantian to say, Huh? That's it. Didn't Commander Long say he'd train here for 6 months and learn from you? No need. I've already given him all the knowledge he needs. He just needs to go back and digest it slowly, then put it into practice, Song Zi said calmly, her face expressionless. Since awakening her future brain, Song Zi's originally quiet personality has become even more profound. Already a top student, she has become even less talkative. Every day they are either working or on their way to work, working 20 hours a day. Even the donkeys in the production team don't work this hard. Apart from matters concerning Ye Lingchen, nothing else could cause her to experience intense emotional fluctuations. As for Wei Yuanding, she was simply using her abilities to save trouble. No one knows that Song Zi has quietly unlocked her third life since awakening. As her constellations are unlocked, Song Zi's understanding of the future brain profession deepens. That was the power of a second life. In the instant of shaking hands, she had brutally poured all the knowledge the other party needed into her, and at the same time, she had reviewed all the other party's memories from birth to the present, including Wei Yuanding's inner monologue just now. Song Zi, couldn't be bothered to get entangled with someone who had such wicked thoughts in his mind. If it weren't for his diligence since childhood and the hardships he had faced, Songzi wouldn't even want to shake his hand. After saying this, Songzi said goodbye to Qiu Changtian and left. Only a somewhat helpless Qiu Changtian and a bewildered Wei Yuanding remained on the spot. Wei, the special training is over, but the plane hasn't left yet. Why don't you go straight back after lunch? Huh? Gardner Wei was dumbfounded. He had just realized what had happened and was utterly shocked. Is this what they call special training? Directly instilling knowledge into him, just like the senior masters in those martial arts movies who directly impart their skills. Wei Yuanding was shocked and at the same time disappointed. He could only return the way he came, looking utterly dejected. He knew he had lost his love. This relationship ended before it even began. On the other side, Songzi was resting on a bench under the shade of a tree, her eyes still showing undisguised fatigue. She subconsciously picked up the cup and brought it to her lips, only to find that the coffee in the cup had long since dried up. With a soft sigh, Songzi slowly got up to go back to work. Just then, her body suddenly stiffened. The next second, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from between her soft, sweet lips without warning. She slumped to the side and sat heavily back on the bench, her face deathly pale. No, this can't be. Songzi clutched her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief, muttering to herself. The trajectory of fate has changed. What happened to Xiao Yezi? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss, the mother nest still sits quietly on the land of immortality beneath the abyss. Strands of pure abyssal energy flowed in and out of her body with each breath. If one were to pay close attention, one would discover that this extremely pure abyssal energy actually carried a rich life force. The woman shrouded in shadow sat silently beside the mother nest, her features obscured, her expression unreadable, as still as a meditating monk. This scene had been ongoing for a full week. Inside the mother nest, within the kingdom of God, Ye Lingchen, sitting on the throne, stretched lazily and silently took out a golden scroll. Chapter 107. We've eaten and drunk our fill, time to leave. Today, the country is teeming with life. Compared to 2 months ago, the changes in the kingdom of God can be described as earth-shattering. The divine kingdom is now more vibrant with life. The once diverse landscape was teeming with life. Even in the most remote deserts, life still exists. A month ago, all the slumbering creatures began to awaken. A biological explosion swept through the divine realm. Spring has arrived, and it's mating season again. Ye Lingchen sighed softly as he looked down at his divine kingdom. The first thing the monsters do when they wake up is mate and reproduce. Using the word mating might not be the best approach. In Ye Lingchen's view, apart from the different species, there was not much difference between this place and the Blue Star world. On the contrary, because there is no industrial pollution, the world of gods is more natural, and even the air is filled with the scent of love. His only regret was that neither Gettys nor Credos had produced any offspring. Seeing the resentful looks in their eyes, Ye Lingchen realized he had truly misunderstood them. After absorbing a massive amount of immortal soil, the geological structure of the entire mother nest underwent a fundamental change. The soil here has all been transformed into immortal soil. According to the information from the mother nest, the conditions for life to arise within the divine realm will now be available. Even without interbreeding and reproduction, the divine realm itself can give birth to life and evolve on its own. Of course, this process is very slow, much like the evolution of Earth, taking at least hundreds of millions or even billions of years. Moreover, the world of the divine kingdom continues to expand, and its stability has been greatly enhanced. What Ye Lingchen found even more incredible was that the mother nest seemed to be evolving. It's already a divine artifact. What else can it evolve into? VIP for the ultimate device. SVIP for the ultimate device. Do I need to recharge 648 yuan myself? Or should I just recharge 6 yuan first, or get a small monthly card? Wait, 648? Ye Lingchen's body trembled. He suddenly remembered something important. That's card drawing. Within the divine realm, there is no concept of time. Ye Lingchen could only use the bracelet, which couldn't connect to the internet, as a watch every day. Even as the new month began, there was no notification of a reset for, I'm a lucky guy. Ye Lingchen guessed that this was related to his being inside the divine kingdom. The card draw is unique to Earth. It might not be usable outside of Earth, so there was no notification even when a new month began. Is it really not possible? Thinking about this, Ye Lingchen felt an irresistible urge. He decided to give it a try, thinking there was no harm in doing so. And he actually guessed right. You can still draw cards in the Divine Kingdom, but the "I'm a lucky one" message no longer resets, though the effect still exists. So, after a 10 pull, Ye Lingchen gave Gades a full constellation gift pack, and even got credos to 4 constellations. This was a great deal. He had a premonition that he might draw the constellations of his 2 underlings in the gacha later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, this is Ye Lingchen's home turf, and Ye Lingchen is increasingly believing in the mystical power of card draws. Looking at Geddes' destiny information, Ye Lingchen revealed a satisfied smile. Ascendant I. Fanatical believer. During battle, with the Abyss Lord present, all 4 stats are increased tenfold. Ascendant 2. I'm here to keep things in order. With Geddes present, Abyss summons are immune to all curse spells. Ascendant 3. I can still fight, help me up. Mental energy recovery speed increased by 1000%. Ascendant 4. I'll draw a circle and curse you. A remote curse can be cast by setting up a ritual. The success rate of the curse varies depending on the level of the person being cursed. Possessing the body tissue or personal items of the person being cursed can greatly increase the success rate. Ascendant 5. I've traveled across the ocean to see you. The curse ritual of Constellation 4 can now be performed across dimensions, but the success rate is only 50% of what it used to be. Ascendant 6. Petue. By burning his life force, Geddes can spit out a deadly phlegm. This phlegm contains a specific, undispellable curse effect cast by Geddes. Upon successful casting, Geddes will die instantly. Overall, the first, second, and third constellations are easy to understand. They are simply a matter of numerical enhancement. The first constellation increases attack, health, and defense, improving Geddes' survivability, which is better than nothing. The second Destiny constellation targets Ye Lingchen's original summons. Ye Lingchen himself is immune to curse spells, but his summons are not. Now, with Geddes, the summons have gained the same effect. Constellation 3 improves endurance. While not as abnormal as Ye Lingchen's perpetual motion machine, it's still acceptable. Starting from the 4th sign of Ascendant, things began to spiral out of control. The 4th constellation is like opening a brand new door. Geddes can now kill remotely. This is similar to the 7 arrows of Nailhead in the Investiture of the Gods, which could take Jiang Zia's life from a great distance. Of course, curses themselves are not omnipotent. Against enemies of too high a level, they not only fail to work, but may also backfire. Constellation 5 is a plus version of Constellation 4. The so-called cross-dimensional world simply means not being in the same world. For example, Earth, the Abyss, and the Mother Kingdom are, in a sense, different dimensions. Even within his divine realm, Geddes could cast remote curses on enemies as far away as Earth or the Abyss. However, due to the distance, the success rate was further reduced. As for the final Constellation 6, it's equivalent to activating Geddes' ultimate move. This is a spell designed to kill each other. If Geddes spits out this phlegm, it will definitely hit its target, and the curse effect within it was something Geddes had prepared beforehand. Originally, this ultimate move was only meant to be used in desperate, all-or-nothing situations. However, due to the Brood, Geddes can be resurrected in the Brood after death, and this move directly transforms Geddes into a jetpack warrior. Upon seeing the 6th constellation, a bold idea suddenly popped into Ye Lingchen's mind. If millions of Geddes are summoned simultaneously, this really proves the saying, if everyone spits at you, you'll drown. Having learned from his successful gacha pull, Ye Lingchen couldn't sit still any longer. If you can draw cards in the Divine Kingdom, does that mean you can also draw cards in the Abyss? Ye Lingchen was very excited and expectant. According to the mystical principles of gacha pulls, he couldn't even imagine what he would get from drawing cards in the Abyss. But just as he was about to sneak out to try, the woman in the shadows returned. The woman in the shadows had vanished for 2 months, only to return at this crucial moment. Moreover, she stayed for over a week this time. If it weren't for the terrifying aura surging around the woman, Ye Lingchen would have truly believed she was dead. This ruined his plan to go out and draw cards. At that very moment, the Mother Nest also sent a message. The absorption of the land of immortality has ended. It's not that the Mother Nest can't continue absorbing, but rather that she can't absorb any more for the time being. She needed time to digest and stabilize, and also informed Ye Lingchen that in addition to the autonomous reproduction of beings within the divine realm, she needed to replenish more souls. Ye Lingchen knew that it was finally time to leave this abyss. After glancing at the motionless black-clad woman outside, Ye Lingchen resolutely unfurled the golden scroll in his hand. "We've eaten and drunk our fill. It's time to leave." The next moment, a blinding golden light shot into the sky from the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 108: The Place Where Dreams Begin. Golden light engulfed Ye Lingchen, the entire divine kingdom, and finally the entire mother nest. Outside, the woman in black, who had been motionless like a statue, suddenly opened her eyes. The mother nest in front of her suddenly trembled. Before she could make a move, a dazzling golden light burst out from the mother nest, instantly forming a pillar of light that shot into the endless sky. Inside the pillar of light, the main body of the mother nest slowly floated up, and then flew towards the sky at an alarming speed along the pillar of light. Not good. The woman in the shadows was horrified. If she couldn't see that the mother nest was trying to escape, she might as well give up on life. Her body once again chased after the beam of light at an incredible speed. Unfortunately, what is comparable to the speed of light is still not the speed of light. The woman in the shadows tried desperately to grab the pillar of light, but missed. A deafening roar suddenly echoed from the heavens. The mother hive seemed to have crashed into something, and cracks appeared in the sky like glass. Immediately afterwards, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and the mother nest, without any pause, flew into the hole and disappeared under the golden light. The woman in black let out a scream of unwillingness, and a terrifying aura erupted from her body. The surrounding space was shaken by her aura, and tiny spatial cracks kept appearing. The mother nest tore through the void and escaped. For the shadowy woman, tearing through space was nothing special, but she was shocked to find that she couldn't locate her opponent at all. She wanted to give chase, but she didn't know where to start. The moment she passed through the hole in the mother nest, she lost all contact with the other party. The woman in the shadows was furious, but also filled with doubt. Even though it has already taken root at the bottom of the abyss, why does the mother nest still run away? What was that golden light? Upon careful reflection, the woman in black felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't comprehend the energy contained within that golden light. It was something she had never seen before and couldn't fathom, even surpassing the laws of this world. Such methods would be useless, not even for a god. But how could the mother nest possess such power? This puzzled her greatly. The unusual activity here attracted the attention of countless powerful beings in the abyss, who all turned their gazes towards it. Roll! The woman in the shadows was furious. Seeing countless prying eyes staring at her, she let out an angry shout. In an instant, all gazes shattered, and countless powerful beings were internally injured by this furious roar, hiding in their lairs, trembling and daring not to show their faces. In the void, this place is a chaotic mess. Space and time have lost all meaning. Enveloped in golden light, the mother nest moved through the void, yet seemed to remain still. This place does not belong to any world or any plane. Ye Lingchen sat on the throne, looking at the scene outside. He had been confident, but now his heart was pounding. That scroll was one of the 2 scrolls I drew from the Sky Mountain Gacha pull the time before last. The scroll has a simple name, Return to Town Scroll. The handsome viewers, who are even more handsome than Ye Lingchen, will surely ask, what's so special about a mere return scroll? Why would I draw such garbage items from a gacha pull? What about the passive talent of I'm a lucky winner? That's right. How could what Ye Lingchen pulled out be trash? Don't forget, he's a complete cheater. With the cheater active, how could you possibly pull out a regular quality town portal scroll? The description of this return scroll is only one sentence. Using the scroll, regardless of time or location, will return you to where the dream began. This effect cannot be interrupted. Just by reading this description, you can sense the extraordinary nature of this return scroll. A regular town portal scroll costs 100,000 coins. Using it will teleport you back to a pre-selected location. This is an essential consumable for all awakened beings in the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star. However, the return scroll is not without its drawbacks. Activating the scroll takes time. There is a delay of at least 2 seconds between activation and the start of the teleportation. If you encounter an enemy far stronger than yourself, those 2 seconds are enough for them to kill you. Then, all you'll be teleported back to is a corpse. Even more powerful beings, or those who are proficient in spatial rules, can directly interrupt the casting of spells, rendering the scrolls ineffective. Even a supreme being like the woman in black couldn't stop Ye Lingchen's scroll, which shows just how powerful it is. This is why Ye Lingchen wasn't worried at all after being captured and thrown into the abyss. We've got some cards up our sleeves, so come at us if you dare. However, The only thing that left Ye Lingchen somewhat uncertain was the phrase, the place where dreams begin. What the hell is this? Where does a dream begin? What kind of dream was it? A wet dream? A nightmare? A daydream? Ye Lingchen didn't understand, and he didn't intend to understand. No matter what kind of dream it was, he couldn't stay at the bottom of the abyss forever. Leaving is an option. I've already spent 2 months here, while schools have already started on Earth. He didn't want a classic freshman internship scenario where you went to the abyss to contain monsters. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, pancakes, cold noodles, lamb skewers, and pot-boiled chicken for one yuan a skewer. None of these exist in the abyss. Ye Lingchen had no intention of developing his strength in a cowardly manner here. Fortunately, the scroll's activation was a complete success. The mother nest has escaped the abyss and arrived in an unknown place. Ye Lingchen dared not go out. He could only nervously stay inside the divine realm, watching the outside movements intently. There is no concept of time in the void, and Ye Lingchen had no idea how much time had passed. He felt as if he had been on the throne for a blink of an eye, yet it also felt like 10,000 years had passed. This feeling of being torn apart made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Just then, the golden light enveloping the mother nest suddenly shot forward. The void was pierced by the golden beam of light. It's like the hole you make when you escape from the abyss. The next second, the mother nest, accompanied by golden light, disappeared into the hole. As soon as she went out, the hole behind her disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Where's this? Ye Lingchen felt a blur before his eyes, and when he adjusted again, he saw a huge sphere floating in the dark space not far ahead. Why does this sphere look so familiar? A blue, crystal-clear sphere, like a glass bead, with white clouds floating on its surface. Ye Lingchen saw the sea, the land, and even a typhoon forming on the sea. Blue Star. It's Blue Star. He's back. Ye Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Golden light enveloped the mother nest as it moved toward Blue Star at the speed of light, and the giant blue marble slowly enlarged in Ye Lingchen's vision. He saw the map of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Great Wall. Wait a moment. Great Wall. Shouldn't it be a great wall of flesh and blood? And where did the entrance to the abyss go? Seeing this strange yet familiar scene, Ye Lingchen suddenly leaped up from the throne, staring in astonishment at the sight before him. He suddenly realized something incredible. This is Earth. It wasn't the Blue Star he traveled to, but the Blue Star he used to live on. The place where dreams begin. Ye Lingchen is home. Chapter 109 Going Home. Going home which home? Aoawa. Unable to contain his excitement, Ye Lingchen leaped off the throne and shouted wildly, seemingly in a frenzy. The enormous sound echoed throughout the entire divine kingdom, silencing all living beings, who lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. At that moment, they thought that the master of this divine kingdom, their great lord of the abyss, had gone mad. Are we crazy? Not yet, but it'll be soon. I'm home. Anyone would be excited in this situation. Ye Lingchen's behavior can only be described as a normal reaction from a transmigrator. Throughout history, both in China and abroad, countless time travelers have crossed the ages. How many people dare to say they can find their way home? Even the protagonists in those wish-fulfillment novels reach the pinnacle of power in the world they travel to, but rarely return to their hometowns. For Ye Lingchen, there was another important reason. He brought back the pendant. He has the mother nest, the KGB, the KGB twins, and an army of billions of summoned creatures. With such strength, can you say it's not a triumphant return home? He could probably become a village chief with that kind of skill. From now on, I can eat instant noodles without worrying about having too many sausages. No, I'll add an egg too. Ye Lingchen was filled with heroic spirit, as if he could see himself dominating the world and ruling everything. When I get back, I'll go live and perform a magic trick to make people appear out of thin air. No, it's the great demon transformation. Wah, now I can hold my head high at the matchmaking corner and won't be looked down upon by the old folks anymore. Ye Lingchen was so excited he almost peed himself, tears streaming down his face. As his hometown drew ever closer into Ye Lingchen's view, his excitement grew. But just then, at the critical moment when the mother nest was about to enter the atmosphere, a voice that Ye Lingchen would never forget in his life suddenly resounded throughout the divine kingdom. I already gave you the phone number, and you still have the nerve to come back looking like this? Get the hell out of here. As soon as the words were spoken, the mother nest, which was enveloped in golden light, suddenly stopped abruptly, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. The next second, a loud bang was heard, and the mother hive was hit as if it had been hit hard with a baseball bat. It flew away from the blue star in a perfect parabola and disappeared into the boundless space in an instant. In the kingdom of God, lightning flashed and thunder roared, mountains collapsed and seas raged. The whole world keeps spinning. Countless living beings were like clothes in a washing machine, constantly tumbling and wailing, sometimes being thrown into the sky, sometimes falling to the ground. Ye Lingchen's vision went completely black. He felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he were carsick, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Vomit. He rolled around in pain, vomiting up his leftover food from the night before. The tangy smell wafted through the air, causing Gades and Credos to keep their distance. Hey Kay, what's wrong with the Lord? Doesn't he know how to fly? Who knows? Maybe the Lord just likes this kind of thing? I heard that post-meal exercises are popular among humans. The Lord might be exercising. Look, he even threw up his food. How could he not lose weight? The two chatted while eating sunflower seeds, their voices clearly reaching Ye Lingchen's ears. Yeah, I can fly. Ye Lingchen then remembered his divine armor. He braked suddenly in midair, and the stuff he had just vomited sprayed all over his face due to inertia. Vomit. 10 minutes later, the world fell silent, and Ye Lingchen fell silent as well. Thanks to the self-repairing mechanism of the mother nest, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Ye Lingchen sat on the throne with a green face, glaring angrily at Credos and Gades below, who dared not utter a word. The two remained silent, looking down at their noses and mouths, standing there as if they were children who had done something wrong. They assumed that the conversation they had just had angered Ye Lingchen and that he would have to be punished. In reality, Ye Lingchen's mind was racing, and he had no time to pay attention to these two. Ye Lingchen became increasingly alarmed as he thought about that voice. When he transmigrated, the last words he heard before losing consciousness were, "As you wish." Now he is certain that these two sentences came from the same person. As for who this person is, he doesn't know. Could it be a god? Are there gods on earth? In an instant, countless images of gods flashed through his mind. Jade Emperor, Buddha, Sun Wukong, and the Three Pure Ones. Odin, Thor, Zeus, Vishnu, Ra, the sun god. Gods from various countries and mythologies appear one by one. Is it them? It couldn't possibly be Barbados and Morix, could it? Ye Lingchen shook his head violently, which was feeling throbbing. That deity clearly speaks Chinese. He's probably a Chinese god. But then he thought again, language is nothing to gods. Besides, the voice had rang in his mind twice before, clearly a communication of consciousness. What kind of communication is this? It's just someone shouting something in their head. Ye Lingchen couldn't understand it, but one thing he was certain of was that his cheat was given to him by the other party. Moreover, judging from the other party's words, this pendant was just for showing off. Are you so ashamed to go home that you can't even keep up the pretense? That seems to be the meaning, right? Why? Ye Lingchen sighed deeply. At this moment, his feelings were beyond words, just like the only thing he could say was, "Holy crap." After all that excitement, it was all for nothing. The scroll was used, but I didn't make it home. Now I don't know where I'm going to spend my time. Ye Lingchen looked out of the mother nest, then blinked in confusion. The ground, repaired with huge stones, was covered with dark, dried bloodstains. Not far away, giant cannons, their gaping maws gaping open, roared silently at the desolate wasteland shrouded in heavy, leaden clouds. Less than 20 meters away from him, a squad of fully armed soldiers were watching the mother hive warily, not daring to take a step forward. They were also holding wristbands, seemingly calling for backup. This place is the Wall of Sighs. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Ye Lingchen immediately came to his senses. He was thrown back onto the walls of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. Holy crap, that god is amazing. He kicked him back across time and space with a single kick. That's way more awesome than any return scroll. Seeing this familiar scene, Ye Lingchen could not hide his excitement. Although it's not my old home, this place can be considered my hometown now. With a single thought, his figure vanished from the divine realm and reappeared in front of the group of soldiers the next second. Hello, I'm Ye. Thump 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 thump. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Unidentified creature disguised as a human has climbed the Wall of Sighs. Kill it on the spot. Kill it on the spot. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The humanoid monster that suddenly appeared is incredibly powerful. We are no match for it. 15 soldiers have already been knocked unconscious by a single punch. Gunshots, shouts, cries for help, and the roar of various skills and spells suddenly filled the air. Ye Lingchen didn't even get a chance to utter a complete sentence before he was brutally beaten. It wasn't easy for me. I traveled over mountains and rivers, crossing valleys and ridges, and finally returned to my hometown. Instead of feeding and comforting my wounded soul, you picked up bayonets and turned against your comrades? Although these attacks couldn't even break his shield, Ye Lingchen was still somewhat aggrieved, and in a fit of anger, he knocked down more than a dozen of them in succession. Just then, reinforcements arrived. The officer in charge was taken aback when he saw Ye Lingchen displaying his power. He quickly rubbed his eyes, and then his face broke out in an unprecedented look of shock. Stop! All of you, stop the fuck! We're on the same side. Stop fighting. The scene fell silent immediately, and everyone stopped attacking. Ye Lingchen grabbed a soldier by the collar with one hand and lifted him up like a chick, while raising his other hand as if to strike. Hearing the officers shout, he looked over with a resentful gaze. I am Ye Lingchen. You are bullying a student like me. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Chapter 110, That's Mother. Half an hour later, in the office of the Northern Theater Command Commander, Long Yang looked helplessly at Ye Lingchen in front of him and picked up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he said with a smile, Did you hear that? I've already called Xiao Xian. He'll be here soon. Why don't you tell me what's going on? I want to see the Immortal of Freedom. If he doesn't come, I won't say anything. Don't try to trick me into saying anything. You actually used force against an ordinary student from the Dragon Kingdom like me. I suspect you're trying to silence me. Long Yang's lips twitched, and he shook his head. I already said it's a misunderstanding. If you suddenly appeared on the city wall, wouldn't anyone suspect you were a demon from the abyss in disguise? I don't care. You have to compensate me for emotional distress, lost wages, travel expenses, tuition fees, living expenses, and late fees. Where the hell is this compensation for lost work time? Are you making wishes here? Long Yang laughed angrily. Just then, Xiao Xian's figure suddenly appeared in the office, startling Ye Lingchen. Long Yang didn't react much, as if he was used to it. Xiao Xian seemed to have arrived in a hurry. He was still wearing an apron, and there was still flour on his hands and body. Upon seeing Ye Lingchen, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He teleported to Ye Lingchen's side, almost face to face. What are you going to do? Ye Lingchen subconsciously shrank back. Xiao Xian did not answer him, but stared intently at Ye Lingchen for a full 2 minutes. That's right, it's you, kid. Finally, he regained his composure, plopped down on the sofa, and wiped his flour-covered hands on the leather. Tell me, how did you manage to come back alive? This time, it was Ye Lingchen's turn to be surprised. Judging from what they said, it seems they know about your previous encounter with a powerful enemy? Don't look at me like that. I rushed to the scene as soon as you were in trouble. I'm curious, how did you survive that person? That one? Which one? You mean that Arab woman covered in black cloth? You damn Arab woman. Can't you speak properly? It was just a joke. How come you have absolutely no sense of humor? Watching the world's strongest man and a rising star of China bickering in his office, Long Yang sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Why is this not how I expected it? Shouldn't it be a story of joy after surviving a disaster, followed by overwhelming gratitude for the concern shown by a senior colleague? Shouldn't a senior colleague offer words of comfort and support, and the two engage in a pleasant, mutually beneficial conversation? They look like sworn enemies now. There's probably only one young person on the entire planet who dares to challenge the Immortal of Freedom. After a round of verbal sparring, let's get back to the main topic. Ye Lingchen briefly recounted his experiences. Some details about the Divine Kingdom were omitted, only stating that he survived only because of the protection of the Mother Nest. As for things like the bottom of the abyss or the land of eternal life, he didn't mention them at all. However, during a previous conversation with Krytos, he revealed that the abyss was planning to wage war to find him and the Mother Nest. But looking at Xiao Xian and Long Yang's expressions, they didn't seem too surprised by the war. Instead, when the woman who attacked them was mentioned, he saw a serious look on Xiao Xian's face for the first time. That senior, that Arab woman, cough cough. Who exactly is she? After a moment of contemplation, the Immortal of Freedom spoke. Do you know about the leap of faith? Oh, senior, you play Assassin's Creed too. A well appeared on Xiao Xian's forehead. If you don't speak properly, believe me, I'll show you right now why flowers are so red. No, you were the one who mentioned the leap of faith first. Of course, I thought of that. The carefree Immortal shook his head. The game is based on reality. I'm talking about a real leap of faith. A true leap of faith. Ye Lingchen immediately perked up. He had never heard of that before. Once upon a time, a human woman leaped from the entrance to the abyss. A month later, she reappeared, and not a single demon remained within the abyss's entrance. She single-handedly intimidated the entire abyss army for a full 6 months, and her leap was later known as the leap of faith. Wow, is he really that handsome? Ye Lingchen's hair stood on end, and he was filled with excitement. Although he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he had already imagined the magnificent scene that would get his blood pumping. This is the woman who attacked me. That's right, it's her. Xiao Xian nodded heavily. She also has a title, Queen of Assassins, King of Assassins. That's such a powerful name. Senior, how come I've never heard of such a powerful figure in our Dragon Kingdom? That's because, Xiao Xian sighed, that she was corrupted by the abyss's energy and later betrayed us. She was originally a strong person on the same level as me, and even I was inferior to her. All information about her was blocked. So, apart from a few high-ranking people, no one knows anything about her. So that's how it is. It seems she was after the mother nest too, and killing me was just a side effect. Ye Lingchen immediately concluded, such a powerful figure is worthy of being recorded in history. How could she betray us? What's her name? Willow-shaped eyebrows. What did you say? Ye Lingchen jumped up from his chair in a flash. Xiao Xian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Her name is Lu Mei. Lu Mei? Lu Mei? Yi Xuanyuan's wife, Lu Mei. What nonsense are you talking about? What's the relationship between these two? Where did you hear this gossip from? Xiao Xian said, frowning. He was somewhat displeased with Ye Lingchen's attitude. Both of these individuals were highly influential. One, even in death, still leaves a lasting impact with his words. The other, though a defector, as a powerful figure of equal caliber, at least deserves respect. This kid not only showed no respect whatsoever, but also went and started randomly matchmaking. What outrageous gossip. Young people these days are just too much. But little did he know that upon hearing the name Lu Mei and carefully recalling the somewhat familiar figure of the woman in black, Ye Lingchen nearly suffered a heart attack. Who the hell is Yi Xuanyuan's wife? That's my mom. Ye Lingchen almost lost control and exploded on the spot. He could see Xiao Xian's expression and glanced at Long Yang beside him out of the corner of his eye. Both of them seemed to scoff at their own words, and Xiao Xian seemed rather displeased. Ye Lingchen's heart skipped a beat, and a deep sense of fear instantly spread throughout his body, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Combining Qiu Changtian's previous reaction, his later conversation with Xiao Xian at Sky Mountain, and today's events, Ye Lingchen suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was enveloping him. This giant hand used some incredible means to deliberately erase everything about his parents, his relationship with them, and so on. This time, his fear was even greater than when he first spoke with Qiu Changtian. Ye Lingchen tried his best to calm himself down. He figured it out in almost an instant. The mysterious person hiding behind the scenes must have had some ulterior motive for doing this. And none of the 3 members of my family can escape responsibility. The death of her father, the betrayal of her mother, the ruthless repossession of her property by the authorities, and the meager compensation she received. Everything about it felt so eerie. What exactly happened in between? How did the father die? And why did the mother betray him? Ye Lingchen knew he had to endure it. Once he became strong enough, he would personally uncover the truth behind it all. Chapter 111, The Meaning of War. The pleasant conversation lasted for nearly 2 hours. Ye Lingchen gave a detailed account of his itinerary starting from the day of the college entrance examination. He also recounted his encounter with Krytos and how he defeated the army of the Abyss. Of course, he did not tell the two that he had subdued Krytos. He only said that he had killed Krytos. He then briefly recounted what he had learned from Krytos about Theseus's plans to wage war. What a pity. I thought that once you were gone, the Abyss wouldn't wage war after obtaining the mother nest. Who would have thought you would actually come back? Xiao Xian shook his head and sighed. Ye Lingchen, listen to this. Listen to this. Is this something a human being could say? So, does that mean my death is more valuable than my life? I was a great contributor to helping you get rid of Arigius, and this is how you treat me? Although he had cursed the other person 1,000 times in his heart, his face still showed a look of concern for the country and its people. Ye Lingchen asked worriedly, the mother nest has run away, and the fact that I've returned to the Dragon Kingdom can't be kept secret anymore. Doesn't that mean the war will have to continue? Xiao Xian remained non-committal, but Long Yang nodded. That's right. This battle was bound to happen sooner or later. It has little to do with whether you come back or not. Huh. This time, Ye Lingchen was truly confused. Long Yang chuckled. Ever since you killed Arigius and repaired that rift, this war was destined to break out. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and continued, when Arigius was alive, the other Abyss Lords were still somewhat wary of him. But now that he's dead, do you think the others will sit still? Especially Theseus, who is closest to him. He will definitely take over Arigius's territory as soon as possible. Ye Lingchen nodded upon hearing this. He already knew all of this from Kratos, and probably in more detail than Long Yang. But Theseus would never easily trust these forces that originally belonged to Arigius. He needed a plausible excuse to carry out a major purge of these forces. So he's planning to send those people to the front lines as cannon fodder? You're very clever. You get it right away. For Theseus, all the disobedient people are dead, and his rule will be more secure. On the other hand, he's actively waging war to find the mother nest. He's very proactive and making a good show of it. Regardless of whether this war succeeds or fails, it's a win-win situation. In just a few words, Ye Lingchen understood completely. Kratos and Geddis in the nest were also listening, occasionally offering additional advice to help Ye Lingchen understand the matter more thoroughly. Then can I interpret it this way? The Abyss might not go all out in this war? Ha ha ha. Of course. They've sent cannon fodder. How could he possibly go all out? You really expect Theseus to personally lead the troops? If that were the case, it would be on the scale of the war 8 years ago. And, at this point, Long Yang paused, then turned to look at Xiao Xian, seemingly seeking his opinion. Xiao Xian waved his hand. It's all right. It's not a secret. Telling this will give this kid a good lesson in military and political affairs. Good. Long Yang nodded with a smile. Kid, this war is far more complicated than you imagine. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen involuntarily straightened up, listening attentively with a serious expression. Good attitude. Long Yang took a drag of his cigarette and continued. As you know, after the war 8 years ago, our Dragon Kingdom has been in a period of recovery. Across the entire Blue Star, many countries are eyeing us with covetous intent. No one dares to actually make a move openly, but they've been scheming against us and sabotaging us behind the scenes quite a bit. This war is not only about fighting, but also about taking the initiative. Since Theseus doesn't care about those cannon fodder, we should do as he wishes and eliminate more of the Abyss's forces. It won't do any harm to humanity. On the other hand, once war breaks out, other countries or major powers will inevitably take action. At that time, those spies hidden within the country will also be mobilized. Not only will we be able to see clearly the attitudes of these countries towards us, but we can also effectively eliminate some of the malignant tumors rooted in our country. So that's how it is. Ye Lingchen slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing. It's like using a veiled insult, feigning indifference to lure the enemy out, bluffing, luring the snake out of its hole, and trapping a turtle in a jar. Stop. What kind of nonsense is this? I was just too excited. Commander Long is truly amazing. Ye Lingchen gave a big thumbs up. This flattery was so genuine that Long Yang was overjoyed. He waved his hands repeatedly. Don't talk nonsense, kid. This isn't just my idea. It's the final decision reached by the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. Understood. So what do you need me to do next? How about I go to the front lines and bomb them 5, 6, 7, or 8 more times, acting as a vanguard or something? Be a vanguard officer, my ass. Xiao Xian slapped Ye Lingchen on the back of the head, glaring and bristling. Aren't you going to learn your lesson? If you encounter a powerful expert again, will you have the same good luck? Do you think you're cheating? I really do have a cheat code. Ye Lingchen chuckled to himself. Death is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. With the mother nest around, he has no fear for his life. But there was only one return scroll left, and it had already been used up. If he were to encounter the same situation again, he would truly have to traverse the abyss on foot. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. Senior, what are you saying? As an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, it is my duty to dedicate my life to the Dragon Kingdom. Go to hell with you. You're a cunning little devil. Do you think I don't know? If it weren't for running into the King of Assassins, you probably would have run away the moment you saw him, instead of sacrificing your life. I think it's you who'd rather die than see me die. All right, stop professing your loyalty here. Now that you're back, go back to school and focus on your studies. I hope this experience will teach you a lesson and show you that there are always people better than you. You're right, Senior. I'll remember that. Here you go, Xiao Xian said, taking out a slightly dry piece of dough from his pocket and handing it over. What kind of magic weapon is this? Why does it look like a lump of dough? Ye Lingchen held it in his hand and played with it for a while, thinking that the immortal Xiaoyao had a change of heart and gave him some powerful equipment. Stop looking. You guessed right. This is a lump of dough that I needed at the shop before I came here. Go directly to the capital later and register at Tsinghua or Peking University. Go directly to Kai Fangpei. Oh, by the way, he's the president of Tsinghua and Peking University. When you see him, give him this token, and he'll make proper arrangements for you. Ye Lingchen's lips twitched slightly at the mention of the token. Old Deng is still so eccentric. In those novels, the tokens given by powerful figures are always things like jade pendants, super VIP identity cards, or powerful equipment. You, the carefree immortal, are supposed to be the strongest human being, and you give me nothing but a lump of dough. If I take this to the principal, won't he beat me up and throw me out of the school? Sighing inwardly, Ye Lingchen still politely expressed his gratitude, bowed to the two, and turned to take his leave. Chapter 112 Tsinghua and Peking Universities, Here I Come. After Ye Lingchen left, in the office, Long Yang gave Xiao Yaoxian a strange look and said with a mocking smile, I say, aren't you being too stingy? He's a junior, and a very promising one at that. You're just trying to fool him with a dumpling. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Xiao Yaoxian's old face finally fell. He let out a long, resigned sigh. Oh, my dear brother, you don't understand. Do you think I want to? But alas, my pockets are emptier than my face. Your sister-in-law is too strict. I can't carry even a penny on me. So where would I get a gift for the younger generation? Long Yang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Everyone says that the immortal of freedom is the strongest person in the world, but it turns out he's a henpecked husband. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? You know how strong that tigress is. What kind of bullshit number one expert am I? I really can't beat her. Xiao Yaoxian blushed, and as he spoke, he immediately noticed a pack of cigarettes that was still unopened on Long Yang's desk. My dear brother, I won't drink the tea. But I've come all this way. You can't treat me badly, can you? How about this? I'll reluctantly accept this pack of cigarettes. When you come to the capital for work reports or something, just let me know. I'll have your sister-in-law make some dumplings, and we'll have a good drink together. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. The cigarette was in his hand, and the next moment, Xiao Yaoxian's figure disappeared from the office. Long Yang was stunned. He tried to stop him, but Xiao Yaoxian was too fast. Damn it. You don't have money to buy cigarettes, so you're going to take them from me? You think you're the only one without pocket money. I don't have any either. This pack of cigarettes is my entire month's savings. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. An adjutant walked in carrying a stack of documents. Reporting to the commander, these documents require your review and signature. Long Yang's eyes lit up when he saw his adjutant. Xiaolong, you've been working so hard day and night. Drink more water and smoke less. Take better care of yourself. Here's what I'll do. I'll keep that pack of cigarettes in your pocket for now. Also, send a message. All officers above the regimental level who are carrying cigarettes must hand them over. I'm launching a a month-long anti-smoking health campaign. On the campus of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi sat in the third canteen, eating their meal absent-mindedly. Next to each of them was a paper timetable the size of an A2 sheet of paper. Zhang Wei and Li Jun both looked rather unwell, and even Mu Lingxi's gaze lingered on the timetable, revealing a hint of lingering fear. Zhang Wei took a big bite of his chicken leg, and said with a look of utter despair, Is this kind of curriculum even something a human could come up with? Even the donkeys in the production team couldn't do this. If I hadn't already paid the tuition and it wasn't non-refundable, I would have dropped out right now. Li Jun also looked worried. I thought only our college was this weird. Turns out you guys are all like this. I feel much better now. Mu Lingxi rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Aren't you too ashamed? You're both combat professionals, majoring in combat theory and practice. Look at the courses in my support department. It's twice as many as yours. Not only do I have to study support department courses, but I also have to study your combat major courses. And you still complain about being tired? Where can I complain to you? After Mu Lingxi said those words, Zhang Wei and Li Jun immediately shut up. After being assigned to classes and departments upon enrollment, they thought they were embarking on a bright future and enjoying a colorful university life, but reality slapped them hard in the face. Everyone says that Tsinghua and Peking universities are the top universities in China. The tuition fees here are shockingly high, costing 300,000 yuan per semester. This is why Ye Lingchen looked so worried about going to university before. This amount of money was nothing to Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, but Zhang Wei's family wasn't wealthy. It was truly difficult for them to scrape together enough for tuition. The result was that the curriculum at Tsinghua and Peking universities was well worth the 300,000 yuan. The densely packed curriculum officially began on their second day of school. Combat Theory Foundations, combat practice, introduction to auxiliary professions, basic pharmacy, a brief history of awakened beings, the theory of professional evolution, and so on. The entire course schedule is almost filled with courses that are either theoretical or practical. From Monday to Friday, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., except for a 2-hour lunch break, the rest of the time is spent in class, and more class. That's not all. The course also includes some large open courses that are completely baffling, such as the philosophical worldview of awakened beings and natural sciences, and a guide to navigating the abyss. The names alone are baffling. It's impossible to imagine what these courses are even about. What's worse, these open courses are worth a significant number of credits. Without them, you can't advance to the next level of education or graduate. Walking on campus, watching the senior students who exuded powerful auras pass by, Zhang Wei and his friends really didn't know how they had managed to get through it all. Sure enough, after only 2 days of classes, I couldn't take it anymore. Just then, Chun Erniu, who had a baby face and skin even whiter than a girl's, and Lu Li, who had a sour face and was bruised and swollen and limping, walked into the cafeteria from outside. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Wei was furious. Look at this. Why do we have to take so many classes, while Chun Erniu and Lu Li get special treatment? They not only have dedicated teachers, but they don't have to attend these annoying, open classes. Could the rumors be true, that they are the principal's illegitimate children? Shut up. Just eat your food. Mu Lingxi smacked Zhang Wei on the head with her chopsticks. If the principal heard you say that, he'd break your legs. Those are first and second place. How can they be the same? The teaching content for such geniuses is definitely different from ours. At this point, Mu Lingxi suddenly stopped, and Zhang Wei and Li Jun looked at her quietly, and couldn't help but sigh. All three of them silently put down their chopsticks. Just a moment ago, they had thought of Ye Lingchen again. If Xiao Yezi were still alive, she would probably be receiving the same level of special attention and training as these two. No one answered Zhang Wei's question, and a silence fell over the dinner table. Meanwhile, on the dedicated helipad of Tsinghua and Peking universities, a military helicopter slowly landed. A middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and slightly overweight, wearing glasses, stood quietly to one side waiting for the plane to land. The howling wind whipped up by the propeller did nothing to affect the man. Not even his black and white hair was ruffled. He stood firm like a nail driven into the ground, unmoved by the raging storm. Shortly after, the plane came to a stop, the cabin door opened. Ye Lingchen bid farewell and thanked the officer who had come to see him off, and lightly jumped off the plane. So this is Peking University and Tsinghua University. The dignified Lord of the Abyss has arrived, yet no one is lined up to greet him. This truly chills my heart. Just as he was venting his frustrations, the middle-aged man next to him, who had been ignored, coughed. Ahem, Your Majesty, the great Lord of the Abyss, I rushed here to greet you upon hearing of your arrival. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you properly. Ye Lingchen was lost in expressing his emotions when he suddenly heard someone speaking, which startled him so much that he jumped up high. He turned to look to the side, and saw a middle-aged man with a gentle expression and a kind smile waving at him. Holy crap! Who are you? How did you appear behind someone so suddenly? You scared me to death. Chapter 113 Exclusive Instructor. Half an hour later, in the office of the president of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, Ye Lingchen sat on the sofa with a restrained expression, while Principal Kai Fangpei smiled and made him tea. My lord, we are a small place and have nothing good to offer you. This is a piece of Yunwu Mountain Danglong Puder tea with an 80-year history that I have treasured for a long time. Please, my lord, try it. As he spoke, Kai Fangpei took out a dark, round tea cake and was about to break off a piece from it. Seeing the other party's actions, Ye Lingchen jumped up from the sofa and rushed to Kai Fangpei's side, grabbing his wrist. Principal Kai, Grandpa Kai, please don't joke with me. I can't afford such precious tea. I'll just have cola. No, I'll just have water. Water. Ye Lingchen's smile was more like a grimace. Just now, he got off the plane and started rambling, which was overheard by Kai Fangpei, who had come to greet him. The president of Tsinghua and Peking universities actually joked with Ye Lingchen in a very cooperative manner, which made Ye Lingchen so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He clearly remembered not seeing anyone next to him when he got off the plane. But Kai Fangpei said he had been waiting there for 15 minutes. If that was true, then this person was terrifying, with unfathomable strength, and he couldn't even detect him. However, he never expected that the president of such a prestigious university like Tsinghua and Peking University would be so humorous, joking with him like an old friend. This quickly helped Ye Lingchen to get closer to the president, and he also developed a considerable goodwill towards Kai Fangpei and Tsinghua and Peking University. Seeing Ye Lingchen's pleading gaze, Kai Fangpei burst into laughter. All right, I'm just teasing you. Come on, let's sit down and talk. And believe it or not, I actually have some Coke here. Kai Fangpei took a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Ye Lingchen. Ye Lingchen, let me formally introduce myself. I am Kai Fangpei, the 38th president of Tsinghua University. Welcome to Tsinghua University. Ye Lingchen quickly stood up to return the greeting, his attitude extremely respectful. On the one hand, it's a matter of respect for the bigwigs, and on the other hand, it's a matter of aspiration for these prestigious universities with hundreds of years of history. Tsinghua and Peking universities existed long before humanity awakened. Back then, this institution of higher learning was already the #1 university in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After the awakening of humanity, Tsinghua and Peking universities became the first universities to offer professional and systematic courses specifically for awakened individuals, once again setting a precedent in human history. Over the years, countless graduates have left Tsinghua and Peking universities, including many renowned figures. For example, there are the three notorious killing gods in the military: Ouyang Ziyuan, the killing god of the northern military region; Wang Tianhua, the killing god of the central military region; and Zhang Fangyu, the killing god of the coastal military region. Wang Tianhua and Ye Lingchen had met once before, and now, their figures can be seen on the honor wall outside Kai Fangpei's office. Holy crap! Ye Lingchen's excitement and exclamation finally culminated in this exclamation. Kai Fangpei would not look down on Ye Lingchen because of his lack of literary knowledge. After all, he had awakened a combat profession, not a clerical one. And so, the two chatted easily and happily. Ye Lingchen was impressed by Kai Fangpei's extensive knowledge, while Kai Fangpei also clearly sensed the immense potential of the young man opposite him, a potential that seemed to have no end. Xiao Yi, that's an overview of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Before you came, Xiao Xian had already spoken to me. Because of your sensitive status, the enrollment procedures will be handled on a special basis, and I will personally handle them. Then I'll have to trouble Principal Kai. No trouble at all. Here's what you'll do. Just pay your tuition for the first year. With the sudden change in tone, Ye Lingchen was momentarily at a loss, but he still subconsciously took out his phone and looked around for a place to scan the QR code. Principal Kai, may I offer a suggestion? Go ahead and say it. Isn't our tuition too expensive? 300,000 a year. You have no idea. If I hadn't made some gains in the secret realm before, you probably wouldn't be seeing me today. As he spoke, Ye Lingchen scanned the code handed to him by the other party with his phone. 300,000. Who told you it was 300,000? Kai Fangpei asked, puzzled. I read the admission brochure before I applied. Hey, this is a misunderstanding. Xiao Yi, on behalf of the school, I sincerely apologize to you. Oh, Principal Kai, you're too kind. It's all right. The tuition fee is indeed not 300,000, but 1,200,000. You can scan the code now. ? Ye Lingchen's hand holding the phone froze instantly, his face filled with a million question marks. No, did I hear that right? No. I, Kai Fangpei, am an upright person and would never lie about such things. It was clearly 300,000. How come it's quadrupled in my case? Ye Lingchen wasn't unable to pay the money. As he himself said, he had saved up some money after selling that set of equipment to Wang Tianhua. However, he was used to being poor, and suddenly having to pay so much money was unexpected and a bit hard for him to accept. Kai Fangpei smiled slightly and gestured for him to sit down. Xiao Yi, please calm down. I know you have questions, but you need to understand that the reason why Tsinghua and Peking universities have such high tuition fees is because the teaching content and quality here are incomparable to ordinary universities. And as the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, how could you possibly receive the same treatment as other students? Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen immediately became interested and perked up his ears to listen. Before you came to register, the top 3 students in the college entrance examination were all studying at our school, and each of them was assigned a dedicated teacher for targeted guidance and training. This is a privilege that other students simply cannot enjoy. Of course, now that you have arrived, you have become one of the top 4. This is also a situation that has never happened before at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Who are the top 3? Chun Erniu, Lu Li, Chen Kursen. Ye Lingchen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He recognized 2 of the 3. He knew Lu Li and Chun Kursen's abilities. They were indeed beyond the reach of ordinary students. However, the fact that they had been surpassed by a guy named Chun Erniu piqued his interest in this guy with such a rustic name. Chun Erniu came in second? I've never heard of him before. Ha ha ha. Chun Erniu is an outstanding student from our capital city. This time, he is also valued by Vice Principal Soren and personally taught by him. The other two are also pillars of our Dragon Kingdom's future. Lu Li's teacher is Jiang Fengyu, one of the 3 killing gods from the coastal war zone. Chun Kursen's teacher is Zheng Li, the Minister of the Overseas Operations Department directly under the military region headquarters. Holy crap, Ye Lingchen gasped upon hearing this. He was naturally familiar with the title of the 3 killing gods, and although he was hearing about the other 2 for the first time, judging from the positions Kai Fengpei mentioned, they were extraordinary figures. One was the vice president of Tsinghua or Peking University, and the other was the minister of a military region department whose name sounded suspicious and had never been heard of before. If that's the case, then who will be my personal tutor? Could it be Principal Kai himself? Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen looked intently at Kai Fengpei, his mouth practically watering. Chapter 114 Grand Steward Teacher's Son. Don't look at me like that, Xiao Yi, Kai Fengpei said, somewhat amused and exasperated. He could easily see what the other person was thinking, and he sighed inwardly. How could he not like such a promising student? But he really couldn't teach Ye Lingchen. The other party's instructors were not people he could arrange. Alas, only a handful of people can become his teachers. Kai Fengpei sighed inwardly. Ye Lingchen didn't think that way. Seeing that the other party had clearly denied his guess, Ye Lingchen seemed to have realized something, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Principal Kai, could my teacher be that carefree, immortal senior? Ye Lingchen asked cautiously, his tone carrying 7 parts resistance, 2 parts disdain, and finally a hint of resignation. Of course not. The immortal of leisure doesn't have time to teach you, and although he's powerful, he's not a competent teacher, Kai Fengpei laughed. However, why do I get the feeling you're quite unwilling? No. Ye Lingchen quickly put on his armor. I'm familiar with Senior Xiao Yaoxian, and I naturally admire and respect him. I dream of becoming his student. He said those words through gritted teeth. Hee, I see. No wonder the immortal Xiao Yao specially came to instruct me to supervise your studies closely and not to slack off in the slightest. You need to be trained with 10 times the amount of training that ordinary students receive. Old Deng, I'll never forgive you. Ye Lingchen cried out inwardly, but on the surface he still had to put on a grateful expression. Principal Kai, please tell me, who exactly is my teacher? He must be a big shot, right? Of course. But, at this point, Kai Fengpei handed Ye Lingchen the printed tuition invoice and the prepared electronic student ID. I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll know his name when you meet him in person. Before that, make sure you're settled. Kai Fengpei picked up the dedicated phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Come to my office. Not long after I hung up the phone, there was a knock on the office door, and a young female teacher with glasses and a very refined demeanor walked in. Principal, you wanted to see me? Teacher's son, come here, let me introduce you. This is Ye Lingchen, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. He also applied to Tsinghua and Peking universities and is here today to officially register. Huh. The female teacher was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. The top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? Wasn't it Chun Erniu, that baby-faced guy? How come another one has suddenly appeared? Wait a minute, Ye Lingchen. Why does that name sound so familiar? The female teacher's mind raced, and she immediately thought of the heresy incident that had shocked the internet a few months ago. It's him, Ye Lingchen, the heretic. The female teacher's expression instantly became quite interesting upon thinking of the other person's name. Xiao Yi, this is Ms. Sun Shuiying from the logistics department. She's the head of everything at Tsinghua and Peking universities. She'll be in charge of your accommodation and meals. Kai Fengpei introduced them to each other. Teacher's son, I have sent you Ye Lingchen's student record and salary level. Please check your phone. Also, Ye Lingchen's wristband needs to be connected to a dedicated network and have exclusive permissions activated so he can access the internal faculty communication section. Okay. Don't worry, Principal Kai. I'll make sure everything is arranged. Alright, I have other things to do. You guys go ahead. After saying goodbye to Kai Fengpei, Ye Lingchen followed Sun Shuiying out of the administration building and strolled around the campus. As expected of a senior teacher at Tsinghua and Peking universities, Sun Shuiying has been working here for 7 years, even though she is only in her 30s. She came to Tsinghua and Peking universities almost immediately after the Second Abyss War. She quickly glanced at Ye Lingchen's student registration information and Kai Fangpei's arrangements, and immediately understood the situation. Another freak. Sun Shuiying muttered to herself. No, compared to Ye Lingchen, the previous ones aren't even freaks. Ye Lingchen's information had been deliberately hidden before, and even she didn't know about it. If Kai Fangpei hadn't granted her access, she wouldn't have known that there was such a real top scorer in the college entrance examination. Upon seeing the other party's dedicated instructor and the advanced privileges granted, Sun Shuiying fell into deep thought. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. I'd believe you if you told me he was old man Kai's illegitimate son. While she was internally complaining, Sun Shuiying's hands didn't stop moving. She tapped the ring, and with her other hand, she made a series of lightning-fast operations on the light screen, so fast that afterimages appeared, leaving Ye Lingchen in awe. Teacher Sun, you're so cool. What's your profession? Are you an assassin? Your hand speed is unmatched. Ye Lingchen praised sincerely. Oh, you're too kind, Ye. Sun Shuiying blushed slightly after being praised by Ye Lingchen. As the head of the logistics hub of Tsinghua and Peking universities, she usually deals with the staff of the logistics department and rarely has direct contact with students. Although she is young, she manages over 100 people, many of whom are older than her. Everyone knows Sun Shuiying's capabilities, so no one usually makes such a fuss. Being praised by such a handsome boy today made Sun Shuiying feel incredibly happy, and she unconsciously quickened her pace. I'm not an assassin, I'm just an ordinary butler. What? A butler? Ye Lingchen was taken aback. Is it the butler profession I'm referring to? That's right. Sun Shuiying smiled sweetly. A fully fledged butler. How about that? Didn't expect that. Holy crap. Faced with such a beautiful woman, the classic, holy crap, didn't escape his lips. He used another word instead. Ye Lingchen was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. He'd heard how useless crafting professions were since middle school. In his view, combat professions and crafting professions were from completely different worlds. Seeing Sun Shuiying's incredible hand speed just now, Ye Lingchen subconsciously assumed that she was a combat professional like himself. This greatly shocked him. Little Ye, it seems you have a big misunderstanding about vocational skills. Sun Shuiying laughed. But it's okay, you'll understand as you get to know them better. Oh, by the way, this year's college entrance exam also had vocational skills candidates, and they shone brightly. Weren't you on the front lines too? Didn't you see? This. Ye Lingchen was somewhat speechless. He really didn't see it. But you can't tell the other party the truth, saying that you've gone on a 2-month, deep-sea customized independent trip. As for the vast amount of information contained in the other party's words, Ye Lingchen planned to find out about it as soon as he finished arranging things here. He also wanted to know what exactly happened in the college entrance examination hall after he left. Chapter 115, The Dormitory Building for Outstanding Students. We've arrived. This is the dormitory for top students. After walking for a full 20 minutes after leaving the administration building, Sun Shuiying pointed to an old 3-story building in front of her and said, perhaps because Ye Lingchen's flattery pleased Sun Shuiying, she kept introducing Ye Lingchen to various buildings, scenic spots, and even some very famous senior students she passed by in her popular science category. Ye Lingchen already knew some of this information during his conversation with Kai Fangpei. However, the vast majority of it was information he was unaware of. Which areas are the cafeteria, the school clinic, the student dormitories, the training grounds, the sports field, the faculty and staff dormitories, the VIP building, the teaching building, and the research building. Sun Shuiying even introduced popular dating spots for young couples and several famous attractions, rumored to be haunted without reservation. Ye Lingchen listened with great interest, inwardly marveling at the experience. University life and high school life are indeed worlds apart. The beauty of the ivory tower can only be truly appreciated by actually entering it. This place is like a rehearsal space for students before they enter society. It resembles a miniature society, but it's not the real society. Besides acquiring essential knowledge, students go to university primarily to develop their ability to adapt to society. The fact that it's placed here is to help awakened individuals improve their survival rate in future lives and battles. Tsinghua and Peking universities have truly gone to great lengths. This is where I live, Teacher Sunday. You're not mistaken, are you? Ye Lingchen was speechless as he looked at the dilapidated building in front of him. That's right. To be precise, even top students aren't qualified to live here. The top 3 students in the college entrance examination each year are considered exceptionally outstanding, and only they are qualified to live here, Sun Shuiying said with great certainty. This building is arguably the most dilapidated building in the entire Tsinghua and Peking universities, bar none. On the mottled exterior wall, some ivy climbed haphazardly. Through the sparse branches and leaves, Ye Lingchen keenly noticed some dark marks on the building's exterior wall that resembled dried blood. These traces are numerous, covering almost the entire building, with the vast majority of them concealed by ivy. For some reason, standing at a distance and looking at the dormitory building, Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were facing a terrifying beast as huge as a mountain, and the creaking dormitory door in the wind was like the two broken front teeth of an old giant. The terrifying yet desolate atmosphere made Ye Lingchen feel extremely uncomfortable, and a sense of irritability and rage arose within him, but he quickly suppressed it. Strange. There's something wrong with this building. It's actually triggering my negative emotions. Ye Lingchen's expression turned serious. You know, he's immune to all the negative effects of the abyss, but this building in front of him evoked negative emotions in him after just one glance. That's pretty impressive. Sun Shuiying was completely oblivious to Ye Lingchen's unusual behavior and continued to dutifully give her introduction. This dormitory building is the oldest existing building at Tsinghua and Peking University, with a history of over 800 years. Sun Shuiying's tone became serious, and her eyes held a hint of melancholy. If you ever have the chance to learn about Tsinghua and Peking University's history, you'll know that during the First Abyss War, the entire university was razed to the ground, but this dormitory building stood. The pioneers of humanity, or rather, the first awakened beings of humanity, were born in this building. These words immediately filled Ye Lingchen, who already valued the matter highly, with a sense of awe. No wonder he felt scared looking at this building. No wonder there were dark bloodstains on the exterior wall of the building. So that's what happened. Ye Lingchen could imagine the magnificent scene back then. Humanity is on the verge of extinction, and a dormitory building, like a lone boat in a sea of abyssal monsters, unleashes a supernova-like power. A human awakener was born, turning the tide of the war in one fell swoop. The terrifying aura emanating from this dormitory building is the malevolent energy produced by the blood and souls of countless abyssal monsters killed by the pioneers of humanity. Just then, a figure walked out of the dormitory building. Hey, isn't this Shuiying? What brings you here? A thin, hunchbacked old man who looked to be in his 80s said. Uncle Lu, long time no see. Are you still in good health? Still going strong. Still going strong. These old bones of mine are going to live for at least another 1,000 or 800 years. Yes, may Grandpa Lu live as long as Mount Nanshan. Ye Lingchen looked at the pointless conversation between the old man and the young man with a strange expression. Live for 1,000 or 800 years. Wouldn't that turn you into a tortoise? He wanted to laugh, but felt it would be impolite in this situation. The old man didn't exude any aura of an awakened being. He looked like an ordinary person. Yet Sun Shuiying treated him with exceptional respect, indicating that his status was extraordinary. Uncle Lu, you've come at the perfect time. Let me introduce you to Ye Lingchen, a freshman this year and the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Principal Kai personally arranged for me to help him with his accommodation and meals. Would you please do me the trouble of arranging a dormitory for him? A new student? Good. Let me see. After hearing this, Grandpa Lu walked shakily to Ye Lingchen and looked him up and down with his dim old eyes. Hello, Uncle Lu. My name is Ye Lingchen. Little Yi, this is the dormitory manager. From now on, you'll be relying entirely on Grandpa Lu to live here. Sun Shuiying quickly introduced him, seemingly afraid that Ye Lingchen might say something wrong. Dormitory manager. Is this the legendary dormitory manager who ignores levels, talents, and all buffs, and can completely crush all the students living in the dorms? Even if I never went to university, haven't I at least seen a pig run? The position of dormitory supervisor is a highly prestigious one in universities, even more memorable than that of department heads, counselors, and course instructors. Seeing the actual dormitory manager now, Ye Lingchen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Uncle Lu, you can just call me Xiao Yezi. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so please accept this pack of cigarettes as a token of my respect. As he spoke, Ye Lingchen flipped his hand, and a pack of cigarettes appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he stuffed it into Grandpa Lu's hand. Where did those cigarettes come from? They were naturally stolen from Long Yang's desk. It must be said that Ye Lingchen's early exposure to society and understanding of human relationships made this move very effective. Grandpa Lu's face, covered with wrinkles and age spots, immediately broke into a radiant smile, like a chrysanthemum. Oh my, look at this. Young people these days. Little Yezi, right? There aren't many young people like you who know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. This is a school. We don't do that kind of thing. It's too vulgar. This can't be done anymore. He verbally refused, but his actions betrayed him. Like magic, before Ye Lingchen could even see clearly, Grandpa Lu had slipped the cigarette into his coat and disappeared. Good boy, I'm so happy today. I suddenly remembered that there's a dormitory room that's still empty. I'll arrange it for you right away. As he spoke, Grandpa Lu took a bunch of keys from the key tray on his waist and handed it over. Here's the key. You can open the door and tidy up yourself in a bit. Ye Lingchen thanked him profusely and took the key. He noticed a light blue plastic tag on the keychain with the 3 numbers 311 prominently engraved on it. Chapter 116 Maid. I have a maid now. After seeing off teacher's son and saying goodbye to Grandpa Lu, Ye Lingchen rushed into the dormitory building and headed straight for room 311. He was so excited precisely because the number happened to be his birthday. As a materialist transmigrator defeated by theism, Ye Lingchen instinctively felt that there was a divine will at play. Of all the dorm rooms in this building, he was given one in the middle of nowhere, and what's more, it happened to be his birthday number. You think this is a coincidence? Nobody believes that. Arriving on the 3rd floor and standing in front of dormitory 311, Ye Lingchen noticed that the door to this dormitory was different from the others. The biggest difference is that the door to dormitory 311 is really dilapidated. The yellow paint on the wooden door was peeling off, and the small glass window was covered in grime and dust, as if someone had spat on it with snot and phlegm, making it impossible to see inside. In contrast, the other dormitories, although also with wooden doors, had obviously undergone some repairs. They didn't look particularly new, but they weren't as dilapidated as room 311. Oh no, have I been tricked? Ye Lingchen had a bad feeling, but there was no other way but to open the door. Snap! Squeak! The sickening sound echoed through the hallway. The door opened. What comes into view is a dilapidated single dormitory room. A metal-framed bed, an old wooden storage cabinet as worn as the wooden door, a table missing a leg, and a chair with its back empty, leaving only a lonely metal frame. There was nothing else besides that. Oh, right. And there are also the dormitory windows, which are just as dirty as the glass windows of the main gate, and a tattered curtain whose original color is no longer recognizable. Ye Lingchen's lips twitched violently as he suppressed his anger at being tricked and forced himself to walk into the dormitory. Take a step forward. Buzz. Ye Lingchen felt a blur before his eyes, and a dizzying sensation washed over him. He quickly steadied himself and even prepared for battle. But the next second, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. The dormitory I saw from the doorway was dilapidated. The dormitory inside the gate was even more dilapidated. But the dormitory room is more than 10 times larger. This is spatial magic. Ye Lingchen immediately understood. The original furniture had been moved to a corner and disappeared into a room called bedroom. In the huge living room, an old sofa stands alone in the center. The other rooms are a bathroom, a shower room, a study, a gym, and a strange room with a sign that reads Special Training Room. A yellowed, worn piece of paper floated down from above, and Ye Lingchen quickly caught it. Upon closer inspection, the rules for this dormitory were written on it. Dormitory 311 rules. These rules apply only to dormitory 311. In addition, the general dormitory rules must also be followed. 1. No cleaning. This includes, but is not limited to, wiping windows, sweeping, making beds, and laundry. All daily tasks are handled by a designated person. Please trust her and do not interfere with her work, as it will upset her. 2. You can use divine stones to expand room size. Every 10 divine stones can add 1 more room as needed. Please write down the furniture and furnishings you need for each room on a piece of paper and place it in the room. Please do not buy them yourself. There is a designated person in charge. Please trust her and do not interfere with her work, or she will be upset. 3. Every 100 divine stones allows entry into the special training room once. Special training is dangerous. Enter with caution. Cherish life. Stay away from training addiction. All divine stones consumed in the dormitory should be fed directly to her. Please trust her and do not interfere with her work. She will be sad. 4. Please give her a nice name. 5. She's right behind you. Strange dormitory rules. Looking at these rules, Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he had entered a world of bizarre rules. Especially when he saw the last one. Ye Lingchen felt as if a cold breeze was blowing down the back of his neck, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. He leaped forward suddenly, then turned around with lightning speed. He looked back. The scene Ye Lingchen expected, a fierce ghost touching his face, did not happen. Instead, a young girl dressed as a maid stood there timidly, her cheeks flushed, shyly clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at the astonished Ye Lingchen with a somewhat timid gaze. Who are you? The other person's good looks calmed Ye Lingchen down. Hello, new master of dormitory 311. Please give me a nice name. The maid's silvery voice rang out as she smiled at Ye Lingchen. Oh my god, I'm melting. That voice, that outfit, that gaze, that movement. Every single thing the other person did was aimed directly at Ye Lingchen. Good. Ye Lingchen said 11 times in a row. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ye Lingchen. Yi is the Yi of Emperor Yi, Ling is the Ling of lofty ambition, and Chun is the Chun of treading through the mortal world. It means that a peerless hero as powerful as Emperor Yi not only has lofty ambitions, but also understands the hardships of the world. At this moment, Ye Lingchen was like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, his little mouth chattering nonstop, using almost all the language knowledge he had accumulated, all in order to establish a lofty image in front of the maid. 2 minutes later. Hello, new master Ye Lingchen. Please give me a nice name. Okay, my self-introduction failed. The other person wasn't buying it at all. Ye Lingchen was somewhat discouraged. He could only blush, rest his chin on his hand, and pretend to be deep in thought. All right, let me think it over. He thought about it for a full 15 minutes. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Ye Lingchen, whose only adjective was holy crap, tragically discovered that he couldn't even come up with a name for the other person. How about the name area? Boom. The entire dormitory suddenly shook violently. Wait a minute. How about we call her Tsuehua? Boom. A murderous glint flashed in the maid's eyes. Xiaofeng. Boom. Zhuanzi. Duck eggs. Shengnan. Zhao deer. Boom. 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 The murderous intent in the maid's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Ye Lingchen realized that if he continued to speak, he would probably die. Just then, a flash of lightning struck his mind. Got it. Noel. Yes. Your name is Noel. Ye Lingchen shouted, filled with a strong will to survive. The tremors stopped, the murderous aura vanished, and the maid's smile deepened. She agreed. That's a lovely name. The maid tilted her head, her cute yet alluring charm almost making Ye Lingchen vomit blood. Call. With the weight lifted from his heart, Ye Lingchen suddenly felt more confident. Very well. Noel, as my loyal maid, show your master your true worth. Hee. Yes, master. Noel walked up to Ye Lingchen. Her skin was so smooth and delicate that Ye Lingchen could even see the fine downy hairs on her face up close. A blush crept up Noel's cheeks, and she slowly knelt down, almost touching Ye Lingchen. Chapter 117 Good Friends Reunited. Half an hour later, Ye Lingchen stood in the center of the living room, utterly dejected, staring blankly at his feet, lost in deep thought. He stood there for a full half hour, and Noel just silently wiped the floor for that entire half hour without saying a word. There wasn't a single second of rest, not a single wasted word. Even the way she held the rag with both hands, leaned forward, and her two round, high mounds behind her were enough to make one's mind wander. Especially those white stockings. Those are white stockings. White stockings are even rarer than black stockings. At this moment, Ye Lingchen had given up all hope. He finally understood that a maid is a maid, a real maid. Noelle can do everything that a maid can do. Everything you think a maid can do, and everything you want her to do, she can't do. What do you want her to do? Don't get the wrong idea. Of course, it's about sweeping the house with a mop while singing the leek song. However, to be fair, Ye Lingchen did not come away empty-handed during those half hour. Ever since he gave her a name, he has known most of Noelle's abilities. He also understood why the dormitory rules told him not to clean, etc. Because all of this is Noelle's job. Even if you paint a world-famous painting on your smelly socks and underwear and then glue them to the ceiling with super glue, the next day, the virtuous Noelle will wash them clean and put them in your closet as if they were brand new. As for furnishing, you just need to tell us your needs, and Noelle will do the magic. She can conjure up anything you want. Ye Lingchen seemed to gradually understand as well. The entire 311 dormitory is like a powerful piece of equipment, like its own exclusive weapon nest, complete with its own internal space, and Noelle is the spirit of this equipment. Within dormitory 311, she was invincible, omnipotent. Of course, The premise is that you have to respect her. You not only need to have a nice-sounding name, but you also can't take away her job. The naming incident nearly escalated into a bloody disaster, giving Ye Lingchen a profound understanding of Noel's power. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about the origins of this dormitory. Grandpa Lu definitely didn't cheat him. On the contrary, it was a great gift, a gift he easily obtained in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Ye Lingchen guessed that other dormitories probably didn't have a function like 311, let alone a spirit. Forget it. I'll just ask Grandpa Lu later. Ye Lingchen shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. The dormitory has probably been without a new owner for a long time, so it's covered in dust, and the furniture needs to be replaced. Ye Lingchen gave all these instructions to Noel to handle herself, while he plopped down on the sofa and took out his phone. I wonder how those guys are doing now. Zhang Wei and Li Jun are all right. But Tide, she must be worried sick, Ye Lingchen thought to himself as he searched for their contact information. He wanted to contact these people on the plane, but the timing might not be right. They might be in class. You can't expect them to skip class to come and greet you, can you? It's almost noon now, the perfect time for lunch break. Ye Lingchen opened several of the group chats they had created before, typed a long post, and then deleted it all. Finally, he sent a big smiley face and then ignored it. 5 seconds later, 3 video call requests rang out simultaneously in the group chat. Ye Lingchen could no longer suppress the smile on his lips and answered the call. Holy crap. Little Yezi, is that you? Is it really you? You're still alive. Ye Lingchen was speechless. Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Are you just hoping I die? Yi Shun. It really is Yi Shun. Yi Shun is back. Am I really hallucinating because of the strong smell of how to Inia chordata I ate for lunch? That's right, it's an illusion. I'm actually the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. VIP me 50, and when I rise again, I'll bestow upon you the title of King of the First Rank. Welcome back, little Yezi. Mu Lingxi's eyes were a little moist, and all her words were condensed into a simple sentence. Ye Lingchen smiled and nodded. Don't cry in front of those 2 idiots, Cici. I'm back, you can rest assured. For a moment, the 4 of them were silent for a few seconds, then burst into hearty laughter. Little Leaf, where are you now? I'm coming to find you right now. I'll skip my afternoon class if necessary. I second that. I second that. Even Mu Lingxi was so resolute this time. Seeing the 3 of them crying tears of joy, Ye Lingchen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It turns out there are still people in this world who care about me. Why skip class? I'm at Tsinghua or Peking University right now, in the top students' dormitory. Where are you guys? I'll come find you. I haven't eaten either. Wow. You're enrolling at Tsinghua or Peking University. That's fantastic. It's only natural that Yi Shun comes to Tsinghua and Peking University. Didn't you notice that he just said he was in the top student dormitory building? Little Yezi, the 3 of us are in the cafeteria. Here's our location. We're waiting for you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Ye Lingchen rushed out of the dormitory building and headed straight for the 3rd canteen. He missed Zhang Wei and his friends very much. They were his classmates and his best friends. It's a pity, if only Z were here at this moment. Before long, Ye Lingchen arrived at the 3rd canteen and saw the 3 people eagerly waiting at the entrance. Little Leaf, over here. Zhang Wei shouted loudly. Yi Shun, welcome back. Let's have a hug. Get lost. If you're going to hug someone, it'll be with Cici. Come here, Cici, give me a kiss. Get lost, you pervert. Video calls are one thing, but when they actually met in person, they still couldn't hide their excitement. The 4 of them chatted as they entered the cafeteria. Little Yezi, we've already eaten, but for you, I don't mind having another meal. Master June, bring out 10 or 8 stir-fries to welcome little Yezi back. Don't worry, it's already prepared. The 4 sat down and, while eating, poured out their hearts to each other. Ye Lingchen recounted his experience, but did not mention entering the abyss. He only said that he was ambushed by powerful abyssal monsters, trapped, and barely managed to escape. These are all true, but the key people and locations have been concealed. At the same time, he also learned from the 3 people what happened on the battlefield after he left. When Ye Lingchen learned that hundreds of thousands of life skills test takers had participated in the competition, he was astonished and his mouth dropped open. Hee, I thought nothing could surprise you, little Yezi, but it turns out you didn't expect this either. Ye Lingchen shook his head with a sigh. I never expected this. The person in charge of the logistics department, teacher's son, who just helped me with the procedures, is a fully fledged housekeeper. I never thought a life skill could be this powerful. Absolutely. It wasn't until we got to university that we realized how ignorant we were before. Who are you talking about, us? That's just you and Li Jun. I don't count. Mu Lingxi stuck out her tongue and said playfully. Yes, yes, yes. You, Miss Mu, are naturally very knowledgeable. Who was it that, upon hearing the news of Xiao Yezi's disappearance, lost their appetite and lost several pounds? Zhang Wei, you bastard. Are you asking for a beating? The four's cheerful laughter attracted the attention of other students eating nearby. A handsome guy, a beautiful girl, and two goofy guys. This combination is quite appealing. Just then, a surprised voice rang out from the side. Wow, it's you. It really is you. That incredibly handsome dragon-riding boy. Chapter 1, 18 Heroes Tomb. Hearing that clear, porcelain doll-like voice, Ye Lingchen turned his head to look. A boy stood behind him, his eyes shining, his fists clenched, looking like a fanboy meeting his idol, extremely excited. The boy had fair, jade-like skin and a round, adorable baby face, making him even more handsome than the money-bringing boy in the painting. Such an appearance, such skin, and a voice that was extremely inconsistent with his age left Ye Lingchen stunned for a few seconds. In contrast, Zhang Wei and the other two did not react so strongly. Zhang Wei, in particular, scoffed. TCH, now that you've met the real first-place winner, you fake ones still have the nerve to show your face. Chen Erniu. Chen Erniu? Is he Chen Erniu? Ye Lingchen merged that name with the boy in front of him in his mind, and a sense of incongruity arose spontaneously. Such a handsome young man has such a down-to-earth name. He's truly approachable. He then saw a guy dressed in black with a sour face standing next to Chen Erniu, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. However, this sour-faced guy seemed to have just been beaten up. His bruised and swollen face looked rather comical. Huh? Isn't this Lu Li? I'm so sorry. I almost didn't recognize you with your battle-worn makeup. You? Ye Lingchen. Lu Li roared in anger, which aggravated the wound on his lip, causing it to bleed. Ouch! That hurts so much. Ye Lingchen, you disappeared without a word for so long. And now you dare to pop up again. He wanted to say something more, but Chen Erniu shoved him aside. Chen Erniu hopped up to Ye Lingchen, seemingly wanting to shake hands with him. At that moment, a hand decisively blocked Ye Lingchen's path. Chen Erniu, do you think you can just shake Yishen's hand like that? I, the president and founder of the Yishen fan club, haven't even touched it yet. Li Jun said domineeringly from the side. Yishen's fan club? Chen Erniu was taken aback, tilting his head and looking at Li Jun curiously. Great. This is an organization specially established for all friends who love Yishen. I am the president, and there is currently one member. Seeing how much you admire Yishen, I can consider making you the vice president. What do you think? What? Vice president? Can I really do it? Chen Erniu opened his mouth wide in surprise, immediately forgetting about shaking hands with Ye Lingchen. Of course. Besides, I have some rare and precious items from Yishen here. For example, the used socks Yishen threw away, the tissues Yishen used to wipe his nose, the math test paper Yishen got a 0 on. Yishen. Ye Lingchen listened from the side, his face darkening. Li Jun, that's enough. Before Ye Lingchen could speak, Zhang Wei was the first to attack. How could you treat Xiao Yezi like this? These are all personal belongings. Where did you get all these things from? TCH. Of course I used my money to get it from my classmate. You dare to call yourself Yishen's best brother? You don't even have any treasures. You're spouting nonsense. Who said I didn't? Zhang Wei's face turned red. Then he lowered his voice and said, I have a love letter that Xiao Yezi wrote to Mu Lingxi. I found it in the trash can when I went to her house last time. Mu Lingxi. Tell me more about the love letter. Lu Li, count me in. I'll join right now. I don't want to be vice president. Just a regular member is fine. I'll pay my dues now. The group chatted amongst themselves, like vendors and customers selling CDs on the street, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally letting out lewd laughter. Ye Lingchen, left standing to the side, was already disheveled in the wind. Standing celebrities is a killer. A killer. My lifelong reputation is ruined. It must be said that the comeback was much more successful than expected. Not only did he reunite with several good brothers, but he also met a new friend, Chen Erniu. Because they shared a common topic, Ye Lingchen, the group quickly became friends. Zhang Wei, who had initially been prejudiced against Chen Erniu, now put his arm around Chen Erniu's shoulder, calling him brother and constantly telling him about Ye Lingchen's dark history. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited as they talked, and showed no sign of stopping, Ye Lingchen helplessly rubbed his forehead. I can't stand you guys. Alright, you guys chat. I need to go find my instructor to report for my class. Alright, get lost, don't get in the way. Zhang Wei waved his hand. then seemed to remember something and instructed, "By the way, is your quilt that's full of shoddy cotton still at home? Remember to bring it when you have time. I'm planning to make a signature wall and hang it in the fan club's area later." Ye Lingchen fled in panic. After saying goodbye to his unreliable friends, Ye Lingchen headed north towards Tsinghua and Peking universities. There are no buses on campus, and the campus is too large, so it took Ye Lingchen 20 minutes to walk there. Finally, as the number of pedestrians gradually decreased, Ye Lingchen arrived at his destination, the hero's tomb, after bypassing a small lake. This is a sizable pagoda forest, with 108 stone pagodas standing quietly in this secluded place surrounded by bamboo groves. The hero's tomb is a very famous tourist attraction at Tsinghua and Peking universities, and even in the entire capital and the whole country. Beneath each stone tower here lies the tomb of a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Some have remains, while others are just cenotaphs. Every year on the anniversary of the war, the country broadcasts the ceremony live, where wreaths are laid and people pay their respects to the heroes. On weekdays, the hero's tomb is not open to the public. Even tour groups or tourists who come to pay their respects can only perform the ceremony at a designated location outside the bamboo forest and are not allowed to step into the bamboo forest. There are no guards here because there's no need for them. Ordinary people, even low-level awakened beings, cannot enter this place at all, and the reason for this is the formation here. This is a maze personally set up by a powerful being. Anyone who steps into it will walk out of the maze by themselves in no time. Ye Lingchen's target on this trip was this powerful figure who had set up the maze, and also his personal tutor. Arriving at the edge of the bamboo forest, looking at the tower forest that was partially obscured by misty fog, Ye Lingchen slowly took out a noodle from his pocket. "Principal Kai told me to just bring some dough balls and walk in, but I don't know if that's true or not." Ye Lingchen had a strong prejudice against the stingy old man, Xiao Yaoxian, and simply didn't believe that the dough dumpling the other party had casually tossed to him could have any miraculous effect. However, due to Principal Kai's repeated instructions, he finally gave up the idea of throwing it away. This teacher is so strange. Why would he live in a cemetery? Or is he some kind of internet celebrity who uses the contrast to gain traffic? As Ye Lingchen muttered to himself, he stepped into the bamboo forest. His figure was quickly enveloped and swallowed up by the surrounding mist. The mist seemed to have a life of its own and began to churn violently. Some creatures even took shape within the mist, leaving Ye Lingchen stunned. This is truly a maze. It even has haunted house effects. If tickets were sold at the entrance for 50 yuan each, I'd be the richest person in the world right now. Unbeknownst to Ye Lingchen, the dough ball he was holding was emitting a barely perceptible light. This light did not spread, but merely made the dough ball appear somewhat translucent. However, the moment the light shone, the surrounding mist, like melting snow, spread and dissolved to both sides. Within seconds, a broad road appeared before him, and Ye Lingchen was astonished to find that he had only taken a few steps and was now standing in the forest of towers. Chapter 119, is he one of the three pure ones? I just walked in like this. Where's the maze? Ye Lingchen looked at the dough that had returned to its original state, his face full of doubt. Could it really be that the dough ball worked? He shook his head, not dwelling on the matter any longer, and put away the dough pieces, heading deeper into Tallinn. The temperature is not low after the start of autumn. The scorching sun overhead still drives away the lingering heat and makes it unbearably hot and humid. However, the temperature inside the hero's tomb was frighteningly low. Ye Lingchen shivered from the cold and looked around at the stone towers with some fear. A dignified hidden-class abyss lord is actually afraid of ghosts. If word got out, his supporters would probably laugh themselves to death. But Ye Lingchen was afraid. It was as if he was born with it, and there was nothing he could do about it. Dear heroes, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, you are all heroes. Please don't come out and scare this junior. My little heart can't take any more trouble. Ye Lingchen chanted, Ba, Amen, Hallelujah. May the heavenly venerable God bless you, and quickened his pace to pass through the tower forest. Finally, after walking for 5 minutes, he could vaguely see a small bungalow in the deepest part of Tallinn. We're here. This is it. Ye Lingchen was overjoyed and rushed to the open space in front of the bungalow. Why is it another dilapidated house? Seeing the bungalow in front of him, Ye Lingchen felt a pang of embarrassment. First it was a dormitory building, and now this one looked like a dilapidated structure. Did the brilliant minds at Tsinghua and Peking universities really have a penchant for war-damaged architecture? This dilapidated house is drafty on all sides, and many of the roof tiles are missing. If it rains, it's a light drizzle outside and a downpour inside, so the people living inside have to go outside to take shelter. What's most infuriating is the front door. The door panel has long since disappeared, replaced by a tattered cloth curtain. Because of the dampness, the curtain is covered in mold and even has a few small mushrooms growing on it. Calm down. Stay calm. Maybe it's like dorm 311, dilapidated on the outside but a hidden gem inside. Ye Lingchen tried to comfort himself and did not go up to knock on the door. Nonsense. There's no way that's possible. He stood in the open space, his expression turning serious, and loudly proclaimed to the dilapidated house, "Student Ye Lingchen, reporting for duty." The sound echoed and reverberated through the tower forest, creating a strange resonance, as if countless Ye Lingchens were speaking at the same time. The hairs on the back of Ye Lingchen's neck stood on end as he struggled to control himself from running away. He didn't see any movement inside the house until the echo completely disappeared. Strange? Is the teacher not here? Ye Lingchen cleared his throat and called out twice more, but still no one answered. Could it be such a coincidence? He decided to walk straight into the house to see what was going on inside. Just as he was about to enter the house, a cold voice suddenly rang out from inside. "It's so noisy. Come on in. Why are you shouting so loudly? Come in by yourself. Be careful not to fall. Once you're in, just jump down." The sound seemed to come from a distant place, with a hollow echo, but Ye Lingchen was certain it came from inside the house. "It's good that someone's here. It's good that someone's here." Ye Lingchen calmed himself down and lifted the curtain to enter the room. The sight inside the room left him completely stunned. All that talk about hidden wonders and secrets is utter nonsense. This place really is just a dilapidated house. Forget about furniture, there aren't even any floor tiles in the house. Inside the room, there was only a large, dark hole in the very center, like a giant black eye staring at Ye Lingchen, the uninvited guest. A cold wind blew out from the cave, carrying faint sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. That sound just now came from inside the cave. No wonder it sounded so hollow and had an echo. The room was pitch black. The other person reminded him not to fall, fearing that Ye Lingchen might slip and fall. He's actually a pretty nice guy. Ye Lingchen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He didn't know if this teacher was powerful or not, but at least his place of residence was too unique, and he was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He cautiously approached the cave entrance and shone his phone's light inside. Fortunately, it wasn't deep, only about 3 or 4 meters. Ye Lingchen took a deep breath and leaped into the cave. The scene below is even more primitive, seemingly a long tunnel carved out by brute force, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Now that he was here, Ye Lingchen wasn't so afraid anymore. He was here to see his teacher, the other party wouldn't harm him. He quickly entered the passageway, used his phone's light to illuminate it, walked forward for more than 20 meters, rounded a bend, and suddenly, the view opened up before him. A huge underground space came into view, with mounds of earth scattered throughout. Pale, cold light hung down from the ceiling, but Ye Lingchen couldn't find the source of the light at all. The space was surprisingly large. Ye Lingchen estimated it to be about the size of the entire pagoda forest. Just a few dozen meters ahead, a person sat cross-legged on the ground, his body slightly hunched, his back to Ye Lingchen, motionless. The dark underground space, the eerie lighting, and the only living person created an incredibly unsettling atmosphere. Ye Lingchen dared not delay, and quickly walked a few steps to the person, bowing deeply. "Student Ye Lingchen greets teacher." The man turned around on the futon beneath his feet, facing Ye Lingchen directly. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was an old man. He had a headscar, wore a Taoist robe, a cross on his chest, and held the great black heaven-demon-subduing pestle in his hand. His face was as handsome as jade. His eyebrows were multicolored, his eyes were bright as stars, and a wisp of silver beard hung down naturally, giving him a somewhat otherworldly and Taoist air. The old man had a nice face and looked kind, but his attire and the eerie surroundings still made Ye Lingchen break out in a cold sweat. The old Taoist priest looked Ye Lingchen up and down, and after a long while, he nodded slightly and revealed a kind smile. "Ba, you are Ye Lingchen?" "Oh yes, I am Ye Lingchen. Principal Kai asked me to come here to register. I am new here, so please give me your name." Seeing the other party's attire, Ye Lingchen dared not be negligent and imitated the mannerisms from those novels, speaking in a very proper manner. "Ba Buddha, I am one of the 3 pure ones, the corpse clearer. Entrusted by the 4 pillars of the nation and the carefree immortal, I have come here specifically to instruct you." "Amen." Ye Lingchen's lips twitched uncontrollably as he mentally ranted. Ba, this humble Taoist? Amen. Could this be the great priest Wang Lama from the Shaolin Temple's Wudong Mountain office? He calls himself this humble Taoist, but his attire suggests a lot of different beliefs. He silently grumbled to himself, but dared not voice it aloud. Ye Lingchen quickly returned the greeting respectfully. So you are one of the 3 pure ones among the legendary 3 pure ones, 4 pillars, and 1 carefree one. Tai Ching. No. Yu Ching. No. You just said your name is. This humble Taoist priest cleans the corpse. The clean in cleaning refers to the corpse. Ching. Corpses. Upon hearing the old Taoist's explanation, Ye Lingchen was completely stunned. Did I go to the wrong place? Is he the 3 pure ones? He's clearly a devil. Aren't the 3 pure ones Yu Ching, Shangqing, and Tai Ching? This is a bunch of bastards. I feel like I've been sold out. Is he going to rip my kidneys off? Chapter 1, 20 million verses. 1000. Ye Lingchen's legs involuntarily moved backward, preparing to escape at any moment. Upon seeing this, the Taoist priest opposite him revealed a bitter expression and sighed softly. Ugh, I knew it would turn out like this. After saying that, he pointed to the ground with one hand, and a platform made up of countless white bone skulls rose up from the ground in front of Ye Lingchen. Sit down. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. Ye Lingchen gradually calmed down and sat down, forcing himself to do so. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Finally, Ye Lingchen couldn't stand the silence any longer and spoke first. After all, he was the junior, and he couldn't let the other person break the ice. That teacher Qing? You. No need to call me that. Just call me Qing Shi, the Taoist said kindly. Senior Qing Shi, are you really one of the 3 pure ones? Genuine, guaranteed. But why do I remember the 3 pure ones being Yu Qing? The corpse-clearing Taoist waved his hand, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. You may have some misunderstandings about the 3 pure ones. Of course, it's not your fault. These 3 pure ones are not the same as those 3 pure ones. The Taoist names of the 3 of us brothers are Qingguai, Qing Shi, and Qing Han, which are considered the 3 pure ones. Ye Lingchen's worldview was shattered. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. I know you find our Taoist names incomprehensible, even strange, but they are not our original intention. They were bestowed upon us by our master, and we have no right to object. As the Taoist priest explained in detail, Ye Lingchen finally understood what the famous 3 pure ones were all about. The 3 pure ones are, respectively, the eldest brother who cleanses monsters, the second brother who cleanses corpses, and the third brother who cleanses souls. They are the commanders-in-chief of the Northern Theater Command, the Central Theater Command, and the Coastal Theater Command, respectively. Although nominally a commander, Sanqing didn't actually manage the military region's affairs. Those were handled by the deputy commanders and political commissars of the various military regions. Sanqing was responsible for more important tasks, but Qing Shi didn't reveal the specifics. However, from their conversation, Ye Lingchen sensed that it seemed to be closely related to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The 3 people's Taoist names are quite interesting, as they represent the 3 stages of battle. The eldest brother was in charge of clearing out the monsters. After the monsters died, the second brother was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and removing the corpses. Only after all this was done did the third brother appear and take charge of cleaning up the remaining souls wandering on the battlefield. The 3 had a clear division of labor, and their styles and personalities were also quite different. According to Ye Lingchen's understanding, Qingguai Daoren possessed extraordinary combat power, capable of single-handedly holding off 1,000,000 soldiers. With a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth would shatter, and enemies would instantly turn to ashes. The corpse-cleansing Taoist is more like a mage, somewhat like a necromancer. Whether it's corpses or skeletons, they will eventually become the corpse-cleansing Taoist army of the dead. As for the soul-cleansing Taoist, his methods are all aimed at the soul, somewhat similar to the mental mage credos. The 3's combat power was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, placing them on the same level as the immortal Xiaoyao and the 4 pillars of the nation. In fact, even the immortal Xiaoyao would have to give way when the 3 joined forces. As for the fact that the higher-ups specially invited the corpse-clearing Taoist to be Ye Lingchen's instructor, that makes sense. Both can control massive numbers of soldiers. Their professions differ, but their methods are remarkably similar. Because the King of Assassins has reappeared on the battlefield, the 3 pure ones have been urgently summoned back to the capital headquarters to discuss important matters, and they can use their spare time to guide Ye Lingchen. So that's how it is, Ye Lingchen suddenly realized. Having learned the whole story, he quickly stood up and bowed deeply to the corpse-clearing Taoist again. Student Ye Lingchen greets Teacher Qing Shi. This was a heartfelt bow, and the Taoist priest nodded with satisfaction, gesturing for him to sit down again. Teacher, I have a question I'm very curious about. May I ask it? Please feel free to speak. And who is the teacher of these 3 disciples? Their Taoist names are quite unique. Upon hearing Ye Lingchen's question, Qing Shi blushed, looked up at the sky and sighed, looking utterly hopeless. I cannot tell you my master's name for the time being. With your current strength, if you were to rashly learn his name, you would attract the attention of some supreme beings, and once you were entangled in karma, your situation would be extremely dangerous. Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that the other party's words contained a wealth of information, perhaps even something terrifying. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, there must be something they couldn't say, so he refrained from pressing further. The corpse-cleansing teacher. The Taoist priest who cleansed corpses raised his hand to interrupt him. This form of address feels a bit strange. How about this? My surname is Ouyang, so you can directly address me as Teacher Ouyang. My senior brother's surname is Nangong, and my junior brother's surname is Zhuge. You can address them as senior uncle or senior uncle when you see them. Ye Lingchen nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had made a mental note of it. Teacher Ouyang, when shall we start class? Class. Let's start now. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen immediately perked up and sat up straight, waiting for the teacher to impart knowledge. But the corpse-clearing Taoist asked, I've heard about you from Xiaoyao. Your profession is Abyss Lord, which allows you to summon abyssal monsters as combat units. Is that right? That's right. Very well, now it's right here. Summon your army and try to attack me. Here? This place is too small. I can summon millions of monsters right now. There's no room for them all. It's all right. Just summon them as you please, don't worry. Since the other party had said so, Ye Lingchen wasn't one to be coy. With a thought, he summoned an army of millions of demons. This time, he didn't summon the same type of monster, but rather a variety of types. To Ye Lingchen's astonishment, the seemingly small space actually contained an army of millions. How did they do that? There is a formation I set up here. The moment you step into this place, you are already inside it, the corpse-clearing Taoist said calmly. As he spoke, he flicked the vajra in his hand, which tumbled several times in the air before finally plunging straight into the ground in front of him. The next second, thousands of undead soldiers burst forth from the ground, centered on the corpse-clearing Taoist. Among them are skeletons wearing tattered armor and zombies covered in rotting flesh. They come in all shapes and sizes and have diverse professions, but they all share one characteristic. They are undead. Ye Lingchen observed carefully and found that these undead were different from his own army, and were more like the Abyss Legion he had summoned before obtaining the Mother Nest. These spirits have no souls. They are all under the unified command of the corpse-cleansing Taoist. Come on, I've kept my army at level 50. I'll give you 1 minute. If you can break through my undead army, you win as long as you manage to attack me. Huh? This? Ye Lingchen thought he had misheard. Millions versus 1,000? This guy is even more pretentious than me. Ye Lingchen felt slighted and slightly annoyed. He snorted inwardly and pointed at the corpse-clearing Taoist. Charge them. In an instant, millions of Abyss troops surged towards the corpse-clearing Taoist army like a tsunami. A completely unequal battle is quietly unfolding beneath the tomb of heroes at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Chapter 121, Even the Teacher Has a Cheat Code? Half an hour later. Inside this mysterious space, shrouded by an array, Ye Lingchen's expression was exceptionally grim. His proud Abyss army was unable to make an inch of progress in half an hour, unable to even break through the enemy's first line of defense. Both teams were level 50, but his team's base level had already reached the level of a mini-boss, while the enemy's undead army looked like just ordinary monsters. No matter how they attacked, the undead army truly lived up to the idiom impregnable. Not to mention any dead people, not even a single piece of the skeleton warrior's armor was broken. As time went on, Ye Lingchen even started to consider a war of attrition. With his army overwhelmingly superior in numbers, coupled with his cheating ability to not consume mental energy, he refused to believe he couldn't win. He had long forgotten about the 1-minute countdown. The corpse-clearing Taoist didn't expose him, and just sat there with a smile on his face, looking relaxed and at ease. Another half hour passed, and this pointless war of attrition was still going on. Ye Lingchen had gone from being determined to being numb. He realized that even if he had unlimited mental power, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the opponent's defenses. After an hour of attack and defense, he did not come away empty-handed. He astutely noticed that the enemy's 1,000-strong army seemed to be following a very mysterious and secretive formation. Moreover, there is a commander for every 10 combat units. These commanders hardly participate in direct combat, but no matter which angle Ye Lingchen intensifies his offensive from, they will immediately detect it, and then use a method he cannot understand to distribute the massive amount of attacks throughout the entire army, and finally channel them all underground, disappearing without a trace. To put it bluntly, Ye Lingchen had been attacking foolishly for an hour, but in reality, he was fighting against the ground beneath his feet. Isn't this ridiculous? Ye Lingchen was so angry when he discovered the problem that he almost lost his temper. This old man looks kind and gentle, but he's actually playing a trick on me. Fine, you can convert attacks, right? I'll bomb you and see how you convert then. Ye Lingchen was very confident. His ultimate move had an incredibly high instantaneous damage output. This kind of instantaneous attack was completely different from the continuous attacks he was currently using, and it was designed to instantly kill everything in sight. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Snap! The next second, a blinding red light erupted from the abyssal monsters throughout the space. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the space, and a terrifying shockwave carrying devastating energy engulfed the area. As the instigator, Ye Lingchen was naturally unharmed, but the corpse-clearing Taoist and his army of undead were instantly engulfed by the explosion. Ye Lingchen wasn't afraid that the explosion would kill the other party. He's a big shot on par with Xiao Xian, but he's not arrogant enough to think he has that kind of ability. However, this attack will likely damage this entire space, including the formations here, even outside Talon. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen realized something was wrong. He was so focused on winning that he forgot about this. This is a graveyard for heroes. If I were blown up, Principal Kai would probably rush over and use me as a sacrifice. Oh no. This is really going to be a barbecue. Ye Lingchen broke out in a cold sweat, but the explosion had already begun and there was no way to stop it. A red light filled the scene before me, and destructive energy raged all around, beyond any hope of recovery. The explosion lasted for a full 15 seconds before it subsided. As the smoke cleared, the scene before him became clear again. Ye Lingchen hurriedly looked ahead, only to be so astonished by what he saw that he was speechless. A huge, grotesque dome made up of countless bones and rotting flesh enveloped the corpse-clearing Taoist. Moreover, this hidden space, shrouded by the formation, was completely unharmed, and even the surrounding mounds of earth were not damaged in the slightest. Ye Lingchen's invincible ultimate move, which he had relied on all along, had suddenly failed. Ye Lingchen was utterly shocked. The scene before him truly overturned his understanding of the world. If the corpse-clearing Taoist had relied on his own strength to withstand Ye Lingchen's ultimate attack, Ye Lingchen wouldn't have been so shocked. The key point is that this shield is clearly the result of the 1,000-strong undead army from before. How did these level 50 troops manage to withstand his ultimate attack that dealt nearly 600 million damage in an instant? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. That's amazing. Abnormally amazing. At this moment, Ye Lingchen felt a slight wavering in his heart. Could it be that the other side also has cheat codes? Once this thought took hold, it grew rapidly and uncontrollably, making Ye Lingchen even more certain that the corpse-clearing Taoist in front of him was just as much a show-off as himself. Just as he was struggling with this internal conflict, the voice of the corpse-clearing Taoist came from inside the enclosure. Disperse. The next second, the shield shattered and scattered all over the ground, disappearing into the earth. The entire space became empty again, as if the previous battle had never happened. Looking at Ye Lingchen, who was completely dazed and whose mind had seemingly shut down, the corpse-clearing Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't you think it's a bit of an exaggeration that my army of only 1,000 men could easily hold off your army of millions? Don't you feel a bit illogical that my lousy shield can easily block hundreds of millions of damage from your ultimate skill? Do you think I must be cheating? What the hell are you talking about? Can't you speak human language anymore? No way, Teacher Ouyang. This is just too unbelievable. If it weren't for some kind of cheat code, there's no way to explain it. You little rascal. You think this is a game? Where did you get so many cheats from? Then what is this? The corpse-clearing Taoist pointed around and said, Think about it. Why wasn't this space destroyed by your ultimate move? It must be the formation you set up that's working. Wait. Formation. Formation. It's still the formation. A flash of insight struck Ye Lingchen, as if he had grasped something. You mean, you were just using an array as well? Not bad. This child is teachable. The corpse-clearing Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Ye Lingchen was greatly shocked. He had read many novels and played many games, so he had some understanding of formations. But explaining everything that the corpse-clearing Taoist did today, using formations, is a bit too frightening. In reality, military formations are frequently used in warfare, such as the Long Snake Formation, the Eight Gates Golden Lock Formation, and even Zhuge Liang's Qimen Duanjia Formation. These military formations in war are indeed very powerful, but under overwhelming numerical superiority, it is impossible to emerge unscathed. In martial arts novels, famous sects also employ various formations, such as the Big Dipper Formation and the Yin-Yang Sword Formation. These formations can enable the outnumbered to defeat the superior forces and even trap martial arts masters far beyond their own level, but they are not suitable for actual warfare. Thinking back to the move by the enemy's 1,000-strong army that guided their attack directly underground, Ye Lingchen suddenly realized that the only thing capable of doing this was the earth-shattering formations found in fantasy novels. These were already at the level of immortals and gods, and were unparalleled formations that ordinary people could not master. He knew very well that no matter how powerful the corpse-clearing Taoist was, he was not a god, yet he was able to easily neutralize Ye Lingchen's killing move. Is this the true value of a teacher? Ye Lingchen thought to himself with genuine admiration. At this moment, he completely abandoned his contempt, looked intently at the corpse-clearing Taoist, and bowed deeply. Please teach me, teacher. Chapter 122 The Scumbag's Carefree, Immortal. Seeing Ye Lingchen's sincere expression, the corpse-clearing Taoist nodded, his eyes even glistening with tears. You're a promising student. Seeing you now is like seeing the three of us brothers seeking knowledge from our teacher back then. Seemingly stirred up some memories, the corpse-clearing Taoist didn't shy away from Ye Lingchen and began to ramble on to himself. Back then, I was just like you, young and arrogant, looking down on everyone. Relying on my unparalleled achievements among my peers, I didn't take anyone seriously except for my senior and junior brothers. It was around that time that we met our master. Just like the battle between you and me, I also led a 1,000,000-strong army, while master only sent 10 men. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist sighed repeatedly, seemingly looking down on his naive self from back then. 10 people. Ye Lingchen was secretly astonished. This was even more exaggerated than his previous battle. Who exactly is this clerk whom we have never met before? Ye Lingchen couldn't understand it no matter what. The existence of the three pure ones is arguably the pinnacle of human potential. And what level would a strategist, who surpasses them all, be on? Could it be that we can arm wrestle with the gods? While Ye Lingchen was lost in thought, the corpse-clearing Taoist did not stop. Looking back now, among the three of us, I was the most dull-witted. It was truly fitting that master named me Ouyang the Fool. Ouyang, you idiot? Ye Lingchen was stunned for a moment, and his expression immediately became somewhat strange. Are there really people with such bizarre names? Judging from the teacher's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. This advisor has such a twisted sense of humor. How could he give someone such a name? If this gets out, one of the three pure ones of China named Ouyang the Fool will probably be trending on social media in a second. Seemingly sensing what Ye Lingchen was thinking, Qing Shi smiled faintly. Don't you think my secular name is quite special? The name Ahaha is so powerful it's almost resounding, giving off a sense of otherworldly elegance, refreshing charm, and overwhelming presence. Ye Lingchen was covered in sweat and tried his best to talk nonsense. All right, if you don't know how to praise someone, then don't. You're already calling someone an idiot, yet you still call them refreshing and domineering? It's certainly shocking, but anyone who hears that name will be stunned at first glance, and it's a miracle if they can hold back their laughter. Ye Lingchen shook his head with a serious expression, but he deeply agreed. He had almost laughed out loud just now. There are three of us brothers. My eldest brother is a brave and skilled fighter who can easily take the head of a general from the midst of a vast army. With a single shout, 1,000,000 demons are annihilated. In addition, my eldest brother is upright and conscientious in his work, so our master named him Nangong Haoran, good man Nangong. My junior brother joined the sect the latest, but he has the highest talent. His awakened profession is also extremely domineering. With a wave of his myriad souls banner, countless souls that cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation are suppressed by him with a flick of his hand and fall into the demon abyss forever. In addition, his myriad souls banner can never be filled, so our master gave him the name Zhuge the Glutton. Only I, with my dull talents, could only scavenge the leftovers after my senior brother cleared out the monsters, collecting these useless corpses to use as weapons. Plus, I'm inherently afraid of death. Though I appear arrogant, I'm actually quite timid. My character and combat prowess are inferior to my senior brothers, and my talent and learning are inferior to my junior brothers, so Master bestowed upon me the name Ouyang the Fool. As the Taoist priest spoke, his tone was filled with melancholy. Ye Lingchen, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. Are these the ones I can hear? I'm afraid the teacher will silence me soon. Nangong the good guy, Ouyang the Fool, and Zhuge the Glutton. If these three names were to be revealed, the entire nation of China would probably freeze for 3 seconds. But Ye Lingchen was no ordinary person, and his way of thinking was very different from that of ordinary people. At that moment, some strange thoughts popped into his mind. The 3 pure ones, for pillars, and 1 carefree immortal are all titles. So what is the real name of that carefree immortal, that old man? Ye Lingchen became more and more curious, his curiosity burning like an ant crawling on his heart. If you don't understand, just ask. There's nothing to lose anyway. Teacher, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is the name of senior immortal Xiaoyao? The corpse-clearing Taoist hadn't expected Ye Lingchen to ask this, and after a moment's thought, he said, Xiaoyao Xian, his name is Xiaoyao, and his surname is Li. Li Xiaoyao. Ye Lingchen exclaimed in surprise. Could it be Li Xiaoyao from the Shu Mountain Sword sect? Huh? How do you know his lineage? Did he tell you himself? That can't be. He would never explain something like that to a junior like you. Hee. Does this old carefree immortal have a master called the Drunken Sword Immortal? When he was young, he peeped at a beautiful woman taking a bath and got her pregnant. After that, he fell in love with someone else and seduced a rich young lady. Later, he went to Miao territory and tricked a young girl into becoming his lover. How do you know all this so clearly? The corpse-clearing Taoist went completely mad, staring at Ye Lingchen in disbelief. His previously calm demeanor had completely crumbled. Ye Lingchen's words were exactly as they seemed. These were all stories from Li Xiaoyao's past, known only to a few old men, and were considered absolute secrets. How could this young man, barely 18, know so much about them? Could it be that Ye Lingchen is Li Xiaoyao's illegitimate son? But they don't look alike at all. Seeing the expression on the corpse-clearing Taoist's face, Ye Lingchen knew he had guessed correctly. Haha, what a joke. Who hasn't played the Legend of Sword and Fairy game? Even if you haven't played it, you've probably seen the TV series. He never imagined that the plot of a popular game from his past life would become a reality here. Hee, teacher, wasn't that girl who got pregnant named Zhao Linger, and who ultimately died for that scumbag? If I'm not mistaken, his current wife should be named Lin Yueru, right? The corpse-clearing Taoist was completely stunned by Ye Lingchen and did not notice the disrespect shown to the carefree immortal in his words. You're right, my sister-in-law's name is indeed Lin Yueru. So the sword immortal of wine really did exist. Ye Lingchen immediately asked, then stared intently at the corpse-clearing Taoist, not blinking an eye. He went through all that groundwork not because he was interested in gossip about the carefree immortal. Ye Lingchen's ultimate goal was precisely what he just said. If Xiaoyao Xian's past is real, then his master must also exist. Those are real gods. If the drunken sword immortal truly exists, then he can be absolutely certain that gods must exist in this world. Even if it's not the Jade Emperor, Buddha, or Sun Wukong as he understands them, it's at least a world where immortals and demons coexist. But nowadays, neither textbooks, nor the general public, nor even the bigwigs he knows, have mentioned anything about gods. If he hadn't gone to the abyss, seen the veil, and learned that there were gods in the abyss, he would probably still be in the dark. If there are gods in the abyss, then there must be gods on earth and throughout the entire human world. If he guesses wrong, then let Luli eat shit upside down on live stream. Chapter 123 The Essence of Formations. Achoo! Who the hell is cursing me? On a huge training field, Luli, covered in dust and dirt, sneezed loudly and looked around suspiciously. Kid, you can't even concentrate during a fight? Dot. A sharp shout rang out, and a huge wave suddenly appeared in the center of the training ground. A woman with a graceful figure and long, ice-blue hair leaped onto the wave and flew in front of Luli. Without saying a word, she slapped Luli's left cheek with a whip kick. Holy crap. You old hag, you ambushed me. With a scream, Luli flew out cursing and crashed into the wall of the training ground, bouncing 4 or 5 times before finally landing. But it seems the other party has no intention of letting him go. Who are you calling an old woman? The woman raised her eyebrows and pointed at Lu Li in the distance. A water column as thick as her waist crashed down, knocking Lu Li, who was about to get up, to the ground. You have a death wish. How dare you speak to your teacher like that? Boom. Ah. You're the old woman. Your whole family are old women. Boom. Ah. The sound of water jets crashing and screams echoed continuously, creating a magnificent symphony in the training field. Ye Lingchen stared intently at the corpse-clearing Taoist, who was taken aback by the question. He then shook his head helplessly and sighed. Good lad. So you were waiting for me here. His expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. That's right. Xiaoyao's master is the drunken sword immortal. Really? A glint flashed in Ye Lingchen's eyes. As far as I know, the drunken sword immortal is already in the realm of immortals. Then there must be gods in this world as well. Have. Is it a lot? Many. There used to be many. There used to be a lot? And now? This time, the corpse-clearing Taoist did not answer, but looked at Ye Lingchen seriously. These things should not have been told to you. But you used your cleverness to find out about the existence of the drunken sword immortal. From the moment you called out his name just now, he should have already noticed. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist slightly raised his head and looked upwards, his gaze seemingly piercing through the earth and traversing the endless sky to look at that unknown place. You, with your weak strength, have become entangled with the gods through karma. This is not a good thing. What? Does the drunken sword immortal want to kill me? Of course not. The corpse-clearing Taoist shook his head. But he sensed you, and his enemies can do the same through this cause and effect. Those guys can't do anything to us. Crushing a little karami like you is as easy as turning one's hand. No way. Ye Lingchen took a step back in fright upon hearing this. A god is going to descend to earth to kill me. How dare you be so shameless? The corpse-clearing Taoist rolled his eyes at him. A god with nothing better to do than come down to the mortal realm to kill you? You're dreaming. However, he might appoint an agent to handle this matter, but who that person is anyone's guess. How capable is the agent? The weakest is level 80, and the stronger ones are probably slightly inferior to us. Ye Lingchen's smile vanished. He hadn't expected that his attempt to ascertain something would lead to his death. This was a bad deal indeed. Seeing the other party's grief-stricken appearance, the corpse-clearing Taoist comforted him. You don't need to worry too much. The agent is a human, not a god. It will take him time to find you. As long as you work hard to improve your strength, you may not be without the ability to fight back, and you might even be able to turn the tables. Ye Lingchen nodded solemnly. Teacher is right. Let's not dwell on it anymore. Let's talk about the formation. Very good. Seeing that he calmed down so quickly, the corpse-clearing Taoist nodded inwardly. Do you know the essence of an array? Essence. Ye Lingchen was completely bewildered. This was the first time he had ever heard this term. The essence of formations is to borrow the power of heaven and earth, the corpse-clearing Taoist said slowly. From summoning a bolt of lightning to moving mountains and filling seas, turning the world upside down, and even reversing time and space. The stronger the power of heaven and earth borrowed, the greater the power. To put it simply, formations are a manifestation of the basic laws of heaven and earth. The power of laws, huh? So that's how it is. Ye Lingchen pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The words of the corpse-clearing Taoist gave him a sense of sudden enlightenment. In ancient times, when people went into battle, the battle formations could mobilize killing intent, amplify emotions, and unite everyone's strength. This is also a manifestation of leveraging external forces. However, it is the human body that is being leveraged. But humans are also one of the myriad things in the universe, and one of the most agile species. Therefore, the battle formations have such power. The formations used by the Green Forest sect are based on the secret methods of the Xianmen sect. They control the flow of qi and use this to combine the internal energy of everyone into one, forming a situation where the weak can overcome the strong. The formation I just used simply mobilizes the power of heaven and earth, but it's more than enough to deal with your minions. Just think about it. No matter how powerful your ultimate move is, what does it amount to in the face of the endless power of heaven and earth? Ye Lingchen was greatly shocked, as if enlightened, and he was plunged into a state of sudden enlightenment. Teacher, I'm not completely ignorant about formations either. During the battle just now, I also had different unit types coordinate with each other. Before he could finish speaking, the corpse-clearing Taoist interrupted him. What you're describing isn't a formation. No, to be precise, It's the most rudimentary understanding of formations. Coordination between different military branches, fulfilling their respective functions, is basic knowledge that every commander who enters a military academy learns. If we compare the battle formations of the ancients to infants, then what you're at is like a sperm that hasn't even entered the follicle yet. Ye Lingchen looked resentful. Let's just continue teaching, okay? This analogy is quite vivid, but why does it sound so jarring? Teacher, what kind of formation did you just use? The one I used was a simplified version of the Chinquan shift array, which is only 1/10,000th the power of the complete version. 1 in 10,000. So I really am a sperm, huh? Utterly useless. Ye Lingchen blurted out in surprise. That's so discouraging. Don't be discouraged. This formation was originally created by the gods. You should be proud that you have witnessed even 1/10,000th of its power. Proud? I'm incredibly proud. Ye Lingchen thought to himself. So you really are cheating, huh? Using a divine formation to deal with someone like me who just left the beginner's village? What else could this be but cheating? This is like in a game. A game administrator is fighting a level 1 newbie. The newbie uses the golden skill given in the newbie gift pack, and the administrator spits, and the battle ends. Teacher, is this formation difficult to learn? It's not difficult, but it's still a divine formation, so it will take some time for mortals to learn it. It took me a full 6 months to even begin to grasp the basics. Just like you said, unless you have some kind of cheat code, you have to take it one step at a time and slowly and steadily comprehend it. Hearing this, Ye Lingchen laughed, a truly hearty laugh. Unless I have a cheat code? Haha, sorry, I actually do have a cheat code. As he pondered this, Ye Lingchen's consciousness turned to a golden scroll that was floating quietly within the divine kingdom space. Chapter 124, I am an array. It was a golden scroll, and even without being opened, it still gave the impression of being something extraordinary. This is one of the 2 scrolls I drew during the reversed sky mountain gacha event. Ye Lingchen had already used up the other return scroll, so now he only had this one left. The scroll is decorated with 2 seal script characters that resemble dragons and phoenixes, array formation. Ye Lingchen had studied this scroll before, but because he had never learned any formations, he felt it was useless and it was left unused in the divine kingdom. He even questioned the authority of cheat software at the time. Every time I draw a card, it's great value for money, but this formation scroll is obviously useless. Is the cheating software bugged? Unexpectedly, the truth was proven wrong in less than 2 months. The cheat code is just too good to be true. The talent, I'm the luckiest person, feels a bit like artificial intelligence. It can even predict that I will learn formations in the future, so it was drawn out in advance. Ye Lingchen felt a pang of apology to the cheat program, realizing that he had been short-sighted before. The instructions for the array scroll are very simple. I am the formation. Level, LV1. Proficiency, 0/99. Currently included formations, none. Users can infuse learned formations into a scroll by holding it, regardless of the medium or completeness. Incomplete formations will automatically be completed. If a scroll contains multiple formations, they will automatically fuse and combine, flexibly triggering based on the user's current environment. Formations can be projected onto external carriers, with 50% of the power of using the scroll directly. This is a blank scroll that can record and use formations. Its incredible feature is that even if the formation you feed it is incomplete, the scroll will automatically complete the content, regardless of the medium. In other words, it doesn't matter what you feed him: books, paper, iron pieces, stone carvings, or even things obtained directly from the enemy's mind. Even more incredible is that once the number of formations exceeds 1, the scroll will automatically merge the formations. This is not a simple addition like 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The formations are incredibly diverse, some even mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The scrolls, however, disregard these limitations and merge indiscriminately. In Ye Lingchen's view, this was no different from directly mastering the laws of heaven and earth. Who are the people capable of doing this? They are either gods or the very essence of heaven itself. The combined formation's power is definitely not as simple as just adding them together. To give a simple example, after the waterfall formation and the fire formation are combined, the enemy will be burned by the fire on one side and bombarded by the powerful water column on the other. The water and fire are in harmony, and then you will be given a sweet little explosion. It's so refreshing. The last function of the scroll is easy to understand. When scrolls are inconvenient to use, other objects can be used as a medium to cast spells. For example, when Ye Lingchen wanted to ambush someone, He could set up an array on the enemy's inevitable path. He could make array plates and array flags from some materials to set up the array. The only regret was that because it was not the scroll itself, the array's power was only half. Ignoring the last drawback, this thing is incredibly powerful. Ye Lingchen was already eager to obtain the formation. Teacher, please teach me the Qianquan shift formation. Also, if there are any other formations, please give me 100 or 2. I want to learn them all. The corpse-clearing Taoist glared at him irritably. 100 or 200. This simplified version of the Qianquan shifting array alone is enough for you to learn for a whole academic year. If you finish learning it before your second year of university, you'll be considered a genius. As he spoke, the corpse-clearing Taoist took out a crystal-clear oval jade piece and handed it over. The entire contents of the Qianquan shifting array are contained in this jade slip. Take it back and study it carefully. Jade slip? Ye Lingchen took it and was dumbfounded. Isn't this something from cultivation novels? Its effect is similar to a USB flash drive in the real world. But USB flash drives are plugged into computers. Where do you plug this jade slip in? I don't have divine sense. Could it be? Ye Lingchen suddenly felt a tightness in his chrysanthemum. Seeing his blank expression, the corpse-clearing Taoist sighed and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. Place it on your forehead, release your spiritual energy into it, and you can read its contents. Oh. Ye Lingchen secretly wiped away a cold sweat. It turned out that mental power could be used as divine sense. At the same time, he also had some guesses in his mind. Judging from the way the corpse Taoist behaved, he seemed to be a cultivator, and he even produced something like a jade slip. Let's make a bold guess. Is that unseen advisor also an immortal? At the very least, a powerful figure in the Mahayana or tribulation transcending stages. Or perhaps a powerful figure who failed his tribulation transcending stage and turned to cultivating as an earth immortal. Lost in thought, Ye Lingchen placed the jade slip between his eyebrows and poured his spiritual energy into it. A torrent of knowledge, like a babbling brook, instantly flooded Ye Lingchen's mind. At the same time, the array scrolls in the divine kingdom shone brightly and opened automatically. The torrent of knowledge swirled through Ye Lingchen's mind before being poured into the scroll. The array scroll burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling golden light, and lines of text once again appeared on it. Injection of formation information detected. Formation, Qianquan shift formation, simplified version. Automatically complete to form the full Qianquan shift formation. Formation quality, legendary. The first time the formation is activated, the newbie gift pack reward is triggered. The formation level automatically increases to LV2. Level, LV2. Proficiency, 0/99. Description of the Qianquan shifting array. Once activated, the array can transfer or reflect all external attacks back to the attacker. Transfer efficiency is 100%, reflection efficiency is 50%, and it can withstand attacks from enemies up to 100 levels higher than the user, regardless of attack type. The array has no cooldown. Setting up the array without a scroll takes 5 seconds, and its duration is 60 minutes. It becomes invalid immediately upon being moved or dismantled. Upon seeing the instructions in the scroll, Ye Lingchen almost burst out laughing. Wow, is this the complete Qianquan shifting array? That's awesome. The simplified version recorded in the jade slip is nothing compared to the complete version. The simplified version only allows for teleportation, without any rebound, and can only defend against attacks from enemies no higher than 10 levels above its own level. It lasts for 2 hours and has a 24-hour cooldown. The full version not only allows for transfer, but also for reflection, and the level cap is increased by a full 10 times. As long as the scroll is open, it can be continuously released without any cooldown time. Ye Lingchen tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips as a bold idea popped into his mind. Teacher, would you like to make a bet with your student? A bet? What kind of bet? I bet I can learn this formation in 3 days. What did you say? You didn't eat today? Have you gone crazy from hunger? So, tell me, are you going to bet or not? Huh. The corpse-clearing Taoist sneered, his gaze toward Ye Lingchen somewhat unfriendly. I just thought this kid had a good character, but I didn't expect him to show his true colors in the blink of an eye. He's so arrogant. I studied for half a year back then, and you're telling me it only takes 3 days? I don't believe you for a second. It seems that unless you experience some setbacks, you won't know why the flowers are so red. After thinking for a moment, the corpse-clearing Taoist smiled slightly. Gambling is of course no problem. How would you like to gamble? If I learn it within 3 days, you must teach me all the formations you have learned. You cannot keep them to yourself. Quite the boast. Aren't you afraid of overreading and dying? That's my problem. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Of course. But what if you lose? Do as you please. You said it yourself. The corpse-clearing Taoist chuckled. If you lose, I won't hit you or scold you. You'll just strip naked, go live on TV, sing I'll love you even if I die, run a lap around Tsinghua and Peking universities, and then confess your love to the girl you like in person with 99 flowers made of Oli Gay. Ye Lingchen. Chapter 125 The Shock of the Corpse-Clearing Taoist. No, teacher, you're being too harsh. It's just a bet. Do you have to take it so seriously? Ye Lingchen said with a resentful look. Just now, he had learned the formation and leveled up to level 2. But he couldn't say it, nor dared to say it. Otherwise, he was sure that the corpse-clearing Taoist would not hesitate to dissect him like a guinea pig in his shock. What? The corpse-clearing Taoist is only interested in corpses? Okay, let's slap him to death first, and then dissect him. The reason for setting the bet for 3 days was a temporary measure taken into account the other party's psychological capacity. Too long a time would be not worthwhile for him, while too short a time would be life-threatening. 3 days is neither too long nor too short, just enough to showcase his lofty image as an unparalleled genius. If this persona holds up, then his death will become an established fact that will not be questioned. As expected, although the corpse-clearing Taoist felt that Ye Lingchen was somewhat arrogant, he accepted the condition of 3 days. When my junior brother learned this formation, it took him 7 days. If this kid can learn it in 3 days, it proves that his talent is even more terrifying than his junior brother's. In that case, let's set the bet conditions a bit tougher to motivate him. Thus, with the old fox and the young fox, and with all their cunning schemes working together, the previous conversation took place. With the bet settled, there was no contract or oath required, and Ye Lingchen wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on their word. Just kidding. Those are the mighty Sanqing. Would they cheat on a junior like themselves? Even if they really do cheat, I can just expose their secrets myself. Although it's highly unlikely that many people will believe it, it's enough to generate some buzz. As for the reverse, Ye Lingchen has already won, so naturally there won't be any dramatic scenes. Alright, although you're very confident, I still need to give you a few more words of advice. The corpse-clearing Taoist regained his usual calm and indifference and slowly said, Your profession is very special and very powerful. But right now you're like a child taking his first steps. In your young people's terms, you're about the same as someone who just left the beginner village. Ye Lingchen nodded in agreement. 2 months ago, he would never have believed it, but after coming into contact with more and more powerful beings, he is no longer so arrogant. 4 ordinary awakened beings, killing a few monsters, obtaining a few powerful pieces of equipment, or successfully clearing a secret realm is enough to leave the beginner's village. But for Ye Lingchen, his previous methods of using combat skills and ultimate moves were simple and brutal, not only lacking in aesthetics, but also extremely inefficient, no different from using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Only now, after learning formations, has he truly left the beginner village and embarked on the path to becoming a powerful figure. There are some things you may not be able to understand right now. The abyss is far more powerful than you imagine. The sheer number of abyssal monsters is beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as endless. The total number of humans on our entire Blue Star world is roughly equivalent to the number of beings under the command of just one abyssal lord. And that's a relatively weak lord. The abyss has far more than just a few hundred such lords. The corpse-clearing Taoist explained in detail, intending to use this data to give Ye Lingchen a good talking to. Ye Lingchen simply nodded calmly, without much reaction. Now it was the Taoist priest who was clearing corpses' turn to be unsettled. Aren't you even a little bit afraid of what I'm saying? Afraid? No way. There are just a tiny bit more enemies. What's there to be afraid of? Ye Lingchen chuckled inwardly. I've seen far more than you all know. I'm the first person to traverse the entire abyss. That doesn't seem right. Mom seems to be the first person, so I'll be the second. He had previously worried that the human race would be utterly devastated if they knew the truth. But now it seems that these beings at the pinnacle of humanity have known about this all along, and have not shown any fear of war or despair. The corpse-clearing Taoist glanced at Ye Lingchen with surprise, then nodded to himself. This boy is truly strange. You could say he has a poor temperament, yet he shows no despair despite the vast difference in strength. You could also say he has a good temperament, as he dared to bet with him that he could learn formations in 3 days. What a contradictory fellow. Indeed, to have such a mindset in the face of adversity You already possess the basic qualities of a strong person. The corpse-clearing Taoist praised. You saw it in the previous college entrance examination. We often faced enemies 10 or even 100 times our size. Human strong people often have the strength to fight against 100 or even 1,000. Once you master the formations, you'll be able to operate more freely on the battlefield, unleashing your full potential. At that point, the number of abyssal monsters will truly be just a number in your eyes. These words were spoken casually, but Ye Lingchen sensed an overwhelming, domineering aura in them. Passionate, invincible, the ultimate level of showing off. The teacher is truly a master of showing off. I still have a long way to go. Comparing the enemy to cold, hard numbers. Wow, how come I never knew such a powerful rhetorical device before? I regret not studying Chinese properly in elementary school so much that it directly affected my ability to show off. But what the corpse-clearing Taoist said was also true. Ye Lingchen could also see that this was what humans relied on. Whether it's professions or related skills, humanity has explored and refined many aspects thoroughly over the years. Even with this unique, never-before-seen profession, one can still learn a great deal from the vast and magnificent treasure trove of knowledge. Furthermore, learning formations is closely related to one's own mental strength. Judging from your low level, your mental strength should be, wait, what a freak. What are you? The corpse-clearing Taoist wanted to remind Ye Lingchen that learning formations was extremely taxing on his mental energy, and that he shouldn't try to force it, as exhausting his mental energy would affect his condition. As a result, he subconsciously glanced at Ye Lingchen's four-dimensional attributes, and after being shocked, he fell into deep thought. Ye Lingchen, at level 50, has a terrifying mental strength of 22,000. Is this even human? This is a beast. Although the Abyss Lord belongs to the summoning mage class, have you ever seen a mage with such high mental power at level 50? This is already at the level of level 80 for ordinary magic-based professions. The corpse-clearing Taoist's eye twitched. He realized he had underestimated Ye Lingchen. He should have carefully investigated the other party's basic strength as soon as they entered. The corpse-clearing Taoist felt somewhat ashamed that he would make such a mistake in his old age. When the four pillars of the nation and the carefree immortal asked him to be Ye Lingchen's teacher, he did not refuse, but he only thought that Ye Lingchen was a good seedling worth cultivating and did not take it to heart. But after seeing the other party's four-dimensional attributes, he realized how wrong he was. This is far from just a promising talent. He's a freak, a monster, a beast. Is this kid using some kind of cheat code? He's so shameless. Chapter 126. Learn 4 years course in a second. The Taoist priest was filled with emotion. He couldn't help but wonder if Ye Lingchen would have been given the title of genius if he had met his master back then. The junior brother's overwhelming advantage vanished in front of Ye Lingchen. After witnessing Ye Lingchen's abnormal behavior firsthand, the corpse-clearing Taoist quickly calmed down. Such a student really cannot be taught using conventional methods. He might actually learn the formation in 3 days. A genius. It seems we'll have to make an exception. With a plan in mind, the corpse-clearing Taoist took out another jade slip. Take this jade slip. It contains all the theoretical and academic knowledge you need to learn during your 4 years of university. Since you're confident you can learn the Qiankuan shift formation in 3 days, learning all this knowledge in 1 day is a piece of cake. Be here again in 3 days to fulfill your bet, and we'll also have a pop quiz on academic knowledge. Ye Lingchen took the jade slip with a blank expression, already cursing under his breath. Is this even human language? I learned the formation in 3 days because I had a cheat code, but that doesn't mean I can learn 4 years worth of academic subjects in 1 day. Revenge. This is blatant revenge. Ye Lingchen felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but he couldn't refuse in front of his teacher. Otherwise, things would get complicated. 3 days later, he could skillfully use the formation, but he failed his academic subjects? How do you explain that? A natural affinity for formations? Get out of here. Even Ye Lingchen himself didn't believe it when he said that. Thinking of the teacher's surprised expression just now, Ye Lingchen roughly guessed that the other party had seen his mental power attribute, which was why he did this. Wait, something's not right. Ye Lingchen was suddenly startled, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He overlooked one thing. When he first started learning about formations, he was so focused on the effects of the formation scrolls that he neglected the fact that the knowledge of formations was already imprinted in his mind. As he reviewed the information in his mind again, he realized that he had mastered the knowledge of formations. In other words, if one has sufficient mental strength, the content learned through jade slips is equivalent to copy and paste, completely skipping the process of thinking and understanding, and can be directly used for one's own purposes. This is just like what's written in cultivation novels. Ye Lingchen sighed inwardly and pressed the jade slip to his brow in front of the corpse-clearing Taoist. The jade slip was activated by the penetration of spiritual power. A massive amount of knowledge flooded into Ye Lingchen's mind in an instant, making him dizzy and disoriented, almost causing him to fall over. However, this state only lasted for a short while before ending, and the side effects were not even as great as those from learning the formation earlier. In the blink of an eye, all the knowledge from 4 years of university courses had been instilled into Ye Lingchen's mind, becoming his nourishment. At this moment, his mental strength also dropped from 22,000 to 20,000, directly consuming 2,000. I just learned about formations, and with the help of scrolls, it didn't consume any mental energy. This time, however, I have to rely on myself to learn new knowledge. This isn't like using combat techniques or ultimate moves, which don't require consuming mental energy. However, he wasn't too worried. He could go back to sleep, or have credos give him a buff, or use a potion to restore his mental energy, and he would recover quickly. If you learn so much knowledge in a cramming manner, it might be a little difficult for him to apply it flexibly. But if it's just a test of basic theory, then it's no different from memorizing and reciting from memory, so Ye Lingchen isn't worried. He felt a mix of emotions. Jade slips are really useful. It's almost like martial arts masters directly bestowing initiations. If someone could master this method, that would be awesome. Song Zi is perfect. Inside the office of the political commissar of the Northern Theater Command, Wei, the gardener, gestured excitedly, spitting as he spoke, almost spraying saliva onto Long Yang's face. Commander Long, you have no idea. Song Zi is simply a devil. No, a goddess. An angel. She is the most perfect woman in the world, possessing both beauty and wisdom. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Long Yang said expressionlessly. Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited. Her abilities are just terrifying. I originally thought this special training would take at least half a year, but I never expected that just shaking her hand would allow all the knowledge to go straight into my brain. As Wei Yuanding spoke, he pointed to his head, a look of astonishment on his face. Is this the legendary brain of the future? It's absolutely terrifying. Long Yang lit a cigarette confiscated during the Northern Theater Command anti-smoking and health campaign, and scoffed. Look at you, so unsophisticated. But it's not your fault. The brain of the future is the most powerful brain in the Dragon Kingdom. Ordinary people can hardly come into contact with her. You are lucky enough to have met her even once. If I hadn't pulled some strings, it would have been difficult for me to even see her. Wei Yuanding was filled with respect and bowed deeply to Long Yang. Thank you for your guidance, Commander Long. I just don't know if I'll ever have the chance to see her again. Hee, what's wrong? You've taken a fancy to her. Huh? No. I'm not the kind of person who falls in love at first sight. Come on, look at the pathetic state you were in just now. You're already calling her a goddess or an angel, and you still say you're not. Wei Yuanding, blushed and wished I could disappear into the ground. That's so embarrassing. Long Yang stopped teasing him and said seriously, you'd better give up on this idea. That girl is not someone you can lay a finger on. In fact, once she becomes the brain of the future, there will be no one in this world who is worthy of her. She is destined to be alone for the rest of her life. How could this be? Wei Yuanding exclaimed in shock. He wasn't even disappointed by Long Yang's statement that he wasn't good enough for her. Instead, he was puzzled by Song Zi's lifelong loneliness. Long Yang sighed, looking melancholy, as if he were recalling something. The brain of the future, a profession that shouldn't even exist in this world. How could it possibly be combined with ordinary mortals? Even gods don't have that qualification. Deep within the Research Institute of the Central Theater Command's scientific research base. This place is 3,000 meters above the ground, and only leaders of Qiu Changtian's rank and a few researchers are allowed to enter. Inside the huge circular space made of steel, there is a huge glass cylindrical object resembling a test tube in the very center. The test tube was filled with a pale green liquid, which was an extremely concentrated SSS-grade life nutrient solution. Any random tube can be mixed into tens of thousands of bottles of S-grade recovery potions. At this moment, the nutrient solution in the huge test tube looks to be at least as much as 3 or 4 swimming pools. Within this nutrient solution, a graceful and slender body floated quietly. She was completely naked, her perfect body as white as snow, her black hair spread out in the nutrient solution, looking like a beautiful painting from afar. The woman's eyes were closed, and she was completely still. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest proved that she was still alive. The huge glass test tube is connected to several huge pipes with a diameter of 5 meters at both the top and bottom. In addition, there are countless cables and optical fibers intersecting and connecting to the top and bottom sides of this huge cylinder. There wasn't a single researcher in the vast space, not even a soldier on guard. The only sounds were the bubbling of the nutrient solution and the faint hum of electricity emanating from the surrounding massive pipelines. Multicolored rays of light burst forth from the woman inside the test tube, spreading in all directions. If someone were here, enveloped by these lights, they would instantly become a madman who loses his mind, and even his soul would be wiped out in an instant. This state had lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and when the morning of the 3rd day arrived, the woman finally opened her eyes. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the glass test tube, and it shattered into pieces in an instant. The massive amount of nutrient solution had long lost its original color and turned into the most ordinary water mist that filled the empty space. After an unknown amount of time, the mist slowly dissipated, revealing Song Zi's stunning face, which exuded both intellectual charm and youthful beauty. Chapter 127, page 108. The huge enclosed space was like a giant metal can without an exit. At this moment, Song Zi stood alone in the center of the jar, surrounded by scattered glass shards and nutrient solution that was gradually evaporating and turning into pure water. She stood there, motionless, for a full hour. If someone were to approach her, they would see that Song Zi's eyes sparkled with starlight, making her appear quite mysterious. But beneath these starlights lingered a deep sense of doubt, shock, regret, and even fear. Why is this happening? Song Zi's voice trembled slightly. She looked down at her fair arms, her proud breasts, and her flawless body, but all of this seemed so unreal to her. What am I, really? Your tool? A worthless layer of insurance? Or something else? Song Zi murmured, her voice growing louder and louder uncontrollably until it almost screamed. It's fake. It's all fake. Everything is fake. She frantically pulled at her hair, appearing almost manic, and tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. No, I disagree. Tools or insurance, it doesn't matter, as long as it's real. Song Zi's voice stopped abruptly, and the complex emotions in her eyes vanished, replaced by her usual calmness, even a hint of indifference. She calmly put on her clothes, glanced back at the messy ground, and stepped out of the enclosed space. The next moment, an invisible energy surge erupted from her body. Buzz. The entire underground base shook violently, and countless researchers and guards were thrown into chaos. However, Song Zi, the one who started all this, turned a deaf ear and stepped onto the elevator leading to the ground with a blank expression. At this moment, the planet of destiny lights up once again. The brain of the future, for lives. In the vast and boundless universe, in a space some distance from Earth and the solar system, far away from the blue planet, a steel planet, larger than Jupiter, is slowly moving through the dark space. From afar, this enormous steel planet is brightly lit, with all sorts of strange spaceships coming and going every moment. In the penthouse suite of the most luxurious hotel on this planet, in the clear swimming pool, a human man sits on a small inflatable raft. In front of him is a huge light screen, and in his hand he holds a test tube-like object containing an unknown liquid that shimmers with 7 colors. The man was beaming with excitement, speaking fluently and eloquently, showcasing his unparalleled linguistic artistry to the large screen. Family, I'm not exaggerating, this sunscreen is absolutely the best on the market right now. With it on, you can comfortably take a hot bath in a 2 million degree ocean of stars without worrying about getting a tan. As he spoke, the man poured some liquid onto the back of his hand, and then magically produced a strangely shaped lighter. With a click, a flame rose from the lighter. The man held up the back of his hand, which he had just applied sunscreen to, and waved it back and forth in front of the flames. See that? See that? Family, this is the real effect. My lighter is at least 5 million degrees, but my skin is completely unharmed. This is the top-tier sunscreen, a new product launch, and I've secured a special offer for you all. Order now and get it for half price. Each bottle is only 5 billion divine stones. Family, don't miss this opportunity. It's going on sale now. First come, first served. Hurry and grab yours. 1, 2, 3, hop on board. My goodness. 500,000 bottles were just put on the shelves, and they're gone in a flash. My family, you all amazed me. Here's what I'll do. I'll get another 500,000 bottles. This is the last of my stock. Go ahead and put them on the shelves. Wow. Thank you so much, Sister Yao Yao, for the 100 amazing flying carnival gifts. What? You want to discuss life and sunscreen application tips with me in person? No problem. I'm on the top floor of the Lance Hotel, ready to welcome you anytime. The lively live stream lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. The sunscreen went through dozens of cycles, from being put on the shelves to being sold out, and then back on the shelves. Looking at the astronomical sum of money in his account, the man was so happy he practically blew snot. He stretched, rubbed his throbbing head, and sighed. Making money is really hard. Supporting such a large family is exhausting. And you know what? The live streaming skills I learned from that godforsaken place are surprisingly effective. I really want to go back and see it sometime. At this point, the man seemed to recall something terrifying, shuddered, and quickly shook his head. I don't want to go back. That woman is too fierce. I simply can't handle her. As he spoke, the man pulled out a huge photograph and stared at it blankly. This is a group photo, similar to a student graduation photo. The man sitting in the center of the first row is the one in front of the photo. The rows on either side of him, and even several rows behind him, were filled with men and women of all different appearances. Some had gray hair and were already old, some were middle-aged and weathered, some were in their prime, but the further back in the row you go, the more youthful and energetic they are. These men and women appear to come from different races, but without exception, they are all carbon-based life forms, or rather, humanoid life forms. Some have a third eye on their heads, some have 2 black horns on the top of their heads, and some have huge wings spread behind them, 9 fluffy tails, and some even have a halo above their heads and stand on lotus platforms. These bizarre group photos share a chilling common thread. The people in these group photos all look 7 or 8 points similar to this man. The entire photo shows 108 seats, excluding the man's position. However, the seat at the very end of the last row in the photo does not contain a complete person. It was as if his body had been erased out of thin air, leaving only his head and the area above his chest visible. If you look closely, you'll notice that the person's body is growing at an extremely slow rate, and he is the last and youngest person in the entire photo. The man stared at the boy, who only had half a body, for a good 10 minutes, his eyes filled with doubt, yet also as if he was expecting something. What exactly caused him to deviate from his original destiny? The man muttered to himself. But it's all good. Escaping fate is a miracle. I'm looking forward to it. This little brat does look a bit like his mother, damn it. Why am I thinking of that woman again? Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. The man quickly put away the photos and, still wearing only his swim trunks, skipped and hopped toward the door. Outside the door stood a succubus with an extremely alluring appearance, pink skin all over her body, and 2 cute little horns on her head. She eagerly grabbed the man's hand and hurried towards the bedroom, then pushed him down onto the bed and gently closed the door with her tail, which had a small pink heart at the tip. Oh, Sister Yao, I've been waiting for you for ages. I can't wait to show you the precautions for applying sunscreen. What? Where to apply it first? No problem. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. No, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hee. Chapter 128. Not enough divine stones. Ye Lingchen left, leaving with unwavering confidence. Inside the underground space of the hero's tomb, only the corpse-clearing Taoist remained. After an unknown amount of time, rustling sounds began to emanate from the underground space. Voices could be heard coming from the seemingly chaotic mounds scattered throughout the space. That kid's gone. Let's go. We can get out now. I was having a sweet dream when that explosion woke me up. So annoying. One voice after another, some hoarse, some deep, some old, and some young, rang out, turning the once quiet space into a bustling marketplace. The Taoist priest remained seated quietly on the central prayer mat, seemingly unfazed by the bizarre scene. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in old-fashioned sportswear emerged from a mound and floated quietly on it. He looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist and asked, "Hey, Ouyang idiot, that kid made a bet with you just now, and you actually agreed?" The corpse-clearing Taoist glanced at him and snorted coldly. Ba, this humble monk will not go back on his word. Hey, who said you'd renege on your debt? I always had a feeling that kid was pretty confident. On another mound, an old man stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly, Ba Buddha, although this child is exceptionally talented, I assure you that he could not possibly learn it in just 3 days. Aren't you afraid he'll get help from others? A young man with a watermelon-shaped haircut popped up on another mound and said jokingly, Amen. Of course I'm not afraid. This is a formation taught by my master. Unless he finds my master. Sure, I think you might lose this time. I have a feeling that kid might learn it in less than 3 days, maybe even 1 day. No, maybe he learned it just by glancing at the formation. On the largest mound in the entire space, a middle-aged man with a square face said in a deep voice, "Praise be to my lord. This joke is not funny at all. If that were true, I would gladly strip naked and run around Tsinghua and Peking universities." The corpse-clearing Taoist said decisively. Upon hearing this, the figures on the mounds burst into laughter. "Oh Yang, you idiot, you said it yourself. Don't try to renege on your promise." For answers, for completely different voices, as if there were 4 different people inside the corpse. But the strange things about him didn't bother the figures floating on the mounds at all, as if they already knew. Ye Lingchen, who had already left the hero's tomb, naturally had no idea what had happened after he left. Ye Lingchen went straight back to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Noelle waiting for him at the door with tears in her eyes and a wronged look on her face. "Hey, Noelle, what's wrong? Don't cry. Who bullied you?" Ye Lingchen rushed over to comfort her. "But then I thought, this maid is incredibly powerful. This is her territory. Who would dare to bully her?" When Noelle saw Ye Lingchen return, she smiled through her tears and said apologetically, "Master, I didn't do a good job on the things you arranged." "Huh? Didn't you do it well? What happened?" Ye Lingchen was taken aback, then looked around. The room, which was originally somewhat old and covered in dust, has been completely transformed. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making the whole room bright and giving it a homey feel. The room was empty, as if something was missing. Ye Lingchen then remembered that before leaving, he had instructed Noelle to buy new furniture and get rid of the old ones. As a result, the old ones were disposed of, but the new ones didn't come. Wait a minute. Wasn't it supposed to be that we just assigned these tasks to her directly? How could something have gone wrong? Ye Lingchen looked at Noelle with a questioning expression. Noelle, feeling even more aggrieved under his gaze, clutched her skirt and whispered, "The new furniture requires divine stones, but the master didn't give me any when he left." Huh? Ye Lingchen was stunned again, then his face darkened. "Do I need divine stones to buy furniture? It's not written in the rules." If he had known this would happen, he would have preferred to keep those old furniture pieces. He still had dozens of divine stones left, but he had to use them sparingly. "Noelle, why don't you bring all the old furniture back?" "Master, the old furniture has been destroyed." "Oh, then how about we postpone buying the new furniture?" "Master, the order has been given and cannot be withdrawn." Noelle looked at Ye Lingchen with a determined gaze and clenched fists. Ye Lingchen felt a tightness in his anus from being stared at. Judging from the way she looked, if she didn't agree, she would probably be sacrificed to the heavens by the maid in the next second. "Okay, all right," Ye Lingchen said with a pained expression, taking out 20 divine stones and handing them over. "Here's all for you. Use them sparingly." Noelle took the divine stone but didn't leave, still looking at Ye Lingchen with a blank expression. What is it? Is there something else?" "Master, we don't have enough divine stones." "Not enough?" Ye Lingchen's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? 1 divine stone is worth 10,000 silver dollars. 20 stones is 200,000. Enough for you to renovate this dormitory." "Master, it's not enough. The sofa in the living room alone requires 3 divine stones." Ye Lingchen was completely stunned after hearing this. "Your sofa costs 30,000 yuan. This is just a whole dorm room. Why do you need something so expensive? Couldn't you have bought a cheaper one?" "No." Noelle shook her head. "The sofas are all made by Noelle. No matter how big or what style they are all the same price." "Is that even possible? Then I'll have you build me a sofa the size of this living room, and it'll also cost 3 divine stones." "Yes, master. Do you need it? I'll make it now." Hey, no. I was just asking. Ye Lingchen quickly stopped him. He realized that the so-called getting rid of the old and welcoming the new was actually generated directly by Noelle, the spirit of the artifact, rather than her going to the furniture market to buy furniture. The only criteria are quantity and type, not size. As long as it can fit, Noelle can make furniture the size of a football field without raising the price. The football field is so big. How about I get a bed that's as big as the football field? Ye Lingchen thought to himself with a chuckle. Even the world's richest person doesn't have a bed this big. However, to fit this bed in, you first need a bedroom this big. How many divine stones would I need to expand my bedroom to the size of a football field? 50. Let's talk about the sofa. After a pointless round of haggling, Ye Lingchen gritted his teeth and took out another 20 divine stones. Noelle skipped away. Ye Lingchen looked utterly dejected, sighed, and pushed open the door to the training room before walking inside. Consider it a lesson learned. But this way, I won't have enough divine stones. I need to find a way to earn money. For Ye Lingchen, ordinary money was enough to get by for the time being, but divine stones were a bit tight. He hadn't even done his 10-pull gacha this month yet. Later, there are expanded dormitories and that mysterious special training room, which cost 100 divine stones to enter each time. Curiosity aside, he didn't have enough divine stones to begin with. Never mind that, let's finish the bet first, get the teacher's array jade slip, and then figure out a solution. After thinking it over, Ye Lingchen finally took a look at the training room in front of him. He was completely stunned. This training room is huge. Chapter 129 Diligent Training. The enormous training room came into view, leaving Ye Lingchen speechless. He had just finished talking about a football field when a football field appeared right in front of him. The entire training room is really as big as a football field. Moreover, it has complete facilities. Rows of sophisticated instruments were placed against the wall. Ye Lingchen looked closely and saw that there were devices for measuring body fat and blood sugar, devices for measuring the strength of physical, magical, and mental attacks, devices for testing speed and burst power, and even devices for testing intelligence. There were several training dummies next to the equipment. These are specially designed for awakened ones. They are all AI alloy robots with extremely high resistance to damage. I usually only see them at the Adventurers Guild. I never expected to see them in the dormitory. This dormitory is so high-end. Ye Lingchen was surprised, but also felt a surge of relief. My gift of that cigarette wasn't for nothing. Now it seems that a dormitory that can be expanded with a divine stone is indeed extraordinary. Apart from the essential instruments and equipment, the remaining large open space was clearly a place for combat training. Great. This space is big enough for me to test the formation. Ye Lingchen pondered that, at the moment, he could only fit a maximum of 10,000 summoned creatures in this arena. To fit all the summoned creatures, especially large ones like the volcanic dragon, the arena would need to be expanded at least 100 times. Upon realizing that expanding the site would require spending divine stones, Ye Lingchen immediately abandoned the idea and obediently summoned 2,000 abyssal monsters for sparring. For him, the venue wasn't that important. If he really wanted to engage in actual combat, he could simply go to the Mother Nest's divine realm with a single thought. There was as much space as he needed there. However, it's just testing the formation, so there's no need to go through the trouble of going to the Divine Kingdom. The 2,000 monsters were divided into two groups. One group was the attackers, and the other group surrounded Ye Lingchen as the defenders. After learning the formation, Ye Lingchen was eager to test it out. During his battle with the corpse-clearing Taoist, he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and couldn't wait to verify it. Let's begin. Activate the formation. Ye Lingchen summoned a golden array scroll and laid it out in front of him. A golden light flashed, and he felt as if a barrier had appeared within a 10-meter radius centered on him. The barrier was exactly the same size as his own shield, almost overlapping it. The 1,000 demons responsible for defense were scattered around the area. In Ye Lingchen's senses, it seemed that invisible threads extended from within the array barrier and flowed into each demon. Is this the principle behind the Qianquan shifting array? Having personally set up the array, Ye Lingchen felt it even more clearly. Alright, begin the attack. The next second, 1,000 attacking monsters launched an offensive, and Ye Lingchen told them to go all out and not to hold back. A violent explosion rang out in the training room, and the entire room trembled slightly. But no one knows what the dormitory is made of, because even with such large-scale destruction, the training room floor didn't even have a single pit left. Seeing this, Ye Lingchen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to focus on the formation's offense and defense. 10 minutes later, he deactivated the formation. On the panel, the proficiency level has changed to January 99. So it turns out that each use counts as one proficiency level. In that case, upgrading the formation only requires more practice. Ye Lingchen understood, but the gains from the battle just now were far more than that. During his previous sparring session with the corpse-clearing Taoist, Ye Lingchen discovered something that horrified him. No matter how he attacked, the undead army on the other side didn't suffer a single casualty. This puzzled him greatly. He tried it again just now, and it was still the same. It's important to know that after obtaining the Undying God set, Ye Lingchen has an ability that gives him a 1% chance of inflicting a fatal effect on targets no more than 50 levels above him. This is the same tactic I used to subdue credos at the entrance to the abyss. At first, Ye Lingchen thought that the undead legion might be inanimate objects, so there was no question of them dying again. In the sparring session just now, the attacking monster triggered the instant death effect more than once, but the defending side still suffered no casualties. To Ye Lingchen's utter shock, the fatal effect was also transferred away by the Qinquan shift array, but not underground. He didn't know where it was transferred to. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Moreover, this fatal effect cannot be reversed. Ye Lingchen understood this. If a fatal effect could be reversed, that would be too overpowered. Even so, being able to defend against a fatal effect is already ridiculously powerful. Ye Lingchen was extremely shocked. Who exactly was the legendary advisor who invented this formation? To be on the safe side, Ye Lingchen tried it over 100 more times, and as a result, the formation directly leveled up to LV3 with a proficiency of 21/99. The formation's ability to withstand attacks and reflect damage has been further enhanced. However, he also discovered that this formation was not omnipotent. He summoned Gades and had him cast a curse spell. As expected, the formation cannot be moved by curse-type spells. He then summoned Krydos and had him use mental and illusionary spells, but the shifting array still had no effect. It seems that this formation is only effective against physical attacks and pure elemental magic attacks. Ye Lingchen finally came to a conclusion. Even so, he was already very satisfied. Ye Lingchen also realized just how naive and primitive his previous method of mass-producing troops had been. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It completely failed to unleash the Abyss Lord's true power. In other words, he encountered Gades and Krydos, who were his natural enemies. Against other opponents of the same level, he might not have been able to win. This made Ye Lingchen realize that he had really just left the beginner village and that he still had a long way to go. The more this happened, the more eagerly he longed for the arrival of 3 days later. If the Qinquan shifting array is this awesome, how powerful must the other trapping arrays, killing arrays, and illusion arrays be? Ye Lingchen already had a picture in his mind. He had set up a super illusion array, and millions of enemy troops were singing, dancing, and rapping in unison inside the array. That scene would probably get a lot of donations if it were live-streamed. For 3 days, Ye Lingchen stayed indoors, having Noel deliver his food and drinks directly to him. He even refused when Zhang Wei and the others called him. This was the first time Ye Lingchen had trained so seriously and diligently. For 3 days, he only slept for 2 hours each day. Given his current physical condition, he doesn't actually need to sleep at all. The only problem is that he needs to consume mental energy to use the formation. But through his intelligence, Ye Lingchen actually found a solution. He first summoned the Abyss monsters, which did not require any mental energy. Then, use array scrolls to set up arrays with monsters as array flags and array plates. In this way, once the demon's spiritual power is drained, he can replenish it immediately. Moreover, since the array scroll is already nearby, there is no need to worry about the effect being halved due to the use of external objects to set up the array. Moreover, over the course of 3 days, while maintaining his formation training, he also multitasked with himself, eagerly reviewing the entire 4 years of university theoretical courses in his mind. Although these things were already imprinted in his memory, learning them was one thing, but he still needed to systematically review them himself. The 3-day course greatly supplemented his previously lacking theoretical knowledge. While he wouldn't say he was completely proficient, he had laid a very solid foundation in basic theory. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Ye Lingchen opened his eyes in the training room. Chapter 130, She Really Does Have a Cheat Code. Today is the appointed day, let's go find the teacher now. Ye Lingchen stood up, quickly took a shower, and wanted to change his clothes. Then it dawned on me that I had come straight to Tsinghua University after returning from the Abyss, without any spare clothes on me, and none of them were in the Divine Kingdom. For more than 2 months, he wore the school uniform of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Although Noel washed it, it was not a long-term solution. How about we ask Noel to get us a couple of outfits? Ye Lingchen quickly dismissed the idea as soon as it crossed his mind. What a joke. If he asks for another 100 or 200 divine stones later, where is he supposed to get them? After finishing his business, he'd like to go out with Zhang Wei and the others to shop around and buy some clothes. He'd never been to such a big city as Beijing before, so it was a good opportunity to go for a stroll. The journey was uneventful. Tsinghua and Peking universities were already bustling with activity in the early morning. 4 awakened individuals, whether in combat or life professions, their physical abilities are no longer those of ordinary people. In addition, the academic workload at Tsinghua and Peking universities is heavy and the competition is fierce, so it can be said that the involution is very serious. If you slack off even a little, you'll be overtaken by others, and eventually it will be difficult to even get into college or graduate. Those who are able to study at Tsinghua and Peking University are not good-for-nothings. They are young and ambitious, and they are naturally competitive. Under the enormous pressure deliberately created by the school, they are even more eager to catch up and strive to be the best. Therefore, Tsinghua and Peking universities basically operate 24 hours a day. Besides regular classes during the day, students have a very rich extracurricular life. Even in the early morning on campus, you can still see students hurrying by on the road. Ye Lingchen stretched and yawned, feeling a sense of gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both admire. In my previous life on Earth, going to university was much easier than going to high school. Many college students start skipping classes as early as their freshman year. The school basically doesn't care. Anyway, you can't graduate if you don't get enough credits. It all depends on your own efforts. I never imagined that after I transmigrated here, university would be even crazier than high school. However, Ye Lingchen thoroughly enjoyed this intense and fulfilling learning atmosphere. A strong person is one who continuously improves and strives to be surpassed by others, gradually becoming stronger. He started with a winning hand, unafraid of cheats, but now it seems that although cheats are powerful, if he doesn't work hard, relying solely on cheats isn't foolproof. This is like a battle royale game from his past life, where cheaters were rampant. Even with cheats, you can still get killed by those super skilled professional players. What? You mean invincibility? Sorry, I'll report you after I log out, and the administrators will deal with you. Without exchanging a word, Ye Lingchen arrived at the hero's tomb once more. This time, he was familiar with the route, took out the dough ball, and entered it without any hindrance, directly into the underground space. Sure enough, the corpse-clearing Taoist was still there, in the same posture. Ye Lingchen even suspected that the Taoist hadn't moved an inch in the past 3 days. You've arrived. Hello, teacher Ouyang. Ye Lingchen greeted with a smile. The corpse-clearing Taoist raised an eyebrow. What? Judging from your expression and mental state, have you perhaps already mastered the formation? I have fulfilled my mission. All right, then show me how it works. This time you defend, and I'll attack. The corpse-clearing Taoist didn't have much experience, as if learning a formation in 3 days was commonplace. Ye Lingchen, who had originally planned to show off a bit, curled his lip when he saw that the other party didn't react. I was planning to show off a bit, but they didn't give me the chance. Without further ado, the two began their battle. Ye Lingchen was shrewd. He didn't take out the array scroll, but placed it directly inside his divine kingdom, only summoning the abyssal demons. In this way, the power of the formation will be halved. But for him, not revealing his hand is more important. Moreover, his formation has now reached LV10. Even he himself was afraid of the power of a level 10 formation. Even if the effect was halved, he was confident that he would still be invincible. Teacher, I'm ready. We can begin. All right. Without further ado, the corpse-clearing Taoist raised his hand, and another 1,000-strong undead army appeared, charging straight at Ye Lingchen without a word. Ye Lingchen was taken aback as soon as the battle began. Previously, he was the one attacking and the corpse-clearing Taoist was the one defending. Now the roles were reversed, and he was seeing a completely different side of things. The enemy's 1,000-strong undead army did not swarm him like his abyssal monsters, but instead attacked using a formation he couldn't understand at all. As soon as the formation on the other side was formed, even before the actual battle began, Ye Lingchen could feel the terrifying killing intent emanating from it, like a sharp knife capable of cutting through everything, stabbing straight towards his formation. Good heavens! Teacher's cheating. He didn't say he'd use an array to attack beforehand. He's just trying to intimidate me. Ye Lingchen immediately understood, but then felt a surge of joy in his heart. Luckily, I've trained hard for the past 3 days, and my Qianquan shifting array is now in its complete form. We're in for a treat. Just as he was thinking this, the two armies finally clashed. The expected explosion and loud noise did not occur. Just as the undead army plunged into the Qianquan shifting array composed of abyssal monsters, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. At least half of the 1,000-strong undead legion were sent flying backward like cannonballs, as if they had crashed into a giant spring cushion. Their armor shattered, their once incredibly tough zombie skin cracked inch by inch, and the magic-based classes fared even worse, their bodies falling to pieces like scattered flowers. This result was completely unexpected by the Taoist priest who cleansed corpses. He, who had been calm and collected, suddenly exclaimed and stood up abruptly from the prayer mat. How is this possible? How can your formation reflect damage? The Taoist priest who cleansed corpses was almost speechless with shock. He had already thought of a way to deal with the 3-day bet the moment he accepted it. He's a seasoned veteran. Dealing with this newcomer is a piece of cake for him. Even if you are a genius and learn the formation, learning it and using it skillfully are two different things. Even if you can use it skillfully, don't forget that I taught you this formation, and I have a million ways to easily break it. The Qing Shi Dao Ren naturally knew all the drawbacks of the Qianquan shifting array that Ye Lingchen knew. But this time, he didn't choose any of the magical methods. Instead, he chose the most violent one. Break the law with force. He just had the Undead Legion use the Kuei Nyo treading the sky formation. This formation can combine physical and magical attacks and amplify their power tenfold. To avoid hurting Ye Lingchen, the corpse-clearing Taoist controlled his strength, only increasing it by 5 times. But this was still within his control. Even with only a 5x increase, it was still beyond what Ye Lingchen, a novice in formations, could withstand. Breaking his formation and inflicting minor injuries on him will also dampen his arrogance. But who would have thought? Not only did his wishful thinking fail, but in less than a second, half of the undead army was wiped out. What shocked the corpse-clearing Taoist the most was that he clearly saw his legion wiped out by the damage reflected from the Qianquan shift array. Although the rebound was less powerful, the operation of the formation could not escape his notice. This is the complete version of the Qianquan shifting array. In an instant, the corpse-clearing Taoist stood frozen on the spot, a chill running from his heels straight to the top of his head. I clearly taught him a simplified version of the formation. So how did this brat learn the complete version? Holy crap. He can't actually be cheating, can he? Chapter 131 Rock Paper Scissors Number Selection. The outcome of the battle was obvious, and there was no need to continue fighting. The two of them accepted the summoned creatures without prior arrangement. Ye Lingchen looked at the unsettled appearance of the corpse-clearing Taoist, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. So you failed to show off in the first attempt? This second wave of showing off was even more effective. In the matter of showing off, Ye Lingchen undoubtedly won back the score. How did you do that? Huh? What do you mean? Stop pretending. I'm asking how you learned the complete formation. Seeing the murderous look in the eyes of the corpse-clearing Taoist, Ye Lingchen steeled his heart and continued to play dumb. We absolutely cannot admit that he possesses the array scroll. Is it possible that I'm too much of a genius, able to deduce the complete version from the simplified version? The corpse-clearing Taoist looked at him strangely and said in an unfriendly tone, Do you even believe that yourself? Believe me, I have a natural affinity for formations, coupled with exceptional talent, extraordinary intelligence, photographic memory, the ability to draw inferences from one instance to another, and unparalleled martial arts skills. All right, shut up. The corpse-clearing Taoist roared angrily, then sighed helplessly. He wasn't incapable of forcibly prying into Ye Lingchen's secrets, but firstly, doing so would be extremely impolite. As an elder and a powerful figure, doing so would completely tarnish his reputation. Secondly, there was absolutely no need for it. As Ye Lingchen's personal tutor, it's a good thing that the student learns well and grasps the material quickly. The more skilled Ye Lingchen is, the better his teacher is. When the time comes, I'll brag to my senior and junior brothers, and then who will dare to call themselves an idiot? If I ever meet my master again, I'm afraid he'll look at me with new respect. You've won this bet. The corpse-clearing Taoist quickly regained his composure and said calmly, Whether you're exceptionally talented, truly have an affinity for formations, or have some other trump card, none of that matters. Being able to learn formations proves that you, Ye Lingchen, are qualified to be my student. After saying that, the corpse-clearing Taoist flipped his hand, and a jade slip flew out, which Ye Lingchen caught in the process. This is the wager we agreed on before. This jade slip contains all the knowledge I've acquired in my life, some of which are formations taught by my master, and others are formations I created myself. Study them carefully when you get back, but remember not to be greedy and reckless. Learning formations consumes a lot of mental energy, so act according to your ability. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Ye Lingchen was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he quickly put the jade slip into his divine kingdom, fearing that the corpse-clearing Taoist might change his mind. Seeing the other party's subtle actions, the corpse-clearing Taoist was both amused and exasperated. You brat, are you afraid I'll go back on my word? A promise is a promise, and I'm a man of principle. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist stiffened, standing motionless like a statue. Ye Lingchen felt a chilling wind blowing through the entire space, and something seemed to be bubbling up from the surrounding mounds. He looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist with a puzzled expression. The latter's face flushed red, and then turned pale, his expression extremely ugly. Finally, he roared angrily, "Shut up, all of you. You guys who love to watch the show. Believe me or not, next time on the Memorial Day, I'll have people dancing on your graves." His roar instantly dispelled the eerie wind. Oh, Ouyang the idiot is angry. If you can't afford to play, don't play. It's not good for an old Taoist to cheat. But I'd rather see that bald monk live streaming himself running naked. Oh la la, oh yeah. You've finally met your match, haven't you, you corpse-clearing bastard? You're just cheating, and you even dare to threaten us. That's so tasteless. Ye Lingchen looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist with a bewildered expression, then looked around. Teacher, I think I just heard someone talking. No, you didn't. You misheard. It really exists. No, there really isn't. Ye Lingchen wanted to say something more, but he was met with the murderous gaze of the corpse-clearing Taoist. He chose to shut up decisively. There's something strange about this space. He vaguely heard a group of people talking just now, but he couldn't see anyone around him. As for why the corpse-clearing Taoist was so angry, he dared not ask, nor did he dare to say. After the little incident, the corpse-clearing Taoist lost his usual composure. The bet is settled, but the pop quiz still needs to be conducted. The academic exam we talked about last time, let's begin now. After saying that, he handed over a jade slip. These are the questions. Answer them using your mental power, then hand them to me. You have 2 hours. To help you concentrate on the exam, I'll set up a protective barrier around you. Alright, let's begin. After saying this, without waiting for Ye Lingchen's reply, he felt the surroundings go dark, and then he could no longer see the scenery around him. Only a 5-meter radius in front of him seemed to be covered by a dome. He could not hear a sound, and the whole world instantly became quiet. Ye Lingchen didn't think much of it. He took a stool out of the divine kingdom, sat down, and began to concentrate on answering the questions. Meanwhile, a chaotic battle was unfolding outside the barrier. The Taoist priest, Qing Shi Dao Run, puffed out his beard and glared, his Taoist robe fluttering, the cross on his chest gleaming, the ordination scars on his head lighting up, and the vajra in his hand flying up and down in front of and behind him. Around him, figures emerged from the mounds and began a group fight. These figures threw punches and kicks at each other, some even spitting at the corpse-clearing Taoist while cursing. The corpse-clearing Taoist remained silent and fought alongside these guys. He knew very well that there was absolutely no way he would strip naked and run laps around Tsinghua and Peking universities. So what if we fight to the death today? This hooligan fight lasted for a full half hour before gradually subsiding. The Taoist priest's robe was torn, his beard was curly, and there was a shoe print on his face. His ordination scars had been drawn across them, turning them into a game of connect the dots. The cross on his chest had been tied with 2 wooden sticks, turning it into the character Vit, rice. Even the demon-subduing pestle in his hand had been stuck with a lump of oligo gas stuck to the bottom, like it was glued on with superglue, and he couldn't get it off no matter what. Glancing at the still calm barrier, the corpse-clearing Taoist wiped the sweat from his brow and gritted his teeth. That's enough. You were the ones who were talking before. I never agreed to anything. This matter was never going to stand. A cold snort echoed in the air, and someone whistled, but the figures never reappeared. Clearly, they had enjoyed the brawl to the fullest. I know you guys are bored. How about this? After this kid finishes his exams and moves on to the next stage of his studies, you can attach yourselves to my summoned creatures and spar with him. Is that all right? As soon as the corpse-clearing Taoist said this, the figures that had been silent reappeared one by one. Ouyang idiot, is this your idea alone, or did that bald monk and the charlatan agree? Naturally, it was a decision we made together. All right, you said it. There's no going back on your word this time. This kid's got talent. We need to teach him a lesson. In that case, let's discuss the order. I'll go first. I'm the oldest here. Bullshit, so what if you're old? Why don't we judge by ability? Ladies first. Ladies first. Get lost. How old are you? Still calling yourself a lady? You're old enough to be someone's great-grandmother. How about rock, paper, scissors? I think it's a good idea. Come on, let me organize things and decide on the order as soon as possible. I can't wait. Watching these figures excitedly playing rock, paper, scissors to decide the order, the corpse-clearing Taoist rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He glanced at the barrier, and couldn't help but silently pray for Ye Lingchen. Kid, your time has come. Hopefully, they won't beat you up too badly. Chapter 132, The Diversity of Occupations. 2 hours later, the barrier opened. All right, time's up. Hand in your papers. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip in Ye Lingchen's hand flew out. In fact, Ye Lingchen finished answering all the questions in just 1.5 hours, and that was only because he deliberately controlled his answering speed. He carefully read each question and checked his answers 2 or 3 times after finishing. Otherwise, he probably would have handed in the paper in less than half an hour. After glancing at the answers, the corpse-clearing Taoist nodded. Not bad. It seems you haven't neglected your academic studies. Thanks to the jade slip provided by the teacher, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to learn so quickly. Ye Lingchen flattered without making a sound. The Taoist priest's previously unpleasant expression softened considerably. He glanced furtively at the surrounding mounds and said calmly, "The study of formations is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Go back and study slowly. I will assess you regularly. You've also basically passed the academic subjects. Now we'll move on to the second stage of your studies." Second stage? So fast. Ye Lingchen was taken aback. Although he didn't know what the second stage was, he could clearly sense the helplessness in the tone of the corpse-clearing Taoist. As expected, the corpse-clearing Taoist sighed. This part was originally scheduled to start next semester, but who would have thought you'd learn formations so quickly? Oh, teacher, what's the content of the second stage? Don't rush. The corpse-clearing Taoist sat back down on the futon. Before we begin our studies, let me ask you a question. What level do you consider yourself to be in your profession? What level? Ye Lingchen frowned upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Since it's the only hidden class, its quality is definitely not bad, and I've already maxed out its lifespan, so its effects are practically monstrous. Overall, it should be considered top tier." The corpse-clearing Taoist nodded. That's right. Each profession has very distinct characteristics. Although not every one of them has super strong combat power, judging from you, Abyss Lord, this profession is also the first of its kind to appear in the human world. According to our preliminary judgment, it is indeed at the top level, especially on the front line, where it has an almost overwhelming advantage. Teacher, hurry up and say but. Ye Lingchen urged calmly, showing no arrogance whatsoever. He knew this routine all too well. First, he would praise himself, and then immediately follow up with but. As expected, the corpse-clearing Taoist continued. However, your profession is not invincible. It has obvious weaknesses. When you encounter a profession with extremely strong individual combat capabilities, you will face a life or death crisis. Just like the king of assassins you encountered this time. Ye Lingchen wholeheartedly agreed. It was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. Of course, the king of assassins is an exception. What I want to say is that as an Abyss Lord, on the one hand, you need to make use of your expertise, and on the other hand, you need to spare no effort to make up for your weaknesses, namely, your ability to survive. The corpse-clearing Taoist raised his right hand and tapped it a few times in front of him. The ground surged again, and several strange creatures emerged from the ground. These creatures all share a common characteristic. Their complete forms are almost impossible to discern, as they are shrouded in shadow. If it weren't for the corpse-clearing Taoist's deliberate actions, these creatures would have vanished into the darkness the moment they appeared. These are all abyssal monsters that are skilled in assassination and stealth. During the war, the enemy used decapitation tactics, which had a huge impact on our army, and we lost many excellent commanders and generals. This is only a part of them. I know of no less than 100 kinds of abyssal monsters. Ye Lingchen carefully examined the creatures before him, which resembled wriggling fluids, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Furthermore, there are similar cases among the professions that humans have awakened. For example, in your year, there is a young man named Lu Li who has also awakened the only profession, Shadow Master. This is the lower rank of King of Assassins. The fact that he was able to get third place with his outstanding assassination skills is enough to demonstrate his strength. Lu Li, I know him. We're pretty close. I even beat him up back then, but I didn't see anything special about him. The corpse-clearing Taoist's face darkened. I was just giving an example. Don't argue with me. Okay. Ye Lingchen suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, teacher, what is the profession of that second-place Chun Erniu? Although Lu Li can't beat me, he is indeed quite skilled, but why is Chun Erniu stronger than him? Huh? You didn't know? He's a celebrity at school now. Should I know? Never mind. You've only been here a few days, so you probably haven't met him yet. Like you and Lu Li, he has also awakened the unique profession, Uncertain Mist. Uncertain Mist? That name sounds eerie. Hee, it's more than just bizarre. The corpse-clearing Taoist chuckled faintly. The Uncertain Mist has only appeared once in human history. The awakened one will transform into a cloud of mist, leaving corpses strewn everywhere, and all living beings will turn into a field of white bones. In addition, it also possesses some of the same effects as trapping arrays and illusion arrays. In terms of both destructive power and support capabilities, its advantages are very prominent. So amazing. No wonder, Ye Lingchen suddenly realized. The thought that the seemingly innocent-looking baby face actually possessed such strength made Ye Lingchen feel uneasy. The contrast was just too great. Angelic face, demonic abilities, that's amazing. Strictly speaking, all three of your professions belong to the Abyss category, making you all formidable among the unique hidden professions. Alright, we've gone off on a tangent. Let's get back to the point. I've looked at your four-dimensional attributes, and compared to your peers, they are indeed outstanding. But given your growth rate, you will definitely be facing even more powerful beings in the future, such as the God's agents I mentioned earlier. Some of them have rule-based attack effects or possess rule-based weapons, such as the very common and extremely powerful slaying effect, which is completely unreasonable. When encountering this kind of enemy, if you can't overwhelm them, you need to improve your own survivability. Either have powerful survival equipment or find a way to escape safely. Similarly, there are also some so-called mechanic monsters among the enemies. Even if your ultimate move is extremely powerful, it cannot kill the opponent in one go. This also falls into the category of rules. A common example is locked health. Some boss-level enemies will enter a second or third stage after you deplete their health bar, becoming much stronger and even gaining new abilities. Moreover, killing them requires more complex rules and methods. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist's expression became slightly solemn. He seemed to be weighing something, and after a moment of contemplation, he said again, "The last type of enemy I want to talk about is extremely powerful. They are almost impossible to kill." Chapter 133 The Power of Origin. An enemy that cannot be killed? Ye Lingchen was taken aback, then seemed to remember something and asked in a deep voice, "Teacher, are you talking about someone like Arigius?" The corpse-clearing Taoist nodded. "That's right, just as you thought, an enemy possessing the power of origin." The power of origin. Ye Lingchen had seen this term in textbooks, but the middle school textbooks only mentioned it briefly and did not go into depth. I talked about it a lot in university cultural courses, but I still didn't go into depth. It was as if this thing had some kind of taboo or magic that made people afraid to talk about it. When the corpse-clearing Taoist mentioned it again, and considering the previous battle with Arigius and the latter's exasperated state, Ye Lingchen immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. The power of origin is the energy that was born at the beginning of the world. It is the most basic energy of this world. In the beginning, the power of origin was everywhere, inexhaustible. As the world evolved, various plants, animals, and even more advanced life forms were born, and the power of origin was dispersed to all things in the world. The corpse-clearing Taoist pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Even the soil, stones, and dust in the air you see contain primordial power, though it is extremely rare. The higher the level of a being's life, the greater its primal power. Like Arigius, whom you met before, he was one of the first Abyss Lords born at the beginning of the Abyss world, and he contained an immense amount of primal power. The power of origin cannot be destroyed, not even by gods. But the power of origin can be transferred or plundered. Ordinary creatures, such as an ant or a moth, when killed, have such weak power of origin that it dissipates and is absorbed by the world. But some powerful beings have souls that are even condensed from the power of origin. Killing them once will not completely destroy their vast power of origin, but only a portion of it. In this way, as long as their souls are immortal, they will not die. So that's how it is. Ye Lingchen suddenly realized. No wonder Arigius was only sealed on Sky Mountain and not killed. Yes, Arigius's primal power is immense, making it virtually impossible for even Xiaoyao to kill him. Only a god descending to earth, instantly seizing all of his primal power, and then shattering his soul could truly kill him. Otherwise, as long as a trace of his primal power remains, he will not die and will slowly recover. The seal Xiaoyao placed can only keep his primal power in a deficient state, unable to recover. Ye Lingchen was secretly astonished upon hearing this. So Arigius is that powerful. When the first Abyss Lord was carried across the abyss by his mother, he sensed a terrifying aura that terrified him. He wondered if it was an existence of the same level as Erisius. In this light, my ability to kill Erisius was purely by sheer luck. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen's eyes flickered, and he dared not look at the corpse Taoist. The corpse-clearing Taoist waved his hand and snorted. Don't worry, I know the mother nest is in your hands. If I'm not mistaken, you relied on her to kill Erisius, right? Xiaoyao has already told me. We old guys all know. But don't worry, we won't steal your things, nor will we use you as a bargaining chip to hand over to the abyss. Having his little scheme exposed, Ye Lingchen gave an awkward smile. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. I was just afraid that someone would keep eyeing me. Do you think this is still a secret? Many people probably already know that you possess the mother nest. The spies that the abyss has planted among us will certainly not let you go. Ye Lingchen felt even more heavy-hearted after hearing this. Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficiently built up, the corpse-clearing Taoist changed the subject and encouraged. Pressure is the source of motivation. There are agents of the gods, spies from the abyss, and even other awakened beings who are after your wealth. With so many people harboring ill intentions, you should improve your strength as quickly as possible. If you are invincible, why would you need to fear these scheming villains? The teacher is right. Ye Lingchen nodded emphatically. My earlier discouragement was largely due to my experiences these past few days. Ever since his mother defeated him in one blow, Ye Lingchen's mentality has changed somewhat. Having learned a great deal and gained much knowledge from the corpse-clearing Taoist over the past few days, he realized that he was not invincible. Even if he can be resurrected through the mother nest, he will still die if he encounters an enemy powerful enough to drain all his source power. Even if he doesn't die, if he's imprisoned for eternity, Ye Lingchen will go insane even if he doesn't die. Realizing this, Ye Lingchen had never been so eager to improve his strength as he was today. He still had many things to do. The changes in his own family, why his mother betrayed him, whether his father was really dead. Why was his family's history either erased or distorted beyond recognition? These are all mysteries he needs to unravel. But right now, he's not strong enough. He needs to become stronger. Ye Lingchen regained his confidence almost instantly, but he still had a question in his mind. Teacher, I have one more question. Ask away. You just said that only gods can instantly seize another person's source power. So, besides gods, are there any other beings who can do this? The corpse-clearing Taoist shook his head. No. In an era without gods, no one could do it. Not even the demons of the abyss. As you saw, even Xiaoyao, who can be considered the strongest in the world and the pinnacle of human existence, still couldn't kill Erisius. Even the agents of the gods who carry the will of the gods couldn't do it. So, as long as I don't provoke the gods, I'm safe? Hey, you're dreaming. The corpse-clearing Taoist sneered. Just because no one can do it doesn't mean nothing can. What do you mean? The corpse-clearing Taoist pointed to Ye Lingchen's chest, just like your mother nest. You mean, Ye Lingchen frowned. Then his expression changed drastically. A divine artifact. Congratulations on answering correctly, but there's no reward. Don't be too optimistic. Although divine artifacts are extremely rare, they're not non-existent. If a god's representative wields a divine artifact and tries to kill you, you'll be in danger. Then what are we waiting for? Ye Lingchen slammed his hand on the table and stood up, startling the corpse-clearing Taoist. Teacher, hurry up and start the second stage. Use all the moves that can make me invincible. Oh, you're in such a hurry? Don't you need to go back and rest? No. Let's start now. Every second counts. There's no time to lose. Hee, you said it yourself. The corpse-clearing Taoist grinned wickedly. Did you all hear that? Come out and walk around. Chapter 134 Human Heroes? Are you kidding me? As soon as the corpse-clearing Taoist finished speaking, a chilling wind swept through the underground space. From the 108 surrounding mounds, white things popped out one by one, like pimples popped on a young person's face. Ye Lingchen jumped up in fright and immediately summoned his demon army, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Ha! Don't try to take it from me. I'm the first one. This is such an interesting thing, I can't wait. I'm telling you, those of you who got the early numbers, take it easy and give those of us who are at the back of the line a chance to speak up. A series of excited and frenzied voices rang out, and Ye Lingchen saw that the white things were actually human figures. A human figure? That's clearly a ghost. For someone with an innate fear of ghosts, the appearance of these ghosts undoubtedly dealt a devastating blow to Ye Lingchen's fragile mind. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched, and he was about to unleash a powerful attack indiscriminately. He was truly terrified. Demons and monsters. I'll blow you all up. Stop. The voice of the corpse-clearing Taoist suddenly rang out, and he put a hand on Ye Lingchen's shoulder, somewhat awkwardly comforting him. Don't be afraid. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I'm not blind. These are all ghosts. Teacher, don't stop me. Let me kill them. Ye Lingchen wanted to make another move, but then a voice from the corpse-clearing Taoist rang in his ears, and he immediately withdrew his supernatural powers. Are you sure you want to kill them? If you are, I won't stop you. However, next year on the National Memorial Day, the whole country will probably see you being live-streamed as a sacrifice to the heavens. The words were somewhat cryptic, but Ye Lingchen wasn't stupid. After a moment's thought, he guessed the gist of it. Teacher, on the day of the memorial service, these ghosts could these predecessors be? That's right. They are the human heroes who lie buried here. Upon hearing the introduction from the corpse-clearing Taoist, the 108 ghosts all became solemn and struck various cool poses, seemingly trying to verify his words. Although it was still a bit creepy, Ye Lingchen couldn't reconcile the image of human heroes with these roguish ghosts. Look at this. Look at this. What kind of people are these? A plump old woman wearing a floral-patterned padded jacket, cracking sunflower seeds. A grumpy old man carrying a shoulder pole, with a goatee and darting triangular eyes. A young punk with outdated headphones and a flamboyant, yellow-haired hairstyle. A strange uncle with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, wearing a blue tracksuit and smoking a cigarette. Ye Lingchen looked at each person one by one. These people were all different and strange, as if he were experiencing all walks of life. He plunged into the bustling market. Of course, there were some normal people among them. For example, there was a mature woman in an office lady suit, holding a folder, wearing black-rimmed glasses, who bore a striking resemblance to the teachers in the study materials on Zhang Wei's computer hard drive. There was also a handsome middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face, slicked back hair, and an imposing presence. He seemed to be the most normal of all the ghosts. Ye Lingchen glanced at the corpse-clearing Taoist, then at the 108 ghosts, then back at the Taoist, then back at the ghosts. The disdain and doubt in their eyes were no longer concealed. A deathly silence fell over the underground space. The atmosphere, already awkward, took another step closer to becoming even more awkward. Damn it, I knew it would turn out like this. In the end, I still have to play the straight man. The corpse-clearing Taoist muttered, cleared his throat, and laughed. Lingchen, these are all seniors, true heroes. You must be very excited to meet them in person today. Come, let me introduce you properly. Look at this grandma. Get lost. Who are you calling grandma? I'm still a young lady, okay? The plump old woman in the floral-patterned jacket spat a mouthful of sunflower seed shells at the corpse-clearing Taoist. The corpse-clearing Taoist's face darkened, but he barely managed to suppress his rage. Ahem, show some restraint in front of your juniors. Lingchen, let me reintroduce you. This grandmother is Zhang Tsuhua, renowned throughout the world and known by everyone as the jade-faced fox. Ye Lingchen looked dazed. His brain almost stopped thinking. God-slaying jade-faced fox. This should be a fat fox. Besides, what fox spirit wears a big floral jacket, looking like a gossipy old woman at the village entrance? Zhang Tsuhua, that name is quite fitting. And look at this one, the corpse-clearing Taoist said, pointing to the old man carrying a shoulder pole. You must have heard of him. He's known as skin-peeling vendor, Zhao Lanyan. Legend has it that anyone who buys something from his stall won't leave until he's skinned alive. And this one, the number one member of the funeral love family, the southern tyrant of Temple Street, Zhang Yijian. One after another, astonishing nicknames were uttered by the corpse-clearing Taoist, and names that constantly challenged human values lingered in Ye Lingchen's ears. Ye Lingchen was already somewhat despondent. Are these human heroes? Are you kidding me? Do you really think I didn't study hard in school? The glorious deeds of human heroes are taught in elementary school textbooks starting from the first grade. Every year on the National Memorial Day, a ceremony is held at the hero's tomb to commemorate the martyrs. Are the phantom images on those stone towers all fake? Take Jade-Faced Fox, for example. In textbooks and on the day of the memorial, the image of the martyr is that of a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a pink dress, with a bewitching face, a charming figure, and walking barefoot. This is completely different from the fat old lady from some unknown village in front of me. And that skinning vendor, his appearance, clothes, and even his demeanor are exactly the same as in the textbook. But what's with that nickname and name? Isn't he Zhao Siyuan, the red hat merchant? Ye Lingchen silently took out his phone. Hello, is this Ending Hospital? Yes, I have a mental illness. Could you please send a car to pick me up? The location is the Tsinghua Peking University Hero's Tomb. Before he could finish speaking, the corpse-clearing Taoist snatched the phone and hung up. Kid, stop messing around. You're not sick. I'm not sick. Ye Lingchen pointed at the ghosts, his lips twitching as he said, Then how do you explain these? Are these human heroes? Don't try to fool me. I'm not well educated. Every year on the National Memorial Day, the school organizes us to watch the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, the corpse-clearing Taoist rubbed his forehead, looking somewhat troubled. He turned to the group of ghosts and said with a hint of displeasure, What did I tell you? They're just kids. You dropped such a bombshell, shattering their worldview. It's all you're doing. Seeing Ye Lingchen's lifeless eyes, the ghosts seemed to realize they had gone too far. Like children who had done something wrong, they lined up in the order they had been numbered, heads down, and remained silent. The corpse-clearing Taoist sighed and raised his hand to cast a formation that enveloped Ye Lingchen. This formation has little power. Its only effect is to awaken the mind and sharpen the intellect. Ye Lingchen jolted awake, recovering from the shock of his shattered worldview. Come, sit down. The corpse-clearing Taoist gestured for Ye Lingchen to sit. There are indeed some stories behind this. Let me think about where to begin. Chapter 135, From Humble Beginnings to Glorious End. 800 years ago, the First Abyss War broke out. The human world was almost destroyed without any preparation. Faced with the massive invasion of the abyssal monsters, humanity's resistance seemed so powerless and laughable. While strategic weapons like nuclear bombs certainly exist, their numbers are ultimately limited. Even if all the world's reserves were pooled together, it would be a drop in the ocean against the endless abyssal monsters. Moreover, the abyss at that time was so powerful that it instilled despair. Not only did a massive number of abyssal monsters and powerful abyssal lords pour in from the border between the two worlds, but also terrifying gods. Gods. This being, which only exists in myths and legends on Earth, has actually appeared in the world. That was an incredibly powerful and invincible force. It could wipe out millions of lives with a single glance, and drive the entire city's population into madness with a single whisper. There is no chance of winning, only despair. Humanity, under such blows, is entering its final countdown to extinction. At this point, the classic but appears at just the right time. On Earth, in the human world, there are gods too. However, these deities are not the same as those in myths and legends. They seem to represent certain rules and are the embodiment of the way of heaven. The gods are ruthless and cold-blooded. Their appearance is not for the purpose of saving humanity. To the gods, all things are mere straw dogs. But without these traitors, faith will collapse and the source of power will dry up. The most serious problem is that the invasion of an external god is like kicking down the door and breaking into the house. How is this any different from trespassing or burglary? To defend the dignity of this realm, no, to be precise, to defend their territory, the gods were forced to fight. The War of the Gods broke out, but it did not affect Earth. Instead, it opened up a new battlefield in a higher dimension. No one knows the outcome of the War of Gods, because the battlefields on Earth are still fiercely contested. On a day of war that seemed no different from any other, humanity underwent a decisive transformation. The world changed color, and mountains and rivers seemed to turn upside down. Above the sky, 1,000 auspicious rays and 10,000 rays of light shone. The mysterious power of laws enveloped the entire blue planet like a magnificent scroll, weaving a wondrous feeling that dazzled and captivated the viewer. Click. Everyone felt as if a lock in their soul had been opened. However, some people's locks opened easily, while others opened much slower, or even remained completely still. During that war, rifts connecting the two worlds spread across the entire planet, with the rift in the Dragon Kingdom being particularly large. More than 5 Abyss Lords led an astronomical number of monsters to the land of China. At that very moment, in the capital city, on a commercial street called Dishilon, which has a history of over 1,000 years. At the entrance of the 8 great hutongs, a plump woman in a floral jacket was idly cracking sunflower seeds. A thin, old man carrying a shoulder pole walked along a sparsely populated street, calling out weakly. A young man, having just emerged from a dilapidated barbershop, looked pleased with his newly styled emo haircut and posted a selfie on QQ Space. He was a tourist from the port city, stranded in the capital due to the war. A strange-looking man dressed in sportswear, wearing sunglasses, and smoking a cigarette was jogging in the morning, quickly passing by the punk rocker. In the morning sunlight, A young woman dressed in office attire is jogging after a bus that is about to leave the station. Inside the top-floor luxury suite of the Qianmen Hotel, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with an upright expression, looked at the forbidden city, which was shrouded in blood-red clouds, his brows furrowed. Was much calmer than the front lines in the heart of the country. The people here still go about their lives. Although the war has had an impact, it is not significant. People live their lives in fear and hardship. But at this very moment, some people on this historic commercial street experienced a dramatic transformation. The plump old woman spat out the last of the sunflower seed shells, and her large floral-patterned jacket fluttered without wind, its colorful blossoms transforming into a moving scroll. 9 snow-white tails unfurled behind her, and in the blink of an eye, the plump old woman transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, soaring into the air. The gaunt old man, his back bent by the weight of time, gradually straightened. On the carrying pole, the 2 baskets transformed into an endless, bottomless space. A fierce glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He leaped onto the carrying pole and soared towards the horizon. The punk youth's hairstyle remained intact, but now it had turned a fiery golden yellow, like an awakened super scion, the dazzling golden light blinding. Donning his expensive, bulky headphones, he uttered, Kamehameha, and his body transformed into golden light, piercing through the blood-red clouds above his head. The strange man in the blue tracksuit spat on the ground, and by sheer coincidence, caught a green fly that had twisted its own head off. His black eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, blazed with invisible fire. With a roar, he moved 10 times faster than a supersonic fighter jet, leaving only a pair of deep footprints in his wake. The office lady, clutching her file folder, glanced dejectedly at the departing bus. The next moment, she was perched atop the bus roof. Her beautiful eyes, behind her black-rimmed glasses, gazed towards the heart of China, her tied-up hair instantly transforming into a cascading waterfall of black silk. The female teachers on the naive young man's hard drive seemed like flies compared to the moon before this woman. She tossed the file bag into the air, leaped, and landed steadily on it as she flew towards the battlefield. The luxury suite was already empty, and the resolute-faced man was now standing above the blood-red clouds. Looking at the sky above, which was shrouded in countless auspicious rays of light, the man formed his right hand into a claw and forcefully lifted it upwards. Rise! With a roar, 9 golden dragons, each hundreds of thousands of meters long, rose from the ground in different directions of the dragon kingdom and soared into the sky. In an instant, blood-red clouds rolled in, and the sky wept blood. The appearance of a true dragon is a sign of good fortune. 9 giant dragons transformed into 9 golden ribbons that encircled the man as he rapidly charged toward the battlefield. The dragon soars in the sky. 10,000 meters away from the battlefield, the man unleashed a dragon, subduing 18 palm strike. 9 dragons soar into the sky, like gods descending to earth. A lord of the abyss, whose height was as tall as Mount Everest, was instantly torn to pieces by the 9 dragons. The immense primordial power dissipated and was completely devoured by the 9 golden dragons. One strike. With just one strike, an abyss lord was slain. Although not the first abyss lord, this was a powerful being that even the most powerful nuclear bombs of mankind could not destroy before, and it was instantly killed. A deathly silence fell over the battlefield. The abyssal monsters were stunned, and the human army was also shocked. But soon, people seemed to realize something, and the despairing decline was replaced by an almost insane killing intent and joy. The time for humanity to fight back has come. On Dashilan Commercial Street, 108 ordinary people from all walks of life led the Dragon Kingdom's desperate counterattack. It began small and ended in glory. Even today, hundreds of years later, this epitaph is still engraved on every stone tower in the hero's tomb. This is the story of the 108 ghosts standing in front of Ye Lingchen at this moment. Yes, it's a story of human heroes. Chapter 136, The God Scheme. So this is the truth behind that battle back then. Ye Lingchen had a solemn expression on his face. The Taoist priest who cleansed corpses was not a good storyteller, at least not as good as a traditional storyteller. Even so, he spoke for a full 4 hours. Ye Lingchen went from initial doubt to fascination, then to shock, and finally to being so moved by the story that he forgot to eat lunch. At this moment, when he looked at the 108 ghosts opposite him, he no longer felt fear or doubt, but rather a deep sense of reverence. Junior Ye Lingchen apologizes to all the seniors for his previous neglect. After saying that, He stood up, then knelt down with a thud and kowtowed 3 times to the person opposite him. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth more than gold. He only kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents. But these 108 people in front of us deserve the worship of all Chinese people. Without them, there would be no Dragon Kingdom as we know it today. This made the ghosts on the other side feel a little embarrassed. Hey, look at the mess you've made. How are we supposed to fight and spar with you later? These are all old, trivial matters. Why bring them up again? You're such a spoilsport. Oh yang idiot. Brother, don't be so polite. Look how young I am. We're brothers. Get the hell out of here. Who the hell is your brother? You're old enough to be someone's ancestor, you damn blondie. And so, one person after another chimed in, and the people started chattering away again. The underground space had become a vegetable market once more. The corpse-clearing Taoist looked helpless. It's happening again. I shouldn't have let them out. The atmosphere shifted from awkward to lively, and everyone felt much happier. But Ye Lingchen suddenly exclaimed, and then asked, "That's not right, teacher. These seniors were so powerful. How did they die and sacrifice themselves? That Dragon King Senior was able to instantly kill an Abyss Lord and directly absorb his essence. Didn't you say that only gods could do these things?" As soon as he spoke, the ghosts suddenly stopped arguing and looked over here again. Just as the Taoist priest was about to explain, the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with a resolute face suddenly spoke up. "Let me handle the cleaning of the corpses." Qingshi glanced at him, hesitated, but finally nodded without stopping him. "Senior Dragon King." Ye Lingchen quickly bowed as he saw the other party step out of the crowd. This man, known as the Dragon King, is the strongest among them all, and the one who instantly killed the Abyss Lord. No need for formalities, we are all dead. What happened back then is no secret, and telling you it is not taboo. However, if you hear about it, it will probably attract the attention of the gods, which is not a good thing. Are you sure you still want to hear it? It's all right, Senior, please speak freely. I've already been targeted since I mentioned the name of the drunken sword immortal, so I don't care about 10 or 8 more. Ye Lingchen said nonchalantly. The Dragon King smiled slightly. Not bad. This is the true spirit of the descendants of China, the sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom. What are we afraid of? The Dragon King stood with his hands behind his back, head tilted back, seemingly recalling something. He drifted about in the dim underground space, his voice slow and deep, reaching the ears of Ye Lingchen and everyone else. What I'm about to tell you is the truth about human awakening. The First Abyss War eventually evolved into a contest between gods. The gods of both realms opened up a battlefield high in the heavens. This battle was so fierce that the heavens and earth were plunged into darkness, and countless gods perished. The divine nature, authority, and inexhaustible primordial power dissipated and ultimately returned to the heavenly way. In terms of overall strength, the gods of earth are slightly stronger than those of the abyss, both in terms of numbers and power. However, the situation is completely reversed in the mortal realm. The number and strength of the monsters in the abyss far exceed those of humans. The war between the gods lasted a full 100 years, but in the higher dimensions, it only took 10 days in reality. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but in the end, the gods of earth had a slight advantage. However, the surviving gods did not have the strength to exterminate the remaining abyss gods. This higher dimensional space connects the divine realms of both sides. Once the other side retreats, they will surely return with a vengeance. Given the nature of the abyss gods, they will inevitably retaliate, and may even take advantage of the power imbalance between the mortal realm and slaughter the entire planet. At that time, even if the gods on earth win, it will be of no use. All mortals died, and they too became rootless duckweed, destined to be devoured by the abyss world with its countless creatures. Finally, after deliberation, the gods decided to completely seal this higher dimensional space, and no one was to leave. In any case, the lifespan of gods is almost infinite. The loss of faith may at most result in a loss of power, but it does not affect their lifespan. Unless the heavenly Tao collapses and the world is destroyed, with the vast amount of primordial power, the lifespan of gods is extremely long, not immortal, but not far off. The resolution was unanimously adopted, but they faced another thorny problem. Even if the gods don't participate in the war, it seems that humanity has no chance of turning the tide in the war on Earth. When humanity on Earth is completely wiped out, they will be the ones who ultimately fail. After some discussion, a deity stepped forward and decided to sacrifice himself to bring hope to the world. The cataclysmic event that awakened humanity was a miracle created by the gods of profession, magic, and craftsmanship, with the assistance of the gods of time, space, life, and destiny. The price was the death of the three main deities. On the surface, gods sacrificed themselves to save humanity, appearing pure, noble, and righteous, but they are not fools. They naturally had their own reasons for doing this. While the three gods may seem to have suffered the greatest sacrifice, they were actually the biggest winners in this scheme. After the gods die, their divinity, authority, and primordial power should return to the heavenly order. However, under the manipulation of the gods, their authority and primordial power are directly fed back to the human world, and the divinity of the three gods is secretly preserved. In this way, as humanity awakens and Earth grows stronger, the three gods will receive more and more faith. One day, they will be reborn under the power of faith, and their strength will increase even further. For them, as long as Earth exists, whether it is hundreds or thousands of years, it is just a blink of an eye. The three minor gods have performed great deeds and will be promoted to the ranks of the main gods on the day of their resurrection. As for the other gods, they were merely assisting from the sidelines. They would lose nothing, and everyone was happy. This is the ultimate goal of the gods. As it turned out, their plan succeeded. Humanity began a widespread awakening. The first awakened individuals from around the world were hailed by later generations as the first awakened ones. Unlike the awakened ones of later generations, they were chosen by the god of fate. They were born with full life, but at the same time, they were instilled with the noble character of protecting their homeland. Once awakened, they had no choice but to go straight to the battlefield. Each of the first awakened ones was imbued with a small portion of divine authority, enabling them to directly attack the enemy's fundamental power. It may seem weak, but even this small amount of power is an overwhelming force that no mortal being can withstand. Among these, there are also those who, for their own purposes, secretly select certain individuals to become their agents. They are stronger, have greater authority, and possess divine artifacts bestowed by the gods. The Dragon King was one of them. He was valued by both the god of light and the god of war, becoming their proxy. He was also the most powerful being on the entire planet Blue Star during that war, having surpassed the human ceiling and almost being called a demigod. Chapter 137: The Truth About That Battle. The powerful intervention of a demigod-level expert, along with the strong involvement of 107 other top-tier human beings. The previously precarious battle situation was completely reversed. On the main battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, the powerful Abyss Lords and countless Abyss monsters were wiped out in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. The Abyss Lords who went on this expedition did not include the first generation, and their combat power was no match for the demigod-level Dragon King. They were quickly slaughtered. Not only that, the Dragon King and his men did not stop, but took advantage of the enemy's weakness to repair many spatial rifts in the Dragon Kingdom's territory, leaving only the huge abyss entrance that has existed to this day and is beyond human reach. Such events not only occurred in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in various parts of the entire Blue Star, where the first awakened beings appeared. However, they were not as powerful as the Dragon King, but after paying a heavy price, they stabilized the situation and pulled humanity back from the brink of complete extinction. That's incredible. Seniors, you guys are just, holy crap. Ye Lingchen listened with great enthusiasm, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He sincerely wanted to praise the other person, but his limited vocabulary held him back. Wait a minute. As if realizing something, Ye Lingchen suddenly frowned. If humans are this strong, then how did our predecessors? Ye Lingchen didn't say it aloud, feeling that it would be disrespectful to talk about someone's death in front of them. But the Dragon King didn't mind and nodded slightly. I know what you want to ask. Why are we all dead? Not only us, but all the first awakened beings on the entire Blue Star are dead without exception. Wow, there's more to this than meets the eye. Ye Lingchen was shocked. He had only asked casually, but he did not expect that what happened was even more shocking than he had imagined. Are all the original characters dead? Ye Lingchen remained silent, his eyes fixed on the Dragon King, waiting for him to reveal the answer. The Dragon King sighed and remained silent for a long time, and the others also looked at each other in silence. After a long silence, the Dragon King frowned and said in a deep voice, "You've probably guessed something by now. The death of the first generation was, of course, caused by the intervention of the gods. The plan of the Blue Star gods seems flawless. They want to seal the Abyss gods, but you must understand that wherever there are people, there is conflict. This principle still applies at their level." "You mean there's a traitor among us?" Ye Lingchen exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. I didn't know beforehand. I only learned everything after my death through the messages left by the two gods. A flash of anger appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. The god of love and the god of pleasure betrayed us. The god's plan was known in advance, and the abyss took countermeasures. They didn't act beforehand, but only after the three gods sacrificed themselves. The abyss god, Konados, also sacrificed his soul, using the mother nest to successfully descend to the mortal realm. By the time the gods discovered this, it was too late. After all, it was the chief god who made the move. All the first generation awakened were killed almost instantly. At the same time, he also insanely detonated the mother nest, causing more than half of the humans on Earth to die. This. Ye Lingchen trembled all over as he listened. He couldn't even believe his ears. He could understand that the main god killed the first generation, but the last sentence completely overturned his worldview. Detonate the brood mound and slaughter half of humanity. This is practically a miniature version of Thanos' gauntlet. Is this some kind of heinous crime? Ye Lingchen subconsciously summoned the mother nest, staring blankly at it, unable to utter a single word. Yes, don't be surprised. It's this thing right in front of you. Oh, by the way, it's your exclusive weapon now. The Dragon King gazed with a complex expression at the mother nest, which was no bigger than an infant's head, and murmured to himself, "The mother nest has reappeared. What does all this signify?" He turned to look at a hunchbacked old man among the heroes. The old man appeared to be blind, and his hunchback made him seem very short among the crowd. His two scraggly, oily mustaches looked as wretched as could be. He held a tortoise shell in one hand. Something inside seemed to be moving, making a crisp sound, while his other hand was behind his back, his thumb rapidly tapping on the 9-square grid, as if he were divining something. Seeing the Dragon King looking over, the old man's mustache trembled slightly, and he frowned and shook his head repeatedly. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. How could a decrepit old man like me possibly understand the affairs between the gods? If I keep trying, I won't be able to keep my soul. Ye Lingchen looked in the direction of the voice. The old man had been introduced by the corpse-clearing Taoist earlier. His name seemed to be Lu Laonian. He used to set up a fortune-telling stall in Deschilon. His awakened profession was diviner. In their time, there was no such incredible thing as a future brain. Fortune-tellers were practically the pinnacle of prophecy. Seeing him shake his head repeatedly, the Dragon King didn't say anything more. He was just asking out of curiosity and didn't expect the other party to give an answer. The old folks already knew about the news that Xiao Xian brought back from the front lines. The king of assassins has reappeared, the mother nest has become the exclusive weapon of awakened humans, and Erisius has been destroyed by Ye Lingchen. All of this seems to foreshadow something. What shocked him even more was that all of these events had been foreseen and meticulously recorded by a person who had appeared before. And the current leadership of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be making arrangements in accordance with that person's prophecy and revelation. He didn't believe it at first, but as things were verified one by one, he had no choice but to believe it. A blurry figure appeared in the Dragon King's mind. Yi Xinyuan, the brain of the future. He wore a white coat, his hair was messy, and his stubble grew wildly on his face, but it still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. He was naturally eccentric, even somewhat wicked, but his unconventional personality couldn't conceal his formidable strength. During his lifetime, the technological development of the Dragon Kingdom was like a rocket launch. A comprehensive system for systematic research on awakened ones was established, and the talent training model was also perfected under his leadership. But this extraordinary talent suddenly disappeared. Yi Xuanyuan's death remains a mystery, but he left behind important information before his death. As the Dragon King pondered this, he looked at Ye Lingchen. The person in his mind seemed to overlap with the young man before him. This kid looks just like Yi Xinyuan. Could he be his illegitimate son? The Dragon King wondered, having the same strange thought that Xiao Xian had back then. Yi Xinyuan never married, nor did he have any children, until his death. The possibility that Ye Lingchen was his son is comparable to having a monkey type out an entire encyclopedia on a keyboard. Ye Lingchen felt uneasy under his gaze. Being stared at by a ghost, even knowing its identity, was still unsettling. Combining this with what the Dragon King had just said, Ye Lingchen had a clearer understanding of the past. However, he still felt that something was amiss. It wasn't that the Dragon King was deliberately lying to him. Ye Lingchen believed that what the other party said was true, and there was absolutely no need for him, a little Karami, to lie to him. But is the truth always the whole truth? Perhaps the Dragon King and his companions didn't know the whole truth either? After much thought, Ye Lingchen finally voiced his doubts. Chapter 138: The Secrets of Abyss-Type Classes. Senior Dragon King, I have a question that I would like to ask you. Ye Lingchen asked. Why are you being so polite? Ask me anything. The Qing sure chose this place for the classroom with the intention of having us teach you as well. You don't need to be so reserved, the Dragon King said with a smile. Tu, tell means hell. Ye Lingchen glanced at the corpse-clearing Taoist and inwardly grumbled. Having a bunch of ghosts be my teachers? How could you even think of that? If I didn't know who they were, I'd be scared to death. He inwardly grumbled, but didn't show it on his face. Ye Lingchen respectfully said, I'm very curious. Since this matter was planned by the gods of Blue Star, why are there abyss-related professions among the awakened ones? I can understand Lu Li's Shadow Stream Master, but Chun Erniu's Uncertain Mist, that thing can't even be considered a profession anymore, right? Even its life form has changed. And then there's my awakened Abyss Lord. As far as I know, Abyss Lords are all behemoths in the abyss, symbols of absolute strength and status. How did it become a profession here? To put it another way, it seems abnormal for humans to awaken professions related to the abyss, doesn't it? After voicing all his questions, Ye Lingchen felt much clearer about his situation. This question had been on his mind since the first time he met Lu Li. After meeting Qin Erniu a few days ago, his doubts deepened. Thinking about his profession, Ye Lingchen always had a feeling that someone was plotting against him, and he was constantly uneasy. The Abyss Lord is indeed powerful, even somewhat overpowered. Especially the battle against the Abyss, it clearly feels like, I'm fighting myself. Did the gods also understand the principle of learning from the barbarians to subdue them? Did they specifically add some Abyss classes to counter Abyss enemies? Although he had just left the beginner village, Ye Lingchen wasn't stupid. Just because he didn't say something didn't mean he didn't think of it. This matter had been weighing on his mind for a long time, and today he finally seized the opportunity to ask. If he didn't get an answer, his anxiety would only grow stronger, potentially even affecting his future development. Seeing Ye Lingchen's inquisitive gaze, the Dragon King seemed unsurprised, as if he knew he would ask this question. However, he shook his head helplessly. I can't give you a definite answer to this question either. What? Even you, Senior, don't know? Didn't the gods leave any clues? Ye Lingchen asked anxiously. No, the Dragon King shook his head again. There are currently 5 known Abyss-type professions, each unique. Oh, right. With yours, there are now 6. The first recorded appearance of an Abyss-type profession by humans was 20 years after the First Abyss War. However, I don't know much about this. Back then, we were instantly killed by Konodos, and at the last moment, thanks to the contingency plan left by the drunken sword immortal and your teacher, the corpse-clearing Taoist master, we preserved our souls and recuperated for 100 years before finally awakening. There are many things that happened during that dark age after the war, and even we have no way of knowing them. Let me tell you about this, the Dragon King said, and the corpse-clearing Taoist took over the conversation. Back then, my 2 fellow disciples and I were traveling around, helping with post-war reconstruction. I know a little about this. What? Teacher, you've actually lived for over 800 years. Ye Lingchen exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that the big shots like the corpse-clearing Taoist would live very long lives, but he never expected them to live this long. Is this even human? It's comparable to a 1,000-year-old tortoise. The corpse-clearing Taoist shook his head and chuckled. You little brat, are you thinking I'm some kind of 1,000-year-old tortoise? Absolutely not. How could a student slander a teacher like that? Ye Lingchen quickly put on his nail polish. All right, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? The corpse-clearing Taoist snorted. It's not what you think. We are all human. Even the pinnacle of humanity is still human. Unless we become gods, it's hard to escape the ravages of time. When the war is peaceful, we seal ourselves in, or as you young people would say, we enter a low-power standby mode. The few of us, including Xiaoyao, have only survived to this day thanks to the means of the gods. What? That old dang. Cough cough. Senior Xiaoyao Xian has lived for so long? How come he looks younger than you, teacher? Hee. You should ask him about this yourself when you have the chance. The corpse-clearing Taoist's expression was somewhat unnatural, and a hint of jealousy and envy seemed to flash across his eyes. All right, we've gone off topic. Let's get back to the point. 20 years after the First Abyss War, the post-war reconstruction work went relatively smoothly. After the mother nest self-destructed, the world fell into a Great Depression. But for some reason, the Abyss also suddenly stopped its attacks, and only the Abyss entrance you see today remains on Earth. The Taoist priest, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, slowly began to recount his story. During that period, Everything was in ruins and humanity was entering a new era. Awakened beings emerged like mushrooms after rain. But overwhelming power was a disaster in the face of a fragile social system. Some unscrupulous awakened individuals used their abilities to commit murder and robbery, even instigating local wars and overthrowing regimes. Still others, driven by madness, boast of completing what the abyss left unfinished, the destruction of humanity. In an instant, the already fragile human society was further exacerbated. Countries around the world were thrown into turmoil, some were ruled by madmen, and some were even wiped out overnight. That period was also known as the Dark Ages. Fortunately, justice will ultimately prevail over evil. Thanks to the efforts of several powerful nations, the unhealthy trends and evils have been gradually suppressed, and the turning point in this matter is related to the awakening of a certain profession. So powerful, a single profession's awakening can influence the global situation. Ye Lingchen exclaimed. Let me guess, could it be uncertain mist? While the uncertain mist is powerful, it is not powerful enough to strike fear into the hearts of humanity, the corpse-clearing Taoist said slowly. The first abyss-type class to awaken is the War Fortress. Ye Lingchen almost dropped his jaw in shock. No. Teacher, are you sure it's a war fortress? Like the huge thing I saw on the front lines. Don't be surprised, this is it. This thing can become a profession? That's insane. So what? Even if you're incredibly powerful, are you more powerful than Abyss Lord? Well, that's certainly true. Please continue. The one who awakened the War Fortress was also a human youth, from the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist sighed. This young man's experience was similar to yours before the college entrance exam. In that particular era, his awakening not only failed to gain acceptance, but also brought immense panic, followed by overwhelming doubt and accusations. Imagine a naive young man facing such condemnation. He almost instantly collapsed. It was at that moment that the War Fortress went out of control. Chapter 139, A Lie That's All the Truth. Out of control. Upon hearing this word, Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine. Even a fool could figure out the consequences of losing control, especially when it's a war fortress. Sure enough, the words that the corpse-clearing Taoist said next confirmed his idea. The young man who awakened the war fortress came from a poor family and lost his parents in the war. In that era of war, there were countless orphans without parents. The western border region of the Dragon Kingdom is already ecologically harsh. It's a miracle that he survived to adulthood. Although the post-war reconstruction later provided shelter for homeless people like them, in the young man's heart, he felt that he had been beaten down countless times by this cruel society. After he awakened to his profession, he received none of the recognition, respect, wealth, or status he craved. Instead, he was met with doubt, curses, and the fearful gazes of countless people. Under immense social pressure, the young man broke down. He transformed into a true war fortress, destroying half the city in an instant. That terrifying incarnation, as tall as a mountain and possessing immense power, reminded countless people of the brutal war of 20 years ago. People were dominated by fear, and panic spread among the crowd. This news quickly spread throughout the entire planet Earth. Even people in other countries who witnessed this scene reacted in the same way as the people of China at that time. Kill him. He must be killed. Such people and such professions should not exist at all. He is the embodiment of evil, the messenger of the abyss. He will destroy everyone. The Chinese government initially intended to try to salvage the situation if possible, but under pressure from public opinion and even other countries on Earth, they finally took action. But to everyone's surprise, just as they were about to make their move, the war fortress ran away. He rushed northeast, breaking through several lines of defense and escaping various encirclements and blockades, until he reached the entrance to the abyss. At the last moment, the young man glanced back in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, then leaped into the abyss, and there was no news of him ever again. This is the first abyss-type class to appear, and also the only hidden class. Following this, the Uncertain Mist, the Shadow Master, and the Primal which appeared in succession. Later, another profession called Songshan appeared, but the only record about this profession is the name, without any other information. As soon as Songshan appeared, he was killed by the Primal Witch at that time. According to the prevailing opinion at the time, the woman who had awakened as the Primordial Witch had only one thought in her mind. She had to kill him, or endless calamities would follow. Since then, over the centuries, several abyss-related professions have appeared, but none of them have caused much of a stir. As the human occupational system continues to improve, more and more powerful individuals emerge, and people's fear of abyss-related professions has decreased significantly. This year, 3 abyss-related professions appeared in a single graduating class, which is surprising, but not particularly noteworthy for ordinary people. Of course, the Ye Lingchen incident itself is a special case, and it only became the focus of public opinion with the help of some people. After all, in a long period of peace, all sorts of monsters and demons have appeared in society. They have long forgotten the fear and trauma brought by war, and can only be used as tools, following their own narrow sense of justice, and crushing any enemies they can't stand with their keyboards. After saying this, the corpse-clearing Taoist paused, then continued. Over the years, through the analysis and summarization of generations, and the speculation of the future brain, the emergence of abyss-type professions is likely a move laid by the abyss gods. The ritual of the 3 gods' sacrifice must have revealed some unknown secrets, giving the abyss gods an opportunity. In your young people's terms, it's like injecting a Trojan horse into a program. Teacher, you're quite up to date. 1 minute it's a bug, the next it's a Trojan. Looks like you spend a lot of time surfing the internet. Ye Lingchen joked after hearing this. Ahem, even we old fogies have to keep up with the times, you know. The corpse-clearing Taoist chuckled awkwardly, tucking the phone he was hiding in his pocket even further, afraid Ye Lingchen would notice. Anyway, this is the answer we can give you right now. We're not afraid to tell you now. Knowing the names of so many gods, you're probably already on the gods' blacklist. Plus, with your awakened profession, I have a feeling you might uncover the truth yourself. Teacher, please don't make me look bad. It's not a good thing to say something like that. Ye Lingchen exclaimed in surprise, waving his hands repeatedly. Just kidding. These kinds of sayings only come true, bad ones. I'll uncover it myself. Are you trying to kill me? However, given Ye Lingchen's current mindset, he wasn't particularly worried. With his mindset in check, he was well aware of his current position. He would develop stealthily, show off moderately, and wait until he had the ability to reach the pinnacle of human potential before he might have the means to challenge those high and mighty gods. However, his doubts were not completely dispelled. The answer given by the Taoist priest who cleanses corpses is only speculation, not concrete evidence. Ye Lingchen had a feeling that something was wrong. The god's plan was so meticulous that even if there was a traitor, the ritual wouldn't have been disrupted by the gods of the abyss. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a Trojan horse injection. It would have directly ruined the ritual, preventing you from offering your sacrifice. The gods aren't fools. They'll take revenge on the spot, never overnight. Furthermore, as mentioned before, the abyss god Konidos descended to earth via the mother nest, and even his soul's descent was beyond the resistance of mortals. He possessed the ability to instantly kill demigods. Annihilating mortal beings would be a mere breath for him. Why would he need to detonate the mother nest? So it seems that Konidos did this on purpose to show off to someone. Ye Lingchen guessed in his heart. As for detonating the mother nest, that was also very likely intentional. To destroy something so important to the abyss, there's only one possibility. They don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. That's right. That's exactly it. The more Ye Lingchen thought about it, the more reliable his guess seemed. The events of that battle 800 years ago are rarely mentioned in textbooks. If Ye Lingchen hadn't heard these first-hand accounts today, he would have had no way of knowing about it. Even so, he did not fully believe it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Dragon King and the others, but rather it was Ye Lingchen's instinct. In the years since losing his parents, he has experienced the coldness and warmth of human nature, the darkness of the world. Even humans are adept at deceit and treachery, let alone gods. Moreover, having read countless suspense and mystery novels, he knew very well that the most ingenious lie was not 9 lies and 1 truth, nor 9 truths and 1 lie, but 10 lies that were all truths, yet contained clever traps. The gods did not hide anything from anyone, and even the Dragon King and his followers were able to learn about it. This can only mean one thing. The gods have far-reaching plans. The gods of the abyss must have some unknown purpose or conspiracy. No, not only that. Even the gods of earth were involved in this. Upon realizing this, Ye Lingchen was suddenly startled, his breathing becoming rapid. At that moment, he seemed to glimpse the god's purpose. This sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 140, the sparring begins. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen quickly stopped. He dared not think any further. On the one hand, events that occurred hundreds of years ago lacked sufficient clues and evidence for him. He wasn't a direct witness, and obtaining even the slightest clues from others' accounts was the limit of his abilities. Just as he himself thought, The truth would only be revealed when he had the power to stand at the poker table. On the other hand, just as he was pondering all of this, a strange palpitation welled up in his heart. Ye Lingchen sensed terrifying gazes from beyond endless space and time peering at him. It wasn't a direct gaze, but Ye Lingchen still felt uncomfortable, as if someone was secretly watching him. Moreover, those gazes were devoid of any goodwill. Instead, he could feel an endless chill. Could it be that we've been targeted by the gods? Ye Lingchen wondered to himself. Although he had learned the names of so many gods and had already incurred a lot of karma, he did not want to actively seek trouble. If those behind-the-scenes bigwigs really set their sights on him and send 100 or 80 agents to ambush him, Ye Lingchen probably won't live to be invincible. The group of Qin Shi Dao Run and others seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further. Seeing Ye Lingchen remain silent and his expression change, Qin Shi Dao Run coughed and quickly stopped the conversation. All right, we were supposed to be having a lesson, but we've gotten so far off topic that we've gone completely off topic. You can have your seniors tell you all about the gossip later. Let's get back to the lesson now. The corpse-clearing Taoist checked the time. Time flew by as quickly as he told the story, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. All right, it's getting late. Let's continue the lesson tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you'll be sparring with these people every day. Go back and get some rest today to get your condition back. The corpse-clearing Taoist had lost interest in the lesson and simply saw the guest out. Ye Lingchen didn't mind. He had been listening to stories all day and was quite smug, but he was happy to go back and digest the huge amount of information. After bidding farewell to the corpse-clearing Taoist and the group of heroic seniors, Ye Lingchen returned to his dormitory. Not long after he left, the once dull underground space was transformed back into a bustling vegetable market. Hey, Ouyang, you idiot, why did you let him leave? It's only 8 o'clock, the TV dramas are in prime time. What are you resting for? Shouldn't you be having fun? Exactly. Why sleep when you've already awakened? I'd say we should have 24/7 nonstop intensive training. That's how the strong are born. The crowd chattered incessantly, one after another, driving the corpse-clearing Taoist to the brink of madness. That's enough. You guys don't need to sleep, but he's still a child, growing and developing. Training also needs a balance of work and rest. Unlike you, whose minds are always filled with entertainment gossip and social news. Have some ambition, okay? TCH, you think you're so great? Dare you pull out your phone and let us see? You're in such a hurry to get rid of him because the girl you're following is about to start her live stream, right? Let me think. What's her name again? Catwoman Rider or... Stop. Fine. I'm scared of you all. We'll start training first thing tomorrow morning when he arrives, and I won't go back on my word. Nothing was said that night. Ye Lingchen arrived as promised early the next morning. When he arrived at the underground space, he saw 108 ghosts. No, heroic spirits, all present. Everyone's face was beaming with excitement and joy, as if they were hoping for something good to happen. When they saw Ye Lingchen arrive, their eyes practically gleamed, making Ye Lingchen feel uneasy under their stares. Ahem, all right. Today we'll begin our practical training. As I told you yesterday, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. To improve your strength, practical combat is the best training, the corpse-clearing Taoist said solemnly. But there are some conditions for this practical lesson. The corpse-clearing Taoist said, raising his hand and sending out a white light. The light transformed into a thread that circled Ye Lingchen several times before disappearing into his body. From now on, I've locked your skills and ultimate abilities. Without using any skills, you'll need to complete this training solely through your own strength. The corpse-clearing Taoist explained, raising his hand to interrupt Ye Lingchen, who was about to speak. From now on, you're not allowed to argue. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. When you summoned your creature earlier, I saw your attribute panel changing wildly, like it was on a roller coaster. I guess your summon has the function of enhancing basic attributes, right? Ha. You really can't hide anything from you, teacher. Ye Lingchen scratched his head awkwardly. Facing these first-generation awakened beings, some of whom were demigods, Ye Lingchen was not confident of victory. In his original plan, even if it was to improve his own combat skills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to summon a group of abyssal monsters to watch the battle from the sidelines, right? Just as the corpse-clearing Taoist had guessed, the Abyss Lord's fourth constellation was designed to enhance his base attributes. At his current level, with millions of summoned creatures present, his four-dimensional attributes would be astronomical. At that point, let alone a friendly spar, even if Ye Lingchen just stood there and let the other side gang up on him, they might not be able to kill him. However, this destiny also has its drawbacks. namely that the values are very unstable, and the attribute increase is directly proportional to the number of summoned creatures. Therefore, as the number of summoned creatures decreases and is re-summoned, Ye Lingchen's base attributes will fluctuate wildly, truly like riding a roller coaster. Even though his little scheme was seen through, Ye Lingchen wasn't discouraged. Being able to spar with so many terrifyingly powerful figures was something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. He genuinely wanted to improve himself, so he simply accepted the corpse-clearing Taoist's suggestion. But Ye Lingchen still had a hunch. Teacher, if we can't use skills, can we use our exclusive weapon? The corpse-clearing Taoist initially wanted to refuse outright. After all, that thing was the mother nest. Who knew what kind of trouble this fellow would cause with it? But after careful consideration, he ultimately agreed. Not all of the 108 heroic spirits are skilled in close combat. Many also need to use their unique weapons. If Ye Lingchen isn't allowed to use them, it feels like bullying a weaker opponent. The corpse-clearing Taoist nodded solemnly. It can be used, but it can only be used once per sparring session. And let me emphasize, you are not allowed to use it to self-destruct. Ye Lingchen's lips twitched upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, what a joke. I'm not Konodos. I can't do something as ruthless as self-destructing my signature weapon. How could I bear to blow up such a cute little nest? With the approval of the corpse-clearing Taoist, Ye Lingchen felt more confident. He certainly wouldn't self-destruct his mother's nest, nor would he use his overpowered weapon to smash people. In his view, training should look like training. If you can play on your own, you should play on your own. The brood nest is just a safety net, so that even if you lose, it won't be too embarrassing. With everything ready, Ye Lingchen adjusted his mindset and clasped his hands in a fist salute towards the opposite side. Esteemed seniors, I, Ye Lingchen, would like to make a fool of myself here. May I ask which senior would like to begin? Ye Lingchen was neither humble nor arrogant. His demeanor made it seem as if he had come to cause trouble. Oh my, look at this kid, he's getting way too cocky. Who was first in line again? Hurry up and get him the dragon. The crowd started making a fuss, chattering away. From an outsider's perspective, it looks like a group of thugs bullying a young scholar. Just then, the sound of people cracking sunflower seeds came from the crowd. The plump old woman in the floral-patterned jacket squeezed out from the crowd. Make way, don't try to take my place. We all drew lots to get our numbers, and I'm first. Spitting out the sunflower seed shell, the old lady's plump face beamed with smiles, and she even winked at Ye Lingchen. Little brother, let me, the jade-faced fox, spar with you first today. Don't cry if your older sister hurts you later. Chapter 141. The nine-tailed fox with full life is terrifying. Looking at the plump old lady who kept giving him flirtatious glances, Ye Lingchen got goosebumps all over his body. How could I admit defeat? Ye Lingchen's legs went weak, and he almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Our combat power has been halved before the battle even started. Human heroes are simply terrifying. However, with so many people watching, Ye Lingchen really couldn't give up halfway. After some mental preparation, the first sparring match officially began. Little brother, watch out, I'm coming. The fat old woman swayed her waist, which was as thick as a water snake or a water bucket, as she slowly walked towards Ye Lingchen. On the other side, Ye Lingchen was on high alert. The two were less than 20 meters apart, and the plump old woman was not in a hurry, so she slowly walked forward. But within those 20 meters, Ye Lingchen noticed something unusual. The plump old woman's every step was so light that you couldn't hear her footsteps at all. Her steps were in a straight line, and each step seemed to contain a strange rhythm, each step landing on Ye Lingchen's heart. The sound of his heartbeat was like the sound of footsteps. Ye Lingchen's hair stood on end. Within seconds, his face turned red and his blood pressure spiked. I can't let her continue like this, otherwise my heart might explode at any moment. With this in mind, Ye Lingchen stopped defending and chose to take the initiative. He exerted force with his right foot, and a muffled thud was heard as a deep footprint was left in the ground beneath his feet, accompanied by cracks all around. Ye Lingchen's body shot straight towards the fat old woman like a swift shadow. Senior, please forgive me. Ye Lingchen flipped in the air, head backward and feet forward, and delivered a whip kick to the fat old woman's head. In the blink of an eye, the strike was precise, accurate, and ruthless. Before the fat old woman could react, she was kicked hard. However, Ye Lingchen's face showed not joy but surprise. Not good. With a whip kick, the fat old woman's figure vanished with a bang, turning into a cloud of pink mist, but her voice rang out behind Ye Lingchen. Oh dear, little brother. How can you not show any mercy to a lady? You kicked your sister without holding back at all. Ye Lingchen felt a warm breeze swirling around his ear, as if the other person was blowing air right up against his back. Eek! The image of the alluring old woman seducing him flashed through Ye Lingchen's mind, and like a cat with its fur standing on end, he let out a scream and ran wildly forward. He ran for several dozen meters before turning around in terror. You stay away. But before he could finish speaking, he froze. The fat old woman was nowhere to be seen. In her place stood a tall, slender, and alluring woman dressed in a white veil, with her long, flowing black hair cascading in the wind. Those long, snow-white legs, the proud chest that was faintly visible, and what Ye Lingchen cared about most were the 9 snow-white and fluffy tails behind her. Damn, it's a 9-tailed fox. Ye Lingchen raised an eyebrow, but his composure returned. The other person's transformation reminded him of Chen Kursen. This jade-faced fox truly lives up to her name. After activating her skill, she really does transform into a fox spirit. A 9-tailed fox with full life has this effect. If Chen Kursen knew this, she would probably kneel down and become her disciple immediately, right? Regardless, the transformed fat old lady was at least pleasing to the eye, which reduced Ye Lingchen's earlier reaction. He walked towards the woman with a grin. Senior, could this be your real form? Hee. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with allure. As long as my little brother is willing to see, then this is my true form. That's fine too. As she spoke, the woman's eyes suddenly turned pink, and her pupils became 2 hearts. Visible mental fluctuations spread outwards like ripples on a lake. Hey. The old hag is about to go berserk. Where's Ouyang the idiot? Hurry up and get things moving. I don't want to be a bootlicker. This old woman is going all out right from the start. Is it really necessary? Is dealing with a junior a bit of an overreaction? The spirits chattered amongst themselves, then hid behind the corpse-clearing Taoist. The jade-faced fox's allure is terrifying. It's unclear whether she did it on purpose or not, as her skills are released indiscriminately. The truth is that the jade-faced fox was simply too excited. Having been idle here for so long, she hasn't had a fight with anyone in many years. Having finally gotten this opportunity, she couldn't resist showing off her skills and went straight for the ultimate move. Seeing the pink ripples rushing towards him like a tidal wave, Ye Lingchen nodded inwardly. Chen Kursen's allure pales in comparison to the woman before her. If this woman were on the battlefield, she probably wouldn't need anyone else to lift a finger. She alone would be worth 1,000,000 soldiers. The enemy couldn't even get to the position before they were all recruited by her, becoming her loyal sycophants. You can understand it by looking at the Taoist priest next to him, who changed his expression. Before the heroic spirits could speak, seeing the jade-faced fox make his move, he immediately raised a protective shield to shield himself. Now, the other heroic spirits were frantically crowding into the shield, so he had no choice but to expand it again, barely managing to block the pink mental ripples. Even so, the protective barrier of the corpse-clearing Taoist was constantly shaken by the impact, his face flushed, and a faint pink tinge gradually appeared between the whites of his eyes. If it weren't for the other heroic spirits joining forces to reinforce the formation, the barrier would probably have broken in just a few breaths. Ye Lingchen, one of the main characters in the sparring session, was not worried at all. He strode towards the woman with an air of indifference, his mind reeling, while picking his nose as he went, as beautiful as a flower. The jade-faced fox narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly, as she saw Ye Lingchen swagger into her mental ripples. This kid is actually alright? Impossible. The jade-faced fox's previously playful expression suddenly turned serious. She increased her output, while her graceful body danced in the air. The original mental ripples instantly turned into a terrifying pink mental storm. In an instant, the air in the underground space became sweet and smooth, and a series of soft moans and gasps filled the air. Everyone present was completely engulfed by the mental storm. Damn it! You vixen, are you insane? It's just a friendly spar. Why are you fighting like this? Is this old woman still going through menopause? I can't take it anymore. Ouyang, you idiot. Hand over those old bastards right now. If they don't come out, we're all going to get caught. The spirits' voices were filled with anxiety. Even with the array blocking their way, they were still struggling to withstand this attack. The corpse-clearing Taoist's expression changed repeatedly, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. I should have known better than to agree to their demands. Going straight for the high-intensity challenge in the first round. Are they crazy? He was internally complaining, but his hands didn't stop moving. Then, the Taoist priest raised his hand and gently brushed it across the cross on his chest, while slapping the ordination scar on his head with his other hand. The next second, a great burst of Buddhist light shone behind him. A lotus platform materialized beneath his feet, and a series of sacred chants rang out, countering the omnipresent moans. Angels with 6 wings appeared and disappeared above his head. In order to withstand the full power of the jade-faced fox, the corpse-clearing Taoist also got serious. Chapter 142: The Merchant with Full Fate. At this moment, the Grand Priest Wang Lama of the Shaolin Temple's Wudong Mountain office finally revealed his true abilities. However, Ye Lingchen did not pay attention to him, but watched with great interest as he was swallowed up by the mental storm. He raised his hand and gently waved it in the air, even closing his eyes to carefully feel it. Is this a mental attack that has materialized? The first awakened one is truly terrifying. Ye Lingchen stared blankly at his fingertips, which were even tinged with a faint pink. The pink color seemed to have a life of its own, constantly seeping into Ye Lingchen's body and directly impacting his soul. The jade-faced fox danced gracefully in the air, completely absorbed in the moment. At this moment, she felt as if she had returned to the battlefield of her past. At that time, she was not afraid of the overwhelming demons. On the contrary, she thoroughly enjoyed everything on the battlefield. That felt so good. So good. I haven't felt this good in ages. Not enough. Not enough. Again. The jade-faced fox's manic voice echoed in the underground space, and upon hearing her words, the other heroic spirits all changed their expressions drastically. You vixen, that's enough. Stop it now. If you keep going, that kid's soul will probably be shredded. Stop right now. This is just a friendly spar. Are you crazy? A series of furious curses rang out, but the jade-faced fox ignored them. On the other side, Ye Lingchen had already been swallowed up by the storm, and no sound could be heard. The spirits dared not probe Ye Lingchen's state with their spiritual power. If they released even a little bit, they would become walking corpses or subservient subjects. The situation began to spiral out of control, and everyone in the underground space lived in fear. The 3 divine lights of the corpse-clearing Taoist lit up, and at this moment he began to regret his actions. His face hardened, and he shouted at the jade-faced fox in the air, "If you don't stop, I'll..." Before the corpse-clearing Taoist could finish speaking, a clear, mocking voice interrupted him. "Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine," Ye Lingchen said with a smile, his figure emerging from the storm. When Yu saw Ye Lingchen unharmed, even with a smile on his lips, even the seasoned Qing Shidaoren was stunned. The other heroic spirits were equally shocked. How come this kid is alright? Impossible. We all know how powerful that vixen is. Even the Abyss Lord was completely bewitched by her. Ye Lingchen didn't say anything, and turned to look at the jade-faced fox. "Senior, please stop your supernatural powers. Your trick is really useless against me," Ye Lingchen called out, but the jade-faced fox seemed lost in its own world and did not respond at all. "Senior? Senior?" Ye Lingchen called out several more times, but there was still no response. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for offending you." Ye Lingchen wiped his nose, leaped into the air, and with a thud, grabbed the jade-faced fox's ankle and pulled it down hard. "Get down here." The jade-faced fox, who had been dancing gracefully and looking completely absorbed in the moment, suddenly felt a tremendous force beneath her feet, and then her body plummeted downwards. "Ah!" A scream rang out, followed by a series of thuds. Ye Lingchen grabbed the jade-faced fox's ankle and slammed it to the ground like a sack of potatoes. 5 minutes later, Ye Lingchen wiped the sweat from his brow, looked at the jade-faced fox lying on the ground in a starfish position, and said with a smile, "Senior, you're awake." At this moment, the jade-faced fox had long since transformed back into the fat old woman. Although she was a heroic spirit, she wouldn't have been bruised and battered by Ye Lingchen's thrashing, but her expression of utter despair still betrayed her current mood. "Ha! You old woman, you finally met your match. Ha ha ha. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him. I've never seen a vixen get humiliated by a pretty boy before." "What pretty boy?" "This is a real man. A real man who doesn't fawn over women." Once out of danger, the heroic spirits transformed into masters of banter, offering their opinions one after another, as if they weren't the ones who had been hiding inside the protective barrier just moments before. The jade-faced fox's lips twitched. He got up from the ground and looked at Ye Lingchen with a hostile expression. "You little brat, is this how you treat the elderly? Don't you have any respect for elders?" Senior, you were calling me sister just now. Why are you calling yourself an old man now?" Ye Lingchen chuckled. "You're something else. Even if she's not an old person, Is it appropriate for you to hit a woman like that? Where did you learn this dirty trick from? Hey, I only resorted to this in desperation because you were almost going berserk, Ye Lingchen sighed, looking up. Back in the day, the battle between the Hulk and Loki on Stark Tower was earth-shattering. I learned a move and a half of this technique from the Hulk. Upon hearing this, the jade-faced fox's forehead veins bulged, but in an instant, a smile returned to his face. Immune to mental attacks, huh? No problem. Little brother, I just happened to be countered by you. Those guys coming next won't be as easy to deal with as I am. You'd better watch out. Having said that, she turned to the triangular-eyed old man carrying a shoulder pole and said, I lost the first battle. Now it's your turn. The old man nodded to her, stepped out of the crowd, and walked towards Ye Lingchen. As he walked, the carrying pole on his shoulder swayed back and forth, and the two baskets seemed to be very heavy. Young man, this is my turn to handle the next round. The old man put the carrying pole on the ground with a thud, creating 2 dents in the ground. The basket sank deep into the ground, making Ye Lingchen feel a headache coming on. What's in this basket? It's so heavy. Ye Lingchen was puzzled, but he couldn't figure out what the other party was up to. The 2 baskets were covered with tarpaulins, making them impossible to detect with spiritual power. The more this was the case, the more Ye Lingchen felt that the old man opposite him was unfathomable. The old man didn't seem like he was going to fight at all. He rubbed his hands together, plopped down on one of the baskets, and said with a chuckle, Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Laonian. I'm known as one of the 2 Laonians of Description, along with that fortune teller Lu Laonian. Of course, that old guy got his comeuppance for peeping into the secrets of heaven, so he's truly withered. I'm different from him. Everyone knows I'm honest and fair in business, have a good personality, am popular, and loved by young women and wives alike. I'm called Laonian because I speak and act slowly and methodically. Hee hee. As he spoke, old Zhao blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. Hey. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted from the surrounding crowd. Young man, don't listen to him. That old man is full of nonsense. He never tells the truth. That's right. His nickname is Skinning Vendor, which tells you how ruthless he is. You could say that back in Description, even a dog that walked in front of him would get skinned alive. Faced with his own people undermining him, Zhao Laonian was not angry. Instead, he looked at Ye Lingchen with a smile and said, Young man, I won't take advantage of you. How about we take a break before we fight again? Ye Lingchen shook his head. No need, I didn't do much just now. But before that, may I ask what your profession is? Zhao Laonian nodded upon hearing this. Hee hee. I would have told you even if you hadn't asked. My profession is merchant, a fully fledged merchant. Chapter 143. This merchant is a bit strange. Huh? A businessman? Ye Lingchen thought he had misheard. Seeing Zhao Laonian nod again, Ye Lingchen was certain that the other party was not lying to him. Senior, if I remember correctly, this is a livelihood profession, right? Yes, according to your current classification, it does belong to the category of life professions. But in our time, there was no distinction between combat professions and life professions. Okay, alright, shall we begin now? Ye Lingchen didn't know what to say, so he could only ask tentatively. During a previous conversation with Zhang Wei and his friends, he learned that after he went missing, the college entrance examination candidates who had taken the exam also joined the battle and achieved great success. That live broadcast greatly changed the perceptions of life and careers among young people and even many adults across the country. But since he hadn't experienced it firsthand, Ye Lingchen had no real concept of it. Unexpectedly, the second heroic spirit he encountered today was a life skill class. He was determined to give it a try. Since the opponent's level was suppressed to the same level as his, he wasn't worried about the opponent cheating. Alright, let's begin. Old Zhao coughed, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, clapped his hands, and struggled to jump off the basket. He stood behind the carrying pole with his hands behind his back, looking like a street vendor, with no intention of fighting at all. This situation left Ye Lingchen unsure of what to do. He didn't know whether to go in or not, and asked awkwardly, Senior, I guess I'll have to make a move now. Bring it on, Zhao Laonian said calmly, still making no move. I'm really here. Bring it on. Then I'll do it. Are you fucking coming or not? Stop dawdling. Old Zhao was so annoyed by the questions that he glared at him and scolded him. Seeing that the other party was getting impatient, Ye Lingchen had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Hold back a little when you're done. Don't make them look too bad. They're old. They still have their pride. Ye Lingchen muttered to himself, but his hands didn't slow down. He simply took a step forward and kicked the other person without any fancy moves. This kick wasn't aimed at Zhao Laonian, since he was behind the carrying pole. Ye Lingchen's kick was aimed at the carrying pole. As Zhao Laonian walked out, his attention was mostly focused on the carrying pole and the two baskets. There's something wrong with this thing no matter how you look at it, so I might as well kick the carrying pole away first before making any plans. Ye Lingchen was very fast. With one kick, his foot extended directly under the carrying pole, and then he lifted it upwards with force. With its formidable strength attribute, this kick could send even a boulder flying, let alone a carrying pole. The next second, something happened that left Ye Lingchen speechless. His kick felt like he'd hit a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, the carrying pole wouldn't budge, let alone the two baskets attached to it. Why is it so heavy? Ye Lingchen thought to himself. There's definitely something strange about this carrying pole. Just as he was about to withdraw his leg and change his move, old Zhao curled his lip and said with displeasure, "Hey, young man, if you're going to buy something, just buy it. Why are you overturning this old man's stall? If you're not going to buy anything, go play somewhere else." His tone and his eyes were exactly like those of a street vendor. Upon hearing Zhao Laonian's words, the onlookers shook their heads and sighed. It's over. Ye Lingchen is going to suffer this time. Yeah, that shrewd businessman is always up to no good. No one can avoid being taken advantage of the first time they deal with him. Rules, rules. Oh, rules. The system of rules is truly unsolvable. As if confirming everyone's words, as soon as Zhao Laonian finished speaking, Ye Lingchen felt an inexplicable force coming towards him. The force came so suddenly that he had no idea where it came from, and he was thrown back 20 or 30 meters away. What the hell was that? As soon as he landed, Ye Lingchen looked around warily. There was nothing there. It was as if the attack from before had never existed. Was that an attack from that old man on the other side? Ye Lingchen stared intently at Zhao Laonian in the distance, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. That's not right. He's been standing there with his hands behind his back the whole time, without moving an inch. Unable to figure it out, Ye Lingchen stopped dwelling on it, took a few deep breaths, and walked towards Zhao Laonian again. But when he got 5 meters away from the carrying pole, he was shocked to find that he couldn't get any further no matter what. It was as if there was an invisible wall of air blocking me from moving forward. He tried throwing a few punches into the air, but apart from a few muffled thuds, he still couldn't move forward. Not only that, he tried to get behind Zhao Laonian, only to find that there was a wall within a 5-meter radius of Zhao. Damn it, I don't believe it. A fierce glint flashed in Ye Lingchen's eyes. This time, he used all his strength, circling the air wall while throwing punches like crazy. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled thuds continued, but after more than 2 minutes of fighting, he still hadn't broken through the wall. The heroic spirits watching from the sidelines started chattering again. See that? They can't even get close. They're invincible from the start. The problem is, we can't win like this. Are the two of them just going to stay like this? Wait and see. With that skinning peddler's shrewish nature, do you think he'll just drag this out? We'll see what's going to be like soon. As expected, seeing that Ye Lingchen couldn't get close, old Zhao sighed and asked, I told you to go play somewhere else, and you actually did. I'm telling you, are you going to buy anything or not? Ye Lingchen was taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously nodded, I'll buy it. All right, come over here. Remember not to overturn the stall again this time. Ye Lingchen nodded, his face flushed. The next moment, he found that the invisible wall in front of him was gone. Holy crap, is this some kind of divine intervention? That's way too outrageous. Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine, and when he looked at Zhao Laonian opposite him, his expression changed. What businessman? He's clearly a big shot. This time, he didn't attack rashly. He cautiously approached the carrying pole, looked at Zhao Laonian, then at the basket at his feet, and asked somewhat uncertainly, Senior, may I lift it up and take a look? Upon hearing this, Zhao Laonian's smile widened, and his wrinkles almost piled up together. Look, I have everything here. Pick whatever you want to buy. Before Ye Lingchen could even make a move, Zhao Laonian took the initiative to lift the tarpaulin covering the basket. Ye Lingchen looked down into the basket, and his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The basket was filled with all sorts of things, scissors, awls, ear picks, cutting boards, kitchen knives, sewing kits, and all kinds of daily necessities. Not only that, there were also bicycles, cars, houses, rockets, pistols, and cannons inside, but they were all miniature versions. Ye Lingchen guessed they might be children's toys, but the workmanship was no different from the real ones. There were also some things he had never seen before, such as stones that shimmered with multicolored light, porcelain dolls missing an arm, and balls of yarn that exuded a terrifying aura, and so on. Yi Lingchen was immediately drawn to these items and unconsciously squatted down to pick and choose. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was buying something. In fact, he was buying things. Yi Lingchen didn't know why he felt this way. He just felt that everything in the basket was so attractive that he couldn't help but want to buy. As Zhao Laonian watched Yi Lingchen pick up this and put down that, his eyes shining, he laughed so hard that his two oily mustaches trembled wildly, and his triangular eyes were almost squinted shut. Choose carefully, take your pick. Take whatever you like, and pay later. Chapter 144. One step in, another step in. Yi Lingchen didn't hear a single word Zhao Laonian said. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen, but rather that his mind was completely absorbed in choosing things. Cece's birthday is coming up soon. How about I pick out a gift for her? Yi Lingchen thought to himself, and picked up a pretty little thing at random. This is a pumpkin carriage, almost exactly like the one in the fairy tale Cinderella. Not only that, there are two small crystal ponies in front of the carriage, and when Yi Lingchen picked up the carriage, these two ponies were still making running motions. This thing is alive. Yi Lingchen was greatly surprised and looked up at Zhao Laonian to ask, Senior, this toy is made too realistically. Old Zhao smiled even more broadly, nodding repeatedly. Thank goodness. These two horses are indeed alive. Try putting the carriage on the ground, a little further away. Yi Lingchen didn't understand what the other party meant, but he did as they said. The next second, the palm-sized carriage grew larger at a visible speed, eventually becoming a real pumpkin carriage. The two crystal horses in front of the carriage neighed repeatedly, leaving Yi Lingchen stunned. Holy crap, you can do that. How about it, old man? My goods are pretty good, aren't they? Great. Absolutely great. Yi Lingchen's eyes suddenly lit up with an unprecedented light as he turned and lunged at the basket. If this isn't a toy, then, he quickly pulled a Lamborghini from a pile of goods and threw it onto the empty space next to him without saying a word. Bang! The small toy was enlarged again and turned into a real sports car. It's real? It's all real. Yi Lingchen's breathing became rapid. He looked down again, and without saying a word, he took out something and asked Zhao Laonian, Senior, is this missile also real? Old Zhao shook his head. That's not a missile. Not a missile? Then what is it? This can't just be a toy model, can it? It's a nuclear bomb. Yi Lingchen fell completely silent. Okay, is this how you play? It's full of surprises. I'll take this nuclear bomb. Yi Lingchen didn't dare to release it, instead stuffing it into his pocket. Then he pointed to the side. And this sports car, and the carriage from before, I'll take them all. Boss the bill. 1,080,000,000. Okay, 108,000, really cheap. Yi Lingchen pretended to take out his phone, but then froze on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Zhao Laonian. Young Master Duo? You mean Young Master Duo? 1,080,000,000. How about this? If you're really interested in buying, I'll make an exception and round it down to 1 billion. Old Zhao wiped the drool that almost dripped from the corner of his mouth and rubbed his hands together as he spoke. No. Yi Lingchen scratched his head violently. Boss, this is way too expensive. You're ripping people off. Scam? Who scammed you? Upon hearing Yi Lingchen's words, Zhao Laonian immediately became displeased. Look at the condition of these goods. They're all brand new. Yi Lingchen's face darkened, and he angrily said, That's not right. These things don't have price tags. You can't just set a price for whatever you want. Isn't this price gouging? Do you even have a business license? Aren't you operating illegally? Stop talking nonsense. You've taken everything, so pay up now. Are you kidding me? I don't have that much money to give you. No money? What are you going to buy if you have no money? Yi Lingchen blushed slightly from the choking. Although he was currently rolling in money, he wasn't rolling in wealth. He genuinely couldn't come up with that amount of money. After arguing for a while, Yi Lingchen became increasingly angry and pulled a mini nuclear bomb out of his pocket and threw it into the basket. Here's your stuff back. I don't want any of these. Don't want it. Old Zhao chuckled, a dangerous glint in his triangular eyes. Once the item passes through your hands, it's considered sold. How am I supposed to sell it to someone else now that you're bringing it out again? No money? No problem. You can exchange it for something else. Huh? Trade something? What is it? Heh, I think this is pretty good. Give it to me. Old Zhao sneered, raising his thin, withered hand and grabbing at Yi Lingchen from afar. Buzz. Yi Lingchen's vision blurred for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he felt as if he had lost something, but he didn't know what it was. Wait, something's wrong. Yi Lingchen was startled, and fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. Shield. Shield is gone. My shield is gone. A chill ran up his heels and straight to the top of his head, jolting Yi Lingchen awake. What did I just do? Why was I happily picking things out? Where did my guard go? Why did I argue with him? No, none of it is right. Ye Lingchen's eyes were bloodshot, and he was gripping his hair tightly with both hands, looking like a madman. On the other hand, Zhao Laonian, looking at the faintly visible shield rising around him, nodded in satisfaction. In his brief exchange with Ye Lingchen, Zhao Laonian used 4 of his professional skills. The invisible wall that keeps Ye Lingchen out is, don't look if you're not buying. The sales pitch used to entice Ye Lingchen to browse the shops was to walk through the streets and alleys. The skill of immediately quoting a price after selecting items is called asking for exorbitant prices. The skill that finally took Ye Lingchen's shield was payment and good settlement. Ye Lingchen had no idea that the battle would begin the moment he stood before Zhao Laonian. The scheme is meticulously planned and executed, with each step carefully considered. One wrong move, and you're vulnerable at every turn. If you try to use force to overturn his carrying pole, you'll be driven out directly. This was Ye Lingchen's first time fighting the merchant, and he didn't understand the tricks of the trade. In order to get close, he had no choice but to compromise and step directly into the trap that Zhao Laonian had set for him. The second step, seemingly without Zhao Laonian saying much, was actually a direct escalation of the situation. This is neither mental magic nor illusion. It's a merchant's rule-based skill. After hearing those words, Ye Lingchen became even more enthusiastic about making his selections. Moreover, the carrying pole and the 2 baskets also hold a lot of secrets. That's the exclusive weapon of the merchant. The profession of businessman is very common, but those who are as successful as Zhao Laonian are extremely rare. As times have changed, the methods used by merchants have become increasingly diverse. Some carried their wares on shoulder poles, some used peddlers' carts, and some even had only a tattered cloth spread on the ground as their stall. But no matter what it looks like, the combination of the special weapons ability and the merchant's skills will completely attract customers to the dazzling array of goods, making them forget everything else. Of course, specialized weapons also have many amazing functions, such as enormous space where items are scaled down proportionally. But it must be said that merchants, regardless of the era, share one common characteristic. They don't sell counterfeit goods. This is the bottom line for a merchant. Once an awakened merchant sells counterfeit goods, at the moment of the transaction, he will suffer a backlash, losing a percentage of his maximum health based on the value of the goods. You read that right. It reduces your maximum health bar. You originally had 100 million health points, but it's very possible that after selling a counterfeit item, your health bar will only be half left. If we sell this a few more times, the enemy won't even need to lift a finger. They'll be wiped out on their own. Therefore, everything that Zhao Laonian sold to Ye Lingchen, whether it was the magical pumpkin carriage, the Lamborghini, or even the nuclear bomb, was genuine. Chapter 145 Unsolvable Skill. From this perspective, Zhao Laonian, as a businessman, does indeed seem to be quite honest and fair to all, young and old. If you really think that way, you're completely wrong. Don't forget, Zhao Laonian's nickname is the Skinning Peddler, which shows how ruthless this guy is. The products are all genuine, but the price is entirely up to the merchants. It's very likely that these things weren't bought with money. He plundered them from corpses, a business with no initial investment. But how to sell it and how much to sell it for is entirely up to him. This is also one of the core skills of a merchant, asking for exorbitant prices. Here's a little trick. If you just sit in front of the basket looking but don't pick anything, no matter how much you ask, old Zhao won't tell you the price. But as soon as you touch the goods, even just touching them, the sales contract is formed. From this moment on, your life and fortune are entirely in the hands of the businessman. If you have enough money in your pocket and have paid, then the cash on delivery condition will be automatically lifted, and you can leave safely. But if you don't have enough money, then it depends on the other party's mood. Given the current situation, it's just a friendly spar, not a life or death struggle. Zhao Laonian isn't as excited as the jade-faced fox who immediately unleashes a powerful attack. He's simply using Ye Lingchen's shield as payment. Otherwise, if a real fight broke out, he could simply rip out Ye Lingchen's heart and end the battle in an instant. Moreover, the ruthlessness of this move lies in the fact that as long as the merchant lives, you cannot get back what he has taken unless you exchange it for money or something else specified by the merchant. Ye Lingchen seemed to have realized this as well, and his expression immediately turned ugly. This was just taking a shield, saving face for himself. If they had taken the mother nest and his undying god set, or even his life, they would have been completely different. Holy crap, this is a life skill. This is blatant cheating. I'm reporting him for cheating. Ye Lingchen cursed inwardly. At that moment, he felt that the other person was the one cheating, while he was the honest player. For a moment, Ye Lingchen was caught in a dilemma. He simply couldn't figure out how to counter his opponent's skills. What should we do? On the other side, Zhao Laonian, who had removed his shield, seemed somewhat unsatisfied, chuckling as he said, I consider this a loss on my part. You can take the stuff now. With that, he tossed the nuclear bomb Ye Lingchen had thrown into the basket back, and then pointed to both sides. The sports car and the carriage are yours too. I have some other good stuff here. Would you like to take a look? Still being picky? I must be tired of living. Ye Lingchen's face darkened, and he shook his head firmly. I'm not picky anymore. The items are all good, but they're too expensive. If I can't afford to offend them, I'll avoid them. After saying that, Ye Lingchen clasped his hands in a fist salute to Zhao Laonian. He couldn't see a way to break the deadlock in this sparring match, so he decided to just admit defeat. But Zhao Laonian finally found an opponent to play with. So how could he easily let Ye Lingchen go? A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Not buying? Heh, you've come all this way. How can you go back empty-handed? You have to buy this today, whether you like it or not. After saying that, Zhao Laonian, who was originally a bit hunched over, suddenly straightened up, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Ye Lingchen stared intently at him. At this moment, Zhao Laonian no longer had any of his sleazy demeanor. He looked like a dangerous jackal, staring at him with greedy eyes. Here you go. You'll definitely like this. Zhao Laonian raised his hand and waved, sending a beam of black light hurtling towards Ye Lingchen's face. Ye Lingchen was shocked and dodged to the side with lightning speed. Unexpectedly, the black light seemed to have eyes. It made a turn in the air and landed directly on his right palm without warning. Merchant skill, forced buying and selling. Ye Lingchen was shocked and hurriedly tried to shake the thing off, but no matter how hard he tried, it stuck to his hand like it was coated with super glue and wouldn't come off. He then realized that the black light was none other than a broken rock. Damn it, old dang, you tricked me. What do I need this piece of junk for? Stop talking nonsense. You have to pay once you've received the goods. This is the stone that the god of agriculture used to suppress the latrine. It's priceless. I'll give you a discount, 50 billion. 500 billion. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Ye Lingchen cursed angrily. No money, huh? No problem. Bring your things back. Zhao Laonian didn't waste any words and raised his hand again to reach into the air. Ye Lingchen suddenly felt an immense force from the stone in his hand, and his body felt weak and sore. At that moment, the attribute panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, and he was horrified to find that his strength attribute among the 4 dimensions had directly become 0. Holy crap! Ye Lingchen was so shocked that his scalp tingled. This really startled him. The other party can even take away things like attributes. This has completely overturned his understanding. This isn't a businessman, it's a robber. No wonder he felt weak all over. No wonder the stone in his hand felt so heavy. Ye Lingchen had now become a sickly weakling, unable to even kill a chicken. An ordinary person has a base strength of at least 5 points. Even those Yandras have at least 1 point. But he was completely down to 0. This is practically useless. Ye Lingchen felt a wave of despair and almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, only his strength attribute was reduced to 0. His constitution was still at its maximum. He was simply unable to launch attacks using physical strength, not completely immobilized. Damn it! Ye Lingchen cursed angrily, throwing the stone in his hand to the ground. Zhao Laonian, sitting opposite Ye Lingchen, was furious. Pointing at Ye Lingchen, he glared at him and said, Hey, I sold you the stuff. How could you throw it away? This thing is dangerous. It could explode with a bang. I'll blow your old man up. Ye Lingchen completely erupted. That old dang is so ruthless. He wants to kill someone and then destroy their spirit, doesn't he? You're telling me how to blast a broken rock in a latrine? Ye Lingchen shouted as he looked at the rock at his feet. He wanted to pick it up and throw it at Zhao Laonian's infuriating face, but when he saw the stone, he froze. This is impossible. Where there were no stones at their feet, there was now a hand grenade. Click! A crisp pull of the pin rang out, and to Ye Lingchen's astonishment, the grenade exploded. As the dust settled, Ye Lingchen's charred face and his latest sea urchin hairstyle were revealed. After all, his physical constitution is what it is. Even without a shield, a small grenade wouldn't kill him, but it wouldn't do much damage and would be extremely humiliating. Ye Lingchen gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Laonian. Is this another one of your skills? Old Zhao nodded smugly. Not bad. This move is called calling a deer a horse. There's more to come. Thump. Before Zhao Laonian could finish speaking, Ye Lingchen immediately slid to his knees and shouted, I surrender. I surrender. Right now? If you dare to lay a hand on me again, believe me, I'll die right now. Chapter 146, I have a backer. Just when he thought he was getting into the swing of things and was talking animatedly, Zhao Laoyan was completely taken aback by Ye Lingchen's words. What? What did you say? You're admitting defeat. Huh? What? You can't do that. You can't admit defeat just because you can't beat them? Ye Lingchen said confidently. Hey, it's not you, young man. Where is your integrity? Where is your dignity? Where is your... Stop. This is just a friendly spar. Don't take it so seriously. Senior, your abilities are truly bizarre. I really can't beat you. Ye Lingchen wasn't lying. On the contrary, he was very sincere. He didn't want to admit defeat, but the reality was that with his current abilities and situation, he simply couldn't come up with a way to defeat the enemy. He never imagined that one day he would lose so completely to someone who had achieved professional self-awareness. Fortunately, this was just a friendly exchange, and his opponent was a human hero from hundreds of years ago, a senior figure. There was nothing shameful about him losing. If you can't win, stop for now, go back and study it carefully, and continue next time. Ye Lingchen had thought it through clearly, so he decisively admitted defeat. Zhao Laoyan felt a deep sense of resentment that the opportunity he had worked so hard for had slipped away. Looking at the young man opposite him, he still wanted to try, but in the end, he could only sigh. Never mind. It's your first time after all, and it must have been difficult for you. There will be other opportunities in the future. Zhao Laoyan also withdrew his skills, returning the shield and basic attributes he had taken from Ye Lingchen. Senior, here's your stuff back. Ye Lingchen hurriedly took out the sports car, the pumpkin carriage, the mini nuclear bomb, and the dark, unremarkable rock. Unexpectedly, Zhao Laoyan waved his hand dejectedly. Consider these things a small gift. You don't need to return them. Ye Lingchen was taken aback, but didn't say much. He thanked him and put the item away. What he didn't know was that selling goods for free had a certain impact on Zhao Laoyan. Fortunately, this impact is nothing to an existence of his level. Even if he is reduced to a mere soul, he can still withstand it. Zhao Laoyan left the stage somewhat dejectedly. When he got to the crowd, he patted the blonde-haired punk wearing headphones. Okay, it's your turn. I finally understand why Jade-Faced Fox used her ultimate move right from the start. If she hadn't used it soon, and this kid had surrendered, then it would have been game over. When you go up, use whatever you have. Don't be like me, holding back. It's so frustrating. The other heroic spirits remained silent, but they all understood Zhao Laoyan's feelings. Huang Mao didn't care. He kept wearing headphones, shaking his head and humming an off-key song from who knows when as he walked, wobbling as he approached Ye Lingchen. Would you like to take a break? If not, we can start now. Decisive and without a word, Ye Lingchen shook his head. He hadn't actually expended much energy in the previous two battles, and had even lost inexplicably, so he didn't need to rest at all. Without saying a word, the two immediately began sparring. However, the battles that followed were still a torment for Ye Lingchen. Huang Mao's profession is hooligan, or more colloquially, thug. He had never even heard of this profession in school books or other materials. According to Huang Mao, being a hooligan is still a profession, but compared to other professions, it only has some fighting ability. Do they have some fighting ability? Ye Lingchen cursed inwardly. This guy has some fighting ability? After the two exchanged blows, the blonde-haired man charged directly at Ye Lingchen. The two immediately engaged in close-quarters combat. But what happened next seemed a little off. It was described as a hand-to-hand fight, but in reality, it was Ye Lingchen pinning Huang Mao down and pounding him on the ground. This blonde guy didn't have any fighting skills. He was just a typical street thug. He swung a butterfly knife haphazardly in his hand, and was soon beaten down by Ye Lingchen, who then mounted him and attacked his face. The blonde-haired guy, being a shrew, remained silent, occasionally throwing punches and kicks, and sometimes stabbing with a small knife. Unfortunately, his skills were nothing but snail's pace in Ye Lingchen's eyes. Forget about hitting him. Even if he touched the hem of Ye Lingchen's clothes, it would be considered a loss for Ye Lingchen. But as time went on, Ye Lingchen realized something was wrong. Even without summoned creatures to amplify his abilities, Ye Lingchen's four main attributes were still unmatched. When the blonde-haired guy was at the same level as him, his four main attributes were extremely poor, something Ye Lingchen could easily see with his detection spell. Actually, he noticed at the moment he kicked the blonde guy away. The blonde guy's health dropped from 100,000 to 1, and he was almost dead. But even with just that sliver of health, he was still alive. What astonished Ye Lingchen even more was that, Despite being down to his last sliver of health, the blonde-haired guy rolled on the ground and got back up. Aside from a large area around his eye socket where he'd been kicked, he was still full of energy. His health jumped from 1 to 100,000 in the blink of an eye. This situation is getting worse and worse. Ye Lingchen is riding on the blonde-haired guy and attacking him head-on. With each punch, the blonde-haired guy's health bar is reduced to 0. Then he lets out a scream, and the next second, his health bar is full again. Moreover, his screams didn't seem fake. He was genuinely in pain from the beating. The blonde-haired man yelled louder and louder, and Ye Lingchen felt his fists getting weaker as he continued to fight. Perhaps haunted by the previous match where Zhao Laonian failed, he subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel, only to be so shocked that he almost surrendered again. My own cognitive abilities are slowly decreasing. The rhythm of the reduction changed constantly with the screams of the other party, and the extent of the reduction depended on the loudness of the yellow-haired man's screams. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Ye Lingchen was completely numb. No, we can't keep fighting like this. Ye Lingchen decisively stopped attacking, leaped to a safe distance, and looked at Huang Mao with a serious expression. At this point, Huang Mao's head was swollen like a pig's head, his face was bruised and swollen, and blood was flowing from his nostrils into his mouth. This guy is quite something. He wiped his nose with his sleeve, stood up unsteadily, and grinned at Ye Lingchen. What? Tired of fighting? Ye Lingchen didn't speak, but nodded with a serious expression. Okay, if you're not playing anymore, then it's my turn. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine and immediately became extremely vigilant. The blonde-haired man patted his clothes, his whole demeanor turning serious. The next moment, golden light emanated from his body, and his entire demeanor became sharp and fierce. Its blonde hair even emitted golden flames, leaving Ye Lingchen stunned. Holy crap! A Super Saiyan! This made Ye Lingchen even more uncertain. Such a powerful scene transition, just how strong must it be? He glanced at the other person's attribute panel again, and was stunned. What's going on? The four-dimensional attributes haven't changed at all? So this move was just a bluff, purely for showing off? Before Ye Lingchen could figure it out, he saw the blonde guy opposite him suddenly turn around, turn his back to Ye Lingchen, and shout loudly in the direction where the other heroic spirits were standing. Boss, I've been bullied. Please help me, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon King, who had been standing at the back of the crowd with his eyes closed as if he were dozing, suddenly opened his eyes and appeared directly between Huang Mao and Ye Lingchen in the next second. A tremendous aura erupted from the Dragon King, causing Ye Lingchen to stagger back 7 or 8 steps before he could regain his footing. Seeing the situation on the field reverse, the blonde guy put his hands in his pockets, shook his leg, and grinned smugly at Ye Lingchen. Sorry, but this is my ultimate move. I have a backer. Please, young brother, give it a try. Chapter 147 Black Whistle. How frustrating. It's so incredibly frustrating. This is Ye Lingchen's most genuine feeling right now. He could not beat a merchant carrying a load, but now he had encountered a thug who was completely defenseless, and he still could not beat him. The reason why they couldn't beat him was obvious. The man in the Zhongshan suit standing in front of them was the Dragon King. At this moment, Ye Lingchen really couldn't hold back anymore and pointed at the blonde-haired man, cursing loudly. Isn't this cheating? You can't beat them, so you call for backup. Do you even know how to play this game? The blonde guy shrugged nonchalantly. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a skill that comes with my job. What the hell? Ye Lingchen had a belly full of cursing words, but he couldn't utter a single one. To prevent himself from having a stroke on the spot, he stopped looking at the blonde-haired man and turned his gaze to the Dragon King. Senior, why don't you go down and take a rest? This is a fight between me and that blonde guy. It's not appropriate for you to interfere, is it? A hint of unease flickered across the Dragon King's previously serious face as he said helplessly, I'm sorry, but I can't step in until I defeat you or you admit defeat. Rogue's ultimate move is also based on rules, and I can't violate them. I was completely baffled when he first acknowledged me as his boss. Ye Lingchen was speechless. So even the Dragon King had been fooled by the blonde-haired guy? He verbally acknowledged me as his big brother, but who knew he would actually become one? And he could even save my life in a critical moment. Ye Lingchen sighed helplessly and chose to concede defeat once again. We have no choice but to admit defeat. The one coming up isn't a level 50 Dragon King. It's a Dragon King at full power. They just blow a breath and you're gone. If you don't admit defeat, are you just waiting to die? The loss was somewhat unexpected, but Ye Lingchen thought about it and wasn't particularly bothered by it. Putting aside this cheating move, the opponent's strange tactic of reducing their own 4 attributes is already quite baffling. He also couldn't find a solution. Over time, all 4 attributes will return to 0, and Ye Lingchen will still be the one to lose. However, this exchange was not entirely fruitless. Ye Lingchen gave the blonde-haired man a good beating, releasing most of the pent-up frustration he had accumulated from his previous defeat to the businessman. He waved his hand dismissively. Continue. Next one, who's next? Ye Lingchen realized that any one of these 108 guys could give him a run for his money. Even the jade-faced fox, whom he lost to in the first match, probably wouldn't have lasted a single encounter if he hadn't been immune to mental spells. The opponents we face next will likely be even more difficult to deal with. Sure enough, the next person to appear was a middle-aged man wearing a blue tracksuit, white sneakers, and sunglasses. Judging from his clothes, is this person an athlete? Once they engaged in combat, Ye Lingchen realized that his guess was not only completely wrong, but also wildly wrong. This middle-aged man's profession is referee, and he's an all-around referee. In his early years, he was active in various sports events, whether it was football, basketball, volleyball, tennis, or even boxing, weightlifting, or track and field. He could referee any sport you could think of. The middle-aged man immediately announced a rule: friendship first, competition second. The sparring session between the two suddenly became incredibly peaceful. Ye Lingchen held back half his strength before making a move, afraid of hurting his opponent and causing their friendship to sink. He didn't want it to be like this, but unfortunately, each attack automatically weakened by 3 points. This is the power of rules. What angered Ye Lingchen even more was the opponent's exclusive weapon. The referee's special weapon is too unique. After playing for a short while, he pulled out a yellow card and shouted, "What do you mean by coming up with a whip kick in a basketball game? Yellow card warning." Well, with the yellow card on, Ye Lingchen can no longer use his legs to attack. Fine, you decide. If you don't want it, fine, I'll just beat you to a pulp with my fists. However, Ye Lingchen underestimated the other party's shamelessness. He threw a punch, and the referee, caught off guard, took a solid blow to the buttocks. The pain made him jump high, and he pulled out a red card while grimacing. In a football match, you used your hands? Foul. Red card. Wow. Seriously, wow. The yellow card earlier was bad enough, but it didn't mean there was no chance to fight back. This time, with the red card, Ye Lingchen is completely finished. The so-called red card did not actually mean Ye Lingchen lost, but rather that he was disqualified from the match. To put it more bluntly, Ye Lingchen was completely unable to use any offensive means against the referee, and he could not actually leave this underground space. He could only stand there with a look of grief and indignation, like a wronged child. Looking at the referee on the other side, his face was beaming with joy, and he rushed over to surround Ye Lingchen and unleashed a barrage of attacks. How the tables have turned. Just now, it was the blonde guy getting beaten up by Ye Lingchen, and now it's Ye Lingchen getting beaten up by the referee. Ye Lingchen naturally wouldn't let that happen. You won't let me fight, huh? Fine, I'll just dodge, okay? Anyway, at the same level, his agility was much higher than his opponent's, making it difficult for the referee to even touch the hem of his clothes. But reality taught him another lesson. Seeing Ye Lingchen jumping around in the underground space, the referee, who had been chasing him for a long time, became exasperated and stomped his foot, pulling out a whistle. Referee Zhuanwu Black Whistle. This is the third specialized weapon to appear in this sparring match. Beep. Goal stands 1-0. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee, who was still dozens of meters away from Ye Lingchen, raised his right foot and made a shooting motion. The next moment, Ye Lingchen felt a burning pain in his buttocks. His body was thrown into the air in a graceful posture and flew away into the distance. Beep. The nomination was successful. Before Ye Lingchen's body even hit the ground, he was shoved hard on the back by a tremendous force, and his whole body was slammed directly against the ceiling of the underground space. Beep. Hole-in-one. The referee made a golf swing gesture, and Ye Lingchen's right cheek was dented by the force of the blow. He crashed into a mound of earth, with only his legs sticking out. Beep. 10 rings. The referee made a shooting gesture with one hand, and Ye Lingchen felt a tightness in his anus, letting out a scream of agony. Beep. 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 Whistles echoed continuously from the underground space as a group of spectators watched with glee as Ye Lingchen was tossed and turned like a sandbag, his screams rising and falling like Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, stirring the hearts of the onlookers. Ye Lingchen was completely stunned by the beating. His shield and all 4 attributes became useless. Every attack from the opponent ignored his defenses and struck him directly. At this moment, he deeply understood what it was like to have his fate, which could be described as cheating, working on him. That's enough. Ouch. It hurts so much. Are you never going to stop? I was wrong, I admit it. Old Deng, I'll fight you to the death. Ye Lingchen was completely powerless to fight back, and his anger exploded at that moment. On a whim, he directly contacted Geddes in the mother nest. Little Goo, curse this old man. Curse him to eat shit upside down and have diarrhea? Yes, your majesty. Geddes bowed gracefully, and with a wave of his hand, a huge magic circle appeared in the square of the Divine Kingdom City. He stepped into it, his whole body surrounded by black mist. The next moment, Geddes made a grasping motion in the air, and an orc warrior who was squatting in a pit inside the city appeared directly in front of him. The orc warrior, baring his teeth, was caught off guard when the sudden appearance of this place at the crucial moment startled him. Geddes glanced at him indifferently. Don't stop, just poop here. If you can't poop, I'll kill you. Geddes' powerful aura terrified the orc warrior so much that he lost control of his bladder and bowels. With a plop, fresh Oreos, mixed with yellow liquid, gushed out and disappeared into the formation in the next second. Chapter 148, Ye Lingchen's Counterattack. The atmosphere in the underground space was joyful at that moment. Whether Ye Lingchen was happy or not is unknown, but at least the referee and the other heroic spirits were happy. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of humor. Go all out. Look at his elegant posture. It's comparable to ballet. That was a tricky straight shot. The young man's backside is in danger. Amidst laughter and joy, a world where only Ye Lingchen was injured was achieved. The referee also got into the game and, like the previous guys, seized the opportunity to unleash his full potential. The black whistle ability is strange to him, but it is not without limitations. But this game is his, and no one can take it from him. He's going to have a blast. Therefore, even at the risk of injury and backlash, he was determined to give it his all. But just as he reached the peak of his excitement, an ominous feeling suddenly erupted from the lower back of his body. A loud fart with a high-pitched tremor drowned out Ye Lingchen's scream, followed by a gush of golden fluid. Not only that, before the referee could even react, he felt a sudden dizziness. His entire body spun 180 degrees in the air, and he ended up upside down. The freshly sprayed golden liquid also drew a near-perfect semicircular arc in the air, turning into fine, smooth golden raindrops. It also contained some slightly solid, still warm residue of the Ali Gay drink. The scraps fell perfectly into the referee's astonished mouth at an angle from which no one could find any flaws. In an instant, the heroic spirits who had been watching the spectacle in the underground space fell silent. According to the popular terminology in current AI articles, these people experienced pupil-wide seismic activity. The screams came again, but this time they came from the referee instead of Ye Lingchen. Since Geddes was in the kingdom of gods, the two were in different worlds, so the effect of this remote curse was halved. But don't forget, the current referees have lowered the level cap to 50, while Geddes is level 70. The curse struck with deadly accuracy. The referee outside and the orc warrior at the center of the Divine Kingdom's formation were now perfectly synchronized, like twins with a telepathic connection, both doing the same thing, upside down and having diarrhea, both eating their own hot excrement. Ye Lingchen, covered in wounds, landed silently on the ground, a relieved smile on his lips. Serves you right. Serves you right for being so cocky. I've already admitted defeat, but you still won't let me off the hook. You want to play, huh? I'll play to the end with you. Let's see if you're exhausted first, or if you'll knock me out first. Ye Lingchen felt incredibly comfortable at that moment, and the smile on his lips gradually widened, which aggravated the wound on his face, causing him to wince in pain. The situation on the field was completely out of control. The referee no longer cared about the rules of the competition and directly unlocked the full form. But Geddes' curse is also a rule-based one. You've already been afflicted, and unless someone can break it or Geddes himself removes it, this curse will stay with him for life. If things go wrong, the referee might become the first spirit in history to die from diarrhea. Just thinking about it is exciting. Ye Lingchen thought with wild joy. Xiao Ge, don't stop, increase the intensity. At this point, the referee was completely flustered and had lost all his previous composure. He quickly realized this was Ye Lingchen's dirty trick, but he couldn't break it at all. He was just a pitiful referee, not a combat professional, and couldn't break the curse himself. For now, he could only beg Ye Lingchen to stop. That's enough. Ugh. Help. Are you never going to stop? Ugh. I was wrong, I admit it. Stop staring. Someone save me. Ye Lingchen's previous words were now being repeated by him, but the kid opposite seemed determined to embarrass him, just watching with a smile, without saying a word. Finally, someone in the crowd sighed and slowly walked out. You've gone too far, haven't you? I've always said, forgive and forget. What goes around comes around. A man in a white coat and a thick mask said slowly. He seemed to be sighing, but his tone was full of mockery. If you could see through the mask, you could see that the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Old Hu, you've said my words. Lu Laonian, the fortune teller, shouted from the side, clearly dissatisfied. The man in the white coat, surnamed Hu, was a traveling healer and a veterinarian. He possessed superb medical skills. While he couldn't bring the dead back to life, he could almost always revive a patient who still had a breath left. But this guy used to be a shady character with extensive connections in the underworld and often helped his friends with shady surgeries. The worst part is, he's a pervert. He particularly enjoys watching patients scream in agony. The more pain a patient suffers, the more satisfied he is. It is precisely because of this crazy and outrageous behavior that he has earned the nickname Beast Doctor in the medical community, which means to condemn his beastly behavior of ignoring the suffering of patients. Perhaps it was precisely because of his behavior that he awakened to the profession of veterinarian under the doctor branch. Seeing Lao Hu come out, the referee disregarded the other party's perverted fetish and directly asked him for help. So what if it hurts a little? It's a million times better than being watched standing upside down eating shit. Without hesitation, Lao Hu magically produced a large iron rod and stabbed it directly into the referee's volcanic erupting anus. Hey Lao Hu, I'll fucking swear I'll never forgive you. The referee's screams suddenly increased hundreds of thousands of times, and even people outside the hero's tomb could faintly hear them, who were so frightened that they thought they had encountered a ghost and fled in panic. Despite its rarity, the treatment was remarkably effective. That one blow had an immediate effect. The spray stopped, the person turned right back, and the curse disappeared. At the same time, Gades's voice echoed in Ye Lingchen's mind. My lord, the curse has been purified. Shall we continue? Ye Lingchen shook his head and told Gades to remove the magic array. The goal has been achieved, and the revenge has been taken in return. Ye Lingchen also knows that he cannot go too far. The opponent was both a player and a referee, so it could be said that he was in an invincible position from the very beginning of the match, having taken cheating to the extreme. But what Ye Lingchen couldn't tolerate was that they got carried away and didn't stop. The reason he left a hind hand to use the mother nest was to prevent this situation from happening. If the situation gets out of control, or the opponent makes a mistake, he still has ways to save himself. Just like now, he has directly turned the tables. The referee glared fiercely at Ye Lingchen before stumbling back into the crowd, looking disheveled. The crowd immediately retreated to either side, keeping a safe distance of at least 8 zhong, approximately 33 meters, fearing they might get their hands on the golden liquid. Even so, the alluring aroma of Ollie lingered throughout the entire underground space. The power of the soul body is really this amazing? Ye Lingchen was secretly amazed. The corpse-clearing Taoist stepped out from the crowd. He glanced at Ye Lingchen, who was on guard in the distance, and then at the disheveled referee, shaking his head helplessly. I understand how you feel. If you're going to have a friendly spar, then have a friendly spar. Don't go too far. You're all hundreds of years old. Aren't you ashamed to do this to a junior? As he spoke, he summoned a formation to clean up the mess on the field. The smell of Ollie Gay was gone, replaced by a charming floral fragrance. Looking at the 108 heroic spirits, each one of them looked embarrassed and dared not look directly at the corpse-clearing Taoist. The referee, in particular, was so ashamed that he hid at the very back. Chapter 149: The Drawbacks of a Life Profession. This competition made the heroic spirits realize one thing. Ye Lingchen was not as easy to bully as he seemed. Even if his skills are banned, he still has the power to fight back. The reason they played so poorly in the first few games was because their opponents were not familiar with their professional characteristics and did not have effective countermeasures. If you really push him too far, we might as well go all out and fight to the death. Even after the competition ends, they still won't know how the referee got caught. Some people may have guessed something, but they can't be sure. The situation became awkward. Everyone who had originally planned to stretch their muscles and have some fun lost their enthusiasm. Seeing this, the corpse-clearing Taoist sighed slightly and said, "That's enough for today. Everyone, disperse, disperse." Seeing that the Taoist priest had given them a way out, the spirits exchanged glances and then tacitly returned to their respective mounds of earth and disappeared. The underground space returned to silence. The corpse-clearing Taoist looked at Ye Lingchen and said, "You should go back too. Take care of your injuries." Ye Lingchen didn't move, but instead looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist with a thoughtful expression. "What? Is there something else?" "Teacher, I'd like to ask you a question. Is sparring with the heroic spirits a part of your teaching?" The corpse-clearing Taoist was taken aback. Why do you ask that?" Ye Lingchen blinked, a resentful look on his face. "Even if these heroic spirits were at the same level as me, without using any skills, I wouldn't be a match for them. This doesn't feel like a friendly spar. It feels more like bullying newbies." Hee hee. The corpse-clearing Taoist laughed awkwardly, shook his head, and sighed. All right. I can't hide anything from you, kid." He gestured for Ye Lingchen to sit down. This was purely an accident. The corpse-clearing Taoist briefly explained the whole story. Ye Lingchen didn't say anything, but secretly clenched his fists. "I was right. They're planning to make fun of me." Knowing he was in the wrong, the Taoist priest quickly offered a few explanations. "Who would have thought you had such a talent for formations? My entire study plan has been disrupted. However, although my intentions weren't good, I think the result is positive." "What's the good thing about the result?" "I got really badly beaten, so this is a good result, right? Through today's exchange, you should have realized that so-called life professions are not weak, are they?" Ye Lingchen nodded. "It's not just not weak, it's downright heaven-defying. It's not so much defying the heavens. This matter is actually closely related to the social changes that have taken place in recent years. When humanity first began to develop a sense of professions several hundred years ago, there was no distinction between combat and livelihood professions. Everyone was equal, and in fact, livelihood professions played a crucial role in the post-war Reconstruction period. But precisely because of this, occupations have permeated all sectors of society after strengthening their social attributes. As the war ended and the human education system gradually improved, it took years to distinguish between combat professions and livelihood professions. All professions that can play a significant role on the battlefield are classified as combat professions, while those that are beneficial to the national economy, people's livelihood, and daily life are classified as livelihood professions. Over time, as war receded further and further from humanity, people gradually accepted this division and began to think that occupations and professions did not have combat capabilities. But that's not the case. "It's very unfair to people's livelihoods and professions," Ye Lingchen said, somewhat puzzled. He remembers it clearly. When they drew cards on the playground that day, those students who drew life professions seemed to have their lives come to an end. In today's society, combat professions are the righteous path that everyone admires, while livelihood professions can only be relegated to a corner, just getting by and waiting to die. The corpse-clearing Taoist smiled, stroked his beard, and said, "What do you think of the strength of the merchant, rogue, and referee you sparred with today?" "Strong. Very strong. You could even describe it as unreasonable," Ye Lingchen said seriously. "Indeed, they are very strong. After all, they are at full strength." The corpse-clearing Taoist laughed. "But have you noticed something? They are indeed powerful against one person. But what if they were on the battlefield, facing thousands of troops?" Ye Lingchen was taken aback by the question, and then fell into deep thought. He hadn't really thought about this before. He was completely stunned by the power of the heroic spirits. Now, looking back, it seems that was indeed the case. These professions are very strong in one-on-one combat, but if the number of enemies reaches a terrifying number, they seem to have no advantage. Seeing that Ye Lingchen seemed to have figured it out, the corpse-clearing Taoist said, "Well, you've figured it out now. Life professions have incredible rules, and their individual combat strength is indeed remarkable, but they can't exert much advantage on the battlefield. Not only that, life professions have another major drawback. They are very dependent on their destiny seat. Life professions below the third destiny seat can hardly play a decisive role in battle." "Three fates, huh? He really is a fate warrior." Ye Lingchen sighed inwardly. Although the corpse-clearing Taoist hadn't said it, he could roughly guess some of it. Unlike his own destiny constellations, each one provided insane power. The destiny constellations for life professions would likely have a direct unlocking mechanism. Upon reaching max destiny, they would directly possess the kind of insane abilities he had seen before. Then how should we deal with a class that has reached full lifespan? Ye Lingchen pressed. This was the question he was most concerned about. Like the battles he had faced with the merchant and rogue, he still couldn't think of a way to break through them. "I knew you'd ask that. There are several ways to overcome challenges in your career. First, we must use brute force to overcome any technique. As a combat profession, we must crush them with unparalleled destructive power. I understand that, but if the other party's level is much higher than mine, there's nothing I can do. You're right. The second method is the interaction of professions. This might be a bit complicated. Let me give you an example. The corpse-clearing Taoist pondered for a moment, then continued. Let's take the skinning vendor as an example. No sooner had he finished speaking than a heavy, cold snort came from one of the surrounding mounds, the sound of which was Zhao Laoyan expressing his dissatisfaction. The corpse-clearing Taoist ignored him completely and continued. Merchants are countered by thugs. Thugs have a skill called collecting protection money. This move is a sure kill against merchants. If you don't pay, they can beat you up without any reason. Even if they can't beat you, they'll call for backup. You've seen this skill before. Hee. From another mound came the blonde-haired man's smug laughter, but it quickly turned into a cold snort. The same applies to the rogue profession. He will be helpless when he encounters the police. The police skill interrogation prevents the rogue from using his ultimate move. Moreover, once the police show their exclusive weapon handcuffs, the rogue's four-dimensional attributes will drop to 1. A hearty laugh echoed from another mound. Ye Lingchen looked around, his face darkening. Although those old guys had all gone back inside, they were still listening to the commotion. Since the corpse-clearing Taoist had taken over their secrets, some of them were naturally unhappy. Chapter 150 The Three Strongest. The corpse-clearing Taoist didn't say much, but his few simple words broadened Ye Lingchen's horizons. Who knew there were connections between different professions? There are similar strengths and weaknesses between combat classes, but they are not so obvious. Some professions are so powerful that it's hard to say what can counter them. But Ye Lingchen now understands that it's not that he lacks restraint, it's that he hasn't encountered it yet. For example, the cases he encountered today make it easy to fall victim to scams if you don't know the other person's profession. Ye Lingchen seemed to have gained some inspiration, but then frowned and asked again. That is one method. But everyone only has one profession, and it's impossible to be good at everything. This still doesn't solve the fundamental problem for me, or for most people. Seeing this, the corpse-clearing Taoist shook his head and smiled. You're just too caught up in the situation to see clearly. These 2 points are just my suggestions for solving the problem. I've already given you the real answer. The answer has already been given to me? How come I didn't know? Ye Lingchen was confused by the words of the corpse-clearing Taoist and frowned as he pondered deeply. But soon, as if he had just thought of something, his eyes lit up and he stood up excitedly. I understand. The corpse-clearing Taoist nodded in satisfaction. This child is teachable. Numbers. If one person can't beat them, then a group of people will. Teacher, are you trying to say teamwork? Indeed, the corpse-clearing Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't forget, you still have teammates. Yes, I still have teammates. Ye Lingchen then realized that the corpse-clearing Taoist was actually trying to reason with him. He has almost always fought alone, relying on his superior numbers to clear maps. In the few times he's teamed up, his teammates have been carried to victory without any opportunity to contribute. But in battle, life and death can be decided in an instant, and no one has ever asked him to take the lead alone. Real battles are always team battles. A reliable teammate is someone you can completely trust with your back. Just like in the match against the referee, at the last moment, Ye Lingchen still had Geddes cast a curse spell. In a sense, Geddes and Kratos were his teammates. Moreover, the billions of beings in the divine realm were also his teammates. These teammates are absolutely obedient, loyal, and will never betray you. The more Ye Lingchen thought about it, the clearer things became. In a narrow sense, teammates were the relationships he formed with other awakened individuals. Teammates in a broad sense are like the beings in his divine kingdom. So, the corpse-clearing Taoist taught him formations. Isn't this designed for teamwork? Yes, absolutely right. Ye Lingchen slapped his thigh excitedly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and respect as he looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist. The corpse-clearing Taoist was also very pleased, and his gaze towards Ye Lingchen became even more serene. He couldn't help but feel a fondness for this exceptionally talented student. He didn't actually say much, he was just throwing out a prelude. The rest was something Ye Lingchen figured out on his own. What teacher wouldn't love a student like that? The two chatted for a long time before Ye Lingchen reluctantly ended today's lesson. Although it's still early, today's half-day course is equivalent to several days of regular classes. After agreeing to continue their sparring the next day, Ye Lingchen left without stopping. He went straight to the school library without even having lunch. He wants to learn more about life and career. These are things that his university courses won't teach, since nobody would deliberately memorize job charts and the characteristics of various jobs. It wouldn't be good to waste the corpse-clearing Taoist time on this basic knowledge, so Ye Lingchen decided to study it himself. And so, for the next 2 weeks, Ye Lingchen sparred and trained with the heroic spirits while also cramming for knowledge in the library. As his understanding of his profession deepened, he gradually gained the opportunity to fight back in his sparring matches with the senior heroic spirits. 108 heroic spirits take turns on the stage, engaging in fierce battles with combat-oriented heroes and using their wits and courage to fight against heroes specializing in life skills. Even those rule-based classes with maxed-out stats weren't without a chance for Ye Lingchen to fight back. He even used his intelligence to seize upon their carelessness and loopholes, launching a counterattack. Ye Lingchen's combat skills and on-the-spot reactions became increasingly proficient and experienced. His level remained at 50, and his four-dimensional attributes remained unchanged. He even stopped using the special effects of his exclusive weapon during battles, but Ye Lingchen could intuitively feel that his combat power had become stronger. Now, even without summoning the Abyss Legion, relying solely on its own strength, it can crush opponents even faster than before, and has a greater chance of winning against opponents who were once evenly matched. But there are still some people among them who are simply unbeatable by his current strength. Among the 108 heroic spirits, the top 3 are such people. The third-ranked diviner, the second-ranked secretary, and the first-ranked dragon king are all ranked highly. When sparring with these 3, Ye Lingchen was not entirely powerless to fight back, but he was utterly defeated. The fortune teller looked like a frail old man, but Ye Lingchen couldn't even grab the hem of his clothes. The other man seemed to always be able to predict the direction of his next attack. Conversely, the fortune teller's attack methods were also endless, especially his several magical weapons, a banner inscribed with "Wishes will be granted," a set of tortoise-shell coins, and a slightly worn compass. During his battle with the fortune teller, Ye Lingchen couldn't even walk properly. He would often stumble and fall flat on his face after taking just one step. Not to mention the lightning bolts that occasionally struck overhead, which were in no way inferior to the Samadhi true fire of the Holy Flame Master. On another occasion, he even summoned some kind of divine image, which almost made the corpse-clearing Taoist go berserk on the spot, directly banning Lu Laonian from participating in future sparring. From this perspective, the fortune teller is already incredibly powerful. But the secretary, ranked second, is even more so. This woman, even more sexy and beautiful than the teachers in the study materials, always caused complete silence in the audience whenever she took to the field. No one cheered, no one joked, no one commented. It was as if it were sacred and inviolable. The secretary's abilities are practically unfair. She has a skill called planning everything for you, which allows her to orchestrate every action you take for the next 5 minutes. It's like you've become her puppet, completely following her schedule, able to do anything except commit suicide. In addition, the secretary has a skill called obsessive-compulsive disorder. She can prevent you from doing things she doesn't like, or force you to do things you don't want to do, entirely based on her own likes and dislikes. It can be said that the profession of secretary perfectly embodies the power of rules. These 2 skills alone caused Ye Lingchen considerable trouble. Although the opponent had no intention of killing him, they were still going to embarrass Ye Lingchen in public, and Ye Lingchen's plan to use Gades to retaliate was also thwarted by the secretary beforehand using her skill. As for the ultimate move, according to the secretary, it's completely unnecessary and shouldn't be used in this level of sparring. Once used, Ye Lingchen would be dead, truly dead, and even the Mother Nest resurrection wouldn't help. This was also the first time Ye Lingchen had encountered a move that could counter his resurrection skill. Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Ye Lingchen didn't press for details. However, from the somewhat fearful looks in the eyes of the other heroic spirits, he knew that the other party was definitely not lying. As for the Dragon King, Ye Lingchen would rather be publicly humiliated by his secretary and be completely manipulated by the fortune teller than fight the Dragon King again. He's almost been traumatized by the beating. Chapter 151: Unexpected Events in the Island Nation. The Dragon King has 2 professions, fighter and weapon master. This is also the only known dual-class awakened being so far. The fighter class is not particularly outstanding among combat classes. While their individual combat strength is considerable, their ability to fight groups is somewhat lacking. The weapon master is a pure support class, possessing mastery over all weapons. High constellation weapon masters can craft their own weapons, and at max constellation, they can even design entirely new weapons. These weapons include not only melee weapons, but also firearms. Therefore, even if the Dragon King, who has two professions and both of them are at max level, is suppressed to the same level as Ye Lingchen. He is still extremely powerful. Thanks to his superb fighting skills and perfect mastery of weapons, Ye Lingchen's once proud attribute values were reduced to negligible levels. They sparred twice, and each time the Dragon King's punches landed squarely. Ye Lingchen's tortoiseshell-like shield was like paper in front of the Dragon King, shattering in just a few blows. What followed was the classic stomp. The Dragon King took the sparring very seriously, using every move perfectly. He had no intention of holding back, leaving Ye Lingchen crying for his parents, his face bruised and swollen. The sparring with the secretary is heart-wrenching, while the sparring with the Dragon King is a double blow to both body and mind. Towards the end, Ye Lingchen refused to spar with the Dragon King anymore. This one-sided beating left him no chance to retaliate, let alone learn anything from it. A fighter's fighting skills are innate, they cannot be learned. Aside from these three, Ye Lingchen believed that the other heroic spirits were all capable of putting up a fight. Although they might lose 9 out of 10 battles, at least they could win or draw one of them. And so, Ye Lingchen lived a regular life between special training, the library, and his dormitory every day. While he was training hard, a thrilling battle was also taking place on an island nation across the sea. Ueno Ward, Tokyo, Japan. This is a relatively poor area of Tokyo. Unlike Shinjuku, it doesn't have bright lights and bustling nightlife late at night. People turn off their lights and go to bed early. Only the occasional passing taxi and the curses of drunkards returning from izakayas occasionally echo in the narrow, cramped streets. It's located in a detached house in Ueno Ward. The entire building was dark, and it seemed that the owner had already turned off the lights and gone to sleep. However, if you are inside the house, you will find that every room is brightly lit, but you can't see any light from the outside. Each detached house has 3 floors in total, 2 floors above ground and 1 basement floor. The first floor consists of a living room, bathroom, kitchen, and toilet. The second floor has 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The house, which should have been filled with warmth, was now a complete mess. The furniture in each room was scattered on the floor, and there were scarlet bloodstains all over the walls and floors. Inside the bathtub in the first-floor bathroom, a thin, short-haired man was found lifeless, his neck wrapped in a showerhead hose. He appeared to have died recently. The other rooms also contained corpses, all of whom had recently died. At this moment, at the entrance to the basement on the first floor, a burly man who was 1.9 meters tall was kneeling on the ground, but his body was blocking the doorway, and his eyes were fixed on the 3 uninvited guests in front of him, almost spitting fire. The 3 people opposite were 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle was wearing a suit and leather shoes. His hair was neatly combed, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose gleamed with a dazzling cold light in the dim light. To his left was a rather sleazy-looking man, less than 1.6 meters tall and weighing around 200 pounds. Despite being only in his early 20s, he already had a receding hairline and was carrying a bottle of cola. He was leering at the burly man opposite him while occasionally taking a sip. On the other side of the man in the suit was a very cute girl. She had her hair in a bun and was only about 1.4 meters tall, the ideal height for girls in Japan. Her Lolita outfit further accentuated her adorable charm. But this adorable girl was holding a Gatling gun, which made her whole demeanor seem incongruous. The girl was chewing bubble gum and had just blown out a big bubble. Snap! The bubble burst in the air, and the girl grinned at the burly man blocking the doorway, saying, "What's the point of you blocking here? We've cut off the signal and network here. Even if she's a hacker, she can't send any information. I suggest you give up. Pa, you scum of the chosen ones. How could you do something so outrageous? Do you really think you can keep this a secret?" The burly man cursed. It turns out that the 3 people opposite were members of the island nation's #1 awakened organization, the Chosen Ones. Just then, another figure suddenly appeared in front of the man in the suit. This is a man dressed as a ninja, with only his sharp eyes visible. There is still blood on the blade of his right hand. He knelt on one knee in front of the man in the suit and said respectfully, "The people in the other rooms have all been dealt with." The man in the suit nodded without speaking. The ninja then vanished again in a wisp of white smoke. The man in the suit glanced at his watch. It was already 2:51 a.m. He frowned, somewhat impatiently saying, "I'll say it again, we won't harm her. We're just inviting her over. Or do you think you can stop us by standing here?" The burly man sneered, "We'll stop you even if we can't. There are no cowards among the Chinese. If you've got the guts, step over my dead body." The man in the suit shook his head and sighed. "You overconfident fool. Don't waste time, get started." The cute girl next to her blew another bubble and said with a smile, "Leave it to me." After saying that, she hoisted the Gatling gun onto her petite frame and began indiscriminately firing at the burly man opposite her without saying a word. The burly man was not to be outdone. Just as the girl fired her gun, he raised his hand, and a refrigerator from the kitchen suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him from the enemy. The Gatling gun's terrifying firepower was unleashed on the refrigerator, and in no time, it was reduced to scrap metal. The man kept moving things around the room to block the Gatling gun, but how could ordinary furniture possibly withstand the Gatling gun's attack? They were quickly reduced to rubble. A bitter look appeared on the burly man's face as he sighed inwardly. Am I really going to be defeated here today? It seems I have no choice but to use Plan B. The burly man's profession was a porter, and he was a level 4 porter. He was a member of the 3rd team of the Dragon Kingdom's Overseas Operations Department, and his name was Zhao Shan. This detached house is the secret base of the entire 3rd group in the island nation. But now, only he and the hacker, Shui Xiaoxiao in the basement, are still alive in the entire house. All the other team members have been killed by the Chosen Ones in front of them. Zhao Shan wasn't surprised that the Chosen Ones had come knocking on his door, because they had discovered a shocking secret during their mission. If this were made public, the entire island nation would become the target of public criticism. But he never expected the attack to come so quickly. It's obvious without even thinking that there must be a traitor in the team. At this moment, he had no time to worry about who the mole was. His top priority was to protect the safety of team leader Shui Xiaoxiao and get her to find a way to send a message back to China. Chapter 152 Plan B. Based on the current situation, the Chosen Ones group has a total of 4 members. Perhaps Zhao Shan only saw 4 people. As for whether there were others in the shadows, he had no way of knowing. The attack came suddenly, catching them completely off guard. Of these 4 people, the one who just showed up was very strong. He killed almost all the other group members in the room. Of the 3 people in front of him, the cute girl holding the Gatling gun was an actress, the sleazy fat guy drinking cola was a homebody, and he couldn't figure out the man in the suit in the middle. The other party never made a move. Judging from his attire, Zhao Shan guessed that the other party's profession was likely a corporate slave, but it was also possible that he was a pervert, a terrifying profession unique to Japan. Logically speaking, given the strength of Zhao Shan's 4 porters, they should have been able to put up a fight. With his current abilities, he can not only move various objects, but also live creatures, and even directly remove the internal organs of enemies. But the other side just happened to send out a nerd. With this fatso in charge, his carrying ability was greatly reduced. Not only could he not kill enemies by grabbing their internal organs, but he also had a hard time carrying ordinary objects. Such a targeted attack, it would be a miracle if there wasn't a mole inside. Zhao Shan's situation was extremely critical at this moment. He had almost taken everything that could be moved. He retreated again and again until he reached the stairs leading to the basement. The fat man next to the man in the suit glanced disapprovingly at the girl who was having a blast with the Gatling gun. "Sachiko, can't you be a little more careful? What if you accidentally kill the little cutie inside? She's the darling I'm going to interrogate personally." As he spoke, a lewd and repulsive glint flashed in the fat man's eyes. Holding the Gatling gun, Sachiko Nakata said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. But you, Hikaru Ichijo, are you even capable? You're a homebody. This house is your territory, and you let him bring all this random stuff to block the way." Fatty Hikaru chuckled sheepishly, glancing furtively at the man in the suit in the middle of the room. Seeing that the man didn't seem to mind, he grinned again. "Well, I spent the whole night playing with some girls yesterday, and then I queued up to buy the new game during the day. I haven't had a good rest, so I'm a little tired." TCH. Disgusting. Sachiko Nakata cursed and stopped talking, carrying the Gatling gun and walking forward. The stairs leading to the basement were piled high with things by Zhao Shan, so Nakata Sachiko used her gun to clear a path as she walked down. With only one exit from the basement, they were essentially trapped. In this situation, caution was paramount. They couldn't afford to be too impulsive. If they rashly rushed in, what ambushes might the enemy have, and casualties would outweigh the gains. In their view, this operation was impossible to fail, but as one of the 4 elite groups of the Chosen Ones, the Vermilion Bird Group would naturally not make any low-level mistakes. The man in the suit tacitly approved of taking a cautious approach at this moment. On the other side, in the basement, the furnishings here are quite different from those in the rooms on the ground floor. The room was filled with screens, mainframes, servers, and various cables. A tall, beautiful woman with a high ponytail was sitting curled up in a chair, her eyes fixed on the screen in front of her, her hands flying across the keyboard. Damn it. They even destroyed the anti-shielding devices I buried around the yard. The power amplifier isn't working anymore. Damn it, damn it. How could this happen? Curses echoed incessantly, and Zhao Shan, looking disheveled, retreated into the basement, quickly running to the woman's side. Team leader, we can't hold them off any longer. Get ready, I'll get you out of here. Upon hearing this, team leader Xue Xiaoxiao's hands, which were typing on the keyboard, trembled and then abruptly stopped. A hint of resentment flashed across her face as she asked in a low voice, "Where are the others?" Zhao Shan didn't speak, but shook his head heavily. Understood. Judging from the other person's expression, Xue Xiaoxiao knew that the outcome was probably grim. Execute Plan B. Zhao Shan, don't worry, headquarters will definitely avenge us. Zhao Shan chuckled. Team leader, I believed you even if you didn't say it. But revenge isn't important. You gave me my life, and today I'll give it back to you. I hope you can live too. Once we get out, you must run for your life. Looking at Zhao Shan's resolute expression, Xue Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. Run? Even if she could get out of here, where could she run to? Could a hacker like her outrun several people? Besides, the enemy came prepared this time. There must be someone waiting for her outside. But Xue Xiaoxiao didn't care. Plan B's purpose was never to escape. She thought it to herself, but didn't show it on her face. Xue Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Don't worry, Zhao Shan. I promise you, I will live. Just then, a deafening roar came from the stairs, and the last line of defense was blasted away. Sachiko Nakata and Teru Ichijo entered the basement one after the other, while the man in the suit followed leisurely behind, taking out a handkerchief to brush the dust off his clothes as he walked. Ha! Beautiful flower girl, surrender now. I promise I won't hurt you. Let my gentleness win you over. When Yi Tiaohui saw Xue Xiaoxiao, he almost drooled. Sachiko Nakata also put away the Gatling gun and transformed back into her original form. The little girl holding the Gatling gun was just a character from an anime she was playing. The real Sachiko Nakata is a sexy older woman who is 1.7 meters tall, wearing a tight leather outfit and holding a pistol. Ichijo Hikaru, who had been staring at Xue Xiaoxiao, noticed that Nakata Sachiko's expression had changed. He glared at her with his small eyes and said, Hey Sachiko, what's with this investigator outfit? I've seen all the investigator series, and this isn't how you act. Quickly unzip your jacket, so I can judge whether your acting is authentic or not. Get out of here, you pervert. Sachiko Nakata said with disgust, kicking Hikaru Ichijo's mountain of fleshy buttocks with her black high heels. The latter, seemingly unfazed by the pain, rubbed her backside and gave Nakata Sachiko a smug smile. Not bad, not bad. Investigators always start off quite impressively, but what about afterwards? Before he could finish speaking, Sachiko Nakata's eyes widened, and her face showed anxiety. Oh no, she's going to run away. Across from them, Zhao Shan had already arrived beside Xue Xiaoxiao. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw was clenched, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He slammed his hands on Xue Xiaoxiao's shoulders and lifted her up forcefully. Xue Xiaoxiao's body was easily lifted by Zhao Shan like a feather, and then he threw her forcefully diagonally upwards. The next second, Xue Xiaoxiao, who was flying in the air, suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Success! Zhao Shan was overjoyed at the sight, but then a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He collapsed to the ground, muttering, Team leader, run. We have to survive. Chapter 153 Vermilion Bird Group. At the cost of his life, Zhao Shan broke through the blockade of Otaku, Yi Tiaohui, and teleported Xue Xiaoxiao out of the basement. This happened very suddenly, catching the other party completely off guard. Sachiko Nakata stomped her foot angrily and glared at Hikaru Ichijo, meaning she wanted him to give a reasonable explanation. Yi Tiaohui was even worse off. The moment Xue Xiaoxiao disappeared, he knew he was doomed. He then looked at the man in the suit who was slowly walking down the stairs behind him, his fat body trembling with fear. Group leader, me. The man in the suit glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and waved his hand, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the dust that Sachiko Nakata had created. She can't escape. At the same time, about 20 meters away from the house, under the dim streetlights, Xue Xiaoxiao's figure stumbled and appeared out of thin air. It has to be said that Zhao Shan's desperate transportation sent Xue Xiaoxiao a great distance, far beyond what one could imagine. Xue Xiaoxiao originally thought that under the Otaku's blockade, she could only go out of the house at most, and couldn't even go out of the yard. It seems that the situation is much better than expected. However, she did not run away. Instead, she stood still and pointed a finger directly at the bracelet. A cold glowing screen appeared, and Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes emitted the same icy light, as if an electric current had passed through them. There's a signal here. Seeing the signal on the screen change from a cross to a full bar, Shui Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly used her hacking skills to send a message to the Dragon Kingdom. As a powerful hacker, Shui Xiaoxiao directly used her mental power, combined with the bioelectricity in her body, to control the bracelet with the bracelet attached to her wrist, eliminating the need for even the step of operating it with her fingers. Just as she was overjoyed, thinking the message was about to be successfully transmitted, the unexpected happened. The light screen on the bracelet distorted for a moment. The signal strength quickly dropped from full bars to 1 bar, and finally turned into a red cross again. Damn it! What's going on? Shui Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and looked up at the empty street in front of her. She saw 2 people standing less than 10 meters in front of her. One was the ninja who had appeared in the house earlier, and the other was a young man with messy hair, wearing bottle-bottom glasses, a plaid shirt, and jeans. At this moment, the young man was holding a computer in one hand, while the other hand was still typing away on it. A moment later, his face grim, he said to the ninja beside him, "Time is of the essence. We only managed to stop part of it. What can we do?" A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the ninja standing nearby. "Take him down first, then report to the team leader." After saying that, he ignored the young man in the plaid shirt, turned into a wisp of white smoke with a bang, and appeared behind Shui Xiaoxiao the next second. Shui Xiaoxiao never intended to escape. She knew she couldn't escape anyway. Now that things have come to this, she is prepared to make a sacrifice. Just then, a sharp pain shot through the back of her neck, and Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes rolled back as she lost consciousness. The ninja knocked Shui Xiaoxiao unconscious with a single blow, then bent down, pried open her mouth, and forcefully pried it open with his fingers. He removed a tooth that was embedded at the very back of her mouth. "Want to commit suicide? Foolish." After saying that, he carried Shui Xiaoxiao on his back, waved to the young man in the plaid shirt in the distance, and the two walked towards the house they had seen before. 10 minutes later, inside the living room on the first floor of the room. The once chaotic living room had now been cleaned up, and Hikaru Ichijo, the otaku, and Hiroto Watanabe, the programmer, stood side by side in the center. Both had their heads down, barely daring to breathe, as if awaiting judgment. A short while later, the man in the suit walked in from outside. "I'm sorry, team leader. Please punish me." Upon seeing the man in the suit enter, the 2 men, as if rehearsed, knelt down simultaneously and kowtowed to him, confessing their sins. As a result, Hikaru Ichijo was too fat and knelt down a beat slower than Hiroto Watanabe, which made him even more frightened, and he could barely speak. The man in the suit glanced down at the 2 of them, his expression blank. "Get up, everyone, and stand up straight before we talk." "Yes." The 2 stood up at the same time, but Hikaru Ichijo was still a beat slower than Watanabe because of his obesity. A series of mistakes nearly made Hikaru wet his pants. Although he had been in the Suzaku group for many years, he still felt a deep-seated fear every time he faced this terrifying group leader. He knew very well that team leader Yamamoto Toru was an extremely meticulous person. Even among the 4 elite team leaders of the chosen group, Yamamoto Toru was ranked among the top 2 in terms of strength. There were even rumors that the elusive leader of the Azure Dragon group was no match for Yamamoto Toru. This operation was caused by his negligence, which led to a series of subsequent mistakes. Even if Watanabe Koda is responsible, it is because Ichijo Hikaru was at fault first. He couldn't think of any reason why he wasn't being punished. But Yamamoto Toru, the man in the suit, ignored him and started talking to Watanabe instead. "How much of her news has been leaked?" "No, not much, maybe 20%. Watanabe Hiroto replied cautiously. "Perhaps." No, 30%, I confirm, it's 30%. "Team leader, that woman is a hacker, I'm just a programmer. I located her first, then blocked the signal. I really did my best." Watanabe Koda was terrified and knelt down again, kowtowing and defending himself. 30%. Yamamoto Tetsu pondered to himself, then nodded and shook his head. "It's all right. This isn't your fault. After all, her professional rank is higher than yours. Get up." Upon hearing the team leader's words, Watanabe Hiroto felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He quickly got up from the ground, bowed to Yamamoto Toru several times, and then fled the living room as if he were escaping. Only Hikaru and Toru Yamamoto remained in the room. The atmosphere became suffocating, and Hikaru Ichijo felt like he was really going to die here. He could no longer care about anything else, so he knelt down on the ground, grabbed Yamamoto Toru's leg, and and started crying and wailing. Team leader, it's all my fault. Please forgive me this time. I'll do anything you ask as long as you don't let me die. Please, team leader. His voice was as grating as a pig being slaughtered, causing Sachiko Nakato, who was waiting outside, to curl her lip in disgust. That fat bastard, it's better he's dead. Every time we went on a mission, he had to sit in a two-person seat, and he ate 3 portions of food. We couldn't afford to feed him. He was useless at everything, but he was number 1 at eating. What use was he? The ninja beside her glanced at her and shook his head inwardly. Sachiko Nakata uttered harsh words, but her eyes betrayed her. These people were all members of the Vermilion Bird Group. They had worked together through thick and thin and were already close partners. How could they bear to watch each other die? But with such a terrifying team leader, none of them dared to plead for him. They could only stand outside the door, sweating for Hikaru. After all, this operation was directly assigned from above. If Ichijo Hikaru's mistake causes irreparable damage, even the team leader will be punished in the end. Looking at the writhing mountain of flesh on the ground, Yamamoto Tetsuya's temples throbbed. He struggled to control the urge to kick him away and said calmly, "Stop crying. I didn't say I was going to kill you. However, I hope you won't cause any more trouble during the interrogation. You should know the purpose of this special request to capture someone alive. If you don't get the answers you want, I don't mind turning you from a homebody into a homebody girl." Chapter 154 Secret Mission. Hikaru was so frightened that his whole body tensed up. Even while kneeling on the ground, he subconsciously covered his private parts, but his face showed relief at escaping death. "Thank you so much, team leader. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Don't worry about leaving it to me. Alright, call the logistics team over to clean up. We're calling it a day." Team leader Yamamoto Toru adjusted his glasses, turned, and left. At the same time, in the capital of China, inside a very ordinary 2-story building of Tsinghua University and Peking University, 2 graceful figures are engaged in a fierce battle. This is a specially renovated training ground. Although the building is over 100 years old, the interior has been completely renovated. Chun Kursen was covered in sweat, her dark hair clinging tightly to her temples. Her beautiful eyes held no allure, but were instead filled with wariness and coldness. Opposite her was another woman, who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Her form-fitting yoga clothes accentuated her shapely figure. Undoubtedly, both are beauties, but the latter's temperament is clearly more mature and charming than the youthful and energetic Chun Kursen, making her a true heartthrob. This person is Chun Kursen's personal tutor, Zheng Li, the director of the Overseas Operations Department directly under the military region headquarters. In stark contrast to Chun Kursen's panting and drenched appearance, Zheng Li was completely sweat-free, standing easily opposite Chun Kursen, toying with a delicate dagger in her hand. "Alright, break time's up. Let's do it again." Zheng Li glanced at the clock on the wall. The 5-minute break was over. The next round of battle was about to begin. Upon hearing this, Chun Kursen's face flashed with panic, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she gritted her teeth and prepared to fight. This intense battle had been going on for a full 10 hours, starting after dinner and continuing until the early hours of the morning. According to Zheng Li, this was a crash course. The battle doesn't care whether you're eating or sleeping, nor will it give you enough time to rest. Often, when you're most relaxed, the enemy's attack will follow. After 10 hours of intense training, Chun Kursen was almost at her limit, but since her coach didn't tell her to stop, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. She quickly recalled the problems that had occurred in the previous practice sessions, and in the blink of an eye, Zheng Li had disappeared from her sight. The next second, the other person's voice rang out from behind. "At a time like this, you still dare to be distracted. This one blow could take your life." A sharp pain shot through Chun Kursen's body, sending her flying like a cannonball. She crashed into the wall of the training field and bounced back to the ground. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Teacher, can't you be a little gentler? I'm a girl." Chun Kursen clutched her almost numb shoulder, struggling to get up from the ground, and couldn't help but complain. "A girl? Huh. When an enemy wants to kill you, do they care whether you're a man or a woman?" Zheng Li sneered, tossing the dagger in her hand into the air, tracing a perfect arc before catching it again. "You're a girl. You should understand even more. If they spare your life, what awaits you could be 1,000 times more painful than death." With that, she leaped forward and thrust the dagger toward Chun Kursen's heart. This was a real killing move. Chun Kursen's intuition told her that the other party was not holding back at all. If she couldn't dodge it, she would really be stabbed through the heart. Chun Kursen was not to be outdone. She once again mobilized her remaining mental energy, stretched her hands forward, and made a heart shape in front of her chest. The nine-tailed fox's skill, "Please fall in love with me," is effective on any carbon-based life form, regardless of gender. Through the heart-shaped viewfinder, Zheng Li's figure rapidly magnified in Chen Kursen's eyes. "It's done." Chen Kursen was overjoyed. "For the first time, all my skills truly fell into the hands of my teacher." This was something that was almost impossible before. Given Zheng Li's speed, either her skills will miss, or even if they do hit, they'll only graze the target. Unexpectedly, this time, Zheng Li didn't dodge or flinch when facing Chen Kursen, and instead went straight for the ball. "Slow down." "She's slowing down." "She stopped." "My skill worked." Watching Zheng Li's movements slow down and eventually stop 5 meters away from her, Chen Kursen almost shouted with joy. But the next second, she realized something was wrong. Zheng Li didn't even look at her. Instead, she raised her other hand, tapped the bracelet, and stared intently at the light screen. After a moment, Zheng Li's expression gradually became serious. Without looking up, she waved her hand at Chen Kursen and said, "That's it for today's training. I have something to do." After saying that, she left the training ground quickly without waiting for Chen Kursen's reply. Chen Kursen stood there, somewhat at a loss, her feelings a complex mix. It turns out that it wasn't my skill that took effect, but rather that the opponent was distracted by other things, which is why they stopped attacking. Ugh, I'm so angry. It's been so long, and I haven't won even once. It's so embarrassing. Chen Kursen stomped her feet in anger. She entered Tsinghua and Peking universities with the third highest score in the college entrance examination. She was assigned a personal teacher and was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. As a result, when she arrived at the training ground full of joy and met the teacher, who was also a great beauty, she realized that her nightmare had just begun. The intense training and the devastating setbacks that shattered her self-confidence almost made Chen Kursen question the meaning of life. Am I still a genius? Should I just find any job and give up on life? What am I working so hard for? Am I just torturing myself? It was during this process of constantly questioning herself that Chen Kursen persevered with great difficulty. Even she herself didn't know that although her level hadn't changed, her combat experience was already far beyond what she had 2 months ago. The sudden end of today's intensive training exercise, without any warning, left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Chen Kursen wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed softly. "It's okay. I'm used to it anyway. Let's continue tomorrow." "Chen Kursen, you can do it. Keep going." Cheering herself up, Chen Kursen packed her things with renewed energy to go back to her dormitory. Just then, she saw her teacher, Zheng Li, return and stand at the door, calling out to her from afar. "Chen Kursen, hurry up and pack your things. Come with me." An hour later, in the western suburbs of the capital, inside the headquarters of the military region, Chen Kursen, Lu Li, and Shun Erniu sat nervously in an empty conference room. The three looked at each other, each seeing confusion and bewilderment on the other's face. The three arrived one after another. Chen Kursen arrived a while earlier, and Lu Li and Shun Erniu appeared more than half an hour later. "Did you come with the teacher too?" Chen Kursen asked curiously. Lu Li didn't speak, he just nodded. Shun Erniu scratched his head. "I was sleeping soundly when the teacher burst in without a word, grabbed me, and brought me here." "It seems something has happened," the three thought in unison. Time passed slowly amidst doubt and silence. Just as the three were getting impatient, the conference room door opened. The three teachers walked in together from outside. Chen Kursen's teacher, Zheng Li, is in the center, and it seems that he is the leader. To her left was a tall, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a plain-colored robe. He was none other than Soren, the vice president of Tsinghua University and Shun Erniu's teacher. To her right was another woman. Unlike Zheng Li's mature and alluring charm, this woman wore a crisp military uniform, though it seemed ill-fitting. Her explosive figure, even encased in the uniform, still exuded a dangerous, almost palpable, presence. The woman had her hair in a ponytail. Although beautiful, her face was cold and icy, radiating an aura of quiet authority, a perfect blend of an ice queen and a killing machine. This person is Lu Li's personal teacher, one of the three killing gods who are on par with Wang Tianhua and Ouyang Ziyuan and Jiang Fanyu, who holds the rank of Major General in the Coastal Theater. Upon seeing the three teachers enter, Chen Kursen and the other two quickly stood up and bowed. "Hello, teacher." Zheng Li nodded and gestured for everyone to sit down. After everyone was seated, Soren said with a smile, "Minister Zheng, you were in charge of this operation, so why don't you give the instructions?" Zheng Li then turned to look at Jiang Fanyu, who nodded in agreement. Without wasting words, Zhengli looked at Chen Kursen and the other two again and solemnly said, "Next, I will assign you a confidential mission. Listen carefully." Chapter 155, Three's Company. Dragon Kingdom, in the Eastern Sea area. A fishing boat is fishing in the open sea. Give it your all. With this final swipe, we can go home. Receive. Boss, we heard your son is getting married. When we go back this time, we'd love to have a drink at the wedding. You guys, how could this wedding banquet be complete without you? You all better drink your fill. Boss is awesome. Amidst shouts and the roar of machinery, a medium-sized fishing vessel was carrying out the final task of its fishing operation. As the sun sets, the sea is tinged with a dull gold by the fiery red afterglow. On the eastern horizon, thick black clouds churned high in the sky, seemingly brewing a storm. The captain breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the storm that was about to form. We finally got it done before the typhoon hit, so I can go back and get a good rest for a few days now. Thinking of this, the boatman couldn't help but smile happily. He has a happy family, and his son is even more outstanding, a promising young awakened one who holds a silver medal in the Adventurers Guild. This time when they return, their son's wedding will proceed as scheduled. For the people of their small town, this is a grand event. It's said that officers from the nearby coastal military base, acquaintances of their son, will be attending. For their ordinary family, this is truly a blessing from a past life. The old boatman's mind wandered, imagining himself triumphant at the wedding. Just then, a boatman's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, something's up." The boatman's voice was filled with suspicion and confusion. Almost all the sailors working on deck noticed the unusual phenomenon and looked towards the sea. Less than 2 nautical miles north of the fishing boat, a strange fog was rising from the sea. The fog wasn't very large. It looked about twice the size of their fishing boat. What puzzled the boatmen was that although a southeast wind was blowing, the fog was moving rapidly eastward at a constant and considerable speed. Wherever the fog passed, it left a white line on the sea, as if fishing boats were sailing. The captain picked up his binoculars and peered into the fog. Even under the setting sun, the gray fog was impenetrable, and he couldn't see anything inside. "Boss, what is this? Has anyone seen this thing before? The sea is calm, so how can there be fog, and such a light fog at that? Could there be fish down there? Are you out of your mind? What kind of fish can spray water?" "Spray fish." A chorus of voices rose and fell on the channel, and the boat captain's brows furrowed even more deeply. Judging from the direction of the fog, it seems to be heading east towards the storm. At times like this, the maritime authorities would have already broadcast weather warnings, and no one would be foolish enough to deliberately go in and risk their life. This cloud of fog, however, the boat captain felt that this was not something a normal person could do, but if it wasn't a person in the fog, then what could it be? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and a sense of fear flashed through the boat captain's mind. He was an old fisherman who had been at sea for decades and had seen all sorts of strange things, but this was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. But the captain knew very well that a saying had been passed down from his grandfather's generation: never approach anything strange at sea, and always get away as quickly as possible. In this era where awakened ones roam freely, you never know whether what appears at sea is an animal or a powerful awakened one. Encountering 2 groups of awakened ones clashing at sea would be an utterly unexpected disaster. Thinking of this, the captain shouted at the entire crew without further ado: "Stop all operations. Pull in the nets and head back immediately. Boss, we've only hauled in half the fishing net. It'll probably take another 10 minutes. Shut up, listen to me, cut the fishing net, right now." The boat captain's urgent voice echoed in everyone's ears. Even a fool could tell that he seemed to be afraid of something, which, without a doubt, was related to the fog. The crew members got busy, abandoning even the last catch and the lost net, rushing back into the cabin one by one. The captain steered the boat to full speed ahead, and the fishing boat sped off westward, leaving everyone in the dust. The mist gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, eventually vanishing completely under the dim sky. On a dilapidated fishing boat that was leaking air from all sides, Luli lay on the side of the boat like a dead dog, with fresh vomit still sticking out of his mouth. Chen Kursen was in the wheelhouse, looking at the control panel in front of her, listening to the tooth-grinding wails coming from the surrounding hull. Her face turned extremely pale. She couldn't see anything. Once the ship switched to automatic mode, she only needed to keep her eyes on the compass. Besides, even if she wanted to see the surrounding scenery, she couldn't. Everything was shrouded in gray fog. After a long while, Chun Kursen sighed, glanced at Lu Li who was half dead on the deck, carefully took out a piece of strawberry cake, and began to eat it with a look of enjoyment. But after only a couple of bites, a childish voice rang in my ears. Little Xin, it's not good to eat alone. This cake looks so delicious, I want some too. An awkward expression flashed across Chun Kursen's face, which was then replaced by a look of shame and anger. She shouted angrily towards the outside of the cabin. Eat. Eat. All you know is how to eat. Do your job. Look at Lu Li, he hasn't eaten a single bite since he got on the ship. A disgruntled murmur came from the mist. I've been working properly the whole time. A fishing boat to the south was scared off by us and ran away. Besides, Lu Li is seasick, okay? Making him eat is like trying to kill him. Alright. I'll buy it for you when we get there, okay? You can't eat it in your current condition. Who says we can't eat it? You can put the cake on the deck so I can eat it. By the way, we will be entering the storm area in half an hour, so please be prepared. What? A storm? On the deck. Lu Li heard this and his eyes rolled back as he fainted, foaming at the mouth. Idiot. You scared him so badly he fainted. Hurry up and drag him into the cabin. Chun Kursen was furious when she saw this. Sorry, my current form doesn't have that function, so I'll have to trouble Xin. You? Fine. Chun Kursen felt like she was about to choke, but she quickly swallowed it back. The cake in her hand didn't look so appetizing anymore, so she threw it onto the deck. 5 minutes later, Lu Li was dragged into the cabin like a dead dog. Chun Kursen sat on a chair, equally lifeless, staring blankly ahead, muttering, I just don't understand. Why us? Of course, it's because we are the 3 strongest people from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Chen Erniu said proudly through the mist. The strongest, my ass. There's also Ye Lingchen. Why can he take a plane while we can only take a boat? And a stolen, beat up one at that. Of course, it's because we're on a secret mission. Chen Erniu said. Oh dear, we're about to enter the storm zone, so hold on tight. Boom. A huge wave surged up beside the boat, lifting the dilapidated vessel 5 or 6 meters high before it crashed back onto the sea. Chun Kursen's screams echoed throughout the cabin. Damn it. Chen Erniu, can't you think of a way to shield us from the storm? I'm sorry, I can't do it. On the other side, Lu Li rolled from one side of the cabin to the other like an automatically bouncing sandbag, the white foam at the corner of his mouth tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Chapter 156 Strange Mission. On a flight from China to the island nation. Inside the first-class cabin, Ye Lingchen, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and Mu Lingxi sat comfortably, enjoying the tranquil journey. Give me a glass of sparkling water, half a glass of orange juice, and a little less than a glass of vodka, please. Mu Lingxi smiled and said to the pretty flight attendant. Upon hearing the request from such a beautiful and young girl, the flight attendant paused for a moment, thinking to herself, how could such a young girl be an alcoholic? She then smiled, nodded, and turned to prepare. Seeing the flight attendant leave, Mu Lingxi turned to look at the other 3 people and couldn't help but sigh, feeling a headache coming on. Ever since they boarded the plane, these 3 guys haven't been idle. They've been whispering to each other the whole time. Mu Lingxi didn't even need to listen to know what they were talking about. Where to buy figurines first when visiting an island nation? Where can I buy the physical copies of the latest adult videos featuring these young ladies? That legendary swimming pool photo spot. Li Jun's 5-star bubble bath exploration trip, thanks to his connections in island nations. In short, the topics of conversation were all sorts of strange things, but none of them were related to the mission. Mu Lingxi clenched her fists silently and glared at the 3 of them fiercely. That's enough, you 3. We're on a mission, not on vacation. Can't you be serious for once? Li Jun turned around and glanced at her, saying nonchalantly, Hey, Cece, relax. It's just a business trip, what are you worried about? Yi Shun is here, we just need to cooperate. Zhang Wei stared at the rare figurines flashing across the screen of his bracelet, his mouth practically watering. He said sheepishly to Li Jun, Brother Jun, I want all of these. Could you lend me some money? I'll farm a few more dungeons and pay you back as soon as I earn enough. TCH. Look at you, so pathetic. Just pick whatever you want. Your brother Jun will pay. Really? Brother Jun, Master Jun. When we get back, I'll wash your feet for a month. Get lost. You berserker washing my feet? I can't even eat. Okay. Then let's wash the socks. Wash the socks. The 2 chatted excitedly, while Ye Lingchen, who had initially spoken with them for a few words, later put on his headphones and lay down to rest comfortably with his eyes closed. Seeing the look of enjoyment on his face, Mu Lingxi's initial nervousness eased a little. 3 days ago, The three people who were in class were suddenly called together and then brought to the Shishan military base. Zhang Wei was completely terrified, thinking he had done something wrong and was about to be secretly executed. It wasn't until the three of them met Mu Lingxi's grandfather, Mu Guozhu, that they learned the whole story. The three of them will form a special operations team with Ye Lingchen to carry out a secret mission in the island nation. The mission was to rescue Xue Xiaoxiao, the leader of the 3rd Special Operations Group of the Overseas Operations Department. Rescue is the primary objective, but if the primary objective cannot be achieved, then we will act flexibly according to the situation and even, if necessary, kill Xue Xiaoxiao directly to prevent the enemy from extracting important information from her. This task was assigned directly from above and was divided into 2 groups. The other group consisted of Chun Erniu, Lu Li, and Chun Kursen, who formed the secret team and traveled to the island nation in a clandestine manner. On the surface, it was their group. At first, there was only Ye Lingchen, but after some discussion, Mu Guozhu decided to let Mu Lingxi and the other 2 join as well. According to the above, this is a practical training exercise for top trainees. At Tsinghua and Peking universities, there is an internship period every semester. Students are required to take on tasks and undergo final evaluation. Passing the evaluation earns a large number of academic credits. Internships are a very important part of the evaluation for each student, accounting for almost half of the total score. The internship was originally scheduled to begin after the final exams, but due to the special circumstances, it was brought forward. Based on the above assessment, considering the strength of the top 4 individuals, this mission is not particularly difficult. Save them if possible, otherwise, eliminate them. Perhaps Zhang Wei and the others thought this was too cold-blooded, but Mu Lingxi didn't react much when she heard the details of the mission. Because of Mu Guozhu, Mu Lingxi's upbringing was different from others. In addition to her regular schoolwork, she also has to do a lot of extra classes after school every time she gets home. She also knew a little about many things related to the military affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. For a task like this, such a goal is definitely the optimal solution. Logically speaking, Xue Xiaoxiao should have ended her own life the moment she was arrested to prevent future troubles. This is the most basic awareness of every member of the Dragon Kingdom Overseas Action Team. The only reason they were allowed to launch a rescue operation is that Xue Xiaoxiao did not die, or that the objective was not achieved due to some external interference. In situations like this, rescue becomes the primary objective. As for killing someone directly after a failed rescue attempt, even Xue Xiaoxiao herself wouldn't have a single complaint. To Mu Lingxi's surprise, her grandfather asked her to participate in this mission as well, and also invited Zhang Wei and Li Jun. The reason is simple. They had all teamed up with Ye Lingchen before, and their teamwork was seamless. The 3 of them benefited from Ye Lingchen's influence. If they completed the mission well this time, their assessment scores would be ideal, and they wouldn't have to participate in the final internship mission. They would also receive additional mission rewards from the military. With her grandfather's endorsement, Mu Lingxi naturally didn't say much, simply taking it as her grandfather giving them, the young people, a valuable opportunity to gain experience. Zhang Wei and Li Jun were both nervous and excited, and after returning home, they started making various shopping and travel plans, treating it entirely as a publicly funded trip. In their view, with Ye Lingchen around, there was no need for missions. They could just push through. If all else failed, they could just let Ye Lingchen blast his way through and leave. But the moment she saw Ye Lingchen, for some reason, Mu Lingxi had a bad feeling. Ye Lingchen seemed relaxed, but Mu Lingxi had known him since childhood. Although Ye Lingchen appeared calm on the outside, his smiling gestures and unusually serious gaze made Mu Lingxi feel uneasy. Even Ye Lingchen thinks this mission is difficult? Then wouldn't there going be a waste of time? Mu Lingxi shook her head. It's not about giving it away for free. At least from my perspective, it's completely impossible. Just kidding. She's the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and the future first heir to the Mu family. She has a terrifying number of ways to protect herself. Even if the island nation is bombed to the ground, Mu Lingxi will not die. As for Ye Lingchen, he was far from as relaxed as he appeared. After Kratos created an illusion, he entered the realm of the gods, and is now sitting on the throne, looking troubled. Below, Gettys and Kratos looked at each other in bewilderment. The 2 had never seen their lord so troubled. Even when Ye Lingchen was taken to the bottom of the abyss, he had never lost his composure like this. What was wrong with him today? Chapter 157, Ye Lingchen's Confusion. My thoughts drifted back to 3 days ago. After nearly half a month of intensive training, Ye Lingchen was no longer as disheveled as before in his battles against the heroic spirits. Especially in the process of fighting against some professional players, Ye Lingchen gradually mastered the methods to win. For example, in his sparring match with Zhao Laoyan, the merchant, he didn't utter a single unnecessary word, nor did he care about the carrying pole and basket. He immediately launched a fierce attack on Zhao Laoyan, leaving his opponent powerless to fight back. In the end, it was only through Zhao Laoyan's gritted teeth and use of the magical props in the basket that he was able to force Ye Lingchen to retreat. But no matter how he mocked or tried to provoke the other party, Ye Lingchen remained silent, preferring to take action rather than talk. This idea was inspired by the word rogue. Having watched many films and television shows, Ye Lingchen came to a crucial question. Why could the rogue, a skill of collecting protection money, counter the merchant? He quickly pictured a scene. In a bustling market, a few thugs strutted around with an air of arrogance, wreaking havoc on some vendors' stalls, causing chaos and making everyone feel insecure. These people have one thing in common. They don't say a word, but first they smash up your stall to give you a hard time. Once they've established their dominance, it's only natural to start talking about collecting protection money. Inspired by this, Ye Lingchen managed to find a solution even when he couldn't solve the rules. It has to be said that this is largely due to the fact that he has struggled and been bullied in society all these years. Having witnessed enough evil, one realizes how pale kindness can be. He wouldn't do evil, but that didn't stop him from using the strategy of learning from the barbarians to control them against his enemies. Similarly, Ye Lingchen also mastered the techniques when dealing with Huang Mao. The blonde guy's combat strength is clearly inferior to mine, but his ability to withstand blows is abnormal. Moreover, the harder you hit him, the more his four-dimensional attributes will drop. Ye Lingchen didn't tolerate such a rogue. It's okay if I can't kill you, I'll just knock you out. To this end, he specifically learned some fighting tactics targeting specific acupoints and body parts, aiming to knock his opponent unconscious with a single blow. As a result, Huang Mao was defeated without even having a chance to fight back. Don't you have powerful connections? I'll just not give you the chance to call in reinforcements. When dealing with the referee, Ye Lingchen took a more direct approach. Once the other party starts blowing the whistle unfairly, he immediately hides in his divine kingdom without saying a word, and only comes out when the effect of the unfair whistle disappears. During this process, he discovered that the referee's biased whistle wasn't always effective. It had a time limit. The reason the opposing team kept blowing biased whistles one after another was because the effective time was too short, only 5 seconds each time. The fact that they could activate them continuously meant that the referee was overdrawing their mental energy, which was equivalent to a move used when fighting a desperate battle with an enemy. Normally, he only uses yellow and red cards. Once mental energy is exhausted, the whistle can no longer be blown. Another discovery was that after Ye Lingchen hid in the divine kingdom, the other party couldn't do anything to him. This applies to many professions. Later, the corpse-clearing Taoist even stepped in to directly prohibit him from using this move, and Ye Lingchen finally gave up. Of course, lying low can be effective, but it's not effective for everyone. For example, in the case of the hypnotist, Ye Lingchen believed he had entered a divine kingdom while under hypnosis, but in reality, he was still outside. The hypnotist's attack belongs to the rule system, not mental magic, so Ye Lingchen cannot be immune to it. Even the skills of the secretary can prevent him from entering the divine kingdom. So far, no solution has been found. Even so, Ye Lingchen gained a lot from these days of sparring. Not only has their own combat power been greatly improved, but their understanding of life professions has also increased. In his view, this is accumulation. With no change in level or attributes, compatibility continuously improves. This is similar to cultivators deliberately suppressing their realm, delaying breakthroughs, and constantly accumulating and compressing their power until they reach an invincible level among their peers. Once they break through, they will experience an explosive burst of power. Ye Lingchen didn't know if he would have a breakthrough, but at least for now, he wasn't so worried about his life and career. In this environment, the corpse-clearing Taoist suddenly stopped the training and took Ye Lingchen directly to the military base in the western suburbs, where he assigned him this special mission. When he first learned of the mission, Ye Lingchen was only slightly stunned before quickly calming down. He quickly realized that this was a trial for himself and the other participants, aimed at improving his ability to handle practical matters and enhancing his teamwork skills. With the special training he'd received these past few days, Ye Lingchen even felt that this was a task specially tailor-made for him by the corpse-clearing Taoist. Because of this mission, the corpse-clearing Taoist placed restrictions on Ye Lingchen. He He directly sealed Ye Lingchen's skills, forcing him to complete the mission through his own abilities. This is actually easy to understand. Ye Lingchen's skills and ultimate moves are too flashy, almost to the point of being simplistic and brutal. The corpse-clearing Taoist was also afraid that he might massacre the city or blow it up at the slightest provocation. In this way, a secret mission could directly escalate into a diplomatic dispute between the two countries, and could even trigger a war. Given the current international situation, the Dragon Kingdom is preparing for a war against the Abyss and absolutely cannot afford to go to war with other countries. This is not only a training exercise, but also a safeguard. However, the moment Ye Lingchen accepted the mission and embarked on the journey with his teammates, he vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Before setting off, the group underwent a special one-day training session, which focused on the characteristics of certain professions in the island nation, information on the mission's rescue targets, and official tactical recommendations. There were two things that puzzled Ye Lingchen. Firstly, this mission involves a total of 7 people. This is a small team or group, not many people, but they are divided into 2 groups, one open and one covert. The dark group was alright, as they secretly traveled to the island nation, but his own open group was quite ridiculous. They obtained tourist visas directly and blatantly flew there. You see, the one who orchestrated Chio's plot to frame me was the Japanese, chosen ones. I was officially registered with them, and if I went there so openly, they'd probably find out before I even boarded the plane. In this way, the secret mission completely turned into playing house under someone else's nose. This puzzled Ye Lingchen greatly. No matter how you look at it, the corpse-clearing Taoist and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom are not idiots, so why would they come up with such a plan? Another point, and the one that puzzled Ye Lingchen the most, was that, according to official information, some professions in Japan were extremely difficult to deal with. In such cases, even if one knew the opponent's methods and characteristics in advance, it would still be difficult to completely avoid them in actual combat. What's even more troublesome is that all 7 people on this mission, including him, are combat professionals. For example, if you let Zhang Wei, a berserker, lane against a bunch of weird classes, isn't that just stomping noobs? It wasn't Zhang Wei abusing them. It was them abusing Zhang Wei. Chapter 158, The Meeting of the Big Shots. To be honest, Ye Lingchen had thought about it several times and felt that he, as a member of the Ming group, was clearly just there to be cannon fodder. The dark group that Lu Li and the other 2 belonged to was the one that actually carried out the mission. In terms of characteristics, Lu Li's, Master of Shadows, single-target combat ability, is terrifying. He excels at assassination and infiltration, and in critical moments, his shadow space can save his life. Chun Erniu's, Uncertain Mist, is even more incredible, capable of silently wreaking havoc without the enemy's knowledge, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. In situations where a direct confrontation is necessary and cannot be made public, this ability is even more useful than Ye Lingchen's skills. As for Chen Kursin's Nine-Tailed Fox, it was absolutely amazing. No intelligence? No problem, just charm one over. If it's inconvenient for me to show up, no problem, just seduce someone. They don't even need to lift a finger. By bewitching the enemy, they can strike at the heart of the enemy's territory without shedding a drop of blood. With their combined strength, the 3 of them are absolutely capable of completing the mission without large-scale conflict or causing significant non-combat casualties. On the other hand, Ye Lingchen's side not only had their whereabouts known to the enemy in advance, but all 4 of them were also fierce generals who had fought their way through countless battles. Asking them to launch a sneak attack was asking too much of them. Mu Lingxi and Li Jun were alright. Both were magic-based classes and could control the power and range of their skills. But Zhang Wei was a different story. Once Berserker was activated, its destructive power was astonishing, collapsing houses and felling trees in its path, making it difficult to end the battle without making a sound. At this point, Ye Lingchen could understand the reason why the corpse-clearing Taoist had sealed his skills. With his abnormal 4-dimensional attributes, full constellation, exclusive weapon, and the undying god set, he was already incredibly powerful. Once his skills were unsealed, there was a chance he would be unable to control them. After all, if any one of them had acted rashly and unleashed their ultimate move during the battle, it would have been enough to give the enemy a run for their money. However, since the task has been assigned from above, it must have been carefully considered and not done without a purpose. Ye Lingchen can only take it one step at a time. Moreover, the higher-ups provided quite a few good things for this mission, which broadened Ye Lingchen's horizons. Leaving aside the latest and various medicines, The mere mention of translation candy was enough to make his jaw drop. This is the latest product developed by Brain of the Future and its research institute. After consuming it, one can automatically master foreign languages, whether listening or speaking, without any barriers. The most outrageous thing is that it can automatically imitate the accent of the person being spoken to, directly staging a fellow countryman meeting scene, instantly bridging the distance and eliminating social barriers. As the sweet and sour translation candy entered Ye Lingchen's mouth, the image of that beautiful, scholarly-looking woman involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Before I knew it, for months had passed since I graduated from high school. I never imagined I'd be able to try Song Zi's latest product. Just from the name, translation candy, it's clear that Song Zi is a huge Dormant fan. Ye Lingchen thought that after this mission was over, he should go see Song Zi if he had time. After all, they were classmates, and the two had a good relationship. Whether in studies or in life, Song Zi was Ye Lingchen's best friend. It would be a pleasure to invite Zhang Wei and the others to join us for a small get-together. Shortly after the two squads set off, at the military base in the western suburbs, a group of bigwigs sat neatly in the conference room, while the screen displayed the real-time location information of the two teams. On the map of the island nation, there were originally 2 flashing green dots, but for some unknown reason, they went out a day ago. That represents the location information of Xue Xiaoxiao and Zhao Shan. Clearly, the enemy discovered the tracking devices hidden inside their bodies. They either retrieved them directly or they entered an area capable of blocking signals. Either way, it means these two individuals have completely lost contact. Inside the meeting room, the corpse-clearing Taoist, Soren, the vice president of Tsinghua and Peking University, Jiang Fangyu, one of the 3 killing gods of the coastal war zone, and Zheng Li, the head of the Overseas Operations Department and the commander-in-chief of this operation, who is also Chun Kerson's teacher, were all present. These individuals are the team members' personal mentors, so they will naturally be present. Besides them, Mu Guozhu, one of the 4 pillars of the nation, was also present. In addition, there were 2 elderly men dressed as Taoist priests, and a large screen that was conducting remote communication. On it were 108 ghosts flashing with a cold light, which were none other than the spirits of the hero's tomb. As for the 2 Taoist priests, they were the senior and junior brothers of the corpse-clearing Taoist, the strange-clearing Taoist Nangong Haoran, and the soul-clearing Taoist Jugachiwa. Nangong Haoran was a burly man with a resolute face and an imposing presence. If he weren't wearing a Taoist robe, you wouldn't even be able to tell that he was a Taoist priest. You would think he was some kind of ruthless bandit. Even just sitting there, he naturally exuded a terrifying aura of bloodlust, and that was only after he actively suppressed it. As for Zhuge the glutton, he was a short, fair-skinned old man with a smiling face, giving him the appearance of a kind old man. But only those who knew him knew that this old man was the most cunning and ruthless of the 3 pure ones. The 10,000 souls banner stuck behind this guy's chair moved automatically, without any wind. Strands of twisted souls would occasionally float out of the banner, circling around the conference room before finally returning, causing the temperature in the entire conference room to drop several degrees out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the meeting room wasn't very good at the moment. Zheng Li, in particular, looked extremely unwell. Looking at the large screen displaying the remote communication system, she said with a respectful but helpless tone, "Esteemed heroes, it's just a mission. There's no need for you to come all this way." Unexpectedly, the Dragon King, the leader of the heroic spirits, spoke directly. "Little girl, you are mistaken. Ye Lingchen is the leader of the Ming group for this mission, and we can be considered his mentors. It's already excessive for us teachers not to provide our students with any good protection when they go out to train. Are we not even allowed to watch him from afar? If we do that, wouldn't we be unqualified as their mentors?" After the Dragon King finished speaking, he glanced at the corpse-clearing Taoist in the audience, his eyes and tone practically indicating that he was about to announce the corpse-clearing Taoist's name directly. This old man sent the kids on missions, not only without providing them with any tools, but also shutting down their skills. This kind of teacher must have been picked up off the street. The corpse-clearing Taoist's expression was somewhat unnatural. Before he could even offer a few words of explanation, the soul-clearing Taoist, who was sprawled out in a chair, sneered, and said with a mocking look, "Second senior brother, look, even they are finding fault with you. You are indeed a terrible teacher." "Bullshit. I'm doing this after considering everything. There are no restrictions on that kid's skills. Just wait and see the news about the island nation being bombed and sunk tomorrow." The corpse-clearing Taoist retorted with a glare. "TCH. That's just scaremongering, isn't it? Qinghun Daoist chuckled. You know what? I'm actually a little curious. You went to all this trouble to have me implant soul seeds in these kids, and you even called me and my senior brother here, just to see how this kid performs on the spot. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Guozhu slammed his fist on the table and roared. What? Oh Yang idiot, you actually planted a soul seed in them. My precious granddaughter is a girl. You old pervert, do you want to see what a girl's daily life is like? Zheng Li, standing to the side, said timidly, Lord Guozhu, you only have eyes for your own granddaughter. Other people's disciples are also girls. Chapter 159 Incomplete Information. Mu Guozhu was clearly taken aback, coughed awkwardly, and softened his tone. Ahem, anyway, oh Yang idiot, what you did in this matter was not fair. That's not fair. The corpse-clearing Taoist raised an eyebrow and immediately retorted, I'm just asking you, are you going to watch or not? Yes, you must see it. Mu Guozhu answered without hesitation and with unwavering certainty. My granddaughter is on a mission, shouldn't I be concerned? But you must promise not to see anything you shouldn't. Zhuge the foodie chimed in from the side. Don't worry, the soul seed has already set rules, so going to the toilet or taking a shower won't be displayed. Hearing him say that, Mu Guozhu's expression softened, and he sat down again. Soren and Jiang Fangyu, who had been silent the whole time, exchanged a glance and sighed inwardly. It seems like nobody cares about our students. Seeing that the debate had ended, Zheng Li rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and continued. Thank you all for attending. I would like to reiterate that this meeting is not mandatory. It is merely a routine assessment for top students. If you have any urgent matters to attend to, you may leave now, or you may leave at any time during the meeting. She glanced at everyone and, seeing that no one intended to leave, was about to introduce some basic information when she heard that foul-mouthed gluttonous Zhuge speak up again at an inopportune moment. Xiaozheng, I have to say something to you here. Most of us are your seniors. It's not very fair of you to lie to our faces like this. Senior Qinghun, I don't understand what you mean. Zheng Li's eyes flickered, but she still responded seriously. Still trying to be stubborn. Zhuge the glutton sat up straight, a wicked smile on his face. His cold eyes were fixed on Zheng Li across the conference table. Although she was also a strong person, she was still a little overwhelmed by Zhuge the glutton's pressure. Everyone here is an insider, so I'll be frank. That island nation is a piece of shit. Even I would get into trouble there. The target of this mission is the leader of your third group. Sending just a few greenhorns like these is a bit too frivolous, isn't it? Just as Zheng Li was about to retort, Zhuge the foodie raised his hand domineeringly to stop her and continued to press her step by step. I can somewhat understand the 3 kids from the dark group carrying out a rescue mission. But these guys from the bright group, especially Ye Lingchen who has a grudge against the chosen ones. Are you planning to use them as cannon fodder? As Zhuge the foodie spoke, he turned to look at Mu Guozhu. What's more, Mu Shanha's granddaughter is among them. Don't reveal the answer yet. Let me guess. Mu Shanha definitely agrees to what you're doing. My second senior brother didn't object either. Are you planning to fish? Even Zheng Li, the big boss who specializes in underground work, was struggling to withstand being bombarded with questions by such a terrifying person. She glanced at Mu Guozhu, who returned a not-so-subtle look. Zheng Li took a deep breath before slowly saying, Nothing can be hidden from Senior Qinghun. It really was a trap. Zheng Li turned on her bracelet, tapped a few times, and projected the content onto the conference room projector. This is the message that Xue Xiaoxiao sent back earlier. The message is incomplete and has clearly been interfered with. Then, a few words appeared intermittently on the projection screen. The private deity's experiment was misplanned and attacked our side. These few words are utterly confusing. The second half of the sentence is quite clear. The island nation is up to something and plans to attack China. But the first half is fragmented and leaves one guessing. The lost content is likely related to this shady dealing, but what exactly it is driving me crazy. Apart from Mu Guozhu and the corpse-clearing Taoist, everyone else gradually frowned, then looked at Zheng Li with puzzlement, waiting for her to give an explanation. Zheng Li pointed to the projection. This is the information we obtained after declassification. According to our department's analysis and reconstruction, Xue Xiaoxiao's general meaning is that the island nation was secretly conducting experiments related to gods, but failed. The other party wants to attack China. The first and second halves of the sentence seem to have no causal relationship. We speculate that the reason the other party wants to attack us is either related to the results of the experiment or they are seeking something needed for the experiment. Combined with the birth of a new batch of future brains among this year's graduates, we have reason to believe that the other party's goal is very likely to be the future brains. After Zheng Li finished speaking, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Even Zhuge the foodie lost his earlier liveliness, resting his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. The Taoist priest, who had been silent until now, frowned and asked, "An experiment about the gods? What are these islanders doing? Could it be that a god has returned?" "Impossible," Mu Guozhu replied decisively. "If a god were to return, Xiaoyao and his sister-in-law would definitely notice. Don't forget, he has that thing in his hands." The Taoist Qingwai nodded. That's true. But why didn't Xiaoyao come to this meeting? Doesn't he care about something so important?" Mu Guozhu chuckled. "Xiaoyao already knew when we were analyzing the transmitted content. He was also the first to propose the conclusion we just reached. As for why he didn't come to today's meeting," Mu Guozhu coughed awkwardly. His excuse was that the steamed bun shop was too busy, and his wife wouldn't approve his leave. The scene fell silent again. When Sanqing and the others heard this reason, they all nodded in agreement, as if the reason my sister-in-law won't approve the leave was very valid. If that's the case, then what conclusion did Xiaoyao reach? Could it be that he suspects the island nation is? Qingwai Doran's brows furrowed even more, and a fierce look quickly crept onto his already fierce face, sending chills down one's spine. "That's right, just as you guessed." Mu Guozhu gave an affirmative answer. Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone present guessed what Qingwai Daoist was going to say, and their expressions turned somewhat grim. "Damn it. These islanders are all lunatics and perverts." Daoist Qing Hun slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. "Senior brother, let's set off now. I think Japan has no reason to exist anymore. These scum are simply parasites on the human world and must be humanely destroyed." Destroyed. Qing Hun Daoran rolled up his sleeves and was about to leave when Qingshi Daoran quickly stopped him. "Third brother, calm down. What you're doing is tantamount to declaring war on them. Can you afford the consequences?" "Oh Yang, you idiot. Just admit you're a coward. Don't make it sound so high and mighty." Qing Hun Daoist showed no mercy and directly retorted, "Declare war if you want. Do you think we Dragon Kingdom people are afraid of him? We don't even need anyone else to take action. The three of US brothers can handle it. My myriad soul banner also needs a proper refinement. As for the consequences, everyone's dead. Are you afraid they'll come looking for revenge?" Chapter 160 Judgment Day. The more Qing Hun Daoist spoke, the more agitated he became, as if he had thought of something terrible, and his face became even more ferocious. "Have you all forgotten what those beasts did back then? Back then, they dumped wastewater into the ocean, and even after thousands of years, humans still can't directly eat anything from the sea. If it weren't for the purification technology that Yi Xianyuan developed, humanity would probably be cut off from the ocean forever." His words plunged the room into silence once again. Everyone's face showed barely suppressed resentment, and even the 108 heroic spirits connected remotely were no exception. "Damn it, it's these bastards. My ancestors were fishermen for generations, but because of them, my grandfather's generation was forced to change professions. I, a child who grew up by the sea, ended up as a street vendor. I've let my ancestors down." Zhao Laonian's furious roar rang out, pounding hard on everyone's hearts. Historical records indicate that on March 11th, 1,000 years ago, an unprecedented earthquake struck the eastern waters of the island nation, triggering a tsunami that destroyed a giant nuclear power plant in a coastal city. This incident drew the attention of the entire planet. The island nation's handling of the matter not only resulted in various oversights and constant criticism from its people, but what was even more infuriating was that, 10 years later, the island nation's government disregarded the opposition of countries around the world and used an almost rogue-like method to directly discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. This measure has had an unprecedented impact on the entire Earth's ecosystem. Just 1 year later, traces of nuclear contamination were found throughout the world's oceans. No sea area was spared. Even more terrifying is that, driven by Earth's own weather circulation system, mountains and rivers have been completely covered by nuclear contamination. All living things, not just humans, but even the flowers and grass on the ground, have been found to have trace amounts of residual nuclear radiation. As time went on, the consequences of this heinous act began to emerge. Higher disease rates, a series of gene mutations, and the continuous discharge of nuclear wastewater have rendered marine life completely inedible. Some research vessels have even detected terrifying mutated creatures in the deep sea. The island nation, the instigator of all this, continues to do as it pleases and is living an even more comfortable life. Later historians and theologians jointly designated March 11th, the day the earthquake occurred, as the Judgment Day, of the gods upon all living beings on earth. As public opinion continued to ferment, even children born on March 11th were labeled as cursed children, born to be hated and despised. It wasn't until the outbreak of the First Abyss War that this long-standing conflict was gradually forgotten, and all nations of humanity devoted themselves to the war against the alien race. However, as a nation with a long-standing ethnic hatred towards island nations, even after 1,000 years, no one will forget. The deep-seated national hatred towards island nations is firmly etched into their souls. The turning point for all of this came from an awakened individual named Yi Xianyuan. As the sole possessor of the brain of the future profession, he led a team to develop an effective method for removing nuclear contamination from seawater and marine organisms. Although it cannot completely solve the problem, it has revitalized the coastal ecosystem and even the marine fishing industry in the Dragon Kingdom. What's even more admirable is that China shared this technology free of charge with all countries in the world, including island nations. However, instead of expressing gratitude, the island nations turned around and accused China of hoarding its technology, claiming it had been mature for many years and was only forced to reveal it after the news was leaked. Honestly, the island nation's shameless behavior has long enraged countless Chinese people, and even other countries surrounding the island nation can no longer stand it. Given China's current strength, if war were to break out, the fate of the island nation would be predictable. But as the Taoist priest Qing Shi said, the consequences were something that the three pure ones could not possibly bear. The Dragon Kingdom is currently recovering and preparing for the upcoming war, leaving it with no time to attend to anything else. Even assuming the international situation is extremely complex, if they attack the island nation, its powerful backer will naturally not stand idly by and will certainly join the fray. At that point, a world war will be inevitable. While these people at the pinnacle of human potential may not be afraid, it is ultimately the people of the Dragon Kingdom who will suffer. After venting his emotions, Taoist Qing Han realized his loss of composure, but he just couldn't help it. Even though he was an old monster, talking about the shameless island nation of Japan still made his Dao heart unsettled. His words suddenly made the atmosphere in the conference room heavy. Qing Han Daoren was a little embarrassed and could only look at Qing Shi Daoren again, stubbornly sticking out his neck. Fine, you won't even let me fight. Then tell me, what do we do next? Of course it's cold. Ye Lingchen stretched and walked straight towards the airport exit. Zhang Wei, Li Jun, and the other two hurriedly followed behind. In the taxi on the way to the city, Mu Lingxi looked helplessly at Yi Lingchen, who still looked lazy, which made Mu Lingxi's already uneasy heart jump again. Little Yezi, stop slacking off. You're the team leader for this operation. Shouldn't you be developing an action plan? Or do you already have a plan? Tell us about it. Mu Lingxi glanced at the taxi driver in front of her. Zhang Wei, in the passenger seat, gave her a subtle gesture, confirming that the driver couldn't understand Chinese. Only then did the group feel at ease enough to start talking. Yeah, Yishun. As for traveling, I'm just joking around. We're here to do serious business, and we're aware of that. Li Jun chimed in. Yi Lingchen glanced at the group, shrugged, and put on an innocent expression. A battle plan? There's no such thing. Huh. Mu Lingxi's mouth gaped open in an O shape upon hearing this. The other two were also speechless. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Think about it. We came through legitimate channels. Do you think the enemy wouldn't know our information? No matter what we do, it's like we're standing under a spotlight, being monitored the whole time. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the driver in front. For example, in the car we are in right now, even if the driver can't understand, does that mean there aren't any listening devices on the car? I'm 100% sure that every word we say right now will be transmitted to those sons of bitches in real time. What? Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, then quickly covered his mouth and looked around warily, especially glaring fiercely at the taxi driver with gray hair. The latter, however, remained calm, seemingly unable to understand Chinese. Seeing the three of them looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, each keeping their lips tightly shut and not uttering a word, Yi Lingchen burst out laughing. Hey you three, stop being so ridiculous. Just because someone's listening in doesn't mean we have to talk. We're not only going to talk, we're going to talk a lot, until the other person can't take it anymore and shuts up. Yi Lingchen's statement left the three people beside him completely bewildered. Master Yi, this seems a bit difficult, doesn't it? What do you mean by that? What should we say? Li Jun tentatively asked. What are you saying? Yi Lingchen's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he suddenly raised his voice. Of course, I'm going to start cursing. Chapter 161 First Clash. Huh? Little Yezi, are you serious? If that's the case, then I'm not sleepy anymore, Zhang Wei said excitedly. Ye Lingchen's words seemed to possess a magical power, making the three of them's eyes light up. The three of them quickly understood his reasoning. Since they couldn't escape, they decided to play along and have some fun talking to each other first. So, for the next hour, the taxi transformed into a mobile fortress for the Zon people. For members of the Dark Group started a massive trash-talking party targeting the Chosen Ones. Foul language, rarely uttered in normal times, poured out like a flood from the four gaping maws of the abyss. Even a lady like Mu Lingxi gradually got into the mood under the influence of the atmosphere. Starting with the local dialect of Linhai City, the four of them learned and practiced dialects from all over the country by searching online. He could even rattle off the most vulgar curses from the capital city, a place he had only lived in for a short time. It has to be said that translation candy was like a magic weapon at this moment. Ye Lingchen and the other three's admiration for Song Zi rose to a new level once again. Li Jun even played Good Luck music to match. With the music playing, beautiful words gathered in the car, creating waves of sound that made people's blood boil, gradually bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Even the older taxi driver was infected by the atmosphere and imitated a few words, feeling a little emotional. Young people are so energetic. Is this called rap? You know what, he's actually pretty good at it. In the military base on the western outskirts of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. In a conference room, everyone could clearly see the images of Ye Lingchen and the others through the special means of the Soul Seed, and the effect was even more exciting than a live broadcast. But after Ye Lingchen announced his decision, the meeting room fell silent once again. The old man who cleansed corpses blushed and tried to use the excuse of urinating to escape, but was grabbed by the vice principal, Soren. In the remote communication, the 108 heroic spirits were all smiling, clapping their hands in satisfaction with the actions of their half-student. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged this kid. He's definitely a talent. A pillar of the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Zhao praised, gesturing wildly. You know what? These kids' profanities are really authentic. Even I, an old man, find them pleasing to the ear, the referee said, shaking his head. Hey, where's the blonde guy? Where did he go for such a great moment? Wah! Came the sound of blonde-haired boy crying from behind a group. I miss home. Ye Lingchen's few words in the local dialect of Zhuan instantly brought Huang Mao back to his days as a daredevil in Temple Street, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. On the contrary, the faces of the teachers in the conference room were not very good, and they glared angrily at the corpse-clearing Taoist. Mu Guozhu, in particular, had a dangerous glint in his eyes. Oh yang idiot, you old fool. This is the student you taught. Huh, you've corrupted my CC. You have to give me an explanation. Zheng Li, looking relaxed, leaned back comfortably and looked at Soren and Zhang Fengyu beside her, smiling. Now you don't have any objections to my grouping, right? Minister Zheng is wise. Ha ha ha, I'm liking this kid more and more. Qinghan Daoist slapped the table, laughing so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. I reckon those bastards from that island nation are probably so angry they're about to ascend to heaven. An island nation, within a base of the Chosen Ones group. Quickly, call the medical team. Lord Hikaru Ichijo has suddenly fainted. A staff member shouted anxiously as he looked at Hikaru Ichijo, who was sitting in a chair with flushed cheeks, rolled back eyes, and foaming at the mouth. For 1 hour, Hui was responsible for monitoring the movements of Ye Lingchen and the others. Just as the latter guessed, their information was obtained by the Chosen Ones from the moment they boarded the plane. The taxi they were in was naturally equipped with a listening device. The information of Ye Lingchen and the others was already clearly displayed on the big screen. Upon learning that the person who had come was the renowned rising star of the Dragon Kingdom, Ye Lingchen, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Group, Yamamoto Tetsu, urgently consulted his superiors and was told that they must not be allowed to return alive. Thus, apart from leaving Hikaru at headquarters to monitor enemy movements and continue interrogating Xue Xiaoxiao, the other members of the Suzuka group had already set off for Tokyo to launch a precision strike operation. For Yi Tiaohui, staying at headquarters was naturally a welcome respite. However, because Xue Xiaoxiao's interrogation was not going smoothly, he was already worried about his sex life for the rest of his life. No, I don't want to become a homebody. Hikaru Ichijo stared at Ye Lingchen and the other three on the screen, roaring inwardly. His hatred for these people had reached an overwhelming level. But as the taxi was filled with a cacophony of Japanese, translated in real time with remarkable accuracy and in accordance with the language habits of the island nation, Hikaru Ichijo couldn't take it anymore. At first, he thought the other group was a very low character and kept looking down on them. But because of the eavesdropping mission, he couldn't mute his microphone and had to listen at all times. Under the influence of the foul language, Hikaru couldn't control himself anymore. Before long, his face contorted in rage, his fists clenched, and his massive, 200-pound body trembled violently with fury, causing the chair beneath him to groan in pain. Damn it! Damn it! Those little bastards from the Dragon Kingdom. Sachiko! You must kill them for me. Kill them. Aya! Almost losing his temper, Hikaru finally couldn't take the verbal barrage from Ye Lingchen and the others. His blood boiled, and in his anger, he fainted. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Sachiko Nakata, whose listening channel had been temporarily taken over by Hikaru Ichijo after he went offline, suddenly changed her expression and decisively chose to mute herself. Seeing Nakata's changed expression, Watanabe Hirota, the programmer in charge of communications maintenance, instinctively grabbed the headset to listen, only to be slapped away by Nakata. Don't listen. If you do, you'll end up like that fatso. Thus, after Ye Lingchen and his group of 4 arrived in the island nation, their first covert confrontation ended with a resounding victory for the Chinese side. After cursing for a while, the 4 of them were a little thirsty, but their faces were filled with satisfaction and excitement. This is so satisfying. Little Yezi, you know what? I've never cursed at anyone so freely in my entire life. Mu Lingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her heartfelt joy made her radiate a youthful and intoxicating aura. Zhang Wei, his voice already hoarse, asked, Team leader, what do we do next? Ye Lingchen took out several bottles of mineral water from his divine kingdom and handed them to the 3 of them. He opened his bracelet to check the map and his current location, then waved his hand domineeringly. The next mission is very important. Come closer. All 3 were taken aback, then leaned closer with serious expressions. Seeing that the 3 were in the mood, Ye Lingchen mysteriously moved closer, then suddenly shouted loudly into their ears. Our next task is, of course, to have a blast. Ha ha ha. Chapter 162, each to their own arrangements. Shortly after Ye Lingchen's group officially landed in Tokyo. Late at night, somewhere on the western coast of the island nation, a pale hand gripped the rocks on the shore with all its might, and then a disheveled figure, like Sadako, slowly emerged from the sea. At this moment, Chen Kursen had lost her previous composure. Her clothes were soaked, and her hair was disheveled and stuck to her head. In the dark, she really looked like a female ghost. With great effort, Chen Kursen climbed onto the rocks on the shore, threw Lu Li, which she was carrying, aside, and lay down on her back, panting heavily and cursing under her breath. How could I be grouped with 2 such useless people? I want to quit, I want to quit. As she muttered to herself, a wisp of mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring her and Lu Li's figures. A short while later, the fog dissipated, and Chun Erniu appeared beside Chen Kursen with a smile, asking with concern, Why are you in such a disheveled state? Do you need my help? He should have kept quiet, because after he said that, Chen Kursen almost died on the spot. With her eyes wide open, and seemingly out of nowhere, she sprang up from the rocks, pointing at Chun Erniu and cursing him. I didn't believe you for a second. Help! If it weren't for you, would I be in this mess? I almost got swept away by the waves. Why did I listen to you and steal that lousy boat? Now look what happened. The boat is destroyed, and I almost died. Chun Erniu, you just wait. When we get back, I'll definitely write about your glorious deeds in my report. Chun Erniu remained silent after being spoken to by Chen Kursen. His baby face was full of grievances, which made people feel sorry for him. But in Chen Kursen's eyes, this harmless face was the biggest disguise. In reality, he was a damn scoundrel. Ever since they entered the storm's range, their dilapidated ship had been struggling to keep up and was on the verge of falling apart. Under these circumstances, even Lu Li, despite his seasickness, joined the effort to save the ship. Unfortunately, a wrecked ship is still a wrecked ship. About 100 nautical miles from the shore, the ship, which had already left the storm behind, finally let out its last wail and then fell apart. Apart from Chun Erniu, the other 2 fell into the sea and became soaked to the bone. Even more tragically, Lu Li was a terrible swimmer. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. If Chun Kursen hadn't pulled him back at the crucial moment, he would have sacrificed himself for the country before even starting the mission. Finally, after 2 hours of battling nature, the 3 of them reached the shore safely. Chun Erniu was unharmed. Chen Kursen was in a terrible state, and only Lu Li, with his belly swollen like a toad, lay there like a dead dog, too lazy to move an inch. After venting her anger for more than 10 minutes, Chen Kursin finally calmed down. While listening to Chen Kursin's complaints, Chen Erniu tried to save Lu Li and finally managed to revive him. Fortunately, Lu Li had only drunk too much seawater and was not in any serious danger. After using up some restorative medicine, he was full of energy again. The three of them found a place that was barely sheltered from the wind to rest for the time being. Chen Kursin reluctantly asked Chen Erniu, "Where to next?" "Tokyo. I remember the last place where Group 3 disappeared was in Ueno Ward, Tokyo. Their secret group is led by Chen Erniu. Even the group members don't know what specific missions they are carrying out yet. It will only be announced when they land in the island nation." Chen Erniu tapped his bracelet and opened the map of the island nation. The Chinese side had received the request and then released the mission details, marking a location on the map. "We're not going to Tokyo." Chen Erniu's face turned bitter as he looked at the location on the map. He shared the location information with the other two. "Our destination is Mount Fuji, Tokyo, Akihabara." Seeing the beautiful young women walking around the streets and the anime posters everywhere, Ye Lingchen and Zhang Wei, who were visiting Japan for the first time, were overwhelmed with excitement. Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, on the other hand, were fine, as they had both traveled to Japan several times before. Li Jun, in particular, has many friends here because of his personal interests. Upon hearing that he was actually coming for tourism, this guy completely let loose and made full use of his connections in the island nation. He had already prepared the itinerary while still in the car. If Ye Lingchen hadn't stopped him, he would have even arranged for a professional tour guide. After all, they were young people. Even though they had been there a few times before, Li Jun and Mu Lingxi were still full of energy and started shopping sprees. Just then, Ye Lingchen called out to Mu Lingxi, "Cici, you stay with them and go shopping first. I'm going to the restroom." "Huh? Are you sure you can manage on your own? Should we wait for you?" "No need. I just need to use the restroom. I'll call you later. Keep an eye on them for me, and please be careful." "Okay." Mu Lingxi nodded seriously, glanced thoughtfully at Ye Lingchen, and then caught up with Zhang Wei and Li Jun, gradually walking away. After watching them disappear into the crowd, Ye Lingchen walked straight into the mall and went directly into the restroom. He closed the cubicle door, and with a thought, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear in the divine realm a moment later. Before embarking on the next phase of the operation, Ye Lingchen had important matters to attend to. This kind of thing can't be done in front of the other three people, and it certainly can't be seen by strangers. After much deliberation, this was the only option I could come up with. Neither Geddes nor Kritos were present beneath the throne. They were each overseeing the infrastructure projects within the divine realm. Kritos even created a realistic illusion of Ye Lingchen squatting in the toilet outside, just in case. Ye Lingchen did not call the two over, but instead closed the palace gates alone and instructed the guards outside that no one was allowed to enter without his permission. Having done all this, he once again took out the long-lost Wheel of Fate and pulled out 10 divine stones. The last time he drew a card was at the beginning of last month. He's been so busy since then, so busy that half of this month has already passed, he completely forgot about drawing cards. Now that he's in an unfamiliar island nation, and his skills have been restricted, Ye Lingchen has decided that he must use up this month's quota before officially taking action. Whatever he draws, it will be of some help to his trip. This is also the source of Ye Lingchen's confidence. He has great confidence in his passive talent, which is practically a cheat code. Every time he drew a card, "I'm the lucky one," never disappointed him. In fact, it was as if it could read Ye Lingchen's mind, knowing what he was going to face next, and drawing something that perfectly suited the current situation. Just like the previous return scroll and formation scroll. However, looking at the 10 divine stones in his other hand, Ye Lingchen couldn't help but feel a little pained. He doesn't have many divine stones left now. These are the stock he had left over from a few months ago. Drawing cards requires divine stones, and so does the daily expenses in the dormitory, especially the special training room that requires 100 divine stones to unlock, which Ye Lingchen has always been thinking about. After this mission, I need to check out the Adventurers Guild, pick up some quests, and do some serious grinding in the dungeons. Thinking of this, Ye Lingchen sighed and threw the 10 divine stones into the Wheel of Destiny, without hesitation. Chapter 163, The Second Throne. Activated. Not much different from the previous gacha draws, the Wheel of Fortune lived up to expectations and produced 2 items first. This is Kritos's constellation. I already drew 4 constellations last month, and this time I completed the last 2. In this way, his 2 most capable lieutenants, Geddes and Kritos, were both at full strength. This undoubtedly added a layer of protection to his subsequent actions. Of course, the two destiny constellations were also within Ye Lingchen's expectations. He was even more looking forward to what good things he would draw next. As a result, after waiting for more than 2 minutes, the Wheel of Fortune kept spinning and the light grew brighter, but nothing came out. Ye Lingchen began to have doubts. This has never happened before. Could it be that this thing is trying to steal my divine stone? Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, the throne beneath his feet trembled, and Ye Lingchen felt as if the entire divine kingdom was shaking. The next second, the mother nest actively transmitted a slightly excited emotion, which puzzled Ye Lingchen. Just then, the wheel of fate suddenly shifted. A blinding red light engulfed the entire palace, and a beam of red light shot into the sky, transforming into a huge red ball of light that enveloped Ye Lingchen and even the throne. This is... Ye Lingchen opened his mouth wide in surprise. He could actually feel a rich source of power within this ball of light. A rich source of primordial energy surged from the ball of light, cleansing Ye Lingchen's body. At the same time, a message filled with ancient energy appeared in Ye Lingchen's mind. Detection indicates the Abyss Lord has reverted to the original mode. Activate the original Abyss Lord's constellation. Following this, more detailed explanations about the first Abyss Lord came in quick succession. The first Abyss Lord, one of the first abyssal creatures conceived by the mother nest at the dawn of the abyss, possessing an infinite lifespan comparable to that of gods. As the first and most powerful beings, the original Abyss Lords almost single-handedly pioneered the abyss. They possessed formidable individual abilities, noble character, and unparalleled leadership. In the years that followed, as more and more abyssal creatures emerged, the first Abyss Lord integrated himself into the populace, playing various roles, teaching the abyssal creatures survival skills, and completing the enlightenment of the first generation of beings. Unlike the Abyss Lords who followed, the first Abyss Lords possessed formidable power, rivaling that of gods without needing to rely on subordinate forces. They were the guardians of the abyss, the unyielding foundation upon which it stood. Even though Ye Lingchen was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit overwhelmed by all this information. Information about the first Abyss Lord was not even recorded in the libraries of Tsinghua and Peking universities. What he was seeing now was probably the first time in human history that he had gained such detailed knowledge of the deepest secrets of the abyss. Especially the line, possessing power comparable to that of the gods, is absolutely awesome. Ye Lingchen vaguely remembered that forced journey to the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, he felt as many as 100 terrifying auras that made his soul tremble. If I'm not mistaken, those auras should belong to the so-called First Abyss Lord. To put it more directly, Ye Lingchen even fought against the First Abyss Lord. That's right, poor Lord Arigius. Before it could even unleash its full potential, it returned to the mother nest, its very soul drained. If there are hundreds of such terrifying beings, then humanity has absolutely no chance of winning. That's not right either. More than 100 beings comparable to gods, plus the gods of the abyss. With such formidable strength, how did the gods of Blue Star win back then? What's even stranger is that none of these Abyss Lords appeared on the battlefield at that time. Otherwise humanity would have had no chance to fight back. Either there are some restrictions, or there are other unknown secrets, which is why these powerful beings did not appear on the battlefield of the First Abyss War. Through this explanation of the First Abyss Lord, Ye Lingchen quickly grasped some key questions and drew important conclusions through his own deductions. He felt that he was one step closer to the truth of that war. The relationships between the Abyss Gods and the Blue Star Gods, between the Abyss Gods and the First Abyss Lord, and between the Abyss and Blue Star. All these factors combined to create an even more complex web. Ye Lingchen had a strong feeling that someone was orchestrating a grand scheme behind the scenes. Even the self-destruction of the mother nest, his rebirth in the human world as a unique weapon, and the very existence of his Abyss Lord class were not baseless rumors. Just as he was pondering these secrets, the message seemed to feel that Ye Lingchen had taken too long, and it flashed again, reminding him to make a decision quickly. Open it. We have to open it. This is practically a second destiny seat. Ye Lingchen clicked confirm without hesitation. This reminded him of when he played Genshin Impact and unlocked his second constellation in Nada. Judging from this, the First Abyss Lord emphasized personal ability. In other words, these constellations are all related to me personally. It seems that sealing the skills this time turned out to be a lucky accident. Ye Lingchen suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Passive talents really lived up to their reputation. Just when I was dozing off, they delivered a perfect boost to my life. The third draw of this 10 draw was like a switch. After Ye Lingchen clicked to confirm, 6 more red lights appeared in sequence. The long-awaited exhilaration is back. The second constellation is unlocked, instantly reaching max constellation. Given that the Abyss Lord has emerged as a class in the human world, the first Abyss Lord's constellation has been adjusted to better suit the realities of the human world. Please note, the adjusted constellation does not affect the Abyss Lord's inherent strength. It neither strengthens nor weakens the constellation itself. Please use it with confidence. Ascension 1. Connect with the masses. The Abyss Lord can transform into any carbon-based life form. This transformation can be used at any time, but can only be used once every 24 hours, lasting for 24 hours each time, with a 24-hour cooldown. Ascension 2. If you can't compete with others, you'll compete to the death. The transformation effect of Constellation 1 has no time limit, no duration limit, and no cooldown limit. Ascension 3. I couldn't help it. I was too immersed in the role. The transformation effect of Constellation 1 rises to the soul level, making it impossible for any detection spell to discern its authenticity. Ascendant 4th. Ingratitude? Absolutely not. The Abyss Lord is immune to all rule-based skills and spells. Ascendant 5. The Lord's blessings are everywhere. The Abyss Lord can transform into any fully fledged crafting profession and use all of its skills. Only one crafting profession can be active at a time. It can only be used once every 24 hours, with a 24-hour duration and a 24-hour cooldown. Ascendant 6. I will lead all living beings to enlightenment. The transformation effect of Constellation 5 has no time limit, no duration requirement, and no cooldown. There is no limit to the number of classes that can use it simultaneously. Chapter 164 Mysterious Map. When the sixth life of the second life seed appeared before him, Ye Lingchen was so excited that he almost cried. An overwhelming sense of happiness instantly enveloped his entire body, and Ye Lingchen transformed into a devout believer, spreading his arms wide towards the sky. I knew it. I knew you loved me. My beloved cheat code daddy. It has to be said that I am the luckiest is like a tapeworm in Ye Lingchen's stomach, giving him exactly what he needs right now. What's even more crucial is that this thing is custom-made and adapted to local conditions. Ye Lingchen didn't know what the original second constellation was, but the improved version in front of him was already incredibly powerful. It was so incredible that he didn't even know how many holy crap he had to use to express his feelings. The 6 fates can be divided into 3 aspects. The first, second, and third lives are mainly characterized by their transformation abilities. Isn't this just the great sage's 72 transformations? Moreover, the 3 lives allow the transformation to reach its ultimate effect. This is different from the illusions of credos. Illusions merely deceive the 5 senses. Targeted detection spells can immediately expose them. Ye Lingchen's transformation reached the soul level. In other words, to his enemies, if he became a fly, he truly looked like a fly. If he became a succubus, he truly looked like a succubus. If he became a stone? Sorry, stones really can't be transformed. Transformation abilities aren't omnipotent either. Currently, they only apply to carbon-based life forms. If Ye Lingchen wanted to, he could even become a paramecium. Next, the 4th destiny seed made Ye Lingchen invincible even before the battle began. In Ye Lingchen's opinion, this passive ability is somewhat inconsistent with its importance even when placed in the 4th constellation. The concept of immunity rules is very broad, encompassing skills and spells. It's important to understand that the rule system isn't limited to everyday professions. If we elevate it to the level of deities, any attack they launch is a true rule system imbued with the rules of heaven and earth. In this way, the value of the 4th life visibly increased to a terrifying level that made Ye Lingchen's liver tremble. Compared to the 4th life, the 5th and 6th lives, while still abnormal, are not as outstanding. However, the 5 lives and 6 lives are the abilities that Ye Lingchen most desires to obtain right now. It can possess the ability to have any one of the following life professions at full life, and there is no limit to the number. With the blessing of a powerful constellation, even 2 professions that have a conflicting relationship can coexist, such as the merchant and the rogue. The only thing that made Ye Lingchen a little unsure was the phrase, already made contact. What does contact mean? How do you define contact? Ye Lingchen fell into deep thought. Does eye contact count as contact? Among millions of people, I gazed at you with deep affection. What are you looking at? What's it to you if I'm looking at you? It seems we're stuck in a vicious cycle. Or perhaps, mental contact also applies? Ye Lingchen shook his head, feeling that this kind of long-distance, telepathic communication shouldn't count. Otherwise, if he casually recites the name of a deity, could he gain some of the deity's abilities? The most likely explanation is physical contact. But this also has its problems. Does touching count as contact? Does touching clothes count? Is physical intimacy still necessary? If you kill someone with a single punch, does looting their corpse count as contact? These are all problems. Moreover, this ability is not omnipotent. First, combat professions cannot be copied. Second, if it's a crafting profession he's never seen before, Ye Lingchen still needs to be careful. It's true that he's immune to rule-based skills and spells, but some life skills don't directly target enemies. Instead, they're specifically designed to affect teammates. He vividly recalled that before their arrival, Minister Zheng Li had given them special training, mentioning some professions unique to island nations. She had warned them to be extremely careful. I wonder what surprises the enemy we're facing this time will bring. As Ye Lingchen pondered this, he waved his hand, and 6 rays of light entered his body, illuminating all the second life seats he had activated. It was at this moment that the final ray of light from the 10 pole finally arrived. Huh? What's this? Ye Lingchen reached into the red light, and pulled out a scroll that felt smooth and slightly heavy. Upon closer inspection, Ye Lingchen realized that this thing was not actually a scroll, but a tube tied together with a delicate silk thread. Carefully untying the silk threads, the roll unfolded and appeared before Ye Lingchen. This is a map. What is displayed before you is a huge map, 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. The map's material is unknown, but it feels exceptionally smooth to the touch, with a silky yet slightly resistant feel that makes you want to keep rubbing it. Ye Lingchen could tell what was on the map at a glance. This is a world map of the entire planet Earth. It's not much different from the large map that the teacher puts on the blackboard in middle school geography class. What's different is that this map is incredibly realistic, giving the feeling of looking down at the blue planet from space. The colors of the plains, rivers, mountains, and deserts on land are exactly the same as in reality, and the entire map is not smooth, but has elevation differences. Mountains rise up, while basins sink down. What surprised Ye Lingchen even more was that the rivers and oceans on the map were actually moving. The course of the river, the trend of the ocean currents, all of this was vividly displayed before me. The top layer of the map shows the movement trajectory of Earth's atmosphere. White clouds dotted the landscape, and Ye Lingchen even saw a storm that had just formed in the southwestern sea of the island nation, slowly moving towards the coast of China. Such a realistic map. Could this really be made by a human? Ye Lingchen could hardly believe his eyes. Even the feeling of unlocking the second constellation wasn't as surprising as seeing this map. To put it bluntly, Ye Lingchen seemed to have gained a heavenly eye at this moment, able to see any place on the entire planet at any time. Can you see anywhere? Ye Lingchen froze instantly. He looked up at the map, his face almost touching it, his eyes fixed on the direction of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, with only one thought in his mind. Tsinghua University and Peking University. In an instant, Ye Lingchen's vision underwent a strange change. He was still standing in front of the throne, and the map was still floating quietly in front of him, but his field of vision rapidly magnified, and magnified again. In less than a breath, when his vision cleared again, a shocking scene unfolded. Ye Lingchen's perspective had reached a height of less than 100 meters directly above Peking University. From this angle, the entire campus is laid out before you. Although it was already evening, the campus was still bustling with people. A group of men and women with powerful auras walked through the campus streets. The university's 6 canteens were also brightly lit, with people coming and going from time to time. Ye Lingchen subconsciously looked towards the north of the campus. The hero's tomb, surrounded by bamboo groves and shrouded in mist, came into view. At that very moment, in the underground space of the hero's tomb, the diviner Lu Laonian and the Dragon King both looked up at the void. Who is spying on us? The Dragon King's expression darkened, and a terrifying pressure surged into the sky, crashing towards the direction of that gaze. But his warning came up empty. There was nothing in that direction. Strange. Could it be that I'm imagining things? Impossible. I felt it too. Old Lu shook his head firmly. That's really strange. It's impossible, isn't it? How could they have broken through the seal and seen this place so easily? Chapter 165. This map is awesome. The strange behavior of the Dragon King and his companion attracted the attention of the others in the meeting room. Dragon King, what has happened? It's nothing, The Dragon King shook his head and said hesitantly, I just sensed something looking towards the hero's tomb. Is that so? Strange, my formation hasn't reacted either, said the corpse-clearing Taoist, frowning. At their level, no anomaly can be simply explained by illusion or oversight. The human ceiling rarely makes mistakes, and hallucinations are even less likely. Unless it is a being that transcends humanity, but those beings have long been sealed away, let alone casting a glance here. Even finding a mortal agent would come at a considerable cost, let alone using their primordial power just to take a look at this place. After the brief interlude, the Dragon King seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer, and he looked at the huge projection on the conference room wall. What about that kid Ye Lingchen's scene? Master Qinghun shrugged and said helplessly, who knows? He just went into the bathroom and hasn't come out for almost an hour. He probably has an upset stomach. We can't exactly livestream him taking a dump, can we? On the other side, Ye Lingchen's shock continued to grow. He had just discovered a wonderful use for this map. As long as he focused his gaze on a place, he could directly zoom in and pinpoint the location of whatever he was thinking of. He's been playing for 10 minutes now and is still having a blast. Many places he never dared to imagine before are now vividly presented before his eyes, without any secrets. After a moment, Ye Lingchen shook his head in disappointment. It would be great if it could be more precise, like being able to see directly what's happening in a particular room. He swiftly nipped the evil thought in the bud. That's too dangerous. How could I have such a thought? I'm not like those two perverts, Zhang Wei and Li Jun. Wait, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, let me see. A flash of inspiration struck Ye Lingchen once more. With a sudden burst of insight, he slightly shifted his gaze towards the Tokyo area of Japan, silently reciting, Zhang Wei, Li Jun, Mu Lingxi. The next second, 3 red dots appeared on the map. The field of vision zoomed out again, this time to the skies above Akihabara. 3 points of light are currently appearing inside a 5-story shopping mall. Although the interior of the building was not clearly visible, the 3 red lights were clearly visible through the building. Holy crap! This map even has tracking and real-time location features. This is insane. It's fucking insane. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I want to play again. Let me see. Ye Lingchen's gaze turned back to the capital. As the view shifted, the mountains in the western suburbs of the capital came into view. Inside one of the unassuming hills, 4 red dots of light were clearly visible. Unlike Zhang Wei and his 2 companions, these 4 points of light remained stationary, staying in one place. Teacher, Vice Principal Soren, and even Zhang the Killer and Minister Zhang. Damn it, they can see all of this. Ye Lingchen excitedly pumped his fist. Any security measures inside the military base were practically non-existent and couldn't stop his spying at all. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, the corpse-clearing Taoist suddenly looked up at the ceiling, his gaze seemingly piercing through the layers of mountain walls and gazing into the void. Next up was Vice Principal Soren, who also looked up in confusion. Next were Jiang Fangyu and Zheng Li, but neither of them seemed to have such a keen sense of awareness. They just felt uneasy, sensing that someone was watching them, but they couldn't pinpoint the source. Second senior brother, what are you doing? Qinghun Taoist asked in confusion. The Taoist priest looked at it for a while, his brows furrowing and relaxing repeatedly before finally looking away. It's nothing. I think I just felt someone watching me too. The 3 men beside Soren also chimed in. However, the others looked completely bewildered. Second brother, did you not sleep well last night? Are you acting crazy like the Dragon King? Upon hearing this over the long-distance communication, the Dragon King's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. The corpse-clearing Taoist roared, sleep my ass. Do people at our level need to sleep? You saw it too. Not just me. The other 3 felt it too. But I didn't feel anything. Qinghun Taoist shrugged, then turned to look to the side. Senior brother, Mu Shana, where are you two? When their names were mentioned, the latter all shook their heads repeatedly. Look, I didn't even sense anyone stronger than you. This only proves that the 4 of you are definitely delusional. Cough cough. I'm not saying you're weak. I'm just stating the facts. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Qinghun Daoran said with an innocent smile. I can't be bothered with you. The corpse-clearing Taoist's face darkened. He had no way to deal with his foul-mouthed junior brother. You can't beat them in a fight, and you can't win a verbal battle either, so just ignore them. The other 3 were also quite embarrassed. They were even weaker, so they had no choice but to swallow their pride and bear it. Qinghun Taoist really misunderstood them about this matter. In reality, before Ye Lingchen set off, only his 4 personal teachers were in the meeting room. The other two members of the Sanqin group, along with Mu Guozhu, joined the meeting later. He didn't know these people were there, so he didn't think of them. Besides, he had never seen the three people who came later, so even if he thought of them, they wouldn't appear on the map. Having discovered the hidden feature again, Ye Lingchen became even more unrestrained. He watched Ning Wuhan, Xiao Changtian, Wang Tianhua, Long Yang, and Xiaoyao Xian in succession. However, when he saw Xiaoyao Xian, the latter's red suddenly shone brightly, stinging his eyes and causing tears to stream down his face. Ye Lingchen was so frightened that he quickly looked away. I hope this old man didn't find out. Several minutes passed before Ye Lingchen rubbed his slightly swollen eyes and recovered. In fact, the Immortal of Freedom did discover it, and even retaliated. It was fortunate that the map was so extraordinary, otherwise, Ye Lingchen would have gone blind on the spot. From then on, he dared not look at those high-level beings. He originally wanted to see the heroic spirits, but he gave up because of the lesson he had just learned. After that, he turned his attention to another place. He had just visited this place. It was the Central Theater Command Base. Let me see what Song Zi is doing now. What if she's taking a bath with the window open and the angle just happens to be right? Ye Lingchen wanted to laugh, but he held back. However, the thoughts in his mind were getting out of control. My vision blurred again, and the next second, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before me. She was wearing an adorable bunny pajama set, seemingly having just come from the bathroom. Her hair was still slightly damp, and she was enveloped in a cloud of white steam. Her fair skin had taken on a rosy hue after the bath, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Song Zi dried her hair with a towel, looking at the empty dormitory in front of her with a bright smile. Little Leaf, is that you? Zi, holy crap. Ye Lingchen froze instantly. Chapter 166. The message transmitted with a life. Ye Lingchen never dreamed that things would turn out so badly with Song Zi, after everything was going so well before. Putting aside the perverted immortal Lao Deng, even a big shot like teacher Qing Shi Daoren couldn't find me, so why did it fail with Song Zi? The two of them gazed at each other across time and space. Ye Lingchen's eyes were filled with panic and embarrassment, while Song Zi's eyes held a knowing smile and shyness that seemed to see through his thoughts. But beneath this, there was a hint of heartache that even Ye Lingchen couldn't detect. After a long silence, Song Zi finally broke it. Little Yezi, I'm relieved to see you're still alive and kicking. Huh? What are you saying? Your brother Yi is a lord now. How could he possibly die? Really? Song Zi asked, drying her hair as she looked down at Ye Lingchen with a smile still on her face. You really haven't died? Ye Lingchen's expression froze. The current Song Zi feels somewhat unfamiliar to him. It's like he's an omniscient and omnipotent charlatan. That's right. He's a charlatan. It was as if with just a glance, the other party could see through his entire past and present life. This caused a flicker of panic in Ye Lingchen's heart, along with a sense of apprehension. Song Zi noticed these thoughts and smiled bitterly. Little Yezi, are you a little afraid of me? I don't. Stop being stubborn. You never lie. Song Zi hung the towel aside and sat quietly on the soft bed like a well-behaved kitten. Her rounded body pressed into a beautiful silhouette on the soft bedding. At this moment, Ye Lingchen suddenly felt a little dazed, as if he had returned to the past. She's still the same Song Zi, still the top student, still the somewhat introverted but actually stronger than anyone else, who always silently loves herself. Ye Lingchen felt a pang of self-reproach. I'm such a beast. Song Dai is still the same Song Dai. How could she possibly change? Song Dai is the nickname he gave Song Zi, and he has been calling her that for many years. Dumb. Upon hearing this word, Song Zi finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. You finally called me that. Little Yezi, don't be afraid. It's just that because of the future brain, my temperament has undergone some changes that even I can't control. In any case, I'm still the Song Dai in your heart. Their eyes met again in midair, and they nodded silently. No words were spoken, yet their understanding remained unspoken. This is Ye Lingchen and Song Zi. They never need many words. They know each other like mind readers, sharing a deep understanding and unspoken connection. Just as Ye Lingchen was about to chat with her for a bit and catch up, Song Zi frowned slightly. Her smile vanished abruptly, and then her expression turned serious as she said urgently, Little Yi, there's no time. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Ye Lingchen was taken aback for a moment, but seeing the other party's serious expression, he didn't say anything more. He knew Song Zi very well. Whenever she showed that expression, it meant she was talking about serious business and something very important. If he joked around at that moment, Song Zi would get angry. Ye Lingchen nodded silently, listening attentively. Song Zi's eyes darted around, and her tone became more urgent. Xiao Yezi, you must be careful. Be careful of everything. Don't trust anyone. Just then, without warning, Song Zi coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained her bunny pajamas. Ye Lingchen was shocked and was about to speak when she raised her hand to stop him. Don't speak, listen to me. In this world of Blue Star, don't trust anyone. After a moment's hesitation, Song Zi shook her head. No, if we're talking about truly trusting someone, there's only 1.5 people. That one is me. The other half is Mu Lingxi. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, this time staining the bedsheets red, but Ye Lingchen dared not interrupt him even more. He seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, and his eyes gradually sharpened. Also, if you have the chance to escape, do it. Don't come back. Even if you escape to the abyss, never return to Earth. Song Zi seemed to have used all her strength to say those words. She collapsed from exhaustion as soon as she finished speaking. Zi. Song Dai. Ye Lingchen was shocked, but powerless, and could only watch helplessly as Song Zi's delicate body lay on the bed. The next second, his vision blurred, and an invisible force, from who knows where, suddenly emerged and slammed into Ye Lingchen. With a loud crash, Ye Lingchen's body was sent flying backward, smashing the throne behind him and flying dozens of meters before landing awkwardly on the ground. At this moment, blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, and black blood was also flowing from the corners of his eyes. His vision blurred, and a sharp, throbbing pain shot through his brain. Ye Lingchen clutched his head and collapsed to his knees in agony. He was injured by that force. At this moment, even his thoughts were frozen, and his mind was buzzing. Half an hour later, Ye Lingchen got up from the ground, trembling. My head was still throbbing, but I had regained consciousness. He teleported back to the throne, where the map still floated silently, as if nothing had happened. With an anxious look on his face, Ye Lingchen looked towards the Central Theater Command Base again, silently reciting Song Zi's name in his heart. But this time, the new feature that had always worked failed. No matter how hard he tried, he could never see Song Zi again. In his panic, he tried again, looking at the 3 members of the Dark Group who had also come to the island nation to carry out a mission. This time, we saw that Shun Erniu and his 2 companions were on a Shinkansen bullet train moving at high speed. This proves that the location function is working properly. It's just not working for Song Zi. What exactly is that force? Ye Lingchen felt a wave of fear wash over him. The source of the power was unknown, but Ye Lingchen calmed down and realized something was wrong. Although the force was sudden and powerful, it seemed to have no killing intent. It simply stunned Song Zi and severed the connection between itself and the other party. All indications suggest that the other party's intention is not to let me hear any more information. But what exactly is it that Song Zi is trying to convey to herself even at the risk of injury? Can anyone be trusted? Besides Song Zi herself, is there half Mu Lingxi? Why the 2 of them, and why half? As for the following sentence, what does it mean to let yourself run? Run? Where can I run to? Song Zi told him to leave Earth. Does that mean he wants to break free from Earth and go to the universe? The other person said, even if you go to the abyss, don't come back. In other words, while the abyss is a backup option, it is not the optimal solution. Why is that? Damn it. I feel like I have even more questions now. Ye Lingchen slammed his fist hard on the throne. The throne, already riddled with holes, was now completely shattered into pieces. He has many questions that he hasn't found the answers to yet. Father, mother, gods, war, profession, and so on, even the fact that he traveled through time itself. Now, there are even more questions, and this time it's all danger and warnings. For a moment, Ye Lingchen was in a state of utter confusion, and he sat dejectedly on the ruins of the throne, unable to pull himself out of his reverie for a long time. Chapter 167, The Black Light Cluster on the Map. The moment Song Zi fell unconscious, a sharp alarm sounded in the Research Institute's control room. The soldier on duty reflexively jumped up from his chair, staring at the alarm on the screen and shouting frantically, "Future Brain! Something's happened to Future Brain. Guard team, medical team, proceed to the rescue immediately." This was an alarm condition that Song Zi set herself. She started doing these things as soon as she came out of the underground space last time. As long as she is within the base, regardless of her location, an alarm will be automatically sent if her vital signs become abnormal, and rescuers will arrive immediately. In less than 5 minutes, Song Zi's dormitory door was opened, and the medical team quickly checked her condition and, without saying a word, lifted her onto a stretcher. Under the escort of numerous guards, she was directly taken to the previously isolated underground space. The head of the medical team, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looked at Song Zi, who was soaking in a huge glass container, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His profession is doctor, and he was the first to arrive and check on Song Zi's condition. Fortunately, he discovered that Song Zi was only unconscious and not in any life-threatening danger. Unfortunately, he failed to see that Song Zi's vitality, or rather, her lifespan, had been permanently damaged. It should be fine to leave it here. If nothing unexpected happens, it should wake up within an hour, the doctor said to Chiu Changtian, who was asking about the situation over the phone. After hanging up the phone, he let out a long sigh of relief and said to everyone, "All right, everyone leave now. The brain of the future doesn't need anyone to look after it and doesn't want to be disturbed." The group quickly evacuated the area, leaving Song Zi alone floating quietly inside the giant glass vessel in the vast space. Less than 10 minutes after everyone left, Song Zi, who remained unconscious, suddenly twitched her eyelids slightly. Immediately afterwards, a dark light burst forth from her body, seemingly connecting to an unknown space-time. At this moment, the brain of the future has reached its fifth life. Ye Lingchen in the divine kingdom gradually recovered from his dazed state. He took a deep breath to calm his complicated emotions. He originally intended to go out immediately, then called Chiu Changtian to report on Song Zi's situation and asked them to come to her rescue. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. That force just now had no killing intent. It was more like an unconscious, automatic defense. Their conversation triggered something that caused that force to erupt, forcibly separating them. Given Song Zi's future brain abilities, since she risked telling him these things, she must have anticipated this situation. Ye Lingchen had great confidence in Song Zi. On the other hand, if he were to say it himself, he would be unable to explain it clearly. After much deliberation, Ye Lingchen decided to wait and see. Composing himself, he prepared to pack up the map and leave the divine kingdom. The moment his gaze returned to the map, Ye Lingchen's pupils suddenly contracted. Some strange changes have appeared on the map that were not seen before. 7 black orbs of light appeared in various corners of the map. 4 of them are on land, and 3 are in the ocean. The 3 light clusters in the sea are located at the centers of the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, respectively. The 4 on land are located in the Himalayas, the Sahara Desert, Antarctica, and an island nation. Ye Lingchen stared at the orbs of light, his brows gradually furrowing. He swore that these things weren't on the map at all. Why did these orbs of light appear after I spoke with Song Zi? Is there some connection between them? He stared at the cluster of light from the nearest island nation, lost in thought. This ball of light is not in Tokyo, but in Fukushima, the site of a nuclear accident that occurred 1,000 years ago. After hesitating several times, Ye Lingchen finally mustered up the courage to investigate, but the result disappointed him. No matter how much he focused his mental energy, his vision remained limited. The dark ball of light slowly rotated, like a black hole that devoured the mind, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. What do these 7 black orbs of light represent? Strange thoughts inexplicably popped into Ye Lingchen's mind. Could they be the Dragon Balls? Can they summon Shenron after being collected? After a moment, he shook his head again. Never mind. Let's finish the mission first. If I have time, I'll go explore. Ye Lingchen had already figured it out. Drawing this magical map from the card draw must have some purpose, and the timing of the appearance of these 7 black orbs was also somewhat deliberate. This practically tells him, this thing is very useful to you. Go quickly. Based on the life motto of a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal, Ye Lingchen would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. He's not afraid of danger. With the mother nest in hand, resurrection is his destiny. All right, we've wasted too much time. We need to hurry and meet up with them. Looking at the time, almost 2 hours had passed. Ye Lingchen put away the map and quickly left the divine kingdom. There was nothing unusual outside. Ye Lingchen pretended to flush the toilet and came out looking refreshed. Seeing him reappear on the screen, everyone in the conference room in the Dragon Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is clearly taking a paid break to slack off at work. Second senior brother, you should deduct his salary. No, you should deduct his academic credits, said Xinghan Daoist. Shut up. Why are you everywhere? Can't you just keep a proper eye on things? The corpse-clearing Taoist glared at him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ye Lingchen come out of the restroom. After so much time, even he began to suspect that something might have happened to the other party. Just now, he almost couldn't resist asking Qinghan Daoist to just show the footage from inside the toilet. Qinghan Daoist was not angry after being rebuked. He rolled his eyes and looked at everyone present, but did not say anything. He was the one who planted the soul seed, and only he knew that the connection between the soul seed and Ye Lingchen was severed after Ye Lingchen went into the restroom. There are only two explanations for this situation. Either Ye Lingchen is dead, or he has gone to another dimension. He was the only one who knew about this, but he had no intention of telling anyone else. He was also extremely curious about what this kid was up to. Qinghan Daoren didn't believe that the island nation possessed a power strong enough to bypass his soul seed surveillance and directly kill Ye Lingchen. That left only one possibility. This kid had somehow gone somewhere else, and not on Blue Star. Even a fool could tell that this guy was up to no good. As expected, when Ye Lingchen reappeared, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Qinghan Daoist's lips. He was increasingly looking forward to this mission, especially with this eccentric Ye Lingchen. After leaving the restroom, Ye Lingchen quickly contacted Zhang Wei and the other two. When the four met, Ye Lingchen looked at Zhang Wei and Li Jun, who were carrying a mountain of figurines, and Mu Lingxi, who was carrying more than a dozen shopping bags, and fell into deep thought again. Can't you guys just put your things in your spatial storage? Zhang Wei is one thing, but Li Jun and Shi Tide, you two already have storage items, okay? Ye Lingchen's lips twitched. Unexpectedly, the three of them looked at him with disdain and shook their heads in unison. At this moment, Mu Lingxi, now transformed into a tomboy, picked up the bags in her hands and said with some lingering interest, "Little Yezi, you don't understand. This is the joy of shopping." "That's right. The joy of shopping," the other two guys chimed in. Chapter 168, Maid Hotel. Just as Mu Lingxi said, their shopping spree earned them envious glances from passers-by. Most of the people who come to Akihabara to shop are young people, and there are quite a few wealthy people among them. But there aren't many people like the three of them who flaunt their goods like that in the streets. Zhang Wei knew all too well that, given his current condition, he didn't know when he would be able to come back again. How can a passionate young man not have his own goals? Since we're here, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest. As a result, he became the one among the three who could shop the most. The figurines were piled up like a small mountain. Zhang Wei was exhausted, like a donkey carrying a load of goods, his tongue lolling out, but his face was beaming with a happy smile. "All right, whatever makes you happy," Ye Lingchen said helplessly, rubbing his forehead without saying anything more. He issued the order to go on a shopping trip, and he had already planned his next steps when he made the decision. We are in the open, while the enemy is in the shadows. Instead of going through all the trouble of finding the enemy, we should wait for them to come to us. There is a Chinese idiom in the Dragon Kingdom, waiting for a rabbit to bump into a tree stump. Their ostentatious display of power was exactly what Ye Lingchen wanted. They can even simply find a place to stay and do nothing. In fact, that's exactly what the four of them did. Ye Lingchen didn't even need to assign tasks. Li Jun, an expert on Japan, had already arranged their next destination. 10 minutes later, when the four of them stood in front of a high-rise building that was entirely painted pink and whose exterior walls were completely covered by LED electronic screens, Ye Lingchen was utterly shocked. At that moment, his eyes were full of stars, and Zhang Wei, who was standing next to him, almost knelt down before Li Jun. "Brother Jun, from now on, I, Zhang Wei, will follow you. Li Jun, I'll apply to headquarters right now to have you take on this team leader position," Ye Lingchen said with admiration. Only Mu Lingxi looked at the building with great embarrassment, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at Li Jun angrily, saying, "Li Jun, have you lost your mind? How can we live in a place like this?" The building in front of us has several eye-catching words printed on it. Maid Hotel. There was also a line of smaller print next to it. Maid Hotel, Imperial Treatment. These words are absolutely devastating to those lazy, overweight guys who stay at home all day and only fantasize. They are equally irresistible to Ye Lingchen, Zhang Wei, and Li Jun. This time, Li Jun unusually refuted Mu Lingxi, saying with an arrogant expression, "Cici, you don't come here often, so you don't know this place." "What? You come here often, don't you?" Mu Lingxi asked with a teasing look, hands on her hips. Li Jun waved his hand. "I don't come here often either, but I have a lot of friends here. I know about all the new things in Japan right away, like this maid hotel. You've probably heard of maid restaurants and maid cafes, but maid hotels are probably a first for you, right?" Ye Lingchen and Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. "There are maid cafes in China too, but as you know, do they even have maids? They're all old ladies, Li Jun said, his face showing undisguised disgust and a sigh. To experience real maid culture, you have to go to Japan. This is the only maid hotel in Japan, and the only one on the entire planet Earth. The receptionists, waitresses, cleaners, even the people scrubbing people in the bath are all maids. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Slurp. Zhang Wei and the other two beside him very cooperatively sucked back the saliva from the corners of their mouths. Of course, maid hotels also cater to female guests. Cece, if you don't like maids, we also have male servants. Don't worry, the quality of the male servants here is said to be comparable to the top 10 host clubs in Japan. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Go to hell. Mu Lingxi shouted angrily and made a move to strike, but Ye Lingchen quickly stopped her. Cece, don't be angry. I think Li Jun's arrangements are perfectly fine. On the contrary, this place suits me just fine. What do you want? To have a maid give you a full-body spa? Mu Lingxi's eyes gradually turned dangerous as she stared intently at Ye Lingchen, who could even feel the hot breath coming from her nostrils. Cough cough, what nonsense are you talking about? We're just here for lodging. Ye Lingchen straightened his face and adopted the demeanor of a team leader. I'm in charge of this operation, and I've decided that we'll stay here tonight. Before Mu Lingxi could speak, he stepped over the crowd and was the first to enter the hotel. Zhang Wei and Li Jun quickly followed. Mu Lingxi watched the three guys' backs, bit her lip, and stomped her foot angrily. Little Yezi, you'd better really mean accommodation. Otherwise, sensing a murderous gaze from behind, Ye Lingchen quickened his pace slightly. It must be said that the maid hotel truly deserves its name. Li Jun's intelligence and insight are indeed unparalleled. All the staff here were dressed in maid outfits, each with exquisite makeup, respectful attitude, and sweet voices that made the three grown men's bones melt. Because of the translation candy, and because Li Jun covered all the expenses, the maids treated the four of them like honored guests. After checking in, the four of them went directly to the 18th floor, the second to last floor. The view from here overlooks the entire city of Tokyo, and Li Jun even booked 4 business suites. Maid hotels are all about privacy, so how could you possibly share a room? Mu Lingxi didn't say anything more. She didn't change to a male servant. After entering the room, she closed the door and refused all services, and went about inspecting her shopping haul. Since getting off the plane, the group hasn't had a moment's rest. After a whole day of running around, checking in, and unpacking, it was already past midnight. Although it was late at night, the hotel service was available 24 hours a day. Soon, there was a knock on the door of Ye Lingchen's room, 1801. Master, your faithful servant has come to serve you. A clipping sound with an anime vibe rang out from outside the door, and Ye Lingchen opened the door with a speed faster than teleportation. A tall maid stood outside the door. Unlike the generally short stature of women in island nations, this maid is a full 1.65 meters tall, which is definitely considered tall among women in island nations. What excited Ye Lingchen even more was that the maid was unbelievably beautiful, like a woman who had stepped out of a painting. Her long, curved eyelashes and ruby-like eyes shone brilliantly under the light. It was unclear whether she was wearing colored contact lenses. Beneath her perfectly proportioned nose, her lips, glossy and pink, curved into a breathtaking smile, and between her several snow-white, porcelain-like teeth, her playful tongue seemed to be deliberately teasing the man opposite her. Her long, straight, jet-black hair wasn't combed up, but rather neatly and naturally draped over her sides, with 2 strands gently lifted by her proud chest, bouncing up and down with the 2 glimpses of snow-white skin that were barely contained by her maid outfit. Below her slender waist was a gorgeous, fluffy maid's dress, and a pair of long, snow-white legs were shyly pressed together beneath the dress, as if waiting for their master's domineering gaze. Not wearing white stockings might have slightly detracted from the maid's outfit, but for Ye Lingchen, this was what made it truly beautiful. It has to be said that this maid is an absolute gem even in the entire hotel. More importantly, her looks and attire are just too appealing to Ye Lingchen. With a mixture of shyness, trepidation, respect, and a hint of allure, the maid timidly looked at Ye Lingchen, parted her lips slightly, and slowly said, "Master, I am your servant, Xingzi. Let me serve you tonight." Chapter 169 Maid. A maid is nice. Okay. Ye Lingchen narrowed his eyes to slits and eagerly ushered the maid into the room. If he hadn't maintained a semblance of composure, he probably would have dragged the maid inside immediately. The room was very tidy. Ye Lingchen hadn't participated in the shopping, so there was nothing there. All other necessities were also in the divine kingdom. In the maid's eyes, this handsome guest was a rich young master who traveled empty-handed with only a bank card in his pocket. Master, you must be tired after a long day. Let Sachiko help you change and bathe. Change clothes, and take a bath. Ye Lingchen opened his mouth in astonishment, his face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. Seeing Ye Lingchen's embarrassed expression, the maid burst out laughing. Master, you're so adorable. How can you take a bath without changing your clothes? Don't you think so? As she spoke, the maid obediently stepped forward, raised her slender, jade-like fingers and gently placed them on Ye Lingchen's shoulder, then began to skillfully and gently unbutton the collar of Ye Lingchen's shirt. With their almost perfect height difference, the two were so close that Ye Lingchen didn't even need to look down to clearly see the maid's proud chest and the cleavage that made one's blood boil. His face turned even redder. The shirt had 6 buttons in total, and the maid took 6 minutes to finish. Every minute passed so slowly, yet so fleetingly. The maid undid each button with utmost care, as if she were doing cross-stitch. Her enchanting ruby eyes were fixed on the buttons on her shirt, meticulous and attentive, but occasionally they would sneakily move upwards, only to quickly look away when she saw Ye Lingchen watching her, a blush creeping onto her face. Not only that, when unbuttoning his clothes, the maid's fingers would always inadvertently touch Ye Lingchen's strong but not burly skin, and waves of tingling sensations would travel through his skin to his muscles, spread throughout his body, and finally rush to his brain like a flood bursting its banks. Ye Lingchen felt all the blood rushing to his brain, and a warm sensation was brewing in his nasal cavity. He struggled to control the nosebleed that was about to gush out of his nasal cavity, and stood there awkwardly, enjoying the maid's service. Before long, the maid unbuttoned his shirt and gently helped Ye Lingchen take off his shirt, and then helped him take off his tight-fitting vest. In an instant, his perfect figure was on full display. The maid stared blankly, her face already flushed with embarrassment, her hands hovering over Ye Lingchen's waist, hesitant to move. The alluring scent slowly fermented in the air, and both of them fell into an involuntary silence and awkwardness. After a moment, it was the maid who broke the deadlock. The bottom is pants. The maid's face turned even redder. She slowly bent down and knelt in front of Ye Lingchen, her eyes appropriately lowered to Ye Lingchen's waist. Let me loosen your belt first. Before she could make a move, a large hand suddenly grabbed the maid's hand. Wait a minute. I've decided not to take a shower yet. Ye Lingchen felt so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear into the ground, his mind racing with all sorts of explicit images. If it were those two perverts, Zhang Wei and Li Jun, they'd probably be itching to take their pants off by now. Thinking to himself, Ye Lingchen took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the bed. The maid was taken aback, a shy smile appearing on her face. She slowly stood up and walked to Ye Lingchen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. It's all right if you're shy, master. I'll give you a massage to help you relax. We can continue when you're less nervous. Before Ye Lingchen could respond, the maid suddenly shoved him hard on the shoulders, sending him sprawling onto the bed. Under Ye Lingchen's astonished gaze, the maid lifted her leg and sat down between his legs. Her ruby-like eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing red light, and her words became ethereal and carried a hint of irresistible allure. Master, close your eyes and enjoy it, okay? Okay, Ye Lingchen replied, his eyes gradually becoming hazy and his expression somewhat intoxicated. He then slowly closed his eyes, seemingly completely captivated by the maid's words. Seeing that the other person had closed their eyes and was completely unguarded, the maid's smile deepened. She leaned down slightly, her proud, soft yet elastic breasts gently pressing against Ye Lingchen's chest. One hand braced against her side, while the other drew a dagger gleaming with purple light from behind her back. The maid suddenly raised her right hand, which was holding a dagger, and then dropped it with lightning speed, stabbing it fiercely towards Ye Lingchen's brow. So close, yet so sudden. The maid's smile turned into bloodlust and madness. She seemed to see the magnificent scene of her stabbing the other person in the head with a knife, their brains spilling out. The next second, a pop was heard, and the dagger stopped inexplicably less than a centimeter in front of Ye Lingchen, as if blocked by something, unable to advance even an inch. Ye Lingchen's eyes snapped open, his mouth parting into a wide grin that revealed his white teeth, which gleamed with a hint of coldness. A huge fist suddenly loomed large in the maid's field of vision. Then came a muffled thud that sent chills down your spine, accompanied by the pleasant sound of bones cracking slightly. The maid's body shot backward like a cannonball, slamming hard against the wall behind her. Countless cracks appeared on the wall, and it finally collapsed under the weight. The maid's momentum continued unabated. After smashing through a wall, she shot out again, flying directly into the adjacent room, 1802. Zhang Wei, who was happily playing hide-and-seek with the maid in the room, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Then he saw something fly past him, smash through the wall next to him, and fly into room 1803 on the other side. Inside 1803, Li Jun, who had watched countless teaching videos of Japanese female teachers, was now like a toddler learning to walk, too shy to utter a complete sentence in front of the maid. The two sat facing each other for about 10 minutes before Li Jun's stomach finally gave way and growled a few times. He stood up awkwardly and said to the petite and cute maid in front of him, please sit down first. I'll make you some noodles. The words had barely left her lips when the cute maid's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head and muttered softly, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Not good. What's wrong with it? You don't want to eat it. Yes, you can eat it, but you'll have to pay extra, the maid replied weakly. Li Jun, what kind of bizarre logic is this from an island nation? I'm feeding you noodles, and you expect me to pay for them? For a moment, Li Jun began to seriously doubt the professionalism of this maid hotel. Just as he was about to say something, a loud crash came from the wall above the bed, and a dark shadow shot in from it. Before he could react, it passed through the entire room, smashed through the opposite wall again, and flew into room 1804. Immediately afterward, Ye Lingchen jumped in through the broken wall and chased after the figure straight to 1804. Behind him was Zhang Wei, who looked completely bewildered and had also followed. Zhang Wei, what happened? Li Jun hurriedly grabbed him and asked. Zhang Wei scratched his head and shrugged. I don't know. That thing flew in from Xiao Yezi's room. I just came to watch the fun. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Lingxi's coquettish voice, tinged with murderous intent, came from room 1804. Ye Lingchen, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 170, easily see-through. In room 1804, Mu Lingxi took a nice bath, washing away all her fatigue. She wore a nearly sheer silk bodysuit nightgown, adorned with lace trim and cute cat patterns, which made her look even more innocent and adorable. Mu Lingxi dried her hair, looking at the neatly arranged shopping spoils of the day in the room with great satisfaction, feeling extremely pleased. For women, regardless of age, shopping is always the best way to relieve stress. Concerns about the uncertainty of the mission were also greatly alleviated after this shopping extravaganza. I think I forgot to bring Grandpa a gift. Should we go out and look for one again tomorrow? As Mu Lingxi pondered this, she paced back and forth in the room. Just then, a loud bang rang out from the direction of the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, the wall behind the bed cracked open, and a figure flew out from behind the wall, finally falling motionless in the living room. The next second, Ye Lingchen, shirtless and with his belt half open, stepped through the hole in the wall and crawled in. In that instant, their eyes met in midair. Mu Lingxi's barely concealed body was even more alluring under the cover of her nightgown, while Ye Lingchen's bare-chested masculine charm made Mu Lingxi stare blankly. A strange atmosphere rose in the messy room, and no one even noticed the maid who had been knocked away groaning as she got up from the ground. The awkward atmosphere was finally broken by Mu Lingxi's angry roar. Ye Lingchen was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he quickly turned his back to avoid looking at the other person. Just then, Zhang Wei and Li Jun arrived together. Little Yezi, what are you doing? You're making things very difficult for us. Zhang Wei complained as he waved his hand to disperse the dust. As a result, the two of them froze on the spot, their eyes fixed on Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi, who had just been filled with shame and indignation, was now flushed red. Fortunately, Ye Lingchen was quick-witted. He slid forward on his knees and grabbed Mu Lingxi's hand, which was already flashing with magical light. Cici, calm down. Calm down. Don't let the enemy get away. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi suddenly remembered that there seemed to be another person inside the room. The four turned to look and saw that the maid named Xingzi had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her nose had been smashed down by Ye Lingchen's punch, leaving her disfigured. She was struggling to get up from the ground, her mind still somewhat hazy. Ye Lingchen's punch had been too brutal. It had not only disfigured her, but also caused her to lose her senses for several seconds. Even now that she was fully conscious, her head was still buzzing. After a long while, Sachiko Nakata finally saw the four people in front of her clearly. When she saw Ye Lingchen, who was in the lead, the anger in her eyes almost consumed her. Damn you Chinese. Ye Lingchen, don't you have any gentlemanly manners? Is this how you treat girls? Nakata Sachiko shouted through gritted teeth. Looking at Ye Lingchen opposite him, he was no longer the blushing, reserved man he once was. With his hands in his pockets and a chilling, killing intent in his eyes, he sneered. Girls? I can take down even succubi without batting an eye. Who do you think you are? You. Sachiko Nakata nearly fainted with anger. How did you find out? I clearly. Hee. This lady, the actress, Ye Lingchen said directly, revealing her profession, causing Nakata Sachiko to feel a chill. I must say, as a maid, your appearance and demeanor are absolutely stunning. If it were my 2 team members next to me, you probably would have already succeeded. What a pity. At this point, Ye Lingchen shook his head. Unfortunately, I've seen real maids. Compared to her, your performance was utterly clumsy. A real maid. Nakata Sachiko was bewildered. A maid is a maid. What's with the real maid nonsense? She believed her performance was flawless, and that the other party was just bluffing. It was a fluke, absolutely a fluke. Before she could speak, Mu Lingxi said quietly, Oh, a real maid? Little Yezi, I don't know you've ever seen any maids before. Ye Lingchen, who had just been exuding domineering confidence, immediately began stacking armor when he felt Mu Lingxi's murderous gaze. Cici, you've misunderstood. This is all strategy. I just happen to be more familiar with the profession of actor. Mu Lingxi blinked, not dwelling on the matter too much. After all, there were still enemies at hand. Seeing that his explanation had successfully fooled everyone, Ye Lingchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was telling the truth. When it comes to maids, no one compares to Noelle in his dormitory. She's the real fighter among maids, a true role model. Sachiko Nakata's deliberately flirtatious manner is exactly like that of a female teacher in an adult film, not a real maid. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that to Mu Lingxi's face. Another reason he was able to see through his opponent was that during his previous sparring sessions with the heroic spirits, one of them was an actor. This gave Ye Lingchen a fairly thorough understanding of the profession, if not an encyclopedia. The abilities of an actor are easy to understand. Awakened individuals in this profession can freely transform into any character, regardless of gender or even a non-real person. For example, the armed lowly character played by Sachiko Nakata during the Siege of Group 3 was a 2-dimensional character. An actor can transform into anyone he wants. But this is different from Ye Lingchen's newly acquired destiny seat. The actor's changes are only on the external level, while his soul remains the same. This makes the profession highly dependent on life experience. Especially when playing a character one is unfamiliar with, some actors even have to experience life before going on a mission, otherwise, it's easy to give themselves away. Just like her sneak attack on Ye Lingchen this time, Nakata Sachiko believed she had a thorough understanding of maids. In the group, she'd heard countless praises of maids from Akira, to the point of being tired of it. Plus, maid culture in Japan wasn't exactly a subculture. On the contrary, it was quite popular. Even without experiencing it firsthand, she was confident she could convincingly portray a maid to a high degree. But it was those 2 points that made Ye Lingchen see through his plan. This would be absolutely fatal for an actor. And that wasn't the only thing that shocked Sachiko Nakata. According to intelligence provided by headquarters, Ye Lingchen's ability is to summon the Abyss Legion. He possesses formidable strength on the front lines. Sachiko Nakata knew that his ability would be severely restricted in the island nation. In a place where civilians gathered, Ye Lingchen would absolutely not dare to recklessly summon the Abyss Legion. If it caused massive destruction, he would have no way of explaining himself, and it might even escalate into a diplomatic incident between the 2 countries. She was unaware that the other person's skills were disabled, and they couldn't use them at all. But the attack just now made Sachiko Nakata realize something very serious. There was a major lack of information about Ye Lingchen on her side. That strike she just delivered wasn't an ordinary attack. The dagger possessed 4 effects: magical penetration, soul attack, bloodlust, and sharpness. It was her signature weapon, which had accompanied her in battle for many years. But when she stabbed him, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. She could feel that she had stabbed an invisible barrier. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the opponent's survival skills are working, or Ye Lingchen has powerful equipment that is so powerful that it can even block his own dagger. This is really bad. Sachiko Nakata had forgotten her throbbing nose. At this moment, she was on high alert, locked in a stalemate with her opponent, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Chapter 171 Zhang Wei goes into battle. The imminent battle was temporarily de-escalated due to Sachiko Nakata's hesitation. Strangely, Ye Lingchen didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he chatted casually with Mu Lingxi. Zhang Wei and Li Jun even had time to return to their own room to comfort the two terrified maids, only to find that they had already fainted and were unconscious. Just as the two returned to 1804, the surrounding environment suddenly went dark. The power is out. Upon seeing this, Sachiko Nakata's face lit up with joy. Reinforcements have arrived. A flash of emerald light appeared, and a ray of light rose from Mu Lingxi's hand, restoring light to the room once more. But under the green light, the atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. Cici, how about I provide the lighting? Li Jun said. Shut up. We're at war. Why are you worrying about such trivial matters? Enemy reinforcements have arrived. Be on high alert. Mu Lingxi retorted, and Li Jun dared not speak. Amidst this somber green atmosphere, the door to room 1804 was kicked open, and two figures, one tall and one short, entered together. The tall one was a man, dressed in ninja attire, with two swords on his back, his face covered except for his bright, piercing eyes. The shorter one was a young girl wearing a large t-shirt that covered her shorts, making it look like she wasn't wearing anything at all. She wore slippers with Pikachu printed on them, oversized headphones, and was holding a game console, intently playing as she walked. Upon seeing the two people, Sachiko Nakata excitedly exclaimed, Musashi, Nana, you finally arrived. If you had been any later, you wouldn't have seen me at all. The ninja glanced at Sachiko Nakata and snorted disdainfully, while the girl didn't even raise her head, simply uttering two words, idiot. Sachiko Nakata was completely taken aback and her defenses crumbled. Suzuki Nai, who are you calling an idiot? Try it if you dare. Do you know how hard that guy named Ye Lingchen is? Hard. Suzuki Nai suddenly looked up, her eyes shining. How hard? And how big? As she spoke, her mouth was practically watering, which made Sachiko Nakata shudder. You damn otaku, you pervert. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, she cautiously looked towards the door. The team leader isn't here, is he? Don't worry, he didn't come. Thank goodness. But where should he be watching over this place? Did he hear what you said? Damn it. How could I forget this? Sachiko Nakata's expression changed, and she angrily shouted at Nai Suzuki. It's all your fault. Suzuki Nai chuckled, ignored her, put away the game console, and turned to look in the other direction. Upon seeing Ye Lingchen's bare upper body, Suzuki Nai shuddered with excitement, her face flushing red. Wow, so cool. It really is big and hard. But when she saw Mu Lingxi beside her, her expression immediately changed. Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Humph, what a cliché plot. There's always a green tea bitch next to the protagonist, isn't there? Beautiful and rich. I hate this kind of setup. Suzuki Nai launched into a long speech, leaving Ye Lingchen and his group looking at each other in bewilderment. Ye Lingchen's eyes flickered when he heard Nakata Sachiko call her a dead otaku girl. Judging from their appearances, the man named Musashi was clearly a ninja, a combat profession unique to Japan, while Suzuki Nai was undoubtedly a homebody. Be careful, ninjas and shut-ins. This place has probably been sealed off. Ye Lingchen said in a low voice to the three people beside him without turning his head. Zhang Wei and the other two nodded, but didn't react much. Apart from Ye Lingchen, who had seen the profession of homebody, the other three were not very familiar with the professions of the three members of the Vermilion Bird group in front of them. Although they had read about it in books and received special training before coming, it was all just theoretical knowledge. Having just witnessed the actors' skills, they seemed to have little to show after Ye Lingchen's unreasonable and overwhelming attack. The three couldn't help but underestimate the other two as well. Zhang Wei pursed his lips and stepped forward. Little Yezi, let me do it. Ye Lingchen pondered for a moment before agreeing. He had just used his detection technique to check, and all three opponents were level 70. Although their levels were much higher than his own, apart from the ninja, they were not a threat. At this point, let Zhang Wei go first to test the opponent's strength and weakness. Don't underestimate Zhang Wei just because he's only level 50. As a berserker, and one who has been through the trials of the heavenly ladder, Zhang Wei's combat strength is exceptionally high. Otherwise, Ye Lingchen wouldn't have used him as a unit of measurement for combat power. In his berserk form, Zhang Wei's four-dimensional attributes surged, though not yet reaching Ye Lingchen's level, but far surpassing others of the same rank. He was not without a fighting chance in this battle. After giving a few simple instructions, Ye Lingchen and the other two cooperated by stepping back to make room for Zhang Wei. Without wasting any words, Zhang Wei immediately activated his berserk mode. His terrifying muscles instantly burst through his shirt and pants, making him look like the Hulk, full of power and intimidation, except for his height, which remained unchanged. This was the result of Zhang Wei's deliberate control. During his ascent to the heavens, Zhang Wei learned how to precisely control the power of his berserk state. Although he couldn't control it perfectly now, he could compress his surging energy to a certain extent, preventing his height from increasing dramatically. Furthermore, even his muscles wouldn't expand, making him appear no different from an ordinary person, but his actual combat power was terrifyingly strong, a true master of feigning weakness to deceive others. In this way, even in such a small space, the berserker's advantages can be brought into play without being too restricted by the space. Seeing this, Ye Lingchen nodded to himself, feeling quite gratified. Unbeknownst to him, his friends were also growing rapidly. Without realizing it, Zhang Wei had become this strong. Previously, Ye Lingchen was worried that as he grew stronger, he might fall behind them in an insurmountable distance. At that time, even if he still considered them friends, they would probably feel a sense of estrangement. Looking back now, although there is a gap, it is not unacceptable. Zhang Wei's growth rate is even faster than I imagined. As he pondered this, Ye Lingchen couldn't help but glance at Li Jun and Mu Lingxi beside him. The two men showed no sign of worry, as if Zhang Wei was certain of victory. They even huddled together and whispered among themselves, pointing at the other side, which left Ye Lingchen completely bewildered. What exactly happened to these three guys while I was away? Just as Ye Lingchen was lost in thought, a thunderous sound nearly ruptured his eardrums. Damn it! You bunch of bastards over there, Grandpa Zhang Wei is here. What the hell are you doing, getting over here to die? A bunch of bastards. The entire room was completely silent. The three members of the Vermilion Bird group gaped, their expressions incredibly varied. In contrast, the three members of Ye Lingchen's group blushed crimson, wishing they could disappear into the ground. This is so embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Mu Lingxi clenched her fists silently, muttering to herself. I knew it. I couldn't expect this blockhead to say anything nice. Li Jun, veins bulging on his forehead, gritted his teeth and growled at Zhang Wei in a low voice. You idiot. This is Japan, not a stolen country. You got the lines wrong. Chapter 172 The Otaku Girl Goes Berserk. Huh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei scratched his head, immediately realizing that he had made a fool of himself. Ahem, sorry. Let's do it again. He coughed, struck what he thought was a domineering pose again, and roared. You bastards. Your consciences are completely rotten. Get to work. I, Zhang Wei, am a man, and I treat women especially well. You pretty girls over there, get to work. If you just say one word of praise for your Grandpa Wei, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The entire room fell silent once again. Even Ye Lingchen couldn't stand it this time, and raised his hand to slap Zhang Wei on the back of the head. What the hell are you spouting? We've eaten the translation candy, so speak properly to me. In a conference room at a military base in China, a group of bigwigs stared at Zhang Wei on the screen with black lines on their faces. Mu Guozhu turned to Vice Principal Soren and said quietly, Mr. Soren, I think your school's admission criteria need to be revised. Intelligence is something that needs to be carefully considered. Zoro wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded repeatedly, inwardly cursing Zhang Wei to the core. Are you even a berserker? Shouldn't you just start fighting at the drop of a hat? Why the hell are you doing all this fancy stuff? You're making Tsinghua and Peking universities look bad on the international stage. Not only them, but the three members of the Vermilion Bird group, after a brief moment of shock upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, were overcome with uncontrollable anger. This mixed language expression is a great insult to the islanders. It is an indelible shame left over from the war of aggression countless years ago. That war forever branded the island nation with historical shame. Films and television dramas from various countries frequently use such lines and tones to mock the island nation, much like someone shouting, Xinjiang opera is poor, in front of a Chinese person. It's like blatantly insulting them. Damn it. This is outrageous. Miyamoto Musashi, so angry that he even used Chinese idioms, stepped forward, intending to teach this guy a lesson he would never forget. But as soon as he took a step, a small hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Turning his head, Musashi saw the almost tangible murderous intent in the eyes of the petite Suzuki Nai beside him, and the distorted expression on her face due to anger. He couldn't help but swallow. Suzuki Nai is angry. Having been a close teammate for so long, he'd almost never seen Nai this angry. The last time was 3 years ago, when Ichijo Hikaru played a prank and secretly deleted her game save file after playing for over 50 hours. Back then, Suzuki Nai went berserk and completely humiliated Ichijo Hikaru. Since then, the perception of otaku men and otaku women as equals has shifted to otaku women being far superior to otaku men. Brother Musashi, leave this annoying guy to me. Suzuki Nai's cute voice rang out, but to Musashi, it sounded like the roar of a demon. He nodded and retreated to the doorway without hesitation, only to find that Sachiko Nakata was already standing outside, peeking into the house. When did you get here? Nonsense. As soon as that kid finished speaking, I knew something was wrong and quickly backed out. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement. Inside the room, seeing that only Suzuki Nai remained, Zhang Wei sneered, "Cowardly Japanese. At a time like this, shouldn't you all attack together? Stop with this one-on-one nonsense. Fight me one-on-one. Do you have some misunderstanding about berserkers?" Misunderstanding? Hee hee. Suzuki Nai's lips curled into an exaggerated grin as she said in a sinister tone, "I don't need anyone else at all. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson for your rudeness." With that, Suzuki Nai deftly reached behind her and pulled out something. Needless to say, she also had a storage space. Suzuki Nai waved the object in the air with both hands. "You know what? I hate those muscle monsters in the gym. Compared to that shirtless guy behind you, you're such a loser." After saying that, she took a step forward, swung the huge thing, and smashed it down on Zhang Wei opposite her without saying a word. But looking at Zhang Wei on the other side, he looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly. His face was quite a sight, and he stood there stunned by the scene on the other side, as if he had forgotten to move. Zhang Weiren was stunned when he saw what Suzuki Nai was holding. Vibrator. This is a vibrator, okay? A vibrator as big as a baseball bat. A chill ran through his body. Zhang Wei, who always faced challenges head-on without flinching or dodging, chose to dodge for the first time in the face of Suzuki Nai's attack. He had no choice but to dodge. That's a vibrator. If he got hit by one, he'd probably become the laughingstock of the whole school when he got back. In the blink of an eye, after a brief moment of surprise, just as Suzuki Nai was about to get close, Zhang Wei pushed off with his right foot and suddenly dodged to the left. With his current powerful four-dimensional attributes, dodging an attack from a life profession would be effortless. But just as he turned his body to the side, about to dodge the attack, Zhang Wei's expression suddenly changed. Not good. In an instant, he felt as if his body had sunk into a quagmire, and his movements were restricted by an unknown force, making him more than 100 times slower than usual. Damn it, Zhang Wei thought to himself, and with his full power, he increased his speed again, barely maintaining balance with the force. But even with this delay, the enemy's attack still landed on him. The enormous rod hummed loudly, its high-frequency vibrations making it almost impossible to see its true form. Not only that, the rod was also constantly twisting and rotating, like a molting insect, which gave the three spectators, Ye Lingchen, and others, goosebumps. Bang! The vibrator struck Zhang Wei's side, and in an instant, Zhang Wei felt as if his whole body was falling apart. A terrifying vibration spread throughout his body, and even his heart was almost shattered by the vibration. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Zhang Wei's mouth as if it were free, along with some fragments of internal organs. One strike, just one strike, and Zhang Wei was seriously injured. Such terrifying high-frequency vibrations caused devastating damage to Zhang Wei's internal organs. Zhang Wei rolled around on the ground several times in a disheveled state before finally coming to a stop. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was panting heavily, staring in shock at Suzuki Nai across from him and that dreadful rod. Before he could make a move, Suzuki Nai suddenly raised her hand and pointed at the light in the room. "I'll chop you to pieces, you muscle monster." Boom. Crack. A blinding white light flashed, and everyone present was momentarily blinded. A giant arc of electricity, as thick as an arm, shot out from the overhead light and slammed solidly into Zhang Wei's head. In an instant, Zhang Wei didn't even have time to scream before his body was thrown into the air by the electric shock. His body convulsed violently, and a rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire 1804 room. Chapter 173: The Powerful Otaku Profession. Homebody men waste paper. Homebody women waste electricity. At that moment, this sentence automatically popped into Ye Lingchen's mind. During his sparring sessions with heroic spirits, he once had the privilege of sparring with a male otaku, but unfortunately, there was no female otaku among the heroic spirits. However, during his conversation with that otaku senior, he also learned about the otaku girl's abilities. Generally speaking, otaku and otaku are different gender modules of the same profession. Both have the same basic capabilities, but there are some subtle differences. For example, both possess the ability to ward off evil spirits and protect the home. Once you enter a house, which can be a bungalow, a multi-story building, or even a stadium or an air raid shelter, any building in a broad sense can be categorized as a house. Within this area, the otaku and otaku have absolute control. They can use the house-suppressing ability to restrict the movement of everyone inside the house, except themselves, including but not limited to speed, strength, etc. This is one of the core skills of the homebody profession. Another core skill is otaku. Otaku-type classes can seal off their house into an independent space. Those inside can't get out, and those outside can't get in. No matter how lively the commotion inside, no one outside can hear a sound. Of course, this ban has a limit. People like Ye Lingchen, who frequently destroy homes, cannot be banned. Once the threshold is exceeded, the otaku will collapse, and the house will be destroyed along with it. Furthermore, those in the otaku profession possess a terrifying ability. If they are in their favorite otaku space, a so-called otaku spirit will exist. The house spirit, and the house system are combined into one, achieving unprecedented and terrifying combat power. Some say that once you enter the territory of the otaku faction, the outcome of the battle is no longer up to you. There's even a more exaggerated claim that among the most dedicated otaku members, they are practically invincible at their level. The above are general abilities of the otaku type, but they are different for the otaku girl in front of us. Homebody girl can use any object she likes as her exclusive weapon, with no limit on the number. For example, the vibrator in Suzuki Nai's hand and the game console she puts away both fall under the category of exclusive weapons. Moreover, the saying stay-at-home girls consume a lot of electricity is not unfounded. The homebody can manipulate the electricity in the house. The power outage at the hotel just now was Suzuki Nai's doing, and the giant electric arc that struck Zhang Wei was a powerful means of controlling electricity. However, the claim of consuming a lot of electricity is not just a casual remark. This move also greatly depleted Suzuki Nai's energy. Even the ultimate skills of a crafting profession aren't something you can just unleash at will. They consume a significant amount of energy. After all, no one is a monster like Ye Lingchen, for whom unleashing a powerful skill is as commonplace as eating or defecating. A huge arc of electricity struck Zhang Wei, and the powerful ionization effect caused another miraculous scene to occur in the already chaotic room. Countless dust particles rose into the air, forming a hazy, mist-like effect under the influence of electrical charges. Everyone was hidden in the mist, their figures appearing and disappearing indistinctly. But this situation did not last long. A furious shout rang out, followed by a gust of wind that swept up the dust and quickly filled the air with a thick layer of moisture. The strong wind, carrying moisture, swept away the smoke and dust like a washing machine. The room regained its clarity. Mu Lingxi's almond-shaped eyes widened, her pretty face already as cold as ice. She had just finished showering, but before she was even half a minute clean, Ye Lingchen kicked down a wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Then, this damned homebody caused all sorts of trouble. Mu Lingxi, whose body wasn't completely dry and whose hair was still a little damp, was covered in dust and looked like a little gray person. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. She wasn't afraid of fighting, and she could even get through a wardrobe malfunction in front of someone she liked. But being covered in dirt was worse than death for a girl, especially a beautiful one. Enraged, Mu Lingxi unleashed 2 spells to dispel the smoke and dust, and was about to attack Suzuki Nai when Ye Lingchen stopped her. "Little Yezi, why are you stopping me? Didn't you see how badly Zhang Wei was beaten?" Mu Lingxi said angrily. Ye Lingchen smiled and shook his head slightly. "Cece, calm down. Zhang Wei hasn't lost yet." "You didn't lose? I can smell the meat." Mu Lingxi looked at the center of the battlefield in confusion. There stood a black-skinned man, his body charred black and his hair styled in an explosive manner, staring blankly under the light. He blinked his eyes with a hint of resentment, then revealed a mouthful of white teeth, looking utterly comical. "What? You're not dead?" Suzuki Nai exclaimed in surprise when she saw Zhang Wei still smiling. She used 80% of her strength in that attack. Under such an attack, most people would be seriously injured and unable to move, even if they didn't die. On the other hand, Zhang Wei's body was covered in red light, making him look like a lava giant emerging from magma. Zhang Wei slowly walked towards Suzuki Nai, and with each step he took, the red light emanating from his body intensified. His charred skin was now covered in cracks, and pieces fell off under the impact of the red light, revealing his terrifyingly explosive body. The explosive hairstyle on its head was also changing, with strands of black hair tinged with red light, making it look like a giant sea urchin emitting red light from a distance. That attack was truly terrifying. Even Zhang Wei almost ascended to paradise. But it was only almost. As a berserker who had had a stroke of luck, Zhang Wei knew that his professional strength was not as good as Li Jun and Mu Lingxi's golden legend, let alone Ye Lingchen's only hidden skill. Therefore, he secretly put in a lot of effort. Zhang Wei knew that while his own abilities played a part in getting him into Tsinghua and Peking universities, he also benefited greatly from his teammates' success. If he didn't work harder, he would definitely end up at the bottom of the class. Therefore, he studied and trained much harder than others, sometimes 2 or even 3 times harder than ordinary students. In the fantastical world of the heavenly ladder, Zhang Wei learned many berserker skills and combat techniques, gaining a more and more thorough understanding of this class. The berserker class embodies the word berserk, sacrificing some defense and health for significantly enhanced other attributes. This makes it a top choice for charging into battle. But Zhang Wei learned many different things from it. For example, his ability to control his own strength greatly improved his combat advantage in confined spaces. Just now, Suzuki Nai's signature weapon nearly caused his heart to explode and kill him. At the critical moment, it was this word madness that saved him. The electric arc attack was even more terrifying. The terrifying heat almost instantly carbonized his entire body. But in that life or death second, it was again this word madness that saved him. Not only that, the outburst of the madness technique not only allowed him to survive, but also rapidly healed his injuries, and his strength once again surged to a despair-inducing level. Chapter 174: The Madness Technique. The madness technique was one of the most powerful abilities Zhang Wei learned in that world. According to his own understanding, the madness technique is similar to a mental cultivation method, not a simple skill. Zhang Wei risked his life to learn this mental technique. In that world, he deliberately put himself in dangerous situations many times, risking his life to survive. After experiencing repeated devastating blows, including one time when his entire body was destroyed except for his head, he finally mastered the art of madness. The word madness is the core of a berserker. Only those who truly understand madness can be considered qualified berserkers. This is the wisdom that the berserker in that world taught him, instructing him to always keep this in mind and never waver. Arrogant, violent, and domineering, they have a wild and unrestrained attitude towards the world. No one in this world can destroy a berserker. The only one who can kill him is himself. The day his faith crumbles and he loses confidence in the berserker class will be the day he dies. Since learning the madness technique, Zhang Wei hasn't had a chance to use it. Even during the massive battle of the college entrance exam, there wasn't a life or death crisis that would have forced him to use the madness technique. To his surprise, the madness technique was used so quickly. What seemed like an easy trip to the island nation almost killed him right from the start. While frantically activating the madness technique, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Grandma almost had a meltdown. This girl looks so delicate and frail, but she's surprisingly fierce in a fight. If all otaku girls are this type, I'll have to be careful when I go to anime conventions. Wait, it seems like otaku girls don't even bother going to anime conventions. Well, I'm relieved then. Lost in thought, Zhang Wei had already arrived in front of Suzuki Nai. He looked down at his opponent, his once muscular physique gone, back to its former state. Although he didn't have Ye Lingchen's well-built body, Suzuki Nai still couldn't help but swallow hard. But Zhang Wei in front of her did not arouse Suzuki Nai any interest. Instead, she was filled with fear and despair. Even without transforming into a giant, Zhang Wei was still significantly taller than Suzuki Nai. At around 1.5 meters tall, Suzuki Nai looked like a sweet and adorable girl next door in his presence. But Zhang Wei didn't look at the girl next door with the same eyes he did. Instead, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. "You pretty girl, get to work. Are you going to kill yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" A voice like muffled thunder came from Zhang Wei's mouth. At this moment, he was even more of an abyss lord than Ye Lingchen. Has this guy taken acting classes? That voice, that presence. Wow, he's got some serious talent. I need to learn from him. Ye Lingchen pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Bang! With another muffled thud, Suzuki Nai raised the vibrator and slammed it hard against Zhang Wei again, without saying a word. This time it wasn't a side blow, but a solid punch to the chest. The expected scene of the other party spitting out blood did not occur. Zhang Wei only trembled slightly before returning to normal. What an amazing treasure. Miss, you must use it quite a lot, Zhang Wei said with a teasing expression. Suzuki Nai blushed, then abruptly stepped back to the side, uttering a threat. Muscle monster, you just wait. I have to go now, see you next time. Bang! Another muffled thud, and Suzuki Nai felt a sharp pain all over her body. She felt as if she had crashed into a metal plate, and she was completely disoriented. All she could see were flying game consoles, vibrators, and various young men, including Ye Lingchen and Zhang Wei, whom she had just met. Just as she was about to run away, Zhang Wei also moved. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the next second, Zhang Wei appeared in Suzuki Nai's path. Suzuki Nai didn't crash into a metal plate, but into Zhang Wei's body, which was even harder than a metal plate. A glint of light suddenly flashed in Ye Lingchen's eyes. At that moment, under the detection technique, he was astonished to find that Zhang Wei's explosive power was amazing, and his agility attribute was even close to his own at this moment. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wei has been hiding his true abilities. As he sighed, he saw Zhang Wei bend down and lift Suzuki Nai up like a chick, swinging her around in the air like a naughty child playing with his pet. Suzuki Nai, already seeing stars from the impact, was in even more agony, her screams echoing throughout the room. She couldn't understand why this annoying muscle monster was no longer under the control of her house-protecting skill. Not only was its speed astonishing, but even her signature weapon and ultimate move had failed to kill it. You should know that although she only used 80% of her strength, she didn't hold back. That lightning bolt was aimed at killing her opponent. Before they arrived, the team leader gave them a very clear objective. Apart from Ye Lingchen, it didn't matter whether the others lived or died. They were free to do as they pleased. But who would have thought that this berserker, who was considered the weakest in the intelligence, couldn't even defeat himself? At that moment, Suzuki Nai felt a surge of anger, having the same thoughts as Nakata Sachiko before. Damn intelligent scum. Is this a berserker? This is a berserker with cheat codes. I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Suzuki Nai let out a silent lament. She wasn't unfamiliar with berserkers. Within the Chosen One, berserkers were among the most basic combat classes, and she frequently encountered them during training. Yet, in a confined space, not a single berserker could withstand a single blow from her. How could she have lost today? Thinking of this, Suzuki Nai felt somewhat unwilling. Her body swayed in the air as she put away the vibrator, flipped her hand to take out the game console, tapped the screen with one hand, and then swiped it into the air. A beam of light flew out from the screen, and a handsome man in armor, wielding a two-handed greatsword, appeared before everyone. That's not all. There's a blonde elven archer, an old mage with white hair and a staff, a shaman covered in skeletons and withered body, and a little demon with fleshy wings, a steel fork, and lava flowing from its body, etc. Strange creatures from all sorts of games fly off the screen. Kill him. Kill him for me. Suzuki Nai's voice cracked. At that moment, all she wanted was for this muscle monster to die. Her stubbornness and pride as a homebody prevented her from even asking the two people at the door for help. The warrior's great sword swung through the air. The mage's staff burst forth with dazzling light. Elemental energy surged from the shaman's body, and the howls of the imps were almost unbearably painful. More than a dozen game characters charged towards Zhang Wei, each seemingly possessing terrifying power capable of tearing him apart. A cruel smile crept across Suzuki Nai's lips. This was her true killing move. Minecraft. Suzuki Nai is level 70, and every game character she summons is level 70. With so many level 70s, even if you stack them up, you muscle monster will be killed. Suzuki Nai thought cruelly to herself. At this moment, she had no mercy left. She not only wanted to kill this muscle monster, but also to tear apart the enchantress next to her, who was 100 times more beautiful than her. No, not only that. Everyone here is going to die, including those two idiots who see themselves making a fool of themselves at the door. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Chapter 175. Zhang Wei also had a moment of cool. Battle is about to break out. The one-on-one fight turned into a group brawl. At the crucial moment, Suzuki Nai went berserk and unleashed her ultimate move. Zhang Wei was instantly plunged into a huge crisis. Musashi and Sachiko, who were watching the game from the entrance, turned and ran without looking back when they saw the first game character appear. Are you kidding me? If we don't run, are we just waiting to die? Sachiko Nakata's face was extremely ugly. She ran while cursing wildly. That idiot Suzuki Nai? She goes on and on all the time. When we get back, I'm going to ask the team leader to fire her. Musashi nodded, still shaken. She was the one who demolished our house last time over a mere disagreement. If this continues, she'll destroy all of our Suzaku Group's assets. However, the two of them couldn't escape even if they wanted to, so they could only try to get away from the trouble and head towards a location far away from 1804. Suzuki only sealed off the 18th floor to minimize the impact. Sealing off the entire maid hotel could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Even though they are both from Japan, they dare not harm civilians, as that is a serious crime. A violent explosion and roar came from room 1804. Musashi and Sachiko could only guess the beginning of the incident, but not the ending. The battle inside the room was indeed intense, but it felt like cheap, low-budget special effects. Zhang Wei stood still, holding Suzuki Nai in one hand, and throwing a punch at the oncoming game character from a distance with the other. This punch, though 5 meters away, seemed to shatter the void. Space distorted, and Ye Lingchen and the others even heard the sound of space shattering. A terrifying gust of wind from a fist flew out of control and struck the head of the first handsome, heavily armored swordsman who was charging towards them. The helmet exploded, and his brain splattered. The headless body of the heavily armored swordsman lunged forward a few steps before crashing to the ground and disappearing in a beam of light. One strike, one kill. Suzuki Nai was being held upside down by one leg and witnessed this scene firsthand. She was so terrified, she almost peed her pants. This handsome swordsman is the protagonist of the game. He was taken down with a single punch, without even touching Zhang Wei's clothes. Moreover, the force of the punch did not diminish, and it exploded directly among the crowd of game characters in the distance. In an instant, men and horses were thrown into chaos, and wherever the fists passed, not a single piece of armor remained. With one punch, half of the enemies were wiped out. Zhang Wei switched from defense to offense, grabbing Suzuki Nai and charging straight in. After a series of resounding punches, in less than 5 seconds, Zhang Wei had crushed all the enemies and also shattered Suzuki Nai's last remaining madness. Destruction? We can't even do that now. Suzuki Nai pulled out her game console again, intending to summon the final boss in the game directly. She hadn't progressed that far in the game yet, and summoning at this point might affect the effect, but she couldn't worry about that now. Just as she pulled the game console out from behind her, a large hand reached out, snatched it away, and crushed it into pieces right in front of Suzuki Nai. Girl, you have a terrible conscience. This dangerous toy is not suitable for you to play with. I'll destroy it for you. Zhang Wei grinned, lifted Suzuki Nai high up so that her head was level with his, and then raised his right fist to deliver a punch to Suzuki Nai's face. Zhang Wei, spare her life. Ye Lingchen's voice rang out at the right moment. Zhang Wei's fist froze in midair. The terrifying force of the punch was about to hit Suzuki Nai's face, which frightened her so much that she cried out. Wah! Help! Muscle Monster is a big bad guy. He's going to kill me. Help! I'm calling the police. Team leader, come quick. Unfortunately, no one answered her cries for a long time. Sachiko and Musashi, who were hiding in the distance, had no intention of going up to rescue her this time. Suzuki Nai's outburst just now rekindled the psychological trauma from many years ago, and coupled with their underestimation of Ye Lingchen and his group's strength, they dared not make any rash moves. What should we do? Sachiko Nakata looked anxiously at Musashi. We can only wait for the team leader to rescue them. Once the team leader arrives, they won't be able to escape. But, Sachiko Nakata looked at the blocked elevator and staircase, her face ashen as if she had swallowed a dead fly. Then, she yelled loudly in the direction of 1804 in the distance. Idiot! Lift the blockade. As long as Suzuki Nai's seal is not lifted, they cannot escape, and the team leader and Watanabe Hirota outside cannot see what is happening inside, and therefore cannot carry out a rescue. Suzuki Nai naturally heard Nakata Sachiko's shouts, but she was now facing a demon who could smash her head at any moment, and she didn't dare to move an inch. Zhang Wei grinned, showing his white teeth, and gestured for her to be quiet. Sure, if you dare to lift the ban, I don't mind smashing your head right now. I'm sure the team leader won't blame me. Suzuki Nai cried even harder, but dared not make a sound, tightly covering her mouth and sobbing silently. At the same time, she dared not break the seal, and could only pray that her other two companions would have good fortune. In fact, Suzuki Nai even harbored a sliver of hope at this moment. Sachiko Nakata is one thing, but the other one is Miyamoto Musashi, a powerful ninja. Perhaps he can escape this disaster and flee in the chaos. However, Ye Lingchen did not give Suzuki Nai any chance. He took her from Zhang Wei and, with a thought, sent her directly into the Divine Kingdom, leaving Gades and Krytos to guard her. Suzuki Nai, don't try anything funny. I told you to remove the seal before you do, otherwise, my 2 henchmen will show you what it means to wish you were dead. Hee hee. Ye Lingchen's voice rang out in the Divine Kingdom Palace, startling Suzuki Nai so much that she almost fainted. No, she can't faint. If she faints, the seal will be lifted, and she'll still die. Nana, hang in there. You can do it. The team leader will come to your rescue. She kept trying to reassure herself, but to be honest, she wasn't confident at all. She was in a strange world, and she didn't know how Ye Lingchen had managed to get her here. This isn't a storage space, because storage spaces can't store living things. But Suzuki Nai doesn't quite believe that this is a world. You must understand, possessing a world, even a small one, is something only gods can achieve. No matter how powerful Ye Lingchen is, he couldn't possibly be that powerful. But these 2 guys in front of us look like they're not to be trifled with, and there are quite a few abyssal monsters behind them. What kind of place is this? Why are there abyssal monsters here? Suzuki Nai felt a pang of despair. Gades and Krytos across from each other exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a long-lost excitement. Xiaoku, do you think we should use some methods on her? I think that's a good idea. The Lord didn't say torture was forbidden. How about you put a curse on her first, and I'll create an illusion to give her some fun. Gades immediately perked up upon hearing this. That's a brilliant idea. Let me see what kind of curse to use. I've got it. This is it. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Suzuki Nai, and a blue light entered Suzuki Nai's body along his finger. The next second, Suzuki Nai uncontrollably stood up and began to dance on the high platform where the throne was located. The dance moves and the figure were exactly the succubus dance that the abyssal monsters loved most. SOSO? The height and build are a bit lacking. Just make do. Gades shook his head unsatisfiedly, then shouted to the abyss monsters behind him. Move all the chairs over, and grab some food and drinks while you're at it. Oh, and get the band to come and provide some accompaniment. We'll watch a free show right here. The abyssal monsters cheered and scattered to prepare. Krytos, standing nearby, was not idle either. He cast an illusion spell, instantly immersing Suzuki Nai in a lively nightclub illusion. She was surrounded by dancing crowds, and in the distance, a DJ was playing upbeat music. For a moment, she was completely lost in it, swaying her body to the music, never knowing fatigue. Chapter 176 Pressing the Blade. The battle ended with Ye Lingchen's side emerging victorious without suffering any casualties, and 1 enemy combatant was captured. It has to be said that Zhang Wei really pulled off a great performance in this battle. Previously, even Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, who were close to each other, did not know that Zhang Wei had such strong combat power. Seeing you today, I'm truly impressed. Having shed his berserk state, Zhang Wei exhaled a heavy breath. Don't be fooled by how cool you looked just now. Once you stop going berserk, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. Mu Lingxi raised her hand and cast a healing spell. Green light surrounded Zhang Wei, helping him recover quickly. With Mu Lingxi as a super strong support, we don't even need to use potions. Zhang Wei, well done. Mu Lingxi praised with a smile. Well done, Wei Gu. I didn't know you had a trick up your sleeve. Li Jun said with a mischievous grin. Zhang Wei scratched his head sheepishly. It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Although he said that, he was secretly overjoyed. But his joy lasted only 3 seconds before a slap landed on the back of his head again. Still being modest here, the battle isn't over yet. There are still 2 enemies. Ye Lingchen said in a deep voice. Everyone then stopped smiling, their faces showing embarrassment. After all, they were all young people, and it was their first real life or death battle with other awakened individuals. It was understandable that they were excited to win. This is different from fighting abyssal monsters. Although they are both human, the mindset during the battle is also different. Mu Lingxi and Li Jun were naturally happy for Zhang Wei's victory. Only Ye Lingchen, the team leader, remained unmoved, still thinking about the 2 who had slipped through the net. Team leader Yi, don't worry, I can handle 2 people at once. Leave the other 2 to me. Zhang Wei said hurriedly and seriously. Who are you calling to? So, in your eyes, Cici and I are just 2 insignificant people, right? Li Jun retorted. Mu Lingxi then chimed in. Zhang Wei, you've already fought 1 match. so take a good rest. Leave the rest to me and Li Jun." As she spoke, she turned to Ye Lingchen, seemingly seeking his opinion. Ye Lingchen didn't say anything. Judging from Zhang Wei's performance, he had also underestimated the strength of this trio. If Zhang Wei could have such an opportunity, then Li Jun and Mu Lingxi, as members of the Golden Legend, certainly couldn't be any less fortunate. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Lingchen nodded. "Are you confident?" "Absolutely." Li Jun patted his chest. Mu Lingxi also raised her pink fist and waved it playfully. "All right, then I'll leave it to you. But I still have to remind you. That actor is fine, but that ninja might be a tough one to deal with. Be careful." Received. After everything was arranged here, Ye Lingchen turned to look at Zhang Wei. "Don't just sit there. There are 10 rooms on this floor. Go check on the remaining 6 rooms. If no one is there, that's best. If someone is there, try to calm them down and make sure nothing goes wrong." Received. With everything arranged, Ye Lingchen leisurely walked with his hands behind his back, following Li Jun and Mu Lingxi to watch the battle. 2 people not far ahead were whispering to each other, seemingly making a bet. "Li Jun, leave that ninja to me. You deal with the actor." "Oh, is this really a good idea? Although I believe in your abilities, Cici. If Yi Shin sees me teaching you something even more powerful, he'll skin me alive." Mu Lingxi glared at him, feigning displeasure, and said angrily, "Aren't you afraid that he'll skin you alive? Aren't you afraid that I'll skin you alive later?" "I'm scared. You're all big shots. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you." Li Jun shrank his neck and immediately surrendered. Seeing that the other party agreed, Mu Lingxi's anger turned into a smile. "That's more like it. Think about it carefully. That Nakata Sachiko disturbed your time with the maid. Aren't you angry?" "Damn it. If you say that, I really can't stand it. The actor role is mine," Li Jun said angrily, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Despite saying that, Li Jun knew very well what was going on in his heart. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was probably Mu Lingxi, whom he had always secretly admired. From middle school onwards, Mu Lingxi was the class beauty and the school beauty. Unlike Song Zi, who was equally stunning, Mu Lingxi came from a prominent family and had an extraordinary temperament. But she had a particularly good personality, was kind to everyone, and was always willing to help others. Everyone in her class and grade praised Mu Lingxi as a good girl. In the eyes of her teachers, she was not the kind of spoiled rich girl, but rather a model student who excelled in moral character, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. After awakening, with the blessing of the Elven Saintess, Mu Lingxi was like a completely different person. Many times, Li Jun even felt that Mu Lingxi was a stranger. She seemed to possess unimaginable power within her body, which she never truly unleashed, even on the battlefield of the college entrance examination. Moreover, Li Jun also knows some secrets that others don't. It's true that Mu Lingxi studies and trains very hard, but she works even harder than others imagine, no less so than Zhang Wei. Besides her daily studies and training, Mu Lingxi would return to the Mu family's headquarters in the capital on weekends. There, she will also undergo even more terrifying training tailored specifically for her by the Mu family. Although he didn't know what the training content was, as a fellow magic-based profession, Li Jun's powerful mental strength allowed him to keenly notice that Mu Lingxi's aura was significantly stronger every time she returned to school after the weekend. The level remained unchanged, which means he didn't go to the secret realm, but his strength has obviously increased. If you say he didn't get any special training, he would never believe it. That's why Li Jun felt that no matter how powerful that ninja was, he was no match for Mu Lingxi. Even if Mu Lingxi couldn't win, she still had a huge amount of equipment and props provided by the Mu family. If you lack ability, you still have the power of money. That's the terrifying thing about big families and powerful forces. Compared to Mu Lingxi, Li Jun is more offensively oriented, but he is definitely not as adept at dealing with the elusive ninja as Mu Lingxi. This is also why he was willing to give up the center position. Ye Lingchen, naturally, overheard their entire conversation. He smiled knowingly but didn't interfere. This stemmed from his strong self-confidence. Ye Lingchen was very confident that even if the 2 were no match for him, he could cover for them. Moreover, he was also very much looking forward to their performance. Come on, Zhang Wei has already given me a surprise. Li Jun and Cici, don't let me down. As they discussed their plan, the 2 walked forward until they reached the end of the corridor. However, they did not find Miyamoto Musashi or Nakata Sachiko. Over here, Li Jun turned his head and saw that the door to room 1805 was ajar. He immediately deduced that the two had escaped inside and intended to use it as their last stronghold for a desperate last stand. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi blinked her beautiful eyes and then nodded calmly. You go in first. I'll stay here and keep watch to prevent them from escaping. No problem. The smile on Li Jun's face disappeared, and he responded with a serious expression. He pulled out his staff, casting a protective shield around himself, then kicked open the door and strode in with a nonchalant air. He walked through the short corridor into the living room, and the scene before him made him pause in surprise. Huh? Why are you the only one here? Inside the living room, Sachiko Nakato, now transformed into a mecha warrior, held a laser gun larger than her own body and stared intently at Li Jun as he entered. However, Miyamoto Musashi was not by her side. Chapter 177, Another City Victory. Bastard. Prepare to die. Before Li Jun could react, Sachiko Nakato raised her laser gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at him. A laser beam as thick as an arm slammed into Li Jun's magic shield, instantly burning a hole the size of a bowl. Damn it. You have no martial ethics. Li Jun shouted. His staff flashed, and he instantly moved 2 meters to the right. But Sachiko Nakata had no intention of letting him go. The laser gun was still firing, and the terrifying laser beam sliced across the wall, leaving a mark on it. Both the wall and the furniture were cut in half by the laser beam. Li Jun's heart pounded as he dodged the first blow. This isn't your average training. This is real combat. If he had been slower to dodge just now, he would definitely have been pierced through. The other party didn't bother with any pleasantries and went straight for the kill. Fine. You were the one who lacked martial ethics first, so don't blame me. A cold glint flashed in Li Jun's eyes, and golden holy flames rose up, making him look like a god in flames. His most striking feature was his hair, which had also turned golden, just like a super scion. The golden flames brought terrifying temperatures, and the surrounding environment began to melt under the intense heat. Fire and thick smoke began to fill the room, but none of it escaped through the door or windows. The window was sealed off by Suzuki Nai's skill, and Mu Lingxi similarly sealed off the only entrance and exit with a spell. Mech warrior, huh? I'll turn you into a grilled squid. Li Jun roared, pointing his staff forward and chanting incantations. Golden flames and thick smoke mingled together, gradually swirling and forming a horizontal fire tornado. The giant tornado swallowed the laser beam, the laser gun in Sachiko Nakato's hand, and finally the mecha warrior she had transformed into. Screams came from the other side, and the temperature of the mech suddenly rose, turning bright red in an instant. Inside the mecha, Sachiko Nakato was instantly burned, her skin torn and bleeding, and even her hair quickly curled up and disappeared. At the crucial moment, she abandoned her mecha warrior look and transformed into a sea-tide priestess. The roar of the waves and the crackling of the flames were equally matched. Suddenly, a thick column of water formed behind Sachiko Nakata. It first circled around her for a while, and then turned into a water dragon, crashing headfirst into the fire tornado. At this moment, the fire dragon and the water dragon collided, engaging in a battle between heaven and man. Seeing that the situation had changed from one-sided to evenly matched, Sachiko Nakata finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly took out a recovery potion, and painfully injected herself with it. This is a top-grade potion. Even with her status, she only has 1 dose available per year. Unfortunately, more medicine supplies have to be provided to the Azure Dragon Group and the White Tiger Group, who are on missions overseas. But before her body could fully recover, Sachiko Nakata's expression changed drastically. The 2 dragons, which had been locked in a stalemate, were now reduced to the fire dragon, while the water dragon she had summoned had completely turned into steam, filling the room. Li Jun across from him sneered inwardly. What utter nonsense about a title priest. Just an actor. I might be a little afraid of your acting skills and variety, but do you really think your portrayal of a title priest is as powerful as the real one? Putting aside whether you've actually fought the Tide Priest, even if you have, you're no match for Li Jun, the Holy Flame Mage. This is Holy Flame, a terrifying elemental flame hailed by many powerful mages as the wrath of holy light. The sacred flame carries 4 rules: holiness, life, fire, and destruction. Even Zhang Wei and Mu Lingxi wouldn't dare to directly confront Li Jun's moves during their usual sparring and training, let alone a fake. Li Jun gave Nakata Sachiko no further chances. He was determined to end the battle quickly, as the other enemy, Miyamoto Musashi, had yet to show himself. Even after thoroughly searching the entire room with his detection magic, he still couldn't find any trace of him. Take care of this first. Fire cage. With a low shout, the fire tornado suddenly transformed in midair, turning into a massive cage of flames that instantly enveloped Sachiko Naki. Accompanying the flames was a dense cloud of smoke trapped within the cage, choking Sachiko and causing her to cough incessantly, tears and snot streaming down her face. She was on the verge of suffocating. No, don't kill me. Sachiko Nakato finally begged for mercy, clinging to her last breath. As a member of the Vermilion Bird Group, she has been working here for 10 years. Ever since she awakened as an actress, she has been virtually undefeated, except for her team leader Yamamoto Tetsu, and that shut-in Suzuki Nai. Normally, she's the one bullying others. She's never been bullied herself. This arrogance and inner hubris made Nakata Sachiko look down on Ye Lingchen and his group. Today, after being easily defeated by Ye Lingchen and now severely injured by this scion-like man, Sachiko Nakata's worldview is crumbling. The fear of death and the will to survive have overcome her loyalty and dignity. At this moment, she was just a weak woman who had fallen into the hands of the enemy, not an elite member of the Vermilion Bird Group at all. Fortunately, Li Jun did not intend to kill him. Ye Lingchen had instructed him to capture him alive if possible, and only kill him if absolutely necessary. Now that the other party is begging for mercy, he can't bring himself to kill them. However, Li Jun did not answer the other party directly. Instead, he pressed him. I'll spare your life. But tell me honestly, where did that ninja go? I cough, I don't know cough. Sachiko Nakata replied through gritted teeth. Still being stubborn, huh? Then you might as well die. No, I'll talk. Musashi isn't in this room. He didn't even come in. Didn't he come in? Then where did he go? I don't know either. Looks like you really want to die. I swear to God. I really didn't know. Musashi wanted to hide, and even our team leader couldn't find him. Sachiko Nakata shouted while coughing. This time she was telling the truth. Just then, a figure flashed at the door, and Ye Lingchen walked in from outside. All right, Li Jun. She didn't lie to you. That ninja really didn't come in. But don't worry, just leave him to Cici. I believe we'll be able to find him soon. As he spoke, Ye Lingchen stepped forward, raised his hand, and reached directly into the fire cage. Nakata Sachiko disappeared and was directly taken into his divine kingdom. Inside the divine realm, a group of demons who were eating, drinking, and enjoying Suzuki Nai's dance suddenly perked up when they saw another woman being brought in. Kratos's eyes lit up. I remember there's a saying among humans. Sharing joy is worse than enjoying it alone. Dancing alone is no fun. Let's have a duet. Little Gu, let's increase the intensity. Okay. A minute later, the solo dance on stage turned into a duet. The atmosphere below the stage became even more enthusiastic, and even the palace gates were opened wide. More abyssal monsters, carrying small stools and various snacks, flocked over, enjoying this rare entertainment performance with great enthusiasm. Having two humans dance for them, and dance the dance of succubi at that. Only a great lord could provide us with such a privilege. Praise be to the Lord. Chapter 178 Mu Lingxi vs. Miyamoto Musashi. Just as Ye Lingchen said, Mu Lingxi stood quietly in the corridor on the 18th floor. Her eyes closed slightly, and her spiritual power transformed into a surging ocean, spreading in all directions. Not only that, her hands moved constantly in front of her, and strangely shaped runes flickered and shimmered. A vibrant, life-giving green light instantly filled the entire corridor, seeping into the rooms on either side. Not long after, Zhang Wei came out of a room ahead. Seeing Mu Lingxi standing there, he said directly, I've checked everything. Apart from the four of us, no one else is staying in any of the other rooms on this floor. He wanted to say something more, but when he saw Mu Lingxi standing there with her eyes closed and not saying a word, Zhang Wei immediately shut his mouth, quietly retreated to the side, and became wary. He knew that this was a spell unique to the Elven Sanctus. This technique differs from ordinary detection methods. It not only has a wider range, but is also remarkably effective against any living organism. As long as it is alive, whether it is a human, an abyssal demon, or even a paramecium, it cannot escape Mu Lingxi's eyes. Sure enough, a minute later, Mu Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes. Found you. The next moment, she transformed into a streak of light and rushed directly into room 1808, from which Zhang Wei had just emerged. What? The enemy is inside. But I clearly saw it just now. Zhang Wei looked incredulous and quickly followed Mu Lingxi inside. As a result, he shut up again as soon as he entered the house. There were 2 potted green plants placed near the window in the room. Mu Lingxi pointed to the potted green ivy on the left, and a green light, like a chain, surrounded the entire ivy. The next second, one of the leaves of the pothose suddenly twisted without warning, and a masked face appeared on it. Damn it! We've been discovered. Miyamoto Musashi's frustrated voice rang out, and the leaf turned into a puff of dust with a thud, finally revealing his figure. Before the other side could make a move, Musashi quickly formed hand seals, and his body once again turned into a wisp of dust and disappeared. Oh no. Cici, this kid is trying to run away. Don't panic, he can't escape. Mu Lingxi smiled faintly, her right index finger tracing a graceful curve across her chest. A faint green thread, one end tied to her fingertip, the other end. It extends towards one corner of the ceiling. As expected of a ninja, your mastery of the 5 elements escape technique is unparalleled. Unfortunately, I've already marked you. Even if you use the toilet water escape technique, you won't escape my grasp. As soon as she finished speaking, without Mu Lingxi using any force, she simply flicked her index finger, and Musashi's body appeared on the ceiling like a silhouette. Damn it! You treacherous Chinese, you used dirty tricks. Miyamoto Musashi jumped down from the ceiling. This time, he no longer hid and stood directly opposite Mu Lingxi, his eyes almost spitting fire. Even Zhang Wei could tell that Miyamoto Musashi was somewhat exasperated at this moment. His 5 elements escape technique is unparalleled. Within the entire Chosen One group, if he claims to be second to none in concealing his presence, no one would dare to claim to be first. According to his plan, he intended to use his escape technique to temporarily hide until the seal was lifted, so that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape and send a message directly to Watanabe Hirota, asking the team leader to come and provide support. But today his prized skill was broken by this young woman who was more than 10 years younger than him. This was no longer a question of failure or failure. Miyamoto Musashi's face, hidden behind his mask, felt hot, and he felt somewhat ashamed. But frustration is only temporary. Since there's nowhere to hide, the only option is to confront it head-on. He didn't know what would become of Sachiko Nakata, but it was unlikely to be a good outcome. She would either be killed on the spot or captured by the enemy. If Ye Lingchen can defeat you once, he'll do it again. Even he himself might not be able to defeat Ye Lingchen. There was one thing he had never really understood. When Suzuki Nai unleashed her ultimate attack, given the circumstances and the enclosed environment, Ye Lingchen could have easily countered her attack by simply using a skill to instantly summon a group of abyssal monsters. But it seems he didn't do that. Musashi and Sachiko had already run away to save their lives, and didn't see Zhang Wei instantly kill the enemy inside the house. He also didn't know that Ye Lingchen couldn't use any skills or ultimate moves during this trip to the island nation. In Miyamoto Musashi's view, he might not be able to defeat Ye Lingchen, but he was confident he could even defeat Zhang Wei in his berserk state, not to mention the seemingly delicate woman before him. Although her tracking skills are excellent, it doesn't necessarily mean she's a strong fighter. Someone capable of using such magic is most likely a support character. It must be said that Musashi's guess was very accurate. Mu Lingxi was indeed a support character, but he only guessed half of it correctly. Mu Lingxi is indeed a support character, but she is a support character with powerful combat abilities. Although Musashi underestimated his opponent, he didn't hold back when he attacked. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone a ninja, who is all about killing with a single blow. The next moment, his figure became a blur, constantly flashing and dodging around the room. At the same time, darts and shurikens rained down from all directions towards Mu Lingxi, almost blocking all her paths of movement. Musashi called this move Storm and Rain, a technique that uses indiscriminate, all-encompassing attacks to deliver a fatal blow to a single person. These darts and shurikens are not ordinary weapons. They are his special weapons. They are not ordinary metals, but were evolved by Musashi using energy. They are not only extremely sharp, but also have automatic tracking and various elemental poisons. Once it gets on your body, even a slight scratch will allow the elemental poison to enter your body instantly, rendering the enemy unable to move or even causing them to die suddenly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Mu Lingxi's strength. Although there's a 20-level difference between the two, don't forget that the Elf Saintess is a gold legendary character. The ninja, while a combat class unique to Japan, is only a purple tier character. Even a fully fledged Musashi is no match for Mu Lingxi. This is not to say that Musashi is not strong. The level difference of 20 levels gives him a clear advantage in terms of strength. Unfortunately, among the three-person group, Mu Lingxi was the one who received the most opportunities to ascend to the heavenly ladder. Her training was not just simple drills. It began with a competitive contest for the right to inherit the title of Elven Saintess. Amidst this fierce competition, Mu Lingxi not only learned many magical skills from the Elf Saintess, but also uncovered a secret. She seemed to have awakened another strange ability that even she herself didn't know. This ability is incredibly magical, and it also has a wonderful chemical reaction that complements her powerful life magic. The hidden weapons attacking from all directions gradually magnified in Mu Lingxi's pupils, but her expression was completely different from usual. Her eyes became extremely indifferent, and she simply uttered a single word. Certainly. Chapter 179 Musashi's Killer Move. Certainly. What to decide? This was Musashi's first reaction upon hearing this word. But he didn't even need to guess. He already saw the result. The various hidden weapons that were raining down on Mu Lingxi stopped in midair, as if someone had pressed the stop button. The next second, Musashi felt a blur before his eyes, and the scene returned to normal. A series of clanging sounds rang out as hidden weapons fell to the ground, but Mu Lingxi was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? Musashi was shocked. This move can be called a fatal blow. Unless the opponent has a shield like Ye Lingchen, or has supernatural powers in terms of time or space, how could they possibly disappear unharmed when there is no room to maneuver? Disappear? Damn it! Musashi cursed inwardly. He had actually been daydreaming. The next second, Mu Lingxi's cold voice came from behind Musashi. If you were Sasuke or Naruto, I might be a little afraid of you. Unfortunately, you're not. As soon as he finished speaking, vines burst forth from the ground beneath Musashi's feet, shooting skyward at incredible speed, eventually forming a huge cage that trapped Musashi inside. Just surrender obediently, don't waste time, Mu Lingxi said calmly to Musashi in the cage. A shadow crossed Musashi's exposed eyes, but it quickly vanished. Trapped in the cage, he wasn't too panicked. Instead, he asked Mu Lingxi in a deep voice, "How did you do that just now?" Mu Lingxi was taken aback, not expecting that the other party would still have the mind to care about this under such circumstances. She tilted her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. How rude. How could I possibly tell you a girl's secrets? Musashi paused upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face beneath the mask. He's a martial arts fanatic, always paying close attention to the opponent's techniques, whether fighting enemies or allies. Studying these techniques greatly benefits his own training, which is the greatest reliance for a ninja to continuously improve their skills. Mu Lingxi's move just now was too unbelievable. Not only did Musashi not understand it, but Zhang Wei, who was watching the show at the door, was also completely dumbfounded. But is it really impossible for anyone to crack it? Of course not. There was another person standing outside the door, and he was the only one who saw the truth. Ye Lingchen stood in the doorway with an indifferent expression, watching the battle inside, but the shock in his eyes betrayed his turbulent emotions. Just now, Mu Lingxi uttered the word fixed, and room 1808 fell into a mysterious atmosphere. Ye Lingchen could see very clearly that this was not some kind of spatial or temporal supernatural power at all. The moment the word fixed was uttered, the hidden weapons did indeed pause briefly. He clearly saw that Mu Lingxi seemed to have entered bullet time. She raised her hands, drew a circle in the air, and finally held a Tai Chi pose in front of her chest. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Beams of light appeared on the hidden weapons and extended towards Mu Lingxi's body. If you look closely, you'll see that it's a beam of light composed of the afterimages of hidden weapons. Without exception, all the light rays eventually converged on various parts of Mu Lingxi's body, which was also the final landing point of the hidden weapon. If nothing unexpected happens, Mu Lingxi will be riddled with holes by these hidden weapons in the next second. But isn't it precisely at such crucial moments that an accident becomes an accident? Still in bullet time, Mu Lingxi gently brushed her hands across the beams of light. The beams of light immediately changed their trajectory and converged to one side. Not only that, even the ends of the hidden weapons showed beams of light extending backward. With Mu Lingxi's manipulation, all the light, along with the hidden weapon itself, shifted its position, and in an instant, a huge gap appeared, large enough for Mu Lingxi to easily leave. And so, Mu Lingxi strolled leisurely through the huge gap and stood silently behind Musashi. This is the whole process that just happened. It's neither spatial magic nor time manipulation. What is it? Ye Lingchen was shocked. With the mother nest by his side, he witnessed amazing moments that ordinary people could never see. Even so, he still didn't know the underlying principle of this move. This is similar to humans capturing an alien UFO, but even if they get their hands on it, and even disassemble it, they still can't understand how it works. It is certain that this belongs to some kind of rule-based skill, but only Mu Lingxi herself probably knows the specific rule. Just as Ye Lingchen was pondering to himself, the battle inside the room took another turn. Musashi, trapped in the cage, raised his hand and formed a hand seal, his body once again turning into a wisp of white smoke. The next moment, on one of the leaves of the vine-covered cage, Musashi's figure appeared. He emerged directly from the leaves. The cage couldn't hold him at all. Upon seeing this, Mu Lingxi's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is troublesome. You're so skilled with the 5 elements technique. It seems it won't be easy to trap you. In that case, Mu Lingxi sighed and said leisurely, it would be more straightforward to just kill you. Woman, don't be so arrogant. I'm about to use my killing move. If you don't want to die, run for your life. Musashi was completely enraged by the other party's words, and he no longer intended to hold back. At this point in the battle, probing is no longer meaningful. He also vaguely guessed that the other party's ability might be related to some kind of higher rule, which was something that level suppression could not compensate for. As a result, the battle between the two sides quickly escalated from probing each other to a life-or-death struggle. The woman before him was not to be underestimated, and behind her lay the even more terrifying Ye Lingchen. Musashi had originally intended to save his ultimate move for a showdown with Ye Lingchen, hoping to find a way to escape. However, the current situation forced him to reveal his trump card far too early. Thinking of this, Musashi made a lightning-fast hand seal in front of his chest, and his body twisted so much that he even appeared as a double image. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of clones appeared in the room, making room 1808 suddenly crowded. Holy crap! Shadow clones. This guy's really become a shill for some kind of game. Zhang Wei exclaimed from the doorway, his eyes practically sparkling. I have to say, ninjutsu is pretty cool. But what happened next made Zhang Wei realize that he had said holy crap a little too soon. Then, the 100 clones split into 3 directions. Some of them charged towards Mu Lingxi without regard for their own safety. The other group rushed towards the door. And the last part. There were only 3 clones, hiding in the innermost part of the room in a triangular formation, their hands clasped together, seemingly fiddling with something. A terrifying aura rapidly condensed in the palms of the 3, growing larger and stronger. This move left not only Zhang Wei speechless, but also Mu Lingxi, who was fighting, and Ye Lingchen, who was watching the commotion from outside the door, all gaping in astonishment. This is a Rasengan, isn't it? Zhang Wei's trembling voice, filled with astonishment, instantly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 180 Rasengan vs Fate's Path. Rasengan, the signature technique of Nero, the protagonist of the Naruto manga. The move that Musashi was using was exactly the same as Naruto's move in the anime, in terms of appearance, momentum, and even technique. Previously, Ye Lingchen was worried that if this ninja really had the skills of those ninjas in Naruto, then it would be difficult to win this battle without using his own combat techniques and ultimate moves. Although the profession of ninja is not a particularly high-level profession, it exists only in island nations, and due to social changes, there are not many people who can awaken this profession, and those who are at full power are almost never seen. Research on this profession in various countries remains at a very basic level. Even before Ye Lingchen and his group set off, Zheng Li had repeatedly emphasized that they must take this seriously. It must be said that Ye Lingchen does indeed place great importance on this profession. The thought of the other party going all out and summoning a 9-tailed fox or something filled Ye Lingchen with excitement. If you ask me what I'm afraid of, Ye Lingchen isn't really afraid, but the trouble is real. If it really comes to that, a major war will be inevitable. It would be very difficult to avoid harming innocent civilians and causing widespread destruction. The moment Musashi used the Rasengan, Ye Lingchen knew something bad was about to happen. He no longer intended to stand by and watch the show. He had to forcefully intervene in this battle and resolve it quickly. But just as he was about to enter the house, he saw Mu Lingxi inside wave at him without turning her head. Little leaf, trust me. Tied she. Ye Lingchen pulled his raised leg back down. He glanced at the other person's back with a complicated expression, sighed, and ultimately did not go inside. CC is serious now. Ye Lingchen roughly understood what the other party was thinking. Mu Lingxi was once the class beauty, the school beauty, and had excellent academic performance. She was also the daughter of the Mu family. Both in terms of status and personal strength, they are second to none. At that time, she still felt somewhat superior to Ye Lingchen. But ever since Ye Lingchen awakened the Abyss Lord and soared into the sky, Mu Lingxi felt that the distance between the two of them was growing further and further apart. That once somewhat naive and handsome young man has become increasingly unattainable. It's a happy thing when someone you like gets stronger and stronger. But if this gap reaches a point of despair, the love will likely change, or at least become unequal. As she went from being a frontrunner to a pursuer, Mu Lingxi's mindset also underwent some subtle changes. To catch up with Ye Lingchen, she worked incredibly hard, almost to the point of exhausting her own potential. When she awakened that power that even she herself trembled with, she knew that she finally had the chance to stand in front of Xiao Yezi again. At least I'm on the same starting line as that brat Song Zi. Therefore, no one can interfere in this battle. Mu Lingxi wanted to show her strongest strength. She wanted Xiao Yezi to know that she stood before him not because of her family status or her perfect appearance, but because of her true strength. This somewhat heavy affection is Mu Lingxi's only insistence. Ye Lingchen understood her, so he ultimately chose to believe her. Mu Lingxi did not disappoint him. Mu Lingxi saw Musashi's shadow clones as nothing more than paper tigers. Whether they're rushing outside or attacking you, it's all a smokescreen. The real killer moves are only those three hiding at the farthest point, unleashing their ultimate attacks. Musashi wouldn't run, nor could he. At this point, his only chance of survival was to kill Mu Lingxi in front of him. Otherwise, even if he escaped the room, he would have nowhere to run. Mu Lingxi simply cast a spell, and the thick vines instantly sealed off the surrounding space. The shadow clones also quickly disappeared under the attack of the vines. But even with that short delay, Musashi's Rasengan was completed. A terrifying current of energy raged through the room, and terrifying energy was compressed to its limit, forming a rapidly spinning white sphere of light in the hands of the three shadow clones. Just looking at it is incredibly painful. If it hits a person, there's probably no corpse left. The person would be blasted to dust. Musashi was very confident in this move. This move was indeed one he learned from the Naruto anime. It must be said that the anime gave him a lot of inspiration. But for a real-world ninja, many of those powerful techniques are simply unbelievable to him. He's just a purple-tier character, not a golden legend, not the only hidden one, and certainly not a god. Moreover, he didn't have the same opportunity as Zhang Wei and others to ascend the heavenly ladder, a privilege only available to awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. Only the Rasengan was found to be feasible after his repeated demonstrations. With extreme speed, power, and control, energy is compressed to its limit in a very short time. Shadow clones are used to confuse the enemy, and finally a single blow is delivered to defeat the enemy. Come on, woman of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's see how you handle this move. Musashi roared and hurled the Rasengan in his hand with all his might, sending it hurtling toward Mu Lingxi with a hum that seemed to tear through space. He had calculated that his opponent would neither dare to dodge nor be able to dodge this move. If she manages to escape, the entire 18th floor will be reduced to ruins. Even if Mu Lingxi manages to escape, it's uncertain whether the others will survive the terrifying explosion. Moreover, there are two innocent maids in rooms 1802 and 1803 who have fainted from fright. The people of China could not bear to watch those two die a horrible death. So, Mu Lingxi not only didn't dodge, but also charged towards the Rasengan. This left not only Musashi stunned, but also Zhang Wei and Ye Lingchen, who were standing nearby, startled. She, came the two exclaims, but it was too late. Mu Lingxi's body collided with the Rasengan instantly, along with a mysterious freeze sound. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Musashi's body remained in the throwing posture, while Zhang Wei's mouth was wide open, and food residue on his teeth was clearly visible. Ye Lingchen's brows still held traces of anxiety and barely suppressed murderous intent, and his body remained poised as if he were about to rush into the house to rescue someone. At this moment, Mu Lingxi once again entered bullet time. She was like a fairy from the heavens, gently holding the Rasengan in her two hands. 10 fingers tapped lightly on it at a terrifying speed invisible to the naked eye. With each strike, a white thread could be drawn from the Rasengan from her fingertips. One end of the thread was connected to the Rasengan, and the other end passed through Mu Lingxi's body before disappearing into the endless void. As the threads increased, the Rasengan visibly shrank. At this moment, Mu Lingxi was like a kitten playing with a ball of yarn. The Rasengan in front of her was that white ball of yarn. Her cute little paws kept pulling the yarn out from above, and as the yarn was pulled out, the ball of yarn naturally became smaller and smaller. Mu Lingxi was very serious and careful. Although her face was calm, her forehead was covered in sweat. The actual situation was 1,000 times more dangerous than it appeared. If she's not careful, and the energy becomes unstable and explodes, Mu Lingxi will be the first to be impacted. Although she's sure to survive thanks to a bunch of life-saving items, the entire 18th floor will likely be in danger. Just as Musashi thought, she can't hide. Finally, just as Mu Lingxi was about to be exhausted and her bullet time was about to run out, the Rasengan, which was formed by the compression of extreme energy, was completely decomposed into countless threads. Mu Lingxi gritted her teeth, mustered her last bit of strength, and pulled hard with both hands in front of her chest. Open! All the threads that passed through her body were violently pulled out, detached from Mu Lingxi's body, and transformed into countless strings of a zither, floating in the air before finally disappearing into the void. Chapter 181 Concerto of Fate. Click! In Mu Lingxi's mind, an invisible barrier collapsed instantly. Just as she completely broke through the Rasengan, a mysterious and profound message suddenly arrived from the other side of the collapsing barrier. In an instant, Mu Lingxi felt as if she had entered another dimension, and she fell into a state of unconscious blankness. But her thoughts didn't stop. Instead, they became increasingly intense around that message. Fate. It was actually fate. Mu Lingxi was utterly shocked. At this moment, she finally understood what the magical power she had awakened was. That is one of the supreme laws, far surpassing all other laws, fate. It is one of the ultimate laws, even more profound than the law of cause and effect. A speck of dust, a blade of grass, a rabbit, a person, a river, a mountain, even land, ocean, and the entire blue planet. It can be said that everything in the universe has its own predetermined destiny. Tiny things, their threads of fate come together and flow into a larger tributary of destiny. If the fate of a blade of grass is like a strand of hair, then the fate of a person is like a rope, the fate of the entire planet is like a message, and ultimately the fate of the entire universe is a vast river of destiny. Mu Lingxi's ability to break through storm and rain and Rasengan was precisely aimed at their fate threads. This move is called Concerto of Fate. Whether it is a special weapon formed from energy or a Rasengan formed from compressed energy, each energy has its own unique thread of fate. The power of Concerto of Fate is to pull away these threads, pluck them, and change the course of fate. Even though she had already begun to use this skill, Mu Lingxi was still extremely shocked after learning the name of the skill and the supreme rule she had mastered. This is not about awakening a profession, but about directly mastering the rules. This reminded her of something. Only gods can control the rules. The one who controls the rules of fate is known as the goddess of fate on Earth, but in the Dragon Kingdom, this goddess of fate has a unique title. Si Ming. Mu Lingxi didn't believe she could steal the power of the gods. She had only grasped a small part of the rules of fate. But even this superficial understanding greatly boosted her combat power, making her almost invincible. The moment the barrier shattered, Mu Lingxi also felt a gaze from a distant time and space being cast upon her. That gaze was devoid of any emotion. It was simply a silent, fixed stare. Is it Si Ming? Mu Lingxi wondered to herself. She wasn't sure, but her intuition told her that her awakened abilities were definitely related to this fate master. Could it be a representative of the gods? The word popped into Mu Lingxi's mind, but she quickly dismissed the guess. While divine agents can indeed use some of the authority of the gods, every agent receives divine pronouncements, is watched over by the gods, and is given certain tasks. By fulfilling the tasks assigned by the gods, the agent can continue to use these powers to serve the gods indefinitely. Failure to fulfill the tasks will anger the gods, resulting in death and extinction, with no chance of reincarnation. Mu Lingxi did not receive any divine decree, nor did she know who the owner of that gaze was, let alone any mission. She doesn't believe that gods are selfless and would bestow power upon her simply because she's beautiful. Don't be ridiculous. Unable to figure it out for the time being, Mu Lingxi didn't dwell on it any longer. At least for now, the awakened power seems very strong and has no side effects. It just consumes a lot of energy. The move that just broke the Rasengan seemed to take only a moment to outsiders, but in reality, Mu Lingxi used up almost 80% of her mental energy, leaving her nearly exhausted. The mystical state lasted only a moment. A feeling of weightlessness came over her, and Mu Lingxi felt her consciousness suddenly plummet. Her vision blurred, and she finally returned to her body. In front of her, Musashi was still in the motion of throwing a Rasengan, while Zhang Wei and Ye Lingchen at the door were also in their own states of action. The next second, everything in room 1808 was calm. Musashi's ferocious expression didn't even last half a second before he was plunged into immense shock and a collapse of faith. "Where's my Rasengan?" Inside the spacious room 1808, everything was as usual. Not only was there no Rasengan, but the floor wasn't even damaged. The cold air from the air conditioner made Musashi shiver, and a deep, soul-deep fear instantly swept over him. Zhang Wei and Ye Lingchen, who were standing at the door, also stopped and stared in astonishment at the scene before them. This time, even Ye Lingchen couldn't see the entire process of Mu Lingxi cracking the code. This deeply shocked him. Mu Lingxi didn't say much. Looking at her dwindling mental energy, she gritted her teeth and decided to finish the battle quickly. "This Musashi is very powerful. We absolutely cannot let him leave alive. It seems very difficult to capture him alive now. Since that's the case, then let's kill them." Thinking of this, Mu Lingxi cast another spell. This time it wasn't the rules of fate, but her most proficient life magic. Life-based spells can not only be used for auxiliary healing, but also have powerful offensive capabilities. Before Miyamoto Musashi could recover from his shock, a green light enveloped his entire body. The next second, Musashi felt a very uncomfortable sensation all over his body. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion swept over him like a tidal wave. He felt incredibly heavy, unable to lift his hands, and even standing up was a luxury. With a thud, Musashi collapsed to the ground. Within a few breaths, he had completely lost the ability to move. Ye Lingchen and his companion at the door watched the process with expressions of shock. In their eyes, Musashi's body rapidly collapsed, his muscular frame atrophied, and even with his face covered, they could feel the aura of decay emanating from him. As Musashi fell to the ground, his bones shattered, and wrinkles covered the area around his exposed eyes. His eyes gradually became cloudy. He lay on the ground, motionless, staring blankly at the beautiful woman in front of him. Until his eyes fell out, his body decayed, and he eventually became a mummified corpse. Musashi died. He died of old age. Mu Lingxi's life magic ruthlessly drained all the life force from his body. Given Musashi's strength, it would have taken Mu Lingxi quite some effort to easily catch him off guard. However, the move that had just countered the Rasengan left the opponent momentarily stunned, which created an opportunity for them to strike. Mu Lingxi's magic was also very domineering. She had no intention of dealing with the other party anymore and directly used ruthless methods. Looking at Musashi, now a dried-up corpse on the ground, Ye Lingchen, standing at the door, swallowed hard and said to Zhang Wei beside him, "Is Cece always this twisted?" Zhang Wei shook his head stiffly. "And nothing, but you saw it yourself. If there's nothing wrong, it's best not to upset her." Chapter 182. Next stop, Fukushima. The anticipated fierce battle ended so quickly. This was something Ye Lingchen hadn't expected. Even he was wary of Mu Lingxi's strength. Even with his skills disabled, he wasn't confident he could easily defeat his opponent. "Team leader, I have successfully completed my mission." Mu Lingxi's voice, tinged with a mix of weakness and excitement, brought Ye Lingchen back to reality. Looking at her pale face and the glistening beads of sweat on her forehead, Ye Lingchen felt a pang of heartache. He reached out and smoothed the other person's disheveled hair back. "Cece, thank you for your hard work." This caused Mu Lingxi's body to tremble slightly, and her pale face immediately flushed red. Her heart was pounding, and she hurriedly lowered her head, but she did not stop Ye Lingchen's actions. "No, not at all. Cece didn't embarrass you, did she?" "Of course not. Cece is the best. She was the class beauty and the school beauty in school, the department beauty at Tsinghua and Peking University, and the group beauty in our group. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly capable." Ye Lingchen praised her while giving her a big thumbs up. Flattery will get you everywhere. Mu Lingxi was flattered and felt quite elated. But when she looked down at her clothes and dusty feet, her face froze. "Little Yezi, Zhang Wei, the rest is up to you. I'm going to take a shower." Without waiting for their reply, he rushed out of the room, returned to 1804, and plunged into the bathroom. Ye Lingchen shook his head helplessly. That's just how girls are. Mu Lingxi killed Miyamoto Musashi, but Ye Lingchen did not blame her. Whether Musashi lives or dies is irrelevant, because during this time, within the divine realm, Kratos has already gleaned a considerable amount of useful information from Suzuki Nakata and Sachiko Nakata through illusions. At this point, Musashi's value is relatively diminished. It's better to eliminate this dangerous and uncertain factor. After a period of rest, the 4 members of Ming Group gathered in room 1801. After taking a bath, Mu Lingxi took another dose of a top-quality mental recovery potion and regained her radiant appearance. Zhang Wei and Li Jun didn't suffer any losses. This battle began suddenly and ended quickly. Their team cleared the game without taking any damage, making their first battle in the island nation a perfect success. In a conference room at the Dragon Kingdom base, a group of bigwigs watching the live stream were also filled with sighs. Especially Mu Guozhu, whose old face was radiant. If he had a tail, it would definitely be sticking up to the sky right now. Mu Guozhu, the Mu family truly has a worthy successor, the Taoist Qingwai said with a smile. Ha, what are you saying? Cici is still young and needs more training. Mu Guozhu said modestly, but he was secretly overjoyed. Others couldn't see Mu Lingxi's move just now, but none of the big shots present were ordinary people. They saw it clearly. Everyone's eyes were filled with utter shock. As everyone congratulated Mu Guozhu, they couldn't help but feel a little wistful. The Mu family had produced yet another unparalleled genius. Regardless of Mu Lingxi's identity, having mastered the supreme rules, her strength will definitely rank among the top tier in the future. It seems she didn't exert herself at all during the college entrance exam. I wonder if this was Mu Lingxi's own decision or if that old fox Mu Shanha deliberately asked her to do so. As for Zhang Wei and Li Jun's performances, although they were not as eye-catching as Mu Lingxi's, they were still refreshing. Zhang Wei's Berserker seems slightly different from what they know. You could say it's a Berserker 2.0. He has a high chance of becoming the commander of the Vanguard Legion on the front lines in the future. Li Jun and Mu Guozhu share the same profession, Holy Flame Mage. If trained properly, it's not impossible for Li Jun to succeed him in the future. The family has produced a young prodigy, and now there is a successor with the same profession who is very worthy of being cultivated. Damn it, that old bastard made a profit again. This was the thought on everyone's mind in the conference room. Team leader, what should we do next? Zhang Wei asked. After this battle, they were completely convinced of Ye Lingchen's leadership, and their address changed from the affectionate little Yi to team leader. Only at this point did the team develop strong cohesion. Next, we'll be leaving Tokyo. Leave Tokyo? Where to? Fukushima. Fukushima. Upon hearing the place name, the other 3 all showed expressions of surprise. Just then, everyone felt the surrounding environment suddenly tremble. Power was restored, and the noise of the street outside the window returned. Let's go. The lockdown is over. We can't stay here anymore. Let's move as soon as possible and avoid trouble. As he spoke, Ye Lingchen stood up first. The 4 of them slipped past the others and quietly left through the hotel's back door. Just as the Ming group left Tokyo to head to Fukushima, the In group finally arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Looking at the towering Mount Fuji, Lu Li and Chen Erniu were completely mesmerized. Mount Fuji. It's damn hot. Chen Erniu spontaneously composed a poem. Shut up. Chen Kursen rolled her eyes at him. Neither Lu Li nor Chen Erniu had ever traveled far from home. Lu Li was a cultivation fanatic. His days consisted solely of training, and travel was completely foreign to him. Chen Erniu, on the other hand, was simply poor. The furthest friends he knew were Ertsuzi and Tsuehua from the next village. The farthest places he had ever been were Tsinghua and Peking universities in the capital and the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood in the Northern Theater Command. Forget Mount Fuji, I've only ever seen the 5 great mountains and the Himalayas in books and on TV. Of all the people excited about this mission to the island nation, Chen Erniu was the most excited. On the Shinkansen from Kansai to MT Fuji, this guy acted like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, constantly praising the scenery outside the window. He even forced himself to compose a poem about the food on the train, making Chen Kursen and Lu Li want to sever all ties with him. Unfortunately, Chen Erniu was the leader of the dark group, and only he knew what to do next. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have run away long ago. To stop Chen Erniu from rambling on, Lu Li asked directly, where to next? Chen Erniu pointed to Mount Fuji in the distance. Let's climb the mountain. Half an hour later, at the foot of Mount Fuji, in a secluded spot, the 3 members of the dark group rested for a while before preparing to climb the mountain. Chen Erniu turned on the bracelet, and a 3D image of Mount Fuji appeared on the light screen. He pointed to a spot halfway up the mountain and said, this is our destination. It's where the Chosen One is holding prisoners. The mission is simple. Rescue Shui Xiao and minimize casualties. Understood. Chen Kursen and Lu Li both nodded. When it came time to carry out the mission, the three of them stopped taking it lightly and entered a state of combat readiness. The process of climbing the mountain was similar to crossing the sea. Chun Erniu still turned into mist and enveloped the figures of the others, and they moved up the mountain in this way. The route they chose had no road at all and no tourists. But that didn't matter to the three of them. It took the three of them about an hour to reach the designated location. The hillside in front of us was covered with jagged rocks, and there wasn't a soul in sight. This place is above the snow line, with sparse vegetation and similar scenery all around, mostly sand and rocks. But none of the three showed any sign of doubt or panic. They knew that the entrance lay right beneath the rubble in front of them. Chapter 183 Reconnaissance of Enemy Situation. Hello, team leader. Yes. Don't worry, everything is ready. I guarantee they won't leave alive. If anything goes wrong, I'll pay with my life. Looking at Yamamoto Toru, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had an indifferent expression on the screen in front of him, Hikaru Ichijo patted his chest and said. He wanted to say a few more words to express his loyalty, but the call was abruptly cut off. As the fairy tale ended, Hikaru's face darkened again. The screen lit up again, but it no longer showed Yamamoto Toru's face. Instead, it showed images of Chun Erniu and his two companions outside the base. He took a big bite of the apple in his hand, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Come on, you idiots from the Dragon Kingdom. Come and experience the terror of an adult. Halfway up Mount Fuji, Chun Erniu and his two companions were unaware that their whereabouts had been exposed. Or perhaps, even if they were, they didn't care. Chun Erniu nodded to Lu Li, who nodded slightly before turning into a black shadow and disappearing in front of them. This was a tactic they had discussed before they arrived. Upon arriving at the designated location, Lu Li was in charge of reconnaissance. Any incidents that could be resolved discreetly were dealt with covertly. If an encounter occurred, Chun Kursin would handle it, and any remaining fugitives would be dealt with by Chun Erniu. This tactic is quite reliable. Given the professional characteristics of the three players, they can coordinate seamlessly without prior practice. Chun Erniu and Chun Kursin waited for a full 20 minutes at the mountainside before Lu Li's figure reappeared. How is it? Have you figured it out? Lu Li nodded, but his expression was somewhat solemn. I understand now. It's just that what's next is much more troublesome than I imagined. It's all right. Tell me the details, Chun Erniu said unhurriedly. Lu Li nodded and recounted the intelligence he had gathered in detail. The entrance here is a passageway about 100 meters long, extending downwards at a 45-degree angle. The passageway is wide enough for two tanks to pass side by side. There are no guards inside the passageway. As Lu Li spoke, he began to draw a sketch on the ground. At the end of the passageway are two huge elevators, as well as a spiral staircase resembling an emergency escape staircase. Both elevators and stairs allow for upward and downward movement. Lu Li did not choose to go upwards, guessing that the enemy base was most likely deep inside the mountain. Just as he expected, he descended the stairs for about 200 meters before reaching the bottom. The scene before him surprised Lu Li as well. Then a huge hollow structure appeared in front of them. The interior of Mount Fuji appears to have been completely hollowed out. Countless rooms were carved out densely around the mountainside, like layers of rings stacked on top of each other, extending downwards continuously. These rooms are not all the same size. As the floors decrease, the rooms on each floor become larger. The bottom room has a door that's 10 meters high. At the bottom center of the entire space is a huge lava pool. The surging lava churned and bubbled within, the air distorted by the intense heat, making the entire space unbearably stuffy. Only then did Lu Li become certain that Mount Fuji was indeed an active volcano. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a massive amount of lava below. He couldn't understand why the Chosen Ones would build a base in such a strange place. The entire space looked like a prison, with many soldiers patrolling each floor. Furthermore, there are guards stationed at the elevator and stairwell entrances on each floor. Compared to the outer passageway, the security here is significantly increased by orders of magnitude. Right in the very center of that enormous lava pool, so vast that its edge seemed to disappear at a glance, stood a colossal building. Lu Li estimated that the building was incredibly tall, appearing to be at least 200 meters high, and covering an area of several 100,000 square meters. Even so, from his vantage point, within the lava pool, this colossal building appeared to be nothing more than a small stalactite. The sight before him made Lu Li's scalp tingle. The mission is to rescue hostages. But there are just too many rooms here. The floor closest to him alone has hundreds of rooms. Finding Xue Xiaoxiao in such a vast space is like finding a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Lu Li felt a headache coming on. He didn't go any further, but after carefully memorizing the detailed distribution of the buildings and enemy forces within the space, he turned back the way he came. That's basically the situation. As for the direction the stairs go up, I haven't investigated. I can go again if necessary. No need. You did very well. Chen Erniu's somewhat cute face showed no emotion, and his tone was very calm. Normally, he spoke in a childish, babyish voice, and seemed somewhat unreliable. But ever since he arrived at Mount Fuji, Chen Erniu's demeanor has gradually changed. Although they still had that adorable, silly appearance and that sweet, coquettish voice, both Lu Li and Chen Kursin felt a chilling aura when they looked into each other's eyes. It was an extreme coldness devoid of any emotion, enough to devour one's soul. The two didn't say much. Since they were carrying out a mission, they had to strictly follow orders. The higher-ups had clearly considered special reasons for appointing Chen Erniu as the team leader. Now it seems that Chen Erniu is not as simple as he appears. His usual jovial and sarcastic demeanor may very well be a facade. Chen Erniu stared at the sketch on the ground for a moment, then opened his bracelet and quickly tapped it a few times. A light screen lit up again, and a holographic projection of Mount Fuji appeared before the three of them. Upon seeing the projection, Lu Li let out a soft gasp. How is this possible? How did you get a map of this place? Lu Li looked at Chen Erniu with a face full of astonishment, while the latter shrugged indifferently. Why is it impossible? Before I came, Minister Zheng gave me all the information he had. This is part of it. Huh? This? Lu Li looked bewildered, then gritted his teeth and said, No. If you have a map, why do you still make me go in there? Chen Erniu waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. This is a place where the island nation's chosen one specifically detains prisoners. It's a secret to others, but it's not particularly secret to the Dragon Nation's intelligence department. The reason we're letting you in to investigate is just to be on the safe side. We have the topographical map, but we don't know the enemy's troop distribution. On the other hand, what if the terrain within this space has changed? All of this must be confirmed again. Hearing Chen Erniu's words, Lu Li suddenly realized what was going on and cursed himself for being an idiot. Chen Kursin, standing to the side, blinked and couldn't help but look at Chen Erniu a few more times, gaining a deeper understanding of this team leader. Once Lu Li returned to normal, he suddenly pointed to a spot on the holographic projection and asked, What's this for? Why does it look so strangely structured? Chapter 184 Infiltrating the Interior. The location Lu Li was pointing to was the upper level of the staircase, a place he had never been before. The space there is also quite large, but it pales in comparison to the space underground. Chen Erniu's gaze also fell in the direction Lu Li was pointing, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his indifferent face. That place, that's a nuclear missile silo. Holy crap! Lu Li's mouth dropped open in astonishment, wide enough to swallow a watermelon. Chen Kursin, standing beside him, also covered her mouth in surprise. Team leader, I'm a scaredy cat, don't scare me. I'm not lying to you. According to the information Minister Zheng gave me, that's a nuclear missile silo. Chen Erniu smiled helplessly. No wonder you said we didn't need to go up there to investigate. If I had gone. Lu Li shuddered as he said this. Although nuclear bombs only have power when they explode, they had heard of such weapons of mass destruction since childhood. In the distant past, nuclear bombs were indeed used, causing enormous casualties to the Abyss invaders. But wherever the nuclear bombs passed, nothing grew, the enemy was wiped out. But the land was also utterly destroyed. This kind of devastating weapon, which inflicts 1,000 damages on the enemy, but also 800 on the enemy, is something that humanity will not easily use unless absolutely necessary. What Chen Erniu and his companions didn't know was that even the most powerful nuclear bombs were nothing compared to the Abyss Lord. The Abyss Lords have 1,000 ways to avoid being hit by nuclear bombs, and even if they are hit, they cannot be killed by their powerful primal force. As for those cannon fodder monsters, compared to the vast number of creatures in the Abyss, they are not even a drop in the ocean. Even if humanity uses up all its nuclear weapons, it still cannot eliminate all the abyssal monsters. It's impossible not to be nervous when you're in such close proximity to such a powerful weapon. Lu Li was afraid that once the battle started, a nuclear bomb might be accidentally detonated, and then not only would they not be able to save anyone, but none of them would be able to escape. In that case, we must minimize the impact of this operation and avoid fighting if possible. You're right. That's why the higher-ups sent the three of us to carry out this mission. Chen Erniu agreed. One can vanish into thin air, another is a master of assassination and sneak attacks, and the third excels at seduction and subversion. This combination is indeed the best choice for carrying out secret missions. The three then understood the intention behind the arrangement and couldn't help but admire it. So what do we do next? Luli asked. Chen Erniu did not answer immediately, but stared blankly at the topographic map projected across the entire system. After a long pause, he finally spoke. We don't know the target's location yet. Our first step is to infiltrate this place, and then Chen Kursen will charm a few enemies to find out the target's exact location before we make our move. Received. The other two replied simultaneously. Leave the infiltration to me. Luli patted his chest. Chen Erniu looked at him in surprise. Give it to you? You mean? You guessed right. My shadow space can move now. Luli chuckled, a smug look on his face. The time limit is still 5 minutes. But that's enough for us to get back to where I was before. Chen Erniu nodded in agreement. He glanced at the map again, his brows furrowing slightly as if he had some concerns. But seeing the other two looking both nervous and excited, he didn't say anything. He just sighed inwardly and jumped into Lu Li's shadow space with Chen Kursen. The three then headed towards the underground space. 5 minutes later, the three figures appeared at the end of the stairs. Just as Lu Li had said, there wasn't a single enemy patrolling along the way. The three of them easily reached their destination. Even Chen Erniu was amazed by the enormous space below. I didn't feel much when I was looking at the topographic map, but now that I'm here in person, the shock is something that can't be experienced just by looking at a map. Lu Li pointed to the location of the first-level mountain wall corridor not far away. The elevator here requires identity verification, so we definitely can't use it. We'll have to take the stairs. That's the entrance to the next floor. There are 2 soldiers guarding it. The enemy's strength and profession are unknown. There are also 3 patrol groups on this floor. I calculated that on average, a group of soldiers passes by there every 5 minutes. So we only have 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Chen Kursen nodded, then turned to Chen Erniu. The team leader will work with me. Lu Li, you stay in the shadows and cover us to prevent any accidents. The three exchanged a glance, nodded in unison, and the operation began. Without further ado, Chen Erniu transformed into a wisp of mist, enveloping Chen Kursen's body, and headed towards their designated location, while Lu Li transformed back into a shadow, following behind them to provide cover. The mist quickly drifted to the 2 soldiers. The soldier on guard duty was getting sleepy. The same old routine every day would make anyone slack off. One of the soldiers yawned and saw that his vision was becoming blurry. Huh? Where did this cigarette come from? Before he could react, the fog enveloped him and another soldier. The 2 soldiers then saw a stunningly beautiful woman emerge from the mist. She had almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose and mouth, and 2 adorable, fluffy little pointed ears on her head. The woman was dressed very lightly, and her vital parts were barely concealed. At that moment, the woman was smiling at the 2 of them, a very sweet smile. A pair of pink pupils seemed to possess endless magic, captivating the 2 soldiers so much that they could not look away for even a moment, completely mesmerized. Have you seen this woman from the Dragon Kingdom? The woman picked up a photograph and placed it in front of the 2 of them. The 2 soldiers stared blankly for a moment, then shook their heads. The woman was somewhat annoyed by this, and one of the soldiers quickly replied, "No, don't be angry. If it were a Chinese person, they should be locked in a room below the 80th floor. Our level is not high enough." The woman nodded, her brows relaxing as she winked at the 2 men. "You did a good job. Keep up your guard duty here. Wait for my message before we move." Yes, your majesty." The 2 soldiers drooled, their eyes filled with infatuation and love, wishing they could kneel down in front of the woman and lick her feet. As the fog gradually dissipated, the soldiers' figures reappeared. They were still standing guard there, just like usual. The mist then drifted back to where they had come from. The 3 figures reappeared, and Chen Kursen looked at the other 2. "Did you all hear that?" The 2 nodded. "There are 100 floors in total, and Shui Xiaoxiao is locked up below the 80th floor. This has greatly reduced our workload," Lu Li said thankfully. "How about we go down the elevator shaft and start searching from the 80th floor?" Chen Erniu pondered for a moment, but rejected Lu Li's suggestion. "We'll split up. Lu Li, you go down the elevator shaft and start searching from the 80th floor, room by room. Chen Kursen and I will take the stairs." Chapter 185, The Strange Prisoner. Huh? Split into 2 groups. Lu Li was puzzled upon hearing this. At a time like this, why split up? Shouldn't we concentrate our forces to rescue people? Chen Erniu shook his head. "No need for further explanation, just follow my orders. Once you're down there and have spotted the target, don't make any rash moves. Just notify us immediately." Lu Li wanted to say something more, but seeing Chun Erniu's unquestionable expression, he ultimately gave up. After he disappeared through the gap in the elevator door, Chen Kursen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Team leader, do you have other plans? Chun Erniu nodded. Let's go down the stairs. You've charmed the soldiers at each stairwell. These men can be useful in a pinch. Chen Kursen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Team leader, are you trying to create chaos? Chun Erniu said non-committally. It's just an extra layer of protection. Hopefully we won't need it. He glanced at the lava pool below, a hint of worry flashing across his eyes. And so, the three of them split into two groups and acted on their own. With no more restrictions, Lu Li, like an arrow released from a bow, leaped down the elevator shaft and quickly arrived at the 80th floor. The corridor on this floor was even larger, and the rooms were also bigger. Although there were quite a few of them, Lu Li, now in shadow, was still able to explore very quickly. Without saying a word, he went into a cell to see what was going on inside. As soon as he entered, Lu Li was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the shadows. What are these things? Lu Li's pupils almost shrank to a point, and the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. There was a huge prison cell, divided into two spaces, an inner and an outer one. He was now in the outer room, which was sparsely furnished and dark, with no lights. The outer and inner rooms are separated by a huge, transparent glass door. Inside the door, the inner room was brightly lit, as bright as day. Under the cold white light of the fluorescent lamp, a large bed, at least 5 meters long, lay across the center of the room. On the bed, a strangely shaped thing lay there, like a huge mountain of flesh. Is this a living thing? Lu Li swallowed hard, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and looked carefully. The mountain of flesh rose and fell rhythmically, as if it were breathing. The mountain of flesh was covered with severed limbs, as if it were pieced together from countless human bodies. The exposed skin was festering and cracked, with yellowish-green pus constantly oozing from the fissures and dripping onto the bed and floor. The entire inner room floor was covered with this layer of pus, making it look extremely disgusting. On one layer of the mountain of flesh, a colossal head could be vaguely seen. This head was as large as 10 adult heads, and it looked incredibly ugly. It had a swollen nose, cracked lips, a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth, and the pupils of its eyes were completely invisible, just a pale white. The head's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, emitting snores, giving the impression that the mountain of flesh before one's eyes was a person who was sleeping. Lu Li had this thought after just one glance, so he quickly shook his head to calm himself down. How could this thing be a person? He glanced at the mountain of flesh one last time, then slipped through the crack in the door without looking back and headed for the next cell. No wonder the rooms downstairs are so big. The things inside are all quite large. As Lu Li pondered this, he entered the cell next door. The same structure came into view, with another mountain of flesh lying inside, only slightly different in shape. Lu Li quickly searched the entire 80th floor, but he couldn't find Xue Xiaoxiao, or even a single decent person. Lu Li had some doubts. Isn't this a prison? Shouldn't it be holding prisoners? What are these mountain-like monsters? There's no such species among the abyssal monsters, and judging from their severed limbs, they are clearly human bodies. If these monsters are prisoners, what did they do to be imprisoned here by the chosen ones? It's important to understand that this isn't an ordinary prison. It's the private prison of the chosen ones, and the prisoners aren't ordinary people either. They're all powerful or heinous criminals. The fact that so many monsters are imprisoned here suggests they've caused immense destruction or loss, necessitating the deployment of the chosen ones awakened to suppress them. However, it seems that Lu Li had never heard of such a large-scale casualty incident in the island nation, or that such an incident had occurred but the news had been blocked. Damn it! The computing power is insufficient. It's going to crash. Lu Li grabbed his hair hard, feeling a burning smell coming from his head. As an assassin, Lu Li possessed a certain level of deductive reasoning ability. However, with such a bizarre situation, this greenhorn was far from capable of analyzing the truth behind it. Even grasping the slightest clue would have his brain fried. Things that require thinking are not suitable for Lu Li. He paused for a moment, letting his mind cool down, before sending what he had seen to Chun Erniu and Chen Kursen via his bracelet, and then continued to the next level. My mission is to rescue people, not to act like Conan. I should leave this brain-intensive stuff to the team leader. Besides, even if I find out the truth, so what? As long as I successfully rescue Xue Xiaoxiao, the mission is complete. Even if things turn upside down in Japan, it has nothing to do with me. That's the good thing about having a big heart. If you can't figure something out, you don't dwell on it, and you're never troubled. But the difficult problem fell into Chun Erniu's hands. Damn Luli. What a disgusting thing. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Chen Kursin almost threw up her dinner when she saw the video, her face turning ashen as she complained. Chun Erniu glanced quickly at the image, his worry deepening. But he didn't dwell on it, quickly deactivating the bracelet. Let's go, speed things up. The two of them remained calm and collected, seducing each of the soldiers guarding the stairwells, one by one. As Luli delves deeper into the prison, the scenes he witnesses in the cell increasingly shatter his worldview. Compared to what's below, an 80-layer mountain of flesh is quite normal. The things imprisoned in the cells below were no longer even remotely human. A thick, sturdy tree with a huge eye growing right in the middle of its trunk. It was something like a sea urchin, with a vertical pupil in the middle that emitted a dazzling light like the sun. It has one huge leg, and its upper body is an oiled paper umbrella. On the oiled paper umbrella are a single eye and a mouth, with a long, scarlet tongue sticking out. Lu Li's expression grew increasingly grim as he transmitted images of these monsters to Chen Erniu. As more and more images came in, even Chun Kursin noticed some clues. Team leader, look at this, and this too. Aren't these monsters from Japanese mythology? Chun Erniu remained silent, but his expression betrayed his feelings. A lingering gloom had settled over his once adorable baby face. He looked down at the enormous lava pool that was getting closer and closer. The outline of the giant building, which was over 200 meters tall, was now clearly visible. The entire building is constructed of an unknown metal, without a trace of concrete. The dark gray exterior walls appear particularly oppressive under the reflection of the lava. He took a deep breath and said to Chen Kursin beside him, "Let's go. We don't need to look at the rest of this. Focus on completing the mission." Chapter 186: The Aura of Gods. In the conference room of a military base in the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Li's actions are being broadcast live. Every bigwig present watched intently. The meeting room was completely silent, with only the faint sound of people's regular, low breathing. Looking at the monsters in front of her, Zheng Li's expression turned serious. The news that came back seems to be highly authentic. Jiang Fengyu nodded. These islanders are truly perverted. Judging from these strange things, their god-making plan must have been going on for a long time. They started with low-level monsters, and I bet there will be higher-level monsters later, and finally gods. But the attempt to create a god has clearly failed, hasn't it? Soren stroked his golden beard, frowning. Look closely at these monsters. From the very beginning, they couldn't even maintain a basic form, but in the lower levels, they've become very similar to the monsters in Japanese mythology. But it's all show and no substance, isn't it? Qinghun Daoran interjected. That's right. They look very realistic, but they all feel like garbage to me. Soren nodded in agreement. The soul-clearing Taoist tossed a ghost bouncing around on his head back onto the myriad soul banner, and said unhurriedly, "Big guy, your statement isn't very objective. These things are trash to you, but among ordinary awakened ones, they're terrifying beings. They have no levels, but I can sense a disgusting aura through their soul seeds. Evil, tyranny, madness, and even a very faint trace of divinity." These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, drawing the attention of everyone in the conference room. "Junior brother, explain yourself clearly. What exactly did you see?" the corpse-clearing Taoist urged. The Taoist Qin Hun shook his head, his brows furrowing and relaxing repeatedly for a long time. In the scene, Lu Li also passed by several cells at the same time. Just as Jiang Fengyu guessed, the further down the path they went, the closer the monsters' forms became to mythology, and even some powerful demons began to appear. These powerful demons all looked malnourished, listless, and pacing aimlessly around the room. Take the Yukiana, Snow Woman, for example. She's a well-known powerful demon in Japanese mythology. Not just in Japan, but also in China. Many people know her. She's practically a star among yokai, supernatural beings. This Snow Woman was extremely beautiful, with skin even whiter and more translucent than the snow of Siberia. However, her eyes were dull and lifeless. Her arms hung limply in front of her, and her body leaned slightly forward. She drifted around the house like this, never stopping for a moment, and never seemed to get tired. The pure-souled Taoist cleared his throat and said somewhat uncertainly, "As expected, the aura of the gods is getting stronger and stronger. The greater the demon, the more obvious that disgusting aura. But I've never encountered this kind of aura before. Even the aura of the abyss gods wasn't like this. Or rather, it wasn't this disgusting." The words of the Qinghun Taoist caused all the bigwigs present to fall into deep thought. Qinghun, that old codger, is definitely not lying. He had seen the gods. The master of the three brothers was a god. But he said that this divine aura did not come from any god on earth or in the abyss. Could it be an outer god? Jiang Fengyu suddenly asked. Outer gods are deities from other regions of the universe, outside of Earth. Strictly speaking, the abyss gods are also outer gods. But now that the abyss and Earth are connected, the outer gods she spoke of are naturally not the gods of the abyss. Impossible. Mu Guozhu immediately rejected this conjecture. If the outer gods were coming, they would have come long ago. Don't forget, Blue Star is located in a very remote area. Unless they come through a spatial rift like the abyss, it's not so easy for outer gods to come to Blue Star. Besides, if the outer gods really were coming, Blue Star would have been corrupted long ago. Would we even have the chance to discuss this here? Everyone nodded in agreement. Since it is neither an external god nor a local god, the origin of this divine aura is rather strange. Suddenly, Qinghun Taoist turned to Qingshi Taoist beside him, staring intently at him. Hey, Ouyang idiot, do you know something? The corpse-clearing Taoist was deep in thought when he was startled by the soul-clearing Taoist shout. You're scaring me to death. What do I know? Why are you hiding? Look me in the eye. You definitely know something. You were the one who suggested sending these juniors on this mission. With such unusual behavior, do you think I'd believe you if you said you knew nothing? At this moment, the Taoist Qingwai spoke up seriously. Second brother, we're all family here. Since you've gathered everyone here, are you hiding something from us? The corpse-clearing Taoist spread his hands, looking helpless, and said, Senior brother, I'm really not lying to you. I was just a messenger. This mission was arranged by Xiaoyao himself, and I was kept in the dark. At this point, the corpse-clearing Taoist seemed to have gained confidence, glaring fiercely at the soul-clearing Taoist. If you're so capable, go find him right now and ask him clearly. Let's see if he'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Qinghun Daoren immediately cowered, shrinking his neck. At this hour, the steam bun shop is busy. If I go, I'm afraid my sister-in-law will chop me up. Good to know. Let's keep watching. Since Xiaoyao has made this arrangement, he must have his reasons. The corpse-clearing Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Li, resting her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment before asking, who exactly is behind this? Do you think they'll show up? It definitely will. On the way to Fukushima, Ye Lingchen said calmly, the moment the seal was broken, the other side knew something was wrong here. Don't forget, our every move was under their surveillance. There were no secrets whatsoever. But this doesn't make sense. Zhang Wei rubbed his head in frustration. We've been gone for so long, and the leader and other members of that Vermilion Bird group haven't shown up yet. Since they know, don't they plan to rescue us? I bet there's some internal conflict among them. These guys were deliberately sent out as cannon fodder. Li Jun analyzed seriously. It would be best if they could take us out, but if not, they'll just be thrown away as expendable pawns. Baka. The Japanese are incredibly heartless. They don't even spare their own people. Hey Jun, why did you steal my lines? Zhang Wei and Li Jun were chatting happily when Mu Lingxi, who had been lost in thought, suddenly looked up at Ye Lingchen. Team leader, do you think it's possible that all of this was done on purpose? That the leader of the Shizuku group deliberately lured us to Fukushima? Wow. Cici, are you channeling Conan? Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and gave a big thumbs up. Ye Lingchen smiled knowingly and said approvingly, our Cici is so smart. Unlike you two idiots. That's right. They will definitely show up when we get to Fukushima. Chapter 187 Underground Uprising. Mount Fuji, inside the mountain. Lu Li wandered numbly through the layers of corridors. He had descended to the 99th floor, but still couldn't find Xue Xiaoxiao. As Lu Li traveled, he encountered more and more monsters. To his surprise, the lower he went, the larger the rooms became, and even the monsters inside became more elegant. Some of these monsters are standard humanoid, while others, though not human, still have a complete outline and even look rather imposing. These monsters were all imprisoned in the room without exception. They had no intention of leaving, and just wandered aimlessly inside, lying, sitting, standing, or floating. After seeing so much, Lu Li's initial amazement had turned into numbness. Monster, that damn monster. Where's the target? Lu Li cursed under his breath, but his steps didn't falter. Could I really be that unlucky as to be on the last floor? Lu Li glanced at the downward staircase and hesitated. The last level is the bottom, where the lava pool is located. Apart from the cells surrounding the perimeter of the corridor, there was only that strange building in the very center. At a height of about 20 floors above him, Chun Erniu and Shin Kursin also walked down smoothly, successfully seducing the soldiers standing guard at the stairwells along the way. However, Chun Kursin always felt that Chun Erniu seemed to have something on his mind, and the further down they went, the less he said a word. Because of the fog, she couldn't see his expression, but a woman's intuition told her that Chun Erniu's mood seemed off. But since she had already come this far, she couldn't very well ask, so she could only keep her head down and continue walking. About half an hour later, the two received another message from Lu Li. Team leader, we've searched everywhere. We haven't found the target. Lu Li's voice was tinged with frustration and anxiety. Understood. Find a secluded spot and wait for us to meet up, Chun Erniu said calmly. He sped up and headed straight for the 100th floor. Strangely enough, in such a large underground prison, the last level has no guards at all, just like the passageway leading to the top exit. This puzzled Lu Li greatly. He had just looked through the room on the 100th floor, and he could even name some of the monsters inside. They seemed to have appeared in certain comics. He guessed that the lower the floor, the more powerful the prisoners should be, and the more soldiers should be on guard. Throughout the journey, the number of guards on each floor remained constant. In addition to the 2 soldiers on duty by the stairs, there were 3 other patrol teams, each with 5 men and different radar configurations. Could there be something special about this floor? Lu Li wondered, subconsciously looking towards the building at the center of the magma. The temperature here is unbearably high, and ordinary people cannot stay here for long. Even awakened beings cannot withstand it for long without special protection. Lu Li's ability allows him to disappear into the shadows, which, strictly speaking, constitutes a miniature dimension unaffected by the high temperatures here. Chun Erniu's mist seems to have a similar effect. Chun Kursin, enveloped in the mist, also doesn't feel the heat. As for why the patrolling soldiers were unaffected, Lu Li had no idea. Perhaps the island nation had some special technology, or perhaps these soldiers were awakened beings related to ice and water. Before long, the mist drifted down from the upper level and reached the shady side of the lowest staircase. The figures of Chun Erniu and Chun Kursin appeared. To be on the safe side, Lu Li opened the shadow space again, and the 3 of them rested inside for a while and exchanged opinions. Team leader, there's no sign of our target here. Have we come to the wrong place? Lu Li asked. Chun Erniu shook his head. Probably not. Before we set off, Minister Zheng's intelligence indicated that this was the last place where Xue Xiaoxiao sent her location information. As he spoke, he pointed to the building in the center of the lava. If there are no rooms around it, then it's very likely that it's there. Do we really have to go in? Lu Li looked at the churning lava in front of him and felt a chill run down his spine. He is an assassin who walks in the shadows, not a monster that can swim in lava. Right now, the 3 of them have no tools, so it will be quite difficult for them to get across. Chun Erniu was fine. He turned into mist and passed away. But Lu Li and Chun Kursin were different. Even if they had tools, the soldiers would spot them the moment they moved, thus exposing them immediately. For a moment, the 3 of them were at a loss. After a moment, Chun Erniu seemed to have made up his mind, and said with a serious expression, "If there is no opportunity, then we will create one." Creating opportunities? How do we create them? Next, this place will descend into chaos. Chun Kursin's eyes lit up. Team leader, you mean? That's right. Those soldiers you charmed just now can come in handy. Chun Erniu nodded. I'm guessing that building in the center is the central command or something like that. If there's a disturbance on the outside, people inside will most likely come out to investigate. That'll be our chance to get in. You really deserve it, team leader. Lu Li gave a heartfelt thumbs up. He was truly impressed. It's like Chun Erniu spent so much time struggling down the stairs just now. He was preparing for this situation. He had already anticipated this possibility, just in case. If it were Lu Li, he probably wouldn't have thought of that. The 3 discussed it and prepared to proceed according to plan. Shadow space has 2 minutes remaining. Okay, XIN, let's get started. Receive. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Kursin's eyes turned pink again. Chun Erniu and Lu Li quickly looked away, afraid of being accidentally injured by her magic. An invisible wave pierced through the shadow space and spread in all directions. The next second, all the soldiers standing at the entrance of the stairs froze, then a dazed look flashed in their eyes, and when they opened them again, they were filled with endless madness. They looked at the soldiers patrolling the corridor with hatred on their faces. It's all your fault for upsetting Her Majesty. Kill. I'm going to kill you all. The soldiers on guard rushed out and charged toward the oncoming patrol squad. This action is performed almost simultaneously on every floor. By the time the patrol team noticed the anomaly, it was too late. the soldiers charging from the other side opened fire first. The guns they carried also appeared to be specially made and extremely powerful. With a salvo, the first patrol of soldiers who made direct contact were instantly wiped out. What's going on? What are they doing? The other two patrol teams on each floor immediately noticed something was wrong and looked toward the scene of the incident. This sight was alarming. The soldiers on guard duty pushed past the corpses and charged toward them, baring their teeth and claws. In an instant, the entire underground space descended into unprecedented chaos. Chapter 188 Whereabouts Exposed. Everyone back. Quickly set up fortifications. Surprisingly, the patrol team's first reaction was not to shoot, but to defend. This move was exactly what Chen Erniu and his two companions wanted. The longer the unrest lasts, the better. As they formed a defensive formation, some of them shouted to the defecting soldiers, trying to win back their former comrades. But no matter how they shouted, all they received in response was even fiercer artillery fire. Meanwhile, many squads have discovered that other floors are experiencing the same unrest as their own. Finally, someone realized something was wrong and began to request help from the command tower. Report. An unexplained mutiny has broken out on all levels of the prison, requesting reinforcements. Even at this point, these stubborn soldiers still did not choose to shoot, but instead asked the command tower to send reinforcements. I don't know if they're really just deeply comrades in arms, or just being old-fashioned, Luli complained. This reminded him of some documentaries he had seen before. The large companies and island nations often had histories spanning hundreds of years. They were enormous in size and had massive organizational structures, which also made them more rigid and bloated. It now appears that the military of island nations suffers from similar common problems. They are indecisive and lack even the basic authority to handle emergencies, requiring them to report through multiple layers of bureaucracy. But this is exactly what the three of them wanted to see. Sure enough, the distress call was sent out. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the central tower, echoing throughout the entire underground space. Immediately afterwards, from the bottom of the tower, a series of metal floating bridges extended outwards towards the perimeter of the lava pool. There are dozens of such floating bridges surrounding the central tower. Below the tower, metal doors burst open, and an army dressed similarly to the patrolling soldiers rushed out of the tower, crossed the pontoon bridge, and headed to the rescue. Luli, is the cooldown ready yet? Just a little longer, it'll be quick. There's no time. They're almost at the stairs. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 21. Action. At Chen Erniu's command, the three of them re-entered the shadow space, crossed the floating bridge, and rushed towards the central tower. Quick! The door's about to close. That's already the fastest. Luli grinned, veins throbbing on his forehead. He had already used all his strength. Finally, just as the metal doors were completely shut, the three of them narrowly escaped and rushed into the central tower. Finally in. Don't let your guard down. Stay alert immediately. With the shadow space dispelled, the three of them were now exposed to the enemy's watchful eyes. Chen Erniu's low shout made Luli tense up again. Fortunately, the space inside the gate was quite spacious, and it looked like a place for storing goods. Many large containers and various other items were stacked together, some as high as several floors. This environment provided excellent concealment for Chen Erniu and his two companions. They found an inconspicuous corner and rested again. That was close. We almost couldn't get in, Chen Kursen said, patting her chest, still shaken. What I'm more concerned about is how we're going to get out of here, Luli said. Hey, your brain's suddenly working perfectly now, huh? But that really is a problem. The two men looked at Chen Erniu at the same time, waiting for his decision. Chen Erniu shook his head helplessly. Don't look at me. It's already a miracle that we got in. To get out, we either have to take down the people controlling the central command here, or we'll have to fight our way out. Upon hearing that a battle was about to break out, Luli immediately perked up. Fight your way out? That would be great. How about I go and assassinate the person in charge here right now? Come on. You think you're the best. Chen Kursen smacked Luli on the back of the head. If we can avoid fighting, we should. Putting aside the enemy's troop strength, I have a feeling this place is strange. We don't know if the enemy has any other tricks up their sleeve. Although your combat strength is not bad, there may be some unexpected factors that we cannot foresee. In short, let's find the target first, and then make plans. The two nodded in agreement. It seemed Chen Erniu had discovered something, and Chen Kursen felt even more strongly that something was off about him. Since entering the tower, Chen Erniu had become even more nervous, and his tone had turned cold. Just then, the previously dimly lit space suddenly became brightly lit. Huge lights shone from the ceiling high above, turning the entire space as bright as day. Unsurprisingly, the figures of Chun Erniu and his two companions were locked onto by a beam of light. "Oh no, we've been discovered," Lu Li exclaimed and tried to turn into shadow to hide. His shadow space was still cooling down, so he couldn't worry about the others. But he wasn't worried either. Chun Erniu and his group were no pushovers, and even if they really fought, the outcome was still uncertain. However, before he could dodge, Chun Erniu raised his hand to stop him. "No need to hide anymore." "Huh? We've been discovered. Aren't we going to fight? Let me find a suitable spot first." "I said there's no need to hide. There's absolutely no need." Chun Erniu shook his head calmly. "Because we've already been discovered." What did you say?" Lu Li was immediately taken aback. "It was discovered a long time ago? When? How come I didn't know? Just as we were preparing to enter the mountain." "No, perhaps even earlier. Maybe we were discovered when we arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji." "No way. This is ridiculous." Lu Li retorted immediately, his face full of disbelief. "Since they've discovered us, why don't they just attack us? We've been fighting our way in for ages, and the outside is a complete mess. Are they just bored out of their minds? I don't know if it's painful or not, but the enemy dares to do this because they want to lure us in and trap us like turtles in a jar." "No, team leader. Don't tell me you already knew all along." "Of course I know. If I didn't know, would I be telling you now? But why didn't you say so earlier? We've fallen into your trap. What's the use of telling us now?" Lu Li was furious at Chun Erniu's indifferent attitude. Chun Erniu wasn't angry. He took the initiative to walk out from the pile of goods and strolled slowly toward the center. As he walked, he patiently explained, "Because I was testing them, testing their intentions, and confirming my suspicions." Lu Li and Chen Kursin exchanged a glance and followed Chun Erniu out. "Guess? What guess?" Lu Li was now acting like a curious child, asking questions incessantly. He felt that Chun Erniu was full of cunning. Even though the enemy had discovered him, he was still strategizing here. "Don't you guys find this operation strange?" Chun Erniu said to the two behind him without turning around. "Although Xue Xiaoxiao is the team leader, her rank and importance aren't as high as you might think. But the chosen ones not only captured her alive, but also managed to get her to successfully send out some information. I don't think they would make such a basic mistake on their own turf." Chapter 189 Coincidence. Hearing Chun Erniu's words, even Lu Li, a guy who's a bit dim-witted, gasped. "Hiss, now that you mention it. Team leader, according to you, this mission has been under their control from the very beginning, hasn't it?" Chen Kursin said with a grave expression. Then, her body trembled, as if she had thought of something even more terrifying, and she spoke again with a look of horror. There's a mole." "Holy crap. Chen Kursin, you have to take responsibility for your words." "I, Lu Li, am definitely not a mole." Lu Li screamed upon hearing this and hurriedly put on armor. "Nonsense. Who said anything about you? With your IQ, if you were to become a mole, it would actually benefit our dragon kingdom." "Chen Kursin, how can you have such a sharp tongue?" Lu Li looked at her with a resentful expression. "Stop babbling." Chen Kursin rolled her eyes at him, then turned her gaze to Chun Erniu again. "Team leader, am I right?" Chun Erniu didn't turn around, but nodded slightly. "That's right. I only realized this after arriving at Mount Fuji. Not only us, but the Ming group is probably in no better shape. Perhaps even." At this point, Chun Erniu paused, his worry deepening. "The key is their side. Mount Fuji is likely just a decoy. Whether we successfully rescue Xue Xiaoxiao or not is irrelevant to the chosen one." I don't understand this at all." Lu Li scratched his head, feeling like his CPU was overheating again. "Team leader, should we save Xue Xiaoxiao or not?" "Hehe, since we're already here, and the enemy has extended an invitation to us, we should naturally go." Chun Erniu chuckled, his aura suddenly changing, which immediately roused Chen Kursin behind him. "They're back. They're all back. It turns out that Chun Erniu is back." Thinking of this, Chen Kursin no longer concealed herself, and her aura suddenly erupted. Lu Li glanced at Chun Erniu, then at Chen Kursin, and asked, "What are you two showing off for? Can you include me in your show?" "Sorry, I really can't bring you this time," Ye Lingchen said to Zhang Wei with a smile. He then looked at Li Jun and Mu Lingxi beside him. "And you too. When we get there, we'll split into two groups. You three will form one group, and I'll be in a separate group." These words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the three people. "Team leader, that's not fair of you. You saw it yourself, the three of us aren't pushovers either. Do you really think we're a burden?" Zhang Wei said, dissatisfied. Li Jun didn't speak. He would do whatever Yi Shen said. Mu Lingxi, on the other hand, looked at Ye Lingchen with a resentful expression, blinking her big eyes. Her meaning was clear. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'm definitely not done with you. Seeing this, Ye Lingchen rubbed his forehead, laughing and crying at the same time, and said, Look, I knew you would misunderstand. Who said you were a burden? On the contrary, it is precisely because of your strong combat capabilities that I feel at ease in trusting such a dangerous mission to you. A dangerous mission? Tell me more. Zhang Wei immediately perked up upon hearing this. Ye Lingchen did not answer immediately, but instead opened his bracelet, tapped a few times, and brought up the map. Look here, he said, zooming in on the satellite map and pointing to a cluster of buildings. This is our destination, the ruins of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. The three nodded noncommittally. They already knew this, so why did the team leader repeat it again? You've all learned about this place in history class, so I won't go into details. We in China invented nuclear contamination cleanup technology many years ago. The island nation also mastered it a long time ago, but even now, over 1,000 years later, this place has not only not been rebuilt, but it remains unchanged, and is even more strictly controlled, directly becoming a military control zone. Don't you find that strange? Upon hearing this, all three were taken aback, and then seemed to suddenly realize something. Holy crap, Yi Shun is awesome. How come I never thought of that? There must be some big juicy gossip here. Li Jun slapped his forehead and said excitedly. Zhang Wei also looked on with a puzzled, yet impressive expression. Mu Lingxi, on the other hand, fell into deep thought upon hearing this, frowning as she asked, This is indeed quite strange, but... Ye Lingchen chuckled. But this should be a secret of the island nation, so why would they deliberately lure us there? Mu Lingxi nodded vigorously. That's exactly what I mean. Ye Lingchen shrugged. To be honest, I don't know either. Besides, I've thought about it carefully along the way. The enemy knows everything about our actions, so the dark group is naturally under their watchful eyes as well. The dark group is responsible for rescue missions, but when we came out, we weren't assigned any specific targets. To be honest, ever since we set foot on the island nation's territory, we've been following the enemy's rhythm. The three nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Once this point is made clear, it's easy to understand with just a little thought. The encounter at the Maid Hotel seemed to be an attack by experts sent by the chosen ones to eliminate them. But upon closer inspection, the truth seems to be quite different. From Suzuki Nai and Nakata Sachiko, Ye Lingchen and his group learned that although the enemy had been monitoring them, their intelligence regarding Ye Lingchen and his companions was inaccurate. In other words, their intelligence sources were unreliable, which directly led the enemy to misjudge their strength, ultimately causing the operation to fail. Even if the intelligence was delayed, they still wouldn't be unaware of Ye Lingchen's abilities. To Suzuki Nai and the others, Ye Lingchen was operating at full power, completely unaware that his skills were sealed. Given the opponent's strength, if a fight were to break out, Ye Lingchen might not care about the social impact and would just start fighting. At that point, let alone Suzuki Nai, even 100 more Miyamoto Musashis wouldn't be a match for Ye Lingchen. Even disregarding Ye Lingchen, the enemy is well aware of Mu Lingxi's identity. This granddaughter of the pillar of the nation is, in some ways, no less valuable than Ye Lingchen. If captured alive, they might be able to extort a considerable amount of resources from the Dragon Kingdom. But what is the reality? Although the group sent was the Vermilion Bird Group, one of the 4 elite groups, it was not complete. After all that fuss, their team leader still hasn't shown up. This is a bit too disrespectful to Ye Lingchen and his group. With such a dangerous person visiting, how could the chosen ones not send experts to intercept and block them? All signs exuded an eerie atmosphere, which made Ye Lingchen feel extremely uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to follow the enemy's rhythm. From Suzuki Naoto, he learned that the leader of the Suzuka group and the other members were all at the chosen group's headquarters in Fukushima. Only the 3 of them were sent for this raid on Tokyo. Ye Lingchen sighed and said solemnly, In fact, I think the dark group might be a trap. Whether they can rescue Shui Xiaoxiao or not is irrelevant to the enemy. Their real target is us. At this moment, the 2 captains, who were far away in the 2 island nations, actually came to the same conclusion. Chapter 190, The Identity of the Mole. In the conference room of a military base in the Dragon Kingdom, the group of bigwigs looked at the corpse-clearing Taoist with perfect understanding. If looks could kill, the corpse-clearing Taoist would have been skinned alive by this group long ago. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Shouldn't you be asking her about the traitor? The corpse-clearing Taoist shook his head like a rattledrum, pointing in Zheng Li's direction, quickly trying to divert attention. The pressure was instantly put on Zhongli. She was sitting lazily, watching the live broadcast from Japan while whispering to Jiang Fangyu next to her, occasionally letting out a soft laugh. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two women were whispering to each other. As a result, the corpse-clearing Taoist sold her without hesitation. Zhongli quickly adjusted her posture, sat upright, and looked at the bigwigs present with a serious expression. Although she is among the big shots, in truth, apart from Jiang Fangyu and Soren, she can't afford to offend any of the others, including the heroic spirits from the remote communication group. They're the real big shots. Faced with the questioning gazes of everyone, Zhongli felt a chill run down her spine. Even Jiang Fangyu, who was standing next to her, cast a questioning look at her. Lily, you're the head of the Overseas Operations Department. You definitely know best whether there's a mole among us. Aye. Zhongli stammered for a moment, then finally steeled herself and muttered to herself, Senior Immortal Xiaoyao, I can't take it anymore. Don't blame me. Thinking of this, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her whole body felt relaxed. After clearing her throat, Zhongli said seriously, Chen Erniu is right. There is indeed a mole. The entire room fell silent, everyone still staring at her without blinking, as if to say, Isn't this just stating the obvious? Get to the point. Zhongli shrank back. The feeling of being stared at by a group of big shots was truly terrifying. The mole is Xiao Sun, a member of Group 3. Xiao Sun? Wait a minute. Soren suddenly interrupted Zhongli. The Xiao Sun you're talking about isn't the Xiao Sun who got into Tsinghua or Peking University 5 years ago with the highest score in the college entrance examination, is it? Principal Soren, you actually still remember him. Zhongli said with a smile. That's right, it's Xiao Sun. Mu Guozhu, standing nearby, also joined the conversation. Xiao Sun? I remember him too. He was the most dazzling one in that year. A 4-life sword dancer, he caused a sensation throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, no less impressive than Ye Lingchen today. Not only that, this kid graduated with top marks in all subjects. Soren sighed. I remember he didn't join the army after graduation, but went straight to the Adventurers Guild. How could this be? When Xiao Sun was mentioned, everyone nodded in agreement. Only the 3 pure ones seemed to have never heard of him and showed no reaction. Zhongli nodded. After graduation, he was recruited into the Overseas Special Operations Team and later became a member of Team 3. Moreover, he was the strongest member of Team 3. At level 80, he directly changed jobs and was promoted to Sword Saint. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed surprise. Even the old fellow Qinghun Daoren couldn't help but widen his eyes. Sword Saint Hehe, I feel this matter is interesting. As he spoke, he looked at Qing Guai and Qing Shi beside him. The 3 of them exchanged glances in the air, and each of them saw some deeper meaning in the other's eyes. He actually advanced to this Sword Saint level? I knew he was incredibly talented. Soren exclaimed. If the Immortal of Leisure knew about such a promising talent, he would probably take him as a disciple immediately. How could he possibly become a traitor? Soren frowned, his face full of question marks, waiting for Zhongli to give him an answer. Mu Guozhu frowned and shook his head repeatedly. If it were a Sword Saint, there's no way this could have been kept from Xiaoyao Xian. Even I didn't know he had successfully advanced. Minister Zhong, your secrecy is impeccable. I'm jealous. This old guy's jealous. Zhongli felt a surge of anger within her. She knew this would be the outcome once the announcement was made. Fortunately, with Xiaoyao Xian backing her up, she was willing to go all out and said apologetically, Lord Guozhu, please calm down. This matter was arranged personally by Senior Xiaoyao, who forbade me to tell anyone. I can understand. Mu Guozhu didn't dwell on it too much. With his formidable strength, if he had been there, let alone the Vermilion Bird Group, even if the Heavenly Dragon Group returned, he could have escaped unscathed. The other members of the 3rd group wouldn't have died, and Xue Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been captured alive. In that case, he is indeed the most suspicious person who is the mole. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. You're right. He wasn't there at the time. And after the incident, Xiao Sun returned to the country through top-secret channels. Zhongli continued. When we saw him, he was covered in wounds and on the verge of death. After some treatment, we learned from him that he had been ambushed by one of the 4 elite groups, the Xuanwu group, and almost died. He only managed to return with his last breath to deliver the message. Being besieged by the Xuanwu group makes sense. Of the 4 elite groups, the Xuanwu group is full of old codgers. If it were them, Xiao Sun wouldn't have gotten the better of him. Mu Guozhu stroked his beard and said calmly, Then how did you determine that he was the mole? Zhengli smiled mysteriously and said slowly, "This is a long story. It turns out that Xiao Sun is not from China at all. His real name is Kazama Sun, the most dazzling genius of the younger generation of the Kazama family in Japan. He is already a member of the Chosen One at a young age, and he only obeys the orders of the Chosen One leader, Abe Kintaro. Through a series of complex operations, Kazama Sun was packaged by the Chosen Ones, and, under the alias Xiao Sun, successfully entered the Dragon Kingdom, becoming a young genius admired by all. During his studies in the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Sun was anything but low-key. Instead, he quickly became a celebrity at Tsinghua University and even the Adventurers Association, thanks to his talent and reputation. He has ventured into numerous secret realms, befriended many powerful figures, and is one of the few seasoned adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. Once he graduates, his future is limitless. He can either join the Adventurers Guild and become the branch president of one of its major cities, or join the military and become a rising star like the Three Killers. His future was bright, and everyone had high hopes for him. This included Xiao Xian. The sword dancer class is extremely rare, and it is also considered a unique hidden class, but this alone is not enough to catch the eye of the immortal. The real reason is that the sword dancer has a chance to change jobs at level 80, with a probability of becoming a sword saint. This is the real reason why the immortal Xiao Yao paid attention to him. Xiao Xian's teacher, Jiu Jianxian, is a sword saint, and not just a professional sword saint, but a true immortal sword saint. If Xiao Sun becomes a sword saint, he will be the first awakener in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to awaken the sword saint profession and will be qualified to inherit the legacy left by the drunken sword immortal. It seemed that fate was also looking out for Xiao Sun. The gears of destiny were turning in the predetermined direction. After graduating, Xiao Sun went directly to the Adventurers Guild, but that was not his original intention. This tactic of feigning retreat to advance was truly ingenious. It would be a waste for someone with his talent not to join the military. Most people also believe that Xiao Sun would ultimately choose to enlist. But he did the opposite. This shrewd move successfully caught the attention of the carefree immortal. What started as covert observation turned into direct confrontation, with Xiao Xian personally coming to Xiao Sun's door, demanding an explanation. Even he couldn't understand why the other party would give up a bright future and choose to retire at the Adventurers Guild. It was at this moment that Xiao Sun's life reached a turning point. Chapter 191, A Conspiracy Targeting Ye Lingchen. Seeing the immortal Xiao Yao standing in front of him, Xiao Sun knew he was in the game. He was very excited. The preparations over the years have consumed a great deal of resources from the island nation and the Chosen Ones, all for this moment. Ever since he awakened the sword dancer class, he has been preparing for today's meeting. Although he had previously attracted the attention of the carefree immortal, it wasn't enough. Having spent many years in China, Xiao Sun had learned a great deal. He knew he had attracted the other person's attention, but that was all. It wasn't enough. So, after graduation, Xiao Sun resolutely joined the Adventurers Guild, which finally made Xiao Xian reveal himself. As a person from an island nation, becoming the disciple of the number one person below the gods, this honor and this status are what he and those behind him desire. If successful, Xiao Sun's position in the Dragon Kingdom will become extremely important. Not only will he be able to continuously transmit vital information to the island nation, but he can also serve as a surprise weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom at crucial moments. However, everything is still missing one last step, which is also the most crucial step: job change. It is rare for someone to be in the class of 80 just 1 year after graduation, which is also rare in the history of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Even among the most talented individuals, they are still extremely rare. When asked by Xiao Xian, Xiao Sun gave his answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to join the military, but rather that he wasn't confident about his career change and needed a relatively quiet environment to reflect and prepare for his final breakthrough. The carefree immortal agreed with this reason. Others might not know, but he was very clear that becoming a sword dancer didn't necessarily mean becoming a sword saint. It might lead to another class. But of all the classes, the sword saint was the one he most wanted to see, and the one with the greatest power. To successfully advance, there is a crucial step: swordsmanship and inquiry. Only by asking yourself questions can you succeed in getting promoted. If he were to join the military directly, he probably wouldn't have time to mature. As he continues to go on missions, the murderous aura and karmic burdens on his body would become increasingly heavy, and he would probably never have any hope of promotion in his lifetime. Once the issue was out in the open, the carefree immortal was quite generous and planned to personally protect him and help him advance in his cultivation. Even Ye Lingchen had never been treated this way by the strongest human being. And so, the two became inseparable, eating and living together, and traveled almost all over the beautiful land of the Dragon Kingdom. During this process, Xiao Sun let go of everything and truly cleansed his soul. Putting aside his own stance and mission, he genuinely wanted to be promoted to Sword Saint. Finally, one day 6 months later, under the protection of the immortal Xiaoyao, Xiao Sun passed the Sword Dao Heart test and successfully advanced. But Xiao Sun succeeded, but at the same time, he also failed. If we follow the formula of cultivation novels, the so-called sword path to the heart is the stage of slaying inner demons during the tribulation. Only he himself can go through the process of self-examination, and only he can see it. But the person beside him was none other than the carefree immortal. The immortal of freedom is not a sword saint. He has always wanted to find a true successor for his master, the sword immortal of wine. Xiao Sun is the right one right now. Xiaoyao Xian was well aware of the importance and danger of the Sword Dao inquiry. He had obtained something from his master that allowed him to transform into the character in the inquiry and accompany Xiao Sun through the process, even helping him at crucial moments. This is the method of the drunken sword immortal, and also the method of a god. It is simply impossible for mortals to do. It was during this process that Xiaoyao Xian learned about Xiao Sun's background, past, and his purpose in coming to the Dragon Kingdom. The process of questioning one's heart goes straight to the soul, and there is no way to fake it. After learning all this, Xiaoyao Xian was not angry, nor did he slap the traitor to death. He simply kept the matter in mind. After his successful promotion, Xiao Sun naturally became a trainee disciple of Xiaoyao Xian and left the Adventurers Association. He was eventually assigned to the third group of the Overseas Special Operations Department, becoming an elite member. At first, Xiao Sun was puzzled as to why he was given such a job, but since it was all an order given directly to Zheng Li by Xiaoyao Xian, he didn't have too many doubts. Furthermore, the immortal Xiaoyao did indeed teach him a part of the Sword Saint's legacy. Given his identity as an islander, he was even more adept at carrying out missions. Little did they know, all of this was deliberately arranged by Xiaoyao Xian. Only Xiaoyao Xian and Zheng Li knew the secret that he was from Japan. Because during Xiao Sun's inquiry into his heart, Xiaoyao Xian saw something extraordinary that even he had to take seriously. Because of Xiao Sun's presence, the three groups' operations in the island nation were essentially under the surveillance of the Chosen Ones from beginning to end. And the news about that incident was deliberately leaked to the three groups. The subsequent incidents involving the three groups, and Xue Xiaoxiao's relaying of information, were all part of their plan. According to the plan of the Chosen Ones, after the incident, Xiao Sun returned to the Dragon Kingdom and, after some maneuvering, found a way to bring Ye Lingchen to the island nation. They just hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. The Dragon Kingdom had actually sent Ye Lingchen and his team to carry out a rescue mission. The Chosen Ones thought Xiao Sun's plan had succeeded. Little did anyone know that in the last message Xue Xiaoxiao sent after the incident involving the three groups, there was actually a special message hidden in the garbled text, which mentioned that she already knew that Xiao Sun was the mole. I see. Everyone suddenly understood after listening to Zheng Li's explanation. This matter was kept highly confidential. Apart from Xiaoyao Xian and Zheng Li, no one else knew his identity. So, this operation was personally arranged by Xiaoyao. Yes. Zheng Li finally told the truth and breathed a sigh of relief. Before the meeting, she specifically consulted Xiaoyao Xian, who did not stop her from telling the truth, but simply told her to inform everyone at a suitable time. Where is Xiao Sun now? He was imprisoned in the base, and Senior Xiaoyao Xian personally crippled his profession. A brief silence fell over the meeting room after these words were spoken. As a spy, he was someone everyone wanted to kill. But as a once-in-a-millennium sword saint, the carefree immortal so casually crippled his opponent, demonstrating his formidable power. When faced with matters of principle, no matter how reluctant or heartbroken he is, he will not hesitate. That is the carefree immortal. Actually, the island nation had already started planning this operation before it even began. The online farce targeting Ye Lingchen was also orchestrated by the Chosen Ones, and Xiao Qiu was just a tool. Xiao Sun was also secretly pushing things along, Zheng Li added. You mean they're targeting Ye Lingchen this time? The corpse-clearing Taoist asked, his brows furrowed. Zheng Li nodded without saying anything. Why is that? He's just a student. Even if he's exceptionally capable and has unlimited potential, it's not like the Chosen One would go to such lengths to kill him, is it? Someone from the heroic spirit side questioned. Yes. Since you knew beforehand, why did you deliberately let this kid go? Isn't that like throwing a lamb to the slaughter? Another heroic spirit said discontentedly. They had grown quite fond of Ye Lingchen during their time together, and seeing him in such a dangerous situation, they couldn't help but feel worried. Zhengli shook her head helplessly. To be honest, I don't understand it either. It was all arranged by Senior Xiao Xian. I was just following orders. A sense of doubt and worry spread throughout the meeting room, especially among Ye Lingchen's teacher, the corpse-clearing Taoist, and the 108 heroic spirits, who were no longer as calm as before. At this moment, the Taoist Qingwei, who had been mostly silent, spoke up. All right, stop overthinking it. Xiaoyao must have his reasons for doing this. He wouldn't risk the lives of a group of juniors. As for the outcome, let's just wait and see. Chapter 192 Encounter at the Tower. Inside the central tower at the foot of Mount Fuji, Chun Erniu and his two companions, locked onto by the giant spotlight, had arrived at the center of the first floor of the tower. There is a huge elevator that goes straight to the top of the tower. There is a huge screen on the wall in front of the elevator. On the screen, Hikaru's obese body swayed constantly, his fat face jiggling with extreme excitement. Beside him was Shui Xiaoxiao, who was bound hand and foot and had a self-destruct ring around her neck. Seeing Chun Erniu and his two companions approach, Yitiao Hui burst into laughter. The unpleasant laughter echoed throughout the first floor of the tower through the loudspeaker, causing the three of them to frown. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, welcome to my territory, Lord Ichiju. I wonder if you were satisfied with the appetizers I served you earlier. Hearing Yitiao Hui's words, Chun Erniu smiled bitterly. It seems you already noticed us the moment we entered here, right? So it really was exposed a long time ago. Could it be a hidden camera? But I didn't see any cameras along the way. I was wondering about that. Lu Li muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Ignorant Chinese. Ichijo Hikaru laughed even harder upon seeing this. Do I need cameras on my turf? In this prison, Ichijo Hikaru is a god. The sole ruler here. Don't even mention you. Even a mouse that crawls and can't escape my eyes. Ichijo Hikaru, is that you? Stop talking nonsense. What exactly do you want? Shin Kursen said angrily. Yeah, you fatso. Come at me if you want to fight. I, Lu Li, have never been afraid of anyone. Hearing Lu Li call him a fatso, a flash of anger crossed Hikaru's face, but it quickly turned into a sinister grin. Very good, very good. You wanted to save her, didn't you? He pointed at Shui Xiaoxiao beside him and said, no problem. Next, we'll play a game. You black-faced devil who was talking earlier, weren't you very good at fighting? I'll grant your wish. After you clear the game, I'll be waiting for you at the top floor and personally deliver the person you want to you. After saying that, Hikaru Ichijo hung up the communication. The piercing alarm sounded again inside the tower. The previously closed gates reopened, and countless fully armed soldiers rushed in from outside. The riots outside were quickly suppressed, and they received orders to come to the first floor of the tower and wipe out the intruders. Seeing the enemy rushing over, Lu Li and Chun Kursen both looked at Chun Erniu. Team leader, what should we say? The worry that had been in Chun Erniu's eyes had been replaced by endless indifference. Since he wants to play, let's play along. Let's finish this quickly. Receive. Upon hearing Chun Erniu's words, the two finally stopped holding back. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li turned into a shadow and disappeared, while Chun Kursen, with a strange smile on her lips, advanced instead of retreating, charging towards the soldiers who were attacking. As the team leader, Chun Erniu moved faster than others, creating a massive fog that covered 100 meters in the space, directly enveloping the enemies rushing in from another direction. Inside the command center at the top of the tower, Hikaru sat in a large chair, but even so, it couldn't contain his fat. Beside her, Shui Xiaoxiao looked furious. Yitiao Hui, are you even human? Bullying the weak with numbers. Is this how you islanders behave? Despite Shui Xiaoxiao's sarcastic remarks, Yitiao Hui wasn't angry at all. Heh, you don't need to deliberately provoke me with those words. According to our intelligence, these three young men are not unknown figures in your Dragon Kingdom. It's said they are very powerful. In that case, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises they can bring me. After saying that, Hikaru spun around in his chair. Not far behind him, on a sofa, two men sat quietly. A sexy female assistant was attentively serving them. What would you like to drink? Give me another cup of coffee, black coffee, said a man in a smart suit with a meticulously styled haircut and an air of distinction. Okay, please wait a moment. The pretty assistant turned to the other side. And you? Me? I'll just have a Coke. Another man, also dressed in a suit, looked somewhat reserved. He was sitting upright on the sofa. When the beautiful assistant asked him a question, he quickly stood up and politely bowed slightly to her, appearing very humble. Hikaru Ichijo said to the man in the well-tailored suit, "Nakata, is everything ready? You can rest assured about what I do. All right, after this bunch of cannon fodder are all dead, it'll be your turn to make your move." Shui Xiao, who was standing to the side, frowned as she watched the two chatting casually. Judging from Hikaru's appearance, he seemed to care nothing for the lives of the soldiers below and was instead plotting something big. Thinking of this, Shui Xiao couldn't help but worry about Chun Ernyu and the other two below. When she relayed the message to headquarters, she explicitly requested that they not send anyone to rescue her, yet they still did. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved, but Shui Xiao knew perfectly well that she was now bait. She didn't know what Yi Tiaohui and the others were plotting. All that remained in her heart was endless worry. She didn't care if she lost her life, but Chun Ernyu and the other two were geniuses, pillars of the nation's future, and they absolutely could not be allowed to perish here. She had considered suicide, but the other party wouldn't give her the chance. Now, Shui Xiao could only silently pray for Chun Ernyu and the other two. Our gaze returns to the first floor of the tower. The battle here seemed intense, but it came to an abrupt end after only a few minutes. Facing these soldiers, the three of them unleashed their full firepower. Wherever Luli passed, soldiers' heads flew into the air, and the headless corpses even ran forward a few steps before crashing down. On Chun Ernyu's side, wherever the fog passed, only bare white bones with clothes on remained, with weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. On the contrary, Chun Kursen's performance, while not as shocking as the other two, was definitely more entertaining. She sat languidly atop a shipping container, like a queen, while her bewitched soldiers engaged in fierce fighting with their ever-arriving comrades. As more and more people fell, even more joined Chun Kursen's alluring army. Hikaru didn't even finish a cup of coffee before the battle was over. Seeing this result, Hikaru Ichijo's face also showed a hint of seriousness. The opponent's combat strength was very strong, stronger than he had expected. But he quickly composed himself. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. Congratulations to the player for passing the first level. What you just experienced was merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. As he finished speaking, Hikaru Ichijo slowly stood up from his chair. His enormous, bulky body looked huge, and his two thick arms were raised high towards the sky. Bring it on. With a soft shout, a strange clattering sound suddenly echoed throughout the prison. The next moment, all the cell doors burst open, and sheets of white paper concealing the island nation's writing flew out of the cells like locusts, swirling and dancing in the air, before finally flying into the command room through the opening at the top of the tower. Seeing the papers fly in, Hikaru Ichijo's eyebrows danced with excitement, and a sudden madness flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the papers gathered together like obedient pets, forming a stack on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Yasuo Nakata, it's up to you now. Chapter 193, the second game. Yasuo Nakata slowly got up from the sofa. Another man who was drinking cola next to him quickly shifted his position, keeping a safe distance from the handsome man, seemingly somewhat intimidated by him. Then Nakata Yasuo looked down at the first sheet of the stack of A4 papers. It was covered in Japanese writing, and there was a clear handprint at the end. Yasuo Nakata nodded and took out a small stamp from the inside pocket of his suit. Picking up the seal, Nakata Yasuo pressed it forcefully into the blank space where the signature should be on the first sheet of paper. With a snap, the seal flashed with a blood-red light. The light flashed across the paper like a sharp blade before piercing through it. Immediately afterwards, all the papers below lit up with a red light. Nakata Yasuo put the seal away again, and saw that his name was now stamped at the bottom. Not only that, but all the papers below were printed with his name. After doing all that, he looked up and nodded at Hikaru Ichijo. We can begin. Very good. Let's begin. Hikaru turned to his sexy female assistant and said, Tama, take good notes. This experimental data needs to be reported. Yes, sir. The female assistant, Xiaoyu, nodded, gave Yi Tiaohui a flirty wink, and then walked to a piece of equipment, concentrating on operating it. Yasuo Nakata straightened his suit jacket and walked slowly to the elevator door. The moment the door opened, he glanced back, his gaze landing on Hikaru Ichijo and the man drinking cola. If I don't come back, remember not to let my daughter suffer. Hikaru waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's always the same. Stop talking so discouragingly. Do you think those 3 Chinese down there can hold out against this? You have to trust the team leader, trust me. This is my territory. Yasuo Nakata simply nodded without saying a word and walked straight into the elevator to the first floor. After the first battle, Chen Erniu and his 2 companions made no special moves. They knew that the enemy was preparing for the next attack. Lu Li didn't even consider taking the elevator all the way to the top floor to rescue Xue Xiaoxiao. He knew that the enemy was acting with impunity. Without the team leader's order, he dared not act rashly. Shortly after, the elevator doors opened, and Yasuo Nakata stepped out. He gave a slight bow to the 3 people in the distance. Greetings, friends from the Dragon Kingdom. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yasuo Nakata, a member of the Suzaka group, and my profession is lawyer. I will personally present this battle to you. With that, he flipped his hand, and the thick stack of A4 paper magically appeared in his hand. Yasuo Nakata tossed the paper into the air, and it flew up like snowflakes, slowly drifting down. The 3 looked at the papers curiously. Chen Kursen picked one up at random and examined it carefully, a strange look on her face. If I'm not mistaken, this is a contract? Madam, as you can see, it is indeed a contract. Nakata Yasuo nodded. All contracts are legal and compliant, without the slightest fraud. Now, let's have the contracting party make its appearance and present a wonderful performance for the 3 of you. As he spoke, a chilling smile appeared on Yasuo Nakata's usually serious face. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and snapped his fingers with one hand. The next second, a deafening roar came from the entire prison. The earth seemed to tremble, and the lava in the magma pool began to churn violently. Of all the cells, the glass door to the innermost one suddenly swung open. One by one, figures emerged from the inner room, taking the final step to reach the circular corridor. At this moment, the 100th floor corridor was filled with all sorts of creatures. They all looked down at the tower below. The prisoners on the topmost first-level corridor were the first to move. These prisoners were all human, but they were filled with a murderous aura. Some of them ran down the stairs, while others simply stepped over the railings and jumped down. Hundreds of prisoners roared and howled, their eyes filled with madness, as they charged toward the tower. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chen Erniu was the first to react. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly went to Chen Kursen's side, shouting to Lu Li at the same time, "Be careful. The prisoners in the cells have come out. They're coming for us." Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt a chill run down his spine. Images of the disgusting monsters he had seen earlier immediately flashed through his mind. He shouted, "Lawyer! This lawyer is the culprit. I'll kill him first." Chen Erniu shook his head. "It's no use. Once the contract is signed, it will be executed unconditionally. You can't stop it even if you kill him. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Kill." Chen Erniu said coldly, but then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly added, "Try not to make contact with them. Aim for a fatal blow, then quickly get away. Receive." Without uttering a word, Lu Li vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Chen Kursen wasn't idle either. A third of those soldiers had become part of her seductive army. She commanded these troops to form a defensive line, protecting her and Chen Erniu in the middle. The worry that had disappeared from Chen Erniu's face returned. He instructed Chen Kursen, "Try to protect yourself and don't let those monsters get close. I'll go scout ahead." Having said that, he transformed into a wisp of mist and flew toward one of the gates. Chen Kursen didn't know why Chen Erniu was so worried, but since he reminded her so seriously, she naturally wouldn't take it lightly. Her pupils immediately turned pink, and a pink heart appeared in her pupils. "Come on, even monsters will fall at the feet of Lady Fox." Battle is about to break out. The prisoners on floors 1 to 30 are mostly human. They are mostly awakened individuals imprisoned here, and their abilities are incredibly diverse. But these awakened individuals were no match for Chen Erniu and his 2 formidable opponents. In a single exchange, over 100 people were instantly killed by Chen Erniu's mist. Some of them seemed to be able to resist the erosion of the fog, but it was only a matter of time before they turned into bones after a few breaths. The same was true for Lu Li's side. Black shadows, like the strings of death, danced among each prisoner. All the prisoners who were swept by the shadow were decapitated and killed beyond any hope of survival. Meanwhile, Chen Kursen directed her soldiers to unleash a volley of fire on the invading enemy. However, the effect wasn't very good. Compared to the awakened, these soldiers were just ordinary people, and their combat strength was far too low. After killing several prisoners, the soldiers were at a disadvantage and were quickly surrounded and killed one by the prisoners. Chen Kursen wasn't in a hurry. She raised her head and let out a sharp shriek into the air. A flush appeared on the remaining soldiers' bodies, and their eyes turned into the shape of hearts. Long live the queen! Kill them! In an instant, all the soldiers' bodies exploded simultaneously. The force of the explosions was far more terrifying than that of ordinary hand grenades, instantly killing many awakened ones. Just as these awakened prisoners were being blown to pieces, Chun Kursin leaped high into the air and landed gracefully among the prisoners like a celestial maiden. She smiled, her allure natural, her almond-shaped eyes blinking, and her sweet voice rang in the ears of the prisoners. Come on, you little hounds. Lord Fox can't wait any longer. Chapter 194 Mysterious Aura. A terrifying mental fluctuation emanated from Chun Kursin and spread in all directions. As the awakened one of the nine-tailed fox, Chun Kursin also learned a lot in the heavenly ladder. Take her signature charm skill, for example. Previously, she had to make eye contact with the enemy to achieve it. Now, she doesn't need to make eye contact at all. With the support of her immense mental power, she can charm any enemy around her indiscriminately. The prisoner's eyes instantly turned pink, and hearts slowly formed in their pupils, flickering constantly. Chun Kursin frowned. She could clearly sense the prisoner's resistance. This resistance was extremely strong. Could it be because of the contract? Chun Kursin wondered, but she wasn't worried. She had just glanced at the contents of the contract, which stipulated that the prisoners must kill the three of them. This is an obligation. The right was to give them a quick death after killing them. So legal and compliant. What a ridiculous contract. Chun Kursin cursed inwardly. She subtly added a thought to her allure. Become a loyal subject of Lord Fox, and after you eliminate the enemy, Lord Fox will live and die with you. In an instant, Chun Kursin felt the enormous resistance disappear. The contract only instructed the prisoner to kill 3 people, but did not specify how. Since Chun Kursin has guaranteed to them that they would live and die together, there is nothing wrong with becoming her servants. Magic can defeat magic, and rules can defeat rules. But for Chun Kursin, when has the Fox Lord ever kept his word? Don't forget, I'm a woman. If you believe a woman's words, you deserve to die. In this way, Chun Kursin's clever move immediately turned the tide of the battle. Those prisoners replaced the soldiers as the new garrison. This change was witnessed by Yasuo Naka, who was standing in front of the elevator, and his heart was filled with turmoil. How is that possible? How could her allure possibly bypass my contract? For the first time, Yasuo Nakata's expression changed. He couldn't figure out what the woman had done, but the fact was that the prisoners had defected. What he didn't know was that Chun Kursin wasn't as relaxed as she seemed. Her targets are all awakened individuals, including many enemies with powerful mental strength. It is definitely not an easy task to charm so many awakened individuals. Seeing that her mental energy was being depleted too quickly, Chun Kursin quickly changed her strategy. She simply abandoned those enemies with strong mental power, letting her charm army directly eliminate them to save resources. She does have some medicine on her, but those are for life-saving purposes, and it's best not to use them unless it's absolutely necessary. The scales of victory tipped in favor of Chun Ernyu and his 2 companions once again. But Chun Ernyu's face showed no sign of relief. After the exchange, he breathed a sigh of relief and didn't feel anything that worried him. Soon, enemies from floors 30 to 80 gradually joined the battle. Compared to the previous ones, these enemies were significantly stronger. Their levels were all above Chun Ernyu and his companions. However, this did not stump the 3 of them. On the battlefield of the college entrance examination, the gap between them and the army of abysses was even greater. At that time, Luli charged into the monster horde as if it were nothing, and Chun Ernyu was even more unstoppable, sweeping away everything in his path. The enemies before us are stronger than the abyssal monsters, but to a limited extent. Most importantly, they lack unified command and fight independently. At first, it did cause some trouble for Chun Ernyu and his 2 companions, but as the 3 of them went all out, these prisoners still failed to make much of a splash. Just then, Chun Ernyu suddenly shouted to the other 2, "Watch out. Don't get close. There's something strange about these people." Just now, his mist enveloped a group of prisoners. After the prisoners died, Chun Ernyu noticed an aura rising from them that made him feel extremely disgusted and repulsed. This aura is evil, cold, bloodthirsty, and insane, surpassing even the most powerful abyssal monsters. Chun Ernyu felt a chill run down his spine. The thing he had been worried about had come to pass. Ever since he entered this place, he had felt uncomfortable. As he went deeper, that feeling of discomfort became more and more intense. It was as if countless crazed monsters were spitting at him from the surrounding cells. After Li sent him images of those monsters, Chen Erniu's discomfort became more and more pronounced. But he didn't tell his two team members. He didn't know where this feeling came from, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary panic within the team. Now it seems that this aura permeates the body of every prisoner. As the number of floors increased, the aura emanating from the prisoners became increasingly stronger. Until, on the 80th floor, the wall of flesh joined the battle, and this repulsive aura reached a new level. That aura, like a maggot clinging to a bone, rose up after the enemy's death and burrowed directly into Chen Erniu's soul. In an instant, Chen Erniu's vision blurred. He saw a vast, desolate land, where countless giant creatures roamed. Suddenly, the sky fell into darkness, and a pair of giant, scarlet eyes replaced the sun and moon, becoming the ruler of the sky. On land and in the sea, all the largest creatures went mad. They kept killing each other, and their numbers kept decreasing. The whole world was shrouded in blood. Meanwhile, the pair of giant crimson eyes in the sky grew brighter and brighter. Chen Erniu stared blankly at the giant eye, and at that moment, the giant eye also sensed his presence. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment in midair. Chen Erniu let out a painful scream as an aura he couldn't resist enveloped his entire body. He felt his consciousness gradually fading away, replaced by evil, coldness, bloodlust, and madness. This is that aura. Chen Erniu was terrified, but there was nothing he could do. He watched in despair as that aura gradually eroded his soul. This process, though seemingly slow, actually happens in the blink of an eye. No, I don't want to. What damn trash. Get out. Get out. Chen Erniu roared fiercely. But no matter how he resisted, he could not stop this trend. Just then, 5 terrifying figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Chen Erniu used all his strength to open his eyes and look. The first figure was a strange object that looked like an overturned iron pot. A huge semicircle covered the entire horizon, and giant, cannon-like objects emerged from its body. The enormous body trembled slowly as it moved toward Chen Erniu. It seemed slow, but with each tremor, it magnified a little more in Chen Erniu's eyes. Ugh! A stirring bugle call emanated from the massive cannon barrels. The sound carried an astonishing power, instantly pulling Chen Erniu's nearly collapsing consciousness back from the abyss. Chen Erniu's consciousness cleared up considerably, which allowed him to see the other figures clearly. The second thing to appear from the horizon was a constantly twisting black shadow. The shadowy figure was sometimes humanoid, sometimes a monster from the abyss, and finally transformed into a constantly changing, writhing black curtain that almost covered part of the sky. Within the black curtain, a pair of equally crimson giant eyes opened, gazing towards the giant eye that had originally existed on the horizon. A cold, murderous snort came from behind the black curtain, and Chen Erniu felt as if someone had punched him hard on the head. His weakened consciousness regained some strength. The crimson giant eye in the sky seemed to be enraged by the cold snort, and a frenzied aura surged up again, pushing Chen Erniu's consciousness to the brink of collapse once more. Chapter 195: The Uncertain Fog of Evolution. The appearance of 2 figures in succession made the crimson giant eye feel threatened. He intensified his erosion of Chen Erniu's soul. Chen Erniu, who had just seen hope, is once again in crisis. Just then, a third figure appeared on the horizon. It was a stunningly beautiful figure that one glance from could make it impossible to look away. Whether on Earth or in the abyss, no female creature can compare to the beauty of this figure. A sexy figure, a perfect face, and endless charm in every smile and gesture. Chen Erniu was completely captivated after just one glance. At that moment, he had only one thought: to dedicate his life to this figure. But it was precisely this that solidified his collapsing consciousness, preventing it from crumbling in the slightest. A soft laugh came from the enormous female figure, and a pair of huge pink eyes looked at the scarlet giant eye. At this moment, even the latter was momentarily dazed, as the crimson giant eye showed a tendency to turn pink. Chen Erniu felt his consciousness rapidly coalescing, and the terrifying aura began to completely collapse. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, his crimson giant eyes suddenly became filled with countless blood vessels. If you look closely, those blood streaks are actually centipedes wriggling wildly. Blood vessels appeared, the pink color gradually faded, and the giant eye instantly regained its clarity. This time he was truly angry. A piercing scream rang out, the earth cracked, mountains and rivers shattered, towering waves surged, and the whole world was plunged into apocalyptic catastrophe. Chun Erniu was devastated to find that his consciousness was once again at a disadvantage, and he couldn't help but let out a wail. Can you please stop this? It's like a roller coaster. Can't you just give me a quick and easy ride? Seemingly having heard his complaint, a fourth figure appeared. That is a mountain that is hundreds of thousands of times higher than Mount Everest. Even standing at the edge of the sky, Chun Erniu could barely see the summit of this mountain. It seemed as if the mountain had pierced the heavens and reached straight into the cosmos. Moo! A sound like the bellowing of an old ox echoed throughout the world. The cracked earth was restored to its original state, the shattered mountains and rivers rolled back, and the towering waves returned to calm. The moment the mountain appeared, the apocalyptic catastrophe was instantly suppressed. This time, Chun Erniu's consciousness recovered rapidly and irreversibly, even faster than when the first three figures appeared. Upon seeing Gao Shan appear, the woman's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. However, she merely glanced at him coldly before turning her head away, no longer paying attention. The mountain suppression seemed to have a miraculous effect. No matter how the Crimson Giant Eye roared, it could only watch as its own aura was gradually forced out of Chun Erniu's consciousness. However, this trend came to an abrupt end at the last minute. That aura clung to Chun Erniu's soul like a maggot, remaining motionless as if nailed to it. Chun Erniu was getting anxious. It's almost done. Are there any more big shots out there? Come out quickly. I'll send you 10,648s when I get back. I don't know if it was because my wish came true or for some other reason. The moment Chun Erniu uttered those words, he felt another aura emanating from the horizon. The aura was filled with excitement and greed, as if it were quite interested in the wish he had just made. Finally, the last figure appeared on the horizon. It was a giant, though not as tall as the mountain, but 100 times larger than the three figures before. An incredibly powerful and terrifying aura erupted from that figure, instantly enveloping the entire world. Even the giant crimson eyes were shaken by this aura, revealing angry and terrified screams. Master, 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 please help me. Just help me get rid of this damn thing. I'll spend 100,000, not just 10,648s. I'll spend 100,000. Boom. As soon as Chun Erniu finished speaking, the previously somewhat blurry figure instantly solidified. Chun Erniu stared at the figure in disbelief, even forgetting the danger that still lingered in his soul. A big boss. Holy crap. The big boss is Ye Shun. That solid figure was none other than Ye Lingchen. However, this Ye Lingchen is very different from the one Chun Erniu knew. This Ye Lingchen lacked some of his childishness. His face carried endless majesty, and the terrifying aura emanating from him made Chun Erniu tremble. A wicked smile played on his lips, adding a touch of madness to his already terrifying presence. Then, Big Boss Ye Lingchen raised his right arm and punched the giant crimson eye in the sky. In an instant, the void shattered, and time and space were annihilated. The terrifying force of the punch slammed into one of the giant eyes with overwhelming force, and then pierced through the other giant eye. With just one move, the crimson giant eye was instantly killed. It was as if, in front of Big Boss Ye Lingchen, all those giant red eyes and gouges were nothing but paper tigers. After doing all this, he looked in Chun Erniu's direction, stretched out his index fingers, and crossed them in the air to make a plus sign. He then waved to Chun Erniu and disappeared. Chun Erniu stood there blankly, the last trace of his soul vanishing along with the disappearance of the crimson giant eye. However, he couldn't care less about the giant crimson eye now. His mind was completely focused on the last gesture made by Big Boss Ye Lingchen. He wouldn't really want me to spend 100,648s, would he? Where the hell am I supposed to get that kind of money for him? Chun Erniu was a little worried, but then his eyes lit up, as if he had found a solution. It's all about Ye Shun. It doesn't matter who I spend the money on. When I get back, I'll earn more money and donate it all to Ye Shun's fan club. Thinking of this, Chun Erniu was in a great mood. He looked towards the horizon again, where the other four figures were also gradually disappearing. Only the black canopy of the sky snorted coldly. Unstable mist, return to your place at once. Before Chun Erniu could speak, he was blasted away by the sound. After a dizzying spin, when he opened his eyes again, he was still on the battlefield on the first floor of the tower, his body still shrouded in mist. To Chun Erniu's astonishment, after what had just happened, not only was his soul no longer disturbed by the evil aura, but his strength in his mist form had also been dramatically enhanced. He enveloped another group of prisoners. This time, after absorbing the evil aura, their souls were no longer affected, but the power of the mist had increased to a new level. Chen Erniu was overjoyed. He roared excitedly, and the fog instantly surged, directly enveloping the entire first floor of the tower. Lu Li, Chen Kursen, you can rest now. Leave the rest to me. As Chen Erniu's voice rang out, apart from the three of them and Nakata Yasuo in front of the elevator, there was no other living thing on the first floor of the tower. The 80-story flesh mountain monster melted like ice cream in the mist, leaving only a pile of broken bones in the end. The powerful demons below the 80th floor who arrived one after another were powerless to resist, and all became victims of Chen Erniu's blade. While defeating these prisoners, Chen Erniu's strength increased to a terrifying level. The originally gray, uncertain fog turned into a translucent color. Chen Kursen and Lu Li, enveloped in the fog, could feel that although the fog around them had lightened in color, it seemed to have become heavier. Even they felt that their movements were restricted, while Nakata Yasuo, who was next to them, had already been pressed to the ground and was having some difficulty breathing. Chapter 196 Data Anomalies. Inside the command center at the top of the tower, Hikaru Ichijo looked at the battlefield below on the screen with a contented expression. Xiaoyu, how's the data collection going? However, the beautiful assistant did not respond. Xiaoyu, why aren't you saying anything? Hikaru Ichijo turned around and looked at her in confusion. Then I saw the beautiful assistant standing in front of the machine, frantically operating something. Xiaoyu, I'm asking you a question. Master Itiao. I'm sorry Xiaoyu was startled and quickly turned around, answering apologetically. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Sir, there seems to be a problem with the numbers and data. Huh? What's the problem? As if on cue, Hikaru jumped off the chair, making the floor shake. Everything was normal at first, and the data was growing very fast, judging from the curve. But just now, the data dropped to 0. The sampled data disappeared as soon as it appeared. What did you say? Hikaru exclaimed in shock. He rushed to the instrument, shoved you aside, and stared intently at the numbers on the screen. Sure enough, the numbers fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster, soaring to great heights before plummeting back to 0. This process repeated itself over and over again. No, that's impossible. How could it just disappear like that? Hikaru's expression finally changed. He scrambled back to the monitor screen and looked down at the battlefield. What met my eyes was a blurry mess, as if someone had covered the screen with something. What is this? Hikaru Ichijo frowned. He knew perfectly well that monitoring the battlefield below relied not on cameras, but on his own abilities. Chen Erniu and the others didn't know, but everyone in the Suzuka group knew that this entire prison was Itiao Hui's house. Here, Hikaru Ichijo, this otaku, is in control. Everything is constantly on his mind, so there's no need for any cameras. But what he saw now was a blurry mess. He could see countless monsters entering through the tower's gates, and after entering this blurry area, they silently turned into skeletons, dead beyond any doubt. This is Chen Erniu. Itiao Hui immediately realized, then exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? How did he become so powerful? After being exposed to those things, he should have been the first to react. Wait, could this be the result of mutation? Hikaru suddenly realized something. But this is completely different from what I expected. Nakata Yasuo, are you still alive? I'm still alive. A weak voice came from the blurry image, and Hikaru Ichijo then saw Yasuo Nakata lying on the ground next to the elevator. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly lie down? Suddenly, the fog enveloped the entire floor. It was so heavy. I felt like I was being crushed. How could this happen? Hikaru panicked a little, but he quickly composed himself and said to you, write down all the changes here in detail. Send it back to the team leader. The experiment has taken an unexpected turn. Okay, master. Xiaoyu quickly got to work. Having made these arrangements, Hikaru sat back down in his chair and looked at the battle situation below. Yasuo Nakata spoke again. The situation is very bad. Should I tear up the contract? Hikaru pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. The test results were different from what we expected. Something went wrong. Tearing up the contract now won't kill them. Just hold on a little longer and leave the rest to me. Just as Nakata Yasuo was about to say something more, his expression suddenly changed. His bloodshot eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, and a look of pain and contortion enveloped his entire face. The next moment, with a loud thud, Nakata Yasuo's body was crushed into a bloody pulp. Nakata! The sudden scene stunned Hikaru Ichijo, followed by a painful scream. No, this can't be. Nakata! Hikaru frantically pounded his head, tears streaming down his face. It's all my fault. I should have saved him sooner. It's all my fault. On the sofa, the man drinking cola couldn't hide his grief. While watching the screen, he kept muttering to himself, I knew it. I knew it. Why did we have to work overtime? If we hadn't worked overtime, this wouldn't have happened. Not only were we not allowed to take our annual leave, but we weren't even paid overtime. Nakata was killed because of you. Shut up, Kyokuroki. Hikaru Ichijo roared angrily at the man's mutterings. Save your resentment. If you want revenge, go find those 3 Chinese down there. They are the culprits who killed Nakata. After being yelled at, Kuroki Kyo quickly shrank back, looking meek and submissive, but the resentment in his eyes only intensified. Hikaru wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes red with resentment, and said, All right. Anyway, we've collected almost all the experimental data. We'll just kill them and send the data and their bodies back to headquarters. Xiaoyu, open the door. At a command, the elevator doors on the first floor opened. People of the Dragon Kingdom, I'm surprised you passed the second trial so quickly. Now comes the final trial. Come to the top and face me, Lord Hikaru Ichijo. I will make you feel a despair you've never experienced before. Chun Ernyu had already transformed into human form. All the prisoners in the prison had been killed, and the entire floor became quiet again. Team leader, you seem to have suddenly become much more capable. Chun Kursen asked, her big eyes blinking. Yeah, he's definitely gotten better. Chun Ernyu scratched his head, not denying it. What exactly happened? Did you eat something delicious? Tell us quickly, Luli asked impatiently. It's a long story. Let's take the elevator first and talk as we go. In the elevator, Chun Ernyu briefly recounted what had just happened. He did not reveal what he had seen in the consciousness space, but only told the 2 that he had absorbed the evil aura emanating from those prisoners. As for why he was able to absorb it, it's naturally because he possessed extraordinary abilities and was born to counter the other party. Luli felt a pang of jealousy. Damn it, you've surpassed me again. This is outrageous. I'm going to apply for the death trial when we get back. Chun Kursen was alright. A stronger team leader was a good thing for the operation, but she also felt a sense of crisis and secretly resolved to work even harder when she got back. After a long while, the elevator finally reached the top floor. The moment the door opened, Chun Ernyu and his 2 companions stepped out and immediately saw Xue Xiaoxiao, who was tied up not far away. Team leader Xue, are you alright? I'm fine. Xue Xiaoxiao nodded with a complicated expression. You guys need to be careful. This fatso's profession is a homebody. This base is his home, and the homebody spirit is. Snap. With a sharp crack, Xue Xiaoxiao was slapped away by Yi Tiaohui. Xiaoyu, shut her up. If she says another word, I'll kill her right now. However, Xue Xiaoxiao's words still reminded Chun Ernyu and the other 2. Otaku. Oh no. The 3 looked at each other, their expressions grave. Chapter 197 Otaku and Corporate Slave. Hikaru Ichijo is a total otaku. This prison is his home. The news exploded in the minds of the 3 of them like a bomb. Before they arrived, Zhongli provided them with training. The profession of otaku was mentioned repeatedly, and they were told to be especially careful not to enter the otaku's favorite house. The otaku, the house dweller, and the house spirit are a trinity, making them virtually invincible among their peers. Moreover, Hikaru is level 70, a full 20 levels higher than them. The level advantage might not be a big deal for the 3 of them in other professions, but it's a different story in the territory of the otaku. Even Chun Ernyu, whose strength had greatly increased, showed a solemn expression at this moment. The 3 people's gazes converged in the air, and the next second, Lu Li's body suddenly disappeared. Chun Kursen's eyes turned into hearts, and her terrifying mental power erupted without warning. Without further ado, Chun Ernyu transformed into mist, preparing to envelop the entire command room. They'll start fighting at the drop of a hat. The best way to deal with a geek is to not let him react. The way to break the deadlock is to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Pity. In the end, it was still too late. When Luli was still more than 3 meters away from Yi Tiaohui, he was forced to retreat from his shadow state. Just now, he felt an overwhelming resistance. Even in his shadow form, his speed was as slow as a tortoise, and his body was squeezed out of his shadow form by this force. Chun Ernyu was in a similar situation. Even though he had just undergone a transformation in strength, he was still directly suppressed by the mansion. The mist was like a cloud floating in the sky, moving slower than a snail. As for Chun Kursen, her idea was simple. She immediately used her charm on Yi Tiaohui. If we're talking about who among the three can control a homebody, it's Chun Kursen. The nine-tailed fox is practically the nemesis of otaku. But just now, Chun Kursen's charm lost its effect. Hikaru was indeed captivated for a moment. But just as he was bewitched, the entire tower seemed to move. The tremor brought Hikaru back to his senses. At that moment, Tama quietly came up behind Hikaru and placed a hand on the back of his head. Chun Kursen's mental state was as if she had been struck by a giant hammer. She groaned, her face instantly turning as pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood welled up in her throat, which she managed to suppress. In a single exchange, all three attacks failed. The horror of the otaku was finally revealed without reservation at this moment. Why aren't you moving? A sinister voice rang out, and a pair of eyes brazenly swept over Chun Kursen. I told you long ago. Here, I am the absolute ruler. I might not be able to beat you anywhere else, but here, you'll have no chance of survival. However, despite making threats, Hikaru Ichijo has yet to take any action. He had seen the attack just now. It was true he could restrain their movements, but those two guys, who were more handsome than him, were particularly infuriating. Their ability to change form was something even he couldn't control. While he could limit their speed, he couldn't stop them from transforming. If they turned into shadows and mist, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to them. As for Chun Kursen, he dared not make a move. It would be fine if he didn't touch her, but once he got close, who knew what kind of underhanded tricks this beautiful woman might have up her sleeve. But this didn't stump him. He wasn't the only one here. Kuroki Kyo hasn't made a move yet. He still has his own home spirit, Xiaoyu. All I need to do is stand at the farthest point and watch the show. Thinking of this, Hikaru called out to Kyo Kuroki, who was still muttering to himself on the sofa. Hey, Kuroki, stop daydreaming. Get up and get to work. Kyo Kuroki was startled and snapped out of his reverie, only then noticing Chun Ernyu and the other two in front of him. You want to avenge Nakata, don't you? Here's your chance. Make your move. Revenge. Revenge. Yes, revenge. Kuroki Kyo's lifeless eyes gradually regained their sparkle. He stood up, tugged at his slightly wrinkled, cheap suit, and then walked to the mirror to tidy his slightly messy hair. This process of tidying up one's appearance lasted for 10 minutes. During this time, no one in the command room moved. Hikaru Ichijo wasn't in a hurry at all, because he knew Kyo Kuroki very well. Chun Ernyu, on the other hand, was hesitant to act rashly because of his failed attack on Itaue earlier. Hikaru Ichijo was clearly in an invincible position, yet instead of taking action himself, he handed it over to this man who seemed rather uncouth. Could it be that this guy was even more powerful than Hikaru Ichijo? What exactly is his profession? The three looked at each other, their minds filled with questions. Looking at himself in the mirror, Kuroki Kyo forced a stiff smile and shouted at his reflection. Kuroki Kyo, you can do it. Go for it. Let's have another energetic day. Work hard and get a promotion and a raise. After giving himself a pep talk, Kuroki Kyo was like a completely different person. The timid and hesitant Kuroki Kyo of the past disappeared, replaced by a confident, sunny, and energetic office worker. He turned around, took large strides, and walked quickly toward Chun Ernyu and the other two with a smile on his face. Holy crap, what a beast! Seeing the other person's performance in front of the mirror, and then how he seemed to transform into a completely different person, Lu Li shuddered, goosebumps erupting all over his body. Was this guy a corporate slave before? Chun Ernyu and Chun Kursen, who were standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. Social animal? Etc. Social animal. In an instant, a thunderbolt struck Chun Kursen's mind. Her expression changed drastically. She took a step forward to block Chun Ernyu and Lu Li, and her mental energy was thrown towards Hei Mujing as if it were free. Oh no, he's a corporate slave. Get out of the way. Pity. In the end, it was still too late. Kuroki Kyo stopped about 3 meters in front of the three people. His face was full of apology as he bowed deeply to the person opposite him. Damn it. You've come all this way. You must be tired. The next second, Chun Ernyu and Lu Li, whose faces were filled with vigilance and ready to go into battle at any moment, suddenly froze. Then, their murderous aura vanished abruptly, and both of them showed embarrassed expressions, bowing repeatedly to Hei Mujing, their faces red. Not at all. It's all our fault. We didn't bring any gifts when we came as guests. We've really troubled you. Before Chun Kursen's mental energy could even reach the other party, she herself was also affected. She also bowed apologetically to Kuroki Kyo. Kuroki-chan, don't say that. We're all colleagues, and even though we're not in the same department, we should still understand each other. We made a mistake this time, and I apologize. How about this? We'll take the lives of the three of us as compensation and entrust them to you. Please accept them. Chapter 198 Shadow Trick. Alright, I accept your apology. I'll take this as compensation. Kuroki Kyo bowed to the three of them again, his face full of a feeling of being both impolite and ashamed to refuse. He turned to look at Yi Hui, who had already hidden at the farthest point. The latter pointed at Chun Ernyu and said sharply, "Kill that baby-faced one first. He's the most dangerous one here." Kyo Kuroki nodded and took a dagger from his briefcase. What normal office worker carries a knife around all the time? Unfortunately, Kyo Kuroki isn't an ordinary office worker. He's an office worker who has awakened the profession of office worker. That last move was a classic office worker skill. It's all my fault. This tactic is a strategic retreat, a preemptive strike. The person who receives an apology from a corporate slave will feel guilty and may even offer to compensate the other party. This kind of rule-based skill is impossible to defend against. If Chun Ernyu and his two companions had known about He Mujing's profession beforehand, they would never have dared to stand there and take the beating. They would have immediately split into 3 groups. At most, only one person will be affected, and the other 2 will have a chance to kill the other. Unfortunately, things rarely offer so many what-ifs. Kuroki Kyo's dagger was just an ordinary dagger, but that did not prevent him from easily taking the lives of 3 people. After being hit, Chun Ernyu stopped resisting and instead cast an apologetic look at He Mujing, wishing that the other party would stab him with a knife as soon as possible. Kuroki Kyo did not disappoint him, and the dagger was precisely plunged into Chun Ernyu's heart. With a soft plop, the expected splatter of blood did not occur. Chun Ernyu vanished into a black shadow before He Mujing's astonished gaze. Kuroki Kyo was startled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and, without saying a word, slashed at Lu Li's neck. Another dark shadow vanished. Kyo Kuroki fell into a daze once again. No, this is impossible. They've clearly been hit. Kuroki Kyo muttered in panic as he thrust his weapon at the last remaining Chun Kursen. The disappearance of the shadowy figure dealt him another heavy blow. 3 people, 3 dark figures. These 3 people were fake. So where's the real one? Kyo Kuroki retreated repeatedly, looking around in terror, but there was no sign of Chun Ernyu and the other 2. Ichijo, what's going on? At this moment, Hikaru Ichijo was also completely dumbfounded. Just as they were about to pop the champagne, a blunder occurred. After all that fuss, it turns out I've been interacting intimately with 3 shadows the whole time. Hikaru's face turned extremely ugly, and he began to concentrate on searching for the 3 of them. A moment later, Hikaru Ichijo flew into a rage and pointed in the direction of the elevator, shouting, "They're over there." The elevator doors opened with a click, and 2 figures stepped out together through the hazy mist. It was Lu Li and Chun Kursen, while the mist behind them transformed into Chun Ernyu, who smiled and repeatedly clasped his hands and nodded to Yi Hui and the others. "You've worked hard. You've all worked so hard. You 3. How did you even do that?" Hikaru was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth to powder. Chun Ernyu's cute baby face flushed red, and he scratched his head sheepishly. That was all this guy's doing. If you want to fight or kill him, go find him. It has nothing to do with me. Chun Ernyu, is it really okay to betray your teammates like this? Lu Li rolled his eyes, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he readily admitted it. That's right, it's your Grandpa Lu's masterpiece. How about it? Fun, right? A few minutes earlier, the 3 of them entered the elevator and began discussing their next tactics. Unsure of the enemy's numbers and strength, the 3 ultimately decided to probe first. To be honest, there was an element of luck involved in this move succeeding. After the 3 of them boarded the elevator, Hikaru stopped paying attention to the area and began discussing the next strategy with his own people. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Li used one of his skills, Shadow Trick. He had grasped this technique while climbing the heavenly ladder, but because he had never had a practical application for it, he had never used it. It came in handy today. The shadow puppet transformed into Chun Ernyu and the other 2, with their consciousness controlled by the 3 of them. Chun Ernyu transformed into mist once again, obscuring the view, while the other 2 flew up to the ceiling of the elevator car and hid. As a result, because the fog has thinned considerably, it is impossible to see any clues unless you look closely. The moment the elevator doors opened, the enemy's attention was focused on the 3 shadow avatars, and they paid no attention to the situation inside the elevator car. After the elevator doors closed, Hikaru Ichijo was even less likely to be distracted by whether anyone was still inside. Therefore, Everything that just happened was a play staged by the three of them controlling their shadow avatars and the other party. The final result was quite obvious. Hyokoroki's profession was exposed. They also developed countermeasures. Hikaru Ichijo trembled with rage. You three Chinese, how dare you use such despicable means? Don't you have any sense of Bushido at all? You fatso, have you lost your mind? We're not from an island nation. Why should we have a samurai spirit? Hikaru was speechless after being rebuked by Chun Kursen, and he turned to look at Hyokoroki. You saw it too. How cunning these three are. Not only are they better looking than you, they're also more capable, and that woman is probably cursing you out right now. Can you tolerate that? Upon hearing this, Kuroki Kyo's eyes burned with a fierce venom. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes fixed on Chun Ernyu and the other two, his expression sinister and twisted. As if that wasn't enough, Hikaru Ichijo added fuel to the fire. It's all because of those three that you didn't get to take your annual leave and were forced to work overtime by the team leader. You didn't even get overtime pay, and the work meals weren't as good as the ramen in Tokyo. Now that this is all over, you're back to your little dorm room, buying coffee for the team leader and Nakai every day, and having to put up with Suzuki Nai's sarcastic remarks. You're 30 years old and haven't even had a girlfriend. Can you really live like this? Boom. A towering black aura shot into the sky from Kuroki Kyo's body. His face was contorted with rage, and his eyes were bloodshot. Stop talking. Stop talking. Kill them, and I'll be free. Yes, that's it. Kill them. Kuroki Kyo lowered his head and murmured. The next second, the towering black energy behind him suddenly contracted and instantly disappeared into Kuroki Kyo's body. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, filled with resentment, fixed on Chun Ernyu and the other two opposite him. Today, you will all die. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuroki Kyo's body transformed into a black lightning bolt and rushed towards the three people opposite him. Chun Ernyu and the other two looked solemn, but showed no panic. Chun Ernyu retreated rapidly, while Chun Kursen and Lu Li dodged to the sides respectively. I've left him to you. You guys deal with that nerdy guy? Chun Ernyu's voice rang out. The next second, Kuroki Kyo's figure crashed into the mist that Chun Ernyu had transformed into, like a cannonball. Chapter 199 The Tragedy of the Corporate Slave. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the mist. Kuroki Kyo's berserk state of mind instantly became much clearer. I didn't really feel anything watching the battles on the screen before, but I only realized how terrifying Chun Ernyu was when I actually faced him. He didn't know what the fog was made of, but the moment he entered it, he felt a sharp pain in his body. My skin began to melt at a visible speed, as if I had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. In desperation, Kuroki Kyo unleashed his overwhelming resentment to the fullest extent, barely managing to stop himself from being corroded into dust. But this was merely a temporary fix. The black mist and fog kept colliding, but the translucent fog seemed to have no end, and no matter how much it was countered, it didn't seem to decrease at all. What terrified Kyo Kuroki even more was that the mist not only corroded his body, but also had a great restrictive effect. He could barely move after rushing into the fog. Only now did he truly understand why none of the monsters that rushed into the fog were able to come out. If you think that's all, you're sorely mistaken. As Kuroki Kyo struggled to resist the fog, a series of depressing, erotic music echoed in his mind. These voices carried a strong abyssal aura, enough to drive even abyssal monsters mad. Kyo Kuroki's expression twisted even more. He was captivated by the voice. One of the abilities of the corporate slave is to place themselves in a subhuman, exploitative state, generating immense resentment from being utterly oppressed. This resentment can significantly enhance physical functions, greatly increasing the corporate slave's four main attributes and various resistances. You could say that a corporate slave, without any resentment, is a cunning old fox who will bow down to you at the slightest provocation. The resentful corporate slave transforms into a predator, even capable of rivaling a berserker. This overpowered class isn't without its flaws. While all other attributes are boosted, mental resistance remains unchanged and has actually been weakened. The mental attack that came with Chun Ernyu's mist was precisely aimed at this point. Yeah, I don't want to work overtime. I've never even been in a relationship. My mortgage isn't even paid off yet. My performance is clearly better than his, so why did he get promoted? That damn section chief, I did all the work, so why does all the credit go to you? Ugh. Kyo Kuroki's voice grew louder and more frantic. His resentment grew stronger and stronger until he could no longer control it. The towering black flames completely engulfed Kuroki Kyo, making him look like a demon straight out of hell. The resentment has spiraled out of control. Black flames began to scorch Kyo Kuroki's body, and even his soul. Corroded by the abyss's aura, his negative emotions grew stronger. The more this happened, the more intense the flames of resentment became, to the point that even Chun Erniu's mist could not stop the flames from soaring into the sky. Even the people next to them looked over in astonishment. "Oh no, Kuroki has gone berserk," Teru Ichijo exclaimed in alarm. "Tama, hurry and help him." "Yes, Master Ichijo." "Want to help him? Did you ask me first?" Chun Kursen blocked Xiaoyu's path, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. "Damn it," Hikaru cursed under his breath. Xiaoyu went to help Kuroki Kyo, but he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the allure of Chun Kursen, so he had to call Xiaoyu back. Within the fog, Kyo Kuroki's self-awareness finally collapsed. He had completely degenerated into a pathetic corporate slave driven mad by his superiors and work. In his mind, scenes of working for large companies for several years after graduation flashed by. There was no joy, only pain. Sleeping only 4 hours a day, crowded subways, endless overtime, drinking with the boss after get-off work, backstabbing among colleagues, and barely making ends meet with a meager monthly salary to pay rent. All sorts of hardships combined finally became the last straw that broke his back. Kyo Kuroki went mad. His body was engulfed by black flames, and he could no longer be seen. Only a series of shrill, resentful roars could be heard, as if he were cursing the injustice of the world. Chun Erniu had already dispelled the fog, and was just watching quietly from the side. For some reason, he felt uneasy. The profession of corporate slave is not unique to island nations, but it did originate there. Currently, there are also a large number of wage slaves within the Dragon Kingdom, but due to the government's lenient policies towards various professions, the inherent dangers of many jobs are not fully apparent. However, as awakened beings, they can still see things that ordinary people cannot. Before setting off, Zhengli provided training materials containing a passage that sent chills down Chun Erniu's spine. 20 years ago, before he was even born, a horrific tragedy shocked the entire nation, unfolding in the CBD of the capital. Overnight, a murder occurred at the headquarters of the behemoth financial group that ranks 9th in the Dragon Kingdom. When the police arrived, they were devastated to find that out of the 88 floors of the building, not a single person had survived. 10,000 people had died a violent death, and all of them had committed suicide. According to eyewitness reports, people passing by the building clearly saw the entire building enveloped in a terrifying black flame. After fully armed police searched each floor, they finally found a survivor engulfed in black flames in the chairman's office on the top floor. When he was discovered, he was holding a pen and repeatedly poking at the chairman's corpse on the ground, muttering something incoherently. Given the seriousness of the situation, no one dared to approach him. In the end, they had to call in high-ranking awakened individuals for assistance. The experts immediately recognized the person as a corporate slave upon arrival and began to prescribe the right remedy. First, the gardener was brought in to fill the entire chairman's room with flowers and green grass. Then, a mentally awakened being cast a gentle illusion spell, and with the singer's soothing and moving singing, the black flames on the other party's body were finally calmed down. After all the preparations were completed, the most ironic thing happened. The experts brought in an awakened individual whose profession was leadership, who then gave the person whose black flames had disappeared a severe dressing down. What's even more surprising is that the other party didn't resist at all, but instead kept bowing and apologizing, and finally even knelt down in front of the leader and cried bitterly. Ultimately, the authorities were able to successfully take in this corporate slave. Subsequent investigations revealed that the office worker's name was Li Ming. Yes, just one of countless Li Mings in the world. Whether it's their name, appearance, or family background, they are all extremely ordinary. Li Ming's situation was quite unique. Even during his college entrance exam coming-of-age ceremony, he didn't awaken his professional awareness. Already lacking presence, he became an oddity in the eyes of others. It wasn't until he graduated from university and started working that he finally realized what it meant to be a corporate slave. Li Ming, an ordinary background, an ordinary appearance, ordinary abilities, and an ordinary life. All the ordinary things combined make Li Ming the hardest working ox in the company. It was precisely because of this that Li Ming broke down after years of exploitation and the ridicule from his superiors and colleagues. Black flames engulfed the entire company headquarters, and everyone, consumed by resentment, committed suicide amidst cries and guilt. Only 10 people were killed by Li Ming. These included his 5 colleagues, his direct supervisor and his supervisor's supervisor, the cleaning lady on his floor, the security guard in the lobby, and the company's chairman. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time. Despite the official cover-up, the public received information that foreign forces had launched a mass poisoning attack against the company. The government scapegoated several imprisoned spies to quell the situation with great difficulty. This matter is a secret even among the awakened ones. If he weren't on a mission, he wouldn't have been able to see such shocking content. Now, watching Kuroki Kyo gradually being consumed by black flames, Chen Ernyu felt a pang of sadness. Most people in this world are born to suffer. In modern society, under the extreme exploitation and brainwashing of capital, being poor has become a cardinal sin. Only by working desperately can one earn money, get married, have children, and so on. The cattle and horses have no entertainment, no life, and are even gradually losing themselves. After graduation comes endless work. As long as you're not dead from exhaustion, keep working until you can't work anymore. Why work so hard? Nobody knows. As I write this chapter, I feel somewhat heavy-hearted. As someone who writes, am I not also a corporate slave? What I want to say is, most of you here will become beasts of burden after graduation. 996 and 007 are beckoning to you. In youth, one risks their life for money. In old age, one uses money to buy back their life. Tremble, mortals. Hee hee. Chapter 200 The Terror of Hikaru Ichijo. Under the scorching black flames, Kyo Kuroki gradually lost his human form. He transformed into a terrifying walking monster, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around him. The others stopped fighting and fled from the rampaging Kuroki Kyo. Given the current situation, even if Chun Ernyu doesn't make a move, Hei Mujing's defeat is only a matter of time. Hui was extremely anxious, but with Chun Kursin and Lu Li attacking from the side, he was afraid to do anything that might harm Xiaoyu, and could only watch helplessly as his companion went crazy. When Kuroki Kyo went berserk, his power had reached a terrifying level. Even the tower, built of an unknown metal, was damaged by his attack. On the wall, the obvious fist marks still had extinguished black flames burning on them. Even some of the equipment in the room was smashed to scrap metal by Kyo Kuroki. No matter how much Hikaru called out, Kyo Kuroki showed no signs of recovering. 5 minutes later, the black flames suddenly stopped moving and began to slowly die out. Within the black flames, Kyo Kuroki's body was no longer visible. Gradually, as the black flames completely disappeared, Kuroki Kyo vanished from everyone's sight. He was completely consumed by the black flames generated by his own resentment. Chen Ernyu stood there, stunned, staring at the last remaining small patch of black marks on the ground with a complex expression. It was the last proof that Kuroki Kyo existed in this world. A corporate slave just died like that. Being a corporate slave is a very special and dangerous profession. This is because the emergence of this profession is often closely related to one's environment and psychological state. It's no exaggeration to say that most people who have awakened to the life of a corporate slave have some psychological issues. Many of those who awaken early at their coming-of-age ceremony are students who have suffered from long-term bullying. More often, people gradually awaken to this reality after entering the workforce. This is also one of the professions in the human world with a relatively long awakening cycle. The lower limit of being a corporate slave is very low, but the upper limit is very high. Besides basic skills, the strength of a corporate slave is directly related to the amount of resentment they harbor. The more oppression one suffers, the stronger their resentment becomes. Once it erupts, their power can reach a terrifying level. But this is also the biggest drawback of this profession. Resentment doesn't last forever. When it erupts, it drains one's life force. If you encounter a powerful mental class, you can easily dispel the resentment of being a corporate slave. If the resentment is too great, it won't work either. The final result will be like that of Kyo Kuroki, who will be uncontrollably devoured by the black flames. In short, this profession is tinged with tragedy. This is especially evident in countries like China, Taiwan, and those involved in theft, where competition is fierce. Compared to China, the island nation has a long history of corporate slaves. The persistently high suicide rate makes corporate slaves one of the easiest professions to awaken, and once awakened, they all possess considerable combat power. Being able to join the Sasaka group proves that Kyo Kuroki is quite capable. However, the problem lies in the words of his incompetent teammate, Teru Ichijo. He went too far in provoking Kyo Kuroki, resulting in irreversible consequences. Even if that weren't the case, it would be difficult for Kyo Kuroki to gain an advantage against someone like Chun Ernyu, who has such a twisted profession. Seeing Kuroki Kyo die a horrible death, Hikaru Ichijo beat his chest and wailed with tears streaming down his face. He was sad because he had lost a teammate, not because he felt that Kyo Kuroki's death was his fault. As a typical otaku, he's not exactly popular. He doesn't have many friends. The women in his group especially dislike him. Kuroki Kyo is one of the few friends he can really talk to. Hikaru Ichijo was truly heartbroken that his good friend had died. He cried for a while, then his face gradually darkened. His small eyes stared intently at Chun Ernyu and the other two in front of him, as if he wanted to devour them alive. Even though he was the only one left here, Hikaru Ichijo showed no sign of panic. Very good, very good. You killed two of my teammates. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Xiaoyu, kill them. Hikaru's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, ordering Xiaoyu to launch the attack. Upon seeing this, the beautiful assistant Xiaoyu rushed towards Chun Ernyu without saying a word. In Ichijo Hikaru's eyes, Chun Ernyu was the culprit who killed Kuroki Kyo and had to be killed first. At the same time that Xiaoyu took action, Chun Kursen and Lu Li also moved. It must be said that through their cooperation in several battles, they have reached a point where they understand each other implicitly without needing to say anything more. Chun Kursen held nothing back, making a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest, her eyes fixed on a radiant figure not far away through the heart. The kiss of death. Hollowed-out pink hearts flew out of her hand and shot towards a beam of light. At the same moment, Lu Li had already transformed into a shadow and appeared beside Ichijo Hikaru, a pitch-black short sword shrouded in black slashing towards Ichijo Hikaru's neck. The two worked together very well. Chun Kursen charmed Yi Tiaohui, and while he was stunned, Lu Li killed him with a single move. Without Xiaoyu's protection, Ichijo Hikaru is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. But they forgot one thing. If Hikaru dared to let you go, how could he not be wary of this move? He slammed his hand against the metal wall beside him, and the entire tower trembled slightly, emitting a piercing buzz. In an instant, Chun Kursen and the others felt a surge of anger coming from all directions. It seems the tower is angry. Yes, the tower is really angry. The house, the spirit of the house, and the otaku are all one. This tower, and even the entire prison, is a shining house. The house is no longer a simple concept of a dwelling. It has become an independent entity with its own consciousness. The three elements complement each other, yet exist independently. The oppressive aura of the mansion instantly shattered Chun Kursen's allure. At the same time, the instant Lu Li's short sword sliced across Huey's neck, he noticed that the other's body was retreating rapidly backward at an incredible speed. Although it did not reach the standard of teleportation, it was still quite astonishing. Even though there was a wall right behind Hikaru, he retreated more than 20 meters. This spatial incongruity made Lu Li so astonished that he forgot to give chase. The otaku skill, Deep Mansion, allows the otaku to freely change their location and the structure of the house within its walls. This ability is almost like a spatial magic spell. In this prison, there are only two ways to attack Hikaru Ichijo. Either make him lose control or get rid of the house. The former is something Chun Kursen can't do for the time being due to the interference of the house. As for the latter, such a large prison, how can it be resolved? Or should we just detonate the nuclear missile in the silo above our heads? The moment the thought popped into his head, Lu Li couldn't help but shudder. Why did I have such a dangerous thought? Meanwhile, just as Xiaoyu rushed into Chun Ernyu's misty form, a surprised and somewhat terrified voice came from within the mist. Immediately afterwards, the fog enveloped the entire command room, and a barely audible voice whispered in Chun Kursen and Lu Li's ears. You too, take Xue Xiao Xiao and run. Don't hesitate now.